A short while ago, I released a video that was 22 hours long highlighting how to become the person that could be a millionaire. One of the most common requests that I got from people was, Charlie, what business model did you actually use to become a millionaire in the first place? So I present to you, trumpets please, how to build a six-figure agency. What I'm going to be doing in this long video is explaining everything that I know about going from 0 to 10K a month, specifically with an agency. And in this video, you'll find everything you need to achieve success and become financially free with the agency model. I have no 997 course or low-ticket program to sell you. In fact, I'm actually going to be giving you some of my program videos that people have paid tens of thousands of dollars for as you go through this content. So I hope you enjoy it, and I wish you the best of luck on your journey. I'll see you in the next video. So this video explains the best business model for SMMA, okay? It runs you through the pricing strategies, client incentive structure, and how to actually set up an agency that attracts clients, okay? 10 different unique offers and models, we're gonna go through them all. So what actually is the best model? What's the best business model for SMMA? Well, when it comes to SMMA business models, the best is subjective from the client's perspective or from the agency's perspective. Because what is best for you is not always what is best for your client. And what is best for your client is not always what is best for you. And so this is the first thing we have to tackle in designing our business models for SMMA, is we have to take into account that there's two parties here. Two people have to be pleased with the way this offer is structured and the way this model is actually going to run. When selecting and designing your business model, you need to bear this dichotomy in mind, because what is best for the client is not going to be best for the agency, and what is best for the agency is not going to be best for the client. Because the agency and the client want two things, all right? First of all, they both want high reward and they both want low risk. So if you're asking yourself, how do I sign clients? It really is as simple as making the reward as strong as possible and the risk as little as possible. But the key to SMMA is picking a business model that helps both parties achieve both of these things. Because if you're just all about your client and you haven't got any personal reason to grow, if you're just working for free and you're not getting any money, you're not going to be incentivized to continue to grow your business. So this is called incentive alignment, and is imperative to the success of your business. There's actually a investor called Charlie Munger. You might be familiar with him. And he is the kind of guy that goes into like companies, invest in companies. He's got shares in Coca-Cola, all these huge companies. And one of the things that he is famous for saying in the investing space is, when you could be focusing on incentives, don't focus on anything else. So when you could be focusing on incentives, don't focus on anything else. And what he basically means is that if you get the incentives right, everything else makes sense, because the core underlying drive of human behavior is incentive. We have to have a reason or a pleasurable reward as a result of our behavior. And that obviously we need to instill that into our business model so that clients, and obviously you as well, are happy. Because if you're not happy, then you're not going to have a long-term relationship. Remember, signing a client is committing to a relationship. And a relationship can only flourish and be extended over a long period of time if both parties are happy. And well, what denotes happiness for these parties? High reward, low risk, okay? So there's 10 different models. I've actually blurred them below for YouTube retention, but let's get into the video and actually start walking you through this. So the first thing that you need to understand is that there are 7 stages of value that an agency can provide. So the thing you have to understand about making money, specifically with the agency model, is that value is created when pain is alleviated. Okay, and I'm going to explain that quote in just a second, but basically what this means is that if you want to make money, you have to exchange something for it. Because the nature of transaction denotes that in order to receive, we have to give. For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction. And if the action of making money exists, which it does, then there has to be a reaction, which is giving value. And so a lot of people talk about this in business, where they say, if you want to make money, give value. But then a lot of people are left scratching their heads wondering what value actually entails. Well, I can tell you that value is created when pain is alleviated. And for marketing, from a marketing perspective, or at least for an agency owner, the highest form of value you can provide is business for your clients, right? Is actually generating customers and generating cash. And so there's 7 stages of value, and this is specifically for a lead generation agency. And I'm going to run you through them now. So there are 7 stages of value for an SMMA client. And this is really important to understand, because if you don't get this, you're not going to get the models, okay? Each one is more valuable than next. Money can only be exchanged for value. So models that make more money have to be focused on adding more value. So newsflash, the more value you add, the more money you make. And this is going to break a lot of people's paradigms. So the first stage of value for an agency to create is awareness, right? So this truly holds next to no value. It's valuable to a degree because the business owner is getting some, brand awareness or people looking at their business, but it doesn't really hold any value. Because if you think about it, like brand awareness and awareness campaigns and all of that stuff, it doesn't convert into anything valuable for the business, okay? Because really the most valuable thing to a business is cash. And awareness is the farthest form of conversion away from cash that you can get. And so as we creep towards cash and actually making money, the value of the vehicle increases, right? So when we're looking at these 7 things here, awareness, traffic, lead, appointment, show, close, and repeat purchase, it's important to note that like the first ones aren't very valuable because they're really far away from conversion and actually making money. So traffic. Now traffic is a really weak form of value again. Now this is also why web design agencies, branding agencies, creative agencies, SEO agencies, they don't do very well, right? And that might sound like a pretty blunt attack, but the truth is that if those businesses added value, that they'd be the sorts of businesses to start. But you have to critically think about this for a second. Like, what does a website actually do for a business? Okay, well, yeah, sure, it's awareness. Maybe there's some traffic there. But it's not a lead. It's not an appointment. It's not a show. It's not a close. It's not a repeat purchase. It's nothing, really. So if you're going to start an agency or you're thinking about getting into the agency space, let go of any idea of doing web design. Let go of any idea of doing creative work or branding or graphic design or SEO. Because the truth is that all of those creative endeavors don't really add any value to a business. And if you want to prove me wrong, by all means you can do that. You can go and start one of those agencies. But there's a reason why the biggest agencies in this SMMA space, the ones that really get to 7 figures, multi-7 figures, are all focused on the end result. So this is the problem. This is why I see a lot of web design agencies really struggling to get clients with cold email. I see a lot of people who do SEO struggling with cold calling and stuff. And it's because all they can promise is awareness and traffic. And business owners don't want awareness and traffic. Business owners want cash or vehicles that can generate cash. Now, awareness and traffic are the first steps to getting cash, but they're way too far away from the actual goalpost, okay? And so that's why I would not recommend you start those agencies. Now, leads are valuable to a degree, right? So if you're generating leads for a business, they are valuable and they can be exchanged for money, right? By all means. But leads are only valuable to the business if the business has a method to book them into appointments or if the leads are really qualified. So here's the thing, lead value scales with quality. So if you're a lead generation agency and you want to make more money, right, and you want to charge more per lead, the only real way you can do that, the only real way you can command more money is to add more value. And when it comes to all of these stages of value, the higher quality the prospect in terms of the stage they're at, so like a show, an appointment, a lead, traffic, the higher quality those people are in terms of being qualified to actually purchase from the business with a painful problem and the monetary means to actually invest in a solution, that improves the value. So if you're generating leads, maybe one way you can actually charge more for your leads is basically to try and find people or people in the market who have more money, because then they have more disposable income to purchase from your clients, right? There's 2 things that really drive lead quality: pain and money. Because without pain, nobody has a reason to buy anything, right? And so that's the cornerstone. If someone's got enough pain, they'll do anything to solve the problem. But also they need to have money to actually alleviate that pain through your client solution, okay? Now the 4th stage is appointments. Now we're cooking, right? This is where you actually start to enter the realm of value. Booked appointments are quite valuable to a business as they indicate more intent for the prospect to purchase. Because if you went to a business owner and you said, I want you to give me $2,000, and for that $2,000, I can either give you 100 appointments with people qualified to buy from you, or I can build a website for you. What do you think the business owner is going to pick? Well, if they're smart, which most business owners are, the business owners you want as clients, they're going to pick the appointments, because you can't turn a website into money, right? Maybe you can with SEO and stuff, but once again, it's too long of a burn. So then we have shows. So shows are really valuable. If you're wondering what a show is, this is when someone who books an appointment actually walks into the door, ripe for conversion. Then we have close. So close is money transacted, right? This is the purest form of value for a business. Money in, ideally at a return on their investment. When someone, you generate them, walks in the door and buys from them, that is the purest form of value. And business owners, they will exchange any amount of money in return for that level of value. Let me explain this. So if you write a cold email sequence that says, hey business owner, I can get 1,000 people in your area looking at your business. Not many people will reply. If you say, hey, I can get 1,000, I can get 100 people, or I can get 500 people to your website, maybe it's a little bit more valuable. Then if you say, hey, I can get you, 200 leads of people that might want to buy from you. kind of valuable, they might start paying for that. But then if you say, hey, I can actually get 100 people booked into your calendar to buy from you, that's when you cook. That's when money starts to flow. But if you change that and say, hey, I can get you 75 or 60 people walking through your doors that are qualified to buy from you, more money can be exchanged for that because it's more valuable. But then with the close, if you say, hey, I can actually guarantee that you get 30 people to transact money with you, you're gonna rake it in. And this is what we do with Imperium. We guarantee 20 clients for our clients. And so it's impossible to say no. Now, the seventh stage of value is repeat purchase. This is when a customer buys again, kicking up the lifetime value and boosting profits. This is the most valuable thing. You might think that value stops at the close, but the truth is that the most valuable thing to a business is repeat custom, because that's when the ROI really starts to kick in, and that's when profitability becomes, insane as well. Because it really, if you ask what is valuable to a business owner, it's profit. It's not really revenue. It's not really cash. It's how much money they actually keep at the end of the day, and repeat purchase is the key to profitability. So let's actually go through these models. Before you can design your offer and decide which, what you're going to offer and how you're going to position your service, you actually need to decide which business model you want to operate out of. Most people who teach offers skip this part. Okay, so if you've done any training on how to build an offer before, but you haven't precursored that training with how to actually model your business, you're kind of screwed, because the way you want to start an agency is you want to start by deciding your niche, then you want to design your business model, and then you build your offer. Because the offer has to be built to complement the business model that you've already picked, because it has to have good incentive alignment, because the cornerstone of a great offer is solid incentive alignment. But on top of that, it has to be relevant to a niche. So a lot of people are just like, I'm going to offer this, and then it's chaos. So let's get into it. So there are 7 business or pricing models, basically, that you can use and choose from to build your SMMA. 3 of them you're never going to have heard of before. So the first 7 I'm going to walk you through are relatively straightforward and self-explanatory, but there's 3 offers later on in this video that will completely blow your mind. You won't have seen them before. I created them myself, so you're going to love them. So 7 standard models. So we start with a retainer. This is basically where you charge a set dollar amount per month, right? Pretty boring. Works in green niches. And what I mean by green niche is any business that hasn't been burned before, right, is going to succumb to a retainer. But nearly every business owner in any major niche has been royally screwed over by an agency charging a retainer, usually multiple times, and therefore they won't buy this again. You can scrap the idea of the cushy retainer if you're in a major niche, at least until you've got an obscene amount of social proof to give the person confidence you're not going to do what the other 5 agencies before you did. Then we have pay per lead, another simple model, slightly better than retainer, right? You will convince more people to buy because it is more valuable. They're paying for like the lead, not the service. This is where you charge per lead. Again, most major businesses understand that leads don't really matter and will be skeptical of lead quality, right? Because once again, all of these people have worked with agencies who've promised leads, delivered leads, but the business got a bunch of leads, but as far as the business was concerned, they weren't valuable leads because they were either unqualified, they didn't show up, they didn't book appointments, they were, just bad leads. If you do this, you need to position it as pay per qualified lead. So it shouldn't be pay per lead, it should be pay per qualified lead. And if the prospect says, well, what the hell do you mean by qualified? Well, I explained that earlier. We know there's 2 main vehicles for qualification. The first one is pain, and the second one is monetary access. So pay per appointment. Now this is better than leads and strikes a nice balance of incentive between you and the client. So this is actually my favorite standard model to use. If I was starting an agency from scratch, this is what I'd use, although I would actually use one of the 3 models I'm going to share with you later, right? It's a little bit more advanced. The main thing here is to make sure you have a solid system that actually gets appointments to show up. The problem a lot of people run into with appointments is they figure out how to get the leads, they figure out how to get the appointments, but then they struggle to actually get those appointments to actually show up and walk through the door. If you're struggling with that, I actually made a video on this, okay? So linked in the resource that you can find in the description. This is basically contained here. Pay per show. This is one of the best models, right? Because it's so close to the thing the prospect really wants, which is cash transacted, but there's some difficulties with it. Okay, there's a bit of a dichotomy to balance. It's one of the best models, but it's very difficult to track. So getting paid is harder. I personally wouldn't use this unless I had a method to track whether the leads have actually shown up. Pay per lead, for any of you who have been around the block for a while here, like I have with this market. Pay per lead was a huge deal 18 months ago, popularized by Hormozi's Alan software, right? Which is a lead show up system software, tracking software. It's kind of cool. But I've since seen a dip in popularity in this model, naturally due to the difficulty of tracking of someone actually showing up. If you can solve this, if one of you is watching this and you find a way to solve the pay per show tracking problem, send me a DM on Instagram or find my email and email me, and I will pay you an awful lot of money because it's worth solving that problem for a lot of people for me, okay? So pay per show, it's a model you can use. You'll find client acquisition easier with it, but you're going to struggle a lot more with actually tracking it and delivering it. Because when you're building these models, we're finding a balance between how hard it is to deliver the service and how easy it is to get clients. Because a retainer, for example, makes it really hard to get clients, but really easy to like make the money and get the cash in the door. Does that make sense? So then we have the percentage of revenue share. This is probably the most favorable offer from a client's perspective, but by far the least favorable for the agency. Near enough impossible to track for lead gen clients. The problem with revenue share is to track this and attribute this, you need access to the client's CRM, you need access to their payment processor, their bank accounts and more. And not only this, but the client has a direct incentive to lie to you, right? You can do the revenue share. In fact, the YouTube ads agency that runs my YouTube ads at the moment, adspend.com with Brian Moncada, if you guys are familiar with him, have a very robust tracking system with Hyros that allows them to attribute revenue to leads, right? And so in theory, they could do a commission-based deal, right? And they have a way of tracking that. But the problem is it's a very sophisticated system and they are a 7-figure agency. And so if you're just starting, I wouldn't try to build an entire revenue tracking system because, well, it's very difficult. You can use Hyros, but once again, it comes down to this problem where you can get dishonest clients. Clients are literally incentivized to lie to you. So I don't really recommend this if you're a beginner. If you've got some more experience and you're really good at what you do, then by all means. But the other problem with the revenue share percentage, specifically for lead generation, is it puts your income in someone else's hands. You're going to get paid based on the sales ability and sales skills of your clients. And trust me when I say most business owners struggle with that, which is why they don't get clients, right? So be careful. Now, the sixth thing is a pretty cool way to do it. And this is another really good model that I would recommend you use, which is setup fee and result. So this is where you charge a setup fee for the first month and then continue with a pay per result model in later months. This is a nice combination of consistency, of cash retainers. It gives you another alignment of incentive. So if this was me, this is a model I would use because you can say you work on a pay and results basis, you charge a setup fee of a couple of thousand, couple of grand, whatever. And then off the back of that, you can then start rolling out pay per appointment work, pay per lead work, pay per show work, pay per close work. Once again, it is up to you which model you use. I recommend pay per appointment if you're new, but I'm going to give you some more models in just a second, that are far more advanced than this and far shinier. So then we have the free trial. I'm going to say this, avoid, right? Clients have no commitment. Your reputation is annihilated due to the desperate measures that you're using to get clients. And business owners understand the nature of transaction. Business owners aren't stupid. They understand that in order to get, they have to give, right? In order for them to receive value, they have to give money. The free thing, I don't get it. It doesn't position you well. And the thing about this as well is business owners are more skeptical of free than they are of pay on result. So pay on result work is actually more appealing than free. And if you don't believe me, just try it. Right? Reach out to 100 businesses, cold call 100 businesses. And for 100 cold calls, say I'm going to do it for free. And for 100 cold calls, say I'm going to do it for a pay on results basis or pay on commission basis. You will get way more people wanting to do the pay on commission basis because the business owners think, this guy actually must know how to do this. Because the free thing doesn't really give them much confidence. And business owners aren't going to let you, screw around with their business just so you can practice your services. So avoid the free trial like the plague. In order for someone to work with you, money has to be exchanged to some degree. Do not take on clients without some form of upfront commitment and payment, okay? Now, let's talk about how to actually price these because, the next question you might immediately jump to them is, well, Charlie, how do I price my pay per result offers? If I'm charging per appointment or if I'm charging per show, charging per lead, if I'm doing rev share, how much should I actually charge? And I've got a real simple model for you here. So if you're wondering what to charge with a simple pay per result model, here's a model for it. For reference, lifetime value is the amount of money the business will collect from a typical customer over the entire lifetime of that customer. So when I'm using the acronym LTV, this stands for lifetime value. For example, if you're not familiar with this term, let's say a gym charges $10 a month, and on average, their members stay with them for 18 months. Well, then the lifetime value for a customer at that gym is $180. Which means each customer is worth $180. Okay, so you have to understand that. So in order to price. Here's the thing, we've got 3 pricing tiers really. So the way you're gonna charge for each of these, pay on result offers depends on how much money the client charges for their product. Because here's the thing is that in order for the client to make money, they have to charge something. So you have to charge in relation to what they're charging, if that makes sense, right? Because obviously you're paying results. Your result that you can make is limited by the result they can make. If the client has a low ticket product, which is a product anywhere between $100 to $1,000 in lifetime value, like a gym or a beauty salon, although I know some girls that go to beauty salons and they basically are high ticket customers. But low ticket products, maybe you're working with restaurants or something. Don't work with restaurants, not a very good niche, but anyway, sorry for another day. Per lead, right? If you're charging per lead, 5% of lifetime value is reasonable here. Per appointment, 10% of lifetime value is reasonable. Per show, 15% of lifetime value is reasonable, and rev share, 25% is reasonable. For mid-ticket products, so if your products that you're selling for your clients are anywhere between $1,000 to $3,000 in lifetime value, this is where we start looking at electricians, this is where we start looking at cosmetics and dental surgeries, etc. Then you can start getting a little bit more expensive, because the thing is this number has to scale back, but you're going to make more money because, well, the end result is greater for the client. So per lead, about 3%, per appointment, 7.5%, per show, 12.5%, and rev share, 20%. One of the biggest forms of leverage you can have for your agency is working with clients that charge high ticket for their products. Honestly, it's like if I had my time again with the agency space, I don't think I would go into a niche that didn't charge decent amounts of money for their services, because it's so much easier for you to make money because when money is abundant. And what I mean by abundant is when if you bring one customer to a business that is worth $10,000, you can charge way more for that than bringing one customer to like a gym or something. And trust me, it's probably just as hard to get an appointment for a high ticket coaching offer than it is to get an appointment for a gym, right? It really is similar, right? Because there's a different level of problem. So that's just some insight for you. So if you're selling high ticket products, right, which is $3,000 to $10,000 plus in lifetime value, then you want to charge anywhere between 1 to 2.5% of LTV, 3% of LTV per appointment, 4% to 5% per show, and you can do 10% if it's rev share. Now, bear in mind that these recommendations are arbitrary guidelines, right? I've just created them based on what I think is reasonable and what I would charge if I was going into one of these different tiers. Now, there may be more optimal pricing models for your niche, and if you're wondering how do I find out like what I should charge per appointment, well, you can just look no further than your competitors that already have these models in place. Now, once again, I never want you to work with a client without getting some form of financial commitment first. It can be minimal. It can be a couple of $100, right? But never say, okay, we'll generate you X result and you'll pay us at the end of the month, because you're probably not going to get paid. All right. Just be very careful. So if you do charge per X result, charge weekly and make sure you get their card on file. You want to set the expectation they'll be billed on X day, X time, and charge the card on file for the result. So let's say that a client doesn't want to do an upfront payment, right? A bit of a red flag, but if you're new and you just want to sign someone to get some experience, whatever, right? What you're going to do is you're going to say, okay, I'm going to charge you for leads, and I'm going to charge you weekly. Do not charge them monthly, because too much time's elapsed and you want it to be weekly at the beginning. So let's say you're doing like pay per appointment, pay per show, pay per lead. What you do is you say to them, okay, well, I need to get your card on file so I can bill you for the leads that come through. And then you say, I'm going to bill you on Sundays between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. UK time. And that way you set the expectation. They know they will be charged for the leads you generated through that week at that time. You want to do this weekly to begin with when you're building a relationship with a client at the very beginning, because if you do it monthly, it's too painful for them at the end of the month, because they're going to be like, oh, the leads didn't convert. But if you do it weekly, they're more familiar with it. It works a lot better. Trust me, I used to run like a pay-per-lead thing for my clients in the gym space, or for the online high-ticket personal trainers niche during COVID. Before I started Imperium, I started doing like pay-per-appointment work, and I tried some clients with weekly, some clients with monthly, and the weekly thing worked so much better. I collected way more cash. Just bear that in mind. But you want to set a specific time, a specific expectation, and obviously you set the amount per lead or per appointment or per show or per close, whatever it is, and then you just charge at the end of every week. Once you've done that for like a month, you can then move to bi-weekly, and after like month 3, you can move to monthly. But in the first, month of the relationship, you want to charge weekly. I'm actually going to walk you through something called the beginner's pricing curse. All right. Here's an interesting idea for you. If you're new to SMMA, instead of trying to make $10,000 a month, try just to not quit. So when you start your agency, you've probably got a monetary goal of making a certain amount of money. And I want you to release attachment to that goal. And I want you to put all of your attachment onto the idea of just not quitting. Because if you don't quit, you'll probably, and you proceed and you press on in spite of all the pain, you're probably going to make the 10 grand a month you so desire, right? So the problem with a lot of people is the reason they quit is usually because of their pricing. And their pricing becomes the beginner's curse, the pricing, because they overprice their services, they try and charge too much, they get discouraged because they can't sign clients, and they quit. Any source of discouragement that you potentially have in your business, you need to try to remedy, because otherwise you're going to quit and then you're going to lose and it'll be painful. So if you're new to this or don't have much experience, I want you to let go of the instant gratification you so desire from charging retainers or large setup fees. You can't go into a market knowing nothing and start charging $2 grand a month for a service you've never delivered before. This is not 2019. We're not in 2018, doesn't work anymore. Understand, your first couple of clients are going to be a mess. It's going to go wrong. Because let's just map this out, right? If you charge a big fee and it goes south, which it will at the beginning, you're going to burn the client. You're going to ruin your reputation. You're going to break your own heart. You're going to lose conviction and probably quit. If you've charged a retainer and and it goes wrong, you're going to get a refund request, a chargeback, or worse. So don't do it. We're not in 2019 anymore, so stop listening to advice from courses built on how to price your services that were made in 2019. One of the most fatal mistakes I see new agency owners making is trying to sell a price they don't have faith in. They get on sales calls and feel hopeless trying to close these retainer deals because deep down, they know their service is not yet worth the money they're charging, so they feel like scammers, or at least people with a good moral compass, right? So when a beginner asks me, well, Charlie, what's the best price to charge? The answer is always the same. The best price to charge is the one you have the most conviction in selling. Because your ability to make money and your ability to generate cash for your business is directly correlated with how much belief you have in your ability to actually do what you say you can do for the prices at which you say you can do it. So if you know that you're not that good at your service, and you know that you're still new, and you've got some doubts about your product, and you go into a sales call and you try and command $2,000 a month for that, you're going to feel like you're ripping someone off. You're going to feel like you're scamming someone, which you kind of are to a degree. Whereas if you go in and if you really believe it's worth $2,000 a month, then you're going to get away with selling it. That's absolutely fine, right? Because if you've deluded yourself, or maybe it genuinely is worth $2,000 a month. You want to be very careful here, because don't just pick a price and say, yeah, because this is what people do. This is a stupid thing. Is they want to make, they're like, I want to make $10,000 a month. And they're like, okay, well, to make $10,000 a month, all I need is 5 clients to $2,000. And so they price their service based on their goal. Never, ever, ever make business decisions based on what you want, right? Is the number one rule of business is make decisions based on what is best for your client, not what is best for you. Because for as long as you do that, you will make an infinite amount of money, right? So for example, right now I make around anywhere between $800,000 to $1 million a month with my online coaching business, right? With Imperium Acquisition. And the only reason I'm able to do that is because all of my decisions and all of my pricing strategies, guarantees, decision-making ability, it's all been based on one thing: what is best for the client. I'm not charging people a certain amount of money for my program so that I can hit a specific goal for myself. I'm charging a very specific amount, I very thought it through very clearly, so that I can actually have people held accountable, make sure the business is making cash so we can reinvest into product and bring more customers in. So just be very careful. Don't price out of ego, price out of empathy, okay? And just bear that in mind, be careful. If you try to charge something you think isn't worthwhile, you'll close no deals. You might then be thinking, well, Charlie, okay, so what should I do, right? What actually is like the best way to do this? Well, I am gonna walk you through 3 models and you're gonna love them. All right. I don't mean like fashion models, although you might like models. Maybe you do. Most people tend to like them if they're guys. But I'm going to run you through some models. Now, excuse the narcissism and blatant ego play here, but I'm calling these Morgan's SMMA models. First of all, it's got a bit of a ring to it. And second of all, well, maybe I'm just a bit narcissistic. But the problem is like, I didn't really know what else to name these models because I haven't seen them anywhere else. So we're going to cover 3 models that you've never seen of or heard of before. Now, excuse the naming convention, like I said. I didn't know what to name them as a group because, well, nobody's created these, right? So there are 3 things. There are 3 ways to structure your business as a beginner. Well, there's really 2 and there's 1 extra one. And if you follow these, like, this is going to change a lot of stuff for a lot of people. Either that or I'm completely wrong, being a complete idiot. But this is like basically what I did with my agency. And I kind of didn't want to tell anyone because I was like, well, this is kind of just like a secret to growing. But here we are. Model 8. So we've gone through the 7 standard models, right? We've been through like the standard pay per lead, pay per appointment, like yawn, boring revenue share, free trials, all of that. Now let's actually go through some stuff that's a bit shinier. So this is called the upfront result and discrepancy guarantee model. This, I believe, is the single best way to charge your clients for pay on result work. So I'm hoping by now you get the gist that your business model needs to be based in some way, shape or form based around pay on value, right? So we understand there's 7 stages of value. And so you're only going to get paid if you deliver value. We understand that awareness, traffic, and leads, they're not all that great because businesses just don't really care. But we also understand that we can't really control repeat purchases, closes. We can't really track shows. So appointment is a beautiful mid-ground for me. Let's walk through how to actually structure this. So this, I'm going to say it, is the best model for beginners looking to get their first or next 10 clients. God, I sound like I'm about to sell you a course. I promise I'm not, right? But this is the best model. I'm going to give it to you for free. Don't worry. I'm not going to hold anything back. I'm going to give you the whole thing on the screen. No 997 request. Bit of a mouthful, but here's how it works. So the way this model works is you pick the result. Let's just use the example here of leads. So you're doing a pay per lead offer, right? What you do is you charge for that a certain amount of leads up front. And then you have what I call a discrepancy guarantee, which is basically where after a certain amount of time has elapsed, if you haven't hit the number of leads or results that you promised, you refund the difference based on the value of the leads. What does that mean, Charlie? Please explain what the hell does that mean? Let me give you an example. So let's say that you're going to work with gyms, right? Just a simple example, or any niche. And you go to the gym and you say, I'm going to guarantee 100 qualified leads. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to charge you per lead. And they're like, great, I like the sound of that, because it's not a retainer, right? You then say, okay, I'm going to value each lead at $20. And so what you do is you basically charge $2,000 upfront for that month. You then say to the business, for every lead that I do not generate under 100, I will refund you the difference. So you're completely protected, black and white guarantee. I've got a contract, you're under stripe, so you can dispute the payment. I'm recording the call, I'll send you the recording, you can trust me. And what that means is that if you only generate them 80 leads, there's a discrepancy between the 100 you promised and the 80 you delivered. So there's 20 leads to account for. So what you then do is you basically take those 20 leads and you refund 20 times 20 because you value the leads at $20, right? So you refund them $400. Let me give you another example. Let's say you want to work with coaches and consultants and you want to guarantee them 10 appointments, right? Just for argument's sake. And you're going to value each appointment at $100. And you say, I'm going to guarantee you 10 appointments qualified with people who want to buy your thing every single month, every 30 days. And you say it's $100 per appointment. So you then charge $1,000 up front because for anyone with a brain, 10 times 100 is 1,000. You charge $1,000. If after 30 days you've only generated them 8 appointments, you then refund them $200. So do you see how that works? This is how we marry everything together. And this is a very non-binary way of thinking, right? And I don't mean the gender, we're not going to get into that argument. But non-binary thinking is where you've got two dichotomies of like pay on results and retainer, or setup fees and pay on results, and we marry them together. So with this model, it's great for you and it's great for the client. Because it's great for you because, well, you're getting paid up front. So you've got the benefit of setup fees, retainers, and you've got cash in the bank. But then also it's great for the client because you now have a direct incentive and you are held directly accountable to this. Because here's the great thing. Loss aversion is one of the most powerful forms of motivation. So as an agency owner, once you've got that $2,000, that $1,000 in your bank, you don't want to lose it. So you will dance. And you say this to your client. You say, I'm going to be way more motivated to keep that money. And that's why I want to deliver this best result for you. If we just agree that at the end of the month I'm going to get paid, I'm not as motivated to make it work. And trust me, I want it to work, but loss aversion, any business owner should understand this. This is the best way. You can do this over a 30-day time horizon, a 60-day time horizon, or a 90-day time horizon. Anything else pushes it a bit more. But if I was starting an agency, I would probably go into I don't know what niche I'd go into, but I'll use this argument of like coaches and consultants again. I could go to coach consultants, high-ticket coach consultants that sell a package worth more than $5,000 and say to them like, look, over the next 90 days, I'm going to generate you 100 appointments, right? Qualified people in your niche who want to buy from you, $5,000, right? You could charge like $500 per appointment. You could just ramp it up like that. And it works. It works really well. And I know it works because I've actually used this model to build my own agencies, and now I'm sharing it with everyone. So it's kind of out there. But this is the first model that I want to share with you. Best way to do it, okay? So let's imagine actually pitching this in a sales conversation. So this sounds great in theory, but like how the hell do you actually pitch this? Well, all right, Mr. Prospect. Here is how the pricing works. I'm going to promise you 30 appointments, qualified appointments with people in your space per month. That's our guarantee. I'm going to guarantee 30 appointments. Since each customer is worth $500 to you, we value each appointment at $50, giving you 90% value markup on each appointment. This is how you pitch it. So what we're going to do is charge you $1,500 per month plus ad spend, which is going to be separate. I'll explain that later. And that's 30 appointments at $50. So you're basically paying for these appointments. You're paying us $1,500, but really you're not paying us anything. You're paying for the appointments. Does that make sense? Right? So then we have a discrepancy guarantee, which is by far the best bit. For every appointment we miss under 30, we'll refund the difference. We'll refund $50. So if we only generate 25 appointments and miss the mark by 5, we'll refund you $250. This way, you're only actually paying for the appointments, but you don't have the annoyance of being billed every time we generate an appointment. It's the easiest, most predictable, and probably the most risk-free way to actually grow this business. So that's how you pitch it. And business owners love this. And you can do this with leads, appointments, shows, closes. I would just say appointments is probably the best one because it's the easiest to track. But then what might happen is, one objection that I had to handle when I figured out how to handle this one with my agency, when they say, well, what about the appointments that don't show up? Like, am I paying for appointments that just don't turn up that might not be very valuable for them. So what you do is you say, well, that's a really good question, Mr. Prospect. So what we're doing is valuing each appointment at 10% of your product's lifetime value. However, what we should really be doing is charging a 15% lifetime value charge, because then you've got 85% markup on the value of your product. But since we understand that only 60 to 75% of the appointments are going to no-show, we only charge 10%. So basically, like, you're not paying for the no-shows because we've already factored them into the price. So instead of charging you the true market value, we believe, of 15% for the appointments, we only charge 10% because, well, we know that like a third of the people aren't going to show up. And that's me being honest with you. Like every appointment we book you, it's not going to show up. But I want to make sure you understand we're not charging you as much as we could because we know that that's going to happen. So it's already been factored in. You do not have to worry about it. That's how you get around that objection. It's a chef's kiss little way of doing this. Now, the best part is you have concessions. So if they don't want to close on the full upfront fee, you can close them on half the appointment or even 25%. If they're like, well, I don't want to do 30 appointments up front, you can say, well, listen, how about we just do 15 appointments up front and then you pay the other 15 at the end of the month? How does that sound? Bang, easy. Right, so that's model number one, or really that's the first model for like beginners. If you're brand new, wonderful, wonderful way to do business. Perfect incentive alignment, great use of loss aversion, so you're held accountable, easy to sell, easy to position, and but also like makes you feel like you're not screwing people over, because if you charge like a retainer and you don't get the result, you feel bad. But if you're charging per appointment, you don't get the results, or you don't get all the results, you can always refund the difference. Okay, so it's the most flexible way to do it. Model 9 is what I call the Trojan horse retainer. This is another thing that you won't have seen before. Nobody's talking about this. There's nobody teaching this method of doing business, this model. I came up with this one, so it's pretty cool. So the Trojan horse retainer is a great way to sign clients that are on the fence, or if you're just getting started, but you need to make a bold statement to sign people up, okay? So disclaimer, this strategy only really works if you have the bite to actually match the bark. And what I mean by that is you can only do this if you can actually deliver results. So this Trojan horse retainer model is really only reserved for agencies that actually know what they're doing, right? If you actually have a good service. So you can sign up 100 clients on a 60-day commission program, which is how this works. But if you have a really good service, none of them will make it to the retainer. Like, imagine if the actual Trojan horse the Greeks used in Troy was filled with untrained soldiers. There would have been no point in introducing it. So the way the Trojan horse model works is basically we say to the clients, I want you to give me a small setup fee, right, which covers my overheads for the next 2 to 3 months. I'm then going to work on a pure pay and results basis for you for the next 2 to 3 months. After that period of time, I'm going to start charging you a retainer once we've built some rapport and once you love me and once we've got some faith. So basically, it's a Trojan horse. Because the pay and results thing is the Trojan horse, the retainer is actually in there. But unlike in the ancient Greek times, we're actually telling them the soldiers are in the horse, right? They're not just randomly expecting to be a charge of retainer. Trojan horse retainers also make great sales concessions. So if you can't get someone on your regular retainer or your regular setup, you can always fall back on these in a negotiation. So we delay the retainer and we use this to get into the client's business and provide such great results and add so much value that we become effectively irreplaceable. After which point the client has no choice but to pay the retainer, okay? So loss is more powerful than gain. So if you come into someone's business and you really help them and add so much value, they're going to have no problem paying you a retainer. But a lot of these business owners have trust issues, right? So kind of need to bear that in mind. Before I explain, please note this only works if you have A+ service delivery and can actually get your clients results. It's for people who are great at delivering services but suck at getting results, basically. So the workflow is very simple. You approach prospects and you tell them you're willing to work on a pay and results basis. And you're like, hey, John, love what you're doing at John's business, right? Quick idea to run by you, mate. I run a company that partners with businesses like John's business and delivers them growth and customers on a pure commission or pay and results basis. It's a definition of risk-free growth. I was curious to see if you'd be exploring that. No catch, I only profit when you do. Are you open to this idea? Right? Very simple. People are going to bite. Then you get the prospect on the phone and you run through the normal sales script and then wait for them to ask how they can work with you. Now, here's the kicker, right? You want to charge them a setup fee. Do not just do this without charging some sort of setup fee. But the way you position the setup fee is very important. So basically you say the setup fee goes towards your team and any overheads associated with handling their account, making it clear that you as the owner of the business only profit when you do. Now, it's up to you to be honest here. I'm not encouraging you to lie to people. I'm just telling you that one way you can do this is to basically say, well, listen, we need $1,000 up front because that covers my media buying costs and that covers my creative costs because I, as the owner of the business, am willing to work on a pay and results basis and only eat when you do, but I don't expect my team to do the same thing. I'll take the risk, but I don't expect my team to do the risk. So the setup fee is going to cover my overheads for the next couple of months. So I'm not making any profit on that. And then obviously it then rolls out. But Please be honest in business. Don't go lying to people to get customers, but that's how you can do it, okay? Now, then you close them on a commission or pay on results deal for 30 to 90 days, and then proceed to get a setup fee paid. You should then proceed to set up the retainer so that it bills automatically, which is basically like giving the payment a trial period for however long the commission is lasting for. So you set a time frame, you set the expectation, and you set the payment. So like, let's say you say after 60 days, I'm going to start charging you a retainer of $2,000 a month. You get that set up there and then. You go into Stripe, you delay the payment, and that way it's done. The expectation is set. The client has basically paid in their mind. And now all you have to do for the next 2 months is focus on actually getting them really good results. And that way, if you do that, they're going to pay the money because they want to keep you around. They don't want to lose you, okay? Now, alternatively, continue outreaching as you normally would and booking calls for your standard retainer deal or whatever you're doing. But when prospects are on the fence and don't want to buy, then you can open up the Trojan horse option and be like, well, if this is such a good fit, like I don't want to, I don't want this to stand in the way of us. Like, how about we do the Trojan horse thing? So what you can do is you can say to the prospect, like, if you're just trying to do standard retainers, you can keep this in your back pocket. Because if they're like, oh, I don't want to do like the retainer, you can say, well, Mr. Prospect, this is just simply too good to be true. Like, you're such a good fit for us and I do not want money to stand in the way. Can I present an opportunity to you that might remove the risk? They'll say yes, you then position the Trojan horse retainer. Some frequently asked questions for this. So the first thing people usually ask is, well, how do I justify the setup fee if the prospect is expecting a commission-based relationship? Well, you tell them that whilst you're having to have some skin in the game, so do they. You can't go completing hours and hours of setup work with no tangible commitment from the client. And at the same time, you have a team to pay. As the owner of the agency, you're comfortable providing a pay on results basis, but you want to make sure your team can put food on the table. This is easily overcome with some decent objection handling. How do I justify the retainers to the client after the commission-based period is finished, right? Well, you don't have to because your results will. If you clearly set expectations from the get-go that the retainer is tied into the deal, the client won't get angry and you can start charging them. If they try to negotiate, like just one more week or one more month before the retainer kicks in, just tell them no and set the terms. It helps to get a contract docu-signed to this effect. The contract doesn't have to be anything fancy, just something that clearly states the terms and a time frame and amount at which the retainer will be introduced and how it will be charged. Now, I can't give you a contract, unfortunately, because I'm not a lawyer and I don't like the idea of giving 10,000 people an SMMA contract and then for one person to be stupid enough to get sued and then for that person to come to me and say, hey, this is your agreement, so I'm actually going to sue you for me being sued. I don't know if that's a thing, but I'm not risking it, so sorry about that. How do I go about asking for the payment after the grace period? Once again, you don't have to ask for the retainer or the payment because it should already be set up with an automatic billing system or software. Simple. So here's a script for when the client asks how they can move forward. So the client's like, all right, kind of sounds good. How does it work? You say, well, as you know, we work on a pay-per-appointment basis, and we do this to demonstrate insane levels of confidence in our service and to make you working with us feel as comfortable as possible. For long-term consistency, we do charge clients retainers, but for the first 60 days, we'll deliver everything on the pay-per-appointment basis, and then we're going to charge $50 per appointment for this. After the 60 days, we're going to introduce a monthly retainer of $2,000 a month, and the commission is this, right? You can make that up, whatever you want. We do require a setup fee. Now, I know this might come as a bit of a surprise, but we have to get some level of demonstration of commitment from clients because the thing with the setup fee is we have costs associated with running your account. So the setup fee is used to cover the overheads associated with handling your account without us having to charge you a monthly retainer. After all, I'm happy to front the risk as the owner of the agency, but I don't expect my team to do the same thing. So this setup fee is going to go into their pocket, not mine. The setup fee is $2,000. However, what we found is that clients who make decisions quickly tend to be the best ones. So if you move forward today, it's only $1,500, right? You can play around with this. I have signed hundreds of different clients with all these different models, and these are sales scripts that I've used exact like the word for word, so you can sort of use some inspiration and take them. Unless you're in the gym niche, because I think I probably pitched like near enough everyone in the gym niche. So just bear that in mind. So now let me share something with you. I came up with this idea 5 years ago, and I've always kept it under wraps for fear of sharing it and losing an advantage that I may one day need. But then I realized that, you know what, a man only needs so much money. You don't, once you get to a certain point, it's fair enough to share with people. Even if I do this in myself, it's a very clever way of doing business. But this is like advanced level 99 plus mafia boss stuff, right? So this is called the market pays model, which I've created, and it's really interesting. Okay. Now I am not recommending that you do this if you are a beginner agency owner. This will go wrong, right? I ran my agency for like 2 years before I started experimenting with this. It started working and then COVID hit and then I transitioned to Imperium. So I never really got the chance to actually see this flourish, but I think it can work. So I'm going to share it with you today, but heed my advice that if you're new to the business, please do not use this model, okay? It won't work for you. So this model is one of the biggest strokes of genius I've had in my 8 years as an entrepreneur. Note, this is not a proven model with a stellar track record. This is a wild card. This is for veterans who really understand the market and want to use their expertise to get a big advantage in the market. So this is not like your standard pay-per-show, pay-per-appointment, pay-per-lead retainer model that thousands of agencies have been using for years on end. Nobody has ever done this before. Now, I did it for about 6 months and I got to 6 figures with it. So I know it works, but that's just me, right? Now, I'm not saying that I'm the be-all end-all of business and it's only the reason it worked is because of me. That's not true entirely. That's not true at all. But the point here is this hasn't got that track record that we would see with other models, right? You could say the same thing with the Trojan horse retainer and also with the upfront result and discrepancy guarantee model. But these are just repackaged offers that already work, right? These are just models that like already are proven and work, but just repackaging them so the incentive structure, the risk, and the reward is better for everyone. So that's fine. But with this, very different kettle of fish. So here's how it works, right? It's kind of cool. I like it. So what you do is you enter a niche that has an abundance of lead magnets, right? Things that businesses can give away that have little to no cost that the market would typically exchange for leads. So we know what a lead magnet is like. If you're in the gym niche, 7-day free trial, 3 like group classes for free, a t-shirt, a consulting session, a nutrition session, whatever. What you then do is you repackage the lead magnets using your big marketing brain into a low ticket paid offer and you sell it through a funnel. So you sell the low ticket paid offer via a funnel. And this is where e-commerce meets lead gen. So this is another non-binary thinking fusion. You know those fusion restaurants where you go and they've got like an Italian place and they've also got like a place from Lebanon, Lebanese food, and they put them together and it's just the best thing you ever had. This is a fusion model, right? This combines 2 really good things. What you do is you use your Stripe, and then the way this works, you sell these low ticket offers to the people in the market, right, around 5 kilometers around the gym, 10 kilometers around the gym, or whatever business you're in. But you use your Stripe. So what happens is the prospects for your client pay for this low ticket offer, which could be like a free trial or a small paid trial. And then you use your Stripe. So you collect the money from the market. And then what you then do, step 4, is you pass the details of the person who's just purchased onto the client as a lead. So what happens is you're being paid by the market. You're not getting paid. Your client isn't paying you. Essentially, your client is getting free leads. And this is why this model is insane. Because, okay, so the client is going to have to pay for the ad spend, right? That kind of goes without saying. But they're not paying you anything because you're getting paid from the market, right? So the client gets leads, the agency gets paid, and the market gets value. Now, I experimented with this in the gym niche. I started seeing some results. Like I said, I got it to 6 figures. So I experimented with this in the gym niche. Like I said, I managed to get this to 6 figures. But then COVID hit and I started Imperium. So I know this works, but it's a very, 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 very hard model. It's a very unique model because you have to be really good at marketing. So it took me a long time to actually get getting clients was it's so easy. Because you go to them and you say, hey, I want to run your ads for you, but you're not going to pay me anything. I'm going to sell low ticket offers for you, receive the money from that, and then you're going to get the leads. There's a very specific way of positioning it that I won't go into now because I want people to think for themselves here. And I don't want to give the exact way I did it away because then we're going to have this like monkey see, monkey do thing. But boy, was this fun to build. Okay. So how it works is you take a series of lead magnets, and standalone, typically the lead magnets don't hold enough value to be considered worthy of like a low ticket price. I don't know, let's take the gym niche. Like you're not going to have much luck selling a 7-day pass for $20 because so many people give them away for free. So you kind of have to bolt more stuff on. So when I was in the gym space doing this, I would bolt in like a fitness planning session, which was a consulting session, like that gyms would give away for free anyway. A nutrition session, which gyms would mostly give away for free anyway. I'd give away a 7-day or 10-day pass, and then like a t-shirt, some free classes. And the way I positioned it is it was like a bundle. I'm like, hey, this is a beginner's fitness bundle. If you're thinking about getting into the gym and you want to start losing weight, getting fit, and starting to become the best version of yourself possible, this product is for you. It's $20, and it basically gives you this kickstart to actually getting yourself started, getting yourself in the gym, and giving you the confidence to start working out. So you're selling a bundle, and people then buy that for $20. And my Stripe would basically just be attached to this funnel. And then someone would like buy it through like an e-commerce sort of funnel attached to the gym's website sometimes. I would then receive the $20 and then I'd say to the gym, hey, this person just bought this bundle. Here's their phone number. Here's their thing. Here's this. And the gym would love it because the gym was getting people to come in for consultations, right? Because I'm like, part of this bundle is like someone's getting a consultation. They're getting a fitness planning session, which is like basically the gym selling them the service, right? Selling them the membership. So gyms would love this because these people are actually going to show up because like they've paid for it. They've paid $20, so they're going to show up. So they're going to use the pass, they're going to use the nutrition session, they're going to wear the t-shirt, they're going to show up, right? It's a cool way of doing it. You can look at this like a pyramid. The agency gets paid, the market gets value, and the client basically gets free leads. And this is the thing, because if you remember at the beginning, we understand that the agency and the client want two things. The agency wants high reward, low risk, and the client wants high reward and low risk. But the market pays model removes the risk for the agency and gives the agency the reward, but then it also removes the risk for the client and gives the client the reward. So the market's the sucker, but it's not the sucker because it's getting value. So this is how you marry the incentives. This video here might seem like I've just banged this one out in an hour, but this is the result of like 8 years of thinking and critically analyzing the market and trying to figure out the best models. So examples, right? This is some stuff you could do with the gym niche. Let's say you're in the dental niche, you could probably there's all sorts of things you could put into a little bundle to get people to buy online. And hair salons. Now, I have no idea. And hair salons, I don't know what you would do for hair salons, but I feel like the beauty sort of brick and mortar beauty niche would be pretty good for this as well. But this model's only going to work in specific niches, right? For example, there ain't no way in hell someone's paying $20 for a solar quote or a real estate valuation. So if you're in like the real estate niche or the solar niche or the plumbing niche, the electrician niche, HVAC niche, they don't really have any lead magnets that at least would, if bundled together, would have the market perceive enough value to pay money for them. But you also have to bear in mind here, this is now like, if you do this, you're now doing e-commerce and lead gen at the same time because you have to learn how to build like a really trustworthy funnel and like you need to do a lot of retargeting and stuff. So yeah, it's kind of cool. So in summary, balancing incentives and risk. So your job when deciding your business model and what sort of value you intend to offer is to manage the dichotomy between what is best for you and what is best for your clients. Offers that are best for your clients are easy to sell but hard to deliver or hard to track. And models that are best for you are easy to deliver but very hard to sell. So we have this problem where it's like, if I do retainers, it's hard to sell but it's easy to make money. But if I do pay per close, it's very easy to sell but hard to make money. So we have to find a nice, happy middle ground. And I think that's what we can do with either the market pays model or the Trojan horse retainer or the upfront result and discrepancy guarantee model as well. This is basically what it looks like. You're basically sacrificing something. You have to sacrifice between ease of acquisition and ease of retention, okay? And that's kind of how it works. Now, my favorite strategy here is to have offers that are insane and then basically figure out how to deliver on them. So I have like a pay-per-close offer, clients, we basically guarantee 20 clients. And if someone doesn't get 20 clients, we refund them and give them back all their money. So this is for agency owners, coach consultants. I'm not trying to pitch you, but I'm telling you what has worked for me. That's a pretty bold statement. But the thing is we've signed hundreds of clients for that offer, thousands nearly, and not one person has asked for their money back because we've actually figured out how to deliver that promise, right? So there's levels to it, but you can do it. This is the summary, right? So what's best for the agency? What's best for the client? Well, retainer and pay per lead are going to be over here. Setup fee and result, Trojan horse retainer, sort of in the middle. Upfront result and discrepancy guarantee and market pays are obviously really good for the client. And also these are really good for the agency, but I just thought putting them here is kind of good. Then we have pay per appointment, pay per show, percentage revenue share, and obviously the free trial, which we should avoid. So just because something's easy to sell doesn't mean it's a good model. And just because something is easy to deliver doesn't mean it's a good model. So the summary of this entire video is I promise to tell you what's the easiest model? What's the best model? Well, the best or easiest model is the one that fits the criteria that both you and the client are optimizing for. And in my opinion, the two best ones are the upfront result and discrepancy guarantee model and the Trojan horse retainer model. I think those are the two best ones right now. And also market pays. Market pays only really works if you can figure it out. And I'm going to bet my buck that only 1% of people that watch this video are actually going to be able to figure it out because it took me a very long time and it was pretty painful to figure. So there's the summary, best model, 7 stages of value, etc., etc. I hope you found this video very useful. If you did, then by all means you can subscribe. If you need help getting more clients, you can click the first link in the description. If you're not ready to be sold or buy something, please don't click the link. But the link is basically a video of me pitching my product and explaining to you how I can help you get more clients. I make these videos because I wish I had someone tell me this sort of stuff when I was 18 years old, 19 years old, trying to start my first business. But I also make them because I have a vested interest of growing my own company. So I hope you don't mind me trying to sell you something and pitch you something here. But with that done, if you want clients, there's a link. I don't really care if you click it or not. I just care that you implement this and actually find some value. But I hope you have a wonderful day, and thank you for watching. The first thing I want you to understand is that people think that SMMA can only work in the big niches, right? They think that you have to be in real estate or dental or chiro or solar or roofing or ecom, one of the big household names. The truth is that you don't have to be in a huge, popular niche to grow and scale. I've seen people do it in the weirdest, unique, and wackiest niches possible, so it's entirely possible. So what I actually want to do to sort of frame this conversation before we dive in is give you 75 different niches that you can pick from, okay? 75 proven business categories that you can go in that have a problem with marketing, and you can solve that problem for them there. So if you head over to this Google Doc here, you'll find 75 different niches you can just have a look through. So I want to start by just giving you some action off the rip immediately, okay? I want you to look through this list and write down the ones that jump out to you as interesting or familiar. So you're going to go through these 75 different niches, and if you're still in that niche selection mode, or if you're in a niche and you think that your niche isn't that good and you want to switch, then I want you to just write down a list. I want you to put 5 or more businesses or business categories, pen and paper. Let's take some action off the bat. We'll take some action immediately. And if you want to make a more extensive list, you can actually check this out. Here we've got over 4,000 business categories, right? So really there's no real limit to how many categories of business there is. But if you haven't, if you've gone through 75 niches and you think, oh, I'd like to just look a little bit further afield, well, this is basically the Google My Business categories list, okay? And you've got basically everything here. I mean, for example, if you really wanted to do marketing for adult DVD stores, you could, right? But might be a little bit weird. Maybe you're interested in that. I don't know. I don't even know who buys DVDs anymore, let alone adult ones. But without further ado, obviously in here, you're not going to do marketing for abbeys, right? We're not trying to do advertising for the church or anything. But really, if you look through here, party, temple, there's going to be some weird ones. But this should give you some inspiration and some ideas. It's a very, very divergent way of thinking. Plenty of different niches for you to pick from. And obviously some of them are weird, like pain control clinic, for example. I don't know how many pain control clinics there are in the world. Most people just take some paracetamol these days, but you never know. Maybe there's loads of them, and maybe that they need help with marketing and there's nobody to serve them. So there's lots of different examples, but the main thing I want you to do off the bat within the first 2 minutes of this video is make a list of 5 different niches that interest you. The key here is interest and familiarity. Something that you might already slightly understand, something that you might be curious about, something that you just think, oh, that looks kind of cool. Make a list. So what we're now going to do is go through the actual checklist of how to select. So before, I've got lots of stuff I'm going to share with you in this video. So much stuff coming up with regards to the best niches, the worst niches, when you should switch niche, like how to deal with saturated niches. I've got this amazing strategy to share with you. You're going to love it. Look at my YouTube retention, aren't I? Am I not good at this? But I'm going to run you through a checklist for actually selecting the niche. So you should now have, at this point, 5 niches. If you're the kind of person that is watching this YouTube video and you haven't taken the liberty to just do that 5 minutes of work I just set you, how the hell are you going to build a business, man? So if you haven't got a list of 5 niches and you're just watching this for theory because you want to learn, as far as I'm concerned, you can leave. Okay, I only want people here who are taking action, who are basically ready to move. Okay, so let's take some action. All right, Imperium niche selection checklist. So this is actually the checklist that I use to pick my niches, or if I was starting an agency, this is exactly how I would do it. It's how I reckon all of my clients do it, etc., etc. So we've got keystone questions and we've got general questions. So the keystone questions are the ones so readily highlighted in orange. All of these must be ticked. If you can't tick all of these boxes for your niches that you've selected or that you've listed out, you cannot run in the niche, okay? So it's very important you understand this. So right now, you got your 5 to 10 niches, and what we're going to do is we're going to use this simple standard operating procedure or simple model to figure out which ones are viable and which ones aren't. So we've got 10 or whatever niches you're interested in. We're going to do this exercise and narrow down the ones that are probably the most applicable. Because the problem I see people doing at the moment, they just fall into a niche by chance. They don't really pick anything. They don't think it through. They don't critically analyze it. They don't even have a list of things they can pick from. They're just like, oh, monkey see, monkey do. A lot of people just fall into the niche because they see an influencer or a friend of theirs doing the same thing and they think, oh, I'll just do that. We want to have good initial conditions. So general questions, all of these don't have to be ticked, but you want to try and tick as many as you can. So this is basically how we qualify whether or not a niche is good. So the checklist is simple. First things first, does the niche need what you're selling? So you've got your list, right? And now we're going to go from item number 1. So maybe at the top of the list, you've got funeral directors, right? Maybe that's what you're interested in for whatever reason, you strange man, strange woman. But you're going to look at that niche and we're going to ask, well, does this niche actually need what you're selling? The thing about funeral directors, staying on topic here, is they probably don't need what you're selling because there's a lot of supply. Okay, I'm going to shut up. So, does the niche need what you're selling? Okay, because here's the thing. If the niche doesn't have a painful problem to solve, they won't purchase from you. Pain drives client acquisition. For example, a client of mine recently went into veterinary practices, but 90% of them didn't need the help getting customers. And it turned out after like 1,000 outreaches that the most common response she was getting to her emails and her cold calls was, I don't need more customers, I need more vets. Right? In the US, there's actually like, it turns out there's actually like a lack of qualified vets. So maybe there's an agency you start, maybe like, you know, I'll teach you how to become a vet, or you go to veterinary practices and you do recruitment for them. And this is the thing about the agency space, is you don't have to start a marketing agency. There's so many other like services that you could fulfill. So if there's a fantastic niche with a super painful problem, you can always figure out how to solve it. And your skill set at present shouldn't be a massive concern. Creating your product around your market is a better idea than creating your market around your product. So this is the thing. When you're selecting a niche and when you're selecting an offer, you need to be very careful that you're not biasing yourself, because the market sets the conditions for what works and what wins. You do not. And so when you're building your business and your product and your offer, you want to build that around what the market needs. But if you try to pick a market based on what you already have, you're hugely limiting yourself. The entire trajectory of your business is limited by who you currently are. And you're probably not in the best of places right now in terms of like your skill set, your belief systems, the assets you have psychologically. And so it makes more sense to base your business around your market than yourself, okay? So when you're looking at these niches and you're thinking like, oh, I'd love to work with this type of business, or I'd love to work with this type of business, but I don't know how to solve the problem, that doesn't matter, because skills can be developed. And trust me, it's more important to be in a market that supports business growth and that is growing. You want to fit yourself to the market instead of trying to fit the market to you. Does the market, the people your niche operate in, actually need what the niche is selling? Does the market have pain that can be alleviated? So we asked this question again, but this time about the niche. So for example, if you're in the gym space in America, a lot of people need to go to the gym, right? No offense if you're from America, but it's a fact, right? But at the same time, let's say that you want to go into the niche of, I don't know, like underwater basket weaving is an example that comes to mind for some very strange reason. Does anyone actually need underwater basket weaving advice? Probably not, right? Unless they've got a screw loose. So you don't want to go into that space because, well, it might be interesting to you, but who the hell needs underwater basket weaving? Right. Is the niche growing? Are more businesses or people entering this market and being created, or is the niche shrinking? The market must be expanding for you to have a long-term shot at success. If the market dies, so do you. So the niche needs to be growing. The market needs to be expanding, because if the market is shrinking, you're going to shrink with it. Can this niche afford high ticket prices? Does the niche make enough money to afford high ticket prices? Can they readily invest in value at a high price? To find out if they can, look no further than the prices of your biggest and most successful competitor. For example, cafes. If you're going to help like small artisan cafes in the UK, they don't make that much money. They're not going to be able to pay big retainers or anything like that. Generally speaking, it's probably not a good idea. The next thing is, are you interested in this niche? Because I've got news for you, mate. You're going to be spending thousands of hours, thousands of days in this niche, tens of thousands of hours even, working with these people, solving their problems. Do you actually find it interesting? This is an important question to ask yourself. This is not a keystone question, because you don't need to be interested in it to scale, right? There's lots of people who have businesses that they run and they become very successful without really any interest in what they do at all. But this is probably the most important general question. If you're not interested in the niche, kind of difficult, you're going to struggle a lot. Are there more than 30,000 people in this niche? Is the niche large enough to support growth? Here's the thing, you're going to have big trouble running ads or building any sort of audience if there's only a few hundred people in your niche. This only applies if you want your business to grow beyond 10K a month. So if you actually want to build a real enterprise, you can get to like multi-six figures probably with outbound. But if you want to get to 7 figures and beyond, you're going to have to run ads, you're going to have to build an audience. Well, you can't really run ads if you've got a tiny market, and also you can't really build an audience because there's no one to even look at you. So it's important you understand that there's more than 30,000 people. Once again, it's not essential. I've seen people grow agencies to 80K a month with a person, like a 3,000 person niche, but just consider it, okay? So will you already have competitors in this niche? Contrary to popular belief, competition is actually a good thing because it indicates a sign of life. So imagine being a fish picking a pond to live in? Well, you'd rather pick a pond with other successful fish that are already alive because, well, this is going to indicate that the water isn't toxic and there's plenty of food. So when people are looking at niches, a lot of them are thinking like, oh, I want a niche with no competition. I want a niche where it's a blue ocean and nobody exists. The problem with those niches is like, there's no proof that you can even make it work. There's no example, there's no sign of life. And it's important that, you know, when you're going into a niche that you know that it's possible for it to work. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't necessarily look for niches that have low competition, but I'm saying that it's a pretty imperative thing to look for. Are the offers in this niche realistic for you to compete with after 3 months of work? The thing about this is when you're looking at the offers your competition are making, you can learn how to create services that allow you to offer a similar thing, but it's pretty imperative that it's not irrational, right? So for example, in the done for you e-commerce marketing niche, to get clients, you need to promise a 5x ROAS or a 30% growth in revenue in 30 days. It's got to the point of irrationality, right? It doesn't make sense anymore. And if you're coming into this niche as a complete beginner, you're not going to be able to compete with that. Does this niche give your business a minimal operational drag multiplier? What this means is, can you deliver the same service every time for this niche? For example, in e-commerce, every business is different because it has a different product, requiring different funnels, different ads. I like niches that are repetitive and predictable and have low operational drag. If you sign one client, you can use the same ads and the same copy and the same scripts and the same funnels and the same processes for another client, if that makes sense. We want this operational drag multiplier to be reduced so that when we're scaling, everything's really simple. We have the same support tickets, we have the same onboarding process, the same payment links, etc., etc. So the next one is, can people in this niche be easily found and contacted? Can you quickly and easily find the contact information of the people in this niche in order to reach out to them to explain your offer? Right, pretty important thing. If you're in a niche and it's impossible to find the people you're looking for, you're probably not going to be able to make it work. If B2B, do you care about the impact of the work of the people in this niche? Or does it conflict with your personal morals? If helping businesses or selling a person something, ask whether or not you care about the impact of their work. For example, I loved working with gyms because I knew I was introducing thousands of people to fitness and healthier living. It got me up in the morning. But I've had clients before who go into like the plastic surgery niche and then they realize they don't like Kylie Jenner and they don't want people to be they don't want people to get plastic surgery because they feel like it's, you know, whatever. Now I don't really swing either way on that argument, but the point is that if you're in a niche where you feel like you're doing the wrong thing morally by being in that niche and promoting what that business has to offer, you're probably going to self-sabotage, okay? So just bear that in mind. Does the niche hang out on online social media platforms? Because that way we can use inbound social platforms to get appointments, or outbound. Does the niche have a gatekeeper to screen all outbound contact attempts? A lot of your success in the early days is determined on your ability to get hold of the decision maker through cold email, cold call, cold DM, etc., etc. If you're reaching out to people but you keep finding that they've just got someone in the way, it's a big problem. Do you understand this niche, or could you get to grips with it quickly? And do you speak the language of this niche, or could you get to grips with it quickly? For example, let's say you want to help fintech startups, like financial technology startups. Probably going to take you quite a long time to learn the jargon and the ins and outs of that niche because it's pretty complicated. If you're looking for this checklist, you can go in the description and you'll find the actual how to pick a niche document in there. But what I want you to do is I want you to run through this checklist for all these niches, right? So you've got 5 to 10 that you've selected from this huge array. What we're going to do at this point is basically select. So selection is now very simple. Just pick the one with the most boxes ticked. Okay, it's not difficult. The problem with niche selection is people paralyze themselves. There's no such thing as a perfect niche. They all have their problems, they all have their difficulties, they all have their advantages, they all have their disadvantages. But the biggest disadvantage in your agency is not having a niche. And the biggest disadvantage is wasting time picking one. I'm hoping that in just the first 20 minutes, whatever, of this video, I've been able to solve this problem for you. You've got the checklist. We know which ones are going to be good because we've checklisted this against thousands of agencies that I've observed, and now you're successful, or at least you're set up to be. Just pick. You've got your list, you've got your checkboxes, and you should now know which one's best. So right now, in this moment, here and now, I want you to select your niche. And the problem is you're probably looking at some of the niches and thinking, but Charlie, that niche is too saturated. Well, I've got some news for you. I've got a surprise for you. I'm going to share a strategy that I've used to build my businesses and get clients, regardless of how saturated or populated the niche may be. Because this is the problem. There's one of the biggest mistakes agency owners make when they select a niche is they're looking for the easy niche. They're looking for this, saturated niche. And I know this is true because this is exactly why I've titled the video the way I've titled it, with looking for easy niches and the best niches and stuff. I'm going to share some ideas with you. Let's get into it. You might be thinking, well, I'm not going to go with gyms, or I'm not going to go with this niche because it's saturated. The truth is that whether or not a niche is good or not doesn't matter in any way, shape or form on how many people are in there. Whether or not a niche is good depends on the checklist. Because the thing about saturation is it's always going to exist to a degree. There's always going to be people coming in and out of the niche. So it's a variable that we can't account for. But let's get into it. So an important lesson in critical thinking now applies. Niches cannot saturate. They are not sponges. Niches cannot saturate. For a niche to saturate, all of the businesses in that niche would have to suddenly wake up and have their problem solved overnight. For as long as a problem exists in the market, there is demand. And for as long as there is demand, it is going to be profitable to supply. Because of this, niches do not saturate. This is so important. The saturation myth is one of the biggest psychological belief viruses of this SMMA space. Niches cannot saturate. Like, let's say you're in the gym niche, and then suddenly one morning you wake up and every single gym is now getting members. There's no problem with acquisition for gyms ever. Well, then the niche has become saturated. Because saturation, in my opinion, for a niche is determined by whether or not the problem has already been solved. For example, if you're going to start an e-commerce brand, I would say e-commerce is kind of saturated because Amazon's already solved the problems of the e-commerce space, which is the biggest selection of products at the cheapest price with the fastest shipping. So if you can't come in and compete with that, probably not worth doing, which is why I didn't start an e-commerce business, which is why I started a business, agency or consulting business. So why do people keep saying this niche is saturated, or why do they run into problems getting clients in heavily populated niches? Well, let me explain. It's going to blow your mind. Offers and stimuli can saturate. So this is where it gets important. We have to learn to differentiate between what a market is and what a position is. So in business, we have a market, which is your niche, and we have a position, which is essentially your offer, right? So the offer is the way your solution to the prospect's problem is positioned against other solutions in your market. Offer is positioning. It's manipulating and influencing the market's perception of your product in a way that is conducive to the decision to buy. Okay? So let me give you an example here. Let's say you go to a mall. There's a bunch of stores and they all sell the same thing. The way the shops position themselves is going to be different. Either the way they've positioned their brand, the way they've positioned their website, their social media, the actual storefront itself, like it looks different to the other shop, if that makes sense. So in business, positions are the things that saturate. If your mind's jumping somewhere dirty, it better not be. But positions, right? Offers, these saturate. The market, if there's a problem, there will always be profitability in supplying that problem and supplying the demand. The way that you go about doing that and the way that your agency is positioned can saturate. Let me explain. So stimuli are tangible, typically digital assets that are shown to humans in your market to elicit a response. For example, cold email copy, follow-up gifts, ad creative, subject lines, YouTube thumbnails. These can also saturate. So we've got offers, which we know is just the way of positioning the business and the product. And by the way, you always position yourself against something else. It's not, you never just stand alone. It's always against like something else. But stimuli are things you use to get clients, right? So cold emails, like if I flash a stimulus to you and you do a response, that's kind of how it works. So the phenomenon of saturation is experienced by agency owners who use the same copy, the same messaging, the same offers, and the same acquisition strategies or processes as all the other agencies in their niche. Niche saturation is the biggest method of cope available to agency owners these days. If their business isn't working, they'll blame the niche instead of blaming their insufficiencies and lack of skills. Do not be one of these people, all right? Maybe up until now, you haven't understood this. And maybe you've been like, oh, my agency isn't growing because the niche is saturated. There's too many people in the niche. It's too overpopulated. It's too overdone. Let me explain this. So in the gym niche, there's about 70,000 gyms, 80,000 gyms maybe now across the US, Canada, and the UK. And Gym Launch, I believe at their peak, had anywhere between like 4,000 to 6,000 clients, they were the biggest gym consulting space. And we were up against them at NorthFlow Consulting, so that was where our agency lied. But here's the thing, the biggest competitor, Gym Launch, this big scary competitor, they only signed 4,000 clients. Out of 80,000 gyms, that's like 5% of the market. This is the beautiful thing about these agency spaces and these consulting spaces, is the markets are so big, our business models cannot scale that aggressively. And for that reason, there can never be monopoly. It can never be like Amazon or like a car company or like a tech company where you're selling something, you know, that scales massively. Like even me, I'm in the agency space, right? And in the last 2 years, I've signed like, I don't know, like 1,200, 1,500 clients maybe. And I know for a fact there's like 50 to 100,000 agency owners. So people who want to compete with me look at me and think, oh, I can't compete with him. But the truth is that I'm not even encapsulating on like 2 to 3 to 5% of the market. And if you want to get to 10 grand a month or even 100 grand a month, usually you only need like 0.01% of the entire market share. There's 100,000 businesses in your niche and you want to get to 10K a month, you only need 10 clients. It's like 0.001%, 0.0001%, whatever it is. Don't worry about saturation. For as long as the niche has a problem that needs to be solved, the niche is viable. Now, let me share with you my strategy to help you deal with saturated offers and saturated positions within niches. This is going to blow your mind. So, populated niche, best strategy. Believe it or not, I love niches that have saturated offers and messages. They're my favorite niches to be in. I have a strategy for these niches. And the beautiful thing about this is the more populated these niches are, the better this strategy works. This is the cornerstone of my success. As you've probably observed, there is a distinct lack of critical thinking and differentiation in the SMMA space. Everyone wants the easy copy and pastable route. So we can understand that human nature is very predictable. People want the easy route. They don't want to have to think, they don't want to have to risk, they don't want to have to fear, they just want to be able to come in and copy and paste. And that's why these YouTube videos do so well. Like the videos you see where it's like my cold calling script or the best niche to go into, or this is the best offer. Like people want these shiny objects. They think their entire business is going to be solved by, and sometimes it can be, but let's get into it. So the market has a problem. They want to work with an agency to solve this problem. This is the thing people don't get. If you're in a niche and the businesses in that niche have a genuine painful problem, they want that problem to be solved. And they will happily pay money to have that problem solved. The problem is, how do they know which agency to pick? They all have the same offer, promising the same result, in the same time frame, with the same wording, and they all use the same sales script. They all use the same cold email copy with the same cold call opener. Newsflash, mate, you're not the first person to watch Thomas Garnett's cold calling video. You don't exist on your own. There's tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people just like you who are all jumping to the same conclusions. So when you go and watch Jordan Platten's agency series, shout out to Jordan, by the way. He's much more handsome than me. I quite like him. But when you go and watch his series, starting an agency from scratch that gets 200,000 views a video, and he decides to go into, I don't know which niche he went into, but he decides to go into one niche, you're not the only person that thinks that might be a good idea. Important lesson in critical thinking. You do not exist in a silo. There's hundreds of thousands of people just like you, and if you think a certain way, they're going to think the same way as well. So whether you get clients or not is down to pure luck if you're in this position. And the more populated the niche, the lower the chances are. So let me explain my strategy. This box represents the market, a niche. The red people represent the agencies in the market. As you can see, it's hard to differentiate between them. They all look the same. So if we were to sort of put a magnifying glass or a telescope or whatever on a niche and sort of drill down and observe it, this is what we would see. We would see everyone doing the same thing with the same sort of structure. They look the same because they are the same. They have the same business genetics. Same offer, same messaging, same script, same website, same funnel, same desperate approach. In farming, this is called monoculture. And monoculture is dangerous. It's how famines happen. If you want to understand the dangers of monoculture, just Google what happened in Ireland in 1845. And you'll be educated on the dangers of basically when everything is the same. So in biology, right, you can understand the niche as a market. If you look biologically at how things work, we've got like the environment, which is the niche, and inside of the environment you've got species and you've got organisms. And the same thing works in business, where you've got the environment as a niche, but then the species and the organisms are the businesses that exist inside that niche. If they all have the same strand of DNA, they all have the same genetic code, they're extremely fragile to change. And they're going to be completely ruined. As more and more people gravitate towards the niche, the agencies all merge into one. This is honestly how it works, man. Like at least agencies that are simply copy and paste replicas of other agencies in that niche. So what we can see here is we've got, some people in this niche, they all look pretty similar. But then if we double up on that, it's even worse. But this is good. The larger the sea of red, the more you can stand out by being different. If you can critically think and position yourself slightly differently, you can stand out even more. Notice how we have a magenta man over here. This is an agency that might be very similar, if anything, to all the red people, but is slightly different because the market is so crowded, he stands out even more. Everyone's red. If you're red, you're going to do what everybody else is doing, get what everyone else has. It's not going to work. But if you're still red, but a slightly different shade of red, you stand out. Now, look at the difference. Let's say this is a saturation, there's 10,000 agencies in the niche. But then here it says 20,000 agencies in the niche. What you'll notice is there's a contrast here where Magenta Man, you can kind of distinguish him from the red here. If I zoom in, you can kind of distinguish him from the red. He looks like a slightly different shade. But the more people that pile into the niche, the more different this person looks. Differentiation, it gets better with the scale of the niche, if that makes sense. So you can, the more saturated your niche and the more populated the niche, the less different you have to be to seem different. Does that make sense? And that's amplified, hopefully, by my terrible drawing here. But my point is that here, the niche is obviously quite populated, so you can be different and stand out. But here, the niche is really populated, but just by being the same level of difference, you stand out even more because there's now a point of contrast. So look how, if we double the number of similar agencies in the market, the magenta man stands out even more. Examples of being a magenta man, like Sigma man. We want to be a magenta man. It's going to become like a meme or something. Well, it probably won't become a meme. I'm not actually that cool. But examples of being a magenta man, simply rewording the approach you use that you learned from a popular YouTuber, or making small minor changes to improve an offer. Let's say that you've seen Thomas Gannett's famous cold calling video. It's like 600k views. His cold call opener is, hey, my name's Thomas. This is a cold call. Would you like to hang up now or give me 30 seconds and then decide? Newsflash, Thomas actually got that from me, and I actually got that from someone else. So I can't lay credit to that, unfortunately. But here's the thing. It's out in the open. 600,000 people have seen that message. A lot of whom are going to be in your niche trying to sell to the same people. For example, instead of saying, this is a cold call, would you like to hang up now or give me 30 seconds and then decide? To be a magenta man would be to say, I got to be honest, my mum told me not to lie. I'm cold calling you. Now, would you rather put the phone down or hear my incredible sales pitch? You're saying the same thing, but just slightly differently. So this is what it means to be magenta in a sea of red. It's along the same lines, and you're basically saying the same words and you're asking in the same way. You've tweaked it ever so slightly. And the more saturated the niche and the more populated the niche, the less of a tweak you need to have to seem different. So let's say right now that everyone in your niche is offering, like in the gym niche, 30 to 90 members in the next 30 days. Or maybe you just offer 31 to 92 members in the next 29 days. It might seem weird and abstract, but this is how you gain advantage, and this is how you start to look different. If you're a business in this niche and you're looking for an agency, who are you going to pick? Because the thing is you can't differentiate between this sea of red. Everyone looks the same. So when you're over here and you look slightly different, you think, oh, he looks different, I'll pick him. By the way, this works in terms of business. It also works in terms of dating as well, right? Now, I'm not going to sit here and try and give you any sort of lecture on dating, but the point is true. If every guy looks the same and they're all behaving in the same way and doing the same thing and whatever, and they all look the same, and then a girl comes along and she's like, who do I want? It's not about being better than people. It's about positioning yourself slightly differently so you actually get their attention. Because most of the time it's just about getting their attention. If you can get their attention, and I'm not talking about dating anymore, I'm talking about business, right? I'm gonna veer away from that dangerous category of speech. Just by standing out, you get their attention, you seem different, then you have the advantage of being able to close them because they're actually on a call with you. Now, my strategy is to take this one step further and to do a complete 180. The strategy I've used to grow my business, Imperium Acquisition, is what I call a complete 180. This is where you look at the market and do the complete opposite to them. A prime example of this is my YouTube description and the start of the pitch video in the funnel from the description. In the description of all my YouTube videos is a link to buy my thing. This is not a pitch, right? But if you read the description and you look at how I've positioned the funnel, and then you click on the link and you go and watch the funnel and listen to the first 15 seconds, it's literally the polar opposite of what everybody else does. Because if you go and watch any other business influencer online trying to sell their product, in their description, it's going to be like, want to get X amount of clients, or find my secret strategy, or join my email list. I just literally say, I hate funnels just as much as you do, but if you want to check it out, check it out. And then the way I position the funnel, and by the way, I will be very much doing this at the end of the video, is I just say, if you want to buy my thing, there's a link in the description. I don't care if you click it or not, and that's the truth. So anyway, enough about that. It's just an example. Some more examples. I noticed the market was offering timid guarantees, so I decided to offer 20 clients. Now, you can only do this with a good product. I noticed the market was obsessed with quantity, volume, and software with outbound. So I handcrafted personalized looms and sent them to prospects. I noticed my market was focused on ads, so I focused on YouTube. I noticed my market was focused on marketing, so I focused on my product. I noticed my market was blindly pitching people in cold DMs, so my strategy for cold DMs was to ask for permission first. I noticed my market was too afraid to use Trustpilot, so I started a Trustpilot and got 400 5-star reviews, and if you want to go and check them out, there's some funny 1-star reviews. One of them broke my heart. Someone wrote a pretty damaging statement about the state of my genitals, which was quite upsetting, but you can go and probably see it if you want. Maybe not that you'd want to, but it was very strange, very weird. Obviously not true, right? But anyway, so you get the point, right? When I came into this business and this niche 2.5 years ago, I took a look at the market and I sat back with Bo, my business partner, and I was like, what's everyone doing? And we were like, well, they're all focused on quantity-based cold emails. They're just blindly pitching people in DMs. They don't want to use Trustpilot because they're afraid of what their customers will say. They're all focused on marketing and running ads, and their products haven't been given much thought. Their guarantees are timid and quite shy and quite afraid. And we were like, well, okay, well, how do we position ourselves differently? Let's just do the polar opposite of what everybody else has done. And that's exactly what we did. And so the 180 strategy, as I call it, allows you to be blue when there's a sea of red. So instead of looking for a blue ocean niche, because this is the thing, blue ocean niche, if you're not familiar, basically means like you're in a niche or a market where there's no competition, there's no competitors, right? Instead of doing that, I prefer to look for blue ocean positioning. By being blue in a red ocean, you achieve the same result than by being red in a blue ocean. So it's a lot easier to be blue in a red ocean than it is to be red in a blue ocean. Because if you're coming into a niche where no one exists, the chances of you finding success in that niche are very slim because there's no proof of concept. There's nothing for you to model off of. The problem with blue ocean niches, which are niches with no one to compete in, is they're not proven, they're dangerous. Imagine being in a pond as a fish. There's probably a reason why there's no fish in there, they're all dead, right? That might not make sense, but you should get the point. You probably don't yet have the ability to become a blue man, but you can take a good crack at being magenta. This is my strategy, and the only reason I'm able to do this is because I've got quite a lot of experience under my belt, and I've been running businesses and I'm doing this for like 7 years, so 8 years nearly, so I'm coming up to a decade of experience, right? So it's easier for me to come in here and look at this swarm of red and be like, all right, I'll just be blue, mate, because I can actually do that. For a lot of people, just by being magenta and slightly different, if we zoom in here, you can see he's not that different. He's not doing something completely wild and completely different, but he's just added his own twist, his own spin. Maybe he's made a joke in his cold email instead of just the heartless thing he usually sends. Instead of doing it through like the website on the Loom, when you have like a Loom that's like a thumbnail, instead of having the website, maybe you just have the LinkedIn profile. Maybe, you actually make a custom thumbnail inside of Canva, just saying, click this video, John Sparrow, whatever your name is, right? Don't know where John Sparrow came from, but you get the point. So that's how to deal with a saturated niche, but I've got more for you. There are more things coming to your way. The biggest niche selection mistakes. Charlie Munger famously says, or probably not very famously, because you probably don't know who he is or what he said, all I want to know in life is where I'm going to die so I don't go there. And what this basically means, I would rather avoid making mistakes than trying to know what the right thing to do is. What we want to do is avoid making these mistakes. So when you're selecting your niche, you want to avoid crowd-based selection. The biggest mistake I see new agency owners make is picking a niche based on the decisions of other people. If a big SMA YouTuber claims a certain niche is best, it immediately becomes the worst. Prime example, med spa niche. Thomas Gannett comes on the scene, starts making videos. He's like, I'm doing this amount of money. By the way, I'm in the med spa niche. He doesn't tell people to join the med spa niche. Oh no, Thomas doesn't even want that to happen. But just by monkey see, monkey do, people are like, oh, Thomas is in the med spa niche, so it must work. And then they forget that there's hundreds of thousands of people or tens of thousands of people watching these videos who are going to jump to the exact same conclusion. And then they're like, oh, my agency's not working. It's like almost as many agencies as there are med spas. Now, I don't know what the med spa place is like, because I actually have clients now in the med spa niche that are getting results and getting appointments. So I think it's kind of going back to normal a little bit. But there was a time, Thomas even made a video on it where the med spa niche was completely ruined. And the same thing is true with anyone who makes a series on like starting an SMA from scratch. Anytime a big SMA YouTuber says, this is the best niche, it immediately becomes the worst niche, because suddenly you get this stupid influx, this completely irrational influx of supply into the market, and demand becomes a problem. Now, if you know how to be a magenta man and, have funk music playing whilst you're in the shower, then maybe you stand a chance. But generally speaking, you're going to be in some trouble. This is the paradox of niche selection advice. What is best now no longer is the best when it's shared with the entire market. It's also why I'm not going to recommend one specific niche in this video. Be irresponsible of me. You'd be lucky if I sat here and said, yes, this is the best niche. Within a week, it would no longer be the best niche. Sure, I could do that, but it wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't help you. It would, if anything, it would do you way more harm than good, because you'd be like, okay, Charlie said need to go into that niche, so I'll go into the niche. And you'd go into it alongside every other idiot that watched the video, and then before you know it, the niche doesn't work anymore. It's the same thing with cold email. These shiny videos that give you tangible examples of what to do or exactly what to say or where to go stop working as soon as they're posted. Bear that in mind. This is why I've never made a video giving you a specific piece of copy or a specific thing. I could have done it, and I could have got hundreds of thousands of views by doing it, but I'm doing the wrong thing by you. Because as soon as I give you like the cold messaging template, and then that is released to like 10, 20,000 people, it stops working. So I would rather teach you how to think, which is why I'm giving you a checklist to think for yourself, so that we can have what is called emergence, right? Emergence is basically a phenomenon in nature. The environment sets the conditions for survival, and then from that, from those conditions, different variables and different variants of genetic code emerge. And that's how strength is built, and that's how a species becomes anti-fragile, because then we have variation, we have adaptability, and that's exactly what I'm trying to create with this YouTube channel, okay? Solo-based selection. The other end of this spectrum is looking for a niche where no other agency exists. This can work, but on a specific condition. So let me give you some examples of some niches you've probably never heard of or considered. Land clearing niche, yacht broker niche, interior design niche, Pilates studios, wellness retreats, painters, right? These are all niches that nobody's ever talked about before. But there's businesses that have a problem with client acquisition in them. But the problem is that there's not enough agencies in there to have proof of concept. Notice how I've given you like 5 or 6. If I just gave one, everyone would hop into the one. So niches like these are better tackled when you have experience under your belt. This is because there are very few proven strategies for acquisition or retention. So like it or not, when you are a new agency owner, you are heavily reliant upon your competitors for inspiration on what works. If you want to know what cold calling works best, or if you want to know what service delivery works best, you're probably just going to look as far as your competitors' ads or your competitors' funnels, or your clients, the competitors' clients, right? But the major niches that have been tried and proven, you can look for your competitors and see what they're doing. Let me give you an example. A client of mine, and I'm not going to mention his name for obvious reasons, he got to 10 grand a month with ecom, and then he was like, Charlie, I hate ecom. And I was like, okay, you've earned the right to switch. So then he switched into a niche that only has 3,000 businesses. It's the most obscure, I'm not going to tell you which one because it would completely ruin his business, but he's in a complete blue ocean. And now he makes 80 grand a month after 6 months. He's the only person in this niche, and he's cracked the code. But that would not have been possible if he didn't learn the generic skills that he would have required to do it properly in an easier niche first. So what you want to do, if you're looking at like building an agency and you want to go into like a weird obscure niche, pick a proven one first. Pick one that is populated, but you know for sure works. Get it to 10 grand a month, learn all the skills required to book appointments, close clients, onboard clients, deliver results, keep clients, and build the business. And then once you develop those skills in a populated niche, you can then go to an unpopulated niche or a bluer ocean with a different level of skill set. Because the problem is like these solo-based selection niches are great, but they're way more challenging because there's no shoulder to lean on. There's no mentor, there's no competition that you can rely on to help you understand what you need to do. You're completely blind. But if you come into this having already built a successful agency to some degree before, you're gonna be way better. This is exactly what I do, is I'd pick a generic niche, I'd battle it out and get to 6 figures, and then if I was really sick of that niche, I'd find an untapped niche and give it a go, because by that time I'm a different person, capable of solving different problems, thinking properly, etc., okay? So now let's talk about migration and exodus, okay? So you know how like in Africa or wherever the hell these things exist, herds of animals will migrate from plane to plane. So a herd will basically herd an area of land abundant in grass, and then when the grass runs out, they'll migrate to somewhere else that has grass. And then when that grass runs out, they'll migrate again, and then again and again, until they eventually end up probably maybe back where they started. The SMMA space works the same, but with niches. Let me hop into Miro to demonstrate. Look at this. So right now, let's say, we've got this niche here, which is super saturated. Like it's super populated to a degree. This could be like the med spa niche, for example. In fact, I can give you an exact example here. This is the med spa niche, for example, right? This is after the rise of Thomas Gannett, tens of thousands of people suddenly go into the med spa niche, and it becomes completely saturated, right? And then over here, we have an agency owner, maybe a YouTuber. Let's take Jordan Platten's series, for example, right? Great series. And he goes into, I can't remember which niche he went into, but he goes into a niche. And then he makes a video, and then suddenly like hundreds of thousands of people view it. Like what happens is he's like, oh, I just signed 10 clients in this niche. It's way easier than med spas. And then what starts to happen here is we start to see a little bit of migration. Some people in the med spa niche, they come over to the new niche, and then they're like, oh my God, this is way easier than I thought. And then they start telling people in this niche. And then what happens before you know it is like half the niche is just completely migrated over here. We've left a few heads behind, but I'm sure you can forgive the simplicity of this example. And then what happens is like, because this niche is still blue and there's still lots of opportunity, these people will then start screaming, oh my God, I'm making all this money, I'm making all this money. And then even more people from this niche come back over into here. It kind of levels out and there's some rationality, right? And then what happens is we get this sort of thing where now what used to be a good niche is now completely just ruined because of all these people. And so what happens is another niche comes along, and then, let's just do this. And then a couple of people from the recent niche are like, you know what, screw this is too difficult, it's too saturated. And then they come along over into here. And then what happens is, they come along and they're like, oh my God, this niche is way easier than this last one. Well, you kind of guessed it. What happens is, a load of people in this niche are like, oh my God, like monkey see, monkey do. I want an easy life. I don't want to think critically, and I want to just follow the crowd. And then they just come over here. So this starts to happen where like there's a very easily influenced portion of the market. 75, 60, 70, 80% of the market, in terms of agency owners, work and behave and think like this. And what happens here is with these niches is the people that stay and stick to the niche in spite of this stupid, exodus and influx of people, they get results and they stay. And this happened, the prime example of this happened with e-commerce. There was the e-com niche, right, over here. And what happened is we had people over here. You've got Iman Gadji, you've got Kai Bax, you've got Jaime Higuera, and a bunch of other people in the e-com niche, right? This is a good few years ago now. E-com niche, very shiny. And these guys start selling 997 courses on how to start a e-commerce agency. Hey, buy my course, and then suddenly you'll have a Rolex and 15 girlfriends, and your life's gonna be amazing. And so they start selling these courses, and everyone's like looking at them thinking, oh my God, that looks amazing. Lo and behold, what happens? Well, the monkeys, right, they simply migrate. And then what happens is they reproduce. This is what happens. They tell their friends. And then they start posting on Instagram about their success in the e-commerce space. And then before you know it, this has happened, right? And this was basically the case about 18 months ago, more even that, like a year ago, where the e-com niche was completely ruined. And then, like, what happens is Thomas Gunay comes along and is like, hey guys, the med spa niche is pretty good. And like, there's someone else comes along and they're like, oh my God, like the solar niche is great. And then, bam, over they go. And so now, the e-commerce niche is maybe a good niche because like there's nobody in here anymore. Like everyone's died. Like I don't see anyone starting e-commerce agencies these days. They're all starting med spa, roofing, solar, real estate. When you can learn, and I'm lucky enough to have the position of the perch to look down on the market and to not be involved in it because I'm consulting now for agency owners. This is how it works. There is a mass migration of agencies to these different niches, and it creates this huge problem of population and offer saturation, message saturation, and then we have this huge exodus out of the niche into another niche, which then the exact same problem persists, and then the same thing happens again, and we just see this migration from different niches. And this was the case. I watched this happen like 12 months ago. I even made like a video on it. I predicted this. If we come here, let me do Charlie Morgan e-com. I actually predicted this 2 years ago, right? This mass migration out of e-commerce. This niche, this video here, which I posted 2 years ago, it only got like 1,700 views. But in this video, I was basically just explaining like the whole premise of this migration and what was going to happen. And I managed to predict it was going to happen. And so I saw this and I was like, and then I was able to advise my clients. And I was like, guys, for those of you in the e-com niche, you're about to experience a huge withdrawal of market, right? And so anyway, that was kind of interesting for me. Now that you understand all that stuff, I want to make a vow with you. I want you to marry me, right? Not literally, but I want you to marry your niche. This is called the 10K a month marriage. This is a very, very important part of this video. Now you've picked your niche, and now you understand the nature of all these things that happen with niches. I want you to make an agreement to stick to your niche until you get to $10,000 a month. If you want to switch after that, then go ahead. As far as I'm concerned, once you've selected your niche, you're married to it, at least until you get to 10K a month. I don't care what excuse you come up with, do not switch. So let's say you're in a relationship with someone for 3 years and then you decide to get married to them. 3 months into the marriage, you realize they've actually got a really bad habit of picking their nose. Whenever they eat broccoli, they absolutely stink. Now, you're not going to divorce someone because of that. It's not a very nice problem. Maybe they like broccoli and maybe they like picking their nose, but you're probably not going to be like, oh, I'm going to divorce you because of that. The same thing is true with niches. At the beginning, you kind of fall in love with your niche and you have this honeymoon period, and then you start to realize all the problems that come with being with this bloody niche. You need to make an agreement with yourself now not to switch. Because if you don't have this expectation and condition set from the very genesis of your business, you're going to make a huge mistake where you're going to come in and you're going to go through this for 3 months and then you're going to switch niche. And the worst kind of people in this SMMA space are chronic niche switchers. And these are the kind of people that if they marry someone, within 3 months they get divorced, and another 6 months goes by, they marry someone else, and then another year goes by and they divorce the person and they marry another person. They don't achieve anything substantial or meaningful because they just constantly switch. Repeat after me. And to drill this point home comedically, I'm going to read every single line of this text so you understand it. Repeat, and I want you to actually say this. I know you're going to seem weird. Maybe you're watching this at 2 a.m, you're all alone with your phone on in bed. I want you to actually say this. I will not switch niche before I get to $10,000 a month. Now you say it. Thank you. I will not switch niche before I get to $10,000 a month. I will not switch niche before I get to $10,000 a month. I will not switch niche before I get to $10,000. I'm not actually going to repeat myself, but I want you to actually say this to yourself like 10 times. Expectations set, do not switch niche. Your niche is going to test you. It's going to be like a marriage. It's going to be like a partner. There's going to be things about them that you learn that you don't like, that you didn't know before. It's going to be difficult. It's going to have problems and it's going to be hard. Expect this. But every niche will test you. Every niche is difficult, every niche has problems, and every niche is going to be hard. If you switch niche because your current niche is too difficult, well, my friend, you are an idiot. Okay, I'm going to explain why. I'm not just going to sit here and insult people without giving some sort of critical reasoning. I don't respect anyone that switches niche constantly. I don't respect anyone that can't stick to a niche for like at least a year, or at least till they get to 10 grand a month. I have clients come to me all the time. They give me this whole sob story about why their life sucks, and then why the reason their life sucks is because of the niche. And then they're like, should I switch? And I'm like, no. Because the thing is all the problems exist because of you. Because you lack the skills, you're insufficient, your belief systems, your character, you need to solve the problems as opposed to just trying to run away from the niche, okay? So niche depth understanding. Here's the thing, the more time you spend in your niche, the deeper you understand it. Picking the niche is the easy part, sticking to it is the hard part. The longer you stick with your niche, the deeper your understanding of it becomes. Here's the truth, if there is an agency in your niche currently making as much money as you want, you can as well. Let's say that you are in the solar niche and two of your friends have recently gone into the real estate niche and you've been in the solar niche for 3 months and they've been in the real estate niche for 2 weeks. And then suddenly both of your friends start signing clients. And you're like, oh my God, I should probably go into the real estate niche. Do not be an idiot. Do not be an idiot. Stick to what you've planned. Stick to your niche. There's a reason the checklist adds up. You're going to be fine. Do not, if anything, just completely shut them out. But here's the thing. If you're in the solar niche and you want to make 50 grand a month, if there's another agency in your niche that makes 50 grand a month, it is possible for you to make 50 grand a month. If you're in the underwater basket weaving niche, which by the way, I wouldn't recommend you go into, but if you're in there and there's another agency there making 10 grand a month, it's possible to get to 10 grand a month. There is evidence. There are signs of life. It's possible to do it. And that means there's no excuse. That means there's no excuse. Problems are solvable, you have to know how. Switching a niche is like switching business, it resets all of your progress back to zero, and that's not a good idea. Problems take time to solve, they take pain, they take suffering. When you have a niche-related problem, don't try and fix it by running away, fix it by staring the snake in the eyes and get to work. So this happened to me. When you want to switch is when you're in the most pain, and ironically, when you're in the most pain is when you're probably about to have some sort of big breakthrough. I was in the gym niche to start. It was the agency that I ran for ages. It was the niche I stuck to and got to 100 grand a month. Now, I once considered switching because I couldn't figure out how to get the leads I generated to actually show up for an appointment. So the problem that plagued my business for basically like 3 to 6 months, really. I'd be able to get leads for the gym, but then I wouldn't be able to get those leads to actually show up for the appointment they booked. Or I wouldn't be able to get them to book an appointment. And I faced this problem and it was just so persistent. And I was like, oh, I'm going to switch. I actually started looking into starting an e-com agency and switching it. I've even bought a course on how to start an e-commerce agency because I was like, I can't be dealing with this problem. It must just be the lead generation space. I'm going to go and work with e-commerce because there's no leads. Then I realized I was being an idiot and stopped making that change. But this is what happens. Like I realized, I looked at the market and I was like, are there gym agencies out here that have solved this problem? Are there gym agencies out there that are able to keep clients for like a year who have got to like 100 grand a month and don't suffer with this problem? And I looked and I was like, yes, there are. And I was like, so there must be a solution. And this is why you want to start in a niche that is considered popular, because it's possible. If you go into a niche where nobody else is there, Himalayan meditation wellness retreats, I don't know, right, whatever, right? Don't know why that came to mind. But if you go in there, you've got no reassurance that what you're going to try and do is actually going to work. So it gets kind of dangerous. So then I built the golden follow-up process and fixed the problem. And 6 months later, I was at 100 grand a month. So this is actually the solution to that problem, by the way. If you need any help, you can find this. My slightly more exposed hairline, which always makes me sad. You can go in there and you can see how I solved the problem. I built this process, or Bo, actually my business partner, basically built the process. So I can't really lay claim to it. But this was how we fixed the issue. And so my point here is that like it is easier to fix the problem in the niche you're in now than it is to switch niche entirely and try and solve all the problems again from scratch. Let me explain further. So here's the thing. You have to pick your niche, pick the problem you're going to solve, and pick the solution you're going to give to solve that problem. What happens here is you have this exponential depth of understanding. So I like to look at this as a depth. So we have niche, problem, and solution. And basically what happens is the more time that you spend in this niche, it's time going down here, the deeper your understanding becomes. And what you can observe about this graph is if we flipped it on its head, is it's exponential, right? You can notice how like it takes a long time, and then suddenly we have this massive exponential decrease. Basically, the best niche is the one that you've been in for a long time. The worst niche is the niche you just picked. And I'm going to explain this here. If you want to know what the best niche is, it's the one that you stuck to. And if you want to know what the worst niche is, it's the one that you've just picked. That is the answer to the question. What is the best niche? What is the worst niche? The worst niche is the one that you've just got into. because you've got all these problems, these hurdles to solve. And the best niche is the one that you've been in for a long, long time. Niches are not good or bad. They're all terrible at the start, but get better as you learn to understand them. Now, I can give you an example here. Like, if I wrote every single big niche on a piece of paper and blue tacked them to this wall and took a dart and closed my eyes and threw that dart at the wall, I could grow an agency in any of those niches to 100 grand a month. It is possible. You have to learn to recognize patterns of possibility. If someone else can do it, then you can as well. Because the problem exists and it's probably not as hard to solve as you think. It doesn't really matter what niche you pick. The problem with this is that the success of your business depends on you, not your niche. And so when we look at people that are successful and people that aren't, the common denominator is never niche, it's always character. So with that said, I am going to give you a couple of bad niches that I'm going to warn you away from. The first one is dental. For beginners, this isn't that great because cold acquisition is simply kind of too difficult because you've got so many gatekeepers. You can't really cold call to get the clients, and you can't really cold email to get the clients because the cold calls go to a gatekeeper because the dentists are actually seeing patients, and the cold emails, they're usually going to go to the receptionist, and the receptionist usually just deletes them. That problem can be solved. There's ways around it, but generally speaking, you don't want to veer in that direction at the beginning. E-commerce. In my opinion, service delivery is simply too hard for beginners. You might disagree, but for me, I would stay away from e-commerce as a beginner as well. Lawyer. I've never seen the lawyer niche work. I've observed it for over 1,000 agencies. I've seen some people go into the law niche, and there are some people that are able to pull through and be successful, but it's very, very difficult, okay? So just be careful with that. I'll give you an example of this. One of my sales reps is a guy called Oscar, one of the most talented people I've ever met in terms of sales, in terms of persuasion, in terms of persistence, in terms of character. He's just brilliant, right? Oscar was in the law niche for like 18 months. He was slugging it out. He sent like 25,000 cold emails. He sent like 10, 20, 30,000 cold DMs. He made cold calls every day, but it didn't work. And I was like, listen, mate, this is something I value. Come and do some work for me. Start doing appointment setting and sales for me. And now he makes a ton of money, right? So there is an example of this where like sometimes it's the niche, not the person, but usually it's the person. Any niche that is popularized by a YouTuber or a video is a bad niche. Any niche that sells dollars for hours is a bad niche. So therapists and personal trainers are bad niches because, well, they sell dollars for hours. So if you're working with a therapist and they've only got room for like 20 more hours of work a week and you give them that 20 hours, they can't scale, they can't keep you, they're going to fire you. I'm going to leave you with a quote from Warren Buffett in closing. It doesn't matter how hard you row, it matters what boat you are in. A niche is a vehicle for the success of your business. And if you don't pick the right one, and if you don't heed my advice throughout this entire video, you're going to really harm yourself and do some damage. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't matter how hard you row, it matters what boat you're in. And I'm hoping that by giving you this video and sharing these ideas with you, you're able to pick a pretty damn good boat so that you can row as hard as you can and actually achieve some results and make some money. If you need help getting clients, there is a link in the description. It's a video of me trying to sell you something for full transparency. If you don't trust me or you don't like me, don't click the link because you're probably not going to buy anything. Have a wonderful day and I will see you in the next video. What actually is an offer? How the hell do these things work? Well, let's get to grips with what we're actually dealing with here. If you can't coherently and concisely define something, you don't really know how to build it, right? So let's actually start from square one and understand what offers. I don't care if you've read $100 Billion by Hormozi. Let's actually just get to grips with this thing. So in client acquisition, an offer is the way a product or service is positioned. Offers are positioning, okay? Offers have strength, and strength works on a scale. Offers aren't weak or strong. Offers aren't good or bad. It's a question of how weak or how strong, or how good or how bad. And an offer can only be strong or weak or good or bad in contrast to another offer. So when we're evaluating the strength or effectiveness of an offer, we can't do it without contrasting it against another offer. So this is the first important lesson in critical thinking here when it comes to building offers is there's no such thing as a good or bad offer. It's how good or how bad compared to all the other offers in your niche. And this is why there's so much leverage to be gained from building effective offers, okay? So when you create an offer, you are positioning your product. And the way you position your product influences your market's perception of that product, which then influences their confidence in it. So what we're doing by creating an offer is we are effectively positioning our product in a way that is favorable towards the client or market or prospect gaining confidence in what we do. The offer serves the purpose of building conviction from the prospect's perspective. That is the whole reason we craft an offer. It is to gain their confidence and trust. And so it's a position, it's against other agencies, simple. For example, a weaker offer could be considered, I sell a course that contains videos explaining how to get clients. A stronger offer is I sell an easily installed client acquisition infrastructure pre-built for you by experts who have already solved the problem for themselves. Now, what do you think you're more likely to buy? Someone who says, I have a video course that explains how to get clients. Or I sell client acquisition infrastructure pre-built for you by experts that have already solved it themselves. What's more compelling? What resonates harder with you? Well, it's the latter, of course, right? And the reason the latter resonates more is because the first one is weaker than the last one. Okay, so this is it. This is what offers are. It's positioning. Both of these are offers, but one is significantly stronger than the other. The above examples are only weak or strong when contrasted to each other. Offers aren't good or bad, only when compared to other offers made by competitors. Because 90% of the people in the space don't understand offer creation, you can gain a huge asymmetric advantage here. So the offer creation, this is why this video is so important, by the way. Like, if you don't pay attention to this stuff and you don't nail the offers, you can just kiss goodbye to success. Like, it's the easiest way to build your agency to like 10, 20, 30, 40 grand a month is just nailing the offer, because not many people know how to do it. So key points in offers, or key points on offers in high-ticket client acquisition. Now, this won't apply to all businesses, but it will if you're watching this one, if you're an agency owner, coach, consultant, etc. So offers succeed when they position products as vehicles or pathways to escape current situations and achieve desired ones. Bear with me. I'm going to explain way more on this in just a second, but this is it for now. Offers succeed when they are unique and force the market to perceive a product or business in a different, better way to competition. Niches and markets don't saturate, offers do. So if you think you're in a saturated niche and you can't get clients, the niche isn't the problem. For the niche to saturate, every business in that niche would suddenly have to wake up and have their problem solved. That's the definition of saturation, when there's no more demand. Because if there's no more demand, there's no need for supply. But for as long as the problem exists, demand is necessary, right? The supply is necessary because the demand is there. So something can only really saturate in this online business space if the demand goes away. But the demand isn't going away. If anything, the demand is increasing, right? It's all about positioning. It's about forcing the market to look at your product and your business at a different angle. So let's say, for example, you've been watching my YouTube channel for some period of time, and let's say you're looking at Easy Grow, which is our product. Don't worry, no pitching coming, but let's say you're looking at that as an example. You probably see Easy Grow and my program around client acquisition in a completely, if I've done my job properly here, in a completely different way to all the other people who say they can help you get clients. And that is the most important thing in business, is your perception of my product above all. If you think my product is different and a little bit better than everybody else's, you're more likely to buy it. Simple math. Now, this is important. A product is not an offer. A service is not an offer. A guarantee is not an offer. A discount is not an offer. A price is not an offer. So what the hell is? So when people are building their agency or starting a business, they think like, if the market goes to them and say, hey, what do you offer? The agency owner will go, oh, I offer Facebook ads, or I offer search engine optimization, or I offer Google ads, or something like that. No, you don't offer that. That's how you deliver the outcome, right? The closest thing that we can really get to what actually is an offer is it's the outcome the prospect wants. But I'm going to explain this in far more detail. So the structure of an offer is very simple. The outcome is the most important thing, right? You are offering a solution. You're offering the outcome they want. You're not offering to run their ads. You're not offering to do their sales. You're not offering any of that. You are offering what happens as a result of you successfully doing your job. The transition, the period of change, the outcome. The promise. It should align with the goal and desired situation of your market. Another component of the offer is the time frame. How long will it take to deploy the methodology to achieve the outcome or result? So if I told you, hey, I can get you to 10 grand a month, but it's going to take me 25 years, well, you probably wouldn't be very interested in that offer. Method. Tangible, clear methodology as to how the outcome can be achieved. This is the third component of your offer. Not only do we have the outcome that we're promising and the time frame by which we can promise it, but we have to explain how the hell we're going to do that. Otherwise, people are just like, yeah, you're lying. Secrets, right? Your unique way of executing the methodology and making it work. Safety net, risk reversal, a guarantee, a way to protect, feel safe and confident. Polarizing, excluding people it isn't for to bring the people it is for even closer. Okay? Here's the thing. Sometimes you have to You achieve inclusion through exclusion. So if you're creating an offer for your market and it's for a very specific type of person in your market, sometimes instead of trying to call out the people who you want, call out the people who you don't want, because resonance can come from both ends of the spectrum, okay? Pricing, how much it costs to claim the offer and make it happen. So here's an example. The outcome could be 20 grand in new monthly revenue, 100 appointments, losing 30 kilos, getting a wife. Let's say you're a coach and you help men who are, pretty lonely and they want to get a wife. They want to be married, right? Let's say, okay, let me give you a more tangible example. Let's say that you're a marriage counselor. Your service is marriage counseling, but you don't offer marriage counseling. You offer a happy marriage. If you're a personal trainer, your service is training people in the gym and providing meal plans, but your offer is feeling confident in your skin and feeling great naked. Same thing if you're a golf coach. You don't offer golf coaching lessons. What you offer is winning at golf or beating your friends at golf. If you're a chess coach, right? You're not offering strategies on how to win at chess. You're offering more chess victories. So it's the outcome that matters. Please, I know I'm drilling this in continuously, but this is the most important thing, is the outcome, the time frame, the method by which that outcome is achieved in that time frame, the secrets that make that method worthwhile, the safety net that protects the person if they choose to use your offer, then the polarization so they realize it's for them, and then last but not least, the pricing, which ironically is actually probably the least important thing, okay? So the gap. The entire world economy ticks on something called the gap, okay? In life, this is how the whole world works, okay? People have their current situation and they have a desired situation for most aspects of their life, right? These situations typically revolve around health, wealth, relationships, and happiness. So if we observe like pretty much 80 to 90% of all buying behavior happens within 4 segments of someone's life. They're either buying things to make them healthier, buying things to make them wealthier, buying things to improve their relationships, or buying things to improve their happiness or state of mental health, typically. Every day, people wake up and buy things that help them escape their current situation in usually one of these 4 things and achieve their desired situation. And this applies to everything from chocolate to a pet horse to easy grow. This is how it works. They have their current situation and they have their desired situation. Trumpets, please, lo and behold, between these 2 points is a gap. And if you can bridge that gap, you create value for someone. So how do you make money? Well, everyone's like, well, you add value. Well, what is value? Value is basically the bridging of this gap. It's alleviating the pain of the current situation to achieve the desired. And so let's say, look, let's use these examples, right? So let's say chocolate. You might be like, well, Charlie, this doesn't apply. How the hell does chocolate, what does that even mean, right? Well, if someone's current situation is they're craving chocolate and the desired situation is to have that chocolate craving satisfied, then they're going to eat chocolate because chocolate bridges the gap between those 2 states, going from a state of discomfort to a state of comfort, going from a state of pain to a state of pleasure. Let's say a pet horse, for example. Let's say someone's current situation is they had a pet horse when they were younger and it died and now they feel sad and lonely and like their hobby, they're not able to do it anymore. Well, their desired situation is to not feel those things, right? And to learn how to, have a horse and whatever. I've never had a horse in case you can't tell. But if you buy a horse, this bridges the gap between being unhappy about not having a horse and being happy about having one. And then Easy Grow, right? Our program, which helps people with client acquisition. If the current situation is I'm broke, I have no clients, I have no clue what I'm doing, I'm completely in the dark and I don't know how to sell and how to book appointments, but the desired situation is like 10 grand a month, then Easy Grow bridges the gap. And the better your product is at bridging this gap and the faster it can do it, the more value you can add, the more money you can make. So that I'm hoping you're starting to understand now that it's not just about claiming a fancy lead magnet and then thinking oh yeah, I've nailed it. You need to understand the components and the things that drive the buying behavior of the people in your market. Otherwise, you're never going to win. So the secret of client acquisition is positioning your product and you and your business as a staircase the person can climb to bridge this gap. To sell well, your product must be a vehicle for change. So when I talk about positioning, right, get this. So when I say an offer is simply a way of positioning your product, you might be like, well, what do you mean by position? It's not like, I'm not trying to talk dirty to you. What I'm saying is it needs to be positioned as a vehicle for change. Your product is a method or something that someone in your market can use to experience a transformation in their life. It's the number one rule of business is figure out what the market wants, figure out how to get them what they want, and then tell them you can get them what they want. It really is not much more complicated than that. But everyone really doesn't get this. So this is why I'm making this video and why, in case you can't tell, I get a little bit too passionate about it because I'm a nerd. So as we know from the above, creating an offer is all about positioning your product. The strongest form of positioning available to you is positioning your product as the vehicle to help someone escape their current situation and achieve their desired situation. An offer gives you clarity on what you sell. So what do you sell? Drum roll, please. You sell a transformation. Now, for your business to succeed, you must have product market fit. So you might have heard this before where people talk about product market fit, and then you're like, what the hell does that mean? Well, product market fit basically means your product and the message around that product, which is the offer, fit the desires and pains of the market. The best way to do this is to understand the current and desired situations of the market and then build an offer around this. Simples. Product market fit, message market fit, kind of works like that. So when you're crafting your offer, you have to bear the market in mind because, well, the market will never bear you in mind. It's, it kind of is a force of nature. Now, this is where this gets really interesting. So let's talk about alternative agencies for a very split second here, because SMMA is the shiniest and most popular or proven business model for done-for-you services, but it isn't the only way. Because as I'm sure you've observed, there's plenty of problems people have. There's plenty of transformations they want to go through in their life, and maybe you have the skills or the ability to help them do that. So by default, whenever someone thinks about starting an online business or an agency, the 99.9% of people start a social media marketing agency because, well, it's probably the most common and prevalent problem for business owners is, the lack of growth and the lack of economic expansion, for lack of better words. But there's businesses that have more than one problem, right? I can tell you that for free. So let's have a look at this. You make money when you add value to a niche. Value is created when pain is alleviated. One of my favorite quotes from myself. I'm so narcissistic, it's wonderful. So pain is alleviated when current situations are escaped and desired situations are achieved. So this all comes back to this value equation. Like, how do we make money? We add value. How do we add value? We remove pain. How do we remove pain? Well, we bridge the gap. So your niche may well have a current and desired situation with the state of their marketing, but I can guarantee they have plenty of other current and desired situations that need solving as well. So it's not always about the marketing. Let me give you some examples, right? If I was going to start an agency from scratch, I probably wouldn't start a social media marketing agency. I would think critically and pick a niche, a group of people that I'm interested in. And if you don't know how to do that, there's a video I made a couple of days ago on a niche, so that should already be on my YouTube channel. What you want to do is pick the niche and then you just ask, well, what problem does this niche have as a collective? And the big one is always going to be client acquisition, but there's a ton of other problems that you can solve as well. So let me give you some examples that I currently have right now. So these are problems for Imperium Acquisition for my 8-figure consulting business. And what I can tell you, pretty much all of my friends and people in the same space as me, so I've got a lot of, I'm in Dubai, right? And believe me, I've got a lot of friends, trust me, all right? I'm popular. I'm joking. But my friends, the people who are in my space, who live near me or who I spend time with, other 8-figure, multi-8-figure or high multi-7-figure business owners have the exact same problems. So I'm in a market of, although albeit maybe a smaller market than you might be used to, but we all have these same problems, right? So for example, a lot of multi-7 or 8-figure info businesses that have these stupid profit margins, they want to source trustworthy property investment deals. So like what we look to do as a company is take all of the money we make and put it into property, right? Because you've got the soft asset of the info business, which could explode at any time, but then you want to build a hard asset of like property portfolio. I'm not even joking. If I was going to start an agency, I would work with high ticket info businesses that have already been successful and source property deals for them. I would have an entire done for you property deal sourcing process, all the way from like finding the property, viewing it, like surveying it, going through like the whole A to B process of property. And you might be like, well, that's just an estate agent, but that's not how it works at all, because trust me, if you've ever tried to buy a house, even just as a cash buyer, it is hell on earth. And if there's one thing that info business owners at a high ticket level, at a high level, like multi-7, 8 figures like to do, they like to save time. And they will happily pay, anywhere between 1 to 4 or 5% of the total house value to save the time of having to go through the hassle of actually buying it. So I've actually solved this problem. I have someone very close to me who does all of my property deals for me, and they manage my property investing portfolio. But like, if I didn't have that person and I didn't know them and I didn't trust them, I don't know what the hell I'd do. I'd have to go and find like some sourcer and So that's just one thing that comes to mind. Another example, right, is let's say that you run an agency that helps info businesses or helps high ticket businesses improve their show rate. This is an interesting one, right? Because one of the problems we have right now, for transparency, is our show rate. A lot of you guys like to book sales calls and then just not turn up. It's kind of annoying, actually, so please stop doing it. But in all seriousness, if someone came to me and said, hey, Charlie, like I can take you from the show rate percentage you have now to an 80% show rate, and I'm going to charge you $4,000 a month to do it, and I'm going to guarantee that you get to 75 or 80%. Done, deal. If my show rate jumps by 10%, I make an extra like 100, $200,000 a month, which sounds stupid, but you get to a certain point in business where marginal gains create this huge asymmetric advantage. That's another problem that I face if someone reached out to me and solved it. And you'd only have to solve that problem for like 4 or 5 high ticket info businesses to then make like 20 grand a month, right? Because if you solved it for me, there's like 10 other people who I know who have exactly the same problem because show rate decreases with scale. So just another example, right? Twitter ghostwriting. Newsflash, sorry about this. If any of you follow me on Twitter, I haven't written one tweet since my Twitter account was created. I think there's like 6,000 followers on there now. I don't write any of those tweets. I haven't logged into Twitter since it was created. There's someone that manages it for me for like 3 grand a month. And they just do all the tweet writing and stuff like that. And they have this really successful agency doing it, right? Copyright takedown services. So this is the other problem for info businesses is like a lot of people build courses and then those courses get like resold and ripped off by people in like third world countries and stuff. And so like you have to have someone going to these people and then like opening legal action against them and then like doing, I think it's called like DAMC takedown. There's all these fancy terms for it. I don't really know. Copyright takedown services for info businesses. Like it's another example, something you could get to like multi-6 figures just like that. Finding strategies for my program. So this is maybe more niche specific to my situation, right? But there's info businesses, they want to improve their products and they want to do this. So for me, for example, if someone came to me and said, hey, Charlie, I will find you like every quarter, I will find you 1 to 3 new outbound client acquisition strategies that are cutting edge and new. And I will make the videos for your program and teach them and to your clients. I would pay someone like 30 grand a month to do that. And I'm not even joking. I'd happily pay like, a couple of $100 grand a year. Well, 30 grand a month is quite a lot, but I'd happily pay someone like multi-6 figures a year to do that because it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile investment. Another example, finding the best coaches for my program, right? So you've got all of these info businesses that like do coaching. You could go to them and say, hey, I will source the best coaches in your niche and you pay me when I source them. And it's like a recruitment thing. Like it's like 3 grand per coach I introduce that you work with. Simple. I'll even manage the coaches, right? Another example, writing YouTube introductions for YouTubers, right? In case you haven't noticed, I kind of suck at it. But arranging mastermind events is another one. So this is another thing about the info space is like these high ticket info business owners like myself, we eventually start masterminds, which is what I'm working on, maybe, I think. But they're a real pain in the ass to build and manage, and you've got to book the events and you've got to book food and catering and then you've got to book like activities and then you've also got to arrange like guests and it's just, and then you've got to like liaise with everyone. It's a nightmare. But imagine if you had an agency that worked exclusively with high ticket info businesses that did all of their mastermind arrangements for them. You could charge like 3 grand per event. Most people want to do 3 or 4 events a year. Done, easy, multi-6 figures right there. My point is that you're solving a problem for someone. And this gap between current situation, desired situation does not have to be about marketing. So important, it doesn't. As long as you're solving a problem that is painful, you can make money, okay? So let me give you some more examples, just off the top of my head. I thought of this one. If I was going to start an agency, this is also probably another example of what I did. Providing executive assistance to high-ticket InfoBiz sales reps. So like all of my sales reps, I've got like 8 of them at the moment. They all make like multi-6 figures a year, right? They're doing like 10 to 20 grand a month, maybe sometimes even more, 25, 30 grand a month in commission. And one of their pain points is like, they're so busy with sales calls, but they've still got to manage their time and they've got to manage their emails and all this crap and pipeline. Imagine if you went to high-ticket sales reps and said like, hey, I will provide a personal executive assistant to you to run everything for you. And it's going to be like $1,500 a month, but they will basically take care of everything, right? They will reach out to all, do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like the sales rep would be like, okay, cool. And then you find a great, assistant and you outsource the work and you train them and everything. And then you pay them $500 a month and you get 1,000. Before you know it, you've got 10, 20 grand a month coming in from that. And these people talk, so it's another difference. Another example is providing personal assistance to high-ticket info business owners. I want a personal assistant, I'd love one, but trying to find a good one is a nightmare. If someone came to me and said, hey Charlie, I'll find you a personal assistant, I guarantee they'll be amazing, and if you don't like them, I'll give you back your money, I'd pay like 5 grand for that, right? Qualified lead sourcing services for high-end B2B cold emails. So if you went to like, by the way guys, these are just some examples I came up with within like literally like 2 minutes of just writing these down, but I want to just get your brain flowing, right? Some other, like this example. So you go to cold email agencies and you say, hey, I'll do all your lead sourcing for all your clients. And I guarantee that you will have like the best quality leads. A lot of money. Another one, providing aged or warmed Google Workspace accounts or, providing cold DM accounts for outreach. One of the problems a lot of agency owners have is that they want to do like outreach. They're bottlenecked by the amount of accounts they have. They're bottlenecked by their account restrictions. They can't send emails because they've got to keep warming them up. What if you provided like warmed emails? Like, hey, I'm going to sell, like, don't never wait for Lem list or Lem warm, whatever it is. Like, never wait for instantly to warm up again. It's worth it. People will pay you money for these things, okay? What about an agency for lead gen agencies that specializes in getting leads to show up? So let's say that you work with agencies that provide leads for their clients, but then you do all the lead nurturing for those agencies. Because trust me, those agencies struggle to get their clients' leads to show up. So if you can build that system for them and have like a, per client amount, you're going to make a ton of money. Close.io setup. So this is an interesting one. Right now we're setting up Close.io, which is a CRM for sales teams. I had to pay like 15 grand for this agency to like build it out for me. Right, and I was like, damn, that's a good little agency to have, isn't it? Need one client a month to make a couple of $100,000 a year. Not going to complain. Automation services. There's also all these AI agencies coming out and stuff, but I don't have too much faith in those at the moment because I think that like they are the future. But right now, like traditional business owners just think it's like kind of bullshit, so they're not going to buy it. But anyway, story for another day. So honestly, there's an infinite amount of problems that you could solve on a done-for-you basis and scale to $100,000 a month or $10K a month by solving them. And by the way, if anyone has any solutions to these problems, please feel free to reach out to me. I will tell all my friends and we will make you a millionaire, right? Problems in markets work on fractals. So when there is one business with the problem, there are many. So what I'm basically saying here is like, you've got the ability to understand that if one business owner in one niche has a problem, it's highly likely that that problem is extrapolated into the entire market. And so you should bear that in mind. But my point here is there's so many options, there's so many agencies that you can start. And it doesn't have to be a short form content agency. It doesn't have to be an OnlyFans agency. It doesn't have to be a marketing agency. It doesn't have to be an AI agency. It can be anything that you find interesting. And honestly, like the more specific it is, like the less competition you have, the more painful the problem, the more leverage you have. I'm not even joking. If someone came to me and said, I can solve your show up rate problem and get you to an 80% show rate, I would pay them like $200,000 a year. Because that would make me like an extra 1 to 2 million a year, right? So it's important to know that. If you want to gain a true advantage, try and focus on this, right? Now, how do you learn about the market's problems? Sales calls, usually, but sometimes you have to start an SMMA, get a bunch of sales calls, and then innovate on your offer to find a better product market fit. So the only reason I've got the luxury of being able to list off 15 to 20 really profitable agencies like that is because I've been doing this for like 7 years. So I understand the problem. I know the problems. I know what my problems are. I know what the problems of people around me are. Like I've done like, I've probably done like 2,400 sales calls or something like that, something disgusting. I've signed thousands of clients into my program. So like when you get to that point, you can take a different look on the market and just list off these problems. But trust me, they exist and there's loads of them. Maybe for God's sake, man, like you just think outside the box. Maybe instead of doing marketing for gyms, you specialize in helping CrossFit gyms find qualified coaches in their area and you charge per coach you introduce. Or maybe you specialize in helping successful gym franchisees find their second location and you scout out the location and you do the negotiation. I don't know. Because obviously like maybe that doesn't work, but all of these problems exist and you can solve them. So that's that. Now let's have a look at this thing called stimulus and response. So really, this is going to get a bit weird, but to drill the product market fit idea home, we're going to borrow a mental model from my good friend biology. Think of it like this. Now there's an idea in biology called the lock and key theory. And basically this is the model or theory given to explain the way that a substrate and an enzyme catalyzes a substrate to produce a chemical reaction. That's what I was trying to say, okay? And basically what this means is in your body you have these things called enzymes, right? You should get to know about them, they're pretty cool. And basically inside of your body, like you have these enzymes and then you have these substrates. And then what happens is the substrate combines with the enzyme to produce a chemical reaction. So this is like how digestion works. And then there's like a million other things that enzymes do in your body that I don't know about, but digestion is the easiest example. This is how you want to look at your offer and your product. And I know this seems weird, like Charlie, what the hell do enzymes and substrates have to do with building a business? But look at it like this. So we have the enzyme and the substrate, they combine and then the enzyme catalyzes the substrate and then products are released, which could be like, calories or I don't know, but you get the point. Well, this is how it works. This is Charlie's dodgy biology lesson. So you have a person in your market or the person in your niche, and then you have an offer based on the product. And the way you want this to look is you want the offer or the way the product is positioned to fit perfectly into the market. And if it does, then the market catalyzes the product and then value is created. So this is how it should work, is the market is there and your product is here and you want, I'm not gonna make a crude gesture with my hand. Maybe you were thinking about it, but I'm not gonna do it. But if this is the market and this is the product, like it should fit in nicely And then once it's fit in, value is created because the market now has what it wants. It's like, oh, I'm looking for this shape and that shape's come through the product, right? So value. So when building your businesses or business, you have to fit to the conditions of the market. Rule number one, it's not about you. It's not about your preferences, your opinions, your ideas, or your ego. It's about the market. So when you're building a business, you have to build around what the market wants, not what you want. Simple. I don't care what you want to offer. I don't care what you want to sell. I don't care what you think is good. The only thing that matters is what the market wants you to sell and what the market thinks is good and what the market wants you to offer. A lot of people need to keep their ego in check, myself included with this thing, but it's about the market, okay? So just remember this, next time you're trying to like force an offer or a product positioning onto the market and it's not working, just ask yourself, am I trying to literally put a round peg into a square peg into a round hole? Right? That's kind of how this thing works. Lock and key theory, don't forget it. The market will not mold to you, you must mold to the market. Now, you should not offer what you want to offer, you should offer what the market wants you to. This is another thing like guarantees and shit like that, right? Where people are like, oh, I don't want to offer a guarantee because like it's risky. Well, my friend, if you're not willing to offer a guarantee, then someone else in the market will, and they're going to get the client and not you. And also, you're thinking about this from your perspective, you're being selfish and egotistical, right? Like the market doesn't care about what you want. If you don't want to offer a guarantee and you haven't got the confidence to offer a guarantee, then how is the market going to have the confidence to buy it? Do you see my point? You need to bear this in mind. So let's have a look at something called the offer dynamic, right? I'm hoping this is all starting to sort of sink in. Before you actually build your offer, let's translate everything we've just learned into a summary and a visual. So for a transformation to happen and therefore for value to be added through product market fit, something I call the offer dynamic has to exist. You know when we talk about like dodgy biology lesson, like product market fit and value being created? Well, what does that actually look like? So really, there's 8 pieces to the offer dynamic. So for an offer to work and to function and to create value and to actually, make you money, there have to be 8 things present. So there's 8 first principles of value addition and transformation. So the first one is current situation. There needs to be a person in a current situation, and that person needs to have some mess, which is the problem for creating their painful situation. Then that person needs to have a desired situation, which is what they want, and then they need to have a goal, which is a more tangible way of defining what they want, right? Then we need to have steps, which are basically tangible problem-solving actions laid out in a coherent linear fashion, in other words, just a plan. Then we need to have foundations, which is reasoning for the steps actually being safe to use. So you have these remember, we've got current situation, desired situation, and then we've got steps in between that people can climb to get what they want. You're selling the steps, right? But the thing is that the prospect needs to understand the steps are safe. So we need to have something that I call foundations. Then you need a trampoline. It's going to sound weird, but I'll visualize it in a second. A trampoline is someone or something to catch the person if they fall or like stop them from breaking their legs basically. And time is how long it takes to build and climb the steps. So let's actually look at this. This is how you make money. Now, excuse my terrific drawings. Anyone who's been watching me for any period of time will understand that I do not really have a significant level of artistic prowess, but I'm hoping that this does in some way, shape or form make sense to you. And the reason this is unfamiliar is because no one else teaches business like this. Nobody else, everyone just monkey see, monkey do. Here's the best offers, off you go. Good luck. Sorry, you can't think for yourself, mate. Bye. Like, we're not here to do that, all right? So here's how it works. So we've got person, sad, current situation. Here's where they are unhappy. They're unhappy because there's a mess, which is a problem that needs to be fixed to achieve an outcome that satisfies a drive that they have. And then they have desired situation and their goal, right? So this is the outcome, the end result of the result of working with you. This should align with their goal, and this is where they want to be. So then what we have is a couple of important things here. So you'll notice we have the steps. So the steps is your methodology, right? These are the instructions or things that you or they have to do and build to actually get what they want. Now, if you watched my last video or the video before that, I made a video. No. There's a video that will have come out on the very beginning of October, and it's called How to Build an Agency to 10K a Month. And it walks you through how to actually build a business, right? And how to create steps for yourself to achieve what you want. It's a very similar premise to here. So often what we do for ourselves is kind of the same thing as what we're doing for our clients, right? Anyway, we have the methodology, which is the steps we build, right? So it's like step 1, source leads. Step 2, reach out to lead. You get the point, right? Then we have the foundations of the steps. The foundations are really important because you can go and say to a customer, hey, this is step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But the customer's probably tried those steps before. This ain't their first rodeo. You're not the first person to try and pitch them something, and other people have told them they can generate leads and do lead nurturing before. So you need to have the foundations of your steps and your ducks in order. And what that means is being able to say to your customers, I know that at step 3, you're worried about X, Y, and Z, but I have A, B, and C to combat X, Y, and Z, so you're gonna be safe on that step. And I'm gonna explain more about this in a second. Then we have the trampoline. And then we have the time. So the time's important because obviously there's a time elapsed between the person being where they are and where they want to be. But the trampoline's probably the most important thing because the trampoline makes them feel safe. This is the guarantee. This is the risk reversal. This catches someone, and the idea is it bounces them back to where they were or slightly better before they start working with you. So if you're going to ask a stranger to hold your hand and climb the steps with you, the stranger needs to understand that if I fall and this person lets go of me, am I going to like completely shatter my legs, or am I actually going to be okay? And if there's a trampoline below the steps, then the person knows that if they fall, they're going to bounce back up and be at the same level they were before they started working with you. Because the reason most people don't buy from agencies or from anyone really is because they think that if this doesn't work, I'm going to be worse off than I was before. And they're already in enough pain as it is, and they don't want to be in a worse position. That will be even more painful. So that's why they don't usually buy, right? So that's why you need to have a trampoline. Kind of falls apart otherwise. Don't know if you've seen any like parkour fail videos on YouTube before. You know, there's like gruesome, like, you know, people like flipping off buildings and then like they just like completely like break their ankles and stuff. That's kind of like what you're asking your clients to do without like a safety net, because they don't know that it's like safe. They don't know that you're good at what you do. They're just trusting you because they haven't got much choice. So now let's actually do some work. So I've walked you through some theory, which is very important theory, may I add. And now let's actually build out something that I call your offer deck. Okay, so this will give you crystal clear clarity. That was a pretty nice roll off the tongue thing. Crystal clear clarity, I like that, on exactly what you're offering and where your leverage for client acquisition lies. So now we're actually going to put some rubber to road, some pen to paper, and start building your offer. Because I've given you 50 proven offers, but I want you to make your own. I want you to be unique and special. All right, I think that's what you deserve to a degree. I don't just want you to like copy what everybody else in your niche has done and copy all the competitors, because if you do that, it's just monkey see, monkey do. You're no different to anyone else. You're still going to struggle with the same problem because, like I said, niches don't saturate, but offers do. So if you're using, like, you can look at what people are doing, successful people in your niche, and you can be inspired by that. And you can be like, damn, that seems to work. That's pretty cool. But as soon as you immediately copy from them, you lose. It's the same example where, like, let's say, here's a perfect example. SMA YouTube. You're watching this video now. I'm hoping you're enjoying it. I'm hoping you find it pretty useful. I'm hoping you find it pretty helpful. Imagine you watch this, right? And then 2 weeks later, another SMA YouTuber launches another video with a Google Doc, and it's all colorful, and they're talking about offers, and they've got the same diagrams, but they've just reworded it slightly. You're going to be like, well, you're just copying that dude. And everyone will realize it's kind of like the Russian guy that copies Mr. Beast. Sure, he can make some money, but it's not original, it's not fun. And I'm actually going to predict now that a bunch of SMA YouTubers are going to start making Google Docs as soon as they see how well these videos do. It'd be really cringe if this video just completely dropped and now I've made an incorrect prediction. But if you see colorful Google Docs, you know it's my idea. Anyway, ego aside, let's actually get into this. So let's build your offer. I want you to answer each segment in as much detail as humanly possible. So this is the sort of thing, like, we talk about doing market research and understanding your market, but then if I asked you, like, okay, tell me about your niche's problem, you need to be able to write like a full A4 font size 11 page on that problem, why it exists, the full nature of the thing, the full shebang. If you can't do that, you're not going to be able to build compelling offers, because compelling offers come from a good, deep product market understanding. Now, right now, if you're brand new to your niche, you probably haven't got much clue, and that's why it's so hard for you to acquire clients. But as you push on through stubborn persistence, I'm hoping you can get some sales calls in, and by doing those sales calls, you understand and you can continuously rework this thing. Your offer is not static. You have to improve it and improve it and improve it, okay? So I'm gonna walk you through this resource, and then I'm gonna walk you through an example, and then I want you to do it yourself for your business. And this is probably one of the most important things you could ever do in your business, because all of your client acquisition and all of your systems in your business are catalyzed by your offer, right? So it's the biggest point of leverage, so don't skip on this, and you can skip it if you want, but like you're not gonna do anything very successful. Let's get into this. So your offer deck. So we've got these 8 things, right? All the way from the current situation down to the time. What I want you to do is describe the current situation of your prospect. So what we're doing is we're basically I want you to just describe what this looks like here, but for your product and for your prospect and for your market. Describe the current situation. What is their daily life like with the problem they have? So if it, like I thought describe their current situation or describe this is a little bit too vague. I wanted to give you like a little bit of a handicap with the questions. So all you're doing here is answering questions. It's not really that difficult. Okay? It's not shiny. This isn't like anything too fancy, but it's important. What sort of emotions come as a result of their current situation? How does being in this situation affect their personal life? How does being in this situation affect their family life? And how does being in this situation just impact them in general? Okay, this is their current situation. The more detail you have, the better. I'm going to blow you away in a minute, by the way, with my understanding of my niche. It's going to blow you away. Describe the mess. What actually is the problem? This is an important thing. Like, what do they think the problem is? And then what actually is the problem? Because often the perceived problem is miles off the real one. And if you really want to solve the problem, you have to understand what the true problem actually is. So for example, in my niche with agency owners, coaching consultants who want to get clients, they think their problem is that they don't have the right cold email copy or the right sales scripts. But their problem is they don't know how to think. They don't have the right belief systems, character, mindset, consistency, the full mindset shebang, right? And you know, I'm telling you that now, and maybe you struggle with client acquisition and you're like, no, there's no way. But I'm hoping that this video has made a good case in point as to why that is true, right? Because I've just walked you through like half an hour, 45 minutes of theory, but your eyes should now be completely opened to exactly what you're dealing with. So now you actually know like what's going on. I've revealed the wiring, you've seen under the hood, and now you can actually fix the problem instead of just like relying on some monkey see, monkey do thing. Okay, because monkeys can't fix problems, right? They can create them. How long has this problem or this mess existed? What have they done to try and solve this in the past? And why have they failed to solve this problem before? This is describing the problem, the mess that creates the painful current situation and prevents them from achieving the desired situation. Then we describe the desired situation. So what would their life look like if the mess was cleaned up and the problem was solved? What emotions would be present if the situation was achieved? How does being in the new situation affect their personal life? How does being in the new situation affect their family life? How does being in the new situation affect them? And who is in their desired situation they look up to? So this is an important thing. Like, who does your market look up to, right? Who do they want to be? Who do they want to model? Who has their desired life? Describe the goal. What do they want? And how long have they wanted this? And then, this is a very important thing. It's one of the most important things you can do to understand your niche. It's called Socratic reasoning, okay? And this is basically where you ask why 5 times. Sometimes you want to do even more than that, but 5 is usually enough to get to the bottom of it. You ask what their goal is, and you ask, right, how long have they wanted it? So you've got the what and the when done. But now we need to understand the why. Why do they want what they want? And if you don't get very far on this, don't worry, just give it a try. Try and theorize it out. And after you do like 100 sales calls, you'll be able to answer all these questions in way more detail, by the way. So I'm going to actually recommend that. Like, for now, do this to the best of your ability, and then try and use this to get some sales calls. And then once you've got some sales calls, then it's time to actually come back and do this like after like 30 to 100 calls. Describe the steps. So exactly what action needs to be taken by you or them to clean up the mess and solve the problem and achieve the goal. Be clear and structured and order it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Describe the foundations. So what does the market think is the flaw in your steps and how do you overcome this? So now if you remember, we've got the steps, the 1 to 5 things you have to do to get result with me, Mr. Prospect. But now we actually need to describe like the foundations of why those steps are sound. So I'm going to give some examples in a second, so just bear with me. So how can you make the steps feel safe to climb without using a guarantee or risk reversal? Because this is the thing, is the guarantee and the risk reversal makes people, that is the real safety net for the entire offer. But the other thing that makes them feel safe is them knowing you've already solved problems that come as a result of them taking the steps to solve the problem. Primary example, let's say you go to a chiropractor and say, hey, I can help you get more clients. Step 1 to getting more clients is to get them more leads. But the immediate problem that they perceive with that step is that the quality of the leads aren't going to be very good. And so you want to lay the foundation for that step to be quality leads, right? And actually explain to them how you get quality leads and how they can be rest assured that everyone you bring them is financially and pain qualified to actually purchase from them. Because it's a problem, it's a concern they're going to have, and you've got to make them feel safe with these steps. Because if you don't do that, they're going to step on step 1 and then they're going to bang, fall to the trampoline and done. Your relationship's over. So what problems do they anticipate with your plan that you can offer some reassurances with? Why might the prospect think your steps will fail? What's the remedy? Why have similar steps with another agency not worked in the past? What's the remedy, right? So how do you solve this? Let me give an example. Let's say you want to start an agency, so my earlier suggestion, that helps successful high-ticket info businesses with their show-up rate. If you come to me and say, hey, Charlie, I'm going to get you to an 80% show-up rate, and you lay out the steps you're going to use to do that, and on that step is, call prospects the day before that's step number 4, is I'm going to call every single prospect the day before each call to confirm the appointment. Well, my immediate concern there is I've already tried to do that. I've already implemented a system. So why should I trust that step is worthwhile? That's when you need to come equipped with an answer and a rebuttal to say, hey, so I'm going to call these people, but I've got this framework that uses this, and this, and relies on this, and is also backed up by this, so that it won't be anything you've tried before, but it actually works. This is where it gets deep. This is where the true perception of value is created, because you're solving the overarching macro problem, but the micro problems that constitute the entire thing. Remember, if you want to win a war, all you have to do is win all the little battles. And so that's how this works in business and creating offers. Describe the trampoline. So how are you going to reverse the risk for them? And if your plan fails and the steps fall through, like what the hell? Like how's that going to work for them? How are you going to reverse the risk? How can you make them feel financially secure and safe and trust you, right? And how can they know that if it goes wrong, they aren't worse off from when they started? You must have a trampoline. If you don't have the confidence to have a guarantee or some sort of risk reduction, how are they going to have the confidence to buy? Now, they can have the confidence to buy if you've got a ton of testimonials or you've got this insane level of conviction yourself. But at the end of the day, like the easiest way to build confidence is just like say we work pay on results, we do pay on performance, we do this, that, and the other. And describe the time. So overall, how long are the steps going to take to cause the effect they want? So remember, what we're doing here is really this is cause and effect, right? We're putting a series of things into motion to basically create an effect. So we're causing to effect. To effect, we must cause, okay? So basically, what's the time? Like how long is it going to take to actually do this for them to achieve their goal and get their desired situation? What's the time for each step? Now, you might even want to break this down by like, if you've got like 4 or 5 main steps that you're going to implement, maybe you want to say it's going to take me 3 days to do first step. And by the way, this isn't all client-facing stuff. This is just you getting clear on what the hell you're actually doing. Because a lot of the time, all of the chaos that you feel around your business and all of this like mess that you're creating and all of your procrastination and demotivation often stems from just a lack of clarity. Because procrastination is usually born from ambiguity. So if you're trying to get clients, but you don't really know what the hell you're dealing with or what you're selling or what you're even helping them do, you're probably not going to try and actually make money, right? So this is so important. This is more for you than it is for your clients. Do it. So here's an example, right? And this is going to scare you a little bit. This is designed to terrify the life out of you, to be honest, because, well, you're probably watching this as an agency owner, and you're probably watching this as a relatively new agency owner or someone that hasn't achieved a huge amount of success yet. And I would define that as someone who hasn't got to like 50 grand a month or even 100 grand a month. So what I'm now going to do is walk you through this exercise, but for my niche. And I'm hoping that by the way, this is an important thing because I think I'm right with this stuff, but you guys actually are the market. So if you've made it to this point in the video and you're actually smart enough to have a decent enough attention span to watch like 45 minutes of content, if this seems right to you, I would like you to kindly comment below saying, Charlie, you're kind of on point. Scary man, right? So describe the current situation. So I'm going to describe the current situation of my niche, which is agency owners, coaches and consultants. More agency owners, really. So frustrating, but more than anything, extremely up and down. The average agency owner, the 80% that are still figuring it out, go through 2 mental states. You guys go from extreme confidence, determination and drive, and then to extreme doubt, demotivation and anxiety. Daily life is not easy for you. You know you need to do outreach and make cold calls, but you keep putting it off. You delude yourself into thinking that you're making progress by keeping busy. And you also delude yourself into thinking that you're making progress by working on yourself and developing yourself and building good habits and watching Hamza. I love Hamza, but he's not going to help you get clients, trust me. Or learning. By the way, I actually love Hamza. You should watch his videos, but like not when you're trying to get clients because, well, you're not making cold calls, right? They procrastinate, which is the main thing. They don't do outreach. Everyone, this is the other thing, the life of an agency owner at the beginning. Everyone around you has their doubts. You're losing friends. You're getting frustrated that no one understands your drive and goals. You feel weird. You feel like you don't fit in. You find yourselves judging the comfortable masses. You're judging people and turning your backs on people who do 9 to 5s. And secretly, you're judging people who have normal lives. You're like, that's boring. I don't respect anyone that does that. Maybe you don't, but I certainly did at the beginning. I don't anymore. You have a point to prove and you feel like you're on a timer. It has to work soon because you can't keep justifying this to your parents, your friends, and yourselves that it's going to work. You pray that your doubts don't represent the truth. But you're a soldier. You work. You do what you must. You don't quit. The market and business constantly throws problems and bad things at you, but you remain consistent in your efforts. But you get extremely emotional when bad things happen to you in your business. You see problems as barriers, not as opportunities. You buy a 997 course from someone you look up to, only to be disappointed, but you still look up to the person who sold you the course. You have massive imposter syndrome kicking in when signing your first few clients, and also you feel so out of place on sales calls. You spend as little time as possible on outreach and find worthless distractions like building a website while knowing you're being an idiot and deluding yourself. You're primarily driven by the word freedom. You want financial, location, and time freedom. This is your current situation. I'm hoping this is your current situation. This is my understanding of the agency niche. And this is also why I'm able to make so much damn money. And honestly, it really does just come back to this above all. Because all of my marketing, sales, business, product is all built out of what you guys are like and what you guys want. And the better I understand that and the more attuned I am to exactly who you are and where you are and what you want and why you exist and everything, the better I can build my business around you. This is it. This is the point. This is the point I'm trying to make in this video, is everything in your business needs to be built around your market. So the better you understand your market, the better you can build your business. The understanding of your market is the single greatest weapon you have to building your company. The reason I can make good YouTube videos that get your attention and get you to click and get you to sit here whilst I chat bollocks for it's not bollocks, it's actually quite a good video, everyone. But the reason I can sit here and get you to listen to me for nearly an hour of your time, when you can't even watch a full Netflix episode without opening your phone, is because I know you. I know what you want, I know who you are, I know what you so secretly crave and desire. I know your bad habits, I know your good habits. I know where you go on the weekends. I know what you think about at night. I know what emotions you feel. I know what you've been through. I know what your childhood was like. I know what your parents are like. I know who you talk to, when you talk to them, how you talk to them. I could write a day in your life better than you could in your own diary. And because of that, I can build my entire business to suit you so perfectly that you have no choice but to buy my thing. And when you can do that, you have an infinite level of power in the market. And you can get to 8 figures without even thinking about it. And if you're wondering why I have such a freakishly high understanding of you and who you are, it's because I was you. I was exactly where you are now, which is also why I like making these videos, because anyway, let's get back to it. You blame most of your business problems on your niche. You put 10 grand a month on a pedestal and you see it as the be-all goal in your life. It's all you want right now. You use an agency to manifest your potential. This is the thing, right? So you want a marketing agency and you're not really that attached to the idea of a marketing agency. You just want a business, right? Because you want a way to manifest your personal potential and channel an unusual amount of conscientious energy into. You want to work. You want to solve problems. When you're not solving a problem, when you're not working, you get nervous and stressed and you feel worthless. You experience what I would call conscientious guilt, which is where if you're not doing something and making progress, you feel like you're wasting away and you feel miserable and depressed. And so the business represents an opportunity for you to escape that terror and that void. You start the agency, or you started your agency, out of anger or some sort of negative emotion. So you were either angry at yourself or a group of people or a situation, or maybe you were just terrified of mediocrity, which is why you started. Now you have these emotions. You feel frustrated, you feel angry, you feel anxious, you feel scared, you have lots of doubt. Doubt's a big one for you. You could just be going to bed at like 11 p.m. and then suddenly you have this overwhelming emotion of doubt as to whether or not this is actually going to work. But however, you have dogged persistence. You're just stubborn. You stupid old thing. You're wonderful. I love you. You have determination, but you're also panicked. You're stressed. You feel isolated. You feel lonely. You don't really have time to think. It's do or die for you, but you're seeking brotherhood, but you're also desperate. And you're seeking brotherhood. You want to find people that are like you, and it's hard to do that. You're also desperate. You're so desperate for this thing to work. This is you. This is your current situation. Now, if this is not you, then this is awfully awkward, but I'm hoping that some things here resonate with you. And if you're wondering what the key to my success has been, it's not some sort of magical talent. It's just understanding you better than you understand yourself. And through doing that, I'm able to, like I said, build everything in my business and all of my products and offers and videos and marketing and ads and outreach and team and lead sourcing and everything that I do comes from this understanding of you. Because it's all about you. It's all about the market. It's not about me. It doesn't matter what I want. It matters what you want. So let's talk about your mess. The problem you have is you don't know how to get clients. And you also don't know how to deliver results for clients. You think the problem is you don't have the right email copy. You think the problem is you don't have the right sales script. Or you think the problem is that you don't have the right offer. They think, or you think, that there is a magical silver bullet and all you need to do to solve your problem is just find one shiny video. And this is why you click on stupid YouTube videos like these. Best SMMA offers or easiest SMMA offers or anything like that. I know what gets you to click, but I can promise you that no 20-minute video is going to solve your entire business. But what does solve your entire business is a paradigm and a way of thinking, which is why I try and get your attention with a shiny object, like the 50 best offers, because I know that's what your monkey brain really wants. And I'm not insulting you, I'm just saying this is how it is. And I know that if I can Trojan horse some actual rewiring of your brain into this video, you're actually going to solve the bloody problem. Every time I make a video like this, that's a shiny object video that makes you think like, this is it, this is going to fix my entire business. What I'm actually trying to do is just give you the shiny object and then use the shiny object as a Trojan horse to get into your brain and play around with your paradigm and your belief system so that you can actually fix the damn problem yourself, which is how it needs to be. I'm hoping I'm doing a good enough job of it. That's my entire strategy for these YouTube videos. What actually is the problem? Well, here's the thing. You think the problem is client acquisition, and you think the problem is you don't have the right email copy, or you don't have the right funnels to deliver results, or you don't have the right lead nurturing system to get your clients to show up. But here's the real problem. You don't know how to think. You want an easy solution, and you seek an easy solution. So when a real solution comes along that is hard, you reject it. I can't tell you how many people schedule a call with EasyGrow, which is of course, and then they're making like $2,000 a month, or they're just starting their agency, and they've got this problem of client acquisition, and then we explain the program to them, and they're like, okay, I can afford that. And then they're like, I don't think I want to do it. And then we're like, why? And they're like, well, because I want a done for you solution. I really want someone to do this for me. And then you're like, why? And they're like, oh, I feel like I should delegate this. You are just a cretin, mate. Who the hell, like, if client acquisition is the biggest problem in your life right now, why the hell would you delegate it to someone else? It's your problem, it's your responsibility. It really vexes me, man, because like, this is the thing. People just want this easy, painless solution, because going through a course, I can tell you right now, if you go through EasyGrow, it's pain. It's not easy to go through. It's really difficult, actually. It solves the problem, but it requires like months and months of hard work and dedication and commitment. And I'm not afraid to tell you that because I want to attract the right people to the program. But when someone comes on a call and they're making no money and they've got so much pride that they can't even take a course, I know they're screwed, because they'll go and look for an easy solution, and because they're looking for an easy solution, it never works, right? So simple. Monkey see, monkey do. You're afraid to think for yourself, so you copy other people. You're impatient, you don't give things enough time. Your emotions cause you to make mistakes. You're extremely inconsistent. Your belief systems don't line up with your goals. You struggle to differentiate yourselves with the other thousands of agencies out there, and you do everything you can to avoid pain. So this is the problem I see with agency owners, is the problem is like them. You are the problem, but you have too much of an ego to admit that. And so what you do is you try to tell yourself that it's the copy, or it's the offer, or it's the lead nurturing funnel, or it's the ads, or it's this, or it's that, or it's some external object. But the thing is that if you critically think it through, all of those things in your business come from you. Penny drop moment, pin drop moment, okay? You are the problem. But for as long as you point the finger to an external thing, you're never going to be taking responsibility for the issue, which means the issue's never solved, okay? So this problem has existed since you were born, because the reason you are the problem is because, well, you've been through X amount of years, however old you are, right? You've been through that many years of conditioning that has programmed you to live life and have a normal career in a 9 to 5. So if you were lucky enough to grow up in a household where both your parents were business owners and taught you sales and taught you how to do accounting and think properly like a business owner, then you'd stand a way better chance. But if you've been brought up in like just a normal life, you haven't been equipped with the mental tools, belief systems, and skills to make a business work. And that's fine, because you can learn those skills. And so yeah, if you're anything like me, you haven't been brought up with the like entrepreneurial background. I had extremely supportive parents, but neither of them were business people in terms of actually running their own business. So you don't have that advantage, right? So basically you're fighting behavioral, mental, and belief conditioning that is really designed to optimize you for a mediocre life. And you've bought 997 courses, you've watched hours and hours of videos on YouTube on SMMA, you've sent some cold emails, made some cold calls, but nothing's really worked for you. And you fail to solve the problem because of the points above. You know, these things here are the reason you haven't solved the problem, really. And you declare nothing works, but you've only really tried a handful of things, and now you blame your niche, and you tell yourself that the niche is the reason that you're not successful. And really, it's you. So this is the cornerstone of the issue I see for agency owners, is the lack of responsibility, because it's painful to admit it's our fault. So now let's look at the desired situation of agency owners. Well, here's the funny thing, because there's this expectation as a reality. So the expectation is that if this problem is solved, then you'd think your life will be a utopia. You know, if this problem was solved, you'd experience pure joy. If you knew client acquisition was no longer a problem, it'd be amazing. Pure unfiltered faith and joy. But the expectation is that your life would be incredible. You'd finally have the money to buy the status symbols that you desire, to get the attention of the girls that you didn't get attention from in school. Or maybe, you know, your parents would be proud for once. Maybe, you know, you'd now have compensated for your lack of remarkable performance in school, and now you're actually doing something, right? Maybe finally you can move out, take some responsibility for your finances. Maybe, you know, suddenly you're now the enigma of the family. You've earned, you know, your parents' pride and respect. You buy a car, you buy a watch, you buy new clothes. You're a new man, right? Once this problem is solved, that is your desired situation. You look up to Iman Gadzhi, Hamza, Andrew Huberman, Joe Rogan, take any high value man that gets a lot of attention on the internet you seem to want to be. But the reality is that, like, if you solve the problem of client acquisition, the reality is your life will not look like this. It might for a split second, but then you will have to face the demons of client fulfillment, and you're actually going to have to deliver on the results for the clients you've signed. This is the thing, like, agency owners, their desired situation is basically like all of these expectations here, but the reality is that, like, that's not what it's like, because once you get clients, you've now got responsibilities to solve these problems for these people, and that's quite difficult as well. And that's why in EasyGrow, what we do, this is why when I'm building my offer is all about client acquisition, right? And I'm all about client acquisition because I know that's all you care about. And now that's because that's all you care about, that's how I position my offer. But inside of my product, we solve the problem of client fulfillment. But if I told you I can solve client fulfillment, you wouldn't care because it's not a problem for you yet. You don't know it's coming. You don't know what's coming down the line, but I do. So let's describe the goal. So you want 10 grand a month. Maybe you want anywhere between 4 to 12 grand a month. Well, how long have you wanted this? Well, you've wanted 10 grand a month ever since you saw a YouTuber or an Instagram influencer talk about it or flex a Rolex. 10 grand a month is not a lot of money, by the way, just so you know. And I know that sounds so delusional and so out of touch, but trust me, once you make 10 grand a month, you'll realize how little money it actually is. Okay, just sounds insane, but just trust me when you get there. Let's explore a few lines of the real goal with Socratic reasoning. So you remember what we were doing over here with the offer deck? Remember when we were talking about, like, this asking why 5 times? We actually want to get to the bottom of why people want the goal. Okay, so if your goal is 10 grand a month, let me give you some examples of getting to the bottom of this. I know this is how agency owners work. So I'd say, why do you want 10 grand a month? You would say financial freedom. I say, why do you want financial freedom? You'd say, so I can travel wherever I want. I'd say, why do you want to travel wherever you want? Then you might not know the answer, but the answer might be something along the lines of this. You're unhappy with home, you feel alienated. Well, why do you feel unhappy and alienated? Well, maybe you had a difficult upbringing. And it comes down to trauma. Here's the thing you have to understand about wanting 10 grand a month or wanting to build a business. You are abnormal. You are not normal. You are weird. You are different. It is not normal or average or mediocre. It's abnormal to want to build a business and to have this, you know, strong level of success at such a young age is not normal. And that's fine, right? But you need to understand that if you're not adhering to the norm, it's because your initial conditions of your psychology and your mental state aren't the same as everybody else's, right? And so usually trauma is the thing that drives us forward. And a lot of young guys who are conscientious, we are blessed with this thing, and young girls as well, but I can't speak to girls because I don't see them do this much. But a lot of young guys, we're very blessed. If you're a guy and you've been through trauma and you are by nature conscientious, which means you've got a personality trait, you know, that where you're orderly, you want to work hard, etc. Usually you will take trauma and you will use it as a vehicle for you to grow and build. Okay, it's called post-traumatic growth. Trauma can destroy you or it can create you. For me, it created me. Right, I was fortunate enough to go through bad things. Obviously, I didn't enjoy it, but had I not gone through those things, my life would have looked completely different. So if you want 10 grand a month, it's not because you want 10 grand a month, my friend. It's because you're trying to compensate for something, and that's fine. There's a quote from Freud that says that the adult is designed to protect the child. And I don't mean in a parental role. I mean, when you become an adult, you start behaving in ways that protects who you were as a kid. And so for me, I was bullied when I was like 10, 11, and 12. It was a horrible 3-4 years of my life. And it was not fun. But had I not been bullied, I wouldn't have desired this state of control. I wouldn't have felt worthless. And I wouldn't have had all these negative emotions towards myself that would have pushed me and drove me towards building an income and taking control of my life, right? So it destroys you, or it's very make or break. But I think every man needs a bit of trauma. And that's a very controversial thing to say. But, you know, if you haven't been through anything traumatic, you don't really know what it's like to actually build yourself up, and you haven't really got a reason to do anything. So I'm not saying you have to go through trauma to build a business, by the way. I'm just saying this is my experience. But if you look closely, there's always a reason as to why you want to do something. No one's that straightforward, okay? Example 2, why do you want 10 grand a month? Well, the answer is always financial freedom. Why do you want financial freedom? To be my own boss. Why do you want to be your own boss? I want to be in control of my life. Why do you want to be in control of your life? Because I was bullied and I never want to give someone power over me. That was my example. That's why I started wanting to make 10 grand a month. Didn't realize it for a long time. Another example from this isn't from me, but this is like, I see this is a common one on sales calls. Why do you want to make 10 grand a month? I want to buy a Mercedes. I want to buy an Audi. I want to buy a BMW, whatever. Why do you want to buy a Mercedes? I want to buy it for status. Why do you want status? I want attention from women. Why do you want attention from women? Because my mum didn't give me any growing up. Trauma, right? And I know this seems weird and I know it seems deep, but he who has a why can bear almost any how. And if you grow up without the attention from your mum or the pride and respect of your father, that's a traumatic experience, right? That's something that you didn't have that you need to become a well-rounded, functioning, healthy human. And so if as a child you didn't have those things, as you become an adult, you will naturally start to look for those things to compensate because it's what you never had it. And so it starts to come through like, cars and all this stuff so you can like, and I know it seems weird. I know this is a video on how to create an offer for your SMA. So I'm not here to lecture you on therapy and stuff, but this is the level of depth you need to get into to build compelling offers. And this is where you need to go. You need to go to these places and these deep, dark psychological corners of your prospects and your market's minds to really figure out what the hell's actually going on so you can craft your business around them, okay? So for me as an agency owner, I wanted to make 10 grand a month because I was bullied in school, never wanted anyone to have power over me. I felt worthless and I was angry at myself, probably because of the bullying thing. I had this sheer terror at the idea of being average or normal, and I was hopeless with girls and I got constantly rejected in school or college. So when I was in school, the whole no bitches thing, man, it was real bad. I did not have much luck. And we all know what that does to a man. And it can do one of two things. It can either turn him into an incel, or it can turn him into someone that actually like builds himself up so that he is in a position to have leverage and not have to face that rejection. Unfortunately enough, I am not an incel, right? So there we go. So I'm not saying that everyone wants to grow an agency because of trauma. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just giving you some examples of how deep this thing can go and how deep your market understanding can get. But if you want to build a 10 grand a month business at a young age, is probably a weird thing to want to do, and it's fine because I wanted to do it as well. I'm not judging, power to you, man, but usually something's gone wrong psychologically. Okay, you're usually using the business as a shield to protect your adult self from something the child had to go through. Steps. Right, let's get out of that psychological hellhole before we get too deep and start crying. But let's describe the steps. So these are the steps that I use in my offer, right? Build proper business foundations, correct the paradigm, correct the mindset, overhaul their belief system, build outbound appointment booking skills, build sales skills, build service delivery skills, and then build delegation skills. Then I give them a community to talk to people that are similar to them. And then I give them coaching calls to basically answer any questions on every skill required. These are the steps that I use to solve the problem and help my clients achieve the transformation, right? I know this might seem like a backhanded way of selling you my program, but it's the easiest example I can give you of what an offer actually looks like. You do not have to buy my program, all right? There's a link, you can click it, and that's it. There's no other sales pitching coming, I promise, okay? So, just describe the foundation. Let's say, for example, like we're talking about the foundations of the steps. So I need to give the market, or you, for example, reassurance that my steps are the right ones to take, right? So, for example, you're worried that you will pick the wrong niche. So I'm going to be like, here are the best niches. You might be worried about the niche being saturated. So I need to have a strategy for that to help you overcome that and think the step is sturdy before you step on it. You might have struggles doing the work, so I need to give stellar mindset training. You might be afraid of conflict on sales calls, so maybe I provide a gentle sales approach. You don't know what to say on cold email, I provide cold email copy. You can't be consistent with your work. Charlie, what's the point of me doing Easy Grow if I can't even get up and do the work? I can't be consistent. Well, let me hold you accountable, for example, right? No clue what ads will work for clients, we'll provide the ads, etc., right? You need to understand that when you're building steps, people are going to have doubts in them, and you need to understand what those doubts are so you can address them and add more value and give them more reassurance and faith and confidence that what you do works by demonstrating and understanding that you've solved the problem before it even happens, okay? There's a ton more than 8, by the way, but you get the point. Any major perceived obstacle or problem that can come with your steps needs to be addressed, and this will come in handy when you're handling objections, by the way. And this is also how you do sales calls that have no objections, is when like you present the steps and you predict exactly what all the problems are going to be, and then they won't have anything legs to stand on. So the trampoline for us is 20 clients guaranteed or full refund plus $5,000 wire if it doesn't work. That actually is our offer. It's not like some like fake wacky offer. That actually is what we offer. And then we say pay on results to sort of compensate for that. And then the time is 180 days for the 20 clients or 30 to 60 days for the first 2 to 5 clients. So this is the offer that we've used, and we've been using since, we've been doing this for like 6 months now. Yeah, about that, 6 months. And this offer has basically taken us from 200 grand a month to $1 million a month. So you can see how, like, this is actually just a live example of what backs up my, 800 grand to $1 million a month income, okay, with 70%, 60% profit margins. Now let's translate your offer deck. So now that you've built out your offer deck, or if you haven't done, and you're the kind of person that doesn't do the work, then I don't know what to tell you. But now that you've built out your offer deck because you're a good subscriber, let's translate it into an actual message. So now it's time to actually turn this understanding into a tangible, clear message that you can put in front of your prospects and your market to elicit a response of an appointment or a sale, okay? We've got this thing called the offer messaging creation cheat sheet. So this is super straightforward. It walks you through how to actually build these offers, right? So at the very beginning here, when we saw the 50 examples, I'm going to show you how you can sort of create your own example and add your own unique spin on it, okay? So the foundations of an irresistible offer: focused, results-orientated, tangible, polarizing, unique, timeline, and bonus. Example here. Step 1 is the offer hypothesis, which is basically understanding that your service is not your offer. And what you do to get your clients' results is obviously not the offer. Just as a reminder, your service is delivering on your offer. But what's an offer? Well, obviously we've been through this. What you want to do is actually sort of build this out. So it needs to be focused, right? So by focused, we mean it's one person, one problem. You're not offering to multiple people. You're calling out one specific person with one specific problem. Are you a high-ticket business owner doing more than 7 figures with a show rate of less than 80%? That's very specific, but it's going to call the right person out, okay? Results-orientated. This comes down to the premise of like, I can get this or I can get this. It's less about like, I'm going to do SEO for you, I'm going to do Facebook ads for you. No, it's about, I'm going to get you this amount of appointments, or this many people in your door, or this much revenue is going to be added, or this is going to be your ROAS. Outcome driven. Tangible, right? We actually need to put a number to the result we're going to get them. Because just saying I'm going to get you more appointments doesn't really ring home, because they might just think that's like 3 more appointments as opposed to 100. Polarizing. So polarizing, this is basically where we're trying to attract the right people and repel the wrong people. And so, so that way you can say to someone, this is for these people, it's not for these people. Unique, okay, very straightforward, cut through the noise. Something just a little bit different, doesn't have to be massively unique. Timeline and guarantee. So timeline, we've discussed this, guarantee, we've discussed this, and that's basically how you structure it. We can help you get X amount of result for exactly who you are in this time frame with a unique way of doing it, or you don't pay. Using our foolproof 6-step process. So step 1 is the promise. Here are some examples. And step 2 is the goal alignment and risk reduction. So the key here is the goal alignment, where we have this incentive alignment. Now, if you're unfamiliar with how to actually structure your incentive with your client, I made a video very recently, actually. It'll be like the one before this in my YouTube feed on the best SMA models, and the best incentive structures for pay on performance and stuff like that, and pricing. So I'd suggest you go and watch that if you're unfamiliar with how to do this. It will also give you a way better foundation for building an offer as well. Okay, the more of this information you have before you build, the easier it's going to be to build it. Okay, some more examples of that. Then we have step 3, which is making it unique. You're just adding on some text that basically nobody else has added on before, and it doesn't have to be anything too shiny. Very straightforward. Step 4 is to make it even more unique, and this is where you're going to start looking at your offer deck, right? So you're going to look at this here, and this is where you make it more unique. So for example, if I wanted to make my offer more unique, I could say, you will become one step closer to living like Iman Gaji. Because that's what everybody seems to want, in this agency space. Because Iman introduced a ton of people to the agency space, and they see his lifestyle, and they buy his stuff because they want his lifestyle. And so if I wanted to make my offer just slightly more unique, I could say, hey, if you buy my thing, you're one step closer to this, 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 and this, or there's all sorts of reasons. But the more thorough this offer deck is, the more pages of information you have, the more unique you can make this, because I've got an infinite number of things that I can pull from here to really make it work. Does that make sense? I'm hoping it makes sense. Important things to remember: your service is not your offer. No 7-figure agency has been built without an offer that stands out. The best type of offers are where the goals of the agency and the client are aligned. Guarantees build trust instantly. A crazy offer will beat 100 good testimonials, and this is the truth, right? People don't really trust testimonials anymore, but they trust good offers. All you need to make 30 to 100K a month is a good offer that books appointments and closes deals, and then a system that delivers on that offer 95% of the time. Offers need to be a no-brainer or hard to say no to. Set clear expectations on what needs to be done and what your client needs to do, which is obviously where we've got these steps. The bigger the promise, the more clients you will convert. Remove as much risk as you can for the client. The less risk they have, the more clients you will sign. Very simple, it's a relationship here. If you're guaranteeing and promising a lot in your offer, you better make sure you can deliver 9 out of 10 times. Offer brings clients, service keeps clients around. The best offer is basically a guarantee the client cares about removing as much risk as possible. If your offer is irresistible, you can charge as much as you want, by the way. That's a kind of cool thing. And the first month, when we were doing our agency, we would, like, I remember this a while ago. So when I was doing like 10 grand a month, as soon as I fixed my offer, I went to like 30 grand a month, like, 30 days later. It was kind of insane. And the more saturated your niche is, the better the offer has to be. So that's just a real simple offer messaging creation cheat sheet. And that's everything for this video. If you need help getting more clients, there's a link in the description. It's a video of me trying to pitch you something and sell you something. If you don't trust me or you don't like me, don't click the link, okay? But it's literally a VSL, it's a funnel. I'm not afraid to tell you that. It's a sales video, okay? You can click it. If you don't want to click it, I don't care. Just apply this information, learn from it, and I hope it helps you. I really do hope this video has helped you. I put a ton of effort into it, and not that that really matters, but if I wish I had this when I was starting, man. I wish that I had this when I was 18, 19, trying to figure this all out. I would have achieved what I wanted to achieve way faster with significantly less pain and less suffering. And if in any way, shape or form I've been able to do that for you today, even by 1%, my work here is done. I hope I have. I hope you enjoyed the video. Subscribe if you're new. I love you. Have a good day. Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Imperium Agency Incubator Agency Essentials. So, pretty straightforward video. In this video, what I'm going to show you is basically our software stack, all the tools we use. We use a bunch more tools, but all the tools you will need to really have a foundation. So I'm going to show you basically a long list of softwares that we use and the reason why we use them. Some of them are very straightforward. Most of them you guys already have as some sort of version that you like that is, kind of similar to what I'm going to show you. And just bear in mind when I'm shooting this video, guys, there's going to be some things that you really just need for a 7-figure agency, right? Or, building an agency in general and getting clients, right? If you're very new. Some things you can hold off with until you have a couple more clients so you can pay for some stuff, right? But what I want to do in this video, and it's good to kind of just go back to this video once you find success with this program, once you get meetings, once you get sales, these agency essentials are kind of just important. It's kind of just the groundwork of an agency, of actually having a running business, because a lot of people forget that, right? They watch some sort of course, they start their own little digital marketing agency, right? And they kind of sometimes forget that you're running a business here, an actual corporate business, and it just needs to have certain things, right? Like this isn't some sort of side hobby. You've got a company here, so you need to act like a company. You need to look like a company, right? Because people are going to have to trust you, right? So, not very formal video. We've got a little sheet here. So, I'm going to delete this folder right here. So, this document is in the download section below as well. You can get it on Google Docs, make your own copy, use it, edit it around, right? So, this is basically a long list of all the agency essentials that you kind of just need when you're beginning this program, right? Or and if you don't need it like right now, I'll let you know on down this list. But before we get into the strategies, before we get into getting meetings, sales, mindset, all that great stuff, and really scaling our business, there's just some things that your agency needs, right? To really even get started. And the first thing is a logo. And creating a logo is a must, but it doesn't have to be anything special, right? Most of you will be familiar with Canva.com, and if you're not, Canva.com is really just a video editing, or not video, I think it actually does video editing now as well. It's just a picture editing software, basically, where you can make, ads, wallpapers, and also logos. So your agency does need a logo. It needs something, every successful company in the world has a logo, right? We actually grew our agency with nothing, not even a company, like at the beginning, the first couple of clients, but that's a couple of years ago, and the space, the agency space has just become more competitive, and there's just some things that you need, right? You're a company has a logo, right? This does not have to be fancy at all. This can be super simple. This was our first logo right here. This is NorthFlow Consulting. It was just Canva, right? NorthFlow Consulting, just type it in, a little shield in place for the O. This is the Imperium Agency, our logo for Imperium Agency, right? This program, literally just a square, IA, done, all done in Canva. And this is our new current NorthFlow Consulting logos. This we did pay for. It's obviously a little bit more professional, a little bit more customized. But guys, we grew to like 80 clients with this NorthFlow Consulting logo. So just get a logo. Don't think about it too much. Make something simple. Look at IA. Very simple, very sleek. Obviously, just post it in the Facebook group. Hey guys, is this logo okay? Probably is. Just get a logo. It's the main thing. Use Canva.com. Use this, right? Like, look. This, it even has its own section, and this is all free. So just get a logo going, right? Like this one right here, John Bailey. Just use this, make this, I don't know what the sort of, you know, skill marketing, right? Skill marketing, and then, you know, SM, right? And done, right? This is kind of, and if you're, you know, for instance, if you help attorneys, right? Marketing for law firms. Done. And you got a logo right here. How long did that take me? That took me literally 20 seconds. Don't think about it too much. Get a logo down. Right? Save this, and then for just a little bit more simplified, just, you know, make it like this. You know, save both versions, and bam, you've got an amazing logo that no one will ever, you know, this is just good. This is more than enough. All right. So second, a business email. So I cannot stress the sort of how unprofessional it looks when you have a email like this, right? skillmarketing@gmail.com, right? You need a business email, guys. You need a business email, right? So most of you will already have a domain, right? For example, NorthFlow Consulting or whatever agency you have. Maybe you don't have a website yet, and a website isn't like an absolute must. We can hook you up with like a little website template, because a website does help. But if you don't have a website, that's not really that much of an issue. But you need a business email account, right? For instance, G Suite. I just recommend using G Suite. We're going to reference it a lot. Just sign up for G Suite if you don't have this. $10 a month per user. And what G Suite will allow you to do is you'll be able to connect your domain name, for example, NorthFlowConsulting.com, and you'll be able to actually create a business Gmail account, right? A first name at agency.com. And this is just such a necessary thing, guys. There is no agency in the world that's scaled to 7 figures with a skill marketing at gmail.com, right? Like and I'm not talking, like we do this for an agency, right? Like if I go to NorthFlow Consulting, right? And I go to our Facebook page, right? And we have our own support email somewhere. It should be somewhere. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, support@northflowconsulting.com, right? So you need a business email. So when you get to this sheet, when you download this sheet, there's an article here that will help you basically set this all up. We won't show you this in the program because most of you already have this set up. But if you don't have this set up yet and you're still rocking, you know, a gmail.com company email, click the article, set this all up. It's just an absolute must, okay? Because there's really no successful agency out there that's still, you know, that doesn't have a company email. You need a business email, okay? And it's good to keep as well. It's good to keep the business from the personal, right? The third thing is Facebook page. Well, completely free, obviously. You need a semi-active Facebook page. You don't want to spiral too much into this, but you need something there, right? People, you have to realize that when you're talking to prospects, they're going to do research beforehand, before they even talk to you. And sometimes they're going to do it after the calls, right? They're going to do research on your Facebook page, on your website. They're going to find out everything about you because you're asking a hell of a lot from them, right? You're an online company. You're there. There needs to be sort of a trust factor there. There needs to be a rapport factor. And I can guarantee you that 90% of the sales you will ever make, they will have checked out your Facebook page. So it is important. So the first thing is you want to add some posts that bring value to your market, right? You want to update your followers with regular posts, marketing tips, success stories, testimonials, really anything you like, right? Just keep it active. And I'd say 2 to 3 posts a week. Honestly, he's already kind of overdoing it. Just like 1 or 2 posts a week, more than enough, right? And this doesn't have to be anything special at all, right? You just want to make sure that your page, because your page really represents your business, you just want to make sure that it's active, right? Make prospects feel like your company is alive and well, because it is, right? And the way that people reference that and the way that people see that is if your Facebook page is active, right? Because we can't really update our website regularly, right? Like an active Facebook page with engagement, likes, and posts shows that your company is up and running like a smooth machine. Okay, it's very important. So, yeah. The second is a page with 0 likes does not look very professional, and people will wonder, okay, this is a marketing agency that can help me grow with marketing, but they apparently do not market their own business very well, as their page has 0 followers, 0 engagement, right? So you want to try and invite your friends, right? Invite your friends. You usually, most of you will have like 1,000, 2,000 friends. Invite them all to the page. You'll get like 100 likes off the bat right there. The second thing is promote your page to third world countries, right? Keep the CPM very low, and try to get at least 1,000 likes on your business. So when your potential clients do their research on you, they will see a well-established business page with engagement and frequent posts, right? On NorthFlow Consulting, we practice what we preach, right? That's 5,000 likes. Regular posts of at least one a week, and we don't really do anything more than that. We usually just use the ads. We just upload ads to this, just a copy of the ads with a picture. That's more than enough. It just needs to feel natural, needs to feel real, and you kind of have to look at your own, like if you're buying from a company, right, and you're going to do a lot of research on them, you want to make sure that they are active on certain types of platforms, right? It's just kind of the norm now, basically. And third thing is never buy likes on third-party websites. You can get thousands of likes just by actually using Facebook ads, paying Facebook for Facebook likes, right? And what it will prevent you from doing is basically your entire business manager being banned, your pages being blocked. Never, ever, ever buy likes on third-party websites because it's totally not necessary either. The 5,000 likes that we got on NorthFlow Consulting, I think we spent around $30 for. And that was just by using Facebook ads and running simple like campaigns to third world countries, right? Where we kept the CPM incredibly low, and we got a ton of likes. And usually they give you some free engagement as well, right? Depending on the type of, if you just post like motivational posts, you usually get a bunch of free likes on those posts as well, from the people that just like your page. So the fourth, most of you already have this. I can confidently say 95% of you that are watching this video will have this software already, right? It's kind of just the starter, really. ClickFunnels, right? The website and funnel builder. It's $97 a month. It's worth every single penny. The amount of things we've been able to do with ClickFunnels, it's insane for the things that you get. We are currently playing around with another software called High Level, and we probably will discuss this in the program down the road. Right now, we are still very much ClickFunnels users, but down the road, we might show you how to use High Level. Some of you will be familiar with what Go High Level is. It's this new marketing software. It has kind of everything. You don't have to worry about that right now. I'm just kind of rambling here, but some of you won't be familiar with that. Down the road, we will probably switch over to that software because it just offers more and is just brings more value to the table. But right now, for NorthFlow as well, we still use ClickFunnels, so that's what we will teach, right? And this tool is truly a game changer for our own agency and for your agency, right? We don't only use ClickFunnels for our own clients, we also use it for our funnels, the funnels we use to promote NorthFlow, and the website, right? The NorthFlow Consulting website is a 100%, and it probably shouldn't be, but we just kind of never really change this, and it works, right? So why would we focus on things that are already working? Our website is completely made through ClickFunnels. Right, so not only do you not need like Wix or Squarespace for the website, you can really just have ClickFunnels not only for your clients, for your funnels, for your client funnels on your own funnels, right? But also your website. This is a completely functional ClickFunnels website, so it's really just a must. Most of you already have a website in the going. Most of you already have ClickFunnels, but if you don't, I really highly recommend getting it because over the course of this program, we will give you copy and paste funnels, right? That you can use, and they will all be made available on ClickFunnels, right? You can, if you are using like lead pages or something completely different, and you really just don't want to use ClickFunnels because you just hate it with every fiber in your being, then you're kind of just putting extra work on your table, which is fine if that's what you want to do. Then I recommend just getting a 14-day free trial on ClickFunnels. Use that, get all the copy and paste funnels that we give you, right? And then just copy and model them onto your own sort of funnel building website, right? So that's kind of the way to go around that. But this is kind of really talking to like the 1% of you. Most of you will have ClickFunnels on that, and it is just great because we use it for our own agency, and we will give you a bunch of things, copy paste funnels, that you'll be able to edit in ClickFunnels, right? Because they are ClickFunnels funnels because we use it, right? So full transparency, this is a affiliate link. Most of you already have ClickFunnels. It's just kind of it's we're not going to make any money from this basically, but get started with a 14-day free trial if you don't have it. It's affiliate link, so we get a piece of the software earnings. If you one helps out, sure, why not? If you don't, just type in clickfunnels.com and sign up for a free trial. Doesn't change the price at all, so it doesn't really matter what you do. So the fifth thing is invoices. So most of you will, if you already have clients, you probably already have like a software. If you don't have invoices and you're very new and you don't actually have a software to take payments, highly recommend PayFunnels. It's $29 a month if you go directly to PayFunnels, but we can give it to you for $9 per month, and that's not even our deal. If you've been through Sam Oven's program, if you know who he is, he basically has this PayFunnels deal, which gives you PayFunnels for $9 a month. And you know, we are here to help you guys. We're not here to make extra money off you. So just use the Sam Oven's discount. Just click this link and you'll see redirecting you. Let's go. Welcome to Sam Oven's members, right? It's kind of like we don't have a special deal with PayFunnels, but Sam Oven's does, so by all means use it. Get $20 a month off. We've been basically using PayFunnels for the better part of 2 years now. It's $9 a month. It's truly nothing, and it offers everything an agency needs, right? It's an online payment collection software. It offers retainers, offers free trials, offers one-time fees. It's just everything that an agency owner will ever need. It's easy to use. It's super cheap. Connects to Stripe and other payment processors, and it's really just a no-brainer if you don't have a software that you use invoices for, right? If you're very startup, you have one client, then and you really don't like the invoices system that you have, I really recommend switching to PayFunnels. But obviously, if you have 10, 20 clients, or 5, and you don't want to do all the hassle of changing clients to billing, then by all means leave it. But we love PayFunnels. We use PayFunnels for everything. If you're looking for something new and cheap and efficient, PayFunnels is the way. Okay. So let me just kind of clean this up a bit. So the sixth thing is Slack and Asana for client and team communications. Both are free for a period. And once you grow, they're very cheap relative to what it gives you. But right now, if you have, one team member, or you're very small, 5 to 10 clients, then you're not going to have to pay for this. So down the road, it will cost money. Asana is amazing for talking and planning with the team, right? Asana is great for just overall a team CRM, and we actually use Slack to stay in touch with clients and offer support. So we just use Slack. There are so many ways to go about this. Email, WhatsApp, so many great softwares. This is just what we use. So by all means, if you're using something else and you like it, don't change this. This is just what we use. So if you don't have any CRMs in place and you want one, we use Asana for our own team, and we use Slack for the clients to talk with clients and just talk about anything. And Asana is really just for the team, for our own team, right? So if you're looking for the ways to talk to clients and ways to CRM for your team, these two I highly recommend. They're free to begin with, and once you scale, they are going to cost money. But then again, you are scaling, so there will be more money coming in. 7, so this is absolutely crucial, of course, no-brainer. You need legally binding contracts with clients. Most of you will be online agencies. Your clients will be 1,000 miles across the country, right, or whatever, wherever. So you're going to need to do online documents. DocuSign, we use it. It's the best out there. Truly, it's $15 a month. I think that gives you like 100 contracts a month, which is obviously more than enough for an agency, because you're not going to be signing on 100 new clients a month. No brainer, super cheap, super easy. We will give you contract templates down the road, so if you don't have a contract just yet, but most of you will have a contract. If you're paying more than what DocuSign is, I highly recommend just making the switch, because you should not, if you're paying like 30, 40, $50 for contracts, just change Asana. It's to DocuSign, super cheap, super easy, and offers everything you need, really, right? Like here, monthly plan, single user only, send documents, or okay, so this is $5 a month, okay. All right, so, well, if you're going to sign on more than 5 clients, then you can just go to the $40. I don't actually know which one we use. I just know that I don't know which plan we are on, but I do know that we are basically on DocuSign. I don't know which plan. We might actually be on that. We are definitely on a... See, sometimes I don't even know what. But for beginners, DocuSign is the way to go. And once you scale, you can just scale with the plan, right? So $15 to start with. Great. So Loom, we will discuss this a lot. We're going to use Loom for cold emails. Some of you will be familiar with this. It's just a screen recording software. Let me show it to you. It's the cheapest and best one available out there. We're going to use this for cold emails, for cold LinkedIn and Facebook messages, and showing clients tutorials, right? Like in the online world, you're just going to want to record your stream a lot of the time, you know, maybe to show clients things, or to send a marketing video, or to answer an objection, right, on email. Loom is great because it's really made for marketing purposes, but we also just use it for simple explanation, right? Like you can really just, like, by two clicks, record your full screen, record whatever is going on your screen, and then have an immediate share link that you can email to anyone, right? So it's not only great for marketing, but also just for clients. Loom, no brainer, $8 a month, absolutely nothing for what it offers. And really, we're going to show you a lot of Loom strategies. Loom is really just a must, right? Like a lot of these softwares you don't need from the beginning, right? Like if you don't have any clients yet, like wait with ClickFunnels until you have one client, so you can use the money you're getting from the clients actually pay for ClickFunnels. But for most of you in this program, you will have 1 to 10 clients, right? And these things are really just must. If you have 4 or 5 clients and you don't have a business email yet, get on that right now. Come on, you are running a business here. Have a business email account. Same with a Facebook page. If you have 3, 4, 5, 7 clients and you want to scale, get that Facebook page going. Same with ClickFunnels, guys. Come on. And a lot of these have like free options to start with if you're very new, right? I think DocuSign has like a free trial or something as well. Same with Loom, by the way. I think it has a free trial or free option as well. So 9, video hosting, right? You're going to want to, we use Wistia personally for our own business. Only we pay $100 a month for that. It's kind of unnecessary as Wistia offers the same features. We're just kind of now familiar with Wistia and we don't really want to change and do all that sort of work. Kind of lazy on our side. But Vimeo is really just a video hosting platform, right? You're going to want to have a great platform for hosting videos on your website, like testimonials, right? Interviews and marketing videos on your website. You're going to want to host that. Vimeo is great for that. It's $15 a month. You can basically customize the entire sort of video player and embed it on your website, right? It offers, you know, really everything you need. So you can have videos on your website. Let me just kind of show you what NorthFlow Consulting has, for instance, right? Like testimonial videos and stuff like that. This is actually YouTube, as you can see. But for our VSLs and mini webinars and stuff, we use Wistia. It just offers a little bit more customization. So I'd recommend Vimeo. It is free from the beginning as well. So if you're a very small time starter agency, start free. Once you scale, start paying for this stuff. Great. No brainer. Not going to spend too much time on that. 10, Calendly. It's just the absolute best scheduling software that we've seen. If you're not using a scheduling software by now and you're manually booking in appointments and you're manually doing reminders or whatever, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if you're living under a rock, right? Because it's just such a time waster. Calendly, we use it personally. So for clients, for prospects, we book them into our Calendly, even if it's organic, right? Even if we're getting organic meetings, we will manually book people into the Calendly because they get reminders, they get personalized emails, right? All times, and we have just a bunch of Zaps connected to it, right? And that's how we track everything. So Calendly, it's $15 a month. It offers SMS notifications. It's incredibly easy to use. It offers everything. It's just the best and cheapest scheduling software in the game. We use it for everything. It offers SMS and email notifications, website embed, so you can put your calendar on websites, right? Customization, personalized customization, and it's just great for when you have a sales team. And it's just, you know, let me just show you. We do actually use Calendly for everything, for our own business, right? Schedule, bam, here. This is our Calendly, right? So incredibly good. And some of you will be using something else, and if you're just like, you love the other software you're using, stick with that. But if you're still looking, we will show you how to use Calendly. It's just kind of what we teach because we know it. So if you're still switching between scheduling softwares, or you're looking to make the switch to Calendly. You know, you have Schedule Once, you have Acuity, you have a bunch of others, you know, Go High Level, right? There's a bunch of other great ones out there. We just use Calendly, we love it. But if you're using something else, stick with that. I just know that Schedule Once just, it offers more, but it's more expensive and it's more complicated, and it's just not really what an agency needs. An agency, you just need to be able to book people in, give them reminders, and that's it. Like, you don't need most of the fancy stuff, right? So Calendly, highly recommend it. Let me just show you this. Most of you will be very familiar with this, right? So yeah, you're in good company. 5 million monthly users, right? So Zoom video calls, well, most of you will obviously know, especially in this day and age, what Zoom is. We use Zoom for all our sales calls and client calls. We love video calls, sales calls. We think it just adds a bunch more of a trust factor with clients. We are also able to share a lot more with clients. If they have questions, we can actually screen share and just show them on screen, you know, certain types about our service, testimonials, right? It's just a lot easier to do over the phone, so I highly recommend going to video calls for your sales calls in general, but also for client calls, coaching calls, whatever. Zoom is just the best. I wouldn't recommend like using Skype or something. Just use Zoom. The free option will get you far enough, especially if you're doing sales calls and doing one-on-ones. And the $15 a month option is really if you're doing you know, hour-long, 2-hour-long calls with multiple people in a Zoom call. For instance, building your team, right? Conference calls with your team on Zoom. It's going to cost you $15 a month. But if you're just going to use Zoom to start with, small-time agency, then just get Zoom for free and do all your sales calls on Zoom. Most of you, I'm not even going to explain this too much because everyone who isn't familiar with Zoom in this day and age, right? And then the last thing, so this is super crucial. Good audio is just a must, especially in the online world, right? Like having a camera quality doesn't really matter. Like data actually shows this. The main thing that is important for video, for calls, is the audio. So I highly recommend, if you are still using Apple headphones or whatever for your audio and for your recordings and for everything, for calls as well, just make the switch and invest in a microphone, and it isn't really not expensive. I use the one that I'm using right now, is a Blue Snowball USB microphone. It's perfect, it's clear, the quality is great. I use it for sales calls, I use it for video recording, I use it for looms, I use it for everything that needs audio and me talking basically, and it really is just a must. You need to have good audio. It's great for your sales calls, it makes you clear, it makes the conversation flow. It's going to be amazing, and it's going to be super necessary for video marketing, right, like looms and whatever. It's going to be super necessary for Zoom calls with clients. It's going to be super necessary for when you're recording tutorials for clients or you're building your own program or whatever. You need good audio. Video material, of course, it's nice to have like a good video quality, good face cam, but it isn't that important actually. Like data really shows that you can have very shitty video quality, like 280p, right, or 240p, 360p. People don't really mind, as long as you have great audio. Great audio is very important because people will simply not stand crappy audio. They just can't deal with it, right? So get a good microphone. If you already have one, great. If you're looking for the market for one, for a great one that is cheap, Blue Snowball is the best on the market for this price. It's $70 and you have an amazing microphone. And I think I've had this microphone for like 4 to 5 years. So it really does last. Invest $70. Not an affiliate link, by the way. The only affiliate link on this entire sheet is ClickFunnels, just so you know, full transparency. And I don't know if PayFunnels, if this is an affiliate link for Sam Evans, but we don't get paid. We don't get paid for it in the end. So yeah. Basically, that's the agency essentials. These are kind of just the tools. We use a lot more, by the way, but these are kind of more than enough to get you to 10, 20 clients. Like you really will not need more than this until you start to really, really scale. But really, this right here, I don't know how much money this is in total, but it should not be more than $300, $400 a month. This right here will get you easily to 10, 20K a month. And then when you're at the level, then you can start getting more types of softwares, but this will be more than enough to begin with. So these are the agency essentials. If you're, if you already have most of this stuff in place, great, move on to the next video. If you're looking for maybe a new invoice platform, looking to communicate with clients, right? These are our recommendations because we use these ourselves. So, and we've been using most of them for years now. So if you're looking for like new screen recorder, like Loom is going to be an absolute must, Vimeo, right, Calendly. Get on it, do your own research on this, but this is just our list. Okay, great video, guys. Had a blast. Move over to the next one, and I'll see you there. Bye bye.
All right, I'm gonna make this video as if I'm talking to myself at the age of 17, 18 years old. The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation. What's called resignation is confirmed desperation. It's a quote from Henry Thoreau. And it embodies the existence of the majority of men on this planet, perhaps women as well. I can't speak to that category of human because I'm a man, but I can talk to you. You can change. It doesn't matter how bad your life currently is. It doesn't matter how much anxiety you're going through, how much stress, fear, desperation, resignation, lack of anything that you want. Getting what you don't want, suffering, feeling miserable, loneliness, anxiety, fear, depression, all of these mental vices that hold you and prevent you from making meaningful progress along a trajectory that would create fulfillment in your life. You can change, you can get rid of them, you can evolve. And I'm here to tell you it's possible. And I'm here to be honest and transparent with you and to reveal my past sense of self and my character to you so that you can use me and my change and development and evolution as a vehicle for confidence, a vehicle for faith, and a method in general. When I was 18 years old, I didn't have much going for me. I'd been heavily bullied throughout my time in school. I didn't have many friends. I was addicted to video games. I ate nothing but junk food and, I had no control over my impulses. I binge-watched YouTube. I binge-watched anything I could. I didn't have any discipline. I didn't have any direction. I was nothing but a ball of anxiety and stress. And I was desperate to change. I was desperate for a way out. I was desperate for a leg up, so to speak. And in the end, I had to create my own leg up and my own vehicle for change. Now, I'm a multimillionaire. I live in Dubai on the Palm. I have the body I want. My health is in great standing. I have a supportive and loving group of friends. I have a brotherhood. I have a company. I have everything that I could ever dreamed of and more. I have the freedom to do what I want, when I want, with who I want, whenever I want, however I want. I am free financially. I am not in the gutter, mentally, physically, spiritually. I've changed. And I need you to understand that it wasn't by some miracle, nor was it a stroke of luck, nor was it down to chance. I wasn't miraculously struck by lightning. I didn't have a random dream and wake up blessed. I worked. And I'm here to tell you how you can change. And I'm here to share with you exactly what worked with me along my journey towards self-actualization and what I would call self-transcendence. You see, the concept of identity is misconstrued in modern society. The premise and the presupposition that we base our lives on and that our paradigm is developed through is that we are who we are and we cannot change. Our identity basically is the strongest force in the world. Identity trumps biology in command of the body. And what that means is that who you think you are and who you believe you are and how you orient yourself and your self-image in the world against, the reality itself determines what you get in life. In other words, everything is upstream of your identity. Your suffering, your woes, your desperation, your anxiety, your anger, your shame, your guilt. Any level of suffering that is inflicted upon you is coming from your identity and how you've tied yourself to the world. Because in order for us to effectively operate in the world, we must assume an identity. Because to not have an identity and to not pin ourselves in some way would basically be like floating in the ocean. The identity is the buoy that we cling on to in the middle of the ocean. To not have it would be to have nothing. And to have nothing would be to float among the ocean amongst nothing but pure chaos. And so identity provides us with a structure of order among a chaotic world. Alas, the problem is that most people cling to the wrong thing. They cling to the buoy, they cling to the pole in the middle of the ocean. And as the waves and the sea salt and the spray and everything crashes over them, they cling on for dear life. And the waves and the sea and the storm, that represents life. It represents the objective world, reality itself, throwing problems at you, difficulties, suffering, etc., etc. Bad people, good people, things this, that, and the other. But sometimes you have to allow yourself to be taken by the storm. Because what you don't realize is that typically upstream of the storm is another form of identity that you can cling on to. And you need to allow yourself to enter the realm of chaos and to remove the sense of self that is tying you down, that you so desperately cling on to for order, and enter the realm and pit of chaos. Let me ask you a question. What is a knight without a dragon? And what is a hero without a villain? What is order without chaos? For good to exist, bad must also exist. It's called the duality. You cannot have good without bad. What's a knight without a dragon? A knight is a man, a standard everyday man. This is the archetype. This is why we watch action movies. It's the hero myth. It's the hero archetype. It's the strongest form of resonance probably known to mankind. The hero myth, the hero archetype. Hell, if you're not acting it out in your day-to-day work, you're probably watching it through Netflix or some sort of action movie. But what does it mean? Well, a typical normal man with a normal life, with a normal identity, is called upon to partake in a mission. And the mission involves slaying a dragon. Dragons, well, what are they? They are winged snakes. In the Bible, I'm not bringing religion into this, but I'm going to explain. What is a dragon? A dragon is basically a snake with wings. And the earliest sort of understanding of what a snake is comes from the Bible, at least in modern civilization. And the snake is used by the authors of the Bible, and essentially by God, to represent chaos. And so the dragon is chaos. And so in order for the man to become the knight, he has to let go of his identity and take on chaos. And through the chaos, he becomes something else. And by battling with the chaos and defeating it, and essentially converting it into order, he earns his self-respect, his fulfillment. He achieves his mission. He gets the damsel in distress or pot of gold, and he returns home with the new earned respect of his family, his friends, his community, but more importantly, himself. And you have to learn to do the same. I need you to imagine that what you want in life, what you so desire, a goal, so to speak, an outcome, a dream, the ideal life for you, whatever that might look like, it's a goal, it's a snapshot of the future. It's an effect. It's something that exists in arbitrary term in our imagination. It's a state of reality that can be manifested. In order for you to manifest it, you have to become he who can. Understand, we don't achieve goals. We don't accomplish dreams. We don't achieve anything. What we do is we become a certain type of person. And as a result of becoming that person, the goal or the achievement naturally manifests. Let me give you a thought experiment to clarify this point. Let's say your goal is to become a millionaire. And you want to become a millionaire. Well, how do you become a millionaire? By becoming the kind of person that can make $1 million. And I can tell you from experience, that's how you do it. You don't go after the money, you go after the character. And by becoming the person that can make the money, you will. You don't make money. You make an identity, and that identity goes out into the world and attracts the money. Now that might sound a bit woo-wah, so I can give you some examples later, but just bear with me here. Your life basically comes from your character. Who you are, your identity, your sense of self, the belief systems you have, the skills, the habits, everything that encapsulates your sense of self. Everything that happens to you is upstream of your character. Every decision you've ever made has led you up to this point where you are right now, sat here watching me talk about this thing, probably alone in a dark room, whatever. Everything you've ever done has led up to this very moment. And so what that means is that where you are right now is your fault. And that might infuriate you, the fact that I'm telling you that you're suffering and all of this hard life that you have, that you're not happy with where you are right now, it's all your fault. It is your life. It is your responsibility. And you have done this to yourself. Now, through this, there are two paths of emotional state. Anger, or what we could call control. There are going to be things that have happened to you in the past that may have held you down. They might have made you suffer. There are going to be people, events, traumatic things that have happened to you. But for as long as you blame them, and for as long as you point the finger of your miserable, defiant existence at these external things, you can never take control. You can never actually have the reins of your life and assume the responsibility that you need to assume to slay the dragon, encounter the chaos, convert it into order, and return home a hero. Responsibility is the cornerstone of growth. And until you sit down and look at yourself in the mirror and truly accept, and not only accept, but believe and firmly understand that you are responsible for your life and no one has done this to you but yourself, then I hear you say, well, but it was, my dad was abusive, this happened, or this person died when I was younger, or this. It's true, there are going to be things that have been sent by God or the universe or whatever you believe in to test you. But the human will is pretty hard to break for the human that understands they have it. And so the first thing I had to do when I was 18 years old, when I was sat addicted to League of Legends and junk food in my parents' house, miserable, without a girlfriend, without really anything, the first thing I had to do was look at myself in the mirror amidst all of my self-hatred and my anger and my shame, and look at myself and admit that it was all my fault. And the second I did that, my life changed. The second I let reason and responsibility triumph over ego and narcissism and victimhood was the second that the trajectory of my entire life completely changed. Because you need to understand the premise of identity. You put yourself here. What is self-image? What is this identity that we talk of? The self doesn't really exist. It's merely you clinging to stories about the past that you've built up about yourself. I ask you to point to your identity. What is it? What is this arbitrary, intangible reflection of self that we seem to have that controls our life and determines which path we take and what decisions we make and causes all the suffering and pain of our miserable existence? What is it? You might point to yourself and say, well, this is me. I have a body. I have a name. I have a driving license. I have a passport. But that's not your identity. A name is not an identity. A name is nothing but an arbitrary collection of, it's a sound. It's a sound bite. So you're not your name. You're not your body, because your body is just, it's just atoms. It's just physical flesh and bone with certain pigment structure and certain organs that every other person has. It might be your body, but it's certainly not your identity. And so I ask you to battle with this and ask yourself, well, who am I? What are you? What is your identity? Think about that for a second. What is the self-image? How does it manifest? Because I can tell you it doesn't manifest purely by luck. Your identity is basically a collection of belief systems. And basically for everything in your life, you have a scale. And on one side of the scale, you have positive experiences, and on the other side of the scale, you have negative experiences. And so every single belief operates like this, like a T, it's like a scale, okay? And let's say that, you have the belief of work ethic. And let's say that you currently see yourself as someone that doesn't work very hard. You don't believe you have a work ethic, you believe you're lazy. That is a fragment of your identity. So understand that the identity is basically a collection of fragments about how you've oriented yourself in the world. And all it is basically a scale of all these fragments. And the scale will tip into the positive or negative direction. It's a binary state. And so what that means is if you believe you haven't got a good work ethic, it's purely because you've had lots of negative experiences by telling yourself that you don't have a work ethic. And every time you make a statement about yourself, every time you go back to the past and revisualize something that happened to you or revisualize something that affirms a specific fragment of your identity, what you're doing is something that we call self-solidification, where if you believe you haven't got a good work ethic because in school your teacher told you don't work hard, that's the cornerstone of a very important fragment of your identity that needs to associate itself with entrepreneurship for you to succeed. And so ask yourself, let's just take this example of work ethic. Let's say that you see yourself as someone that doesn't have a work ethic. I'd ask you why. And you'd say, well, that's just because of who I am. Well, why are you just who you are? Where does this identity come from? It doesn't just randomly come out of nowhere. For every cause, there is an effect. For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction. And so it had to happen. And so what we can usually do is trace all of our identity and belief systems back to things that happened to us when we were younger. Say you're 10 years old and you forget to do your maths homework. And in front of your entire class, your teacher says to you, Charlie, you just don't have a work ethic. You don't work hard. It's so apparent. Everyone sees it. You don't have a work ethic. And you being 10 years old, you go home to your mother, your father, and you say, oh, Miss Johnson said I don't have a work ethic. And they say, well, maybe she's right. You haven't been really working. Who works at 10 years old, right? But this is what happens. And then 10-year-old you forms a belief about himself. And throughout his teenage years and early adulthood, all he does is act in accordance with what he believes to be true about himself. This is called praxis. For a human being, it is near impossible to behave out of alignment with something that we believe to be true about ourselves. When you do that, you experience something called cognitive dissonance, which is extremely hard to deal with. It's basically pain that comes as a result of us acting in a way that is completely counter to how we've oriented ourselves into the world. Let's say, for example, if you don't believe me, if you think, Charlie, how can you say that? Of course I can act out of alignment with what I believe to be true. Well, take your political stance, take yourself over to the polling station and vote for the politician that you hate. Well, I'm not going to do that. That's just a stupid example. That's your belief talking. Understand that people don't have beliefs. Beliefs have people. And so you can change your belief systems. Because if you're the kind of person that believes that you haven't got a work ethic, you've got to understand that belief has a genesis and it has a consistent reinforcement. Every time you tell yourself you don't have a work ethic, or every time you go back to imagine times that you haven't had a work ethic, or every time you think about it, you're reinforcing this belief and you're stacking that scale into the negative experience to the point where you've polarized yourself and assumed a strong form of identity against a specific facet of reality, against how you orient yourself into it. And so, let me ask you this question. And I want you to write this down, or at least nod or shake your head in response to this question. Do you think there is at least a slim chance of you being successful in this world and achieving your goal? You have a goal right now, right? Do you think there's even just a minute small chance that you might be able to make it happen? Do you believe that to be true? Now you should either be nodding your head, shaking your head. The answer is probably yes. But I'm sorry to tell you, but there's no chance at all. If you were the kind of person that could have achieved your goal, then you would have already done it. Or you'd be a damn sight closer to it than you were now. And that is the sobering reality of modern society. Self-solidification is the biggest tragedy of the 21st century. Understand we don't achieve goals, remember, we achieve characters. And so within your current character and space, there's no chance of you achieving your goal, because who you are right now simply cannot. But who you need to become can. So let me re-ask the question. Do you think there's even a slim chance that you might be able to become the person capable of achieving your goal? And the answer to that question should be yes. If it's not yes, God help you. Because your goal is outside of your control. the future state of reality that you desire to manifest into this, 3D world you can't really chase it. It comes as a result of you. People achieve goals, and so if you want to achieve your goal, become the person that can. Ask yourself, if you want to make $10,000 a month, if you want to make $100,000 a month, if you want to make $1 million a year, $10 billion a year, I don't know. Ask yourself, what does that person look like? What identity do they have to assume? Make a list. I can tell you what someone looks like making 10 grand a month. Discipline and persuasion. Are you, in your current state of reality and identity, persuasive? Are you disciplined? If you lack the discipline to do the work required to, drive your will into the direction of, building some sort of business, you're not going to make any money. And if you're not able to persuade and convince people to buy from you, you're not going to make any money. That's a very reductive analysis of the identity required to get to $10,000 a month. But those are the two first principles and facets of change that you have to see in yourself, and discipline and persuasion. And so if you're not disciplined right now, and if you're not persuasive right now, then you're not going to achieve the $10,000 a month mark that you wish. And you might think you're disciplined, and you might think you're persuasive, but I'd ask you to challenge that, because if you were, you'd have already built a business, and you'd already got a bunch of clients, and you'd be continuing to grow. You can ask yourself, what does someone making 100 grand a month look like? There's all sorts of these things, but for now it's just best to focus on what's immediately in front of you. And understand, back to what I mentioned earlier, you currently have a sense of self that you're going to cling on to and hold on to for dear life. You do not want to let go of your identity, consciously and unconsciously, because to do that invites chaos. And chaos invites pain. And so imagine this. Sat in front of you right now is your character. And your character looks like a massive ball of wet clay. Or it's a massive stone. Let's just use a stone. It's a huge boulder in front of you right now. And that boulder represents potential. This is just big. Let's just say it's like a 6-foot stone, 2 feet wide, and that stone represents your potential, it represents your future, it represents your character. And your job as an entrepreneur, or a young man, or an old man, or a young woman, or an old woman, trying to orient yourself through life and become successful, is to wake up every single day, get out your chisel and your hammer, and tap away until you've developed the stone figure that you want to develop. But before you can do that, you have to define what you want the stone to look like. Because getting up and just basically chiseling away at a rock with no objective, no vision, or no desire for what you want the end result to look like means that you're going to have a pretty messed up rock. And that's what most people's lives look like. They don't think about what they want because they don't believe they can change. They don't believe that their identity can be adapted. You are malleable as a human being. You are pliant. You can bend your identity with your will, and it will mold. And so, what is the psychological chisel? Because obviously you can't just go to a rock and just chisel and then spend a few years on that and then make a load of money. Unless you're a professional sculptor selling sculptures, of course you could. But the chisel is pain. Pain is the currency that you have to pay for change. Pain is the currency of change, personal change. And pain manifests when effort meets resistance. And so here's how it works. You have your current identity. You have your desired identity. For the simple arbitrary example of this video, current identity, no work ethic. Desired identity, strong work ethic. What's going to happen is that in order for you to achieve your goal, you need to go from A to B. You need to change. You need to go from this person over here to this person over here. And when you start trying to make that change, when you start trying to act out of accordance with your self-image and your identity, resistance will manifest. Resistance is any form of psychological resistance or pressure to prevent you from doing what needs to be done to change. Because your current sense of self as an identity has what we would call a psychological survival instinct. It doesn't want to die. It's just like any organism. Your current identity, your current sense of self does not want to die. That pole, that buoy that you're clinging onto in the middle of the ocean, like, you don't want to let go of it. It's got you in its grips. You're not holding on to it. It's holding on to you. Okay? It's a very important lesson. And so resistance will manifest. If you think you haven't got a work ethic and suddenly you start working hard, you're going to get all of the bullshit. You're going to have fear. You're going to have doubt. You're going to have anxiety. You're going to have anything under the sun, procrastination. All of the stuff that comes up from your identity, from your brain, that prevents you from working and doing things that you know need to be done to become this other person is what we call resistance. The doubts that come at 3 a.m, the coping mechanisms you use, the fear, the anxiety, the suffering, the burnout, whatever it is, all of these things are just resistance. They are your current sense of self so desperately trying to survive. And when you meet this resistance that comes as a result of your identity basically fading away, and when you meet this resistance with effort, which is basically your human will, we get pain. And so if you feel doubt and you feel anxiety about doing the work or about just, anything in general, making the cold calls, doing the sales calls, and you feel all the scared, you're just scared of it, whatever, when you actually do them, you're in pain. Okay? And like I said, the single greatest currency you have for change is pain. And so every time you go into a painful situation to change your identity and to ply yourself into something different, you experience pain. And every time you experience pain, you're building up your psychological bank of pain. You're building up your reserves of pain. And so what's going to happen is the universe is going to watch you. And there's a quote, to get what you want, you have to deserve what you want. The world is not yet a crazy enough place to reward a whole bunch of undeserving people, from Charlie Munger. To deserve basically means to suffer. If you want something, you have to deserve it. And what's the first principle of deserving something? Going through some hell to get it, right? And so you want to invite as much pain and as much suffering, productive suffering and meaningful and fulfilling suffering, by the way, into your life as possible. And I'm not talking about waking up and just self-harming or trying to stub your toe over and over again to put yourself in more pain. That's stupid. The point I'm trying to make here is productive, meaningful, fulfilling pain that comes as a result of your human will combating and meeting the resistance that's manifested from your current sense of identity that's trying to survive. And if you do this for long enough, the universe will watch. And as time elapses, and this is the key variable that everyone misunderstands in personal growth and personal change and everything, is time. As time elapses, you'll be able to go and bargain with the universe. Because when you set a goal, what you're doing is you're negotiating with the universe. You're saying, I want this. But in order for you to get it, you have to give. The world and the entire universe works on the nature of transaction. For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction. And if the action you want is to achieve your goal, you need to have to go through a reaction. And what is that reaction? It's pain. And to get what you want, you must deserve what you want. And so when you go to the universe and you say, I want 10 grand a month, I want my dream body, I want my dream wife, I want to be able to travel, I want financial freedom, the universe is going to say, okay, I'm willing to give you those things, but in order for you to get them, you have to deserve them. And to deserve them, you have to go from who you are right now into the person who you need to become to deserve it. And the thing that bridges the gap between where you are now and where you want to be is pain. And so we are naturally built as human beings, as creatures of the universe, to avoid pain. It's the first principle of psychology is likely to be pain avoidance. I say likely because even though I've read hundreds of books on psychology, I still consider myself uneducated in the study and endeavors of the human mind, because it's a deeper thing than you, me, Jung, or Freud could probably ever have realized. But we are by nature organisms. we are like animals, right? And all animals have a pain avoidance mechanism built into them. It's a survival instinct. It's raw, it's visceral, it's deep. I think I can hear some fireworks, but we're going to keep going, right? Kind of adds to the ambience. I don't know if you can hear them on the mic, I hope not. Either that or it's gunshots and I'm about to die, and this is my final message, but I'd be quite happy with that. And so you're bargaining with the universe, and time will elapse, and there will come a time when you become the person who you needed to become. Through building up your pain reserves and waking up every morning and chipping away at this rock, you eventually finish the sculpture. And you step back and you look at your life and you think, hang on a minute, I've got everything that I want and more. I have my dream body. I have the girlfriend I want. I'm a millionaire. I have a wonderful team. My family relationships are well put together. I have meaning in my life. I have genuine joy and fulfillment with my work. I have a large, strong group of friends that support me and that I love. You need to understand that if you want a good life, you have to suffer for it. There's a quote, I don't know who from, but it was on the wall of my gym growing up. And it says that if you're going through hell, keep going. Because there's two trajectories you can take in your life. There's two paths you can walk. And the real truth is that pain is unavoidable. Path number one is you keep doing what you're doing. You deny responsibility for your current situation. You ignore the signs and, everything like that. Because understand that when you set a goal or when you have a vision for the future, that is your unconscious, is an unconscious force. It's a deep, deep part of you that is so viscerally attached to growth and change. Because we are creatures of the universe. And the only constant is change. And so we want to change. But you keep going on this normal path. You end up somewhere you don't want to be. You end up miserable. You end up embodying the quote by Henry Thoreau, "The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation. What's called resignation is confirmed desperation." And that's painful. Path number one sucks. You're at the mercy of the externals. You have no control over your life. You have no sense of fulfillment or meaning. You float through life feeling unworthy and undeserving, but your ego protects you from the shame, and you convince yourself that, it's not really your fault, and that it's just down to bad luck. And you write yourself off as a victim. And in the ongoing march of history and time, you are forgotten, with no impact, with no meaning. You just existed. That's painful. And so with trajectory number one, you might not be in much pain now, but the suffering that you feel in your life right now might be pretty harsh, but it's only going to get worse. Option number two is to become the hero. It's to slay the dragon. It's to tackle the villain. And in order for you to do that, you have to go and seek the pain. And you have to enjoy it. Every morning you have to wake up and ask yourself, how can I tackle myself? Because your business, or whatever you're trying to achieve in life, is nothing but an arbitrary representation, an intangible magnification of you wanting to beat yourself. My business serves the purpose of making me money, but above all, it serves the purpose of allowing me to manifest my potential and to grow and develop into a human being that far transcends what I used to be and what I am right now. It's a tool. Whatever you're working on right now is a way for you to manifest your potential. You cling on to it and you work on it, and through working on it, you change. And so, if you're not happy with your life right now, and you're not content with the way things are going, if your future looks bleak, if you're miserable and you're sad and you're unhappy and you're anxious and you're lonely, I encourage you to let go of the buoy in the ocean. I encourage you to let go of the pole in the sea that you're so desperately clinging onto because you don't want to drown, and allow yourself to be taken by the chaos and the waves. And in the chaos and the waves, find the strength and the willpower to muster up something so strong that you float above the chaos. because the worst thing that can happen is you drown. And it's better to drown than to cling on to something you don't want to cling on to for 75 years. Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to the lead sourcing part of this program. And the purpose of these next few videos is to walk you through how to properly lead source. Not only find emails for the types of clients that you want to reach out to, but also start building your list and everything like that, because it's super important that you have a list of everyone in your niche. But obviously, if we're going to be sending emails, if we're going to be sending LinkedIn messages, if we're going to be sending Facebook outreach and everything like that, which we're going to teach you how to do, you can't really do any of that until you actually understand where to find the people to reach out to in the first place. And not only that, but you want to make sure you're reaching out to the right people. So what I'm going to be doing in the course of these next few videos is giving you strategies for both sides of the coin. I'm going to give you a strategy for quantity, so you can generate thousands of leads in literally minutes, and I'm not even exaggerating there, it's possible to do that. And then the other side of the coin is the quality side, where you're being a bit more specific and a bit more narrowed down. Generally speaking, if you're selling retainers for $1,000 to $2,000 to $4,000 a month, for example, you can use both. It depends upon the strategy. If you're using, for example, Loom videos, or if you're putting a lot of effort into each email, I'd strongly advise you use the quality strategies like the Facebook search that we're going to do, like using LinkedIn Sales Navigator, which we'll also teach. Because if you try and spend a lot of time on an email and send it to one from D7, there's all sorts of intricacies that we need to sort of consider, and I really want to make sure that you guys get the best results here. So we're sort of approaching this as more of a toolbox program, where basically we're going to give you lots of different options for lots of different circumstances, depending upon your niche, how quickly you want to grow and everything, and you'll be able to find the one that works best for you. And obviously, if you want to know any more about this, you can just ask in the Q&A calls or in the Facebook group. So lead sourcing is imperative to your business. It is the first thing that we're going to teach you to your VA as well. This stuff is, you do not need to be doing this every single day. I promise you. You might need to do it for the first month or two here, until you sort of, if you've got a couple of clients, maybe you're doing a couple of grand a month, you can do this every day until you get to like 10 grand a month, right? Once you get to 10K a month, if you're still doing your lead sourcing when you're doing 10K a month, then there's something wrong, and you need to look to outsource it. Because if you're doing it for a quality perspective, which I'd really recommend you do if you're looking to get the best results, then you are going to spend a lot of time doing this, and it's time that you don't need to spend. So I'd strongly advise you VA this stuff, but as you're aware, you don't really want to outsource something until you understand how to do it, because we keep coming back to this. It's like Bill Gates, for example. Bill Gates learned to code before hiring a software engineer. Like, I don't expect Bill Gates writes any code for Microsoft anymore, and he's outsourced that successfully, but in order to manage someone, he had to learn it first. So that's what we're going to do here. So here's what we're going to be covering. This is a really short video. We're going to start off by talking about software to send or to source leads in bulk, and then software to remove duplicates, from bulk sourcing, because that's a big issue. Then we're going to talk about softwares to lead source manually, and softwares to verify emails as well. And the software to verify emails is also something that's really, really useful if you can't find an email for a prospect. I'm going to give you a little bit of a prospecting hack, so that you can find emails that nobody else in your niche will be able to find. And obviously that means that these people aren't receiving emails, and it makes it a lot easier for you to reach out to them and for them to reply. So before we get started, I want to let you know that some of these methods covered in the next couple of videos will not work for you, or they won't be the right kind of fit for you. I would rather give you plenty of different options and plenty of different things to experiment with, and then you can sort of hone in on what you prefer. For example, in the gym space, in our industry, we know that very, very few gym owners are on LinkedIn. So we don't bother using LinkedIn for prospecting or, lead sourcing, because it's difficult to find them. On the flip side, if you're in the real estate niche or the lawyer's niche, LinkedIn's going to be an absolute haven for you. If you're in the e-com niche, LinkedIn will probably work really well. But if you're in the e-com niche, then the bulk methods we use, like D7 Lead Finder, probably won't work as well, because you can't be as specific. So everything's going to depend upon your goals and your niche. And I want you to know that if I recommend, or if I sort, because the software we're covering in here is stuff that we've actually used, whether it's for NorthFlow or for Imperium, it's stuff that we know and love and have used in different scenarios, or at least we know people that have used it and that we've sort of seen them get results with it. So it's everything is going to be specific to you. Okay, you need to make sure that if you try something that doesn't work, it's probably just because of your niche or because of your market. And we're going to give you so many strategies that you will find one that works. And really, you only need one lead sourcing strategy, right? From the quality perspective, right? Whether it's LinkedIn or Facebook, or I don't care if you're using Instagram to find people. If it works, and if you can source, 50 leads a day, for example, with minimal effort and accurately, and they're all verified and you get their emails and stuff, then you don't need anything else, okay? To grow quite quickly. So that's that. So like I said, find one or two methods that works a charm for you and just stick with them and learn them really well, and then you can VA them. You do not need 6 different lead sourcing methods and 3 pieces of software. You only need 1 or 2, I promise, okay? It's like, when you're scaling a business, just usually having one thing is so much better. Like, you have one piece of email copy that you love and know. We're going to give you loads of strategies for email outreach. We're going to give you strategies for Facebook outreach. We're going to give you strategies for LinkedIn outreach. Really, the truth is that you only need one. You only need one to work, because if you've got a big enough market, you can scale that one strategy in one direction, and it can take you to 30 or 40k a month quite quickly without much effort. And it's easy to do that instead of having like 3 different campaigns and 6 different softwares and all this stuff. And then you're trying to do stuff on Facebook, and then you're also connecting on LinkedIn, and you're trying to post. And it's just chaos, right? You want 1 or 2 strategies that work an absolute treat for you, and you just stick with them and you learn them, you master them. And then, once you've automated them, then you can start looking for other strategies. But to begin with, I really don't want you to sort of think that you need loads, because when it comes to this sort of stuff, less is more. Okay, you can have 1 piece of email copy, 1 lead sourcing strategy, 1 subject line, 1 niche, 1 service, 1 sales script, and that's it. Okay, takes you to 20k a month without blinking. So let's talk about software to source leads in bulk. So these are bulk email softwares. And what you can do with these is you can basically, they're all paid. They're not free, unfortunately, but they're going to be anywhere between 20 to 40 bucks a month. And these softwares are brilliant because it's a very, very easy and quick way to get thousands of emails very quickly. D7 Lead Finder, the one at the top here, is the software that we've used the most out of all of these. And depending upon the niche you're in, I expect D7 will be the best thing for you, but the reason we've included other ones here is because different pieces of software are going to have different numbers of leads and different quality of leads in different niches. But to begin with, I'd suggest you start with D7 if you want to do this. And even if you're not planning on sending thousands of emails, right? You're going to do that over the course of a long time, but we're not encouraging you to send like 1,000 emails a month. It's just ludicrous that people still do that, trying to send like a 1 or 2 sentence email to 1,000 people with no homework. It's just disrespectful. It's actually illegal, I think, in some states as well. So we're not necessarily sourcing leads from using these methods to send emails, although you can, but it's more of a long-term play, just to have that list, just to have the data. So when it comes to running ads for your agency, which you want to get to do in a couple of months from now, when you get to 10, 20k a month, you should start running ads. You've then got a list to build your audience from. But you can still use the leads you find here to send emails quite easily. So, you might favor this, and it's fine. So what I've actually got here is a quick resource, and you can open it. It'll be available in the download section. And what I've got here is just links to every single piece of software just that you can use. So, if you want to check out D7, you can just click here, and it's going to take you over to D7, right? And the way D7 Lead Finder works, for those of you who have never used this wonderful piece of kit before, all you do is you type in a keyword, like for example, lawyers, right? Or, personal injury lawyer, or, whatever, personal trainers, anything. And then you type in a city, and you press get leads. Now, in order for you to see valuable information like email and everything, you will need to register for D7, and I think it's about $27 or $30 a month or something. They change it every now and then. But that's the main thing I'd use. I'd recommend you do it, and you're going to be able to get like 10 searches a day or something. So over the course of the next 30 days, I'd recommend you just go into D7, and just every day, just source like 5 different lists or whatever, and just keep them in a massive spreadsheet. And then before you know it, you're going to have like 30, 40, 50, 60,000 leads in your niche. And and having that is extremely powerful. So, you can use any of these. Lead Carrot's a great one. Lead Scraper's a good one. Google Maps Email Extractor is a little outdated, but it is a great way to get emails that not many people have access to. And also Book Your Data is another one. This is quite expensive, but it's more niche down, and you can use it. But D7 is going to be the best one for you to use to begin with, I expect. And if you want, you can always come back to these ones later. So that's that. Now, the other thing to know here is that if you are sourcing bulk leads, you need to make sure that the emails are verified. This is huge, right? Because one of the main issues that email marketers have is email deliverability, which is where they go ahead and they send like 300 emails a day, or they'll go and get some software like Woodpecker or Mailshake or Mailchimp or Get Response or Active Campaign. Any of those like bulk email sending softwares will, by the way, completely ruin your deliverability. Don't use them. There's no point. There are limited exceptions as to when that's applicable, and if we feel like that's going to apply to this program, we will include it. But I'd strongly advise you stay away from any of those automation tools, because it's not what you want to do. Your email deliverability is one of the biggest assets to you growing your company in these early stages. And if you screw that up off the bat, and if you mess up your domain off the bat and your IP, then you'll be in trouble, because Google, or all of these main internet service providers like Google, like Yahoo, like Outlook, if they can see that you are sending bulk emails and spammy emails from your computer, they'll also see you're sending it from your IP. They'll track the serial number of the laptop you're using, and then what they'll do is they'll start to blacklist your IP and your laptop serial number, and they can find that data. And then when you try and send emails for good, like whether it's for a support email or a picture to your mum or something from your email, it'll go to their spam. It's not a good thing to do. So you need to make sure you verify these emails as well, because one of the main things that contributes towards email deliverability is bounce rate. With these bulk finders, you will find there's a lot of duplicates and there's a lot of bounce rates, because they're not updated regularly, right? They're very useful for getting big numbers quite quickly, but what we're doing with what we gain in quantity, we tend to sacrifice in quality. And sometimes I've used D7 Lead Finder before to find that like 30% of the emails are either duplicates or not verified, like they just bounce when you try and send an email to them. And if you just grab a list from D7, upload it to a software like Get Response or whatever, or Mailshake or Mailchimp, and you put your copy in, you think you're being all clever with this automation, and then what will happen is the software will start firing, and then before you know it, you've got like 300 emails coming back saying, we've bounced this email, it can't send, it's not verified. And then before you know it, your IP is blacklisted and you've pretty much ruined your main source of leads, right? So don't do that. I would not advise it. Now, with that said, I'll show you some email verification software in a short while, and that will really help you overcome this problem. But the other thing you need to watch out for is duplicates. So when you're using D7 Lead Finder, for example, if you're prospecting in the USA, you have to prospect by city. And what we used to do is we would work from the West Coast to the East Coast, and we'd search city by city. But the problem we started to run into is we would search one city and then we'd search a city near it. And what we would find is there were duplicate contacts, right? So there was one CrossFit gym in San Diego, and then we'd also search in another place nearby in California, and we'd find the same CrossFit gym in there as well. So what you really want to do is make sure you remove duplicates. So when you get your data, I'd recommend you just upload it to a Google spreadsheet like this, and then if you go to add-ons, and if you go to get add-ons, what you'll be able to find in here is a tool that allows you to remove duplicates. The one that I used to use, which was great, is no longer available, so I can't recommend any of these ones at the moment. But any of these should be fine. They might be. Oh no, it's this one. I think Power Tools. I think it's this one actually. Yeah, Power Tools, AbleBits. Okay, so it seems like I've already got this one. Let's have a look. Power Tools. Okay, so for some, yeah. Okay, so Power Tools is the one that I use, and you have a subscription for them. But I mean, any of these ones will work fine. Just remove duplicates if you type it in here. And then when you're building your list out, you want to come in here and you want to highlight the column and just make sure you delete any duplicates. And you'll be very surprised at how many there are, because if you try and do this and you keep sending the same email to the same people, then you're going to get put in spam. And Google knows this stuff. Like, you've got to remember that Google and Yahoo and Outlook and these main providers, you're fighting, if you try and get around their spam filters, you've just got to realize that there's no way around it, because you're technically fighting like 100 PhDs who are all probably quite smarter than you are. So the only way to get around this issue of deliverability and how to get out of the spam folder and to get out of the junk folder is just to not send spam or junk, right? It took me ages to figure this out. I was trying to think of this little hack. I bought books on email deliverability. I watched podcasts. I watched videos, and I was like, oh, if only I can get through the spam folder, if I can get these emails in the inbox. And I was like, how do I do this? And it just clicked one day. I was like, Charlie, if you want to get out of the spam folder, stop sending spam. And as soon as I did that, my results got significantly better. So I recommend you use an add-on, remove duplicates, and you'll be very surprised. If you've got like 1,000 in here, you might find that there's like 180 duplicates, and that's 180 bounces or potential spam folder scenarios that can save you the trouble. So make sure that you do that and remove any duplicates that you have. So that's software to source leads in bulk. Now let's talk about software that you can use to source leads manually. So these little tools are really, really helpful for sourcing leads manually. And depending upon the strategy that you're using, these are the best ones to use. For example, when we go through the Loom training and show you how to do our Loom prospecting, you only really want to send emails to people that you've sourced using this sort of method here. Because the issue with these big boys, right, with this software is most agencies have used D7 Lead Finder at some point, right? And all of the leads in D7 Lead Finder that you find off the bat are going to have been blasted hundreds of times, right? But when you find the leads yourself, the chances of them being blasted as often as these ones are slimmer, because they're still, don't get me wrong, people are still going to, send emails to these people even if you source them manually. But the quality will just be a little bit better, because anyone can go on D7, sign up for an account, pay £30, and then have 1,000 leads with all of the gyms in California, right? And then everyone's done that on the gym niche. Everybody knows how to do it. It's not a hard thing to do. And the kind of common law here is that if it's an easy thing to do, it's the wrong thing to do, because everyone's going to have done it before you, and it will no longer work. So these are the best ones. You've got snov.io, you've got hunter.io, and one called Adapt Prospecting. And these are the ones that we actually use on the daily, and we have our VAs using these to outsource, or when we outsource our prospecting, this is what we use. So Snov is probably the best thing that I found to do this. What you can do is you can log in. It's a free tool and it's amazing. You might even, the pricing is quite cheap as well. It's not massively expensive. $33 a month for 1,000 leads a month is awesome. But we have this here. On the Chrome extension, right? And what Snov.io does is you open it up and it basically just shows you the email, or all the emails it can find related to the domain that you're on. So if I go over here, if I went to NorthFlowConsulting.com, right? Now it's not always that accurate, so we have another option that I'll show you later on as well. But if we go to NorthFlow Consulting, go to Email Finder, it's going to find all these ones, right? So it's found Bo's, right? It's found sales, it's found support, it's found mine. And bear in mind that Bo's email and my email are not on here, right? So if I'm scrolling through and looking through all of this, I'm not going to be able to find it, right? I'm not going to be able to find it on Contact Us, right? I might be able to find support, you can see support's there, but I'm not going to be able to find it on the privacy policy. I won't find it on the terms. I won't find it on anywhere, right? Any of these two personal emails are nowhere to be seen. So we use this software to pull them through, and it's extremely useful, because it is possible that you could just send a cold email to support, but if I receive an email and it's my name, my full name, to my personal email that nobody else has access to except from business associates, then I'm going to at least open it and read it, okay? Because it shows homework has been done. It shows you've done some research, and you don't really have to do the research. You can let these tools do the hard work for you. The other one you can use is Hunter. Oh, let's not open LastPass. That probably won't be a very good idea. The other one you can use is Hunter, hunter.io. This isn't as useful anymore. It used to be quite good, but I still have it downloaded just because if Snov can't pick it up, sometimes Hunter will. And you can see here that it hasn't found any for NorthFlow Consulting. So Snov is the best thing to use, but Hunter's always a nice one to install as well. It is also free up to a certain point, so it's quite useful to have, just because if nothing's found on Snov, you can just check Hunter, and there's a small even if it's like 10% chance that you'll find something there when it's not there. It's just worth having. And then the other one that we use, and I can show you this here, is Adapt Prospector, right? And this is awesome. This is one that we'll be using for LinkedIn. So when we use Sales Navigator to find prospects on LinkedIn, we obviously want to try and find the email for that prospect as well. And I'm going to see if I can load this in. Doesn't look like it wants to. But this is a cool little thing. You can download Prospector or Adapt Prospector, and it's just called LinkedIn Email Finder. And I think I need to be on a LinkedIn account to open it. So let's go to mine, which I haven't actually used in a long time. Let's have a look here. Okay, and it seems like it's just loading, so it might not actually work properly now. So LinkedIn Email Finder. Okay, I'm not quite sure what it's doing, but usually it works absolutely fine. So, you can use this thing, click on this, and it will open up a little tab here. And if it can find an email related to the LinkedIn profile, it will put it in. Now, it hasn't been able to find it on here. I don't actually think this is another company that we used to run in the gym niche, mostly for UK clients, but I don't actually think that I even have my email on here, so usually it'll pull it through if it finds it. But Adapt Prospector is the best thing that we found to actually to gather owner emails from LinkedIn directly. So it's a really helpful thing to have. So that is how you use those ones. Okay, but the main one, the most beautiful piece of software we've been able to find for this is snov.io. This thing is just absolutely, brilliant. I wonder if I press find emails and save here, if it will find it. Let's see if we can get a drum roll going here. But yeah, it works for LinkedIn as well. But the Adapt Prospector one does work a little bit better. And I'm quite surprised that LinkedIn actually allows these softwares to sort of scrape like this, and that they don't just have it like a, usually like LinkedIn don't have like a paid version of this themselves that they use. I'm not sure, but it looks like it's going to take a significant amount of time here. Okay. Anyway, so that's those pieces of software. And let's carry on through here. So now let's talk about software to verify emails. And this is also, I say verification, but you can also use one of these softwares or both of these softwares to actually find owner emails using guesswork, which is really cool, because if you can't find the name, if you have the name of the business owner, like their first and last name, but you cannot find their email using their website or any of the tools we've showed you, then the cool thing about that is it means neither can your competition. And that person probably doesn't get many emails to their personal address. So there's one step that we can take to take this a little bit further. And if you get this right, then it means that your reply rates will be really high. So you've got to remember that it's not like when we do cold email and stuff, because this lead sourcing is mostly for cold email. When we do cold email, it's not always just about having good copy. It's not always about having the best strategy or anything like that. It's about who you're sending to. And if you can send to people who don't receive emails very often, then you're going to stand out. It's all about being different and being unique. And obviously the main way to do that is to have a really good offer, a good approach, a confident strategy. But if you can just reach out to people who just don't receive many cold emails, then you're going to be in a very good position. And that person is far more likely to reach out back to you and reply. So these are the two softwares that we've been using. And we've used these in our own agency. They are really, really effective. And these are how they work. So the first one is Never Bounce. Never Bounce is beautiful. I mean, this is like the equivalent of snov.io for prospecting, right? And we can go to snov.io, we can go to Never Bounce using this here. Okay, so just neverbounce.com, and you can see what it looks like. So, I haven't actually got an account because Bo does manages most of this stuff, but I might be able to create an account here, unless it asks me for a credit card, which I obviously won't be able to, but let's try. Let's have a look. It might not ask us for an account for any details here, but if it does, I won't be able to do this. But Never Bounce is really easy to set up. It's not difficult at all, and this is a really good piece of software you can use to make sure your lists are verified. So you've got two options here: clean or verify. Clean is obviously it's going to clean out your list, and verify is to verify whether you can send emails or not. Now, if you so let's give you an example here, right? So. And let me actually, before I show you here, I can show you the other one as well, because it's the same thing. So the other one you can use to verify emails is Email Checker. Email Checker, you can only really do it in singles, right? So this is much better for for sort of quality approaches. And this is what you're going to be using most of the time, you know, if you just want to find a single email or 2 emails. But if you've downloaded a list from D7 and you really want to make sure that it's working, then obviously you're going to be using this. But, you know, it's quite simple. You just enter them in and you press validate, right? You know, separate them with commas. I'm sure they've got an option for you to upload lists and stuff as well. So that's what I'd recommend you do. So let me give you an example here, right? So if I am prospecting and I'm looking at NorthFlow Consulting, right? So let's say that I'm Imperium, right, agency, and I'm looking to work with NorthFlow Consulting. Now, as you're aware, my email, for example, Charlie at NorthFlow Consulting, is not available on here, right? We can't find it. Now, Snov.io can find it, but let's say, for example, that it wasn't able to, right? And you know that my name's Charlie Morgan because you found me on LinkedIn, and you can see that I'm the co-owner of NorthFlow Consulting. So you've gone to NorthFlow Consulting website to try and find my email, but you haven't been able to find it, right? What you're going to do is you're going to come into email checker like this, and you're going to start to use common sense. And all you have to do here is just type in Charlie at NorthFlowConsulting.com and press check. And if this is verified, if this is an email, it will say okay. Okay, so if for example my name was Steve Morgan, right, and you were looking for Steve's address, and you came in here and you typed in Steve at NorthFlowConsulting.com. Now, if that wasn't an actual email, it would say here that you can't use it, right? And I want to see if I can just use Safari a second here to see if we can get this to work. So I want to show you. Saves me having to log in or do anything here, but I strongly recommend. I mean, I think email checker's like $15 a month or something for like 1,000 a month. It's just so worth it. It's so profitable to use this thing and to make sure that it's good. So let's see if we can do this again. So let's say we're looking for Steve at NorthFlowConsulting.com, and it's still going to say limit exceeded. Okay, so I can't do that. But my point here is that if you have the domain, right, of any company, if you have the domain of the company like this, all you have to do is experiment with the person's name and put their name in front of the domain to see if you can find it. So for example here, you can also do this in Never Bounce, right? So for example, if you're looking for Bo and you're looking for his email, you might start off by trying Bo at NorthFlowConsulting.com. And if you press validate, it will say request failed. So that's email checker and that's Never Bounce. Really good pieces of software to use, and the main play to use with these is to grab the domain name, grab the owner of the business's first name, and test it to see if it comes up as accepted. And you can use this for both pieces of software, and you know it's absolutely brilliant. You can do this because it means you can find emails that your competition don't have access to. And what I've got here is a quick slide to sort of show you what you should test. And it says here, you know, sometimes you may have to simply guess. You know, if you can't find the owner's email, try searching their first name at domain, their last name at domain, their first last name at domain, or their first dot last name at domain. And the last thing you can try is shorten their name. So, you know, for example, sometimes in business, I'll refer to myself as Charles, or my Facebook account is Charles, and I might have an email for Charles. And if you've got someone called David, right, you can try Dave at. Or if you've got someone called Stephen, you can try Steve at. Or Philip, Phil, you know. It's worth taking the extra 30 seconds to try and find this out. Push come to shove, if you cannot find the personal email of the owner of the company, then just use support or info or sales or one of the above, because chances are, if they're small enough, it will still route through to them and they'll see it. But taking this extra 30 seconds to find their personal email gives you an incredible advantage. And when you're emailing them, bear in mind, we're going to be emailing them using their first and last name in the subject line. We're going to be including pictures of their website or videos of their website. And if someone emailed me, you know, because NorthFlow Consulting support, we get loads of cold emails, right, from all sorts of companies, and you know, we just file them in junk usually. We don't, unless it's something really good, then we don't use it. And this is the issue: is these companies that reach out to us could have amazing products that could actually help us solve a big problem, but because their approach is so similar to everyone else's, we don't even bother. And I'm sure you can relate to that as well, with your DMs, you know, or your emails or whatever, you know. So, but if someone emailed your personal address, right, the address that you give out to no one except from clients, and they emailed your personal address and they addressed you by your first and last name, and they sent you an email that demonstrates they've clearly done some homework on you and your business, then you're going to give them the time of day. I do not understand, and I think Bo's mentioned this in the previous video as well, but I don't understand where this idea came from that you just need volume and that, it's a numbers game. Such a faulty paradigm to think that the only way to grow a marketing agency is to send like thousands of emails in bulk. Because think about it like this, and I'm going to leave you this in closing. If you're approaching a business owner and you're going to ask them for $2,000 a month to run a marketing campaign for them, the least you can do is find their last name, okay? Or the least you can do is find out their personal email address. If you're not selling, £100 a month social media content posts. You're not selling a £200 or $200 website, right? You're sending a quality marketing service, and you intend on keeping clients for 12 to 24 months at a time. And relationships like that, they have to be built with good foundations. And if you're reaching out to people and you think that just by putting their first name in the email and then sending them like 2 sentences and then sending the same sentence to every person, if you think that's a good foundation for a solid business relationship that lasts for years, you are gravely mistaken. And this paradigm, this sort of understanding that's come about from all these courses over the past few years it just doesn't work anymore. Because it's cyclic. When back up in 2016, 2015, just sending out loads of emails would have worked, because these, SMMA was a new service, Facebook ads was just on the rise, and businesses were open to listening. And what started to happen is, because that system worked, right, of sending out loads and loads of emails and just, uploading lists and everything like that, because that system worked, it started to get taught in courses, where everyone started thinking, hey, look at my system, my bulk cold email system or my bulk cold messaging system, where you just, it takes 5 minutes to set up and you just have to, sit and let it run and then just take the meetings. Like now you've got thousands of agencies practicing that. And because everyone's doing it, it's not working anymore. Like the ocean is turned from blue to red, and that ocean runs red with the proverbial blood of these marketing agencies that die out because of they think this strategy works, and I promise you it doesn't. It's no way to build good relationships with businesses. We are selling high ticket, high quality services, and if your outreach doesn't resemble that, and if your approach to business owners doesn't tell them that you're someone who does that sort of like high quality, high ticket stuff, then it's not going to work. And even if they do get on a call with you, you've already positioned yourself poorly. You have no rapport built with them. They have no reason to trust you, and you look just like everyone else. So I hope that makes sense. Other than that, that's everything for this video around the software stack of lead sourcing. And over the course of the next video, I'm going to be walking you through the strategies we use to source leads using Facebook and LinkedIn. Because when you're sourcing from these lists, you're going to be starting with the email and the website. And when you're sourcing from the social media accounts, you're going to be starting from from their name. And really, when we're talking about lead sourcing, the main pieces of information you want to gather is the full name of the prospect. And let me write this out here, right? You can see some slides in action, right? So we need the full name of prospect, right? We need their personal, and this is really important, personal email. And what else do we need? And we need their website. At most. That's really all we need. Is the full name, their personal email, their website, and then maybe a bit of information about the company, right? Could be anything relevant to your niche. Whether if it's e-com, you might need a specific thing to know. But you don't need to know if they're running Facebook ads or not. You don't need to know if their competitors are running Facebook ads or not. You don't need to know they went on holiday to the Maldives 2 weeks ago. You don't need to know the name of their dog. You don't need to overcomplicate this stuff. Just knowing their full name and their personal email will do more than enough for you. Okay, if you try and make it too personal, like if you reach out to someone and say, hey John, hope you had a good time in the Maldives. Also, your dog named Fluffy looks really cute, really nice dog. They'd be like, who the hell is this guy? Like, if you're emailing someone about business and you bring their personal life into it, it's a bit strange. It depends how far you take it. If you're sort of like in the middle of a conversation and you say, hey, I did check out your Facebook and I can see you've got a golden retriever. How's that going for you? And that's not weird. But if your first line in your email is way too personal, then it's going to freak them out, and they're just going to kind of question your integrity and why you're actually emailing them. So there's a fine balance. We want to keep it professional, and we also want to keep it efficient, because if you spend 10 minutes researching each prospect, then you're only going to send up end up sending like a few emails a day, and you need some volume. Whilst we're doing a quality approach here, you need to still keep some volume. And if for any reason you do want to use, or the program later on shows you how to use some bulk cold emailing, then you can use these other things as well. But that's everything for this video around lead sourcing. I hope it's proved really useful and really helpful. The key thing to remember here is you don't need loads of methods, right? I'm doubtful that you need all of these softwares, right? But I just wanted to give them to you because there are going to be ones that are better for you than other people. And the main lead sourcing techniques that you should be using for quality cold email, for example, are going to be in the next video, where we talk about using LinkedIn and stuff like that, because that's when you can really start sort of getting in there and talking to the right people. So have a great day. Thanks for watching this video, and I will see you in the next one right now. Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to this video where we're going to be exploring some quality approaches for lead sourcing. Now, in the last video we covered some quantity approaches when we talked about the software stacks, and that's where obviously we're using D7 Lead Finder, we're using Lead Scrape, or some sort of bulk provider. But what I want to do here is give you some quality approaches, and generally speaking, if you intend on using the quality cold email strategies that we teach in this module, then you want to lead source from a quality perspective as well. Those things need to be congruent, because if you try to send quality cold emails to the big lists that you've got, the two things don't match up. Okay, if you plan on sending quality emails and taking a lot of time to send emails, or not a lot of time, but a considerable amount in comparison to sending 1,000 at once, then it's important you take some time to make sure you're sending to people who are properly, qualified. And I don't mean qualified in the sense that they're going to be the perfect ideal prospect for you, because it's extremely difficult to find ideal prospects just using cold email. Like, if you want to do that, you need to use ads. But with that said, it would be an awful shame to take time to write an email and send an email personally, only to be sending all those emails to people who, to emails that might not be the best quality. They might bounce, they might be duplicates, or just in general, they've been blasted so many times, right? Everyone has used it. So let's talk about the quality approach. And I'm not going to spend too much time explaining what a quality approach is, because I'm sure you understand it by now. So instead, I'm just going to basically show you the strategies that we use here. There are 3 Facebook strategies we use, and there's 2 LinkedIn strategies that we use. And I'm just going to walk you through them on the screen. This video shouldn't take too long. I'm just going to give you some sort of step-by-step pragmatic advice here, without any of the explanation or philosophy. So here's what we're going to be covering. And I mean it when I say this video is not going to be long, because we've literally got 2 slides here. But we're going to start off by talking about sourcing from Facebook groups, and then sourcing from Facebook gurus, sourcing from people you may know, and then we're going to talk about LinkedIn Sales Nav and the LinkedIn buzzword approach that we've been using for Imperium as well. So let's start off by sourcing from Facebook groups. So I hope you've got a Facebook account, okay? And if you don't have a Facebook account, then you will need to make one. Now, we will be covering the Facebook outreach and organic Facebook outreach in another module. But for now, we're just going to be using Facebook as a tool to source leads, and it's a great way to do that. So the first method we're going to be using here is Facebook groups. So this is fairly self-explanatory. We all know what Facebook groups are, but the chances are on Facebook, there's going to be people in your niche aggregated in groups. And the main example I found here in the gym owner niche is Gym Owners United. Okay, so you can see here it's 3,700 members, created by Two Brain Business, which is actually a gym consulting company. But nonetheless, you're still going to find there's probably like a good 3,000 gym owners in here. Same thing if you are in realtors, right? Let's just put in realtors group, right? Could be anything. Let's go to groups. Okay, yeah, new real estate agents support Facebook support group, real estate entrepreneurs group, realtors. You're going to find that a lot of these groups have been created by marketers, and you'll probably find that there's a lot of people in them who are running advertising agencies. But you don't need to worry about that, because you only need to find a few of these people per day for this strategy to work, okay? So not too complicated, quite a straightforward process to use. And you want to do a bit of espionage here, and a bit of infiltration, if you like, because the people who run these groups, they they have a nose for marketing agency owners, right? And they don't really want marketing agency owners in these groups, A, because they are a marketing agency themselves, or B, because they are a genuine person in that niche and they just don't want their clients or the people in the group to be spammed or, constantly reached out to by agencies. So what you might need to do is go to your profile here, right? And, just make some changes to your profile and, change this to maybe even say that I'm not telling you to do this. I'm not going to advise you to lie, but do what you must to get into these groups. And then once you're in them, after about 3 or 4 days, you can always change your profile back to what it was before. But you really want to make it look like you belong in that group. Whether that means you're going to say you're in that niche or not is entirely up to you. But you sort of, these groups are going to be extremely profitable for you. And if you try and join a group with dentist owners or with dental, dentists in it, in your bio here says marketing agency for dentists, then you're not going to get in that group, I can promise you. So you can change it, do what you must, to survive. Okay, so that's the first thing. And then once you're in these groups, it's a pretty straightforward thing. And I can just try and find here. This is a personal Facebook account that I only use to manage Imperium stuff, so I won't be in any groups on here. But when you're in these groups, all you have to do is there'll be a little tab here that says members, and you can just scroll through the members. And all you're going to do is click on each profile, go to the personal profile, see if they are in your niche, and if they are, that's great, and you can go from there. And that's pretty much all you have to do. For example, if I search for Bo here. Right, so let's say that I'm looking to reach out to marketing agency owners. Bo obviously fits the bill quite well. I can see he's the co-owner of NorthFlow Consulting. If I hover over that, I can see that. So what I would do here, if for example I found Bo in a group, is I'd go to his profile, right? And first of all, I can see he's the kind of guy I'm looking for, right? He owns a marketing agency. He's got his website in his bio. So we've already been able to tick 2 of the 3 boxes, right? The 3 boxes is full name, email, and obviously website, and we've got both 2 of those things so far. So what we would do here is, we found him from a group. What we're going to do is we're going to make a note of this, start, open up our lead sourcing spreadsheet. We will be giving you a lead sourcing spreadsheet when we get towards like the Loom tracking, but for now, I mean, it's not difficult. You can just make a Google sheet and then just start logging these in on a daily, and you can sort of polish it later on if you want. But for now, I would just recommend you get in here and source like 30, 40 leads a day, like quality leads a day, right, to back up your strategies. We will outsource this eventually, and it's something you want to outsource as soon as you can, but for now, just try and focus on an hour every morning. Just do an hour of lead sourcing and just try and get like 20 to 40 people in a spreadsheet. And I'm not even joking. Like, you can just open up a Google Doc here, create a spreadsheet, call it agency leads, bookmark it, have 3 different headers, have name, full name, company, and website, and just every morning just go in there and do it for an hour until you've made enough money to outsource that activity, because it's not hard to do. So here's what you do. So you find everything you've got, right? Bo doing Borgans, excellent. Okay, open up the website, and obviously the next thing we're looking for is the email. That's the next piece of the pie, right? So the easiest way to do this is obviously we've got Snob.io here. We can open it and we can find Borgans at NorthFlow Consulting. And if we couldn't find anything on Snob.io, we could try Hunter. If there's nothing on Hunter, then, well, we can't find anything on Hunter. If we can't do that, then we could always look him up on LinkedIn, and then we could try and use LinkedIn email finder. Push come to shove, we have a scroll through. You can do this. You can press Command or Control F and just search @ right? And it will show you that we've got support in NorthFlow Consulting. If we can't find anything else, then we will use the support email. It's not the end of the world. We prefer the personal one, but then the obvious alternative is to go to something like emailchecker.net or to go to Neverbounce, and you can type in here like you could try his first name, right, at northflowconsulting.com. And I know for a fact this won't come up because it's not a verified email address. What if we try Borgans? Now, this isn't always accurate, so this might not work, but it has. Okay, so we can find that Borgans at northflowconsulting.com is a valid email. So we now know that this is Bo's email, and we're going to add that to the spreadsheet. And it took me all of 2 minutes to find that, right? And well, it would have taken me 30 seconds, but I explained it. So that's what you'd use. Excuse me. And then you just close down this tab, go back to the Facebook group, back through the members, and keep going until you found 30 of them every day. Okay, not too difficult. So that's option number 1. Option number 2 is to use friends lists, right? So you're sourcing from Facebook gurus. So I've used Alex Becker as an example. Quite a cool guy, guru in the marketing space and all sorts of stuff he's into. But these gurus tend to have a lot of friends, and in your niche, you probably are aware of one or two or three key players. People who run the biggest companies. In the gym space, it's Alex Hormozy with Gym Launch. In the agency space, it could be Iman Gadji. In the consulting space, it could be Sam Ovens. Right, all of these people, and these gurus tend to have friends lists that are quite sizable, and usually they are friends with people in their niche, right? So what you can do is find a guru, and I can't tell you who your guru will be or who your gurus will be, but you're going to go to their friends lists like this, okay? And generally speaking, these people are going to be the right sort of fit for you. Now, not all of them will be. It's inevitable that 50% of them might not be. But if I was looking for agency clients, for example, I could go here and I can see he's an owner, digital media specialist at Ad Magnet, right? So he owns the company, right? So he owns a company called Ad Magnet. So before, I haven't even scrolled through this properly yet, and I've already found someone who could be a good fit, right? So it's not too difficult to do this. It is a bit messy, and eventually what you don't want to do is start overlapping these things. But if you've got 4 or 5 gurus in your niche and they've each got 3,000 friends, you're not going to run out of people to source from, okay? Now that's that. And the other thing you can do here on Facebook is using people you may know. So if you've got a friends list on your account, and that friends list has got friends of people in your niche, then what Facebook will do is try and recommend other friends to you for people who look similar to the people you're already friends with. And you can do that just by going to the Find Friends tab here. You just go to facebook.com/friends, and it's going to give you these people you may know lists, right? And this is crazy because you can literally just go through these, and every time you add or remove, the algorithm gets smarter, and you'll be able to eventually have you'll log in here every day and you'll have 100 recommendations for people who are in your niche. I had an account before, but unfortunately it got blocked. I don't know why, Facebook never told me, but I had an account before with 2,000 gym owner friends, and all I had to do if I wanted to lead source was come in here, and I had 300 people who owned gyms, just as people who you may know. So in this case, who's this guy? High Activity John. Click on him. CEO at High Activity Online, social media and internet marketing agency. Boom, I found myself a lead. So what I would do is go to I don't know his surname. It's just obviously I don't think his first name is actually High Activity. I don't think his parents would be that mean. However, you would just you'd find his name's John, highactivityonline.com. We'd have our spreadsheet open here. We'd be looking through. We can see we've got info at highactivityonline.com. And if we go to email finder, we can see info is here, but it doesn't seem to be anywhere else. What about Hunter? Doesn't seem to be the case. We can try email checker. And let's try John at highactivityonline.com. And unfortunately, we weren't able to find anything for John. So, it might be the case that he only has one email, right? And this is just all of the stuff goes through and routes through to this. So if that is the case, then, there's not much else we can do there. The only other thing we could try and do is find him on LinkedIn. So here we can see John Fortenberry. So let's try this. No luck there. What about this? No luck there. What about this? Okay, so we exceeded the limit. I don't think it would have found it anyway. But one sort of last call of action is we could go to LinkedIn, and we can see if we can find his email here. Okay, and this is using the software that we referred to in the last video. So it doesn't look like we've got any information for him, which is unfortunate, but we just have to settle with info at highactivityonline.com. That's not the end of the world. You're going to find this happens. We could always, you can try these other sites as well. I wouldn't recommend, at this point, I would just move on. But I want to see here if we can pick anything up on Instagram. I don't think this is going to work though, because it's just going to show us, okay, we're going to get all the Instagram employees. And that's not what we want. What about Twitter? It'd be the same thing again. It'll just be jack@twitter.com probably. Okay, so I just go for the info one, right? But that's an example, and I sourced that and got all that information quite quickly. using people you may know. So, if you find someone you may know, just click add friend, right? And then that tells Facebook's algorithm to look for more people who look like this guy. And you can just continue to work through. Okay, it's not hard, super simple. Like here, for example, Jeremy Colon, I'm not sure. Yeah, so he helps exhaustive professionals. So he is a online personal trainer, right? Based on this statement. I've seen this many times before, because I'm friends with a few of these people. So if I add him, I'll see more of these people. Quite a simple thing to use. And he's got his website here. If I was sourcing for online personal trainer leads, then I could do this. Go to Snob.io. You know the drill at this point. And I can find. I've got his personal email here. Right, and it looks like he's got 2 emails. So in the instance that someone's got 2 emails, then what you're going to do when you go into your spreadsheet like this is you're going to open your spreadsheet up, right? You're going to create this, okay? And you can have different tabs for different months. So you can have one for January 2020, February 2020, whatever. Just move on. But you'd have full name, right? You'd have email, and you'd have company. Right, and for this guy, we would put Jeremy Colon. And then if for his emails, he's got 2. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab both of them. Right, so we're going to grab this one. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to put a comma. And then we're going to grab the other one. Now, you don't want to put a space between emails if you've got 2. And the same thing applies if they're business partners or you've got 3 emails. You just want to do it like this with a colon in between. Because when you go to send in Gmail, what it's going to do is just recognize that it's 2 separate emails. If you leave a space or if you put like a line in the middle, Gmail will try and implement it as one big email and it won't work. So separate it with a single comma, and when you copy and paste this into Gmail, it will just come up with 2 separate emails and it will send properly. And then obviously for company, you can just, you can Jeremy Colon Enterprises, whatever, not complicated. So, we're not providing a spreadsheet template for this. It's not because we don't want to, it's just because you can literally just go and create one. It would almost create too much resistance. Just open up Google Sheets, bookmark it, full name, and then just name this like January 20, whatever, and then just source for January, source for this, source for the next month, etc., etc. Do it every day, make a habit out of it, and you'll be fine. So that is all of the methods that we use on Facebook. They are more than enough to tie you over. And that's provided people in your niche hang out on Facebook. So for example, if you're looking for lawyers or people in more of a professional place, finding them on Facebook might be a little bit more difficult. Same thing with LinkedIn. It's difficult to find people on LinkedIn who don't use LinkedIn. Lawyers are going to be on LinkedIn, gym owners are not. Unless they work with professionals, which is a different story. So that's how we use Facebook. And now let's talk about how we use LinkedIn. And I'm going to give you a paid strategy, which is using LinkedIn Sales Navigator, which, to be totally honest with you, is probably the best strategy you can use in terms of effectiveness, in terms of efficiency, in terms of speed, in terms of lead quality. That Sales Nav comes out on top all the time, but obviously there is an extra expense you incur, but generally speaking, it makes it a lot more profitable, but it doesn't hurt to have these free strategies as well, depending upon where you are. So let's have a look at LinkedIn Sales Nav right now. Okay, so now let's explore LinkedIn Sales Navigator, which is my favorite, and it's probably the easiest and quickest and best way to get quality leads. The only downside of LinkedIn Sales Navigator is that it is a paid system. If it's billed annually, it's about £50 a month. I'm not quite sure what it comes out to be in dollars, but I just bill it monthly, and I would not be without this thing. Right? We use it for Imperium, we use it for NorthFlow, and it's extremely useful. We don't use it so much for NorthFlow anymore because we've sourced all the gym owners there are on LinkedIn using it. So yeah, it's awesome. So what you want to do is, first of all, obviously have a LinkedIn account. If you haven't got a LinkedIn account, then you can just create one. It's not too complicated to do that. And if you want to know how to create one or where to create one, in the top right hand corner here where it says Sales Now, for me, will be the option for you to try premium for free. So they do have a 30-day trial, which is awesome, because if let's say you're sourcing like 40 leads a day and you're doing it over the course of the month, then you should be able to have about 1,000 or 1,200 leads in a spreadsheet. And I can promise you that if you reach out to all of those people, you should sign at least one client. Okay, and so the ROI that you can get on Sales Navigator is extremely high. And if you ever want to outsource lead sourcing and you want to give it to a VA, I'd strongly recommend you use Sales Nav, because it's more efficient, right? And it will actually save you more money then you would have to spend on the VA spending more hours doing different tasks, right? Because, you know, with Sales Nav, it's just like a few clicks and you've got your leads there. Then it's just a question of putting them in the spreadsheet. But when you use something like Facebook, you know, the VA might take an extra, you know, hour a day, right? And if your VA is charging you $10 an hour and they're working 5 days a week, then, you know, that's $200 a month that you could have saved just by using Sales Nav, right? You know, or well, it would work out to be $100 saved if it's $100 a month. So, you know, simple business 101 advice, okay? But Sales Nav is great. So once you've basically clicked to sign up for premium, if you've had a premium account before, they might give you another option to restart it, which is what I just did. So, you know, go over to Sales Nav, sign up, everything, and then what you'll have is the onboarding section here, okay? So it'll take you to linkedin.com/sales/onboarding/welcome. So let's go ahead and get started with this, okay? So let's have a look. It's been a while since I've done this, and I think they've actually updated this. So if we go down here, I see. Oh, okay, so this is, yeah, okay, so this is a new thing. Right, so what we're gonna do is just hit save and press next. We're not too concerned about doing any of this, right? Go to search results, you know, we don't want to do anything here. But the main thing that we're going to benefit from here is the search, right? And basically building lists and links and everything from this. So what we want to do is come out here and, you know, go to linkedin.com/sales/search, right? And if you do that, it should take you to the search option, right? /people. And this is where the magic happens, okay? So what we're going to be doing on LinkedIn is basically searching for people who fit the bill quite nicely for us. And the reason this is so cool is because you can sort of rest assured knowing that when you're using quality cold email approaches, that the people that are receiving your emails are people who actually are a good fit for your company, right? Now, obviously you're not going to be able to understand everything, you know, you're not going to know necessarily what their turnover is, and we don't need to know that stuff. All we need is just to know that they own a company that is in a position to benefit from our services and that, you know, they're a real human, right? So what you want to do here is go to all filters, right, up here like this, and it's really powerful, but, you know, it's sort of similar, you know, with running Facebook ads. You don't want to be too specific, otherwise you're going to narrow stuff too much. So what I'm going to do here is search by random niche. So let's just say that we want to go with, drum roll please, what could we go for? So serious think about this. Let's say we want to go for realtors, right? Okay, so we've got keywords, right? So let's start off with real estate, right? Real estate agent, okay? One keyword, and that's what we're going to search for, okay? Yeah, because it's going to give us people who worked as. So let's just put in here real estate for now, okay? Real estate agent doesn't really matter too much. Right, and then what we want to do is geography. You're going to sort of pick where you want to go. Now, my advice would just be go United States, depending on where you want to work. You can go United Kingdom, you can go Canada, but for now, let's keep it simple and just go US. You can be more specific by region if you want to. So if you want to work in, you know, Seattle, or, you know, if you want to work in Texas or in New York, you can do that. But it's entirely up to you. You know, you need to sort of think about this and figure out where your niche is, who you want to work with, and generally speaking, Sales Navigator should get you there, okay? So that's the main thing, real estate agent in United States. Let's have a look here, custom list, don't need to worry about any of that. We do need to make sure we're going for leads here, okay? So we want to make sure that we add the whole thing to leads, right? Because we're not trying to get accounts, we're trying to get leads. So keyword, geography, leads, okay? And we can keep looking through here. Okay, and then what we might be able to find is title. So this is cool because we kind of want to have owner, right? And we want to have director, or we want to have CEO, right? You're going to you need to sort of understand where your niche, like what the sort of job title they have is, right? So for gyms, it's owner. For some companies, it's managing director. It's managing partner if you're looking for lawyers. You know, this is where it really, really comes in handy to understand the intricacies of your niche and figure it out, right? So you can see here already we've got 69,000 results, you know, for real estate agents in the United States who are either CEOs or owners. Company headcount is where you can get a bit more specific. So, you know, if you want to find people who are you know, if they've got a small firm, then you can do 1 to 10. But we're not going to do this for now. You know, you can be, you know, in depth a bit more here, and you know, it's entirely up to you what you do there. Other than that, other filters, we're not going to worry too much about this stuff. You know, not too concerned with that. Company, we're not going to search by company filters. The only thing you'd use here is company headcount. So if we were going for gyms, for example, we would necessarily want to go for like 1 to 10 or 11 to 50, just because that sort of indicates the size of the business and how good of a fit they are. But other than that, I mean, it's quite a broad thing, so we don't need to be too specific here, but let's just go for search. Okay, and yeah, so we can sort of see the situation here, right? So what LinkedIn is now going to do is basically give us all of these people, right? And you can see, I mean, there's literally going to be a lot, you're never going to run out of leads here, okay? And you should find that all these people are owners of the companies that you want to work on, right? So here, let's have a look. Real estate agent at Compass, real estate agent at Realty One Group, owner at House of WH, which is a boutique real estate brokerage. Excellent. Owner of Brookfield Homes. So this is crazy. Like Hornville Tavern. What's this? So that doesn't. So you are going to find the odd person that just isn't the right fit. But we could even try here with realtor, right? I wonder what would happen if we went realtor instead. Yeah. Okay. So this is probably a bit better. 78,000 results. Obviously, if you're in the UK, you would try estate agent, right? You do it like this, and then you go UK region. But you're going to have to figure this out. With e-com, it can get a bit trickier. You can put e-commerce in here, like this, but the problem you might start to run into is you get people that aren't necessarily in your niche, because obviously with e-com you're going to be in different niches, so it can get a bit complicated, but it's something you'll have to play around with, and it's something that you can use pretty much for every industry. Like you can see here, for industry, so if you're looking for e-commerce, you could type like skincare, right? I don't know if that's even going to come up, or healthcare, health, wellness and fitness, mental health and care. But you have to play around with this for a bit. Just do some homework and some research, and you can always go back to these filters, and just sort of rethink this. So what could we have? What else could we have here? Let's try mortgage brokers. Okay, mortgage broker, United States, and let's try and go this time for just owners, right? And let's go for head count of quite a big one here, right? So that's a big company. Hit the search button here. Okay, so we've got 1,000 results, but boy oh boy are these people going to be a good fit, right? These are owners of large companies, right? And you can see here broker owner at Smith and Smith, which I'm assuming is probably quite a large company. Home Jab, Munzing, what is that? Munzing Mortgage Group. So, the obvious downside of being more specific is you're going to get less results, and you need to take that into account. But the other thing you can do here, once you're happy with your search, and once you feel like you've got a good amount of leads in your search, and you could look through this bad boy for a long time, you're going to press save search up here, and you go save search, and you want to save this as, you would do it, you do it by the date, so you'd go 01/22/21, mortgage brokers, and then you'd go USA, right? And then any other like filters you use, so like 51 to 200. And then the other thing you want to do here is set what's called an alert frequency. Now, an alert frequency is basically going to show you, depending upon the time frame you set, new people that come into this category. Because obviously LinkedIn is dynamic, right? Accounts are changing, companies are growing, people are, taking on new companies and building new companies. And as that happens, you want to be notified, because I can guarantee in a year's time from now, this list might be 1,300, right? And you want to be up to date with that. So what you do is weekly is fine. Just leave the alert frequency and just press save search. And then you're pretty much good, right? And then you go over here, account results, you can check this all out as well. But the account results is more specifically for the companies as opposed to the people, and so I wouldn't advise you necessarily check that out, right? Okay, but that's basically how it works, right? And you can obviously go back and see all your filters in here. You can select sales preferences if you have any. You can set those up as well. So it's not a complicated thing to do. It really is quite straightforward. And if we clear all of this out here, okay, and if we go up here to lists, right, you'll be able to see the lead lists that you've created, right? Okay, depending upon where you save them, or account lists. Okay, so I'd suggest you just save them as lead lists. I'm not sure if it's saved as, I don't think it's saved properly. Let's try again. So remove that from the list. Okay. Let's delete this as well. So you want to keep this clean, but basically as you save your searches, they'll end up in here. And sorry, that's not actually the case. Saved searches will appear here, right? So if you want to build a list, then what you can do is you can press create lead list, and you can create that in here. And then when you do a search, if I go here, right, and let's run another search. Let's just go here and let's go for gym owner, right? Gym owner will be fine, or gym. Let's put CrossFit, right? Let's be a bit more specific. So if we put CrossFit in here, and if I'm going for title and I put owner, right, or co-owner, and let's put geography. Let's put as United States. And you can put geography for whatever you want, like wherever you want to get your clients from. And then if we put company headcount, let's just do 1 to 10, right? And that's going to give us, oh, I spelled CrossFit wrong. That probably doesn't help too much. Yeah, okay, awesome. So put search there. Okay, so you can see we've got all these ones. And then if I wanted to add this person to a list, then what I would do is I'd press save and create lead list, right? So you're going to create a lead list, and we could call this CrossFit gyms in USA, 1 to 10. Create and save. And then what you're going to do here is basically just go through, and if the person is the right sort of fit, right, and if it looks to you like they are who you want to speak to, then all you're going to do is just go save, and then CrossFit gyms in USA, right? Save CrossFit gyms in USA. And let's see what we did. What happened there? Okay, so he's got multiple accounts. So you know, if this happens, then you can just press save without account. You know, it doesn't matter too much. And you just work through here. So it really isn't complicated. This is, you can just VA this like within a heartbeat. It's not a complicated thing to do. But what you'll have if you do this consistently is you'll start to build these lists, and you know they become a huge asset for you, because now what you can do is you can open up these lists at the end, and once you've got them, this is where the lead sourcing begins, because you can click on the profile, okay, and you know it will give you all the information. It will just sort of, you know, tell you everything you need to know about the guy, and then it should give you where he's working. So he's working at Badger CrossFit. Okay, so Badger CrossFit is his company, because he says founder and owner. Now the first thing we can try and do here is use LinkedIn Email Finder, that handy adapt prospector that we've used to source so many emails, and we're going to try this immediately. Okay, so we can see that his email is just tyler@badgercrossfit.com. Okay, nice and simple. Now with this thing, it says here you have 99 contacts, and you will eventually have to pay to source this. It's not massively expensive, but it's just worth it, right? So you grab that, you'd pop it in an email, you'd pop his name in there, and you'd also pop the gym in there, and you know you basically be good to go, and that'll be a lead. And you know you've done that, and then once you've sourced the lead, you can, I mean, I'm sure there's ways to sort of tag this stuff. You know, you can remove him, or you could add him to another list, and you could create another list that is in brackets sourced CrossFit gym owners, right? You know, 1 to 10 USA, and then you have another list. So that way you can organize your lists and keep them clean, right? So if you wanted to add this guy, you know, you'd add him to there, and then you'd remove him from this list. Yeah. And then that way, you know that in this new list you've got, there's only people that are going to be a good fit for you. Because the last thing you want is to start having duplicates. So I'd suggest that you basically, you only need, you know, you're probably only going to need one search, and then you need 2 different lists. Okay, you need a list for prospects that you've sourced, and then you need a list that prospects that you have are yet to source. And really, that's it. Like, you don't need anything else than that. You do not need all these fancy lists, all these saved searches and stuff. You're generally just going to need one search, and that's it. So I'll show you one more time here. You know, if I come out of these lead lists, right, let's go to all filters, and let's try and go this time for, let's go for divorce attorneys, divorce lawyer. Okay. So divorce lawyers, you know, leaving everything else relatively broad. Let's go in the United Kingdom. Right, let's say we're in the UK, we want clients in the UK. We'll do that. Industry, you can put anything in here, but you know, we're going to leave it blank. I mean, obviously, like, you know, if you want to be a bit more specific, you can, but if you've got this sort of just keyword as divorce lawyer, and then you know that they're in the business, you'll be in a good spot. Company headcount, let's go for reasonably big. Let's go 51 to 200. And we can see we've got 33k results, which is a lot more than I was expecting, to be honest with you. Having said that, there's like 65 million people in the UK, so that makes a bit of sense. And anything else we want to put in here? Doesn't look like it. No, I think that's absolutely fine. Oh, we need to put obviously owner. Right, and then in the UK you can also have director, and then you can also have managing director, and you can also have CEO. All these things you think about, you know your niche, you know what they call themselves, and that's that. And then account filters we're not going to do anything with. Did that cancel out my search? I think it did. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, so let's hit search. Okay, 33,000 results. I mean, you could source this bad boy for years, right? You know, you could go 3 years sourcing this, and you could get easily scale to 7 figures just using this list alone. So once you've got this thing, it is extremely useful. You know, and you can see it's not going to necessarily be clear immediately off the bat as to whether or not that, you know, these people are the right people. Because like, for example, here we've got Stealth Startup, which is in Wyoming. So if you find that the leads that start coming through aren't necessarily the right sort of thing, then you need to change it. Because what we can see here is this says divorce and family lawyer, right? So maybe we need to just change this about. So if you find that as you're going through here that the people that are coming up aren't exactly what you're looking for, then all you have to do is just get more specific with your keywords, perhaps a little bit more specific with your industry, you know, and obviously this company headcount is quite large, so you know we could go 1 to 10 here, right? Okay, bit more specific. Divorce and family lawyer. So we can see here divorce and family lawyer seems to be quite a common term. So if we pop that in keywords and hit search, okay, not as many people, but we should find that they're a better fit. So, you know, you have to play around with this. You have to understand your niche. You have to have some patience with it. I can't, unfortunately, just give you a template. You know, it's something that you're going to have to figure out on your own a little bit, but that's obviously what all the support networks we have are for. So, you know, we've got that Facebook group, use the Facebook group. We've got the Q&A calls, use the Q&A calls. And once you get this right, once you have a good list of like, you know, tens of thousands of people in your niche, then you will be good to go. Okay. So that's how to use LinkedIn Sales Navigator, which is extremely useful, and I strongly advise you use it. I want to see if I can do this for e-commerce, because obviously, you know, it's different with e-commerce because, you know, it's been a while since I used Sales Nav, to be honest, and we need to be careful because you might want to find that there's director of e-commerce, right? And then maybe they're the best people to talk to, but you generally want the owners of the business. So with e-commerce, it might be more effective to source from the company first. So to go for account, right? Because account is where you're going to find businesses, and the lead is where you're going to find people. So under account, you know, you can probably search for like, you know, skincare or, you know, e-commerce store. And let's have a look here. Industry, department, geography, annual revenue. Oh, you can actually search by annual revenue. It's crazy. See, they change this stuff all the time. So, you know, it's beautiful, and, you know, it's something that you should definitely learn. But, you know, I know this does work for e-commerce because I've seen it work before. So, you know, play around with it, have a look. And if it doesn't work for e-commerce, if you find that, you know, if you're going for the owners of skincare brands or something, it gets a bit more specific and you might not be able to target it. So if you can't, then you'll have to use some of the other methods we've laid out. But I promise you, you know, it should be fine. And if it doesn't work, then it's not the end of the world because you've got so many other strategies to use. And, you know, push comes to absolute shove for you, then, you know, you'll be able to make some adjustments. One other quick point I wanted to make here, if I go to lists and you can do this. So the cool thing you can do with LinkedIn is you can do view similar. So if you find one person, right? So let's say Nick here, co-owner and coach. Looks like he's the owner of a CrossFit gym, right? Let's just check him out real quick. Yeah, owner, KCI CrossFit, right? So if we want to see more people like Nick, then we'll click on these 3 dots and press view similar. And what it's going to do is the algorithm will start to pull through, usually only about 100 at a time, but it will find people who are similar to that, right? And people who have affinity to that. And you can work through this and you can save them. And this is a really good way to sort of pull more results through. And then you can just sort of come off on a tangent. So if you like the look of this person, you can then once again go view similar. And okay, I think we've already tried. I think we've tried to do it too much already. But you know, it is fine, and you can just continue to do this, you know, every now and then. And you know, 100 people is great. It's just like, you know, 3 or 4 days worth of leads. So yeah, that's how you use Sales Nav. Super cool tool. Great for brick and mortar. More of a struggle for e-com, but give it a go. It's a free trial, so it won't hurt to try and play around with it and see if you can isolate your niche using it. And if it turns out you can't, then you can just cancel your trial and use the other methods that we have available. Push come to shove, you can even just Google companies and then look them up on LinkedIn, find the owners through that way, and you'll be good to go. So let's go back to LinkedIn.com because the last strategy that we have here is the LinkedIn buzzword approach, which is organic and free. And once again, this is going to be very niche specific, and it's something that you're going to have to tailor, and it might not work for you. So it works really well for Imperium, and here's why. Because we know that for Imperium example, we are predominantly looking to work with marketing agencies, right? And we know that the most common term used by marketing agencies is I help niche, right? I help people do people, right? I help gyms get members, I help dentists get clients, I help realtors get clients. So what you can do, if you know that your niche has a very specific, phrase, like, whether it's realtor or anything, then you can do this kind of for free. So if I type in here, I help gyms, right? And hit enter, I'm going to come up with, what is it? Let's see where it says. And we're looking for people. 10,000 results. Right, of people saying I help gyms, 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 I help gyms. So this works for Imperium really well because we know the buzz terms, right? If we want agencies to work with us who work with realtors, then we'll just type in I help realtors, and I help realtors, I help realtors, I help realtors. You can connect with them, and you can source. You can click on the profile. You can try and find the LinkedIn email finder here. We've got Michael Hanlon. So we open up with that prospector. It isn't going to find anything for him here. So if we can find, what's his contact info? Has he got his email here? No. But let's have a look, because this is important, because it's not going to be obvious immediately. So it's Realty One Group Gold Standard. So let's see if we go through to his profile here. Let's see if we can find the website. Visit website. Once again, we will check to see if we can find any emails on here. Okay, right, and here's where the Snow.io might come in handy. No emails found here. How about if we go to Hunter? Once again, no. So let's go to emailchecker.net. And this is the process you'll go through. It can get quite repetitive and it can get quite boring, but it's a really profitable one to do. So people, and let's try and go for what was his name? We'll have to go back here. Michael. Right, so let's go for Michael at realty1goldstandard.com. Hit check, and no luck there. So let's try M Hanlon or something like that. Doesn't look like we're having a look there. Let's try Hanlon. And we'll try Michael.Hanlon. And once again, so it doesn't seem like we're having much luck with this one. So sometimes it is just going to happen that you can't find the email, right? And that's just kind of the way it is, right? What we'll also notice here, he also seems to own a CrossFit gym as well. LinkedIn knows what they're doing, man. Scary. But yeah, he also seems to own another company, so we could always try and grab from another company. But if that's the case, we would just find the support email here. Having said that, this looks like a huge company, and I don't think we'd be able to reach him. So the other thing you can do, if you really struggle to find the email, is just connect with the person on LinkedIn and send them a message, right? Just with your approach, instead of doing it through email. Now, of course, we're going to cover LinkedIn prospecting and everything. So yeah, so that's how that works. But yeah, anyway, back to the point I was talking about earlier, not to sidetrack myself there. You can search by buzz terms. So for example, if you are looking for realtors, right? We help, what would they say? There's something like buyers and sellers, right? Let's try that. Yeah, okay, so here's a good idea, right? Helping buyers and sellers, serving buyers and sellers, assisting buyers and sellers to achieve their dream home ownership. Another one could be like first time buyers. helping house. Yeah, so mortgage broker, right? You know, this is the thing. You've got to realize that there's patterns here. There's 788,000 people here. You know, and it's crazy because you're not always going to come across people who own the business. But if you don't want to pay for sales nav and you still want a solution to use on LinkedIn and you want to leverage this platform, then you can do it here. You know, let's try. What else could we try here? One more. You can just type in divorce, right, attorney, for example. You know, 1.7 million results. Yeah, it's crazy what you can find here. The reason sales nav is better because, you know, you can narrow sales nav down to like job titles and stuff. And I'm not sure if you can do that with this. Let's have a look. I don't believe you can, at least not when I last tried to do it. I don't think you can see. So, you know, LinkedIn knows what they're doing. They know that sales nav is more effective, but you can still use buzzwords here to find people in your niche quite quickly and quite easily. And you know, once you've figured out how to do this, you can VA it and you can just tell a VA what to look for, and you could even give your VA like 100 or so screenshots of different profiles, and then they can sort of, you know, once you have 100 people that you're looking for, you know, it's not hard to you know, to complete that. So yeah, that's the lead sourcing video. Now this might have dragged on a little longer than I intended, mostly because I kind of dove into the sales nav side of things a little bit more than I should have. But I hope it's been helpful, and I hope it's been useful in helping you find people. So, you know, you can use Facebook groups, you can use Facebook gurus, you can source from people you may know, you can use LinkedIn sales nav, or of course the buzzword approach works as well. So the main thing to take from this video for now is that you need to just start sourcing, right? You need leads, okay? Because all of the strategies that we have revolve around having leads, right? You can't send emails, you can't send Facebook messages, you can't send LinkedIn connections unless you have leads. So as you go through and source people, the first thing I'd advise you do is create a spreadsheet, right? And just start sourcing their name, their email, their personal email, their full name, of course, and their company, right? And that's all you need for now. Nothing else needs to be too complicated, unless there's something very specific about your niche that you need to know. For example, if you are looking to work with lawyers in general, then you might want to put whether or not they're a divorce attorney, whether or not they're a family attorney, whether or not they deal with an environment. Like, you know, there might be intricacies. So bear in mind that there may be a couple of other things that you need to put in. But, you know, for the most part, you just need those three things. Oh, and also remember to source the website as well. So when you're using the spreadsheet, obviously you've got those three things: full name, personal email, and company, but also you will need the website as well. It's not going to be necessary for all of your approaches, but when you're doing things like personalized Loom videos or screenshots of websites, or Facebook pages or whatever, it's really important. If they don't have a website, you can just source their Facebook page, you can source their LinkedIn profile or the business page on LinkedIn. But I'd also advise you source that as well. So, you know, it's not tricky, just a spreadsheet with 4 columns: full name, company name, email, and website or Facebook page or whatever, you know, means of presentation they have online. And as you're going, I'd encourage you to add Facebook friends and connect with the people on LinkedIn that you're sourcing as well, just because it's helpful eventually to have a friends list, you know, a big friends list and a big LinkedIn connection list. It's kind of like just having a big email list, and you'll have all 3 of those things if you do this properly. So that's everything for today's video. Keep that spreadsheet, source 30 a day, you know, start now if you can. You'll be able to VA it quite quickly. It is a bit of grunt work, but, you know, until you're at, you know, 10K a month or something, it is something you should be looking to do. So any questions, feel free to let us know. I'm really glad to have taught this to you, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Thanks for your time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to this training video. This is how to find 2,500 to 5,000 ideal organic Facebook and LinkedIn prospects in 10 minutes or less. Might seem like a bit of a clickbaity title, but I promise you, watching this video is going to save you so much time. If you rely on Facebook or LinkedIn for your organic outreach, one of your biggest pain points or gripes is probably trying to find friends or find connections, and digging up people that you can actually, you know, send DMs to and add as friends, if that makes sense. What I've done in this video is I've been able to find a tool that completely automates this whole process. Not entirely, you're still going to have to send friend requests manually, but obviously sending the friend request is the easy part. The hard part is actually finding people that are qualified to potentially work with you. So I'm going to walk you through an awesome tool that I've uncovered and that we've been using for our outreach, and you should find it to be extremely useful. So no long slides in this video. We're going to jump straight to the point, and we're going to head into the tool. So what you want to do is head over to a website called phantombuster.com. This is a really cool tool, and you can basically go ahead and just sign up for an account. If you're wondering in terms of how to set your account up, it's really straightforward. It's just email, password, and then your name. There's nothing other than that. They might ask you to verify the email. Once you've created your account, you'll notice you have this sort of dashboard here. And what you want to do is you want to head over to Phantoms. So this website is basically a host for automation softwares and data extraction softwares. And there's loads of different cool features it has that you can explore in your own time. But obviously we are here to explore LinkedIn and Facebook. So what you want to do is head over to all categories under Phantoms here. And you'll find it's got literally hundreds of them, loads and loads of different things and automations, like that you can use. But it's it's a pretty hefty one, right? There's LinkedIn personal email extractors, and this goes the same for Facebook, for Instagram, for Slack, Twitter. There's loads of them, right? But we're only concerned with Facebook and Instagram. Facebook and LinkedIn. So what we want to do here is search here Facebook group like this. Okay, so we're going to be using Phantoms for Facebook group and also LinkedIn group. So if you want to find Facebook friends, you're going to use Facebook group extractor. And if you want to find LinkedIn connections, we'll type in LinkedIn group, okay, and LinkedIn group members. Okay, pretty straightforward. So with the free version of this, you'll only have access to one Phantom. So it'll be one or the other. But the cool thing is that you can actually deactivate them and add new Phantoms. So you can use them one at a time. The other thing is that the Phantoms will run over a certain period of time, usually less than 10 minutes. By default, the software will give you 10 minutes for free. It's called execution time. So when I'm running the Facebook group extractor, it might take 8 minutes to source 3,000 friends or something. And so I'd have 2 minutes of the extraction tool left, right? So yeah, pretty awesome. I'm going to be giving you an example for Facebook. If I click to use this Phantom, it will say you've reached your Phantom slot limit. You don't actually have to upgrade. You can just do one at a time. So once you've selected the actual Phantom that you want here, what we're then going to do, if I delete this one actually, okay, let's go back to Phantoms and find the Facebook group extractor and use this. Okay, so all you have to do before you actually save it is just go into Phantoms, all categories, find the extractor you want, and then what we want to do is we go to Dashboard, okay? Once you're in Dashboard, we're going to click on these three little dots here and press Setup, okay? So the first thing it's going to ask you to do is connect to Facebook, okay? And all you have to do here is basically have Facebook open in another tab and connect to Facebook. Now, here is the absolute key to doing this, okay? Because what's going to happen is this software is going to use the cookies from your current Facebook or LinkedIn session. And it's absolutely imperative that you have a separate account to your main one logged into Facebook or LinkedIn. Because using this software, there is a slight risk, it's very minimal, but there's a risk that your Facebook account that you're using may be blocked or banned. Okay, so my suggestion here, before you actually use this tool, is create a new account on a different device. For example, with Facebook, if I head over here, right, you'll notice that I've got one account logged in. If I was going to be using my Phantom for Facebook, I would log out of my account, remove this account from my page, and then log into the separate one, so I only have one account saved at a time on Facebook's browser. Otherwise, you risk your accounts being blocked, okay? So that's the first thing, is create a new account. It can be a fake account. You want to behave like a normal human being on that new account for the first 5 days. And then on the next 2 days, like towards the end of the first week, you can start joining the Facebook groups that you'd want to extract from. The same thing applies to LinkedIn. If you create a brand new account and start joining Facebook groups immediately, you will be blocked or banned. It's too suspicious. It's not normal human behavior. You want to spend the first couple of days adding friends, so sending messages, sending videos, sending Facebooks, writing posts, liking pages. Use the Facebook account normally. It's the only time I'm ever going to tell you to actually use social media normally. But you want to do that. Have a scroll through the news feed, spend 20 or 30 minutes on there each day, just warming it up. Really important, okay? If you go straight in with your new account, it won't work because, it'll create a problem. But after 5 days of 20 minutes a day warming up, you can then go ahead and start joining groups in days 6 and 7. And this is the same principle for LinkedIn. If you're doing LinkedIn extraction, It's the same thing. It will use your LinkedIn cookies. You need to make sure you're not using your main account because you might lose all your connections. You might lose your LinkedIn account, which would be bad. So make sure you create a dummy one and go ahead and just create that. And you might need to get someone different to verify it or something like that. You might have an old account you can use. But that's really important. It's the main thing to this is do not use your main Facebook account unless you don't mind it being banned. For example, with my account, I've got almost 1,000 friends on there as agency owners. We've got all of our support chats on there. I'm admin on a Facebook group in there. If I lost my account, it would be really fucking annoying, right? So anyway, besides the point, that's the rule. 5 days of warm up. The next 2 days, you incrementally join new groups and you go from there. So this revolves around obviously using groups. So all you have to do here is basically find Facebook groups that have affinity to your niche. So it could be roofers in the UK, restaurant owners USA, gym owners UK, something like that. And so once you've joined these groups, what I'd suggest you do is basically make a list of them in a Google Doc, or at least make a list of them on the Facebook account you're logged into. And you want to get a Google Doc going that looks like this, that basically walks you through the groups you've already extracted. The reason you want to do this is because you don't want to lose track of all the groups that you've already extracted and start having duplicate friends and stuff like that. That would just be a nightmare. So I suggest like a just really minimal level of organization to keep things nice and tidy here. So once you've done this, once you've warmed up your account for 5 days, you've joined a bunch of groups, you're ready to start extracting. What you want to do is you want to go and log into Facebook to that new dummy account. Remember, it's imperative that you're logged into a dummy account. In terms of getting into groups and stuff, it's quite straightforward. Just answer the questions, pose as someone in the niche. It's not too difficult to get into that one, especially if you say that you're happy for them to message you or send email marketing stuff to you. They'll jump on that like no tomorrow. So connect to Facebook. All you have to do is log in, click connect to Facebook, and it will pull through automatically. If it doesn't pull through automatically, just refresh or find it manually. It's pretty straightforward. You can just Google the cookie number. So once you've connected in here, the next thing to do is paste a Facebook group URL. Okay, so this is pretty cool. All you have to do is basically copy and paste the URL that you want to extract, and then just press save. Now under spreadsheet settings, you don't really need to change anything here. It will just create it automatically. Then we've got behavior. So this is quite important. In terms of behavior, you don't want to process any more than 4,000 or 5,000 members, because if you do that in a specific short period of time, might create some problems for you if you do it too quickly, okay? So my suggestion, most groups won't have anything above 5,000 members. If they do, you can continue to keep extracting from the same list, but you need to make sure you use a remove duplicates tool, if that makes sense. Otherwise, you might find you keep getting duplicates. So if you've got a group with 10,000 people and you want to extract 4,000 members twice and then 2,000 members once to get all the people from that group, you want to make sure that you're adding them to Google Sheets and you're using remove duplicates so you don't keep finding the same people and over again. But to be honest, because it's Facebook friends, we're only really going to need like 10,000 people anyway. So across like 5 or 6 groups, you should be able to do that if you've got a good connection request, friends accept, right? And that's pretty straightforward. Number of groups to process per launch, we're just going to put 1 in here because we only want to do 1 at a time. Now, if you have got multiple groups and you want to do them all at the same time, then you can put them in a CSV file as an input, but it's entirely up to you. And then obviously here we have remove duplicate profiles between groups. So this won't work if you're just doing 1 individual twice. If you've got 10,000 people, you try to extract 8,000 over 2 runs, if that makes sense. You won't be able to do that. But if you have got multiple groups and you don't want duplicates, you can just click this. Result file settings, super straightforward. You just click it in here, and then we go to settings over here. Launch manually, execution time limit stays the same, folder management, that's all good. Proxies, you want to make sure the Phantom Buster proxy is on, custom configuration, maintain the same fixed IP. By default, this should be selected, and you can just leave it like this. Because we're only running it for less than 10 minutes, we don't need to keep switching IP all the time, but the main thing is make sure you have a proxy on, because if you don't, you will risk your IP. I don't know if it's going to be exposed or if it means your account could get blocked or whatever, but it could happen. Notifications, you can just put either of these. I just leave it as none because it's only 10 minutes long, so I just keep an eye on it. So now I'm going to give you an example. Let me go ahead and log into one of our team members' accounts, and her name is Emma. This is an old agency address. And if I log in here, let me give this a quick second. Okay, so I'm logged in here. What you'll find for the purpose of this video is I've basically joined a bunch of groups here in the SMMA space, okay? So what I'm gonna do now is go ahead and go over to the dashboard, and I'm gonna go to set this up. I'm gonna show you how this works. So if I just click connect to Facebook, then what it's gonna do is it's gonna put my user session cookie in here and my access session cookie. It's already connected because I'm already logged into Facebook. And I go and say save. And then paste the Facebook group URL here. So if I came over here, and let's just say I wanted to go for this one. Okay, and in here we've got 3,100 members. Okay, so I just grab this link up here, and I'm gonna remove this part afterwards, just so we've got the group ID, and we'll just search that to make sure it does work. Perfect, it does. Okay, spreadsheet settings, we can just leave that as it is. Press save. Behavior, there's only 3,100 people in here, so I'm just gonna put 3,100, which is fine. Number of groups to process per launch is 1. Results file settings we can leave as it is. Press save. Okay, launch manually, limits, blah, blah, blah. That's all fine. We can leave this all as it is. And we'll put notifications in case of error, just in case there is an error. And then launch manually. Okay, save and close. So if I click on this one, oh, hang on, it's just giving me some jip here. Okay, you click on it and then it will give you the option to launch it here. You press launch, okay? Now here's the thing, what will happen pretty much every time you run this is Facebook will, after about a minute or so, Facebook will lock the account you're using because they think that someone's trying to access your account separate to you. All you have to do, don't panic, you won't get blocked. I haven't been blocked. I've used this quite a few times. I've never been blocked. So I think it's possible that you can get blocked, but it's unlikely as long as you keep a reasonable limit and you've warmed your account up properly. But what you can expect pretty quickly, and it might happen in the next couple of minutes here, is Facebook will look at Phantom Buster using the account because it's gaining access through cookies, and it might assume that someone's trying to access your account. So Facebook will send you an email to reset your password. You reset the password, you confirm that it was you that tried to log in, and then you can basically run this again. And I think that works on like a 24 or 48 hour time frame. So, so you can sort of just continue to extract after that. You don't have to worry about it happening again, but it will happen again every couple of days or so, at least in my experience. So what you would do, I mean, you can see here, we've got this, it's sort of starting to count down slightly. I'm not sure if it works in like 10-second intervals or something, but you know, we can see this thing's running. It's already extracted 90 members. And yeah, you can see it working quite well. So, you know, like I said, it'll give you the recent activity here. So if you do get blocked, it will come up in the logs. And all you have to do is just check your emails for Facebook to confirm that it's okay for this thing to keep running. So I'm just going to press abort here. You'd obviously leave this to run completely. And then if I just press stop, okay, what it'll do is it'll save the data. So obviously you'd let this run for as long as it could run for free. And then it will give you this CSV file here. Okay, so if you want to preview this, you can copy it by pressing this, or I would just suggest downloading it and then uploading the data to a Google Sheet. So what I would then do, once this CSV file is complete with the 3,000 leads in it, I would go ahead and just create a new Google Sheet like this. Okay, I would name the Google Sheet after the group ID that I've extracted. Then I'd come over here, download the CSV file, which is going to open in Numbers in my Mac. Okay, we'll give this a second. And you'll see all of the people in the group are here. So this is obviously only 100. You can see how quickly extracted 100. So there's not, you know, this isn't the full 3,000 because I stopped it quite early. But this is awesome because, you know, this gives you everything. And the problem with Facebook in general and trying to find friends is it's annoying having to sort of find them and then click on their profiles and everything. What we can do here basically is we've got their name, their first and last name, and their actual profile. Then we've got their profile picture, which doesn't really matter. But the cool thing about this is we can see when they last joined the group, but then it also gives them, it gives us their additional data. So if it says like owner at social media marketing agency here, founder at Ecom Ties, digital marketing strategist, is pretty helpful to have this stuff. Now you still want to check these profiles out one by one, but this actually means that you can now get a virtual assistant to skim through the leads for you and find the right fit. Because it's hard to get a virtual assistant to find leads for you on Facebook because you risk having your Facebook account blocked. Same with LinkedIn if you give multiple people access, but it's pretty handy to have this. So you also have this information here as to whether or not you can request them. And so yeah, it's pretty damn helpful. And you're gonna save yourself a hell of a lot of time here. So, you know, we've got founder at this agency, founder at this agency, founder, and it's very, very helpful to have. Okay, so once I've got this, all I would do basically is just go over here and I'd scroll down and then I'd basically copy this. Okay, and then I'd go over to this sheet here and paste it in like this. Give it a second, and then you've got a nice Google sheet. And if you need to, you can use a remove duplicates tool. There's an add-on here called remove duplicates. You have to go to get add-ons, and I think it's like $5 or something, but it's super helpful. And then you can just go through and remove duplicates based on either the name or the profile URL, which is probably the best. So yeah, that's everything for how that one works from Facebook. I'm just going to quickly let's delete this because we don't actually need it anymore. Okay, and so that's how we do it from Facebook perspective, from a Facebook group's perspective. So now if I wanted to go and do LinkedIn, all I would do is just delete this. Okay, go back to Phantoms, and then I go to LinkedIn group. So with LinkedIn, you can only extract 2,500 at a time. Same principle, create a new LinkedIn account, use it like a human being for 5 days, and then start joining groups after 2 days, the 2 days towards the end of the 7 days. And then log into it, paste your LinkedIn session here, you put the groups to scrape here, the behavior is here. You only want to scrape, it only allows you to scrape the most recent 2,500 members of the group, which is a bit annoying, but not much we can do about that. And then settings, you know, you just leave it here. I don't think there's a need for a proxy on this actually. So yeah. It's the same principle. It's really straightforward to use. I won't demonstrate it because I haven't actually got a LinkedIn account prepared for this. But yeah, that's basically how we scrape, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of people in one big go. I mean, it's extremely useful. It saves you a lot of time because it means that, like, instead of having to go to and from profiles on Facebook and spend all your time in there, you can just have a list of profiles. And then you can give your virtual assistant, or you can just do it yourself. You know, you've got the profile URLs, you know they're part of that specific group, so they're much, much more likely to be a good fit. The problem with finding Facebook friends on Facebook groups is you end up losing track of where you've actually got to in the group. And so you have every time, let's say you source like 500 leads from a Facebook group, every time you go to resource in there or in a LinkedIn group, you have to scroll down to 500 people and find exactly where you left off so you don't get duplicates, and it's too much chaos. So that's everything for this video. Hope it's helpful, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. So what you can see on the screen here is my Calendly analytics. And you can see here that in the last 30 days, I've scheduled or created 1,400 discovery calls, sales calls, appointments, meetings, whatever you want to call them. We completed about 1,000 of them. And as a result of this month, we got around 7 figures in revenue. Okay. Just wanted to demonstrate that I actually know what I'm talking about. You can see it on the screen here. Okay. And this is basically the framework and paradigm and method of thinking that I have used to book near enough, I don't know, 40 to 50,000 appointments probably since the start of my first business. So it works really well. Let's get into the video. So what actually is a system? We're trying to build a system to build reliability, predictability, consistency. Okay, so we need to actually understand what a system looks like, and funnily enough for you, I have a diagram. Okay, so we have inputs, we have processes, we have outputs, and we have feedback, and then we have an environment. So the inputs, this is how a system works. You have the raw material that is input into the system, okay? Then we have the processes, which is the conversion mechanism that converts the inputs into outputs. We then have the outputs, which is obviously the end product that comes about as a result of raw material actually being processed. Then we have feedback, which is information about the system or the effectiveness of the system, and it's basically a byproduct of the processes. And then we have the environment, which is the external conditions by which the system operates in. So this is the first principles of systems theory, or systems thinking, I should say. They're two very different things. And so you need to know what a system is. This is what it looks like. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but let's actually see what this looks like from a client acquisition standpoint, okay? So when you're looking to build predictability with your client acquisition systems, you need to bear this in mind, okay? So we start with leads. Then we have something called conversion tools. Then we have something called clients, which is, I'm sure you're familiar with that. Then we have metrics and the market, okay? So the input in this instance for the client acquisition is a lead, okay? This is sourced by a software, a lead sourcer. It could be manual, it could be a Chrome extension. But if we want the end result to be clients, we have to start with leads, okay? And by lead, I'm talking about the name, email, phone number, social profile, whatever it might be, some method of contacting
an individual within your niche. That is the input of the system, is a piece of data, okay? So the great thing about the online business model is we can literally turn emails and phone numbers into cold hard cash. And the only reason we can do that is because of this method of thinking, okay, which is going from leads through conversion tools to clients, okay? So the processes in this instance are something that we call conversion tools. You won't have heard of these names before, like conversion tools. You're like, what the hell is that? Because, well, I kind of had to create this myself because no one's teaching it. But basically a conversion tool is like a copy, a script, a loom, a template, a follow-up message, anything that you use. It's a stimulus essentially. And what you're doing with client acquisition is you're flashing a stimulus in front of a person in your market, hoping it elicits or indicating that it elicits a specific response from that person, okay? So that's all it is. All client acquisition is stimulus and response, or in other words, psychological cause and effect. Then we have the outputs, which is clients. So the idea here is that when you take raw leads, qualified leads in your niche, and you expose them to the right conversion tools, you get clients. That is the first principle of client acquisition. Everyone thinks it's about having Instantly and having all this fancy software and AI and stuff. It's not. It's data in your niche, correct conversion tools, combining both those things together, right? And the synthesis of the antithesis and the thesis is a client, and that's called Hegel's dialectic, but we're going to get into that another day. So, feedback. So the feedback from this system is going to be metrics, okay? These are conversion rates that denote the effectiveness of parts of the system. So what is the true sort of feedback that comes from getting clients? Well, more than anything, it's going to be metrics. Now, the other thing that comes as a result of getting clients is a market understanding. So this is another form of feedback that you will receive, although it's much more intangible. It matters, but not as much as the metrics that you get as a result of signing clients, okay? And then the environment in this instance is the market, okay? So the market is basically the environment. These are the external conditions by which the system's operating in. So if you build a cold email system, whether you like it or not, that cold email system operates in the market, and the market can be everything from your competition to the niche, to the saturation, to the offers, all the way down to the internet service providers and the rules of email deliverability, et cetera, account bans. All of that shenanigans we have to bear in mind, because systems don't operate in a silo or a vacuum. They operate inside of an entity, and that entity is the environment, and that environment has probably more of an influence on the system and the performance of the system than you might think. But anyway, so this is the overarching macro system structure of client acquisition. We take leads, we put them through, or we expose them to a collection of conversion tools that are outlined in a linear fashion. So we start with like the very first conversion tool all the way to the close, then we get clients, and throughout that process, we're going to receive metrics, okay? Here's the thing. There are 6 stages that someone has to go through for a complete stranger to become a client. So we've got the macro system of leads to clients, right? The input is leads, the output is clients, but we have microsystems. So there are 6 stages of client acquisition that you need to be aware of. And basically what this means is there's 6 stages of conversion. So to go from stranger to client, there's 6 steps they got to go through, okay? Step number 1 is you need a system, right, with a set of processes or conversion tools, right, to get attention from latent conditions, okay? So this is the first thing you have to do. Like, people try and answer the question of like, how can I get clients? But that's way too big of a problem to solve if you don't even know how to get their attention in the first place. If we try and solve the problem of client acquisition, instead of trying to win the war, we're just trying to win 6 little battles. And through winning the 6 little battles, we win the war. So we have to focus on the micro, not the macro. It's a lot easier. And I'll explain what latent conditions are in just a second. System number 2 is you need a system with a set of processes to get interest from attention. And then we need a system with a set of processes to get appointments from interest. Then we need a system with a set of processes to get shows from appointments. Then we need a system with a set of processes to get primed prospects from shows. And then we need a system with a set of processes to get closed deals from primed prospects. So if you're wondering, you probably know what attention, interest, and appointments and shows are. Latent conditions are basically the psychological and situational conditions of someone's life in your market, okay? So for example, for you, let's say you run an agency, one of your latent conditions in your mind, in your unconscious mind, is that you don't want a 9 to 5, right? That's just an example of one latent condition you have. I can then use that latent condition as a marketer or someone trying to sell to you to get you to buy from me. Because I can say, hey, if you buy my product, you're never going to have to work a 9 to 5 again. And that's what marketing is all about, and building offers and building systems and everything around client acquisition is knowing what people are and using that to basically get them to buy from you. Sounds a bit Machiavellian, but that's what a latent condition is. Another example of a latent condition for a gym owner, primary example of this, because I used to work in the gym niche, is they feel overworked and underpaid, and they don't get the recognition they deserve from their members and their team. So you can use that. You can use the frustration, etc., etc. Okay. So a primed prospect is a prospect on a sales call that have been primed by the right questions. Okay. So we're going from latent conditions, which is basically like nothing. This is before the Big Bang. This is just random atoms like flying around, and we need to get attention. So we're going from just normal people in your niche with a specific set of problems and psychological situational conditions, and we're going to flash something to them, hopefully nothing dirty. We're going to flash something in front of them that gets their attention. Okay. Once we've got that attention, we need to convert it from attention to interest. So their eyeballs are on our stimulus. That sounds weird, but their eyeballs are on our stimulus, and now we need to convert that attention into genuine, real interest. And we can define interest, by the way, as just curiosity, the want to learn more. Once we've got their interest and they're curious as to, wanting to learn more, then we need to learn how we can turn that into an appointment. And then once we've got the appointment on the calendar, right, which is where most people fall short, by the way, is getting the appointments. Once we've done that, then we need to know how to get them to show up for the appointment, because if they don't show up, there's no point in booking it. And then once they've showed up, we need to know how to prime them with the right questions, introducing pain on the sales call, introducing emotion, introducing incentive, etc., etc. And then finally, once they are primed and ripe and ready to be closed, we need a system or a process to actually close them. Okay. And so people think that client acquisition is this woo-wah, like hippie, like, oh my God, if it happens sort of thing. It really isn't. It's cause and effect. It's just exposing the right people to the right set of stimuli over a linear chain for a period of time, and you make money. And that's how I booked 1,400 appointments in the last month, right? I know what stimulus works in my market, and I have 6 systems that convert people through these stages. So for someone to go from stranger to client, there are 6 steps of conversion, as we discussed. If you want client acquisition to be predictable, then you've got to build a predictable system for each step. So if you have 5 of these systems, but you're missing one, client acquisition will not be predictable and reliable and consistent for you, okay? If you want that just on like that constant onslaught of appointments, that constant steady march and steady flow of people coming in, you might not even need 1,400. Maybe your goal isn't 8 figures. Maybe you just want to make 10 grand a month, right? Maybe you just need 1 appointment a day. Well, whether you want 1 appointment a day or 100 appointments a day, you need to have all 6 of these systems, because you can have them all, but if you don't have a system for getting shows, what's the point of booking appointments? If you don't have a system for closing deals, you get the point. So here's a visualizer. So let's open this one up a second here. Okay, so here's a way to visualize these 6 subsystems essentially. Okay, so we've got the overarching structure here of going from stranger or human to client, and then receiving feedback in the form of conversion rates, right? And then we obviously have the triangle, which represents the overarching process of conversion. But really, if we dig into this and we actually take a look what's going on here, inside of this one process, we've got 6 systems, okay? So we sort of got like this, Russian doll effect, or is it Chinese doll? I think it's Russian doll. Someone correct me in the comments. But you see the point. We're going from latent conditions to attention to interest to appointment to show to prime prospect, and then we get the closed deal. Okay, so that's how it works. That's how you need to see it. So now let's talk about something that sounds boring, but is probably the most important thing you can understand to reliably generating appointments. So metrics. So for every stage of conversion in the macro client acquisition system, there are conversion rates, okay? So we've got these 6 systems. By now you should know we've got 6, right? I've said it probably about 10 times, and you're probably like, Charlie, please just move on. There is a conversion rate that comes as a result of each system, okay? And the quality of those conversion rates determine the quality of the overall system, okay? So conversion rates measure the effectiveness of the conversion tools used to drive people through your client acquisition process. So if you remember, what is a conversion tool? It's a stimulus, effectively. It's the copy you use, it's the subject line, it is the loom you use, it's the cold call script you use, it's the ad you use, it's the creative you use. Any form of tangible marketing stimulus that you can be exposed to an individual in your market to get a client is a conversion tool, okay? Now, the better your conversion tools, or in other words, the more accurately they resonate with or prey upon, for lack of better words, the latent conditions of your market, the better your conversion rate will be. It is as simple as that. There is a direct relationship between the effectiveness of the conversion tools and the conversion rate. Conversion rates are calculated by dividing the output volume by the input volume and then multiplying by 100, okay? So the very simple method of figuring out what your conversion rate is you just go output, divide by input, times 100, okay? Examples. So let's say that you get 30 shows, 30 sales calls that show up, and from that you get 7 clients. So if we wanted to calculate the conversion rate of this stage of the system, which obviously is going to be, I believe, well, it's going to denote really system 4 to 6, right? The conversion rate there is 23%. Because we take the 7 clients, we divide them by the 30 shows, we times them by 100 and we get 23%, which is our sales conversion rate. Another example is 2,491 cold calls. And let's say that generates you 843 pitches. So when you're making cold calls, right, your first objective isn't to get appointments. Your first objective is to actually just pitch the decision maker, because that basically denotes the effectiveness of the system of getting the attention from the latent conditions and getting the interest from the attention, okay? We need to get clients, there's a few things we have to go through first, okay? But let's say that happens, you make 2,500 whatever cold calls, you book 843 appointments. We're going to do 843 divided by 2,491 times it by 100, which means we have an overall conversion rate of 33.8% from dial to pitch. So let's say that you, another example, you get 177 cold email positive replies, and from that you book 16 appointments. Well, the conversion rate of that would be 9%, okay? Simple. You must track key conversion rates when running client acquisition systems. You know, I've helped near enough, like 1,100 or 1,200 agencies, coaches and consultants with client acquisition inside of EasyGrow. This is our program, for those of you that don't know. And if someone has a problem with their outbound systems, right, and they're like, oh, my cold emails aren't working, or my cold calling isn't working, usually it's a bit more dramatic than that, but you get the point. The very first thing I ask them is, what's the data? What are your conversion rates? And if they don't know, then I'm like, well, you need to go and find out, because I can't help you without the conversion rates. Trying to build a client acquisition system, specifically an outbound or even a paid client acquisition system, like an ads one, without knowing your conversion rates and tracking your metrics is like driving a car blind. That's probably the closest and most accurate example I can give you. It's dangerous, it's stupid, and you're going to crash and burn and probably die in the process. So we don't want that, okay? So you must also track the overarching appointment booking rate metric, right? For example, if you send 100 cold emails and get 2 appointments, you have an overall appointment booking rate of 2%. So really, when we're building systems for appointment booking, because I'm talking about getting clients, right? But if you're building a cold email system, cold call system, cold DM system, ad system, the main thing you're looking at, the North Star, the Polaris Star, the big kahuna, so to speak, of metrics, I hope that's not a bad word, I don't think it is. The big kahuna, for lack of better words, is appointment booking rate. So that's what we need to keep in mind. So only idiots build client acquisition systems without tracking their metrics. I'm assuming you're not an idiot. So don't try to build client acquisition systems without tracking your metrics. Maybe you've done it in the past, that's fine. You didn't know, now you know. Don't do it. Metrics are the most important thing to the function of a system when it comes to client acquisition. Build a tracker, for crying out loud. So we've got 7 systems in EasyGrow for outbound, like appointment booking. And I thought I could just share this tracker with you because I want to give you an example. You might be like, well, how do I track my metrics? What does that look like? What does that entail? I hear your questions, so let's just take a look at this one. All right, so you can see this here. This is an example of a metric tracking spreadsheet that we have for one system. You want to lay it out by the month down here, and then pretty simple. You can just have a look at this, the resources in the description. I'm not going to ask you for your email or your social security number or anything. It's free for you to use. But you can see, you're going to set out the dates, and every day you're going to log specific metrics, right, that you can that come as a result of using the system. And then what will happen is you will calculate your conversion rates, or the spreadsheet should automatically calculate the conversion rates for you, and you can use this as inspiration. All right, so the way this works when building a tracking system is you want to basically find every step that you can track, you're going to track, if that makes sense. So if you're making cold calls, the first thing you're going to track is dials. The next thing you're then going to track is how many people actually pick up, and then what you're going to track is how many times you actually get through the decision maker. Then you're going to track how many times you actually pitch the decision maker. Then you're going to track how many times you actually get the decision maker to book an appointment. Instead of just tracking cold call, appointment book, you've got to track all 5 or 4, I think there's 5 individual variables, because when you have those 5 things, you can start to identify bottlenecks, etc., etc. So to further our understanding of metrics, we need to understand something called key performance indicators, because now you're going to be asking well, Charlie, okay, I'll track my metrics, but how do I know which metrics are good? How do I know what's good, what's bad? Well, we use something called KPIs to determine this, okay? So KPI stands for key performance indicator, okay? This is a metric we set as a goal or a standard to denote the health of a system, okay? So think of it like this, right? If you're still struggling to gauge KPIs, or maybe you do understand them, but you're still a bit sure on how to use them, well, doctors have metrics they deem healthy for the human body, okay? So the human body has key performance indicators, essentially, right? Things that keep you alive. So for example, a healthy heart rate or a KPI for your heart rate is anywhere between 60 to 80. Now mine's actually about 55 when I'm sleeping. My little Oura ring tells me that. But you get the point, right? I'm just going to flex my heart rate on you, which is definitely not normal or friendly. But anyway, you get the point. Healthy BMI for an adult is between 18.5 and 24.9. Don't ask me to explain this, I googled it, but you get the point, right? Healthy blood pressure is 90 over 60 or 120 over 80, like between those two ranges. Like, you need to treat your systems like a doctor treats his patient or her patient or their patient, I don't care, right? If you're sick, the first thing your doctor will do is get data on your key health metrics, like the above, and from this data, they will basically make observations and they'll make a diagnosis and prescribe a solution. You know, prescription without diagnosis is malpractice in the medical field, and the same thing is true with client acquisition. So if you're building like a system to book appointments or close deals, you've got to treat it like a doctor, right? You've got to be able to accurately diagnose what the problem is at any point, at any moment, and you do that using data. Because if you walked into your doctor's surgery, they just sat you down, asked you one question and prescribed you a drug, you'd be like, what the hell? But if they take your blood, if they do blood tests, right, and they're looking for like, I don't know, bloody like lipid count or hormone counts or something, and then if they also go ahead and take your blood pressure and then take your heart rate and then like they tee that up with everything that you say and that you're feeling, and then they can actually like figure out what the problem is. But if you don't have that data, like then you're kind of screwed, right? Why do they do this? Well, they do it because the human body functions as a system, and you know that's a story for another day. But I could make a whole video on that. But anyway, so just like we have KPIs that denote the healthy function of a body, we have KPIs that denote the healthy function of a system. When building a system, one of the first things you have to do is define what your key performance indicators are, what's achievable, what's optimal, and what's the lowest standard you're willing to accept. So it's really important you think this through. Like, what do you actually want out of this system? Because if you define the goal or the key performance indicator, you can start to optimize and you can start to make decisions and take actions to move towards that goal or that objective. But if you don't have a goal, or if you don't have any idea as to what you want, you're just completely blind and you're just going to end up being that kid that is swinging for the piñata at 10 years old that doesn't hit anything and just looks like an idiot in front of all of his friends. Definitely wasn't me when I was 10. Anyway, right. So once you know this number, as a conversion rate, by the way, because key performance indicators in the client acquisition realm typically do represent themselves in percentage conversion rates. And remember, output divided by input times 100, right? Once you've done this, you can start to optimize and shuffle the variables of your conversion tools to achieve it. Now the plot thickens, you see. Conversion tools have variables. And this is about to get really weird. I'm going to explain why. If you don't get this, you're never going to be able to reliably book appointments. So stick around and just bear with me for a second and, you know, bear witness to my incredible YouTube retention strategy right there, but you get the point. So different conversion tools impact different conversion rates. So remember, a conversion tool is a stimulus, right, that we're flashing in front of someone. So conversion tools can be attributed to conversion rates and their effectiveness is measured accordingly. So I'm hoping I'm building you up here from a first principles perspective. I'm hoping I'm rewiring and reshaping your paradigm around how client acquisition is done, all right? We have leads and we have clients and we have processes throughout that, right, to convert them. There's 6 processes. Each process uses a set of conversion tools. How do we measure those tools and how do we find the right ones? Well, we set a KPI and we move towards it. So for example, this is the Terminator Loom system, one of the cold email systems we have in EasyGrow. There 7 of them, but this is one. There's different metrics we track and different conversion rates that we think are within KPI. So we have the Loom view rate, which is between 15 and 25%. So when we're building the Terminator Loom system for clients and when we're helping them do that, we're looking for a minimum of a 15% Loom view rate, which means that if you send 100 cold emails with a Loom attached, you want at least 15 people to watch that Loom. That's the minimum we'll accept, and that's the key performance indicator. So that when we're building all of our conversion tools that can be attributed directly to Loom view rate, we're building them with a 15% KPI in mind. It's where it gets interesting. So the conversion tools that we would use to get a 15% Loom view rate, a subject line, body copy, offer, the thumbnail of the Loom, etc. So this is the thing you can't, everyone thinks that if they just get the right piece of email copy, that their entire business will be fixed. But it doesn't work like that, because the body copy of your email in your Loom, if you're sending Looms, the body copy is one variable of 4 or 5 that will determine the effectiveness of your Loom view rate, just that single isolated metric. Email copy doesn't get your clients, right? You have to build so many variables and systems, and you've got to imagine that you're building 6 different little systems to get the whole thing to work. You have to think like this, okay? So then we've got the positive reply rate, which is the KPI minimum of 3 to 5%. And the tools that we use, or the conversion tools, or the stimulus that we use to determine the positive reply rate are the Loom script, the call to action, and the delivery of the Loom itself. Okay? Because if you trust me, if you record a Loom for someone and you sound like this, and you sound like, I really don't want to be here, and I just want to, they're not going to reply. Okay? So this would be like if we sent 100 emails and got 3 people replying, we would be in KPI. Okay? Appointment booking rate. So this is important. We're looking for a 1.5% minimum. And really the main variables that can be attributed to appointment booking rate are the reply framework, the follow-up sequence, the Calendly event, all that shenanigans. Now, here's the thing. When you build client acquisition systems, you're going to start to stack metrics on top of each other, right? And so the appointment booking rate is going to be also influenced by the body copy, by the subject line, by the offer, by the thumbnails. So when you're looking at like the metric at the very top, which is usually appointment booking rate for these appointment booking systems, you've got to bear in mind that every variable below it is influencing it, right? But what we want to be able to do is break down, really 2, 3, or 4 conversion rates and then attribute each conversion tool to them so that we can build it properly. Because if all you're looking at is the appointment booking rate, and there's actually like 10 to 15 different conversion tools that are all contributing to that, we don't know what's what. We don't know how to accurately depict and understand what's influencing what and what we need to change and stuff like that. But by breaking it down into sub-metrics, it's way easier because instead of just trying to fix the appointment booking rate, you're just trying to fix the Loom view rate. And usually if you fix that, you fix the other thing. Does that make sense? I'm hoping it does. We also track the view to positive reply rate and the positive reply to appointment booking rate, but this is a little bit more advanced than I wanted to go into in this video, so I'm not going to get into these what we would call sub-metrics, okay? Sub-conversion tools. So keystone metric. So every system has a keystone metric, right? This is the metric that measures the overall performance of the entire system. For example, if you're looking at the human body, the keystone metric is probably going to be your resting heart rate, right? Depends obviously on what you're optimizing for. But if you ask yourself, like, what is the easiest way to determine whether or not someone is healthy, maybe it's resting heart rate. If I'm sure there's plenty of doctors that are just slapping their faces right now in disbelief, like, Charlie, you're an idiot, but you get the point, right? For appointment booking systems, it's appointment booking rate. For sales systems, it's the overall sales conversion rate. Here's the thing. If the overall keystone metric, which we would call the North Star or the Polaris Star metric, is in KPI, you need never ever to make any changes to metrics downstream of it. Everyone gets, like, in advertising and in cold emails and all this stuff, everyone gets very obsessed with the early data. So they're like, everyone's obsessed with getting like $1 clicks, or everyone's obsessed with getting like emails opened and stuff like that. And everyone's like, oh, I managed to pitch like 5 people today. But it doesn't matter, right? So let me break your paradigm for a second. So let's say that you're running ads, right, to get clients. And let's say your product costs $5,000. If I came to you and I said, I'm running these ads to get clients, it's currently costing me $1,000 to get a click. You'd be like, well, that's a broken system. There's no way you can like reliably profit off of ads if you're getting $1,000 per click. But then if I told you and contextualize it that every single person that clicks purchases, and I have a 100% conversion rate through every single system beyond the click, then it would make sense. So don't isolate and focus on earlier metrics when you should be isolated and focused on later metrics. Does that make sense? So for example, let's say that, like, if I was doing cold email and I said my email open rate is 1%. If I said that to someone, they'd be like, well, that's a broken system. You need to improve that. But if every person who opened the email went on to buy from me, then the system would be profitable. Because for every 100 emails I sent, I'd get a client. So never ever just zoom in and focus on the first thing. You have to look at this holistically, and you have to go to the very end and then reverse engineer and diagnose everything back to the start, okay? And that's why we have these keystone metrics, because they keep us, accountable to basically not being irrational and not being stupid. So I kind of gave an example there, right? But let's do another example, right? So let's say that you're sending Looms via cold email, or DMs or whatever, but you only have a Loom view rate of 5%. But if every person who views your Loom books a call, the appointment booking rate is 5%. So most people would be idiotic in this instance and try to increase Loom view rate to increase ABR, but the keystone metrics and KPIs, so there's no need, right? If you ever want to get more from a system that's already working, don't change anything, just increase the volume of the inputs, and this is called scale. This is a very, very, very important lesson in business acumen and scale and critical thinking, right? If you have a system that's working, that's functioning in KPI, do not try to improve it, just try to scale it. This is so important. If you let's say that you have a cold email system with a 2% appointment booking rate, right? And for every 100 emails you send, you book 2 appointments. Newsflash, you don't need to do anything except from put more volume through it. Because if you've got a set of conversion tools and a set of systems that convert it 2%, then all you need to do is increase volume. Because if you send 100 emails a day, you book 2 appointments a day. But if you send 300 appointments a day, you book 6 appointments a day. But what most people do is they're really stupid, and they change things around to try and optimize and improve. But that's really dumb, because we're not looking for growth in systems, we're looking for predictability. We're not looking to try and optimize everything to get to 10%. All we're trying to do is establish some proof of concept that we can then add volume to. And if you're wondering how to scale, If you're wondering what scale is, it's just applying volume to a specific system. Once again, I could make another 2-hour video on that topic alone, but how to scale. But that's something you need to bear in mind, all right? Doesn't matter if your Loom view rate's 5%, but your appointment booking rate is 5%. Please don't go and try and change anything or think like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Just send more emails. Simple as that, okay? So now let's actually get into the nuts and bolts of this, because that's the theory sort of covered, right? That's the, systems thinking for client acquisition 101. Trust me, there is a lot more to it than that, but for the sake of your sanity and for the sake of my sanity, we're just going to focus on the foundations for now. So that's the theory. So now it's time for the big question. How do you find, make, or build the conversion tools that actually achieve the KPIs and convert people? So the question you're now asking is, okay, I understand, Charlie, I get the metrics and everything. Tell me something useful, please, right? We need to understand this. So conversion tools have typically anywhere between 3 to 4 key variables, and you need to start thinking of these like DNA, right? So I want you to think that a conversion tool has a genotype. It has DNA. It has a set of variables that basically make it up. And a key variable is a component of a conversion tool that has a big impact on its effectiveness. So, for example, let's just take a Loom video, right? As that's a part, it's a conversion tool. But inside of that Loom video, we've got keystone variables. For example, the delivery, the call to action, the script itself, the introduction, the offer. All of these things are going to influence it. And so what we need to start understanding is that we have the system here, and then we have the conversion tools here, and then we have the variables here. And so we have this branch node model. So for example, let's take a look at it. So one conversion tool is a standard cold email. All the key variables here are the subject line, the body copy, the call to action. If you're doing a Loom cold email, then the key variables are body copy, Loom script, Loom delivery. Maybe subject line as well if you're feeling a bit fancy. Cold DM, opener, pitch, platform, delivery, if voice note or video. Cold call process, opener, pitch, delivery. Nurturing process, confirmation email, there's be a few more. Or a sales script, right? The key variables to a sales script are going to be the questions that you ask, the way you pitch, the answers, the rebuttals, your tone of voice. Now, certain variable combinations will be suited to a sent conversion in your market. And what that basically means is that all we're looking to do here is shuffle up the right variables and find the right combination. So I want you to imagine for a second that, every time you're building a conversion tool, it's like you've got a padlock. And what you're trying to do is you're shuffling through the 4 numbers to try and pop the lock. And there's a lot of different combinations inside of that lock that will open it. It's not just one. There could be thousands. If you've got a padlock with 4 numbers on it, I think there's like 16,000 potential combinations. So all you're doing is just going through, and you're like, I'll go 1, 7, 3, 9. Nope, didn't work. Okay, I'll change the 9 to an 8. Oh, it worked. Right? And that's what you're trying to do, is just shuffle variables to find something that assents to conversion, okay? And assent is basically means like it's going to happen. So what this means is that all that stands between you and a predictable client acquisition system is simply finding and combining the right variables. We're finding and combining the right variables for system number 1, system number 2, system number 3, system number 4, system number 5, and system number 6. It's not just about the sales script. It's not just about the body copy. It's not just about the subject line. These are small components or key variables to conversion tools that influence conversion rates, which influence the overall system. So where it's going to get a little bit weird, right? It's like natural selection. And I put duh here, but now I realize how painfully and ironically, it's not even funny, so I probably shouldn't have done that. But anyway, right. So it's literally natural selection. So biology lesson 101, natural selection is the phenomenon through which organisms with traits better adapted to their environment have a greater chance of survival and therefore the reproduction of offspring. All right. So we all know the old Mr. Charles Darwin. He haunted us during our time as teenagers in biology class. But fortunately enough for you, I paid attention during that class. So now I can explain client acquisition to you. There's a parallel. It's very important you understand this. In nature, there is an environment, and the environment sets the conditions for which organisms survive. Organisms with a genotype or specific DNA that produce physical traits that favor survival will live. And organisms that have a genotype, DNA, that produce physical traits that don't favor survival will die. Simple enough. If you are a beetle living on brown bark and you are green, you're more likely to die than a beetle that is living on brown bark that is brown. The same is true with client acquisition systems. In business, there is a market. The market sets the conditions for which conversion tools convert. And conversion tools with a set of variables, hint, hint, this is DNA, right? Strands, all that shenanigans. Conversion tools with a set of variables that convert within KPI are effective. And conversion tools with a set of variables that don't convert within KPI are ineffective. So my entire paradigm for client acquisition comes down to natural selection. And I have spent an unholy amount of time studying Charles Darwin and his theory, and I've tried to boil it down into, 8 sentences, which I'm hoping has worked, okay? So the environment is the market. The organism is the conversion tool. You have to start looking at these stimuli or these tangible marketing assets as living, breathing organisms with DNA. And if that organism or if that living, breathing thing has DNA that favors its survival in the environment, then it will live and survive and flourish, and it will convert. But if it doesn't, if the keystone variables that make it up, the combination, if it's not going to unlock the lock, they're going to die, right? Hoping this is making sense. Please tell me if it is in the comments. I appreciate it. Maybe it makes no sense to anyone, but I'm hoping it does. So DNA is a set of variables, right? So if we've got a Loom video, right, the DNA of that Loom video, which will determine its effectiveness and whether or not it has fitness in the environment, whether or not it can survive and convert, is going to be the delivery of the Loom, the script of the Loom, the call to action, the introduction, the offer, all of these things make it up. Then we have survival, which is conversion within KPI, and then we have death, which is conversion below KPI. We want to see conversion tools as organisms in an environment that are being tested to see if their genetic code or their variables are favorable to survival. Natural selection is the key. But how do we, my friends, mere humans, simulate natural selection? Okay, this is where it gets exciting. So I'm hoping that I've, in some way, shape or form, been able to reframe the way that you're seeing things here. I'm hoping that you understand now that in order for us to get clients, we have to go from stranger to, from lead to client. There's 6 stages, and whether or not we're effective at each stage is determined by the conversion tools we use. And whether or not each conversion tool is effective is determined by the key variables inside of it. And really it's about combining the right ones. So how do we find what works? Okay, great, Charlie, thanks for explaining natural selection to me. Definitely didn't need to go back to the trauma from biology from when I was 12, but how does this help me? Well, let's actually get into it. So, the scientific method. I put some stars here because I thought it would be funny, but then I realized I'm a 25-year-old man and I have no business using ironic emoji structures, but you know what? I don't really care. Right. So to build successful client acquisition systems, we effectively need to build what we would call a natural selection machine. Because natural selection and this process of selection is very good at finding the right variables for survival. So we want to be able to look at it, observe it, and try to duplicate it into our business so we can use its prowess and all of its power to find variables that work for us. So the closest thing we have as mere mortals to natural selection is the scientific method. And the scientific method is probably my single greatest tool for thought when it comes to building these things. So here's how it works. Step 1 is to formulate a hypothesis. Step 2 is to test that hypothesis. Step 3 is to receive feedback as a result of the test. And step 4 is to iterate the new hypothesis. The best marketers are not the best marketers, they are the best scientists. It's a very important lesson for you to learn if you're early on in your SMMA or your agency or your business or your consulting career. It's not about being persuasive, and it's not about, obviously that helps, right? But it's far more about being able to think rationally and run proper experiments and actually test things properly. The hypothesis is basically a combination of variables for a conversion tool. So if you were to ask me, Charlie, what's a hypothesis when it comes to client acquisition? Well, the hypothesis is the 4 digits on the lock code. So I'm going to test 2783 to see if that works, right? And if it doesn't, then you receive feedback and you iterate and you change. In this instance, the hypothesis is the set of key variables that make up the conversion tool. So for example, let's say your cold call script is going to be a conversion tool, or the cold call pitch, because the script, the opener and the pitch are different. So the script is the tool, and inside of that tool, we've got these key variables, which is going to be the way you open, the offer you give, and then the way you try and close people onto an appointment, right? Those are the 3 key variables, and by combining a set of 3 of them, you have a hypothesis. And then we have this term called feedback, and basically feedback, as we know at this point, are metrics, conversion rates. So the scientific method put a man on the moon, allegedly. Once again, I'm trying to use some ironic emojis to relate to my Gen Z friends, but kind of just probably not working. But it also invented Skittles. If it can do that, it can help you find winning conversion tools for your business. So pretty much everything that is great about being a human, everything that as a result of technology or science, has come as a result of the scientific method. Although ironically, penicillin was discovered by accident, just complete accident. So We probably would have got there in the end, but the point here is that, you know, you can use the scientific method to do pretty much anything ever. And all the great things that have ever been done ever have come as a result of the scientific method. So step one is to formulate your hypothesis. So when we're building conversion tools, this is how we find the right ones. Okay, and we're doing this for each conversion tool, and we're attributing them through conversion rates. We're attributing them to different metrics, and then we're establishing KPIs, and then we're building up from the bottom. Okay, so the hypothesis is a collection of key variables. Think of this like a strand of DNA code. For example, right, we can have a Loom cold email hypothesis. You've got subject V1, body copy V1, Loom script V1, and Loom delivery V1. So version 1 of all of these key variables makes the first version of our hypothesis. And so what we're then going to do is step 2, which is to test the hypothesis. Okay? To do this, you'd send 200 looms. Understand, the larger your sample size, the more validity your data has. So don't just go and send 20 looms, receive no responses, and then tell me that you haven't got a working loom system. You need to do hundreds of outreaches per variable, okay? Same with cold calls. This is so stupid and so irrational. I really get it. I understand where the behavior comes from because I used to do it, right? But you need to realize that if you make 50 cold calls and don't book any appointments, that doesn't mean the script doesn't work, because numbers only present themselves in large enough data sets. And so you need to give the system enough data and enough numerical validity in order for that average to actually represent itself, okay? So don't just send 10 cold DMs and then assume it doesn't work. Send a couple of hundred. Gather data. You think a scientist, if they were going to experiment with some sort of new heart surgery tool, if they're experimenting on monkeys or something, you think they just do 3 monkeys and be like, oh yeah, it works? No, they do hundreds, right? Which is a pretty harrowing idea, but you get the point, right? They're not just going to do 1 or 2 or 10 or 30 and just say it doesn't work. They're going to do hundreds because they take it seriously. So step 3 is to observe results, feedback. So after sending a couple of hundred looms in this instance, and keeping an accurate log of the data, you should have established conversion rates. So now you actually have something to play with. You have data. You should have established KPIs for conversion rates prior to starting the experiment. And as we know, the conversion rates are attributed to different conversion tools. For example, you can see these ones here. So here's a short step, or a short step-by-step SOP for step 3. So we're observing the results. At this point, we've created our hypothesis, which is basically putting together our key variables to create our conversion tool. We're now sending that conversion tool and putting that conversion tool in front of people in our niche, and we're going to see what happens. We're going to see how many people actually convert as a result of the tool we've used. What we're going to do is we're going to judge the end. So if the keystone metric is in KPI, leave the system alone and increase volume. If not, you go to the metric that is below it, right? So we go from ABR to PRR. If the next metric below it is in KPI, then you need to make some changes to the conversion tools impacting the end metric. So if it's not in KPI, you need to move to the next metric and repeat step 2 until you've got to the core of the problem. So that's a real, once again, short way of diagnosing this in easy growing. I've got this video called Iterative Darwinian Acquisition, which explains the scientific method, but it took me 4 hours to explain it. And I thought that might be a little bit unfriendly for a YouTube audience, so I decided against explaining it in any more detail, but I need you to just grasp the foundations here. So for example, if we're reviewing the data and the ABRs and KPI, we don't touch anything, we just scale. But if we review the data and ABR is not in KPI, we look at PRR. If PRR is in KPI, then what we're going to start doing is isolating the conversion tools specific to ABR that we can improve. And if we look at PRR and PRR is not in KPI, then we're going to look at Loom view rate. But if Loom view rate's in KPI, right, and we're well, our Loom view rate's 28%, but our PRR is only 0.3%, then what we need to do is we need to isolate the problem by looking at the conversion tools that directly impact PRR. Hoping this is starting to make sense. You're probably going to have to watch this video 3, 4, 5 times. Okay? It might be probably in fact is the most important video you will ever watch on client acquisition, because if you can't think, you can't act properly. Okay? The quality of your actions and decisions are upstream of your paradigm and the way that you perceive the world. And if you're dealing with client acquisition, you need to deal with it in this way, because otherwise you're going to get lost. So let's say after 200 looms, you have an ABR of 0.9%, a PRR of 1.7%, and an LVR of 9%. Well, since ABR, which is the keystone metric, is out of KPI, you're not going to make any changes to the system at this level. Instead, look at PRR. Well, PRR is still out of KPI, so no changes to that. So the culprit is Loom view rate. So here, if we got the Loom view rate to KPI, let's say we got it to 18%, then in theory, we would double our ABR and PRR, and we'd be able to scale. So step 4 is to iterate the hypothesis. And I cannot stress enough, just before we go on, if you don't understand the points I'm trying to make in this video, you need to rewatch this video as many times as you need to until it clicks. Because what should be happening right now is you should be going, I get it, or I see. If you're not making like weird, ineligible noises that denote your understanding or some sort of complete paradigm shift, this isn't going in, right? And I need it to go in. I need you to understand it. Otherwise, you're not going to get any results, okay? So please rewatch it over and over again until it really just ingrains into your brain, okay? Because I booked 1,400 appointments last month because of this. Step 4 is iterate hypothesis. So what we're going to do once we've looked at our data and once we've defined what the problem is, we're going to start to change the key variables. So revisit the key variables in your hypothesis and iterate one, ideally the one that has the most impact on the metric you're trying to improve. So we've got subject, body copy, loom script, loom delivery, and that was V1. But we know in the current environment that the hypothesis causes these metrics. So now we've established cause and effect. And if you run a test and it doesn't work, you shouldn't be upset. You should be celebrating. Because now you know what doesn't work. You're one step closer to finding what does. So we know that if we run this hypothesis into that market with the same conditions, we will result in these metrics. It's a very strong power to have, understanding cause and effect. So in this instance, we'd look to edit the body copy, which will have the biggest impact on loom view rate, okay? So what you do is you'd rewrite the body copy to try and improve it and do something that, you think is going to work better. And then what we would do is we'd create our second version of our hypothesis, where we still use the same subject line, we still use the same loom script, and we still use the same loom delivery, but we just improve the body copy. Because remember, we're not making any changes to the loom script or loom delivery, right? We're not making any changes to the way we reply to people. We're not making any changes to the way we book the appointments, right? Because these metrics are actually within KPI if we scale the loom view rate. So if we get the loom view rate to 18%, ABR suddenly jumps to 1.8, and PRR suddenly jumps to 3.4. So we've defined the bottleneck or the problem as loom view rate. And, if we ask ourselves which conversion tool is going to have the biggest impact on loom view rate, it's the body copy. So we iterate where we have the most leverage, okay? So then we repeat steps 1 to 4, and it really is this simple. It's boring, it's slow, and it's not shiny at all, but it works. Newsflash, this is business, by the way. Boring, slow, and not shiny. But that's how businesses are built. If you're trying to build an agency or a coaching business or whatever, and you want to get to like multi-six figures, it ain't going to happen overnight. I know you've seen the testimonials and the results and all of these cases of people just doing these wacky things. They are the exception, not the rule, all right? We need to use like rational, scientific processes of achievement. And they take time and they're boring and they're really not fun. And, my business, Imperium Acquisition, we've gone from $0 completely brand new to about $1 million a month in near enough 2 years. That's unprecedented growth, right, in this space. But the only reason I was able to do that is because I was already sat on 5 years of experience of using this model and this method. So I already knew how to think. I already had the right belief systems, the right decision-making frameworks. My paradigm was not flawed. I knew exactly what I had to do. And I stepped into a market and into a vehicle that allowed me to increase volume and scale, and thus I did, right? So that's the point. So with time and patience, you will find the right answer. It might take weeks, it might take months, it could even take years. But the length of time it takes for this scientific method to work depends on the initial conditions of the experiment. So at the very conception, I shouldn't use the word conception, it's a bit dodgy, isn't it? But at the very genesis, for lack of better words, of your experiment, how close are you to already having the keystone variables that work? And I know this is going to sound like sort of like a backhanded pitch, but this is why I'm not saying you have to buy Easy Grow, which is my program, but this is why you want to try and look to find variables that already have been proven to work. Because if you have to do, because this is why I had to do this from scratch. I spent 7 years building, I've done literally hundreds, if not thousands of experiments for client acquisition to find variables that work. And so now Easy Grow is a product of literally 7 or 8 years of iteration for me, right? So I can just say to someone, hey, this cold email copy, this cold DM, this cold call script, this ad, this creative, and I know it works because I've literally spent the last 8 years testing to find the most optimal ones, right? So that's the big advantage you get by buying a program. It doesn't have to be Easy Grow. Maybe you don't like me. Maybe you don't want to buy my thing. I don't care, right? I truly do not care. But this is the point. Like, you want to try and get some sort of advantage where you can at the initial conditions. Because if we observe the butterfly effect, or what is actually a better word for it that explains it better is the law of sensitive dependence on initial conditions. It determines that, the way we set something at the very beginning, if we apply time and scale to it, achieves completely asymmetric results, okay? Ceteris paribus is basically, I just said that as if like everyone knows what it is. Nobody knows what ceteris paribus is, right? This basically means with all conditions remaining the same except one, okay? So what you observe here is when we're iterating, we're keeping everything identical except from one thing. What we're looking to do with the scientific method is establish cause and effect relationships, right? And we're looking to establish these relationships between conversion tool variables and the market taking action to become a client. So to successfully attribute cause and effect, we must know exactly what is causing the effect, right? Kind of goes without saying. When you're iterating variables and trying to like shuffle these variables inside of your conversion tools to find what works, you need to keep everything the same except one variable. If with hypothesis version 2 that we looked at up here, right? If you run that hypothesis, but you also run a new offer and you also use a new lead sourcer, so you're sourcing different leads, but the results of the test come out worse and you regress away from KPI, you do not know what caused the drop in results. You know, was it the copy? Was it the offer? Was it the new leads, or a combination of all three? This is why it requires patience, it requires time, it requires effort, it requires boredom. People in this space are so impatient and so erratic. You know, they'll watch like a YouTube video. They'll be running, like, you're going to do this, right? You're going to take this video and you're going to start an experiment. And then what's going to happen is you're going to scroll through Facebook or some, you know, degenerate platform that you shouldn't be on anyway. You're going to scroll through something and you're going to find like a new shiny object. If someone's going to say, I started doing this in my emails and my replies doubled, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to look at that and you're going to immediately introduce that into your system whilst you're running an experiment. And then what's going to happen is the experiment you're running is going to go one of two ways. It's either going to improve or not improve, right? And probably it's not going to improve, because if you iterate more than one thing, it usually goes wrong. But then if it doesn't improve, you don't know if it was the experiment, the variable you're testing, or if it was just random thing you found on Facebook. Do you really think that a scientist, a qualified PhD scientist, if they were running an experiment, let's say they were trying to grow a specific type of bacteria, if they were running that experiment, and then suddenly they're on TikTok one day, and then they find another scientist say, oh, I use this, and this worked. And then they run to their Petri dish and then put that in, and then be like, oh, they wouldn't. They understand the premise that you have to have ceteris paribus. It's Latin for all conditions remaining the same except one. It is so important you have this and you can think like this, and you keep your impulses at bay, and you do not let your erratic, impatient, emotional state interfere with the experiment. Do not let that happen. Scientists understand you must keep all conditions and variables within your control. And we call these having fixed variables, okay? During an experiment, you must never, ever have more than one thing you're trying to change at once, okay? Never iterate more than one variable at a time. Be patient, methodical, complete every test before experimenting with a new hypothesis, okay? And so this is how, you know, the scientific method works. We formulate the hypothesis, we test the hypothesis, we observe the results, we iterate the hypothesis, and that's how it works. So that's basically my paradigm for client acquisition. Trust me, it goes a lot deeper than this. There are videos inside of EasyGrow that, I kid you not, are 3 to 4 hours long, just explaining natural selection and the intricacies of it and how it works. So if you need help getting more clients, there's a link in the description you can click. It's a video of me trying to sell you something, hands in the air, it's a pitch. I truly do not care if you click it or not, I really don't mind. All that matters to me is that you get value from this video, you use it, and you one step closer towards your goal. If I've helped you do that with this video, that's all that I really care about. But if you want to buy my thing, it wouldn't hurt, you know. But anyway, listen, jokes aside, have a wonderful day, and I'll see you in the next one. It is here, ladies and gentlemen, how to write copy for cold email. I've put off making this video for quite literally 14 months, probably a little longer than that actually, since the start of my YouTube channel, but it's time to explain how to write email copy. The video that you probably are salivating at the mouth for. You probably aren't actually salivating. If you are, then you should go and see a doctor. But you might be a little excited for this one. Now, spoiler alert, I'm not giving you a piece of copy. The reason I'm doing that is because I want to teach you to fucking think, right? People don't want to think these days. But I'll tell you that thinkers win, right? So if I want to help you win, I'm not going to just give you a fish, I want to teach you to fish, right? I want to give you a fishing rod and a fishing manual, and you're going to go out and you're going to do the work yourself. Now, that's not because I don't know how to do it, it's because if you don't know how to do it and I just give you something that I've created, then you haven't created it, which means I haven't exposed the wiring that allows you to arrive at a conclusion so you can do it yourself. I would rather give you the knowledge. Now, if you're here for like a little shiny piece of copy that you can copy and paste that works for a few months and then just doesn't work anymore, then keep searching, man. But if you want to understand some nice little frameworks that will actually massively improve your copywriting ability, getting you more responses, more meetings, and all of that good stuff that comes with that, then stick around. I've got some points on my trusty pen and paper here, and I'm going to teach you what I know about cold email copy, right? Now, first things first, the most important thing, well, before I dive into the most important thing, let me explain who I am. My name's Charlie. Why should you trust me when it comes to copywriting? Well, fortunately enough, I've been able to use cold email to scale 2 businesses, an agency to 7 figures and a coaching business to multi-7 figures. And now I help other people build and scale cool businesses through attraction channels such as cold email. The most important thing to do with cold email is the prospect. Lesson numero uno. That is the most important thing, your prospect. Understanding your prospect and who you are reaching is more important than anything, right? Because if you don't understand your prospect and who they are and what they want to see and what they want to read, then you're never going to write stuff that's in alignment with them. So the first thing to do when you're writing copy is don't write what you want to write. Write what the prospect wants to read. This is the thing that most people just completely fuck about at the gate, is they write what they think they should write. But you're not your prospect, and you never have been and never will be, and so you won't know what the person wants to read. And it's your job to understand your prospect so well that you actually understand them better than they understand themselves. And when you can accomplish that, you can just type some words and then you can make a shitload of money. And that's what we're able to do with Imperium. That's the first thing, right? So how do you understand your prospect? Well, you have to know like where they hang out, and you have to kind of like Trojan horse your way into their existence. So if you're working with dentists, then go and find out where dentists hang out. Go to dentist conventions. Just live and breathe the life of a dentist, and don't actually perform surgery on people. It probably wouldn't be very healthy for anyone, but you really have to just, pick up everything. Like, go and watch YouTube videos on how to run a dentistry practice, and just consume every piece of knowledge you have to do with your niche, and go to the places where your niche are going to go to find information about how to run their business, and just constantly be on. And I'm not just saying like go and join a Facebook group of dentists and then just read through the posts. No, you have to commit to doing this for like years. Now, the reason that I've been able to grow my agency coaching business and my coaching business, right, the irony is that, is because I've been an agency and a coach, and so I've lived that life and I understand them, so I can write messages that help. But that's the first thing, right? Understand the prospect. I know you might have a little pen and paper, write it down, but then star it and then circle it, and then star it and circle it again, and then star it and circle it and draw a little penis next to it so you remember that it's important. Don't know why I said that, but anyway. Right, here's the second point. The best copy is a good offer, okay? The best copy is a good offer. If you have a good offer, then you don't need to worry about copywriting. You can just send the offer and that will do all the talking for you. That's the key. You don't have to write any copy. You just write your offer. That's what we do with most of our, seriously, that's exactly how we book appointments through cold email. And it's exactly how we book appointments through cold messaging, is we don't even bother with any fancy shit. We just say, hey John, insert offer here. You open to talking? And that's it. And so what you'll find is it doesn't matter how good your copywriting skills are. If you've got a shit offer, nobody's really going to care. You can do anything fancy. You can read any book on psychology. You can do anything you want to try and get your copy as good as possible. But it's kind of like, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, imagine that you're advertising an actual piece of human feces. It doesn't matter how good you are at advertising, nobody's going to buy the feces, right? It's just not going to happen. So if you're selling shit, then it doesn't matter how you try and dress the shit. When someone buys it, they're going to be like, this is shit, give me back my money. And you'll be like, no, and then they'll throw the shit at you, and then you'll be quite upset. That's what happens to most people who aren't very good at what they do. So then you might have this thing of being like, well, Charlie, okay, well, how do I create a good offer? I don't think I can offer a guarantee, or I don't think I can deliver this, or I don't think I can actually do this. I can't really promise anything crazy. Well, then what we find is your problem is not a copywriting problem. Your problem is a service delivery problem. Ta-da! That's usually how it works. When people come to me and they say, Charlie, save my business with a piece of copy, it almost always comes down to the offer. And then they're like, well, I can't quite offer that. And I'm like, well, why not? And they're like, because I can't do it. And I'm like, so the reason your business is not growing is not because you don't have the right piece of copy, but it's because you can't actually deliver on anything. You're not good at what you do. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, because recognizing that and becoming aware and cognizant of that discrepancy or lack of skill is the first step towards improving it. But understand that like most people are just sort of on the hunt, like, oh, I want this copy or this subject line or this message will save my business. Like as soon as someone starts asking me like, hey, can you like give me your copy? Or can you like write this copy for me? Or all I need is one piece of email copy and my entire business will be fixed. Then I know they're fucked, because it's never about the copy. It's always about the offer and communicating the offer. And the only way to communicate a good offer is to be able to actually deliver on it. And then it just comes down to the fact that they have no idea what they're doing with service delivery and they couldn't actually deliver anything, right? So just be aware of that. But if we have ticked both those boxes, you understand the prospect and you've got a good offer, now it's time to actually start getting into the nuts and bolts. Subject line. What subject line should you use? It's really easy. It's just their name and then just like question or query or thing for or note for, like note for business name or information for business owner, right? But insert business owner with their name, obviously. You do not want your subject line to be anything but something that gets them to open. And by open, I mean it needs to be vague. As soon as your subject line is like more members for John, or more customers for Ben, or more Jacks for Jill, right? You just lost before. They're just gonna like click it. Now, they're not gonna click it. They're gonna delete it. The reason we want to have standard subject lines is because if the prospect just deletes that email, they're actually putting themselves at risk business. Dude, if I receive an email and the subject line is like information for Charlie Morgan, I'm opening that bad boy because it could be HMRC or the tax man trying to slap my ass for not paying something. Now, fortunately, I do pay my taxes on time, but you get my point. Like, you want your subject line, like the purpose the subject line serves is to get them to open the email and nothing else. So you're not trying to sell them on anything except from the click on that first open line. It's kind of like when you're running ads and you have that sort of like first line before you have that ellipsis for the person to click see more. That first line should not be selling anything but the little 3 ellipses, right? The little 3 dots on the ellipsis. So that's an important thing to note and realize. Now, so that's the subject line out of the way. Now, let's actually talk about the body of the copy. I've noted that the offer is the main thing, but obviously you can't just go in and just write the offer. You have to be a little bit more polite. So the first thing you start with is hi, first name. Simple, right? You don't want to get creative with this shit because you want to write an email in a format as if you're sending it to a friend. Now, this is where most people go wrong. You want to break patterns. When your prospect, right, basically your prospect has a brain and their brain contains algorithms, and these algorithms determine whether certain things happen and certain actions are taken without any conscious thought. So imagine for a second that you put your hand on a hot stove and an algorithm in your brain is going to be like pain, hand remove. Without any conscious thought, that's happening, right? Another example is if someone cold calls you and you pick up the phone and you hear this call center in the background and then they're like, oh, I've got this thing, and you're just like, oh, hang up. There's no conscious thought between stimulus and response. Right, it just sort of like, it's a click-word response in psychology. It's how it's known. An example of this in nature is robins, those little cute birds with their little orange bellies. They like if a robin enters another robin's territory, then the robin will like fucking dive bomb it and kamikaze it. But what they found is that when they put like a pile of orange feathers in the robin's territory, it will still dive bomb and kamikaze it. Now, how does a robin kamikaze pilot relate to cold email? Well, my point is that with your prospects, they have these click-word responses where if your email, at first glance, algorithmically looks like a sales email, it'll be deleted straight away. It's kind of like the robin, like it's going to see like a shade of orange and just swoop down and just try and go for the neck, mate. Right? It's the same process as your prospect opening an email and seeing anything that denotes like a pattern of like that they formed. So like and this is why I discourage people from using agency, marketing, media, Facebook ads, Google ads, SEO, any of this stuff, even guarantee right these days. You want to avoid pattern words that trigger the prospect's unconscious pattern recognition patterns in their algorithm that would lead to them deleting it. So the first step to copy is not what to write, but it's what to not write. So first of all, we all understand, well, you may not, but you should know this. You should understand not to write words like free and like instant or like prize or any of that crap, because you're just going to go to the spam box. But then before you actually think about what to write, you just have to know like what you shouldn't write. So as soon as you say, like, as soon as the first line of your email is, "Hi John, I run a marketing agency," bang, you're in the fucking deleted box, mate. Because do you know how many times John has received an email with the word marketing agency in it and how many times he's deleted it? Like his brain just like, it's kind of like just a bin, like it just filters through stuff and it's just like, goodbye, goodbye, and it just like, it will scan an email and then make an immediate decision as to whether it should be deleted or be invested time into. So that's the main thing to know, is that that's how prospects really go through their emails. And it's most email responses aren't, they don't really have much thought put into them. It's just like, I'm going to delete it or I'm just going to ignore it. I'm sure you get cold messages from people saying like, hey, like here's an example. I always get cold messages from people trying to sell VA services, and at the end it's always like, worth a chat, ? And then like as soon as I see worth a chat, I'm like, because I know what it is. I like, my brain is just being able to synthesize enough of these patterns to then just like subconsciously just delete it and forget about it, because your working memory is only so strong and can only contain so much information, and your brain has to be efficient, so it kind of just removes it. So that's that. Now, so you say hi, first name. So now we're at the first line, hi, first name. Now, the second line is important because this is how this sets the tone for the entire email. So we don't want to just jump straight in for the kill. We want to basically explain that we have invested time in them. Now, what that means is we're just explaining like, I have taken a look at your business, right? Now, you're not going to say it in simple forms because they might think you've got a learning disability if you say it in simple forms like that, because everyone says that. What you want to say is something along the lines of like, my team and I have extensively researched, insert brand name here, and we are, and then you can just go on to say like, you know, really confident we can help you or something. Like, you want to just tell the person off the bat like, hey John, I've looked into you. Because then now he's like reading, he's like, his brain can't really categorize it. He has not seeing any of these weird buzzwords and stuff. And so he's like, okay, they've looked at, and then he's just sort of into the next line. So first line, hi person, hi name. Second line, you can say, my team and I have blah, blah, blah. And then you want to try and do some sort of compliment. You don't want to overdo it. Like you see people who like compliment people for the weirdest things. It's like, hi John, I really like the look of your gym. Come on, mate. Like, let's be a little bit more creative than that. You can use a personalized first line if you want, but the problem with personalized first lines is nowadays everyone does them, so it kind of makes sense to not do them. So I've actually got a client of mine who will write like, hi John, and then like he'll put in brackets, I'm supposed to insert a personal line here, but I figured I'd save you the eye-rolling compliment. Right? It's just like, I helped him formulate that line, and it seems to work well for him. So play around with it. That's the second line. Then what you do is you explain your offer. So you say, I'm emailing you because, or the reason for this email, or I'm bothering you because, or, you know, something funny. Just you try and engage them. Like, you know, just be ironic with it. Like, I've stolen your attention from your inbox because, right? Depending on your niche, you can get away with different levels of tonality. But I like to just sort of be a bit funny and creative. Not to the point where you're like making a clown of yourself. But you can sort of just come up with some tongue-in-cheek shit. Just be like, hey John, we've taken a pretty good long look at your brand and we really like what we see. Reason for that is because, you know, blah, 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 blah. So then you basically go on to explain the offer. Now, I can't really help you with this because you're going to be offering something completely different to me, but you want risk reversal, you want tangibility. These are the two main things. Tangibility is X in X over X amount of days or time frame, and reviscal? Sounds like some sort of illness, doesn't it? Risk reversal is basically where you tell the person, hey, by the way, if it doesn't work, it's all on me and you ain't responsible for anything financially if you don't make any money, don't worry. You need to position that in a way that doesn't trigger spam box filters. Like, you can't say like 100% guaranteed, but you need to come up with something creative. So one of my favorite lines is like, hey John, insert like personalized first line thing here. I'm bothering you with this email because I got something I think you might like. Basically, I can get you more members, but the cool thing is I only eat what I kill. So if you don't get members, then I don't get paid. Not that I'm going to eat any of your members, don't worry. Tongue in cheek. He moves on. He's laughing. The pattern is broken. It's not like it's a normal email, right? Once we've done that, now it's time to start breaking some patterns even further, because this is where most people really fuck it up. Then what people start doing is they start talking about the details of their company and all this bullshit. Like, So yeah, if you're looking to increase your revenue, or if you're looking to acquire more clients and basically make more money and see this happen, and like we've been doing this for these people, and you know, after this amount of years in business, we've been able to build extensively. They don't fucking care, right? This is the secret, is understand the prospect does not give two flying shits about you and your business. They only care about the offer and what you can do for them, and basically the fact that it doesn't cost them anything unless it works, right? They don't care that you've been in business for a certain amount of time. They don't care that you've done anything. Now that might come into influence when you're trying to close them, but they won't care in the initial response. They're not gonna sit there and basically like watch you just jerk your ego off for like 4 seconds in their mind, because they have to read it and then they're just like, why is this person telling me this stuff? I don't care. So you want to then, following on from the offer, you can either include a loom. I like to do a loom. You can include a screenshot of their website. You can basically include a screenshot of their LinkedIn profile. You could just have a little evergreen video of yourself, or just a picture of you with your thumbs up with like holding up like, hi John, this is it for you. So here's an example. You could be like, by the way, John, I know you get blasted by people left, right and center trying to sell you stuff. Here's a picture of me and you just to confirm. You could, I wouldn't do this actually because it'd be fucking weird, but you print off a picture of them and hold it up. I'm not condoning that. I haven't tested it. It'd probably be a bit weird, but you can get creative. The key here is creativity, right? Creativity. Don't just copy what everyone else is doing. When you come across and stumble across your own method and you build your own way of doing things, you develop a disgusting advantage. Warren Buffett calls this a moat in business. You have your castle and you need something to protect it, and your moat is like something unique to your business that only you have and you've developed. And so most people, they try and find like copy, and they're not digging a moat. They're just, if anything, like trying to cross other people's moats. It doesn't work. So like if you want to create a moat and create security in your business, then create a proprietary cold outreach strategy that nobody else has duplicated or emulated, and you'll forever drink from a clean sea, right? Or a clean pond, whatever that phrase is. So that's that part. Now, you should never talk about yourself. You should always talk about your team, right? So what I mean by this is, don't say I, or don't say me. Say my team and I, or we, or my partners and I, or the team over at my company, right? Because we want to talk as a collective, not as an individual, because it gives this implied authority. Get to the point is another point I've got here, which is ironic for me recording an 18-minute video of rambling. By the point, I mean like, you don't need fancy introductions. You don't need to introduce yourself. You don't really need anything but hi, offer, want a call, right? And like you just want to try and like, when someone sends me email copy to review, the first thing I do is look at what I can remove. Because it's almost always, you can cut the email in half. Like if you look at your cold email copy right now, I guarantee you can cut it in half and it will give you twice the results. Like, you know, we get clients write copy and then they come to us like, what do you think of this copy? How can I improve it? Or how can I make changes to it? And then I'm like, well, we're just going to remove a bunch of shit. So the first and most important skill to have is just removal and being able to just cut the shit out that they don't need. And that's a good principle to abide by, right? You want your cold emails to be snappy, like readable and digestible in like under 5 to 10 seconds. And then the person can decide consciously whether or not they want to entertain a conversation. The other thing is like, don't have like a crazy footer, right? So you know when like people, so by footer I mean signature in your email. You don't want to have an all singing and dancing footer. Signature. You don't want to have your social links in there. If you're trying to get someone to take one action of booking a call, why would you give them other options and other things to do? So like, I don't get this with emails, right? Oh, someone's beeping at me. Don't get this with emails where you want the prospect to take an action, right? Getting them to open the email is hard enough. Getting them to try and book a call is hard enough itself. Why would you then be like, hey, check out my LinkedIn profile? What the fuck, man? Like, give them one path to travel on, right? And then if they open your website, then before you know it, they're away. Because if you're like, oh, if you want to check out our case studies, go to this website. And then you insert your website, and then all you've done there is you've taken them to Chrome, where they've now got 10 other tabs open, and now you've just lost them and they're gone, right? You just need to basically be concise and keep it all in text form with no bullshit, right? Same with like attachments and stuff, don't bother. Just keep it simple, right? Everything should be clickable. Different story if you're doing a Loom link, right? But the cool thing about Loom is it's sort of like they click the video. So it's like, this is this action, so open the email, click this video, book a call, right? But if it's just like, go to this website, or I actually wrote a blog on LinkedIn about this, check out my blog. Fuck off, mate, it just won't work, right? I'm not saying fuck off to anyone that does that, but I'm just saying that's what the prospect will say in their mind when they see it. Like, I just can't be bothered to read a blog. Like, you know, understand that people treat their inboxes as to-do lists. People treat their inboxes as to-do lists. So you must write your email in a way that it can be done, right? Long form copy. I mean, it might work. I haven't tested it too much, but I found that like emails that can just be tended to, read, digested, and declined or like explored immediately perform the best, because like when you're a business owner and when you're busy, your email is kind of this thing that you don't really want to have to handle, but you're addicted to it, right? So you kind of have this love-hate relationship with it, where it gives you this sort of dopamine because you don't know what's going to come through, but then also you want to focus on your business, but you kind of can't stop both of them. So you need to find a balance between these two categories, where you're not annoying people with long-form copy that takes ages to digest, but then also like you're not being like too aggressive with the way you email people. So when I email people, like I'm just sort of straight to the point, and they're able to just get it done. Like people will not spend more than like 10 seconds in an email. If your email takes more than 10 seconds to sort of scan through, then you've lost. But likewise, if it can just be scanned in 2 seconds, then you'll also be lost. So you need to find a balance in length and, you know, the visual form of it. So that's that. I think that's the main stuff. Keep it short. Your offer should really be your copy. Break the pattern with something unusual, like a picture of you and them. Don't actually do that, but like, you know, break the pattern. Just try and think of ways that you can break the pattern. You could be like, by the way, John, I know you get emails from loads of people, so here's a picture of me up a mountain so you can see that I'm in fact a real person. And then just you and a mountain. I don't know if that would work or not, but my point is that like people can't box that shit into their algorithmic, like, into the algorithm of delete or keep. When they see a picture of someone up a mountain, they're like, what? Why is someone, what? That makes no, I don't understand. But then like it forces them to have to digest the information. And honestly, like, or ingest the information, right? Which is reading it. And often with cold email, just by getting them to ingest, they will digest. And digest is when they start to take action on it, right? We don't want to know what happens after digesting, of course. So that's that. Now, the other thing, to close out your cold email, you want to ask for the idea of a call, not a call itself. So would you be open to potentially exploring this? Or do you think it would be a good idea to explore this? Or by on the off chance this is good for your business, would you be open to a demo? We don't just say, do you want to have a call? You say, would you like the idea of a call? Because then if they say yes, it's much easier to agree to the idea of something than to agree to the thing itself. But in turn, they're basically exactly the same thing, right? So if someone agrees to the idea of a call, they're actually agreeing to a call, but it's easier for them unconsciously to agree to something or the idea of a premise than to actually do the premise itself, right? So that's a little hack that I found is really useful. I might make some more videos on copy because I've got lots of other tips and stuff that I could roll out in the future. But for the purpose of this video being, you know, less than half an hour long, I think you've probably got enough to work with for now. But that's everything. I wanted to just framework out this for you. Like I said, we're not giving away like a little fucking PDF or something, because the problem with that is it's like I could give you guys some copy, but then everyone will start using it and then it won't work, right? And that doesn't give you an advantage. It gives you a temporary short-term boost, but it doesn't give you a long-term like ejection, right? And I said ejection, don't worry. It doesn't give you a long-term ejection. And I don't want to just give you like short-term little wins. I want to give you like long-term progresses. So that's everything from me. I hope you enjoyed the video. You can like, comment, and subscribe if you have anything to add. Please do consider subscribing if you found it useful. And I will see you in the next video. And if you want to learn more about how we can help you acquire clients through cold messaging and cold methods, just click the first link in the description. It'll take you to a funnel, and I think you'll like what you see. Talk to you soon. I'm going to just jump straight into this. It's not, deliverability isn't it's not a very philosophical subject. It's just cause and effect. And if we can know those causes, we can create the effect we want, which is getting to the inbox, right? So, introduction. This resource will show you how to diagnose and fix poor email deliverability. If your LVR, so we have this process like as a bolt-on to a Loom system that we give our clients. So LVR stands for Loom View Rate, but if you're not sending Looms, you just want good deliverability, this will still help you. If your LVR is weak, but your copy and your offer is strong, then the problem is most likely email deliverability. Deliverability is one of the most important things to email marketing and is more important than your copy or email list. You can have the best copy in the world and the best email list, but if your emails don't land in the inbox, there's no point having them, right? So if you aren't landing in the inbox, then there is no point in going to any effort to do anything to do with cold email, right? And you've probably heard a lot of different stuff about email deliverability and stuff like that, but I'm going to give you the rundown, right? It's going to give you a pretty big old help. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to actually be able to sort of diagnose deliverability, because we may not even have a problem, okay? Chances are you do have a problem, right, with your email deliverability. If you've been following the conventional wisdom out there and the 997 courses, or even, dude, I've bought $6,000 courses that don't have this thing on lock, right? So chances are you've probably got some pretty messed up email deliverability. But before we even try to solve a problem, we need to make sure it exists, okay? So deliverability diagnosis. So your deliverability may be poor, right? So if your emails perform consistently for a while and then drop off all of a sudden, it's likely to be your deliverability at fault, okay? If you're using the same copy, the same script, the same lead sourcing method, and there's no new change in variables, but you see a sudden decrease in results, it's probably deliverability. Use the below tools to check deliverability rates and diagnose any problems. Solution to these problems can be found at the end. Okay. So the first couple of tools we've got here are domain health status checkers. So when we think about diagnosing deliverability, we've got 3 ways we can do that, and 3 things that will also contribute to deliverability as a whole. The first one is your IP. Sorry, that's the second one. The first one is your domain. So if you're sending emails or warm emails from like a Google domain or a G Suite account, then that's the first thing. If you've got a poor domain, if you're not set up properly in the MX records, deliverability will be faulty. So you can use this tool here, mxtoolbox.com or DNS checker, to check the health of your domain. Usually this is okay, but you still want to sort of check this, right? And it will give you can put your URL in here, it will give you a health checkup. All of these items are free and don't cost you any money, so you're all good there, okay? Second of all, we've got IP health checkers. So most people's IPs are pretty much ruined and beyond reproach when it comes to email deliverability. So you want to first of all find out if your IP address is on what we call blacklists, okay? So I'm not going to click on these because it will load in my IP address and I don't want anyone to know that. But if you click on these and if you just Google what is my IP, then it will tell you your IP address and then you can just put it in. And then what it's going to do, the main thing we're looking for with IP is blacklists, right? And it will tell you what blacklists you're on or what blacklists you're not on. And internet service providers like Google and Yahoo and Hotmail and Outlook and all these people and Microsoft Outlook, etc., they will use blacklists. They don't use them as much anymore, but they will use them as an indication of whether or not you can get to the inbox. So the key thing to know here is that internet service providers, or ISPs as they're known, like Google, like Gmail, like Yahoo Mail, Outlook, they're internet service providers. They have algorithms, right, that will check your accounts and your IPs and your domains to see if you're the kind of person that should be delivered to the inbox. And if you tick their boxes, then you will go to the inbox. If you don't, you won't. It's as simple as that. And one of the things that they will check is your IP address. Is the IP address you're sending from not on any blacklists? So here's some hard truth for you. If you are using an automated email sending software like Lemlist, then you're going to suffer from poor email deliverability. Lemlist will tell you that your deliverability is good, that your open rates are good, but they're probably not. They have an incentive to lie. I've done a lot of research into it. I'm not telling you that they're lying because I don't want to call anyone out. But if you use Lemlist, you will not have good email deliverability. You have to, if you want good deliverability, you have to send emails from a personal Gmail account or from a Gmail account personally. It doesn't have to be you that sends them. You can get a VA to do it. But if you use something like Woodpecker, if you use Mailshake, if you use Yesware, if you use Lemlist, if you use Gmass, for crying out loud, all of these tools will completely fuck your deliverability, right? It will completely ruin it. So don't be tempted because they're easy to use them. And Lemwarm as well. Oh, it really makes me angry because it just completely ruins your deliverability. Look at it like this. The strategy we have for email deliverability that I have here is to think about it in this way. Okay, let me see if I can open up Chrome here and sort of explain how this works. Okay, so the way to look at this And the way to understand deliverability is like this. Okay. So let me just load these in. Should be a second. Okay. So what I want you to think about is I want you to think of all of these internet service providers, right? These are the boys that will determine whether or not you get in. Okay. So these are like, they're going to have algorithms that act as like nightclub bouncers, right? And those bouncers, their job is to check your ID and to check you before you can get into the club, right? Or whatever, or the bar, or whatever you're trying to get in. If your ID isn't there, or if you're underage, or if you're too drunk, they won't let you in. And so obviously we're not sending emails drunk, but it's the same principle applies. What they're doing is they're putting up a barrier that stops you from getting through. And you can only get through if you tick their boxes. And they make the rules, and if you don't tick their boxes, you won't get in. So what you want to do is you want to think about these companies having like, I don't know what you'd really call it, like radars. Okay, this is a really strange thing to think about, but it's how I see it. So imagine they've got these radars, right? And so their radars, these algorithms they have, the nightclub bouncers, whatever you want to call them, they have these algorithms so that they will find you if you are like doing stupid shit, like sending from Lemlist or using Lemwarm or using open rate trackers or something. Then you're basically above the radar holding up like a big red flag that basically says that you're an email marketer. So the key here is to fly under the radar and don't give these internet service providers any indication that you're sending cold emails. And if you want to know how to avoid that, then just don't use softwares that help you send cold emails, right? It's simple. So if you're using Lemlist, right? I'm going to repeat this because it's important. If you're using Mailshake, if you're using any of these automated sending softwares that remove the effort, then what you're doing immediately is you're holding up this big red flag for these internet service providers to basically look at and know that you're a cold emailer. It's as straightforward as that. And as soon as they know that, then you're going to be put in the spam. What we want to do is we want to notice that they've got this sort of radar and that there's stupid people here that hold up these red flags that tell these internet service providers what they're doing. And we want to fly down here, right? We don't want to be flying up here, holding up red flags, you know, being stupid. We want to fly under the radar that's under the radar. We want to be so far below this thing that internet service providers don't even know we exist, let alone that we send cold emails. Okay? And so as soon as you use open rate trackers, Lemlist, Mailshake, Gmass, anything like that, any software that takes your email account and ties it onto their server or ties it into their HTML code, you know, Google and Yahoo and Outlook and whoever else it is, Hotmail, they have teams of PhDs that they pay to find people who use these tools and stop them from getting to the inbox. Okay? People think deliverability is about the copy you have or the volume you send, or, I mean, those things are important, of course, they will play a role. But the biggest thing you can probably do to fix off the bat is stop using these softwares that just basically hold up a red flag to internet service providers and they stop you from getting into the nightclub. And you can't have a very good time. You get to the door and you just get turned away. Okay? So that's a little bit of a visual for you, but let's carry on. So the reason I got into that is because with IP health checkers, if your email account is attached to Lemlist or Mailshake or any automation software, then you're going to be sending emails from their IP. And internet service providers know the IP addresses of these cold email companies. And so your email by association is basically like death by association. If your email account is associated with an IP address of a bulk sender, like Lemlist, then your email will be flagged by these algorithms as likely to be a cold email. And they're going to watch you more closely, and if you slip up, then you're going to be in trouble. Okay? So IP health checkers, check them out, you know, go into your IP, and if you're blacklisted by more than 2 to 3 lists, if you're blacklisted by less than 2 to 3 lists, that's okay. So if you find you're on 2 or 3 blacklists, don't worry. You know, if you've got like 4 or 5, then that's bad. Obviously 0 is ideal, but you know, I've been blacklisted on like 2 or 3 of these for like 2 years and I've never had a problem. We find the problems start to exist when you get beyond 3. That's when it starts to tank. If you're worried that your IP address is poor, don't worry, I've got a solution for you. So then we've also got email deliverability checkers. These are really useful tools. All you do here is you can open them up, open up your email accounts, and then they'll give you an email address to send to, and you send it, and then it gives you a test score. If you're not scoring above like a 9 on these tests, then you need to delete your accounts and start creating them again. If you've been using Lemlist and all this bullshit, you're probably going to find your email deliverability scores are 3, 4, 5, right? And that basically means that you're only going to be getting to the inbox 30% of the time. It's not good. Okay, so you won't be able to run domain health tests on personal email addresses, but you'll be able to run deliverability tests. So like, obviously with domain health status checkers, you can only do this if it's like charles@goimperiumagency.com or charlie@northflowconsulting.com, right? I can't do that for a personal Gmail address because it's not a domain. Extra test. Send your email copy and loom to family members or friends, ideally with different email accounts, and ask if they receive it. So this is probably the most accurate thing to do, right? Is to email people that you've never emailed before, your exact copy and your loom script. Email 10 of them or 5 of them and see if it goes to the inbox. If it goes to the inbox for them and you do it across a different set of internet service providers, you're probably in the clear. So now we have the thing you've probably been waiting for, which is the deliverability checklist. Before you start sending emails, bear all of these in mind. Okay, so if you diagnose your deliverability as poor, print off this sheet and tick the boxes that apply to you. Poor deliverability is cause and effect. It's not chance. If you remember one thing from this video, it should be this statement here. Deliverability is cause and effect. It's not chance. If you're not getting to the inbox, it's because you're doing something wrong. It's not because your internet service provider is cursed. It's not because of the alignment of the stars and the moon or any of that bullshit. It's because you've done something that internet service providers don't like. And what I've done here in this resource is I've listed every single thing that you could possibly have done to fuck it up. Okay, so if you can basically tick all of these boxes, then you're going to have good deliverability. It's cause and effect. And I've listed every single cause to create the effect we want so we can make sure this happens. If you miss one of these, it's going to ruin you. Email providers will never punish you with poor deliverability for no good reason. There are clear definable causes that will lead to poor deliverability or good deliverability. I've listed all the ones I know below. If you cannot tick all the boxes, you will need to create new email accounts and start again. The easiest and cleanest way to fix deliverability is to start afresh with new email accounts and a new IP. So people ask me like, how do I fix deliverability? You just have to stop sending emails and wait for like 6 months for your email accounts to cool down. Honestly, I can predict that 90% of people watching this video are going to need to start afresh. Okay, so basically, if you can't tick all these boxes, then you're going to have to create new email accounts. So let me walk you through these, and I'll explain them. So number 1, I properly warmed up my email accounts for the first week of sending. Okay, so you start by sending 5 cold a day, then 10 cold a day. So if you're wondering what suggestion we have for sending cold emails, I recommend you send 10 new cold emails per day per account, and then you can send 20 follow-ups per account per day. So total, you can send 30 emails per day, 10 to new prospects and 20 to existing prospects you've already reached out to. If you go beyond that, you're in trouble. If you want to scale email systems, create more email accounts to send less emails, if that makes sense, than to have one email that sends loads. So it's better in the long term to have 10 email accounts, each sending 10 emails a day, than to have one email account sending 100 emails a day. You might think that's a low number, you might think that's extreme, and if you've got a play where it revolves heavily around quantity, then you can send lots of emails from fewer accounts. But if you're doing like a more of a quality play like looms, or more personalized emails, then just go with like 10 a day and then 20 follow-ups a day. So each email account sends 30 a day total. Okay. So I've not been sending cold emails from my warm account, only my cold ones. I've only used my warm account to reply to and organize engaged prospects. So when you're sending cold emails, you should have cold email accounts that deal with cold prospects. And then you should have a warm email account that deals with warm prospects. And you forward the replies from the cold ones onto the warm one, and you're not using the warm one to reach out to the cold ones, and you're not using the cold ones to reply to the warm ones. You create a separation so the boundaries are clear and deliverability is better. I have a DKIM, DMARC and SPF record installed on my domain associated with my email address. Okay? If you don't know what these records are, they're very complicated for me to explain now. Just Google them, watch them on YouTube, you'll know how to do it. This is the big one. I've never used automation software to send emails from my domain or IP address. Note, major email automation software providers send from their own IP. But if you've tried to use bulk sending tools like Gmass, your IP is also probably ruined. This is the biggest thing. You must, like with your email account, if you've ever touched an automation software with that account, you're in for trouble. So delete it and start a new one. My bounce rate is less than 10%, and I'm only sending emails to email addresses that I verified in NeverBounce or another verification software. And remember, you've got to tick these things, right? So you've also got to tick this. I haven't been sending the same email to the same people, and I'm not sending duplicate emails. For example, I'm using the remove duplicate tool to prevent this. So in your spreadsheets, before you send emails, you want to make sure you're not sending the same thing to the same people, because it will hurt your deliverability. My email copy does not contain any of the spam buzzwords found here. So what I've done here is I've linked a really, really useful article from HubSpot that will basically walk you through all of the trigger words for deliverability. So go through here, and if your copy contains any of these words, then remove it. Okay. My signature is free of pictures and links and contains the email address of the actual account I'm sending from. So if you've got an email signature with social media links, a picture of you, a picture of your cat, weird verification stuff, if you're doing that cold, you can do that warm. If you're doing that B2B warm to clients and stuff, it's absolutely fine. But if you're doing it cold, not going to do anything. My signature contains no custom code, just words. In brackets, no social links, no icons, no bullshit. I am not using short links in my copy. Okay, you're not sending. You can send Bitly. I'm not saying here you can't send Bitly links in emails, because you can. You just can't do it to cold prospects. Okay. The only link in my initial emails is the Loom link, and I'm not using calendar links in my initial cold email. The only way for prospects to get my calendar link is if they ask or use a Loom call to action button. I have not been sending more than 30 emails per day per account in the last 60 days. It should probably be even more than this, like 180 days maybe. I have not been sending more than 20 emails per hour per account in the last 60 days. I have been rotating my email sending between accounts, so there is at least 1 minute between each email sent. I have been replying to all prospects who reply to me from my warm account, regardless of the sentiment. If prospects aren't interested, I am respectful. If a prospect replies to you saying they're not interested and you have a go at them, or you start arguing with them, what do you think they're going to do? They know your intention. They're not going to reply back and argue back. They'll just mark you as spam. Stupid thing to do. It's the same with Facebook ads. If someone comments a negative thing on your Facebook ad, don't reply to it, because then they're just going to go ahead and flag that ad as inappropriate, and it will hurt the ad. Okay? However, I do not respond to rude prospects or people who tell me to fuck off, as I understand there's no bloody point and that they will likely mark my emails as spam anyway and get back at me. I do not re-email these people or follow up on them. This is another big one. It goes against conventional wisdom, but it's really important. I do not have an open rate tracker installed on my email, and I never have or never will again. Okay? If you have an open rate tracker on your email, you're holding up a red flag to internet service providers to tell them that you are a cold emailer. Because the way that these open rate trackers work is they install HTML code in the emails you send. And when you send those emails, internet service providers receive those emails, and their algorithm will scan through and they will find that HTML code associated with the open rate tracking software, and they immediately now know that that is a cold email. That's how they figure this stuff out. They don't figure it out randomly. They figure it out by looking for things that indicate that you are who you are. So if you have open rate trackers with little snippets of HTML code in the back end of the email that the prospects can't see, and if you are receiving feedback from that, the algorithms will also know that. And so before the email is even sent, Google know that it's a cold email, and they're more likely to send it to the spam inbox. So stop using open rate trackers. Forget about open rate tracking. It sounds like a good idea in principle, but when we apply it, it completely ruins everything. I have personalized pretty much every email sent in the last 60 days with names, company names, and Loom links. You don't have to do Loom links, but if they're not personalized, then it's not going to work. And I don't mean loading up lem lists and putting little squiggly brackets. That sort of stuff is gone, doesn't work anymore. I have given my email addresses and prospects regular breaks. I'm not sending on weekends, right? You need to behave as a human being. This is the secret. We don't need, if your email accounts behave like they're being run by robots, then you're going to go to spam. Okay, so give yourself weekends off. Take the odd weekday off here and there for no sending. Send a couple more one day, a couple less the next day. Patterns are fine, and as long as you keep a low volume, that's fine. But if you're sending loads, take some breaks. I have not scheduled emails. Instead, I send them when they need to be sent. So don't schedule your emails. Don't go on Monday and think, oh, I'm just going to schedule every single email for the next week. It's robot-like behavior. It's not how normal humans behave or interact on email, and it will ruin your deliverability. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm coming across as really sort of just matter-of-fact or rude. I want this video to sort of just hit you, right? Because so many people tell you so many things about deliverability that's just wrong. And I'm recording this video with your very best intentions. So if I sound sarcastic or rude, I don't mean it like that. I'm just sick of all the bullshit out there, and I want the truth to sort of be told. So my email accounts have a profile picture and a real human name, alongside a verified phone number and backup email address. I have tried, where possible, to send emails directly to the person I'm trying to contact. For example, John @ and not generic company emails like support @. I'm not sending attachments with my cold emails. I'm not misusing capital letters, and I'm using them like a normal, rational human. I'm not typing like this. My subject line is simple and says something like question for name or company. My email sending rate is consistent. I don't try to cheat the system and save up the system, save up your days by sending 150 emails at the end of the week in one day. I kneel, this is a big one, right, it's actually not. I kneel before the deliverability gods and haven't tried to delude myself by cheating the system or trying to find a loophole in any of the above points. Okay, because you're probably reading these points and thinking, oh, I can get away with that, or that doesn't really matter. No, it won't work. Okay, overall, my email sending habits and behavior have been perfectly human and normal since starting my accounts. Okay, so now we can move on. So you need to be able to tick these boxes. Okay, and you've probably done at least 10 of these, right, if you've been following all of the other courses out there. But this is the way to do it, right? So now fixing deliverability and fixing domain or email deliverability. The only way for an email to have its deliverability recovered is to give it time to cool off. So basically this means that, like, if you do find your deliverability is really weak or something, then you basically need to sort of just stop sending for quite a long time, and just let that email just cool off completely and go back to it in like 6 months, and it'll probably be fine. So the best strategy to create and use new email accounts, the best strategy is to create and use new email accounts that have no affinity to your existing accounts. This means repeating the setup of anti-fragile Gmail architecture without Google knowing it's you. So this is a resource here. I'm not actually going to link this in because this is something proprietary that we give to clients. So you won't be able to click on this. But it basically just means resetting up your email accounts. This is the sort of setup guide we have for that in a very specific way. But you want to just set your email accounts back up in a way that doesn't link them to any accounts you have at the moment that have poor deliverability. Otherwise, it's death by association. For example, if you have an email account, if you have 3 email accounts with a backup phone number and all of those email accounts have bad deliverability, if you create a new email account with the same backup phone number, then that new email account is more likely to be logged as spam because Google will link those accounts using that phone number. Should your deliverability suffer after a few months of setting up your cold email accounts, you'll have to create new ones. And when you do, make sure you use a different IP address, backup email, phone number, forwarding address, and phone number variation in the footer. We make a quarterly habit of setting up new batch cold email accounts using a new IP, a new phone number, and a new forwarding address. While it's possible to send with our structure for a long time without deliverability issues, it's always good to stay one step ahead of the problem and constantly refresh your deliverability. So we've got we probably have 10 cold accounts that we send emails from, consistently, but I've probably got 20 or 30 other accounts that I could just start using at a moment's notice. They've been pre-warmed, pre-set up, and so if we had a big problem, I could just hop them all over and we could start from there. So another note, do not have your warm account sending cold emails, and do not have your warm account as your main business email, because if it gets blocked for deliverability, then your clients won't receive your emails. If using multiple VAs, make sure they aren't all logging into the same accounts or using the same IP addresses to send emails. As a rule of thumb, have a maximum of 5 accounts per VA, sending 50 cold emails per day, 10 per account, and 100 follow-ups. So the total number of emails you or your VA should be sending per day per IP is 150 if you've got 5 accounts. The daily sending limit for Gmail is 2,000 emails. But with this strategy, we don't need to send 2,000 emails to get results, only 30. By sending no more than 150 emails a day, if we've got 5 accounts, we are flying so far under the radar that Gmail would need a satellite to see us. So if you remember that sort of, if you remember that sort of like guidance that I gave you, like that sort of red flag thing where we've got this like radar and we have to fly under the radar, by sending less volume, they won't even know we're there. Structural caution is key. Prevention is the only cure to deliverability. You must learn to take deliverability as seriously as you take copywriting and sales. So I see people put hours and hours and weeks and months into the email copy and their sales script and stuff, their cold email strategy, but they put no thought into actually getting to the inbox, and it's pretty painful. So fixing an IP with poor deliverability. You cannot fix a broken IP. The only way is to give it lots of time to recover. Okay. Instead, use a VPN. So I suggest using the paid version of NordVPN for your needs. This is not an affiliate link or anything. You can follow these instructions to sort of use a VPN. So like with our virtual assistants, obviously I created my email accounts here in the UK. My virtual assistant is in the Philippines. If she uses a Filipino IP address to send emails from email accounts that were created in the UK, then the internet service providers will know that we're sending cold emails, or they'll just assume the email's been scammed or hacked or something, and then they'll get blocked or deliverability will suffer. So we need to use, create the account in your country and then get your VA to use IP addresses from that country, okay? And there's a workflow here you can follow on NordVPN to check the IP addresses and stuff. You make sure the VA does a blacklist check every single day before logging in, because IP addresses from VPNs can be a bit more turbulent with blacklists, but they're usually okay. So virtual assistants, IP management. This is some high level stuff, but I guess it's going to be, not everyone's going to find this useful, but if this is the level of depth we go into, I'll sort of demonstrate it in a second. If you're using a VA to send your emails, I suggest you set up a VPN and give them access to an IP located in the same country where the email address has been created. So I just covered that. And you can sort of read through these instructions here if you want to. We have this thing called the Deliverability Management Hub. Once again, this is for clients, so this will not be available. To give you an idea of if you want to sort of copy this, I'm not that bothered by it. This is how it works. Actually, you know what? I will leave this in the video. You can have this. That's okay. It will help you. I've created this spreadsheet basically where if you're managing multiple VAs for different email accounts, then you want to have a spreadsheet where all the information is centralized, and you can sort of look at the test history and the VA that you've assigned, the server you've assigned for the IPs, the IP address that you've assigned, the IP test history, the daily limits, the sending schedule. This is all the stuff you need to consider when it comes to managing VAs. And we provide instructions really detailed instructions on how to work this thing for clients, but you might find some value in it. You can make a copy here, pretty useful. So you can check that one out if you want to. The only resource you won't be able to find in here is this one here. This is how we set up our email accounts. We've got a really, really proprietary strategy that I don't really want on YouTube, basically. So that is how to have good email deliverability. I know my tone here has been a bit of matter of fact and a bit direct, but I hope this is really useful for you, because if you can get this stuff right, then you're going to have a big advantage over other people that have not watched this video. Okay, so that's everything for this video. If you like this video and you found it useful, then please press like, because it means that other people will also find the video, and by pressing like, you're helping me, but you're also helping other people who have the same problem as you solve that problem. It's a good thing to take responsibility for. If you want to also, you can leave a comment with any comments you've got. I think that's what you're supposed to do. You can also subscribe, and this resource will be in the section. There'll be a little I'll probably put a Google Drive link or something, so you can sort of open this and download it basically. I'll also leave a calendar link in the bottom of the video. If you want to book a call with me or a member of my team to explore how our company can help the company grow. Please don't book a call if you don't run an agency or you haven't got clients or something. We don't give free consultation. It's not like a free coaching call or something. It's a sales call. The plan is to get you on board, and we can only do that if you're actually established and you've got cash in the bank. If you don't, please don't book the call, because we do take our qualification quite seriously. But if you haven't got any money to spend on anything yet, just keep watching these videos and eventually you will. So that's everything from me. Thanks for watching, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Don't forget to subscribe, because, I hope these videos are detailed. I know there's a lot of people on YouTube who record videos and they're not very helpful at all, and you kind of leave more confused than when you started. So that's everything. That's the Deliverability Doctor. I'm Charlie. You're great. Talk soon. Take care. I want to first of all explore today's topic by explaining the purpose of it. We're going to talk today about objection significance, specifically to cold outreach or cold emails, or maybe just on your sales calls in general, because we're very irrational as humans, and it's difficult to notice when events or variables have significance. And by significance, I mean it's when something actually means something. So let me explain. So let's say that every month you send, let's say you send 1,000 cold emails per month. And let's say that there's reasons as to why people don't book appointments with you. And sometimes people will actually tell you why they're not booking the appointment with you. And it could be an objection like, oh, I don't want to buy it this time of the year, or I don't have the money to buy this, or I don't talk to marketing agencies. It could be anything. And what you'll notice over the period of a month of consistent outreach, regardless of the platform, certain objections will arise, and you might start noticing patterns or themes, or a collection of or flurries, that we call them flurries of objections, where 1 week you might have loads of the same thing, and then you might not hear about it again for 3 weeks or something like that. And this happens a lot. So this happened to one of our clients in the agency space, and we helped her add, I think, 15 to 25 grand in new monthly revenue over the course of a few months. And one of the problems that she was having when she was doing outreach using our methods is she was booking calls, but every now and then she'd get an objection. And what she would do is she'd cluster these objections together and give them more meaning and weight than they actually deserved. And so what she found for about a week, and she came on one of our coaching calls, and she was like, guys, I don't know what's going on, but this week I've had 6 people tell me that it's the wrong time of the year for them to buy. I think that my market is, I think I should stop doing outreach because my market isn't in the position to buy at the moment. And I said, okay, well, why do you think that? She said, well, I've just heard from 5 or 6 people in 2 days that that's the case and that they're not in a position to buy. And it's really important to understand to use the mental model of understanding anomalies, right? And so I said to her, I was like, well, look, how long have you been doing outreach for? She's like, well, I'm doing it for 3 months. How many meetings did you book prior to this happening this week, this month? I think it was 2 weeks in. She was like, I don't know, I think I booked 40 appointments this month so far. I was like, how many appointments did you book last month? And she was like, I think I booked 60. And I was like, okay, so you've got a system that's booking you 60 to 80 meetings a month. She was like, yeah. And I was like, and since it's only this week that you run into this little bottleneck where you've had less appointments and a few objections of the same nature. She was like, yeah. And I said, okay, well, do we really want to base the decision to stop doing outreach on the last 3 to 5 days of data when we've got 30 to 60 days of data to prove that it's not actually the case at all? And then she sort of sat with that for a couple of seconds and thought, well, actually, you're right. That's irrational. And I said, exactly. So continue with your outreach and keep going and keep doing your emails. And if the problem persists over a long enough time frame with a large enough data set, then we can actually evaluate there's some significance to the objections. But the problem with it is that when you're doing outreach or cold messaging or whatever it is you're using, you're probably quite emotionally tied to it until you've done it for a long time. And so what that means is that when objections arise or when something doesn't go in your favor, you give it more value and more weight than it actually deserves from a rational perspective. And so you end up changing shit around and making changes. And I had this when I first started my first agency. And I got on a sales, and this happens with sales calls as well. I hopped on a sales call with someone, and I can't remember what he said, but he what was the objection? It was something like he was in the US, and there's a gym, and he said, I don't think I'd ever buy from someone who's not in the US. And I took that home with me, and I thought, oh God. And then I just basically projected one person's view and perspective onto an entire market. And funnily enough, I never heard that objection again, ever. But for my next 10 sales calls, I was petrified that people weren't going to buy from me because someone had told me that he wouldn't buy from from outside the US. And so I just projected it onto the entire market. And so you have to understand the difference between the many and the few. And you have to understand the principle of anomaly and the principle of significance. And so if you do find that there's a short period of time where you get a high volume of objections seemingly randomly, but in the cluster, then they probably don't have significance. Only when an objection or an excuse to not book a call persists over a long enough period of time with enough data do we actually then deem it a problem, and then we start addressing that problem. But if you start making changes to your systems based on what one person has said one time, completely random, when the previous system before that has ran absolutely fine, then you're really going to struggle to make any progress, because, well, rationality is the key to success when it comes to cold outreach. And understanding how numbers work and how averages show themselves over a large enough data set is really one of the most integral things you can realize, because otherwise you're just going to be changing shit all the time and not making any progress. So that's the principle of objection significance. And I wanted to record a quick video just to highlight it, because, you know, when my client told me this, and I realized it's happened quite a few times before as well. We've got another guy who works with real estate agents, and I think he's added like, God knows, he makes so much, he's doing really well. I think he probably added like 10 grand in new revenue this week alone, from the outreach methods. And like, you know, he came to me every couple of months or so. He'll be like, "Oh, Charlie, I think there's this big problem with realtors where like they don't want to buy now because of this." And then I'm like, "Okay, well, how do you know that?" He's like, "Well, like 3 people over the past week have told me that." And I'm like, "Right, okay. Well, how many people have booked a call?" He's like, "Well, 15." I was like, "Okay." And I just shut up, and then he's like, actually, that does make sense now I've articulated it. And if you're wondering why this happens, it's because as humans, we are hardwired towards negative sentiment, and we give more emotional weight, and we have a stronger context of memory towards events that go against us, because we remember them better so we can avoid them in the future, and because they're painful. And pain is a far better driver of memory and significance and meaning than pleasure, right? Because if you think back through your life, you can probably, you know, if I said, "Oh, can you recall 2 really painful events in the last 5 years?" you probably could do it like that. But if I said, "Can you recall 2 times where you were really happy in the last 5 years?" unless you've been married or had a child or something, it's quite difficult to do that, and without, you know, just to do it immediately, whereas pain tends to be much more available to our memory because we want to avoid it in the future. So of course it would be. And so this is why this happens psychologically. But yeah, I thought I would just record this as a warning. So if you're doing cold outreach, and let's say like the first sales call you do could go to absolute shit. The person could be horrible, they could swear at you, or they could buy. But it doesn't mean that everybody else is going to behave in the same way they have. And so at a macro level, the market generally is quite similar. But at the micro level, it's really difficult, because we have to realize that there's a stark difference between the many and the few. Okay, so by many, I mean 100,000 people in your industry. They all share similar proclivities and a similar industry, and that's what makes a niche, and they share similar problems. But certain people, a small percentage of that market, will not have the proclivities required for them to be a fit for you. And if you project the few onto the many, then the proclivities that you're looking for and the problems you're trying to solve, you will just try to convince yourself they don't exist. And that's not a good thing. So that's everything from me. Now, a couple of things for you. If you enjoyed today's video, press the like button, because it helps me help you. If you did enjoy it and you want more content like this, then just press the red subscribe button. Do not turn your notifications on. I don't want to distract you, so don't do that. Also, if you have anything to add, it'd be interesting if you comment below. And if you want any other future video ideas that could help you grow your agency, then do that. I also didn't give you the context of the fact that I do run my own agency with my business partner. It's called NorthFlow Consulting. We've basically scaled it out and have a team run it now. And I get to work on cool, exciting projects such as this. So yeah, in the link, well, in the resources section, like the description, I'm so used to calling it resources, in the description, you will find 2 links. One will take you through to a sales funnel for full transparency. And if you want to book a call with me or a member of my team, then you can do so to explore how our program could help you sign more clients. And there will also be a Facebook group that's free in the link as well. Once again, for transparency, the purpose of both of those links is to sell you something. Right, I'm not going to hide behind some bullshit case study funnel or some bullshit free value Facebook group. I'd rather be transparent in my approach. And if you've got a problem with client acquisition and we've got a solution, then why would I pretend to hide behind a webinar, right? It's just bullshit. So yeah, click on either of those links if you want to, ideally both. And I'll look forward to talking to you soon. But if not, enjoy the content, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to this training video. This is knee-jerk objection rebuttals, and in today's training video I'm going to be explaining how to overcome some of the initial objections that you may find people have either before you've pitched them, during the pitch, or after the pitch. So this is obviously related to decision makers and the objections that they might
sort of have, whether it's I'm not interested, or can you email me, or I'm already working with an agency. These things that business owners perceive to be problems that may stand in the way of getting the deal done. We need to sort of overcome them and be able to bypass them. So yeah, we're going to sort of walk this through. These objections, like I said, they can come up at any point with the decision maker. They might have this objection when you ask for the 30 seconds. They might have it whilst you're pitching. They might have it after you've pitched, that you might be about to book a call and they say, yeah, let's book a call, and then they have it. So, there's no real exact expected time as to when these arise. But what I'm going to do in today's video is equip you with an understanding of, first of all, why they happen, and what we can do about it, and then second of all, like sort of what exactly you should say, and everything like that. So yeah, this is knee-jerk objection rebuttals. Let's jump in and get started. So here's what we're going to cover today. First of all, 2 points on sort of perspective and how to look at it. So the first one is cold calling objections are not traditional objections. We're going to cover something really cool in psychology that will help you understand why these objections come up. Then we're going to talk about pattern interrupts, and then we're going to talk about cold calling, the objection rebuttal resource that we have. Okay, so the first thing to understand here is that when you're making cold calls, objections aren't actually objections. Okay, and I'm going to explain what this means. When you're on the phone to a decision maker on a cold call, this is not a sales call, bear in mind, this is a cold call. When you're on the phone to them and they object to your proposal or call, it's important to note that 9 out of 10 times the objection isn't coming from a place of business rationale, but something else. Right? People will give you stuff like I'm not interested, or send me an email, or I don't want to do this, whatever. Then those responses are not like thought through business responses. They're not based out of anything, because the prospect doesn't even know what they're saying no to yet. So it's not a rational thing for them to actually say I'm not interested. It's something else. And that something else is because of something called classical conditioning. Okay, this is a really, really fundamental thing to understand in psychology. You may be familiar with it, you may not be, but I'm going to give you a brief understanding of how it works and why you need to understand it. So the whole objection thing when it comes to cold calling is usually a result of classical conditioning. And classical conditioning is a type of learning that happens unconsciously. Okay, when you learn through classical conditioning, it's basically it's like an automatic conditioned response is paired with a specific stimulus. Okay, so whether you know it or not, a huge portion of your behavior is automated by your brain purely through traditional association. So think about any habit that you have or anything that you do on autopilot without thinking about it. Whether it's, I don't know, it could be brushing your teeth in the morning, or a certain way that you wash your hair, or drinking water at certain times, or it could be anything, okay? What you've got to realize is your environment will give you cues, or your environment has cues, and your brain will use those cues to automate behavior. Okay, so a primary example of this is whenever I start a new training video, I'm sure you've noticed by now, I will say, hey everyone, it's Charlie Morgan here. Welcome to another training video. This video is called, and then I'll sort of explain the video. That's just a sort of classical conditioned response that I have to starting a new recording. It just happens unconsciously. I don't even think about that anymore. It's just what I say. And I've done it so many times that whenever the recording beeps and the video starts, it's just how I start every single video. It's just it's classical conditioning. It's just how it happens unconsciously. And so an example of this, when someone sneezes, you'll probably say bless you in most Western countries. This is generally an automated response to the sound of a sneeze, and it's the result of years and years of unconscious learning and observing this behavior in other people. So, if you're on a train, if you're on a bus, or if you're with your family or your friends and someone sneezes, you're probably just going to say, oh, bless you. And you don't even think about that response. It's not something that you consciously process. You just say it. It's like, achoo, oh, bless you. You don't, it's not something that you think about, but it's a behavior. It's a manifestation of action, but we don't know that we're doing it because it's unconscious and it's just the way our brain is working, right? Another example of this is tying your shoelace when you put your shoe on, right? It's not a behavior you have to think about. It's just an unconscious, if this, then that statement. So your brain has these, in summary, your brain has these like actions or responses that it will pair with certain cues and certain stimuluses. And so
most of our behavior is automatic, and it runs through this part of our brain called the basal ganglia, which is a tiny part of the brain that's responsible for forming habits. And it just makes your brain much more efficient. And the reason we're conditioned like this is because the brain loves efficiency. I mean, being able to unconsciously react to certain cues without having to think gives us a huge advantage in terms of biology. It means our energy-hungry brain requires less calories to do stuff, because thinking and using cognitive processes is extremely costly from the body's perspective in terms of calories. And so the brain loves efficiency. It loves to sort of conserve calories by just creating automatic responses that are unconscious, that we don't have to think about. And therefore, we imagine if every time someone sneezed you had to actively think through what am I supposed to say, it would be exhausting. So yeah. And in biology, this is referred to as a click-word response, basically where animals, most animals' behavior operates on classical conditioning, pretty much all of it, right? Because they can't think. Pretty much every single action that different animals take is a result of classical conditioning, right? For example, if you've got a cat and you put a bowl of food down, then the cat will walk over to the food because it knows that the food will be in that place. It will smell that certain way, and at the same time every day that bowl goes down, the cat knows it's going to be there. So this association starts to build up, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. And so you might have heard of this before, described as a knee-jerk reaction, where if you sort of like hit just like the sort of small of your knee below your kneecap, your leg will just fly upwards when you have no response. Like you have no conscious say in this. It's just a knee-jerk reaction. Now this is obviously related to your body, which is slightly different, but the principle still applies. If the stimulus hits the knee, the leg will fly up, right? If someone sneezes, you say bless you. These are things that we don't think about. These are things that happen unconsciously. Obviously, the body is slightly different from the mind in the way that it operates, but the principle applies. This is why we would call them knee-jerk objections. Okay, and this is really interesting because we can apply this to cold calling. Okay, because it gets really, really helpful to understand why people have these objections. Because when you understand why they have them, the method we use to overcome them makes so much more sense. It's very difficult to justify using a certain method to overcome objections if you don't understand why you're using it. And so you might be looking at this video thinking, I just want the list of rebuttals, please just give me the resource and I'll be fine. But you're less likely to use the rebuttals if you don't actually understand why we use them and the certain methods we use. So how does classical conditioning apply to cold calling, and how does it also create objections? Like why? How does this sort of click-word, knee-jerk classical conditioning response lead to objections? Well, here's classical conditioning in cold calling. Okay, so certain people will have certain automated responses in their brains when receiving a cold call or a cold pitch or DM or email for that matter. Think about this for a second. Consider what sort of response, what sort of automated response you have to people selling things in the street, or when you pick up the phone to realize it's a cold call, or when you receive a copy and paste pitch in your DMs. Put yourself in the shoes of the prospect here. It's a very powerful thing to do. If you're walking down the street, and a good example of this, right, is I just got back from Greece, and we were in this little town in Greece, and we were sort of walking down through this bay, and there were these chains of restaurants over to our right, and what we started to pretty quickly realize every time we went down to the bay is the restaurant owners would come out of the restaurant and they'd sort of stand in your way to try and get you to go into the restaurant. And the first time it happens, you're sort of like, well, I have no idea what to do. But after it happens once or twice, your brain sort of builds this sort of response where you just sort of say, hi, I'm not eating, bye, and you just sort of go by. And we observed people's behaviour. It was really interesting to see as they walk past these restaurant owners and how they sort of avoid them. And we started to notice, we were down by this bay quite often, and we started to notice that the same people will have the same responses every single time, right? And so, when you're walking down a street, you might have someone that sells, it could be anything. When you're walking down the road, you probably give like an automatic response, which is probably no response at all. You just ignore them. Or if you pick up the phone and it's like some guy trying to sell you something, being all pushy, you're just like, oh, I'm not interested, or you hang up. It's just a knee-jerk response. It's not. we're not judging the person trying to sell us something. We're not trying to be rude to them. It's just our brain has produced this sort of automatic defense mechanism that brings itself up whenever this stimulus is presented. And it's a way of sort of protecting our time. It's a way of protecting our money. It's a way of protecting like our objective in terms of what we're trying to do in the moment. And so you've got to realize, like, if you consider that from your perspective and think about what you do when someone cold calls you, it will help you understand and empathize with what prospects do and why they will come up with these objections, which are 9 times out of 10 bullshit, but they're just automated responses. It's pure classical conditioning. Another example of this is in the DMs, right? So when someone sends me a copy and paste DM, like in my primary example that we get at the moment is people, virtual assistant agency saying, oh, we've got a VA that will work 40 hours a week for you, and they'll book 15 to 30. I just delete it. I don't even read it. Like as soon as you'll look at, this is interesting, your brain starts to categorize stimulus, right? And so what you'll probably find is when you receive a cold DM or a cold email from someone else, a sales email, before you've even finished reading it, your brain will actually categorize it into something that you want to keep reading or something you want to delete. And so I know now when I receive a friend request from someone, I can categorize them, my brain will subconsciously categorize them into someone that I want to be friends with and actually add to my network, or someone that's probably just trying to sell me something, and I'll just remove the friend request. Or if they send me a message, I'll just delete it without even reading it or responding. And it's nothing personal, it's just an immediate response that I've got. So yeah, I mean the key here to remember with objections on a cold call is that they aren't really objections at all. Okay, you're not dealing with the objection someone gives you. No, instead you're dealing with years and years and years of unconscious conditioning resulting in an automated response that you perceive to be something else. So you've got to understand, when you call someone up, you are a cue, right, to their behavior, and they will have an automatic response to your cue. And it's the way that we deal with that automatic response that will result in whether or not we get the meeting. Okay? So if someone says not interested or send me an email, they're not actually saying what they mean, right? They don't really want to receive an email from you. They just want to get rid of you. And they might actually be interested in what you have to say, but they're not thinking, right? When someone immediately says, if you call someone up and they say not interested, there's no thought that's gone into that in any way, shape or form. There's no, like I said, no business rationale has actually produced those words. It's purely just an automated response. There's no thinking behind it. And so what we have to do is we have to try and break this automated response to get the prospect to think. And when we get them to think, they actually start to come around to the fact that it might be a good idea. Okay? Because, this is just the way they've been programmed. It's so important to understand this stuff. And the truth is that objections aren't objections at all. They're automated responses to stimulus, just like the bless you example. So how do we overcome objections that result from classical conditioning? Well, we leverage and use something called pattern interrupt. You may have heard of this before. It's a part of a field of study called NLP, or neuro-linguistic programming. We're not really going to be touching too much on that, but you might be familiar with it, and we're going to take it slightly out of context, but it will still be useful. So when we talk about pattern interrupts, what I basically mean by this is, like, we have the cue, but like we are the cue as a cold caller, for example. But we want to interrupt the pattern so we look different and we're a different cue so that the prospect can't bundle us into the automated response they've already given us. Okay, so I want to give you an example with the Bless You Association, right? If that sounds like some sort of charity, but it's not. It's by this I mean if someone sneezes. So let's just take the classical example here. We've got person A, person B. Person A sneezes, and then person B pretty much immediately says bless you. And now consider this for a second. Let's say person A sneezes, but then at the top of their lungs screams, bless me. Now person B would not really know what to do because the pattern has been interrupted. That sort of click-whir, knee-jerk response that they have programmed into their mind cannot run or operate because the stimulus is different to what they usually expect. So when someone sneezes, initially the prospect's brain is like getting into gear to say bless you, but before they've got the chance to say bless you, the person screams bless me at the top of their lungs, and then their brain's like, whoa, that's different, I wasn't expecting that completely breaks the pattern. What do I do now? Is it appropriate for me to say bless you? Is it not?
Do I whisper it? Do I say it to myself? Do I say, oh, are you okay? Why are you screaming? So it's a pattern interrupt. Just by adding that, bless me on the end, the person's like, oh, well, I'm not quite sure. What the hell? It'd be like if I started this video in a completely different way to normal. You'd probably be thinking like, what the hell? He started like the past 40, 50 videos I've watched have been started with the exact same frame, with the exact same slides, or with the exact same sort of format. Why is it totally different? That's weird. Now I'm thinking. Now I'm engaged, right? And there's a time and a place for this, because obviously we wouldn't want to start every new video with a completely different approach, because the reason we do it like this is because we've conditioned you to learn from us in this way, and that's helpful. And breaking that pattern would not be helpful. But in this instance, it does prove quite useful. Okay. And this is called a pattern interrupt, okay? So pattern interrupts are powerful but sometimes subtle actions that we can use to interfere with people's classical conditioning. This is where we take the existing stimulus, for example, sneezing, and we pair it with a secondary stimulus, for example, screaming bless me at the top of our lungs, right? When we do this, the prospect's brain will be uncertain as to what response is appropriate, forcing them to think and engage cognitive activity. So the absolute key here, this is the key. The key is to know that pattern interrupts remove the sort of click-whir, automated, unconscious response and get us to actually think about the situation and how to respond. So with objections, when someone has an objection initially on the call, all we have to do is get them to think and actually cognitively process the proposal that we've got for them. And that will completely break the pattern that they're used to seeing from salespeople. And it's ridiculously powerful. Another example of a pattern interrupt down here. I just sort of pull this one out of the bag. Pun not intended, you'll see in a second. Imagine you have a habit of eating sweets. Okay? Every time you start your commute to work and get on the train, you've programmed your brain to dig into the same pocket of your bag and get a bag of sweets. Right? But when you look down, so you get on the train one day, and you look down and you get on the train and you settle into your seat, and every day you go down and you grab that bag of Haribos or whatever it is you use to eat your sorrows away on the commute, and you look down and you think, oh, like I've got a new bag, and your sweets, you put them all the way at the bottom today. You haven't got that usual pocket that you open and zip and eat them from, and instead of unconsciously eating the sweets, there's now the stimulus, the cue is gone, right? We've removed the environmental cue to eat the sweets. And the sweets are still there, they're just in a different place. And so this seemingly random change in cue, it might make you question your habit. And you might be like, oh, I'm not going to eat the sweets today. Okay? This is why, this all goes back to your environment. And why, when it comes to healthy eating, for example, just don't buy bad food, because then you cannot eat it because the cue's not there. Topic for another day, but the same principle applies in sales. People have got these automated responses. And when we act a little bit different, they can't really bundle us up, and they have to think. And when they have to think, they have to answer our questions, and therefore they're engaged. So how does this apply to cold calling? Okay, well, if you've ever wondered why we open our cold calls like we do, in terms of the script we use, it's because we want to interrupt the pattern and association the prospect has with every other cold caller, right? Like the way we pitch and the way we open is designed to be different, so that the prospect cannot put our call into a box and give us an automated response. And this is also why we like to be different with our cold messaging and cold email approaches, right? Loom and selfie videos with cold messaging, they break the usual sort of pattern that people are used to. And they make the prospect think and actually, think about their response instead of just responding with a knee-jerk, not interested. And after you've pitched someone, they may have knee-jerk objections from classical conditioning, such as not interested or send me an email, even though you've pitched well. This is just how some people are. This is how some people are just conditioned. Like they're conditioned to give salespeople resistance, but it's okay. All you have to do is break the pattern and keep them engaged, which is what I'm going to show you how to do in a second. And here's the irony, the paradox of it. Is that most salespeople have unproductive classical conditioning responses to objections. And it's these responses that mess with your sales, right? So, let's say we've got we're on a sales call and we call the prospect up and we pitch them. And, the prospect might give us a conditioned response like not interested. And then we would give the prospect a conditioned response like, oh, okay, I'll send you an email.
right? So it works on both ends here. And so what you have to do as a salesperson is you have to position, also you have to condition yourself to the right sort of answer. Okay, so I'm going to give you our rebuttals and our method of thinking and how we approach these, right? But like, if you don't make it a habit, if you don't condition yourself to do these things, you're going to be in trouble. The other thing as well is to remember that most of our conditioning and most of our habits are operating out of pain avoidance. And so, like, you know, if you're on a sales call and you've got these shitty responses to objections, 9 times out of 10 it's because you know what you need to say, but you're just too afraid to say it. Right, or you're afraid of some conflict. So now let's go through the cold calling objection rebuttal resource. This will be quite useful for you because, you know, this contains all of our rebuttals and the initial strategy that we actually use. So let's jump into this one and let's take a look at it. Okay, so this resource obviously shows you how to handle knee-jerk cold calling objections. Okay, so now we understand, like classical conditioning, we understand why these objections arise. We understand they're not really objections, right? They're just automated responses, and we also understand that, you know, the nature of this means that we can change people's minds or overcome these objections simply by breaking patterns. And honestly, like, the easiest way to break a pattern is just to get someone to think, and really the easiest way to get someone to think is actually to ask them a question. Okay, so this is interesting. I've got this thing called the initial strategy here, because a lot of the time all you have to do is just keep the conversation flowing and keep people engaged, and the objection will sort of just dissipate. Doesn't really hold any weight, and most of the time people expect you to stop the conversation. So when you don't, and you continue asking questions and you sort of acknowledge the objection but you don't actually dive into it, you can sort of just get around it, right? So if someone's like not interested, I'd be like, John, I knew you were going to say that. Before we call it quits, let me ask this. And then you say, you know, are you able to handle 30 new members? Yeah, well, I suppose we can. Oh, that makes perfect sense. But what about this? And you sort of, you know, you just keep going back through the conversation. You keep people engaged. A lot of the time with these initial objections, engaging with them is the thing that causes the death. Because remember, like, if we tackle these objections head on, there's nothing to really tackle, right? If someone says not interested, there's nothing. If we start saying, oh yeah, well, you know, the reason you should be interested, like, they're not interested. They're just an immediate response, if that makes sense. So here's an example. So the best way to overcome knee-jerk rebuttals is, honestly, usually to totally ignore them, right? Don't even acknowledge their existence and continue with the call as if they didn't even happen. So I don't mean this. I don't mean this in terms of like pretend that they didn't even say it. You still want to acknowledge it, right, and say, I get that makes sense, or I'm with you there, or I'm really glad you brought that up. You want to acknowledge, but you don't want to sort of go down the rabbit hole of handling them and have too much acknowledgement for it, if that makes sense. So you want to know they're there, acknowledge them initially for that first quick second, and then you sort of continue the conversation. So let's say someone says, I'm not interested. Let's say you sort of, you know, let's say you've done your pitch, right? And the prospect's like, look, Charlie, I'm just not interested. No. So here, most salespeople would enter the prospect's frame and start handling the objection head on, or just give up, right? They'd be like, oh, you know, well, yeah, you should be interested, or oh, well, why aren't you interested? The worst possible thing you can ask is why. If someone says why I'm not interested, you say why. Then what you're doing is you're getting them to justify and re-solidify the position they have of not being interested. It's a very stupid thing to do. It just doubles down and makes it double as hard to overcome. And by that point, like, if someone says I'm not interested, you say why, and they'll just come up with some bullshit. But then they give their initial knee-jerk reaction that has no weight. When you ask them why they have that, they then justify it and give it weight. And now they've actually got a genuine reason for not talking to you. So it's a pretty silly thing to do. Okay. So yeah, different question. If someone's like, can you call me back in 2 weeks? You could say, oh, well, why 2 weeks from now? They'd be like, oh, I'm about to go on holiday. And then you learn that you can't always get people on the meeting immediately, straight away, right now. You've got to give them some time, and you have to work on their time frame. So here's what we're better to say, right? So I'm not interested. Most people would just jump into it. But I would just say, John, I thought so. Do you mind if I ask, or make sense, and then ask them a question? right? And then you proceed into another question. So you just, it's like conversational judo or aikido. You just go straight over your head. Like, oh, I knew you were going to say that. Let me ask this. And then you proceed to ask another question, and you'll have to come up with what you're going to ask, because obviously it's going to be niche by niche. Like, are you not interested? That's totally fine, John. Totally get it. Quickly, whilst I'm still here, and then you just jump back into, what are you using for your live transfers at the moment? What's your show rate on the appointments that you get? Just out of curiosity. Oh, okay. Well, how often are you getting people in the door? We move them from objection and automated response. We move them back to the problem. Okay, so all these questions should be geared towards redefining the problem and requalifying the issue that they have. And I gave you some questions in the initial script that you can use to sort of explore the pain points and dive it and sort of open it up. And once you don't even pay attention to these objections, people will just forget about them. Like, you break the pattern. They're usually expecting, and say, I'm not interested. They're going to expect you, like every other salesperson before you, to completely melt under the pressure, and then but they're not expecting you to say, oh, John, that makes sense, I'm with you. Quickly, let me ask this, and then you go on. So you just want to keep the conversation going, and this will break the pattern. By ignoring the knee-jerk objection and asking a question that the prospect will, by the way, be unconsciously obliged to answer, their attention shifts from the objection back to the questions about their business and obviously the problem they have, right? So there is going to be some cases where someone says, look, Charlie, I'm not interested. And then you try and overcome it, and they say, look, this isn't for me, right? And you can try and overcome it. But then they might just be like, look, I'm absolutely sorted. I don't need any help. I'm really happy with how my business is going. I don't need anything from you. That's fine. Remember, we're doing these calls to establish that there's a fit. And so when you are handling objections, you must remember that sometimes people will have genuine reasons for not wanting to talk to you. And there are some objections that you should not try to overcome. Because if you try to overcome them and book the call, well, you're going to get a prospect that doesn't show up. Or, worst case scenario, is you sell someone that doesn't actually need what you're selling. And then you have chargebacks and disputes and essentially lawsuits down the line, which is just stupid. There's no point, right? So, in short, the best initial strategy is to not even try to handle the objection. Just ignore it or lightly acknowledge it and then ask a question. Simple. And the secret to remember is this: most salespeople suck and have their own knee-jerk automated responses to objections like not interested. When you react like every other salesperson, the pattern cannot be broken in the prospect's mind. But when you react in a totally different way, you're going to get the meeting. Move them away from the objection and back onto the problem. Oh, Charlie, can you send me some information? John, I'm so glad you requested that. But before we go down that little rabbit hole, what's this? Or how does this work in the business? Or how big's your sales team? Oh, well, we've got I think five people. It's like, oh, well, how many, have they got completely full calendars? He's just completely forgot that he wanted an email. But he didn't even want an email. He was just trying to get rid of me. But I've sort of moved the attention from me back to him, right? Very powerful, very subtle. Really glad you said that, John. But before we jump into that, blah 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 blah, you just move on. Right? People feel like salespeople feel obliged to jump into these objections and sort of try and get into the nitty gritty of them and handle it. Just don't. Just see them as these initial responses that don't really mean anything. They don't hold any weight. And move on. And attitude. Remember that everything else in sales, just like everything else in sales, attitude is the secret. You want to sound happy to hear their objections. I'm not interested. Oh, John, you've no idea how happy I am to actually hear that. Let me ask you this. just completely ignore it. Because when you sort of, you can move towards the objection. It's the other strategy is to sort of jump into it. But a lot of the time it's not really necessary. This should always be your initial response to any objection on an initial cold call. Not in actual sales calls, by the way, where you're actually trying to sell someone the product on a discovery call. We've got a different frame for that that's introduced in the sales module. These objections are purely for cold calling initially, talking to the decision maker for that first 2 to 5 minutes. But you need to remember that attitude is the secret, right? You want to sound happy to hear their objections, and you want to remember that your emotional state of enthusiasm and confidence is extremely contagious. You need it to be extremely contagious. You've got to remember that emotions and attitudes are contagious, right? You just think, what do you do when everyone else in the room is laughing? You laugh, or you at least smile, right? as human beings, we are very emotionally attuned, and when we are with someone or talking to someone that's flat, we will become flat. When we're talking to someone that's up, we will become up, and by that I mean emotionally. So if you're talking to someone and you're sort of having a great time and you're on a sales call and they give you an objection, you say, "Oh, John, I could not be happier you brought that up." Before I dive into that, I want to just quickly touch on this point, if that's all right, and then how many leads did you hit last month? No, 100. Wow, damn, that's not too bad. How many of them showed up in the business? 30. Okay, so you lost 70 leads. Why do you think you lost 70 leads? And then you've just completely moved the conversation onwards and we've forgotten about the objection. Okay? Then the thing is that if the objection does come back up, then it makes sense to move on to the next step, which is where we've got these rebuttals here. Okay? So like what I'm saying here, initially, all of your objection handling should initially follow this model, where we lightly acknowledge, but we don't actually jump into it, and then we sort of ask another question that takes them back towards the problem. But if the objection persists, right, if the person doesn't answer the question and it persists, then we want to move on to the rebuttals, okay? So these rebuttals here should not be your first port of call. They should be the second after you've tried the initial strategy. So what I've done here is listed, I think, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8, something like that, main objections that you'll face. Obviously there will be more depending on your niche, and it's up to you to sort of look at what we've got here and obviously just make some changes, but these are the ones that you'll get most of the time, right? So not interested. If someone says not interested, first things first, remember with all these objections, we use the initial strategy, but if it still persists, then this is what I'd say. So I'd say, look, John, of course you're not interested. You don't have enough information to be interested. The fact is, you don't know me, I don't know you. Why would you be interested? Right? We just ask them that question. They'll say, oh, well, I guess that's right. And then you'd say, well, now, John, when I called you, I knew you weren't going to be interested until you really saw what I've got. Now let me ask this. And you move back into the question, right? You get back onto the train of the conversation. We're still sort of we're not exploring this in too much detail. We're just sort of acknowledging, look, John, why on earth would you be interested? You haven't got enough information to be interested. You have no idea what I do. I've got no idea what you do. This call is purely to explore. Now, if we explore and you're still not interested, that's absolutely fine. But I'm not willing to let a potential business opportunity go to waste here, because we could help you make so much money and give you so much freedom, or help you solve so many problems in your business. And I don't want two little words like that to stand in the way of us potentially, maybe, perhaps doing that. Can we explore this? When we phrase it like that, it's very difficult to say no. So I'm busy, I don't have the time. John, I know you're busy, I know you don't have the time. And because you're busy and don't have the time, stuff like this never gets done, right? Let me ask you this. And you can use that same sort of model again. John, I don't want time to be the thing that constrains you here. The whole reason I've called you is because agency owners don't have the time to solve this problem. And it's something that stands in the way of them growing. And they're so busy and wrapped up in other things in the business that they can't actually think critically about this problem and solve it. And that's where we come in, and we're actually going to save you so much time in the long run. And I think it could definitely be worth us having a quick conversation to see if we can save that time for you and make your life a lot easier. Sound fair enough? Same sort of thing. Send me an email or send me over some information. I'd just say, okay, yeah, I'd be absolutely happy to do that. Let me send it over to you right now. While I'm doing that, let me ask you this, right? And you can get their email on the call. And we want to take this literally. We're going to send the information right now. Alternatively, you can say, I'm really glad you've asked. I'll happily do that. What we usually do in a situation like this is get something booked in, get a little call booked in, a little bit of time to talk. I'll send you over some information that details out what we do and everything. You can review it, and if for any reason after reviewing the information you don't want to talk to us, we can cancel that call. But 9 times out of 10 we usually find that people are fine anyway. Alternatively, what you can do is you can say, oh, what information would you like? And then they'll tell you what matters, right? Like, oh, I want to know about how you do this or how this works. And then you could literally just say to them, well, listen, let me explain it to you now. They'll tell you what information that they want. And you just go ahead and explain what they need to know now to book the call. Simple. So we don't have the budget. This is interesting because, people, when salespeople hear this, they assume it means the prospect doesn't have any money. But what the prospect's actually saying is they have the money, they just haven't allocated it for the specific thing that you're selling. Two very different things there. And so it's your job to get them to see the value in what you're selling so they do allocate it. And so I would say that makes total sense. You see, most of my business comes from people that we call because we think they might be a good fit. You didn't call me, I called you. And because of that, why would you have a budget? You didn't even know this existed before this call. So of course you don't have a budget for it. Now let me ask you this, move back into a question. Back from, we try and get away from the objection and we try and get back to the problem. Let me try it for free, or can I get a free trial? I'd first of all say I love that request. Hats off to you for asking. And then we explore it. We say, look, John, the only reasons people ask for a free trial is because, well, there's one of three things. Either they aren't going to use it, they think it isn't going to work, or because they've been burned before. Out of those three things, which one do you think is most likely? And then they'll tell you, like, I'm not going to use it. Well, why are you not going to use it? Well, because I don't have time. So the real objection is time. The objection is not let me try it for free. Or if they say I've been burned before, then we're suddenly dealing with a prospect who's had negative experiences before. And so before we can move them forward in the sales process, we have to address that situation. And you'd say, okay, well, that makes total sense. I'm actually glad you've brought that up, because I know for a fact that I've been burned by vendors before, trying to help us out. And so I totally understand where you're coming from. Why did it not work for you? Oh, well, they just didn't communicate with us properly, or their lead quality was terrible. There's always these specific reasons as to why they think it didn't work before, and all you have to do is make them realize that those reasons don't apply when working with you. Straightforward. So we're already working with another agency. I'd say, look, John, almost everyone I talk to today is already working with someone else. You see the need, and there's a company that you have fulfilling that need, or at least part of it, or in some way. My goal on this call is simply to provide you with enough information so you can see that there might be, maybe there's not, but there might be another alternative. Now, I only need a few minutes of your time to see if this is even a fit for you. The last thing I want to do is waste your time. And also, I wouldn't want to waste my time as well. If after the first 5 minutes of the call we schedule, I don't see this being a fit and you don't see the value, we'll end it and we'll call it quits. Does that sound fair enough? We get in these little micro concessions where we're like, let's schedule this discovery call. And I'll be able to tell within the first 5 minutes whether or not this is a fit for you, right? And if I don't feel it's a fit, and if you don't feel it's a fit, we'll end the call. There's no obligation to do the full call. We can establish pretty early on if we think it's right. If it's not, no stress. We'll call it quits. And that's fine. The other cool rebuttal I like to use here, when someone says I'm working with another agency, I'd say, that makes perfect sense. Are you married to them? And the person's like, well, it's a complete pattern interrupts. They're like, well, what do you mean am I married to them? I'm like, well, if you committed your heart and soul to that agency, is it the only agency you'll ever love? Well, no, I haven't done that. I wouldn't say that. That's what they say. You say, okay, well, are you open to the idea that there is somebody that might potentially, maybe, perhaps, be able to do a better job for you? Oh, I guess that might be true. Awesome. Well, what's the harm in a quick chat then? I guess there's no harm at all, right? You see? You can use it like that. Now, bear in mind, you might be sort of sitting here thinking, how the hell am I going to come up with lines like that when I've been, not to pat myself on the back too hard here, but you might be thinking, well, it sounds easy for me to sort of come up with these, but I've done thousands and thousands and God knows how many, probably tens of thousands of cold calls, but, you will find your own style and what model off of these. And then finally, if someone says, well, what do you do or how does it work? Obviously the aim of our game is to keep things quite vague. And so if someone asks you what you do, well, you just want to focus on the outcome. You simply state your offer and follow it with a question about their business. So you've got to remember, when someone asks you what you do, you have to sort of tell them, but you have to maintain control of the conversation. So you have to follow this answer with a question, right? That's why what you'll see here is pretty much all of these rebuttals we have end with a question of some description, because we need to move the call forward. We need to control the call in the direction we want it to go. If the prospect controls the call, we completely lose any potential close. So in this situation, like if someone says, what do you do with gyms? I'd say, well, John, we actually help CrossFit gyms get 30 new and qualified athletes in the door per month, typically for group training memberships. They've usually got quite deep pockets. We work on a pay on results basis. Now, let me ask you, John, out of your membership options, what would you want to sell the most of? Right? As human beings, we are conditioned to answer questions. Right? Your job is to know which questions you should answer and which questions you should avoid answering, and which questions you should ask. Okay? Let me ask you this, John. I can get you 30 people next month, but do you think that'll be too many? Too little? He'll be like, oh, well, that's the question. So those are the rebuttals that I've been using, or that we've used, that we've proven to work time and time again to get meetings. Obviously, you'll notice that I've sort of added a few extra lines in here, and you'll want to sort of figure out your style and how that works and everything. But the secret here is honestly just to not enter the prospect's frame, have a really positive attitude, and always follow with a question. Of course you're not interested, John. How could you possibly be interested? I'm just a British guy on the phone. I wouldn't be interested in talking to me, but there's a chance that you might be after you hear what I've got to say. Now, if we have a conversation and I explain what we do in full depth, which I haven't really got time to do now, but we can schedule some time, I'll explain what we do. If you're still not interested then, and if I'm not able to convince you that it's a good thing to do, and you don't see the value, then we will end the call, we will call it quits, and we will never talk again. But there's a chance that this could be one of the best things that you do for your business this year. And that's not out of my, those words aren't out of my mouth, they're from our clients' mouths and the testimonials and referrals we have. Would you like me to send you some testimonials so that by the time our call comes around, you're more confident that we can help you? Yeah, sure, send me some testimonials. And then he's committed to booking the call, right? So there's all sorts of little ways that you can sort of get around these. But the main thing is attitude, and it's awesome. So initial strategy, make sure you use this initially. If the objection persists, jump into one of these rebuttals. But honestly, that's everything for the cold calling objection rebuttals. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple stuff. Just like anything, this takes a lot of time, right, to get used to. It takes hours and hours, thousands of calls, thousands of hours of practice to get good at this stuff. And honestly, like, cold calling is honestly one of the best tools you can have in business, because you will never go hungry. If you can make cold calls and if you can sell, like if you can do the discovery call properly, then you're infinitely valuable to any business that's ever existed anywhere ever. And so if you ever think, oh, like if someone stripped away NorthFlow, Imperium, my other assets and streams of income, and then people were like, oh, well, what would you do if you had to start over? I'd be like, well, I'd get on cold calling. I'd just run a pay-per appointment cold calling thing and just do it freelance, and I'd be back up to 10, 20, 30k a month within a couple of weeks, right? When you can do this stuff, you become very useful. So that's everything for today's training video. That is how to overcome knee-jerk objections, and I hope you found this one useful. So yeah, I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Cheers. What I plan to do in today's video is basically give you like a mental model, one that I've used to book thousands and thousands of discovery calls. And it revolves around the idea of delayed gratification in your outreach. Now, you've probably noticed if you've watched a few of my videos on outreach at this point, that my aim is not to give you a shiny piece of copy or a fancy subject line, but it's to teach you how to think. Right, it's to teach you how to manage your emotions and actually have like a proper paradigm for outreach so that you can book way more appointments. Because I promise you that like the beliefs and the paradigm and the mental models you use and that you understand when you do your outreach and book appointments will have like far more of an influence on the outcome than the copy. Yeah, oh my God, the difference is night and day. And so, yeah, I wanted to give you this mental model. It's one that I've been using in my agency for pretty much since I realized it. And when I came to sort of the conclusion that like how this model works, I was like, shit, this is like the main thing. Like as long as I remember this, I'll always do quite well. And so I kind of do quite well now. I mean, we book, upwards of 6 to 8 meetings a day organically. And we're now hiring a sales rep, because we can't handle all the meetings. And so I've used this model for myself. I teach it to a lot of clients and they use it, and I thought I'd share it with you for free. So have a watch. And I'm going to hop into Miro on my laptop now and sort of walk you through how it works, because it's really important. So pay attention, and I'll see you in Miro. Take care. Okay, people. So outreach lag. What is it? How does it work? And how do we fix it? Based on the title of it and the name of it, you might be able to sort of get some sort of an understanding. But I really, really want you to pay close attention to this here, because when I recognize this, and when I realized it, is one of the key pivotal moments for me when my agency went from booking like 2 meetings a month to like 2 meetings a day. And now, if we really want to, we can generate like 8 meetings a day, right? At full scale, just with appointment booking through organic methods. And this mental model it's just an absolute weapon of mass destruction, right? Of mass appointments, if you like. So let's jump into it. I'm going to visualize this out for you and sort of draw it through, and it should massively help you. So
outreach lag. So the main thing to understand about this is the idea of time, right? And the recognition that the effect of outreach is delayed, right? The entire framework that this is underpinned by is delayed gratification. Okay, that's supposed to be a G, but it's way too early on a Friday morning for me to make any sense of this. Okay, so delayed gratification, right? Now, here's the biggest issue that people face when it comes to doing outreach, is they're so wired to instant gratification in their personal life that when they don't receive the same sort of dopamine feedback from an effort in business like outreach, they actually proceed to stop doing it or move on to something different or panic and stress out because it's not working immediately. If you observe your life and if you observe your actions and the activities that you partake in, most of them will be underpinned by instant gratification. Every time you eat something that is bad for you but tastes good, you get a hit of dopamine. It's instant feedback. Every time you open Facebook, hit a dopamine. Every time you open your emails, hit a dopamine, instant feedback. Every single thing that we do, an activity in the 21st century, not every single thing, the majority of things that we do, the majority of activities we'll partake in, basically go immediate action to reaction. And this is basically a feedback loop because you get the reaction, it makes you happy, which means that you're more likely to repeat the action over and over again. Now, the problem with this is that this arrow here, for most activities in your life, is literally like instantaneous. So if I open Facebook now and I've got 6 messages from clients and a meeting and then all sorts of cool things from other clients to deal with, I quite like it, it feels good, then that is literally like 1 second action reaction feedback loop. That dopamine is fucking instant, right? But the problem with this is that the action to reaction time frame arrow here for outreach can sometimes be like 3 weeks. Okay? And when your brain is full of these immediate action to reaction feedback loops, which literally operate on milliseconds, right? And you've got, dozens, if not, God knows, 50 of these in your personal life, then when you take an action in business like this, and the arrow to get to the reaction is not conducive to what you're used to, then what happens is you freak out and you panic. Because you realize that to get meetings, right, you have to do appointments. Sorry, you don't have to do appointments. Sorry, I'm out of it today, but I wanted to get this video done. To get meetings, you have to do outreach, right? And we know this, right? But the thing is that when you do outreach and you don't get immediate meeting, you freak out. And the reason that you freak out and the reason that you become all irrational and make all these weird changes, which I'll explain how that works in a second, is because you're so used to taking an action and getting a result immediately. Whether it's eating shit food or putting mayonnaise on your food or something like that, or listening to music. You open Spotify, you play a song, and literally within 5 seconds, you've got that dopamine, the reaction that you were looking for. And it doesn't work like that in business. Business is literally just delayed gratification. Like the synonym for business would be delayed gratification. And so if right now you're just doing this outreach and you're not booking meetings and you freak out, that's the first thing to understand, right? Is that you have to understand how delayed gratification works, and you've got to understand like why you're freaking out when you don't get immediate meetings. Because most of outreach, people look for these fancy scripts and the fancy pieces of copy and the fancy like subject lines and everything like that. But really, it's just the thing that moves the needle the most is what you believe to be possible and true and how rational you actually are in your approach. If you can master those two things, that will move the needle far more than the actual copy that you use, I promise you. But people don't want to look at those things because they don't know how to look at them and they don't understand they're actually a problem. And so the purpose of this video is to introduce this problem to you. So I want you to imagine that you send 30 emails today, and this is day 0. Right, you send 30 emails today, and you're feeling good about yourself because you've done some outreach and you're like, okay, we could make some steps in the right direction here. Now what happens is you get to the second day, day 1, right? And well, you receive no responses. And you're like, oh, right, and you get sad and angry. And now the reason you get sad, this is the important thing, because the sadness and this anger that you experience, or this anxiety from not seeing this like result, is once again from these action reaction feedback loops that are so consistent in your life everywhere else. And so this emotion here, this sadness, this anger, this anxiety that comes from when you don't see immediate results in your outreach is because of this shit in your personal life that you need to clean up, really. But it's the sadness and the anger that fucks everything up here. So it's nothing to do with like the reason you're not getting appointments up here. It's not because of this specific model outreach lag, but it's because of how you feel about outreach lag. Now, outreach lag as a concept basically means that the meetings, the appointments you get today are a result of the outreach you did 2 to 3 weeks ago. And it's understanding that there's a gap of anywhere between 10 to 30 days between sending emails and booking appointments. Now, the better you get at appointment booking, the shorter that gap becomes. So for our business, we can send 30 emails today and book 3 meetings today. But it takes a long time to get there and a lot of persistence and consistency. But for most people starting out, it's going to take a long time. Okay? So here's how this works, right? And this is I'm going to draw this out, and if this resonates with you, then boy, oh boy, you need to pay attention. So you send 30 emails on day 0. On day 1, you get 0 responses, and this freaks you out and stresses you out, and you start getting angry. But you remember what your mentor told you, and you stay consistent. And on day 1 again, you send another 30 emails. Good for you, right? But you send them, but this time when you send them, you're kind of sad, and you're also a bit angry. And so what you do is, out of this sadness and this anger, manifests an irrational action to make a slight variation or change that you think would actually improve the system. And so you make some sort of edit or tweak to your copy. It's not significant, but it's a small change, okay? And so what happens is, you get to day 2 and you still receive no responses. Now, at this point, you're fuming, right? You're really angry and things aren't going well for you right now, and you're stressing out because, fuck, I've done all this work, I've spent hours sending these emails, and all this stuff starts to happen. And now what happens out of day 2 is, and this might not be manifest itself this quickly, but you start making excuses. You're like, oh, my niche is shit, or my mentor's rubbish, or, I knew email wouldn't work. And like what happens with this is, you enter, before you start doing outreach, you have got an idea as to how you think it's going to work for you. And what you start to do is, if you start doing outreach thinking that it's not going to work, and you don't see results within 2 days, then what's going to happen is you're going to start telling yourself that you knew you were right, and reconfirming this negative, faulty, irrational belief that basically feeds on itself. And so if you start at day 0, and in your mind up here, you're like happy, but in your head, you're sort of like, you're thinking, this email thing, I don't think it's going to work that well. Well, what happens is when you get to day 2 and it hasn't worked that well in 48 hours, then, you're just reconfirming this negative belief, which just makes itself even bigger in your brain up here, which then means that you take more irrational action. This is an emotional thing. And so this time you get to day 3. And today you think, fuck it, I'm not going to send any emails. Instead, I'm not going to do emails because email doesn't work now. You send 60 of the damn things with no follow-ups, and then you think it doesn't work. Now, I'm guilty of this. I'm not taking the piss out of anyone that does this. And there's going to be varying situations where you might do it for a little longer before you make changes or become irrational. But this was me, right? 4 years ago, actually 5 years ago now. This was exactly how I operated. Right, and so you get to day 3 and you send 0 emails because, you're pissed off and you knew it wasn't going to work, and it hasn't worked, and so you think, why the hell should I keep doing it if it doesn't work? Now, there's all sorts of problems with that belief, we know. But instead you think, okay, well, you know what I'm going to do? Today I'm actually going to send Facebook messages instead. I knew email wouldn't work, so I'm going to try this Facebook messaging strategy. And you send 10 Facebook messages on day 3, right? And you think, okay, this is the new thing. And you get this shiny object syndrome for Facebook. And you're like, I knew Facebook's going to be the thing that works for me, and I fuck email. I knew email didn't work. Blah blah blah. All this crap. And then you get to day 4, right? And you still have nothing, right? You've got no responses through your email, but you've completely forgotten about the emails you sent, and you've got no Facebook responses at all. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to walk you through how not to do it here, and then how to do it here in a second. Okay? Because this is important. Otherwise I'll forget how not to do. So you get to day 4 and you've still got no meetings, you've still got no replies, you've still got nothing, and it's just painful, and you're at this point you're just really upset and really angry. And then you think, okay, well I'll just try some more Facebook messages, and this time you send 15 Facebook messages, and and it's just, you're like, okay, still got nothing. Then what happens on day 5 is you get a meeting. Oh my God. Think about that. Right. You get a meeting. You get an appointment. Someone uses the Calendly event that you send out to prospects to book a call. Now, what happens here is you attribute this to what you've done yesterday. This is a very big mistake, because it's extremely likely that the meeting that you've booked on day 5 was not the result of what you did yesterday, but instead it's more likely to be a result of what you did on day 0 or day 1. Well, you did nothing on day 1, so it'd be day 2. So the problem with this is now attribution becomes a problem. And this is where you start to fill yourself with stupid ideas and irrationalities, because you now think it's the Facebook messages that book the meeting. Now, the problem with this is that obviously you might know where this meeting has come from, but if it's come from email, if you've received an email response, you're probably going to think, oh yeah, I knew that Facebook thing would work. And you think, okay, I got this email response from this person, but it's extremely likely that they emailed me because they went through my funnel that I sent them on Facebook. And you start to confirm like these beliefs that you thought you had. But your beliefs, here's the thing, your beliefs should be based on the data that you pull after months and months and months of consistency, not on 5 days of stress, panic and chaos. So you book a meeting on day 5 and you're all happy about it, but you can't properly attribute it, and you think it was because of what you did yesterday, because of that change you made. We become very, very emotionally attached to the small tweaks and changes that we make in our processes, because they're a manifestation of us, and we therefore get attached to them. And so when we get a result from something, we would prefer to believe that it's the result of the small change that we made, because it's the thing we made and we want to feel good. But it might be the case that you used some copy from a mentor a while ago, that booked the meeting, but you refuse to believe that because you want to delude yourself into thinking it was actually your skill set that produced the meeting, more irrationality. So, on day 5 you book a meeting and then it's all good. And then, day 6 rolls around and you book 0 meetings, because on day 5 you're like, I've got a meeting. I don't need to do outreach today because I'm going to plan for this meeting. And you justify not doing the work basically because you book a meeting or 2. And then on day 6 you don't do any outreach either. And then day 7, you think, I haven't booked any meetings in the last day, so maybe I should go back to trying this email thing again, right? And then you send 15 emails, and then, day 8 rolls around and you book a meeting, but you don't know where it's come from, and, it's chaos or whatever. So you do no outreach on day 8 because you've got a meeting and you want to prepare for it and all this crap. And then you get to day 9 and you're like, okay, I'm going to try making cold calls today. And that's supposed to be a phone. My God, that is not a phone, is it? You're like, okay, I'm going to try and make cold calls today. And you make 50 cold calls, and it doesn't go very well because you've never done cold calls before, and you stress out and you think, oh yeah, I knew cold calling wouldn't work at the end of the day. And then you get to day 10 and you have no meetings, and then you send you think, okay, today I'll try Instagram messages because I just read a blog post on someone's podcast from 3 years ago that says Instagram videos work, and so I'll send 5 of those. And then you get to day 11 and you think, okay, I'll keep this Instagram thing going. You send 10 of these, and then on day 12 you book a meeting, and you can't attribute the meeting because you've tried so much crap, when it probably could have come from the cold calls. It could have come from the emails on day 1. It could have come from the emails on day 7 or the face. This is just fucking chaos. You see where I'm going with this, right? And what happens is agency owners and new coaches, and I'm not pissed off about this, because I'm pissed off because this happened to me for a whole fucking year. I went through this, where I went from day 1 to day 365, and I probably tried 20 to 30 to 50 different strategies and variations. I tried 7 different platforms and 5 different fucking methods and all of this shit, and you combine all these variables and you think, oh my God, I've tried 300 things. But the problem is you haven't tried all these things, because to try something and to see if it works requires an understanding of consistency and outreach lag. This is the thing. I'm going to now explain what you should do, because this is what most people's outreach methods look like. This isn't a method. This is just chaos, right? It's a state of fucking panic and stress, and you have no idea what's going on. You've got no consistency. You're doing all sorts of shit. You've got, you're sending emails one day, and then the next day you're making some cold calls, and then the next day you're doing some Facebook messages, and then you take 3 days off because you think you've done enough work, and then you get an appointment, and then, the call doesn't go very well, and it came from email, so you stop doing email and you try Instagram messages, and then you think, oh, you know what, I just heard this voice note, so I'll try this, and how about I try this Loom approach instead of this, and then And then every 2 days you're chopping and changing between variables or platforms or methods, and no wonder it's chaos, right? How on earth are you supposed to find a predictable and proven system if you're giving everything 3 to 4 days to see if it works? Go and watch my video on regression to the mean if you want to learn more about why that's important. But here is like how we should do this. So up here we've just got chaos. Just raw, unfiltered fucking chaos, right? What we want is order, right? We want a nice, predictable, steady, consistent process. Now, to have consistent meetings, we have to consistently do outreach, but not consistently do outreach of any sort, consistently do outreach of one sort. Because if you want to build a reliable and predictable system, you need data to build a system. And to get data, you need to take daily actions to compile enough data to make rational and educated decisions on what's best for the system to produce the outputs you desire. And so it's impossible to build systems when you're in this state up here of panic and frenzy, because there's so many variables and so many things moving around that you just have no idea what the fuck's going on. And how can you possibly generate order out of chaos? So, how do we do this? I'm going to draw out a 21-day time frame here for you. So, here's how I would do this. So day one's over here, right? It's supposed to be a 1. Day one's over here. Now, if this was me and my agency, what I would do on day 1 is send 30 emails. And then on day 2, I'd send another 30 emails. And then on day 3, I'd send another 30 emails. And then on day 4, 40, shit, I'd send another 30. And you see how this works? Every day, we do the same thing. Now, I don't care if I get to day 4 and have 0 meetings, because what I'm looking to establish here over a 3-month period with one method is a proof of concept. If you want to learn how to book appointments, focus becomes very important. If you want to build a predictable and reliable system, you want to pick one method, one channel, and one approach. Right? If you have all of these things moving around here, it's impossible to get focused. And you think, oh, I can't, I don't know, I can't get meetings through cold calling. I can't get meetings through cold messaging. I can't get meetings through email. No shit. It's because you're just spreading yourself so thin, right? It's kind of like learning to cook, right? If you want, let's say you want to, okay, if we compare cooking to the equivalent, this is a strange extended metaphor, but okay, let's say you want to become a really good cook. Now, in your agency, you want to become really good at booking appointments. Now, when it comes to cooking, if you try to learn like 10 different dishes at once, and you think, okay, I'm going to learn all these dishes in one go and all these different recipes and all these different cultures of food in this really short period of time, and every day I'm going to change the recipe and constantly learn new things. Like, it would make more sense from a cooking perspective to become an absolute master at cooking one dish, like a pasta dish, or, I don't know, like pizza or something. If you're like, okay, I want to get really good at cooking Italian food. And so all you do for a year is cook Italian food. Now, I don't think that's very healthy, and I think you'd probably face some consequences there, but you see my point. You're like, okay, I want to get good at cooking. I'm going to do one thing at a time. I'm going to start with one dish and get really good at that dish. And then once I've got really good at that dish, and I know I've got a proven recipe that produces the output that I want, extend that over to outreach and how that works, then I can move on to the next dish, and I can learn to master another dish or another culture or another type of food. And then over time, over 6 or 12 months, you've got like 10 staple dishes. You know them off by heart. You know exactly how they work. You know exactly how much salt you need in each one, or water, or whatever that looks like. The same is true for outreach. If you want to book appointments and build a system, just get one fucking system. Start with one platform, one channel, one approach, and focus on one thing to begin with, because it's too difficult to learn everything at once. I'm in the position now where I can get meetings through LinkedIn outbound, Facebook outbound, Instagram outbound, cold email quality, cold email quantity, cold calling, Facebook groups, YouTube content, and organic posting. I can also do YouTube ads, Facebook ads, VSL funnels, and some other methods as well. So I've got like a broad skill set of like 10 to 15 different methods that I can implement, and I know exactly what to do for each one to get the exact result I want. It's taken me 5 years of a horrific level of work and consistency to achieve that. And you want that in the next week. It's impossible, right? But I started with one. I started with cold email quality, and I got good at that, and I got enough meetings through that to then be able to move on to something else. I mastered my pasta dish, and then I could move on to something different, right? So you pick one thing. Now, here's how outreach lag works. And I know I've sort of beaten around the bush here a little bit. But outreach lag works something like this. So you've got your day 1 through 4, and basically my point here was just to keep sending emails every single day until you can actually establish a mean to see if it works or not. But I want you to think about this, right? So let's say you've got a prospect here, right? Now, the thing about outreach is that the more you touch people, like as in reach out to them, not physically touch, otherwise the context would sound awfully strange. The more you reach out to people and digitally touch them, the more conducive they are to booking a meeting with you, especially with cold outreach. So when you send email number 1, it's highly unlikely the person responds. And so what do? Well, we send email number 2, follow-up number 2. Even then, like they're more likely to respond, but just not as much. And so we send 3. At this point, they might respond. And if they don't respond, we send 4. And they're more likely to respond. If they don't respond after 4 messages, then I just leave them. So first of all here, what you can see is before we give up on a prospect, we've got 4 touch points. Now I can tell you now that 70% of my positive replies through email, through messaging, and through everything else come between touches 3 and 4. They don't respond on the first one most of the time. They don't respond on the second one most of the time. Most of the time they respond on the third and the fourth. Now understanding this explains why this model doesn't work. Because we haven't got any follow-up sequences in here. We're just like, and even if you do have follow-up sequences, they probably suck. But that's a story for another day. But like, if you're going through this chaos, you're only touching each prospect once. And the rule is to touch them at least 3 or 4 times, in a digital sense, of course, before they reply. Now, let's say that this prospect at touch point 3 replies to you, right? And they say, yep, I would like to book a call in with you. And you think, great. You're happy. You're like, yes, I knew this would work. So the problem with this is now what we found is it takes anywhere between 6 to 8 touch points to follow up on this person before they actually book a call. Now, depending on the way you word this, it might not be that extreme. But before I give up on a prospect, I will send them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 messages. Hey, you want us to book a call? Do you want to still talk? Hey, have you got any thoughts on booking a call? Does any of the availability work for you? Do you want to book a call this week? How are you set for a time? I know I keep bothering you, but I'm not going to give up until you book a call. Never give up, never give up. You just send them these funny messages. Every 2 to 3 days, you're just following up on them like this. And what I found is that most people book a call between number 5 and 8. And so the point here is that to change someone's mind or to convince them to do the thing you want them to do requires depth of persistence. It requires you to be dogged in your persistence and to keep bothering people over and over again until they book a call with you. And so what we can observe here, and this is why I call it outreach lag, right? Because what I'm saying is on day 1, you send email number 1, right? And on day 3, you send email number 2. And on day 5, you send email number 3. And then on day 7, you send email number 4. Now, the email that you sent, like the prospects are more likely to respond on follow-ups 3 and 4, which means like if you send an email on Monday, the positive reply is going to come on Friday or Sunday. And so we have to remember that it takes some time for people to reply to us because it takes follow-ups and persistence for them to be like, fine, I'll book a fucking call with you. And so this is the first area of lag, right? And by lag, I mean basically the time over which someone responds to us is delayed because of the principles of psychology. And so most people, if they don't receive a response by day 3, they'll just stop the system and they will probably stop following up. But most people don't persist to email 4. Now here's where it gets even worse than this, right? Because at this point, let's say they respond on day 7 and they're like, okay, positive reply, you've got my attention and I'm more than happy to book a call with you, right? Now we know that we're going to have to go through more likely than not a 5 to 8 follow-up sequence before they book. And that follow-up sequence will basically happen every 2 to 3 days. And so we've got day 9, we've got day 11, we've got day 13, we've got day 15, we've got day 17, we've got day 19, we've got day 21. And so at this point, we start our engaged prospect follow-up sequence. Follow-up 1, do you want to still book a call? 2, do you want to still book a call? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And so these are the days And these are the emails. Okay? Now, we know most people are likely to book between follow-up 6 and 8. And so what that means is from sending the first email to getting the meeting, takes anywhere between 19 to 23 days. And what we can observe, understanding this now and how this works, is why this model is just terrible. Because you get to day 12, you don't know what the hell's going on, you've done no persistent follow-up, all of the replies you've got you haven't followed up on consistently because you think they've lost interest. You can't attribute anything, but this is the key, right? Is to understand that momentum is the key to all outreach and outbound attraction. And momentum is built through doing one thing over and over again and persisting with it and not introducing loads of fucking variables and building chaos, right? We want to build order. So this is literally how this works. Like, understand that if I've done no outreach before, so today's the 3rd of December, right? If I started doing outreach today, I would not consistently book meetings until probably about the 20th of December. And so there's this gap, there's this lag, there's this delayed gratification that I am aware of and that you are now aware of as well. And so next time you start doing outreach and you start a campaign, first of all, I hate the ideas of campaigns because it indicates that there's a time at which you're not doing outreach, which is awful. But my point here is that the work you do now are the results you will reap in 2 to 3 weeks if you're a beginner. I'm at the point, as I mentioned before, where I can send an email and book a meeting very quickly. But if you're still starting out and you're still figuring this out, writing the copy and building everything through, this is how it works. And this is why you're not getting appointments, because you're not staying on people enough. Like, are you following up with them like 4 times before giving up on them cold? Once they're warm, are you following up with them 8 times over a 2 to 3 week period? Probably not. Most people don't have it in them, right? And if you're not doing that, then of course you're not going to book loads of meetings. And so I learned this, and this came to my consciousness a long time ago, and I've known it for a long time. But it happened to me recently with Imperium Agency, with our coaching business, because we got to basically throughout the majority of October, we didn't do any outreach because we've been building product and we've been building infrastructure because we took on too many clients and we had to handle those. And then what happened is we got to early November and we didn't have any appointments on the books, and we were like, okay, we need to start doing outreach. And in the first week, I think we probably booked quite a few appointments, but it wasn't like consistent. We didn't have the calendars full. We probably booked like 1 appointment or 2 appointments a day. But then by week 2, towards the end of week 2, we had like 4 appointments a day coming in. And then by week 3, we had like 6 to 8 appointments a day coming in. And now we have to hire a sales rep because I can't handle them all anymore. And this is what happens. You know, I recognize this, and I was talking to a business partner, and I think like the last 2 weeks of November were two of the best weeks we've had business-wise all year. And it's like, shit, how has this happened? Oh, we just did outreach consistently for like 2 weeks and did all of our follow-ups diligently all the time, every day for 2 weeks. And now we're reaping the rewards of it. So it's like a pipeline thing. Outreach is just, it's just a question of consistency and momentum. It's like a snowball. The more snow you get, the more snow you get, right? It's a feedback loop. So that's everything for today's video. That's outreach lag, and that's why you're not getting appointments. If your life looks like this, then stop it, right? And look more like this instead. Pick one platform, pick one style of outreach and one method, and stick with it, right? The other thing to note is that if you've bought a course for $977, sorry guys, it's been a long week. If you've bought a course for $997 and you've been trying their methods for a long time and it's not working, stop those bloody methods, because those courses just do not do anything for you. Come up with your own methods. Think critically about what your market wants. Understand your niche and build your offer and message your copy in a way that's conducive to what your niche wants to hear. Stop copying everybody else. Stop trying to look for the easy way out and spend 5 hours in a dark room with a paper and pen thinking about what your copy should look like and how you want to approach this. Okay, that's everything from me. I hope it's been useful for you. Like I said, I'm preaching to the choir because this is exactly what happened to me before, but I hope it's useful. So a couple of things to note. If you like the video, like the video. If you want more of these videos and to see them more consistently, subscribe. And if you want to add any new, if you want new videos or have video requests, just drop them in the comments. Or by all means, if you have anything to add to this, just comment, and it would be good to hear your feedback. In the description, there will be 2 links. The first link will take you through to a funnel with me trying to sell you something for full transparency. It's quite a cool funnel. There's all sorts of testimonials on there. And the second link will take you through to a Facebook group that's free that we're trying to build so that we can also sell you things. Now, I'm not afraid to admit that I'm trying to sell you things because the product we have is fucking insane. It's unbelievable how effective it is. And this year, in our first year of business, I think we've taken like 10 agency owners to more than multi 6 figures, which is insane. Just through the program alone in 12 months. Right? We're only just getting started. Most of our other clients are booking like 5 to 15 meetings a week, and they will add multiple thousands of dollars in revenue over the course of the first 2 to 3 months. It's amazing how well we do. And so I'm not afraid to try and sell that to you. So if you want to have a chat with us about how we could help you, use the first link. But if you want to just sit in a community where we also help you with more stuff like this, then click the second link, or do both. Be good to see you. So that's everything from me, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Thanks for watching.
Hey everybody, how's it going? It's Charlie Morgan and welcome to another video. So today we're going to talk about why you don't get any replies to your cold emails or cold messages. You probably do cold outreach, or you probably don't do it, but the reason you don't do it is because you've tried it and you think it doesn't work. Now, there's a lot of reasons as to why people don't receive replies, but there's one main core thing that is pretty much the biggest culprit. Like if we use Pareto's principle to figure out what the hell's going on, this would be why. So I'm going to jump straight into it. For those of you, first of all, who don't know who I am, why should you listen to me? Why would you even bother? Well, I've built and scaled a marketing agency called NorthFlow Consulting. We've signed over 350 high-ticket clients, and now that business kind of runs itself. We also help agency owners get more clients, and we've done that successfully for over 200 agency owners. So I've got a lot to learn, but still know a thing or two. So the reason you're not receiving replies is basically because of one thing, and that thing is that you're reaching out to people, but what you have is not what they want. That might sound strange because you're thinking, well, I'm telling them I can get more customers, like how does that work? But I'm going to sort of unpack this to explain. The whole idea of outreach and the whole thing that builds a successful outreach system is one idea, and it's the idea that you're going to business owners and you're telling them about what you do, and if they want what you do, or they want the result that you can help them achieve, which is more accurate, then they will reply and they will book a call, right? So I want you to imagine for a second here that you reach out to someone, right? And you go to them and you say, hey, listen, I've got an opportunity for you. If you give me $100, I will give you $10,000. And it's backed by the government. And here's a picture of me with the Prime Minister. And here's a video of the Prime Minister or the President speaking, saying your name, that if you give Charlie $100, he'll give you $10,000. It's backed by the government. Here are 3 signatures of every major bank CEO in the country. And here's a list of 1,000 people you can contact that I've done this for, that you can basically contact to confirm my claim. Right? If you sent someone an email like that, they would reply. Right? Most people. Some people might think, what the fuck? But most people will reply. Because what you've done there is you basically told someone you can help them, but then you've given them like so much evidence that they have no way to dispute your claim. The problem I see nowadays is a lot of agencies are reaching out to businesses and they're making these wild claims with no form of like confidence to back it up. Now, you might not have social proof, you might not have videos from the Prime Minister, but what you should have is an understanding of what your market expects to be reasonable, and also what your market expects from you, which should be a guarantee or some sort of way to reverse the risk. Now, here's the problem, right? Companies no longer want to pay retainers, right? Now, you can still charge retainers, and retainers are okay. They are becoming obsolete, right? Companies want to pay for results, right? So the problem we have these days is that people are coming into the agency space, they're buying 997 courses that were made in 2018 or 2019, heck, fuck, even 2020. Like, you know, they're buying courses that were made more than 2 years ago, for example. And those courses basically tell you to charge $1,000 a month, and that's it. And the problem with that is it doesn't work anymore, right? Because like, you have to accept the fact that business is competition by nature. And you're up against pretty much everybody else reaching out to the same prospects. It's every man for himself. And the reason that you're not getting responses is because your message isn't good enough,
your offer isn't good enough. And what this means is that if you can't create an offer that's really fucking compelling and gets people to respond, so like, I can help you do X, Y, and Z on a complete pay and results basis, i.e. if you don't get paid, we don't get paid, or, you know, I can help you get, you know, more, I don't know, fucking Invisalign customers for your dental thing, but you only pay me when someone sits in the chair with, like, has paid a consultation price, that I only get a set of that. Like, these are the offers that we're moving towards in the market. And if you can't offer something like that, you're simply not good enough, right? Now, I don't want you to get discouraged by that statement, because you can be good enough, right? It's possible to solve that problem. But I'm just fucking sick of everyone looking for appointment booking solutions, right? When they should be looking for is offer-based solutions and service delivery-based solutions. Because I'm telling you, people will reply to an email or a cold message if it's good, right? Like, the market has an expectation of what they want, right? They have problems and they want to solve those problems, but they want to solve those problems with as little risk as possible with a company they can actually trust, right? How do you create those two things? Well, you have to be extremely fucking good at what you do, because you've got to understand that, okay, this is one way to look at it. It's like a stack, right? The success of your outreach is the top level of your business, right? It's the thing at the top. And like, the success of your outreach is underpinned by the layer beneath that, which is your offer, right? Because your offer, like, is really the main thing. Like, does it resonate with the market? Does it hit home? Is it compelling? Like, does it actually call out their pain points? Do you actually have like a good, like, risk reversal strategy to get them to book a call? So like, goes outreach and offer, and the effectiveness of your offer will determine the effectiveness of the outreach. Now, the problem with that is underneath that offer is service delivery, because you can't offer something really good if you haven't got the ability to actually deliver it, right? And so what we can see on this sort of business stack is that your outreach is actually your service delivery, right? And the quality of your service delivery at the bottom here is what allows you to create compelling offers, which is what allows you to have really good outreach and good systems for appointment booking. So everyone out here is like, should I use Lemlist, or should I use Mailshake, or how long should my loom be, or should I use LinkedIn, or what about this LinkedIn automation strategy, or should I try social posts, or should I try this Facebook group? Like, people are just out here trying to solve the top level problem when the root of their business is completely royally fucked. And that's the truth, and it hurts, because service delivery is not an easy thing to get right. But you got to realize that any market, any sort of business market gravitates towards value, right? And what I mean by that is it gravitates towards solutions that actually work. So if you observe any market in the history of the world anywhere, what we observe is that over time, we see like the market will monopolize to a select few companies, and it monopolizes to the companies that solve the problem in the best way possible, right? So God knows how many like phone companies started, like, you know, in the tech boom, but only two companies really, Samsung and Apple, they hold most of the market. And the reason they hold most of the market is because they produce the best products, right? Now, some people might disagree with that, but you can't really disagree with the market and its decisions. Like, personally, your preference might be different, but the preference of the masses is Apple or Samsung, right? And that's evidenced by, you know, the growth of those companies. Now, I'm not saying that the agency space will monopolize into a couple of companies, because it's kind of impossible to do that by its nature, because a couple of companies cannot have, like, you know, 30,000 paid traffic clients. So you just can't. Like, that's not sustainable. You would probably die if you tried to run a business like that. Trust me, I've tried it. Well, with like 100 clients, and it's horrible. But my point here is that, like, stop looking for outreach solutions and start looking for service delivery solutions. Because you can have the best outreach strategy, you can have the latest software, you can have the coolest copy, you can have the best personalized first lines, you can have the best loom pitch, and you will book meetings, right? If you have those things and you have this insane offer. But if you're like the restaurant that advertises the most insane menu and promises like something amazing, and then the food shit, right? So it doesn't really matter if you book appointments and close deals if you lose your clients within a couple of months. Like, most agencies, I predict, would like lose most of their clients within like 2 months, right? So like, yeah, sure, you're gonna make $2,000, great, cool, but you've ruined your reputation and fucked someone over in the process. It's not really worth $2,000, is it, right? So like, this is what happens is you have to start at the bottom. Like, it's this, you know, you probably heard the metaphor before, like, you wouldn't build a house on sand. Well, most people do in the agency space. Most people are like, oh yeah, I'll go to Pakistan and find a media buyer and then do outreach. Done, sorted, 10K a month, go and fuck off to Bali. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You cannot run a business without an insane product. The product is the main thing, the offer is the main thing, and the outreach is just like the offer. Like you're the best outreach strategies I've ever seen, the best copies I've ever seen for outreach, having observed this for 200 odd agencies at this point, doing it for myself, is just the offer. That's it. Like, no, we're not fucking around with any sort of like, it's slightly different with cold messaging, like the approach has to be different. But like with cold email, for example, like the best system and approach I've seen is just to have really strong offers and just be like, hey, Mr. Prospect, like, give me £100, I'll give you 1,000. It's backed by this bank. Here's a video of the CEO of the bank. And in fact, actually, if you give me that, like, I'll give you the £1,000 before you give me the 100. Like, obviously you can't make money doing that. But my point here is, like, if you, like, people think cold email doesn't work, but cold email works for agencies that can actually get results and create compelling offers and sales argument in a way that best communicates that. So my point here is that the reason you're not getting replies to your cold email is simply because, well, you're probably not making an offer, because most people don't. Like, so most people's cold email copy is dreadful. They're just like, hey, I can help your gym get more revenue and more people, and you'll have more brand awareness, and here's a list of our services and our prices. Fingers crossed. Like, fucking hell, man. Like, come on. That might have worked in 2015, but like, as a rule of thumb, any information that you take in like this space, for example, should be disregarded after like 6 months. Right? Well, actually, that's not true. But like, you have to realize that like information has a half-life, and what half-life is it becomes like exponentially less like useful and relevant the longer it is in existence. So if you've bought a 997 course from 2019, you've got to realize that between then we've had, like 2019, 2020, 21, and now we're into 22. So you've almost had like 2 to 3 years of change, right? And like, this is why with our program, we update it like as often as humanly possible. So like right now we've got a Loom strategy in there, which is the most, it's disgustingly effective how well that thing works. You can ask any of our clients that use it. It's remarkable. But I'm now in the process of starting to think, like, we recorded that about 9 months ago, and I'm already in the process of reshaping it and remolding it, because if I just leave it in like 2-3 years, it will become obsolete. Like, we have to create in V2, V3, V4 to stay up to date with what's happening in the market. And this is one thing that's happening in the market, right? So that's everything. I wanted to just really shed light on this problem, because you probably don't have an outreach problem. You probably just have a service delivery problem. Now, if you've got amazing service delivery and you can create really compelling offers, then your issue is just that you don't know how to create compelling offers. Honestly, it's not hard. You just have to focus on the outcome and then reverse the risk. That's it. So like, what we're gonna see happen over the course of the next couple of years is all the lead I can guarantee this, every single lead generation agency will be forced to go down the pay per show route, and every single e-commerce agency will be forced to work on commission. There will be no survivors. Retainers will probably not exist anymore. That's exactly what will happen. Now, that's going to take some time, but you got to notice that like, that's just the nature of the market. Like, people that can offer the closest thing to the prospect, like to what the prospect wants, are going to get the most meetings, right? And if you can't do that, then you're fucked. You're just like, it's like trying to go fishing and like, you're on a boat with like 5 other people and there's 5 fish in the sea. There's 4 fish in the sea. You're on a boat with 5 people and you're trying to fish with like a stick and a bit of string and a hook with like nothing on it. And everybody else has got like ridiculous equipment and like fucking, ultrasound scans and like the best bait. And they're just like pulling out these fish and you're just there like, why is nobody like there's nothing on the hook, man. Like, or what you have on the hook is not what the fish want. That's the painful reality for most people when it comes to outreach. So figure out what your market wants, figure out how they want it to be delivered, and like just figure out what they want and give it to them. It's as simple as that, right? So that's everything from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. This is why you're not getting replies to your cold emails or your cold messages or your cold calls. It's simply because what you're offering isn't what they want. Like if you're, you know, like this is my issue with like I find it like, well, I'm just going to keep repeating myself. I'm going to say it again. But like my point here is that like if you don't have an ability, then you won't have clients. If you can't get people what they want, you won't get them what they want, which means they're going to leave you, which means you're just going to go through this sort of like revolving door. And if you're wondering how to fix this, just fucking work, man. Like research, buy courses, get like trial clients, work on these like, you know, stupid levels to begin with, and accept you might lose some money because you need to fix this problem. So that's everything from me. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next one. Cheers. Today's video, we're going to be talking about something you can do to massively improve your reply rate for cold emailing or cold messaging. Now, I can guarantee you that you will not expect what I'm going to tell you to do. It's kind of weird, it's kind of funny, but I have found a way to spice your follow-up up. Two ups under in the same sentence. It gets confusing, but we found a way to massively improve your follow-ups. This is something that we've had in our paid program for a while. It's been working amazingly well for all of our clients. And in today's video, I wanted to introduce you to the concept of using memes. Now I've lent in, now I feel like I'm sort of a bit too close to you now. I just said the word memes right in your face, but that aside, I could not be more excited for this video because, well, I do like a good meme. I'm sure you like a good meme. We can all appreciate a good meme. But you know who does appreciate a good meme? And that is your prospects, okay? When they're bored of most cold emails and cold messages and you're following up on them, and then suddenly you drop in a perfectly timed, perfectly written, perfectly designed meme, chef's kiss, mate. It works really well, and I've seen it work well for myself. We use this in our own cold messaging sequences. Anybody who's ever been reached out to by us will probably be memed right out in terms of follow-up. But what I want to do now is walk you through the follow-ups that we use, the memes that we use for our outreach. You might be watching this thinking this can't be like checking your thing to see if it's April the 1st or something. I'm actually not joking. Memes are wonderful and they work really well, and they will get you more meetings and more positive replies than if you don't use them. Okay. Now, caveat to this video is I do not want you to copy my memes, right? They are under copyright. No, they're not under copyright, but they are sacred to me, and they also don't mean anything to me. But what I want you to do is have some critical thinking ability. I want you to use your brain and your understanding of your market, because the memes that work for me will not work for you, because we're probably in different industries, offering different services, having a different message, a different offer. So it's important that when I show you some examples, you take them as examples. You don't take them as gospel truth that will help you, because they might not work for you. Okay, they work for me, but you should see them as inspiration. You want to get creative. Now, I understand my niche. My niche is agency owners. For those of you who don't know who I am, I've built and scaled my own agency. Now I help other agencies, blah, 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 blah. But I want to walk you through my memes, and I just want to show you how I create them, the tool I use, and the creative process that I'm not going to really walk you through a creative process because it's just understanding your market. But let's hop into my laptop, and I'm going to walk you through my memes and how to use them. Talk about it. All right, everybody, how are we doing? So here are some memes. Let's walk you through them. So what I'm going to do is basically give you two things. The first thing, I'm going to show you the actual memes that we use in our follow-up for our business. They work really well. They add a lot of humor and amusement. Now, the reason I can get away with using memes is because my market appreciates them. We typically work with millennials who understand memes. If you're working with like lawyers or dentists, I don't know if they take kindly to the memes. I have no idea, because I'm not in those markets, but there's absolutely no harm in trying. Okay, so just bear in mind that like the type of meme you use and the tone you use is going to really depend upon who you work with. There really is no one size fits all meme, unfortunately, except from Doge. We all love him. But what I want to do is walk you through the memes that we use, and then walk you through the tool that we use to create those memes. Now, the way we use these is basically we plug them into our follow-up process. So our initial message or initial email won't have any memes, but then as we start following up on people, maybe once every other follow-up, we'll just drop a meme in there. The reason we do it is because it massively breaks the pattern of the person's brain, right? What that means is it's like you're kind of, when you start following up on people, like you can just fall into this sort of like category in their mind where they just assume you're a salesperson. But when you chuck a little meme in there, it completely throws them off, and it forces them to actually pay cognitive attention to what you're looking at. So an example of this is nowadays when I'm on Facebook, for example, which is very rarely these days, if I open up my messages, I'll see a like you'll have a message request from someone, and then they'll be like, "Hey Charlie, do you do Google Ads? Do you want a VA?" And like, you don't even read it. You just see the message, and your brain just automatically categorizes it into like spam, and then it's kind of like you've got your own cognitive spam folder, right? And like you have this little algorithm subconsciously in your mind that basically like see cold message, delete. See cold message, delete, and like it looks at first glance it takes like a second, and then it's just gone. What we want to do is prevent that from happening with your follow-ups. So I'm going to walk you through some memes, and they are lovely, and they do break the pattern. So here we go. Some memes. Okay, so I've got 7 here. We've used these and they work really well. But I want to show you them because, well, they first of all make me laugh, but second of all, not only do they display my enormous brain intellectually and creatively. I'm joking, of course. No, but they are really helpful, and they've got us great results. So this is one. I mean, I'm just going to walk you through them. I'm hoping that you're a human. I don't need to explain why they work, but we'd use this one like if someone didn't reply, and then I'd be like unleash the follow-ups. It's just the old Kermit talking to Dark Kermit. Little seagull, send a video, you don't reply. So this is why we were using Looms, for example. Like we send a video and they don't reply, and they don't reply, and I'll be like, follow up at all costs. It's really weird having to like explain memes. I'm just going to bring them up and you can sort of see them. We should all be familiar with this sort of meme. The great thing about memes is it's like you can, they say like a picture paints 1,000 words or whatever that saying is. Like memes paint like so much more than that, because they can actually tell like a story, or they can give someone something to relate to, and you can just communicate your points beautifully. Like this here will say more to the prospect than any like copy could. There's someone, Pablo Escobar. Be waiting for you to reply. We've all seen Narcos. Well, I haven't actually seen all of Narcos, but he's renowned for his sad, lonely waits, right? Follow-ups being left on red. Got this girl looking a little bit evil. Looks like she's burned down the house. And, well, if someone's burned down your house, it's the equivalent of not replying to your follow-ups, right? No, but you get my point. Classic skeleton. Never give up no matter how long it takes. This is one of my favourites. I send this at the end, like if people really don't reply, and I'm just like, can I send you a calendar link? And then like, I'll just send them like you don't just send the meme out of context. I usually have some sort of like verbal context in terms of like writing out a quick message, but I'd be like, hey John, what's it going to be, A, B, C or D? It's like, can I send you a calendar link? And then sometimes I'll be like B, and I'll be like message received. But yeah, I've also got some more, but there you can sort of get the point. Like someone like says they're going to book a call and they don't. So I've got follow-up A memes are for people who reply positively to my emails or my cold messages, but then don't book a call. They reply that they want to receive information, but then I send information, they don't reply. And then follow-up B is if people say they want to book a call, but they don't, right? Me waiting for the calendar notification. And by the way, this guy didn't actually have the glasses on him. I put them on there, just thought I'd let you know. I'm fucking awesome, right? So that's that. So you want to talk, the link is there, I didn't see a booking, so here's a follow-up. I like this one as well, this is funny. Me looking for the calendar notification. Where is it? I don't know. Too busy to book a call. We work on a pay and results basis. You can get creative. So in case you're wondering what I use to, classic meme on the screen here. In case you're wondering like how we create these, is very simple. We use meme generator. Now I actually want to give credit where credit's due here, because I didn't create this process. One of our clients, Alva Carlson, actually came up with the idea of using memes. She's the meme queen, and all of the glory goes to her there, because she gave us this idea and she created some memes and we started using modeling of them, and then she gave us this tool and she's amazing. So Alva, if you're watching this, thank you so much. But yeah, so that, you've got your meme generator, imageflip.com/meme generator. And I'm not even joking. Like when I was making those memes, I spent like a good couple of hours making them, because you want to make good ones that hit home. And I was like, I'm at work and I'm just sat here like creating memes for like 3 hours. So let's just give an example. So let's say I'm doing outreach to agencies that are using Lemlist, right? Right, something like this, for example. You get the point, right? You know, Lemlist has recently undergone a complete deliverability tank. If I sent this to someone and I was like, hey, I can help you with your cold emails. If you're using Lemlist, stop it. I can help you. I've got a solution, blah, blah, blah. If I sent them this meme, they'd know exactly what it means. Because like this was them a year ago. Like they're using it, like, you know, they're getting great results with Lemlist. But today they are cheems just sitting here crying, right? So, you know, you can like, this is just one example, like just off the bat, like off the top of my head, if someone was like, you know, if I was reaching out to someone and then I'm like, do you use Lemlist? And then they're like, yeah, I use Lemlist. And I'm like, does this resonate with you? And then they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, well, not to transition to a sales pitch, but would you be open to solving that problem? You know, it's just there's so many little ways you can construe like a sales argument together with memes. They do really well. Let's see if we can find another one. Let's remove this text here. Cool, we want like a I don't know if you could really like, I don't know, that's not as good. What's this here? Joe Biden behind. Once again asking if you to stop sniffing me. Well, you probably wouldn't want to send that to people, but you get the point, right? See if I can find you know, the old Drake one. So this could be like, I don't know. There's all sorts of ways you can do this. Now, these ones aren't very funny. Do not use these as my prime examples. But you see my point. Like, you can just go into here, and then if you go to, I'm pretty sure if you go to imageflip.com, and then make a meme, brings you here, and then I think, because there is a way to bring up, I haven't done this for a while, hang on, bear with me. More options? No. There's definitely a way. You're going to have to play around with this, but they might have changed it since I last used it. Let me see if I can just try and find. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I'm not sure, but there is actually a way to like find all of the memes. I think. Search all memes. Here we go. View all meme templates. Oh, see, that's a classic. Look at this. You know, you just caption this. You know, all sorts of ways you can do it. But yeah, you can just basically like, if you go here to imageflip.com/meme templates. Funny one. Sorry, I'm just going to start getting distracted now. Even that picture alone is just it's just funny. There's all sorts of stuff you can, but there's literally endless memes you can create. The thing you're looking for is you're trying to create memes that resonate with your market and that your market will understand. So if you sent this to a dentist, like, just imagine for a second that like this wouldn't work, right? If you just said like that to a dentist with no context, I don't think they'd book a call unless they really like Megamind. But you get, or just send that with no context. That could, to be fair, that would actually be a sick follow-up meme if someone didn't reply to you. You just send them a captionless picture of peaking Megamind. But you know, like, you have to be appropriate with this, right? We do have to take it seriously in one way or another. But they've really got like lots and lots of memes through here, and you'll just be able to find like. Let's see if I can think of an example on the spot here. Well, because you really need to think about it for a long time, because you don't have to create like loads and loads of them. Like, if you're doing follow-ups, the more the merrier, of course. But like, if you're working with like a really serious industry, it's kind of hard to like find a serious thing they'd relate to. The Willy Wonka one's a bit of a classic. You can't really go wrong there. But these obviously work great for me because I'm working with agency owners. You guys are like, you know, young and quirky. If I just sent you a captionless picture of Megamind saying no bitches, you'd probably say, no reply. Severe lack of female companions, no memes. Yeah, you know, you could do anything with Megamind. You know, you could just send that. That could be a conversation opener right there. Don't even like no cold message, just sad Megamind. And then when they reply like, "What the hell have you just sent me?" You'd be like, "Can I pitch you something? If not, I'm going to cry." I don't know. Don't do that. Don't do what I just told you to do. Do not do that. But just pay attention to the fact that you can get as creative as you want, and that you should try to be as appropriate as possible, because, well, otherwise you're going to start pissing people off and just rubbing people up the wrong way, which is not what we want to do. But yeah, that is everything for today's video. I wanted to just, you know, walk you through some example memes. Please, like I said, don't, for the love of God, just copy them. Like, this here is proprietary. The glasses on the skeleton, I did that, so you can't do that, basically. I'm joking. But, you know, use these as inspiration. You can get the point. You know, you should be able to go through and use your brain. We've all got one, right? Okay, so that's everything for today's video. If you found it useful, if you found it funny, you can also comment that this was funny. It would massively boost my ego. But in all seriousness, don't forget to subscribe. You can also like the video and comment if you have any suggestions or any other memes that made you laugh. And yeah, I never thought I'd record a video on how to use memes in your cold emails to get more responses, but here we are, and it actually works really well. So you'll receive a lot of funny feedback as well, and it will just make cold messaging a lot less painful, right? Cold emailing. By the way, in the description there will be a link. It's a funnel. Oh my God, terrifying, right? That funnel will take you through to a landing page. No, the link will take you through to a landing page, which is a funnel. We're trying to sell you something, right? I ain't gonna bullshit you. We've got a program. It helps agency owners and consultants and stuff like that make loads more money. You can click the link if you want to book a call. You can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. For the record, if you do not click the link, this will be me, and I'll be very sad. I'm joking once again. I really should stop with the Megamind thing, but for some reason that does tickle me. So that's everything from me. I hope you enjoyed today's video. I will see you in the next one, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did making it. And remember, when all is lost, at least you're not Megamind. All right, talk soon. Hello my friend, and welcome to today's video. In this video, I'm going to be running you through 10 different methods that you can use to improve your show up rate for calls. Now, if you're doing cold calling, or if you're getting appointments through cold outbound, it's typical that your show rate can be quite poor if you don't have a system or a set of processes that enable you to bump it up. Like, even if you're not yet booking appointments, this video is still important, because I can tell you now that once you do figure out how to book appointments, you have to figure out how to get them to show up. So don't click off this, even if you're not like, oh, I'm not booking appointments yet, so I don't need it, because you will when you book them. So we've got 10 things. They're all very easy to do. They do require some work, right? So newsflash, if you want to improve your show rate, you have to actually put some effort into getting the person to show up. This doesn't necessarily have to be you that does it. Yes, you can outsource it to a virtual assistant, but if you're making less than 10 grand a month, you should probably do it yourself. All right. So I've got a little list here on my computer, and let's get started. So step number 1, if you're booking through cold calling, then you want to double check on the appointment. So what I mean by this is, you say, like I say to you, Mr. Prospect, great, let's have a chat. How does Friday 3 p.m. work? Let me give you some advice here. I'm actually going to add this as another thing. Let them choose the time. So what people one of the common tactics with cold calling is, oh, do you want to do Thursday at 6 or Friday at 3? And what happens is a lot of people will book with you even when they have no intention to book. They just want you to go away, right? And so this sort of the duality approach of this time or this time, as opposed to yes or no, what I prefer to do is I say, I want to get a conversation in. What would be good for you today or tomorrow? Right? So we're still asking them today or tomorrow, but what we're not doing is we're giving them specific times, because what we want them to do is suggest a time. Because if they suggest the time, then that time is their idea, which means they're held way more accountable towards doing it. Human beings, we have this natural tendency to like our own ideas, okay? So if you say to someone, hey, do you want to talk at 6 or do you want to talk at 8, right? And then they're like, I'll just do 8. But if you say to them, right, let's get a conversation in, I'm keen, let's do it today or tomorrow, what time works for you out of those 2 days? oh, like 2 p.m, like, that might be a good, oh, that's such a good time, it works really well for me. Just that subtle difference, it's their idea, it's their time, therefore they're held way more accountable to actually showing up. People follow through on their own ideas. So double checking on the appointment. So once you have, this is a cold calling strategy, once you have got the appointment locked in, you want to confirm it. You just want to say to them, hey, are you absolutely certain you can definitely make 2 p.m. tomorrow? Are you absolutely sure? And then they say yes, and you say, forgive me, I'm going to ask you one more time, are you certain? The only reason you couldn't make it is if you got abducted by aliens or something like that, right? You want to triple confirm the appointment. So, okay, we'll do 2 p.m. tomorrow. Just confirming, can you definitely do that? Just confirming again, I don't want to sound like a track record, but are you sure? Like, is there any reason you wouldn't be able to do that? Like, just think with me now, anything going on 2 p.m. tomorrow that would stop you from doing that? And then they'll think, because that's what you want them to do. Because most people agree to these calls without actually having put any thought into what they're doing at that time. And so what you want to do is just double run them through the confirmation. You sure? There's definitely nothing going on. Then what you want to do, if you're on this is more for cold calling, right? But if you're on a cold call and you book an appointment and someone, like, you want them to show up, just spend like 2 minutes qualifying them. Though I'm not a fan of qualifying leads, but what I mean by this is on your Calendly, right? Because what you should be doing is you should be taking their information, their phone, name and email, and then plugging that into a Calendly link on your end. So you don't send them the Calendly and get them to fill it out on a cold call. You do obviously, like, through cold email or something, but you ask them for their details and then you schedule the Calendly event so they receive confirmation, reminders, etc. But what you also want to do is just have a few extra questions, because the more information they give you, once again, the more accountable they are to showing up. Like, I mean, if I pull up our Calendly form here, I can sort of tell you exactly what questions I'd be asking them. So we've got an example of like, what do you sell? Right? What products do you sell? I wouldn't ask them for their current monthly revenue. Like, what's your target monthly revenue? What do you want to be doing? What's the problem that's stopping you from hitting that target? How many extra appointments can you handle in the next 30 days? Like, are you the sole decision maker? Just spend a couple of minutes, not even that, it can just be like 60 seconds, just getting some information from them, because then they've given you something. There's a effect in psychology called the Ben Franklin effect. And there's this idea where we think that people are more likely to do us favors if we do them favors, right? Which is reciprocity, but someone's actually way more likely to do something for you if they've already done something for you in the past, because it aligns with the commitment consistency bias and the altruistic nature of the human condition. So it's pretty cool. The next thing is obviously Calendly reminders, a very obvious one, right? With Calendly reminders, the best thing is just simplicity, and Calendly just don't change the reminders that are by default. So you want one going out the day before, an hour before, 10 minutes before. Simple. Text and email. Literally just, hey, John, a reminder your appointment is at this time. Nothing else. You don't want to be complicating that or making it all weird and shiny. It's just simple. Simple works so much better. Now, next big thing. I sort of alluded to this earlier, is scheduling today or tomorrow. Here's the thing. The further out into the future the appointment is scheduled, the less likely the prospect is to show up. Right, so there is a direct correlation between time of schedule, like the time that has to elapse, or the latency of the event, right, happening, and that prospect not sticking to their word of showing up, okay? So try and get the schedule for today, and if not, tomorrow. If that doesn't work, then try and go for 2 days. After that, you can start kissing goodbye to decent show rates. Next thing, this is the big one that nobody really has thought of. You shouldn't have heard of this before. I was just writing out some ideas and this came to my mind. Name the Calendly event after your offer. So what's going to happen with Calendly, right, is you should have calendar confirmations on. So you don't want event confirmations, you want to set up calendar invites so that the person is invited to the event. So Calendly allows you to have calendar invites or like event confirmations. You want to go for calendar invite. Because what you want to do is you want to name the event something like, let's say that you work with, let's say you work with gyms. Your offer is, I will get you 30 new members in the next 30 days, or whatever it might be. You want to name the event of the calendar thing, Calendly, after your offer, so that when the prospect sees that in their calendar, which they will, they are reminded of why they should be showing up in the first place. I'm going to add this, the most important thing to a show rate is your offer. That's because everything comes down back to the offer, and obviously the offer's built on the product. So surprise, surprise, as you know, if you've watched enough of my videos, it all comes back to the product. But generally speaking, by naming the event after the offer, they are reminded as to why they should show up. It's like, oh, I've got a call with that guy who called me. It's on the thing. Oh, what is it about? oh yeah, 30 members in 30 days. Yeah, I remember that. And then you just call it, you can just name it like 30 members in 30 days call. You know, because these guys have been burned by discovery calls, strategy sessions, like, you know, whatever the hell it is, demos, etc. So yes, just remember to do that. And also don't be afraid to put your name on there. 30 members in 30 days with Charlie or something like that, because they should remember your name. But here's the thing, like if I talk to you today and we schedule a call for 3 days from now, you are not going to remember who I am. You won't remember my offer. You won't remember who I am. So one way to remedy that is to have this event naming sort of system, right? The next stage, once you book the appointment, what I like to do is I like to basically appear everywhere in this person's life. Okay, so this is once again more for cold calling. You can do this for cold email, for cold DMs. What I would typically do, this is what I used to do with cold calling, is if someone books an appointment with me, I would find them on LinkedIn and connect with them on LinkedIn. I'd find them on Facebook and I would friend them on Facebook. I'd find them on Instagram and I'd follow them on Instagram, right? And I'd like some of their stuff. What I would then do is I would send them an email with a loom telling them how excited I am. So this is the thing. I don't want to use the words emotionally manipulate, but I'm going to use them anyway. You want to emotionally manipulate the person because you want to send them a loom and say, dude, I'm so excited you booked. I'm so excited to talk to you. It's going to be amazing. Like, really, that's made my day because I think it's such a good fit. And you just want to basically bring up so much enjoyment that if that person watches that loom and they don't show up, they're going to feel so bad, right? So it's a great strategy because obviously you're telling the truth as well. So it's not really manipulation because you can't really manipulate someone if you're telling the truth. So we're going for LinkedIn, we're going for Facebook. Sometimes I'd even send them like a WhatsApp voice note and just be like, hey man, you've probably seen me everywhere, but I just wanted to make myself as available to you as humanly possible so that if you do need to change the event time, you can use whichever platform suits you best, right? So that's what I would do is like I would basically appear everywhere in their life all at once. And then I'd send them a message and say, hey, by the way, I know you probably see me everywhere, but that's just so that you can contact me should you need me, should you want to change the time, right? Because you have to give them a reason, otherwise it's a bit weird. What I would then do, like I said, is send them a personalized loom. Okay, so quick 1 minute loom, like I said, bigging myself up, like saying, oh my God, I'm so excited, I'm so happy, I'm so amazed, oh my God, this is amazing, blah, 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 blah. Through the channels that you're connecting with them on, you want to reiterate the time. Now, you don't want to do this with everything, because if you do it like too much, then it'll piss them off. But like, you know, on WhatsApp, like, hey man, like, once again, I'm just sending you a WhatsApp message. Obviously, I've sent you like friend requests and stuff elsewhere. To know this is the easiest way to contact you, but looking forward to talking to you tomorrow at 2. And then on LinkedIn, like, hey John, awesome to connect. Look, I enjoyed our phone call earlier. Talk tomorrow at 2. That's like in that initial connection message. Okay, that makes sense? Getting that tomorrow at 2, or getting that like the time that you've booked in front of them over and over again is a good way, because people just like, so if someone schedules an appointment, usually they have the intention to show, but what happens with intention is it decreases over time as memory fades. So the reason people don't show up is simply because they forget why they booked in the first place. This is literally as simple as that. And so what we need to do here is just between the call happening and the call actually happening, between calling them and then obviously having the discovery call, we just need a consistent reminder of the time and why they booked. And example, you can send them testimonials, you can send them whatever, I don't care. Last but not least is calling them the day of the appointment. Call them up in the morning and just say, hey John, it's Charlie, just kept calling to confirm today at 2. I know you've probably seen me everywhere, but just want to, you know, I want this to happen. Still on, still good, perfect. And that's it. I think that's probably like 11 or 12 different ways you can get people to show up. But you know, I've never really had a problem getting people to show up, man. Like, I've always just done stuff like this. It's just effort. At the end of the day, it just requires a little bit of effort and a little bit of doing, to be honest. What you have to also understand is that if you've got a really bad show rate, what's probably happening is you're probably booking people who don't want to book, right? And they're booking just to make you go away. Sometimes I see people who have like a 20% show rate on their cold calls. They have like 20% show rate on the people they book. And I'm like, dude, like, you're booking people that don't want to be booked. Like, you're obviously just being like way too pushy or something, and you can't read the signs. And like, people are just saying, okay, yeah, just put me in, and they don't want to be. They're either too agreeable or the market doesn't want to come across as rude, and so they just don't. They just won't. They'll never show because they never want to book the appointment. If you've been watching for some time and you're new, subscribe if you want to. It's an ego vanity metric for me. It doesn't really matter, but it makes me feel happy. So do that if you want to make me feel happy. And like the video, comment anything below, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a good day. All right, hey everybody, how are you? It's Charlie here, and I just finished a paid coaching call with a group of students of mine around appointment booking and sales, specifically how to get more appointments and how to close deals for marketing agencies. I've served 300 different marketing agencies and consulted with them on how to fix bottlenecks in their client acquisition processes. And today I want to share with you a call that I did with I think like 20 or 30 of my paying clients, where we talk all about different things from metrics to business strategies to ad copy to sales scripts and sales training. I also give examples of like how I would pitch people when it comes to sales calls. I review clients' metrics to do with their appointment booking. There's a lot of little nuggets, I suppose you could call them, throughout this video. So I hope you enjoy it, and I'm going to cut the clip in now. Without further ado, let's begin.
All right, guys, how's it going? Welcome to the 26th of September coaching call. Hope you guys are all well. Just to confirm from the people with cameras on, can you hear me and see me? Cool. Thank you very much. Brilliant. All right, guys. Well, welcome. Anyone joining us for the first time, it's great to have you. The way these calls run is any questions you have, type them out, pop them in the chat, and we'll go through and take the time to answer them. Obviously, we ask that questions are concise, and if I need context with regards to any situations, I will request. So, guys, don't be shy. I am here for the next hour or so. We're going to try and keep this one to an hour as per usual. So yeah, let's hop into these questions, and looks like we've got a couple to kick us off. So let's do it. All right. Okay, so Dominic's starting. Hey, Dominic. I have a service in mind that would potentially make more money for my niche, but it needs to be tested to see how well it works. How would I go about structuring an offer where I can't put a guarantee since it needs to be tested first? Should I put a guarantee anyways and just refund the people the money if it doesn't work anyways? I believe it'd be much harder to sell without a guarantee or refund. Trojan horse. Yeah, I would do the Trojan horse thing here. Or like, if it's, see if you can just get a pay-per appointment type deal, depending on what the nature of the service is. Yeah, that's what I would do there. Because you're only going to sell it if you feel confident in it. So that's what I would do. Best material to put on my Facebook or Instagram profile as a beginner. I don't have case studies and honestly not that much experience in SMMA, so I'm wondering what kind of materials I could post to be able to make clients feel capable and confident in my abilities. You can make like resources. Generally speaking, you just want to give the vibe that you know what you're talking about. So I would make like videos just talking about ads, like short form video content, like what makes a great ad headline for chiropractors, for example, Logan. And then it can just be like you just talking for like 2 minutes. And if you just have like 5 pieces of content like that, maybe you produce like a PDF or something and there's just a loom of you running through it. Like it shouldn't take you more than 2 hours to put all that stuff together. The content doesn't have to be long or particularly detailed, but that's what I would do. Why can you review my loom metrics? Yeah, if you send them in the chat, mate, make sure it's available for me to view. We'll have a look. Drum roll, please.
One second, please.
All right, mate. Whilst you dig up the spreadsheet, I'm going to move on to the next question, okay?
Yeah.
Cool. And when I finish with that one, we'll go to your metrics. Toby, how's it going, mate? Good to be here. Good to have you. Couple of questions. I'm just starting out in the gym niche. I want my service delivery to be the best. My current plan is to watch all the service deliveries and gym growth accelerator videos. I think the best way to learn is through practice, but with 0 clients, what other steps would you recommend to improve? I would recommend every opportunity you get reviewing what competitors are doing, right? So Facebook ads library, find the people that are crushing it, pull apart the copy that seems to be working, the funnels that are working for different gyms, how they structure everything, basically. You can emulate your way to 10 grand a month. Getting to 100 is a lot harder by copying, but it's possible. And also, the main thing, man, is just try and get a client. Because if you get a client, it will force you to, the process, like if forever, you can watch videos and prepare for a client forever, but if you sign one and they pay you, it really kicks you into gear. You'll learn more in a 1 week period when someone's paid you than you could in a 3 month period when you're sitting on your hands. And then I imagine 95% of my prospects will have been pitched by NorthFlow Gym Launch or someone else in this program before. Why would someone choose me? That's a good question. Because the problem probably still exists for them. You got to realize with NorthFlow, man, like we kept clients for a long time, but eventually clients would always go to another agency that they thought would be better. So like we had one client that we kept for like 11 months and then they left us because another agency pitched them a better offer and then the agency fucked them, right? So I wouldn't really worry too much about that, man. And also you should just commit to being absolutely unbelievably brilliant at it. And then that's why they choose you. It's kind of like when we started Imperium, like we had nothing. Like why would anyone choose us? It's like, well, because we were committed to being the best, basically. Okay, so Huai sent his Loom metrics through. Hi, can you just confirm for me on the mic that you can see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Well, it doesn't look pretty.
I just want to figure out if I'm doing something wrong.
My first question is, why is the volume so low?
I have no objection to the question, really.
Because when you're only sending 20 a day, you have to send like for 10 days and then do all the follow-ups to know whether or not your variables are going to work or not. The more volume you have, the more iterations you can develop. Whereas here, you've only really had the opportunity to do, what, like 2 or 3 tests? So there's going to be a few variables that come into this, right? So the first thing and the most important thing is your Loom view rate. Because I see here you introduced a new Loom, but if your Loom view rate is like 7%, it doesn't really matter. So can you send me your copy in the chat, please?
The Loom script, you mean?
Not the Loom, the actual copy of the email itself, because the first bottleneck we're running into here, from my perspective, is the Loom view rate. I mean, we need to get this Loom view rate up because we can't really accurately test the script until it's higher. Because these numbers here, like, you might be like, oh, but my ABR is only 0.61%. It's like, well, we've only had 20 people look at the Loom, so we don't know the efficacy of that metric, basically.
Do you want me to just copy and paste?
No, could you send me the Google Doc and then give me permissions to edit it, please?
Sure. So the problem is not with the Loom, but it's probably the copies you're saying.
Well, what do these metrics tell you? You
So,
email 100 people and only 7 of them will actually look at the Loom.
not people are reading, opening the emails, I guess.
Probably not opening. But if you send me the copy, we'll take a look.
Yeah, sure.
Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to see if I can find... We had some copy that worked very well in the gym space. Let me see if I can dig out. Hey, Nicholas, I just received your DM, mate, with your question. Could you send that in the general Zoom chat, just so that when we upload the recording, the person uploading the recording can snag the question, if that makes sense. Just see in 1 second for me, mate. Okay. Let's have a gander at this copy. Now, a couple other questions. Why? How do you know your deliverability is good?
So I test the emails every week, the beginning of the week and the end of the week. And then, so yeah, that's what I do. Using the test doctor thing that you posted.
You sent to friends and family recently?
I sent it to the people in the group.
Okay, and
Oh,
you're sure you're going to the inbox?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do here is scroll down, and you do it consistently. I want you to increase your volume. 20 a day is child's play. You want to be doing 100 a day, right?
Okay.
So if not 50 at least, because at least if you're sending 50, you can get a test done every week, right? And remember, like the key to client acquisition is iteration, right? We're not going to get it right the first time round. We're not going to get it right the second time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, but maybe the 10th time, that's when we start to develop some success. And if you're only sending 20 a day, it's going to take you 6 months to even run those tests. And by that point, you'll probably have given up because the results aren't there because the volume's so low. 20 looms a day is like going to run ads and only spending like $1 a day. It doesn't give us enough data to make decisions. So change that copy, increase the volume, continue your deliverability tests. And once we see this loom view rate closer to 15%, then we can actually start looking at the loom to figure out what's wrong with it. The issue is now we just simply don't have enough loom views to know what the hell is going on, right? Because, you can see here, if we sent 20 emails in one day and got no replies, we wouldn't think anything of it because it's only 20 emails. But if we get 20 loom views in total and only get 1 or 2 replies, it's the same situation. We can't make anything of it because we haven't got the data to make the decision. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. The new version of the program will teach this in very heavy detail, by the way, guys. More specifically, systems thinking and how Bo and I use metrics and stuff. So, that's on the way. So, yeah, nice one, Hawaii. Jesper says, what would you wish you had changed in your paradigm since starting out? Probably what I just went through with why. Thinking in systems and metrics and data. Those are really big ones. And then basically all the mindset module. The mindset module contains the majority of the paradigm shifts that I had with reference to mindset that all fed into the business. But I think that would be the main one. And also not worrying as much about things. Like not letting myself get emotional or anxious or like letting emotion get involved in the company. It's something I've got a lot better at this year specifically, is emotionally detaching myself from the business. Because let's say you're like Huai's system we just looked at there, right? So you're looking at some numbers, and the thing is if you feel emotion towards that spreadsheet, then that emotion will begin to interrupt your ability to objectively observe what the system is actually telling you, and you'll start to see it for how you want to see it, not how it actually is. And that's the thing that fucks everyone at the beginning, the emotions. And it's hard to learn to separate those. But you think when Jeff Bezos looks at Amazon sales reports, he's feeling any ounce of emotion? No. Right? Eric says, what do you say when people say they don't have money left in their marketing budget? It's my biggest objection right now, and I don't know how to handle it. Yeah, it's a very simple rebuttal, Eric. You can just frame it like this. You can say, look, if your marketing was working, you wouldn't even have a budget. It's a very nice little one-liner. I don't understand marketing budgets at all, because if you're investing in something and it's producing more results, if you put $1 in and you put $2 out, why would you put a budget on that? So people that have marketing budgets are just investing money into the wrong place. And if you can bring that to their attention and make it clear to them, then, I mean, dude, you can have a budget for how much money you spend on company fuel, or you can have a budget on how much you spend on offices. You should never have a budget on how much you spend on growth if it's actually growing the company. So it's just reframing their perspective, Eric, to advise them, hey, I understand, but with us, you won't want to have a budget. Because if you give us $1,000, we'll give you 3,000. You telling me you'd want to cap that? Then you shut up and let them the whole argument just crumbles, basically. But you have to do it clever. You have to do it intelligently. God, there's a bit of a ironic statement. You have to do it clever. You have to do it intelligently and cleverly where you ask them it as a question as opposed to a statement. Neil says, hey, Charlie, how do I stay focused and mentally sharp when having 3 sales calls back to back? Dude, you try doing like 6 back to back, 5 days a week, man. That's when it gets hard. But I understand. You just get used to it. Yeah, the more calls you do, the more you fall into a rhythm and pattern, and the less you have to think. I think that's one thing that I learned doing sales calls is you eventually become this machine, and you start your work day. Let's say you've got 8 calls a day consistently, like I did when I was doing full sales for NorthFlow and Imperium at the start. You just become a machine. You just start the call, the first call, and then before you know it, it's like 6 p.m. and the day's done, and you've closed like 3 clients. The more volume you do, the more accustomed your mind becomes to it, and the better you can conserve mental energy. So what starts to happen is when you ask prospects certain questions is you'll just switch off, and you'll pay attention to the key details that you know are important through the patterns that you've noticed after doing 100 calls or so. But then you'll switch off and you'll start to conserve energy. Fun fact for you guys, and I chose to not mention this to anyone for a long time, but when it got to the point with Imperium where I was doing 8 calls a day and building the product and growing the business, during the questioning phase of every single sales call I did for Imperium, I played Call of Duty. And that sounds like it's almost too good to be true and a lie. But what I would do is the reason I did this is to conserve energy. I'll explain because it sounds controversial, but when you can't do this is not advice, right? You can't really do this until you've done thousands of calls. But when you're at that point, what starts to happen is you can switch off and you can just convert. It's kind of like, you look at a fucking quarterback in the NFL and they throw a ball and they don't even have to think. What I used to do when I was doing 8 calls a day for Imperium, whilst managing and building a team, whilst building a product, working 12 to 14 hours a day, it becomes excruciatingly difficult to do all those things at once. So what I did is I plugged my Xbox in to my monitor that I was doing calls on. Or no, I'd have my laptop on my desk and my Xbox plugged into my monitor. And I'd go and put a pillow over my controller, right? So they couldn't hear me clicking around on the controller. And for the first 20 minutes of the call, I knew the questions off by heart. I didn't even have to do anything. I would just play Call of Duty. And the reason I did that is because it allowed me to disengage for that 20 minutes. And what that meant is if each call was 20 minutes of questioning and I had like 8 of them, then what's that? I had like an extra like hour and a half or so of brain that I didn't have to use. But that you can't do that for a long time. But Niels, to answer your question, that's how I basically did it. But I wouldn't recommend that until you're so capable to the point that you can actually just do it with your eyes closed.
Yeah, so you get used to the emotion of closing or losing as well, right? After a while.
It just falls. It all goes away.
Because
the more you do, just the easier it gets.
Because I'm actually like, I just closed one and I'm not trying to like celebrate because it's a double-edged sword, right? If you celebrate too much, you put it on a big stool in front of you. It's this big thing, but you should just not look at it that way.
You should celebrate closing clients. What you don't want to celebrate is a monthly revenue because that becomes your limit. But if you close a client, you should feel the strong emotion and carry that into the next call because it will give you confidence in yourself. But eventually, when you'll get to a point when if you are doing like 8 back to back, it becomes less about the close and the money and more about the person's life being changed. But yeah, that's how I did it, man. Like 8 calls a day. And the ironic thing is I learned about this. Like I'd get the best kill streaks playing Call of Duty when doing sales calls because I wasn't really playing the game, but I wasn't really doing the sales call. I was sort of in this middle space. So I wasn't thinking about the game, which meant all my intuition, my God knows how many thousands of hours of Call of Duty I played. But yeah, that was, and a lot of people would look at that and think like, that's awful. That's the worst advice anyone could give. And it would be in the situation that wasn't complicit with what mine was. But it's just something that I used to do to just reserve that cognition, especially because our pitches were so long and like the objection handling. You can't do it with objection handling. You have to pay attention. But
that's insane, man. Thank you.
Yeah, and you'll find that you will notice patterns. So like with agency owners, if I ask them like you want to get 10 grand a month, why? There's only really ever going to be like 4 or 5 answers that are very universal 80% of the time. So you can just fall into patterns. But yeah, that's kind of how
Nicholas says, hey, Charlie, I had the idea to do the gym niche in the Hispanic speaking part of the world. Do you think it's a good idea? Yeah.
Because I think there's not like there's a lot of let's say really good competitors in United States, but probably like if I go to the Spanish speaking part of the world, everyone's like worse, no?
Yeah, dude. If you reached out to, I can guarantee that nobody's ever reached out to gyms in Spain before.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
It just depends, like, because obviously this is not a racist generalization, but you're going to find certain Spanish speaking countries won't have the GDP or economic wealth.
Yeah, the money.
Like
I thought about that. But what if I do like structure kind of the offer that I kind of watched the gym launch thing you made? And what if I structure an offer where all the money that is made from the, how do you call it? Like the free thing you used on high level.
Yeah, but it's not about how much the gym has to pay you. It's about how much the citizens of this country have to pay the gym. So if you look at the US, the average monthly membership for a independently owned group fitness style gym in the US is around $120, for example, if you're in CrossFit. Yeah. If you go to somewhere like Mexico, for example, you'd probably find it's $10, right? So if you're working with the US, you've got the advantage of them being able to pay you more because they get paid more. But the bottleneck, the constriction economically there is going to come from the customers, not the gym. But either way, I'd still explore, like if Mexico City, for example, you might find that it's wealthier, like the capitals. But I'd give it a go, definitely.
Okay, but should I just like give it a go and like full send it for like a couple of years, or should I test it out, or what do you think? Because I was thinking maybe go with like a lower I know, for example, in Mexico, Mexico City especially, there's like the rich areas charge the same or more than in the United States. I've seen it. I lived it.
I think like you shouldn't just full send it for a couple of years. I think you should just test it. Because I would tell you to full send the gym niche for a couple of years because I know that there's successful agencies in the gym niche. But what you're trying to do isn't something that's been done before. So you don't want to full send something that we don't know is going to work or not. But I'd test it for a month or two, a couple of months, definitely. You'll find it easier to acquire clients.
Yeah. I mean, if you have, just to the last point, I thought about that and I was like, maybe like get the sales training and stuff like that from maybe lower GDP countries. So when I click into maybe the Spain, countries like that is basically the same money as in the United States. I have like a much higher conversion rate and a good product and stuff like that.
I'd give it a go.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good man.
Cool. Hey Theo, how's it going? I'm the founder of a marketing agency. Our ideal prospect is looking to increase inline revenue with their KPIs. The thing that's stopping them from getting there is knowledge, time, or trust. Here are the offer we have created. We help e-commerce retailers already doing business with 50K a month increase their revenue by at least 20% within 9 days. Theo, have you been through the offer module in the program?
I only joined the course on Friday. I've been through the foundation lesson and then I've been through the workflow to creating an offer, but only part one. Gotcha. I might be premature on asking this question.
Yeah, it's only because if you go through parts 1 through 4 in organic attraction, at the end there's a template for an offer audit, and it breaks it all down, and then you can just pop it in the group, and then we can just audit it, and it's usually a lot more straightforward. It looks like you're on the right path, but without like the full picture, it's hard to be like, yeah, that's good, if that makes sense.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's all good. Thank you.
Cool. Morcine, how's it going? Which is better, sending emails with the software or manually? Because I think it's hard to stay consistent if I send them manually. Manually is better. Yeah, manually is better. We are exploring softwares that seem to be producing results, but for every, if I put 100 people in a room, like let's say I put 200 people in a room, and 100 of them were sending manually, consistently, properly, 100 of them, and 100 of them were using softwares, the 100 people doing it consistently manually would get better results. There's just too many other things that come into the equation when you automate it.
Yeah, because sorry, Charlie, but sometimes like with the service delivery and like I have too much work to do because I do the service delivery, sometimes I slack off. So I thought that maybe with a software that do it like every day could be better.
Why don't you hire a virtual assistant?
Yeah, that's the thing I need to do, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like if you are, it makes sense to outsource appointment booking, or more specifically, sending of those emails and recording of those looms when you're in a position where you're too busy with existing clients that you haven't got the time to acquire new ones. That's when you would hire, if that makes sense. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. Best ways to research competitors' strategies when it comes to getting results. The way I do it is looking through the Facebook ad library, but I'd appreciate some areas you could shed some light. The only one I know of is Facebook ads library. Or reach out to the competitors pretending to be a client and say, hey, I'm looking for a new agency, but I just want to make sure that the ads that you use aren't ones that I've already tried before with other agencies. Can you send me some examples? It's a bit naughty, but most of them will probably do it. Mattia. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. It might not be a silent J, but I hope I am, man. I don't know if this is the right place to ask, but I'm having trouble with the blacklisting. I've been blacklisted 3 times. Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you're blacklisted, like I say in the training, if you're blacklisted 2 or 3 times, it doesn't matter. It's only when you get like 4 or 5 or 6 that it starts to become a problem. So you don't have to worry about the 3. You're probably on Sorbs, Spam House, and some other one that doesn't matter. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. None. Toby says, thanks for the helpful answers to my first 2 questions. I'm not confident in my service delivery at the moment, and I know how important conviction is in sales. When do you think I should start outreach? Now. Like, you have to ask yourself, how are you going to become confident in service delivery? It's like, well, through doing, like, how do you get better at it? It's like, well, you do it. It's like, well, how do you do it? You get clients. So you don't have, like, you need to have conviction to acquire clients, but you don't need to have huge amounts of conviction to acquire clients that are small and trial-based or commission-based or something like that. So just start it now, man. I don't think there's any excuse for delaying outreach, ever, at all. How much do you pay your VA per 100 looms? And did your appointment booking rate drop after hiring them? So with regards to the second question, like, tiny bit, but if you have tight controls and good people, KPIs will generally stay as you want them to. Like, hiring someone or outsourcing something is not the thing that would cause a drop in results. It's hiring the wrong person. It's a really important distinction. Like, people are like, oh, Charlie, when you outsource sales, did your KPI drop? It's like, it's not the hiring that causes the problem. It's who you hire. So how much did you pay your VAs per 100 looms? So I figured this out. I pay them basically by how many looms they can make per hour. So what that looks like is, let's say the loom takes 2 minutes to record. So 1 minute and 30 seconds to record, 30 seconds to name and upload to a sheet. So 2 minutes per loom packaged and ready to deliver. That's 30 looms an hour, right? If they're working efficiently, as they should be. We tend to not factor in things like toilet breaks, which now I think about it is a little bit unethical. But anyway, I'm going to probably look into that. But so we can do 30 looms an hour. So what I then do is I'd look at the VA I'm working with and what's your hourly rate? It's $4. All right, we'll pay you $4 for every 30 looms you record. Here's the maths. And then that's how it works. So they're $3 an hour. Then I would pay them $9 for 100 looms. Maybe a little bit more because there's an extra 10. Key takeaway, play video games during sales calls new meta. Now, I wanted to clarify that is not advice that I'm giving to people.
you need to pay attention and make sure that you're listening properly, and don't try and multitask, but eventually you can. And it's a cool luxury, but I did what I had to do, because I found that after 8 calls, I was just completely wiped out and I had nothing to put into the product. But when I removed the brain from having to listen to people's answers really deeply, it got a lot easier, because I was able to retain silence and stuff, and I didn't have to think, basically. The better you become on Call of Duty, the more money you make. Are you sponsored by the new Modern Warfare 2 remaster? No, but I bought it and I'm quite disappointed by it, to be honest with you. Discussion for another day. Max says, currently redoing my onboarding call agenda, trying to keep it short and sweet. What do you think of 1, welcome, a little bit about us, about what we do, 2, how our system works, 3, how to maximize your personal results, 4, expectations, 5, reporting and systems, communication, 6, questions, next step. What's this for, Max? After you've acquired a client, right?
Yeah, so I have an onboarding call today, so I just wanted to, and the last one was a bit of a shambles, so I'm just trying to redo the agenda of what we actually talk about for the call.
I think the best way to do the call would be not do it.
Really?
Like, just do a loom.
Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking about that. It's just the way that, like, I don't know, I've always done it that way, so I've just never thought about not doing it. But yeah, I want to just build out funnels, like a funnel with just a series of looms, to be honest. That'll save so much time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a good point, actually.
It's usually not the best.
That's a good point.
I've always done it that way, so that's just how I do it. It's a really important lesson. Like, look at your company and look at the things that you do, and then ask yourself, why do I do it like that? And if the answer is something along the lines of like, oh, it's just how I've always done it. It's like, okay, well, you made the decision to do it that way when you started your company, which is when you were the least intelligent version of yourself you've ever been. Yeah. So why are you continuing to behave in accordance with that person? You get my point. But with regard, obviously you've got this call today, you don't want to cancel it. It might be a bit awkward. It's very straightforward. You just say, hi, how's it going? Perfect. All right. Here's what we need to do. And then you just run through a to-do list. Don't be like, don't spend 5 minutes like being their friend and then telling them about the company, and just be like, all right, what are you here for? Brilliant. 30 meetings a month. All right, I've got a little to-do list. I'm gonna run through it. Is that all right? But dude, I wouldn't even do that. I just do looms. We used to onboard every NorthFlow client using looms or some sort of video. Not even a funnel, dude. I just use Google Docs. And like I'd create like the Google Drive they needed and stuff, and then it would just be done.
Yeah, I'd just have like a different like headings for each category, like the ones I just listed out, and then a loom for each different one, maybe.
Let me see if I can find this from my done for you days when I was working with some online personal trainers. Shit, where's my Google Drive? Hang on, I'll see if I can dig it up for you quickly, mate. But you'll see sort of like the nature of it.
Okay.
It'd be my old folders, it'd be miles back. I'm pretty sure. Here we go. Did I have a form? I had a form, definitely had a form. Hang on. Yeah, here you go, look. Hang on. This was back in like 2019. It's like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Like I would literally just, this would be for no, this was that we used this for NorthFlow, but this was for my initial agency. But I didn't use it. I was editing it for NorthFlow when I did this. But I literally just sent them an email. And then I had this like onboarding video, which won't work anymore because the website isn't hosted anymore. But like I just sent them an email like, we're excited. There's a few things we need to get to. Agreements attached. Can you sign it? Here's a video explaining everything. And then I create like a Google Drive specifically for them. and then link it and be like, here's your Google Drive link where you need to upload your images and everything. And then I'd be like, if you want good results, do these 2 things. This is where we had the golden follow-up process and some sales training that we let organize into a program. And then as an organization, we care more about your success. Go through these resources. And then in summary, what was it? I can't remember what this is. I think this is like some, no, it's probably not going to work. And then basically in summary, we need access to MailChimp, Zapier, Lead Owl, Calendly, access to your business manager and images. And that was all walked through on the video. And then I didn't even send it myself. I sent it as support. So if they replied, I didn't have to reply to them. So does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Like
yeah, 100%.
The whole purpose of an onboarding system should be to get the client to share information about their business that you need to do your job.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's, yeah, like you said, you've just got to look at it and think, what purpose does that actually serve? And it's nothing. It's just because, like, even in my case, I don't even need the visuals, any media. It's literally just logins and just running through like what to expect, and that can just easily be done in a Loom. So yeah, let's just save a lot of time.
You can set the expectations on the sales call.
Yeah.
Like you want to, as a business owner, you want to avoid meetings at every opportunity. So that's also something that I've tried to optimize for this year is at every chance I get, can you send me an email instead of having a meeting? And if no, send me a Loom. It's like it goes in this hierarchy. It's like meeting, right? And instead of a meeting, I'll see if it can be like a text message, right?
Yeah.
And if it can't be a text message, I'll see if it can be a text email. And if it can't be a text email, I'll see if it can be a voice note. And if it can't be a voice note, I'll see if it can be a Loom. If someone wants to get on a call with me, I ask them to do those, like, can it be this? Can it be this? Can it be this? Can it be this? And then if not, then we do the call. But so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
Cool. Should I send Looms of my personal email while my new emails are warming up? Yes, it's soft. It's with a soft J. That's great. Yes, I would do that from your personal email whilst you're warming up, provided you're not like heartbroken if that goes to spam for a few months after you blitz through it. So yeah. Can you please allow me to edit the Loom metric spreadsheet? You need to go to File and then make a copy. So I'll show you this. Right, if you open a spreadsheet here, right, any spreadsheet. If you want to make your own copy and edit it yourself, you go to File, make a copy, and then it goes into your Google Drive. If you edit the one that you see, then it'll edit it for everyone. Guys, going to take a quick 2-minute break, and if there's no more questions when I get back, we'll wrap the call up. Okay. All right. Yeah, go for it, Max.
Yeah, so I have a. It's probably best if I share my screen, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 second.
Cheers.
Dude, how long? I've been using Zoom for so long and I still struggle to figure out how to let people share their fucking screen. Like, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Cheers. Yeah, so I have this client management sheet, and so I get them to fill this out basically along with like a Google survey. So just so I have all their information in one place. And I was just thinking on this, I could make it even more efficient and just put the funnel in here. Do you think that would work? It's just like questions about their niche. Like this is just for service delivery, and then their details, stuff like this, stuff to help with outreach. And then I was just thinking, I could probably just have another sheet down here, call it like system expectations and little stuff like that, and then just put the funnel in there and just link different looms.
What's the funnel for?
But when I say funnel, I just mean what we were just talking about, like the just the different loom videos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just have like a loom video, like one loom video that just runs through the whole thing. And then send
Yeah,
them an
okay.
email and be like, here's your sheet, here's the loom
Okay.
explaining sheet. Send it back to me in the next 3 days.
Okay, so I'll just maybe write out a script for that 30-minute loom.
Doesn't
Just
even
go,
need to be
just go.
scripted, man. Like,
Yeah,
you know, you're overcomplicating it massively.
yeah,
Just
I
be
think
like,
so.
all right, hey, it's Max. Really excited to work with you. So this is the onboarding form. If you can just run through and answer these questions for me, that'd be really helpful. As much detail as you possibly can will be really useful. So here's how. Basically, we need your login details. So if you can provide these, that'd be great. And then video offer and copy, tracking SOPs documents, right? You can probably do it in like 8 minutes.
Yeah, so okay, so this obviously this has to be done, but then I'll just add in a video, just going through exactly what I need.
Just send them an email with the loom that explains the whole process, and then send them the things they need in that process. That makes sense?
Yeah,
So be like,
but then will that loom also go over expectations and stuff like that? I think it should.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool, got it.
Be like 0 point, like sheet 0 expectations. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Cool.
Okay.
Fairly certain I'll be getting meetings this week. Other than playing Call of Duty, what are the main points I need to focus on when questioning, pitching, and objection handling? It's a good question. That's what the sales module's for, mate, to be honest. The main thing with questioning is listening, silence, and sounding genuinely interested, and asking all the questions. And then pitching is just conviction and pace. And then also telling them information that is actually relevant to them, and not using just random words to make it sound good. What I mean by that is not like being overly verbose, just getting to the point and explaining it properly. And then with objection handling, it's if you do the pitching and the questioning and answering their questions well, the objections will be a lot easier to handle. Now, the main thing with objection handling is just not believing a word they say, but also making it sound like you do. So what I mean by that is if someone says, oh, Charlie, like, I always think about it before making these decisions. If I believe that, then I'll never handle the objection. So I always tell my sales reps, it's like, in an objection situation, the prospect will buy your confidence or you will buy their doubt. There's only one of two outcomes when someone raises an objection. You let their frame seep into yours and let their emotional state determine yours, or they let your emotional state determine theirs. Someone comes at you with a ton of doubt and you buy it, then it will never close. But just watch the sales module, mate, as often as you can. And practice as well. Like practice. Like people think that they need sales calls to practice. You don't. You can do it in your head.
Also, for the questioning part, I noticed you said you want to sound really interested, but also in the module, it basically says, just say, okay, and then like next question. How do you kind of pair those together, sound interested, but also be short and just like, okay, and on to the next question?
Oh, Logan, tell me, mate, what motivated you to book today's call? Okay. You mentioned you've got a problem to do with client acquisition and you're really struggling. Why? Okay. You see my point? So the interest and the curiosity is conveyed in the way you ask the questions. And the okay solidifies to the prospect you've got enough information to move on to the next one.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be helpful if I gave you an example pitch? Or just if I pitched you something? What are you selling?
I'm doing paid advertisement for chiropractors right now on Facebook, but I'm thinking I might move to like TikTok or something.
Why?
Because it would be more of a kind of like pizzazz. People seem to like TikTok, and also the video. I can make the videos myself and it would probably have a lower CPM.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not going to do an example pitch on the spot for that now, actually.
Okay.
But if you listen to the examples in the program, you can probably find them out. The thing with the pitching is it's just so like, okay, so I'll just give you a quick 20-second, right? So it's like, Logan, all right, mate. So what we've established is you're running this chiropractic practice, right? And you're currently making around 10K. You want to get to the point where you're doing 50K a month. We've got a bit of a gap to leap, but I am so confident that we are the people for the job. And the fact that you want to solve this problem and you need it to work makes me so bloody confident that we can bridge this gap for you. And 50K a month will no longer seem like a pipe dream if you give us 6 months. I promise you, right? I'm so excited. So what we're going to do is we're going to begin and we're going to start by clearly defining who the hell you actually want to work with. Because you've told me throughout this call that you work with agencies that they just give you like the worst, most random leads, right? You've told me you get people who don't have any money. They don't have any commitment. They don't even have any problems with their bloody spine. They just walk in expecting something for free. So we're going to get so damn clear on who you need. So when you're booking appointments, which you will book and you will have people coming in the door, inevitably, that's what happens when people work with us, the people walking in are the perfect fit for you. We're going to get really clear on that, and you're going to set some expectations for exactly what you're looking for in your prospects. And that's why this is going to work so well. Do you see how, that's just an example, but you see my point? That's how you need to pitch. You need to be confident. You need to be matter of fact. You don't need to be like, oh my God, it's going to be amazing. Like, oh, blah, 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 because then you sound ridiculous. But like conviction in the form of just matter of fact, like you're so sure of what you're saying. That's how it works.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, Charlie.
And also the
Charlie,
key, yeah.
Can I throw in another objection and maybe give?
I was going to say 1 second, Hawaii, 1 second. The key, by the way, is don't try. This is a massive paradox in sales. When you're pitching, you don't want to try. You just want to let it happen. And what I mean by that is if you have genuine conviction in your ability to help someone, let's say, for example, that you could go back into, this is what Alex Hormozy says, you could go back in time 15 years ago and convince yourself 15 years ago to buy Bitcoin. And you knew it was going to go well. You could go back in time to convince yourself, or your mum or something. You wouldn't have to try to manipulate your tone to sound good to sell Bitcoin. You'd have unrelentless conviction knowing it's the truth, and you wouldn't have to try to conjure that up. If you try when you're pitching people to sound a certain way, it will always sound wrong. What you want to do is trust yourself and let your knowledge of your competence and their problem generate an emotion in you that leads you to speak in a way that, like, for example, I'm explaining this to you right now with conviction because I know it's the right answer. I'm not trying to sound a certain way. It's because I know it's the truth and I have confidence in my ability to know the answer that I can tell it to you in a way that's compelling and that makes you believe me. I'm not thinking like, oh, fuck, how do I, this word or that word, or like, should I bring it up at this point or down? Like, it just sounds unnatural. So yeah, but why? Go for it, mate. What were we going to say?
Is it all right if I throw in an objection at you and then you come up with a rebuttal? How Yeah. So the thing is, like, we would love to work with you. But the thing is, we just hired 2 new trainers in our gym. So currently I don't think we don't have the budget right now to work with you. Is it all right if we come back with to you maybe in December?
Yeah, of course. I'm so glad you brought that up, because obviously if you're hiring 2 new trainers, it means things are going well. And that makes me really happy for you guys. So congratulations on that. I have a habit, why, of struggling to take no for an answer when I can see that someone's a bloody good fit for us. Do you mind if I just try and angle something here to see if I can overcome this objection?
Sure.
Lovely. Right, that makes me happy. First thing is I totally get it. Right, if you've just stretched yourself a little bit thin financially, you've got these 2 new trainers in the gym, I get it. Here's my angle, and here's what I'm trying to help you understand. Those 2 new trainers need to be put to work. What we've established throughout this call is you've got a problem with generating customers. If you've hired 2 people, what are they going to do if you haven't got a way to actually fill up their calendars and get them actually booking and working with people, right? They might not have anything to do. Second thing is, you said you love the idea of working with us, which also makes me really happy. Why? What makes you say you'd love the idea of working with us?
Because I think that we connected really well in the beginning throughout the call, and so far I think that you have been, I've been pitched like this a few times already, and so far I'm the most. I find that I connected with you the most. So yeah.
Perfect. So what we've established then is we need someone to solve the problem. You trust us, you believe us, and you know we can do it. But I also sense that there's just a little bit of doubt creeping in because you stretch yourself a little bit thin. This is exactly why we have the guarantee we have, and exactly why we protect your investment with us. Because the last thing I would want is for you to hire a team and then pay us and not be able to pay the team because we didn't do our job. And I understand why you might be afraid of that, but that's exactly why we have the guarantee. So from my perspective, I promise you from the bottom of my heart that you do not have anything to worry about, because I will, come hell or high water, get you those appointments and get those trainers busy. What do you say?
It sounds pretty good.
Cool. You get it?
Yeah, it sounds really cool.
Cool, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Good to know I haven't lost my touch, eh? The main thing with objection, guys, is just like, you have to have this confidence in yourself to just not take no for an answer. It's kind of like the key thing. So yeah. What offer did you start to get the ball rolling? How did you evolve it into a course? And what do you recommend me to do? Do you just start with a done for you offer? Guarantee, paper appointment, something that makes it risk reversal. And then you kind of evolve into a course once your done for you system is unique and you're getting results for people, not by emulating what other people have done. So what we turned into a course eventually because we had like 60 done for you clients and it was just hell. But it was time to do that when we had our own unique way of getting people results. You don't want to build a course based on what you've copied from other people, because then it's not yours and you need to be able to teach not only like the surface level of everything that you've built, like, oh, so here's the copy we use, but you need to explain why you built it that way. And you can't start a course by just giving people the copy. You need to teach them how you arrive at that point. Otherwise, you're not teaching them jack shit. It's a done for you solution. You're giving them the copy. And then I wouldn't recommend you do a course until you've got like 50K a month.
But my question is, the done for you service, you mean on the side of the appointments, right? Or the sales for the gym as well?
No, just done for you appointments.
And wouldn't you think would it be smart just to maybe give them like a quick script for their sales team?
Mm-hmm. So
added value, or maybe like just basically translate whatever, because sales are pretty universal, it's not like, so maybe just translate what you said maybe in a fast fashion way.
There's the sales training that we gave to clients in the Gym Growth Accelerator. I think just use that.
Okay, just do that, translate it, and tell them, look, there's no problem, I'll do all the booking, and here's if you follow this. And then what do you think about maybe attaching a guarantee to the maybe do a growth guarantee, but do it?
No, because you can't control whether or not they're actually going to follow the stuff you give them.
Okay, so just an appointments booked guarantee.
Yeah.
Okay, and how many do you think?
Depends how much ad spend there is.
If I craft it in the way that you explain in the course, where you do the database and then from those money of those clients, you spend it on ads.
You should be able to get at least 3% of the list as appointments, if not 10%, 3 to 10%. Have 1,000 leads, you'll get 30 appointments.
Okay, of the database, right, that they have. And can I structure a deal saying, look, and I also watched the Trojan horse thing. You said I didn't understand it quite well, but maybe don't you think it's a good idea to be like, look, here's a retainer just so you work with us, right? So you're committed, blah, 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 blah. And if I don't, with the free leads that I provide from the high level stuff, you have to use that budget to ad spend. And if you do that and we do not bring, I don't know, X amount of leads.
Way too complicated. You should be able to explain your offer like that. You just need to say to them, hey, we're going to come in, run database reactivation. Everything we make through database reactivation is pay per appointment. And then once you're happy with that, we can set up a retainer to do Facebook ads for you. It'll be this amount of money. We'll guarantee this amount of appointments.
Okay, so I should use the paid per appointment.
I'd still do a guarantee with retainer, yeah.
Okay, but the paid per appointment stuff, I should do it just to gain their trust, basically, to run to Facebook ads.
Dude, I would pitch both at the beginning. But if they don't make a decision, you say, all right, well, let's just run with the pay per appointment for now on the database reactivation. Don't pitch the DR and then retainer if it works. Pitch them both and then just fall back on the DR if they don't want to pay up front.
Not even, so should I just pitch, look, I'll give you X amount of leads, right? All I need is X amount of budget for ad spend, and if not, I'll do the work for free and just cover the ad spend, or maybe money back guarantee, whatever. And if they say no, then I'll say, look, so you can trust us. I'll do the database paid per appointment, and you can use that money for ad spend.
Yeah.
Okay, but I should pitch both of the services first.
Yeah, pitch them both.
And how much money should I pitch so they spend on ad spend?
The more, the better. I wouldn't do anything less than $750 a month.
Okay. And how much should I charge, like in general?
How much do you feel you're worth?
I've never done it, so
yeah.
0.
So I can't tell you what you should and shouldn't charge, because you need to pick the price based on what you feel comfortable selling. If I say, because if it was me, I would charge. If it was me, I'd be like $3-4 grand a month. But if you try and sell $3 or $4 grand a month, you probably won't do as well, because you're not going to feel like that's what you're worth with the current knowledge you have. So it's up to you. You have to pick that one. What I can tell you, man, is like you will basically, when it comes to pricing, you will be able to charge what you believe you can charge. Like what you believe is fair and what you believe you are worth is what you will eventually like default to charging on the phone.
Yeah, but for the beginning, should I just not charge in testimonial or charge?
What do you think is fair?
I've never run ads, so I don't know how much money I can make them.
But just intuitively, like, what do you think would be fair based on how you feel?
It really depends on the results I can get them.
Mm-hmm.
But
so if you're guaranteeing them, you could do it like this, where you get them, you charge $1,000 a month, and you guarantee them $50. You guarantee them, okay, you charge $1,000 retainer. You guarantee 50 appointments, which puts each appointment value at $20. And if you make less than 50 appointments, you refund the difference. So if you only get them 40 appointments, then you refund them 10 times 20.
10.
So if each,
I get it.
$1,000, 50 appointments, anything less than 50, we'll refund you the difference. If I only get you 25 appointments, I'll refund you $500.
What's the closing rate of a gym average? You know the numbers probably of every appointment they have. And I know it depends, but average.
Like 25%.
25%.
But that might not be the same for gyms.
Yeah, I know. But it's a general rough idea. It's probably between 15 and 30, you know? I don't think they're going to go like 100 or 0. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. And then when I get confidence, I will charge more. And maybe I can do that lower so they are actually really happy with the service and they can give a testimonial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie.
Cool. All right, guys. We've got a few more questions here. I'm going to run through the ones that are left in the chat, and then we're going to call it a day. Thoughts on weekly marketing meetings with clients versus Loom video updates? We have done weekly marketing meetings with our clients with the intention of building a better relationship and improve retention. But as I scale, I wouldn't even do it weekly. I'd do it bi-weekly or monthly and just send them a Loom. Like, we didn't even, like, when we had NorthFlow and full flow, we did no reporting for clients. Like, they had access to the ads manager, but for as long as they were getting a flow of appointments, they didn't really care. But yeah, I would just do a Loom every 2 weeks or every month.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
What process do you have in the back of your mind during the sales call? The one that I teach in the program. Question, pitch, answer, handle. Have you ever had a problem with Loom integration into email? I cannot integrate it into some emails, but in others it works. I'm talking about the Loom logo next to the send button and the feature that enables you to integrate the video. That's a question for the Facebook group, mate. And there's a lot of people that have solved that problem on specific browsers. So if you pop that in the Facebook group, then you'll get an answer. Charlie, which books would you recommend on sales, business, and marketing? I actually made a YouTube video on this. I'll find it. If you watch this video, it will explain the best books for different topics, and in the description there's like a Google Doc that will show you like books by topic. Charlie, would you say email personalization is viable even if the service offer is good? Yeah. Yeah, I would. All right, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up here. Any other questions, pop them in the chat, and I'll see you lovely lot on Friday or Monday next week. Take care, guys. Peace out. Ciao.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to this video. This one is called Sales Bedrock, and the purpose of this video is to just give you a really good grounding in the foundations of sales. We've got quite a lot of stuff to cover in this one. Now, the next video, we'll talk about the entire strategy that we use, the script that we use and everything like that. And the videos following on from that will of course talk about objection handling and everything as well. And it's important to have those strategies, and you can't really sell without them. I mean, there probably are other ways, but this is the best one that we found. But just like everything that we've been covering in this training program so far, all of the strategies we have are underpinned by foundations, and in this case we're calling it bedrock. Okay, because if you use these strategies but you don't understand why you're using them, how to use them, or just the sort of core underpinnings of them, then it's not going to make much sense. Okay, it would kind of be like trying to learn a foreign language without understanding the different rules of that language, in terms of, like, in French, for example, you've got masculine and feminine. Like, someone could give you a template or a script to learn French, but unless you understand the rules that the language sits on, it's not going to make much sense to you. And it might make sense to you, and you might think it makes sense, but then you'll go to France and you'll start talking and everyone will just be like, what the hell is this guy on about? And the same thing happens with sales, where you get a script and everything, and then you start selling, and then everyone's like, what the hell is this guy on about? It doesn't make any sense. And the reason it doesn't make any sense is because you haven't understood the foundations. So this is a really important video. It's going to underpin your entire paradigm when it comes to actually closing deals and getting people sold. So let's dive into it and get started. So here's what we're going to be covering in this video. So first of all, we're going to talk about the founding principle of sales. This is something that I've discovered, and when I learned this, I was just completely blown away. It makes everything very clear and very easy to understand, and understanding this alone will just help you boost your conversion rates tenfold. Then we're going to talk about common misconceptions and myth busting. So in this part, we're going to sort of explain some of the common misunderstandings people have coming into sales, because there's a lot of them. And if you're trying to sell with faulty beliefs, then you probably won't sell very well. Then we're going to talk about your moral obligation in sales. Then we're going to talk about how we structure our sales calls and the the basic sort of steps of the Imperium approach when it comes to sales. Then we're going to talk about the one cool rule, and then some important things to remember. So all of this is higher level stuff. We're not going to be diving into any specifics today, but make sure you understand this. I'd even suggest you watch this video, 3 or 4 times just to really drill it in. Because if you don't get this stuff, then you're building a house on sand, and you can have the fanciest house in the world, but if it's built on crappy foundations, then you're not going to do very well. So let's talk first about the founding principle of sales. And discovering this principle was without a doubt the number one thing that has contributed to my sales success. When I found this, I stood up in my chair. I was like, I couldn't even believe my ears when I found this thing. It made so much sense to me, and being able to share it with you makes me happy, because I'm hoping I can give you a similar sort of reaction. Because once you understand this principle, once you understand it, the whole sales system makes sense. You can start to understand why people purchase things, and why, more importantly, people are going to buy stuff from your marketing agency. And it's probably not what you think. So let me dive in. And it explains why people buy things. And like I said, not just paid traffic retainers, but pretty much everything. So what's the founding principle of sales, and why do people buy? Pain. Now that's an interesting one-word slide, but pain is pretty much the reason we do everything. Let me explain. The brain operates from one mode of motivation, and it's pain avoidance. Now, there are psychologists that say that we operate out of 2 modes, which is pain avoidance and moving towards pleasure. But really, if you're moving towards pleasure, it's just because you're moving away from pain, and the absence of pleasure tends to be pain. So it all comes back to this one thing. The main reason we do anything is to avoid pain. The reason you're watching this video right now is to avoid the pain of not knowing how to sell or not having enough sales. The whole reason you bought anything or did anything is to avoid this one thing called pain. And it's why we buy, and it's our primary motivation for action. Therefore, most of the decisions we make as humans are made to avoid pain. Now, yes, there will be some decisions and some actions that we take without the pain avoidance thing in mind. But the key ones, the major ones, especially when it comes to buying things and investing in things and making decisions around new things coming into our lives, is mostly around avoiding pain. And you have to understand, if someone is making a decision to buy from you, it's because they think your product can solve their pain. Now that's supposed to say can solve their pain or alleviate their pain. It doesn't, I apologize. But if you don't realize this, and you're selling your product as anything other than a solution to someone's pain, they're not going to buy it, because the only reason we buy things is to get out of a painful situation or to move towards pleasure. And if your prospect doesn't associate your service or product or retainer or whatever it is you're selling with the alleviation of their pain, then they won't add any value to it. The main reason we spend money is to get out of painful situations. And when I say pain, I'm not talking about physical pain, like, my arm hurts. I'm talking about mental pain, which usually is a lot worse. I'm talking about people being fearful, depressed, anxious, all of these emotions that come with being stuck in your business or not making enough money. It brings up a lot of emotions. So when we talk about pain, it's not necessarily like we're not talking to them about their hamstrings. We're talking specifically about their mental pain. And everyone is buying their way out of a painful situation. If you assess your motivation for purchasing this program, it's likely because you wanted to buy your way out of a situation, right, that was perhaps painful. Now, yes, we get people investing in this program who are in a position of wild abundance, and they're already doing really well. They're not in particular pain, they just want to grow. That would be our second mode of operation, where we're moving towards pleasure. But only 20% or even probably 10% of people make decisions around that principle. Most people are still in this painful situation, and most of your prospects will be too. So don't get me wrong, every rule has an exception. And it's going to be the instance that you come across people in sales situations, and they could be the happiest people in the world. and they might not be in any pain, and then you think, oh my god, how am I going to sell them if I can't? This is important to understand, but the rule is not going to apply to every single prospect you speak. Most of the time it's going to work a charm, but other times you have to come up and be a bit more creative. And understand, people don't buy their way into products, they buy their way out of painful situations. This is such an important thing to understand. You're not buying into something, you're buying your way out of something. Okay? You're not buying your way into a gym membership, you're buying your way out of being fat. Your prospects aren't buying into your marketing retainer or your marketing services. They're buying their way out of having no leads, which is a painful situation. Okay, so when you think about this, you don't buy into something, you buy out of something. And that's why most of our decisions are made. It's to get out of our current situation. Human beings, we're very emotional creatures. And I don't think anyone is particularly happy with their current situation. We have this inbuilt, innate desire to always want more. And the awareness of the fact that we could have more drives us insane. And it's this awareness that drives the entire economic machine. And the reason that it exists is because it's how we evolve and grow. It's nature. We are technically nature, and nature's always optimizing for evolution. And if you haven't got the motivation to change or grow, then you're most likely not going to evolve. So everyone's in pain. Not everyone. Most people are fine. Most people are in pain. Some people are fine. But if you are a good salesperson, you can create pain inadvertently or using indirect questioning, and then you can make people feel pain, and then they'll want to buy their way out of it. Now, obviously, ethical use warning. You don't just want to go around finding every person you can and causing them mental pain purely for the sole purpose of getting them to invest in your program. But when we talk about sales, a lot of people don't realize that they have these problems. And sometimes you have to be a bit brutal and root out this shit that people have got. And then when you root it out with clever questioning, people realize the gravity of their situation and they sit with the weight of their pain, and then they'll make a decision. And the reason people buy is because they're in pain. So on a sales call, if you can't create pain, they won't buy from you. This is the thing with people coaching on sales calls. I'm going to talk a lot about this at length in the next video. But don't coach on your calls. Because if you coach people, or if you tell them not to worry, or if you say, oh, don't worry about that, we're going to solve this, don't stress, then the people you're talking to don't feel pain anymore. And therefore they won't buy your product, even if you've already helped them or quote unquote added value. So that's the whole thing about pain. It is so important to understand, and you might want to rewatch this a few times, because once it clicks like that, you'll just see the matrix. You'll just understand why everyone makes their decisions. You can look at people and be like, I can see why you did that. Well, that looks very clear to me. Yeah, I can see exactly why you've done that. And it will also help you understand people's future decisions as well. You can predict what moves people are going to make based on where their pain is and what the issue is. But let's carry on. So let's explore how this works and understand the science of sales. So now we understand that the founding principle of decision making is pain, right? And that's the primary motivation for people doing anything. But at the same time, I want to break down what is called the science of sales, because I've done a lot of homework on this, and I've done a lot of sales calls, and really we can deduce the whole sales process and the whole paradigm of sales down to one pretty simple diagram, as is the case with most complicated things. You can just, it takes a genius to take something complicated and make it simple. Not that I'm a genius by any stretch of the imagination, but what I'm saying here is it's entirely possible to just break this stuff down. So here's where we start. So you have a prospect, and when this prospect is going about their daily life, we would say they are like who they are. They're in their current situation. We would say, that's where they're currently at. So this little diamond or square you can see on the screen is where someone is currently at. It's their current situation. It's their current mode of living. It's their current level of reality, if you'd like. And it's just where they are. Whether take prospects, for example. If you're working with realtors, it could be a realtor making $8,000 per month with no leads. And that's where he's at. And the chances are, most people get stuck in their ways, most people get stuck, and most people plateau for a long period of time. So where someone is currently at is probably where they've been for quite a long time. And a lot of people, they don't really bring any conscious awareness to where they're currently at. They just sort of accept life as it is. And they just think, oh, this is where I'm at. This is me. Change is impossible. It's been this way forever. And I've just come to terms with it. So that's how this whole thing starts. This whole sales process of A to B, of getting people on the call, is we have to understand that, first of all, people are in their current situations. And what we do next is we have our message, right? We're calling this the stimulus. So we're reaching out to people, and this can be through paid ads. It can be through organic attraction. But we reach out to people who are in their own current situations. Everybody has a current situation. And we message them and we present our offer. Okay, this could be, I can help you get more clients, I can help you get more sales, I can help you open up another practice, I can help you buy another boat, whatever it is your prospects are motivated by. And what starts to happen here is we stimulate the prospect with our message. We create a reaction in their mind, and then they become aware of a problem or of an opportunity. And this creates agitation in their mind. And what I mean by this is they're in their current situation. We send them a message basically saying, hey, I can get you out of this current situation. Like, I know where you're at, and you might be all right with it, but it sucks, and I can help you out, and I can get you out of it, which is basically what we're saying. And when we do this, the prospect becomes aware of their problem. Or, on the flip side, they become aware of an opportunity. Everyone wants to grow. Everyone has problems to solve. And if we can have a message that stimulates a reaction in the prospect's mind to realize this, then it's going to create some agitation. Because most people, they don't want to think about their problems. They don't want to give any thought to their current situation, and they don't want to spend any time thinking about it. The reason behind that is because it's painful, and the brain is very, very good at concealing things that make us feel pain. So most people don't think about it, but then suddenly they see a message from you and they're like, oh, you know what? I could do with that. My life would be better if I had more clients, or if I had more leads, or if I bought another boat. And it creates this agitation. It creates this sort of latent frustration in the prospect's mind. And they start to think, oh, well, I've got this problem. Maybe this person could actually improve my life. And this awareness it's basically that they become aware of the fact that things could be better, and that they could be where they would want to be. So if you tell them you can do something, then they start to think about what would happen if you actually did that for them. Oh, this guy can get me 30 new appointments per month. Well, that could be an extra 2 clients a month for me. That would be an extra 100 clients a year. That's a lot of clients. That would be cool. They start painting this picture in their mind. This is what happens. And we have this blue square on the screen, because if you remember, the red square is where they're currently at. And this blue square represents a potential idea of the future. Now, this sort of idea of the future, at this point, having just messaged them or having just thought about it on their end, it's not very in-depth. It's not very clear, it's not very concise, there's no data points behind it, there's no clarity to it. But it's just this awareness that, hey, actually, I could improve on my current situation. I'm not quite sure what that would look like, but I know that I could actually improve. Or maybe they already have a goal in mind of getting to a certain level, and your message stimulates them being reminded about that goal, and then they start thinking about it and it agitates them. And this blue square represents an awareness that they could improve and that things could be better. Now, at present, like I said, they don't really know what could improve or how it could improve, but this awareness quickly transforms into agitation and creates pain. So most of the time, just by messaging people, we can create a little bit of pain. And you've got to remember that someone booking a call with you is a decision. They've made a decision. Why do people make decisions? Well, it's because they're in a painful situation. So they book a call to get out of their current situation. I think a lot of salespeople misunderstand this. If someone has booked a call with you, it's because they have a genuine problem that they have a hunch that you could solve. There is no other reason someone is going to spend 45 minutes or 60 minutes on the phone with you unless they think that you can help them out. So just by someone booking a call with you pre-qualifies them pretty damn heavily, don't you think? I mean, that's makes a lot of sense to me. No one else is going to book a call unless someone's just trying to prank you. But that's why it happens. So we create this agitation by sending them a well-crafted, clever message, and we start to see these two these two different minds. It's kind of like the prospect's got their current situation, and then they've got like a little angel sat on their shoulder saying, oh, you know, things could be a little bit better. Why don't we talk to this guy and see what he has to say? And then they start to sort of dream about it. They're like, oh, this would be cool. So what we have is the prospect in an agitated state and a state of heightened awareness as to what could be possible for them. And then we have you and the call. So what we want to do now is take the prospect through the call. And when the prospect gets on the call, and when they book the call, well, they're still going to be in this state of agitation and awareness, and also probably curiosity as well. You know, it's our job as salespeople to get them out of this agitated state and to just sort of get them in the frame of mind where they can clearly make a clear-cut decision on working with us. And it's quite straightforward. So let's explore the purpose of the call. So before the call, like I said, the prospect is in two minds. They've got their current situation, and then they've got this cloudy, grey, desired situation that they haven't really thought too much about, but they have this weird sense of awareness that things could be better. And then we book a call with them, and, you know, within 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 days or whatever, we hop on the call with them. And, well, we start talking to them. And here's what we do on the call. During the call, what we first of all do is we start to separate these two things as the call starts. We first of all acknowledge, like we say hi, rapport everything, and we start to sort of just build a bit of separation between where they're currently at and where they want to be. And as we move forward here, one of the first things that we do in the call is we define where they're currently at. So we know here, if we go all the way back through these slides, we know that everyone is currently somewhere, like their current situation, like we know where someone's currently at, but we have to ask them first of all, and we have to clearly define it. We have to get really specific. We have to get data points, we have to get metrics, and we really have to take some time to actually understand where the prospect is. And by doing this, what we're able to do is get them to define it and get them to understand it. Because most business owners or most people going about their day-to-day lives, they're kind of unaware to the fact that their situation and their reality can be improved. And before you can understand whether or not you can improve something, you have to sort of understand where you're at and figure out where you currently are. So the first section of the call is to define where they're at and to get very, very clear on their current situation. And usually just by doing this, it will create a lot of pain because people will start to realize that their current situation isn't all that good and that there's a lot of outstanding, big, ugly problems that are sort of hanging around in their life. And it's these problems and this pain that dredges up the emotion that causes them to buy from us. So as we progress through here, once we've defined where they're at, what we want to do is we want to start separating where they're at from where they want to be. So if you remember here, we have this sort of agitation and awareness, and they know they want to be somewhere else, but they don't really know where they want to be. So what we want to do as we move through the call is not only define where they're at, but then also separate where they're at from where they want to be. So as we move forward through the call, we're starting to sort of separate these two things, like where they're at and where they could be. And what we do here is we define where they're at, and at this point we have a clear understanding of where they're at. And by the end of the call, or towards the end, we should then have a clear understanding of where they want to be. So this is the purpose of the call, to begin with, is really just to define their current situation and where they're at, get a clear understanding of where they're at, and then also get a clear understanding of where they want to be, and separate those 2 points in their mind. Now, just by defining these two things, what you do here is you create this gap in the middle. Because what you'll notice here is we now have two clearly defined situations, okay, on the call. We've got their current situation, and then we've got their desired situation. We've got where they're at, and we've got where they want to be. And most people don't give much thought to this. Some people do, but most don't. And now what starts to happen on the call is we become aware of this elephant in the room. Because what you'll notice is that there's a big gap, a big lot of white between these 2 points. Okay, this arrow, for example, it's a long old arrow. And the prospect starts to realize that this gap exists. And they start to notice that where they currently are is far away from where they currently want to be. And just by creating this separation and clearly defining it, we're going to create some serious agony in their minds, because they're going to start to think, oh my God, like this is actually what's possible. Like I've never defined it before. I know I'm here. This kind of sucks. And I know where I can be. And then it's kind of chaotic because, well, there's a big gap. How do we, traverse this? Like, how do we get through this thing? And that's where you come in. So at this point, we know where they are and we know where they want to be. And what we do here is we have to define very clear metrics for both of these points. So for where they are, we need to say how much money is your business making per month right now? And they'll be like $10,000 per month. And then as we progress through the call, later on, we want to ask them, okay, how much money do you want to be making per month with this business? And they'll say, I want to be making $30,000 per month. And we'll say, well, when do you want to be making $30,000 by? And they'll say, 6 months from now. And just by doing that, we've now created separation between current and desired. And obviously there's a gap between 10K a month and 30K a month. And it just creates this frustration in the prospect's mind that they're not there. And as you can notice, there is a clear gap between these 2 points. And this gap is the key to making the sale happen. The reason anyone ever buys anything is because they think it's going to help them bridge a gap in their life. Okay, so let's take, for example, why you buy a sandwich. Might sound a bit elementary, but if you buy a sandwich, it's because your current situation is that you're hungry. And your desired situation is just to not be hungry anymore. Being hungry is causing you pain. So you buy a sandwich to bridge this gap from not being hungry, from being hungry to not being hungry. It's the only reason you buy the sandwich. Maybe it tastes good as well. That's obviously an added bonus. Now there's a lot of different sandwich choices out there, but generally speaking, like the core principle, as I said, the founding principle of actually making a purchasing decision revolves entirely around bridging gaps like these ones. Okay? Like I'm sat next, for example, I pick up these headphones. Okay, I've got these Beats headphones on my desk. Now, I purchased these headphones because my current situation was that my headphones before them broke and I couldn't listen to music. And I quite like listening to music, so that was causing me some pain. My desired situation was to listen to music through good quality headphones. So I purchased my headphones to bridge that gap. This is the only reason we buy anything. Now, on the agency space, to be more specific to this training program, you have businesses, and they are where they currently are. They're probably stalled at a specific part, and the reason they're stalled there is because of customer acquisition. And they want to be in a place where they're making more money, they have more customers, and they have a system that's reliable for acquisition. And there's a gap, obviously. Those two things are quite different. And the only reason they'll invest in your services is if they believe that you can bridge that gap for them. And if you can take them from being in this current frustrated situation with no customers to a situation where they've got more customers than they can actually handle. That's the only reason they're going to buy from you. They're not buying from you because you use lookalike audiences. They're not buying from you because you have the latest SEO keywords. They're not buying from you because you've got all of this fancy stuff or you've got a fancy website. They are buying from you because of this core underpinning principle that basically governs every single decision we make as human beings. So I hope this is starting to make sense. And once we've clearly defined where they are and where they want to be during the call, we then proceed to position our service as the bridge the prospect can use to cross this gap to get to their desired side. This is the key. This is the secret to sales. You clearly define where they are. You clearly define where they want to be. And then all you do is you position your service as the bridge that the prospect can use to get to the side they want. And you just have to do that well, with enough confidence, and before you know it, you've got more clients than you can even need. This is how it works. Okay, the key to making a sale happen is to separate these two things, to show the prospect these two things are real and they exist, and then just to tell the prospect that you can get them there. And all they have to do is say yes. That's it. It really isn't complicated. So imagine being stuck on a tall rock, okay? On a mountain somewhere, you're stuck on a rock, and you hate every minute of it. And it's a painful, uncomfortable place to live. Okay, you're on this mountain, there's no water, there's no food, you keep getting pecked at by eagles or something, I don't know, but basically you hate your life. You don't enjoy your existence, you're just having a bad time. You've been there for a long time, it's miserable, and you're upset about it. And 1 mile into the distance is your dream rock or mountain. You know, it's a mountain with loads of food and water, a house with a bed, it has good views, you don't get pecked at by eagles, right, whatever. And you can see this rock every day you wake up and you sort of dream about it. And, you know, you sort of just wish that it was existing and you wish you were there and all these thoughts. And then obviously all those thoughts start to create serious pain because you realize that you're not there, and then it makes your current situation feel even worse, because the only way we can understand the gravity of our current situation is by having the contrast of where we could be. So you end up coming back every day to your rock and thinking, oh, I hate my life because I wish I was somewhere else. We don't go back and look at the rock behind us and think, thank God I'm not on that rock, that would be even worse. Maybe there's a rock behind you that has all sorts of horrible stuff on it, but you don't look back at that and think, oh, thank God I'm not there. No, you look into the future, and that's how we make decisions. So imagine this for a second. You're on this rock, into the distance you see another rock which is more preferable, and every day you think about it, and every day you're in this painful situation. Now, it's obvious you can't get there on your own. You can't get to this other rock without help. You know, you just see it, you wake up every morning, it's a mile in the distance, but between you and that rock is a 1,000 foot drop or something, and it would just finish you off if you tried to get there. Now imagine this. One day, someone comes along, they climb up your rock, and they say, I see how much you hate where you're currently at. How about I build you a bridge so you can live on your dream rock? And someone comes along with rope and with wood and everything that they could need, and helicopters and all that shit to build a bridge, and they come along and they'll say, hey, well, listen, I can see you hate where you're currently at. Let me build you a bridge to get to that dream rock. Yeah, let's do it. Awesome. What do you think? Now, you would pay any amount of money to that person to bridge this gap for you, because then you can use this bridge to get to your other side, and you're buying a bridge. Now, I tried to make this metaphor as clear as possible, but when we look back at this stuff here, when we have these two situations, it's like you're selling a bridge so that someone can walk across that bridge to the other side and bridge this gap. And you would pay any amount of money to that person. Even if you had no money at the moment, you do everything you could to find it. Because if that person could genuinely do that and actually deliver for you, and you believe them and they were really confident they could do it, then why wouldn't you do it? You know, you're in this painful situation. What else would your miserable life be worth paying for, you know? And selling paid traffic or marketing services to a business owner is no different. Okay, the same principle applies. The same understanding, the same framework is in place here. If you can bridge the gap between where they are and where they want to be, then you will never go hungry. You will be very successful, and people will start writing cool things about you in big magazines like Forbes or Time or something. And here's the diagram, right? We have where they are and where they want to be, and then we have this big golden bridge in the middle, which is your offer and your service. It's as simple as that. And when you think about service delivery, and when you think about building out a product for your agency, just build it out with this thing in mind. Like, just ask yourself, does this product get my prospect or my client from where they are to where they want to be in the shortest amount of time possible, with the smallest amount of work possible on my end, with the best result for the client? If it does, awesome. If it doesn't, go back to the drawing board and come up with one that does. This is it. This is all you need in business, is an offer and a service that just does this for people. And if you can just do this, then getting to 7 figures will be easier than saying, like, I don't know, easier than saying pie, if that's even a phrase. But seriously, like, jokes aside, this stuff is so powerful once you understand it. And this truly is the founding principle of sales. It's just establishing that there is a gap between where the prospect is and where they want to be, and then positioning your service as the bridge they can use to traverse the gap. And if you remember one thing from the sales training, just make sure it's this, right? Just take a long, hard look at this graph, or this diagram, sorry. And if you take one thing away, or if you remember one slide from this entire module or training program, just remember this slide, okay? Because it's going to tell you a lot of stuff about business. So, so powerful. So, masterful salesmen, or women, masterful salespeople, create separation. And this is really powerful to understand, because this whole process, all the way back through here, it revolves around this slide of just creating the separation between where they are and where they want to be. Because the prospect won't know where they want to be. They won't know there's a gap to even traverse in the first place if you don't clearly separate these 2 points. So it's just absolutely imperative you do this. And like I said, masterful salespeople create separation. The best and most effective salespeople on this planet are those who focus on clearly defining where their prospect currently is, then where their prospect wants to be. After doing this, and having created clearly separation, after having clearly separated these 2 situations, they then simply position themselves and their product as the bridge that the prospect can use to cross this gap and achieve their dreams. And in simple terms, masterful salespeople don't sell products or services, they sell futures. Your service becomes a vehicle for someone to achieve their greatest dreams and desires with their business. That's all there is to it. You're selling the future. You're not selling Facebook ads. You're not selling Instagram ads. You're not selling search engine optimization or any of that stuff, even though that is technically, in technical terms, what you're selling. But we're not in technical terms here. We're talking about people's dreams. We're talking about people's deepest desires. We're talking about pain avoidance. And really, people are just buying a better future. That's all they're buying from you. That's the only thing they purchase ever. You think you're buying a sandwich? No, you're buying a vehicle that satisfies your hunger. And people, like, the paradigm for civilians, by civilians, I just mean people that aren't in business or don't understand this stuff. When someone's like, oh yeah, I'm buying, it's like I'm buying a new mattress today. It's like, no, you're not buying a new mattress. You're buying a better night's sleep. I could go on and talk about any product under the sun. It's just like, you could just look at this with anything. Now, yes, there will be some strange product out there that might just be the specific thing. Maybe someone's drop shipping, I don't know, some random thing for like £3 and it just is an impulse buy. Like, not every single product in the world is going to apply to this. But one thing that does is marketing agencies and marketing agency paid traffic services, websites, retainers. People are buying those things because they're buying the solution they provide. They're buying the future that they want. And masterful salespeople sell the ends, not the means. So have you ever heard the phrase, it's just a means to an end? Well, what that means is that it's like, if I was to say paid traffic is just a means to an end, like the end would be more clients. So the means is the Facebook ads, the ends is the more clients. Now, people, like, your clients are not buying your Facebook ad services. They are buying more clients from you. The way you deliver it is obviously a bit different, but that's what you need to make sure you understand. It's absolutely imperative to your success that you understand this, because as soon as you start talking about funnels and ads and lookalike audiences and pay-per-click and all this crap in your sales call is the second that the prospect is no longer focused on getting the outcome they want. And as soon as that happens, you've lost them, because they start to just lose their attention. Like they don't care about any of that. They just worry that you can do it. I had this conversation with Bo the other day where we talked about this in depth. And I said to him, I was like, if I had to have like brain surgery or something, like I wouldn't really be too concerned about the length of the scalpel that the brain surgeon is using, or specifically how long I'm going to be unconscious for. I wouldn't be worried about the brand of chair that I'm sat on whilst in the surgeon's room. I wouldn't really worry about the brand of hairnet or the type of hairnet the doctors are using. Like, that's the same thing. Like, if you go to a hospital and they're like, yeah, we need to give you brain surgery, this is how much it's going to cost, and this is the implication of it. I'm like, is it going to fix my brain problem? Yes, it will. Awesome, then let's do it. I'm not going to sit there and start to, expect them to tell me about hairnets and scalpel lengths. It's the same thing that applies when selling marketing agency retainers. And obviously, like, prospects will ask questions about that stuff, but only when someone asks do we tell them, not before. If they want details around specific methodologies, then we should tell them, but up until that point, there's no need for them to know. All they need to know is that you can get them the result they want. Sometimes prospects will want a bit more information, but up until that point, you must just sell the ends. So masterful salesmen, masterful saleswomen, they sell the desired situation. They sell the emotions that come with this desired situation, and they sell the feeling of achieving a goal and no longer being in pain. And that's how it works. So now let's talk about common misconceptions and myth busting, because really your reality and the way you experience the world in general is the result of your beliefs. And if you don't think sales is easy, and if you believe sales is hard, well, then you're going to live in a reality where sales is hard. But if you believe that sales is easy, then your reality will be that sales is easy. Think about it for a second. There's loads of salespeople out there that have multi-6 and 7-figure incomes. And there's loads of salespeople out there that don't have any income at all. What's the one thing that separates them? It's not the script they're using, I can tell you that. It's their beliefs around sales. And what I don't want to do here is equip you with a script and objection handling, rebuttals and training around that when you've got these beliefs or these common misconceptions about sales. I want to tell you now, sales is easy. Sales is the easiest thing you're ever going to do in your life. You can generate millions of dollars per year using the stuff we teach in this program. It's possible. It's easy. It's entirely possible. Most of success to begin with is just recognizing possibility and just actually coming to terms with the fact that this stuff can happen. And it's really just making a decision to actually do it, and then it's doing it. So if you're coming into this training with your teeth chattering, anxious, nervous, and petrified about sales, I want you to understand this. Sales is fucking easy. Now, that's easy for me to say because I've done a lot of sales calls. But if you believe sales is easy, then over the course of a few months and enough calls, sales will become very easy for you. And the only reason you tried and gave it a good go is because you had someone who told you that it was very easy to begin with. And I'm telling you that now because if you come in thinking it's hard, then all you're going to do is start to look for evidence that sales is hard. It's called the confirmation bias. And that thing will just, the feedback loops that revolve around that thing will just decimate any hope you have of making any money here. So drop all of those beliefs at the door and let's dive into some common misconceptions. So like I said, chances are you may have a few faulty beliefs about sales. And if you have these beliefs and try to sell with them, well, you'll experience nothing but havoc and pain. So let's bust them now. So here's a few, and I got some more on the next slide. So the first misconception is that people think that great salespeople are just born with it. They think it's some sort of innate talent where you're born into this world and you were just designed by God or whatever to be an awesome salesperson. Well, I can tell you now that this is false. Great salespeople are great salespeople because they've just done a lot of sales or a lot of sales calls. there's loads of books you can read on this. The book Bounce. There's a book called The Talent Myth, for example, around all sorts of stuff. But like, good salespeople you're not just born. You don't just come out the womb, start closing deals. Like, it's not the way it works. Like, you have to nurture yourself. And if you look at a good salesperson, generally the only reason they're good is because they've done enough sales calls to be good. It's not because of some innate talent or inborn desire. It's just because they've done lots of them. Now, is it going to be the case that some people find sales easier than others? Yes. Is it also going to be the case that just by having this program you find sales easier than others? Yes. Are there personality traits that make sales a bit easier? Yes. Does that matter? No. Because I promise you that practice will overweigh and override any personality trait that you think you have. Really, that honestly is the case. And that's my next point, is you have to have the right personality to be good at sales. Now, this is false, because by nature, I'm an introvert and I run rings around extroverted salespeople. Like, if I look at my Myers-Briggs stuff and all those psychology tests, I'm introverted as hell. Like, really, like, if I can have the choice of not going out or going to a party or talking to people, like, I'd rather just not do it. Now, I quickly came to terms with the fact that that's not how I can behave if I want to have a successful business. So I sacrificed my introverted tendencies to sell and to do stuff like that. And even if you are introverted and if you want to be introverted, you can still sell really fucking well. You do not need to be this high energy extrovert, talking people's heads off, being all massively confident. Honestly, like, you don't need to have, there's no such thing as the right personality, right? No matter what Myers-Briggs says, you can I've seen so many different types of people become really good at sales, irrespective of the tendencies they had when they were born or the way they were nurtured by their parents. It's just an excuse, really. Like, if you're just saying, oh, I haven't got the right personality for sales, then really that's just your brain's way of protecting you from feeling pain. And it's just sort of a synonym for you just saying, sales is painful, it's going to be difficult, I don't want to do it. It's really just a pain avoiding mechanism. It's an excuse. So let's not have that. The next one is that great salespeople are powerful and have high energy. And this is false, because it's better to sell calmly with silence, grace, and sophistication. My sales calls are conducted in a very pragmatic and professional way. I'm not talking over people. I'm not in anyone's face. I'm not sort of like shouting or, trying to hype up anything. I'm just calm, collected, and most of the time on sales calls, I'm just deadly silent. I just let the other person do all the talking and wait for them to slip up. And then when they slip up, well, when I say slip up, I don't mean make a mistake. I mean, like, I'm just waiting for people to give me the information and the leverage that I need to close them. And that might sound like a bit of a Machiavellian way to sell, but it's not. And I'm going to explain why it's not in another section of this video, which is called the moral obligation. But really, like, you don't need to be this. I think a lot of this belief about salespeople being these high energy cocaine addicts, is because of Wolf of Wall Street and films like that. And they think that sales is all about, cramming stuff down people's throats and just shouting at them until they buy from you and being disrespectful and sleazy. It truly isn't the case at all. It's better to conduct yourself in this calm, professional manner. I mean, look at this video, for example. Like, I hope I've done a good job on selling you why sales is important. I haven't had to shout at you and scream at you. I've spoken relatively slowly. I've been quite calm the whole way through. It's not as necessary. You don't need to be all like in someone's face. Is there a time and a place for it? Sometimes, but 90% of the time, not going to happen. The next one is that follow-up is the key to making sales happen. False. Follow-up is for people who can't close. This is an interesting one because the theme of a lot of our content has been around follow-up, around the organic attraction modules and paid attraction. Follow-up is important when getting people on the phone, but really, once someone's on the phone, you just want to get them closed in one call. You don't want to have to keep going back and forth with them. Like if you have to keep following up on people, it's just because you haven't been ruthless enough to close them, or to at least expect a binary decision from them. So follow-up is really just for people who can't close on that first call. Now, this mostly applies to paid attraction, and using agency funnels and the modules we've got for paid attraction, like Facebook and stuff, because you don't want people to be wandering off of those calls. Like, you just want to get them closed in one go. With organic, it's slightly different. You might find that your sales process is broken into 2 different calls. You might find that someone's like only got 5 minutes to talk to you. So organic is a bit more of a grey area, but generally speaking, like, you just don't want to have to constantly follow up on people, because it's just a waste of time. You know, if you've got to follow up on someone, chances are they're never going to buy from you. Now, that's not always going to be the case. Like I said, with organic attraction methods, it's important that you understand that not everyone's going to be in a position to buy there. They might need to talk to people. There's all sorts of stuff that goes on, but you want to do your best to get them closed on the call. But you can still expect to, have to have 1 or 2 conversations with people before they purchase from you organically. But paid wise, you should just be getting that stuff done. Like, if you're getting someone through a funnel, if they've watched a quick video about your service, if they've seen some testimonials and some social proof, and you've paid for that to happen and you've got their application, then it should just be a cutthroat approach. Organic, different slightly, but nonetheless, we want to do as little follow-up as humanly possible. Okay? Drill that into your mind. The next one is that sales is a lengthy process. Okay, people think that sales, talk about this all the time, where it's like, oh, my sales cycle is like 2 weeks. I'm like, what? You're taking 2 weeks to get someone as a client? Like, it's a false belief. Like, it's entirely possible to close people on one 45-minute phone call if you do it properly. Now, if you don't do it properly, you're going to be in this maybe zone forever, and you'll be in this limbo between someone buying from you and from them not. They probably won't ever buy from you. And, if you've got this weird belief in your mind that you need to send out all sorts of proposals and you need to do all sorts of back and forth with people, then it's not true. I can promise you that. I've done hundreds of 1-call closes, and the clients you get from 1-call closes are 10 times better than those who take 3 or 4 calls to buy. The next one is that business owners don't like being sold to. People think they're afraid to sort of sell to business owners because they think, oh, he's a business owner, he's going to know what I'm doing, or he knows why I'm asking this question, or I'm scared of trying to pitch this guy or being powerful because they know what I'm doing. Well, this is false, because business owners admire great salespeople, and they have no qualms giving them large sums of money to fix their problems. This is honestly the case. Like, if someone's trying to sell to me and they're good at what they do and they're using awesome sales techniques, I'm not sat here analyzing it. Usually, most of the time, they've completely caught me off guard, and just because I'm aware of the strategies doesn't mean I recognize them being used against me. It's very, very seldom does that happen. So don't think that these business owners are going to be judging you or picking apart your sales process or the techniques, because they're really not going to be paying any attention to that. They're going to be so fixated on the problem they've got that they don't really care about that. The next one is that sales is about adding value. Okay, this is false. Now, we want our prospects to realize we are experts, but we don't want to solve their problems on the call. I see this all the time, where people are like, oh yeah, I checked out your ads and it looks to me like you could do with running Instagram placements, or you're targeting the wrong country, or hey, by the way, I checked out your website, I saw you didn't have a pixel on there. And they think that by saying these things that they're adding value to the prospect, when in reality it just completely skews the sales call, because now the call is no longer about you helping them get the result they want and them realizing you can do that. It's now about a damn Facebook pixel, which is entirely irrelevant to the whole situation. Now, it's relevant to you delivering results for them, but you shouldn't single shit like that out. It's just not relevant or necessary to getting the call to close. We want them to realize that we know what we're talking about, but we don't want to solve their problems, because on the call, we're going to start to bring problems to the prospect's awareness. And if we solve those problems, then the prospect no longer has any problems to solve, and they won't purchase from us. So forget this whole thing about adding value. I don't know where it's come from. I really don't, but it doesn't work. And, it will do you more harm than good. The The next one is that you should close as many people as possible. So we have this saying in sales, ABC, always be closing. I don't like that saying. I think it's false, because we should only seek to close those we can actually help. So if you get on a call with someone and it's apparent that you can't help them, or that they are not a good fit for your service, then you shouldn't seek to get them on board. Because if you close someone and you actually can't help them, then all you're going to do is massively piss them off. And if it's a big enough retainer, then it will create some big problems. You'll have chargebacks, you'll have refunds, you'll have all sorts of shit. So you want to sell with integrity. Forget that you should just, every time you do people, I see this all the time, where people get on calls and they're like, I'm going to close this guy. This call, I'm going to close it. I'm like, you shouldn't be thinking like that, because it could be the fact that they could be a nightmare of a client. Like, do you really want that? You can say you're going to close someone before, it's kind of like, what could I liken that to? I'm usually quite quick with metaphors here. But it's like you're saying, like, it's like going to a restaurant, right? You're like, yeah, we're going to sit down at table 40 before you got to the restaurant. Now, there might be somebody else sat at table 40, so you can't sit at table 40. So you can't say for sure that you're going to sit at table 40. And it's the same thing with closing people. Like, you can't be this adamant about it. If you put all of your attention onto the close, then it'll be extremely obvious to the prospect that you're just there to get money out of them, and that you're not there to really help them. And B, well, if you can't help them and you try and help them, it probably won't close anyway. So once we find someone that we can help, then we should be ruthless in our pursuit of the close. So I'm not saying don't close, like close, but only close people that you actually can help. And once you find someone you can truly help, you should be just ruthless in the pursuit of getting them on board. Okay? The last one is that sales is only for confident men in suits. Now, this is false, because I've seen wildly successful female salespeople. I've seen introverts, I've seen anxious people, I've seen shy people, I've even seen teenagers close high-ticket deals. I've seen 15, 16, 17-year-old kids close high-ticket deals for thousands of dollars a month. I've seen people with chronic anxiety close deals. I've seen people who are introverted close deals. I've seen shy people close deals. You don't need to be a confident man with a grey print pinstripe suit like you're straight out of the 80s. Don't need it. And I've closed loads of clients wearing a dressing gown and slippers while laying on a beanbag. Honestly, I'm not even joking. Like, the amount of sales calls that I've done where I've got this big like red beanbag from IKEA, and sometimes I'll just lie down on that. I'll put my headphones in, I have my script, and I'm just sat there in my dressing gown, just closing $6,000 deals for NorthFlow. Like, it's honestly like that's what I would do. Now, I'm not going to recommend you specifically selling a dressing gown. This is more of a point just to sort of demonstrate that you don't need to wear a suit or anything like that. Most of the time I'm just wearing t-shirt and shorts, but I want to sort of demonstrate that a bit tongue-in-cheek. But I don't know where everyone gets this idea from that you have to be this man in a suit when you can just be a teenager in a tracksuit. You can still close deals. Like, it's possible, honestly. So now let's talk about your moral obligation in sales. This is really important, and I want you to pay close attention to this, because what I'm going to do here is help you justify the methods that we use. And I don't mean that in the respect that the methods we have require justification. Like, we're not scamming people here. Like, I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is that some of the methods that we use, we're going to ask the prospect some difficult questions. We're going to put the prospect in an uncomfortable situation. We're causing pain to help them realize that we can help them. And all of that stuff that we do is justified with the respect that we're actually going to be helping the prospect. It's with their best interests in mind. I think a lot of people don't like to cause other people pain, which is understandable. But sometimes people need to feel pain to realize they need to improve. And people need to feel pain to be motivated to make decisions. So it's like, imagine if you had a personal trainer and your personal trainer was like, oh yeah, well, we're not going to really do any tough exercises today because I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I don't want to make you feel any pain. You'd probably fire that personal trainer. The same thing is true with a consultant or a salesperson. Like, you should want them to put you in a situation where you're uncomfortable so that you actually realize what's possible for yourself and you're motivated to get yourself out of that situation. So just think about that. It's powerful. So as a salesperson, you have a duty. And I mean this, I'm dead serious. That duty is to only help people you can truly help. So I said this a couple slides ago. You only want to help people you can actually help. If you talk to a business and you get the impression that you can't help them, then let the call go. You don't need to close every single call. You don't need to be this maniac whose entire life and mental well-being and sanity is tied to his sales conversion rate. You know, it doesn't. You want a high sales conversion rate, but not at the price of your integrity. Nothing should come above that. If you think you can't help someone or can't improve on their current situation, then don't tell them you can. So for example, if you're on the phone with someone who's working with a marketing agency and that marketing agency is getting them better results than you think you could get for them, then don't try and close them. Because if you do, and they take you on and they fire their current marketing agency, then you've actually lied to someone and you've made their situation worse. And you might think, yeah, but I've made like $2,000 in the process. Dude, you've just sold your integrity for $2,000. You've sold your reputation for $2,000. It's not worth it. If you want to sell people who are working with agencies at the moment, then just have a better service than the agency they're currently working with. But if you don't think you can help someone, then don't help them, because it will do them and you more bad than good. And if you do find someone you should help or can help, then you should be ruthless in your pursuit of the close. And if you are genuinely convinced you can help someone achieve their dreams, do not give up on getting them on board. This is crazy because what starts to happen on calls is it becomes very apparent to you very quickly whether or not you can help someone. And if you know that you can help someone, and if you're genuinely convinced that you can actually improve the quality of their life and their situation, and you can take responsibility for that and help them, then you should do everything you can to get them to realize that. And I've had it before where I've actually said to people, and we've done this, like I've used this in action. It's a sales sort of thing where I've said, and I came up with this myself, I don't know if it's used elsewhere, but I've said to people in the objection handling phase, like, look, John, I'm in a position to improve the quality of your life and to help you achieve your goals and dreams. I know I can do it, and I know that the system and the processes that I have are capable of helping you get there. Now, I'm aware that at this point in time, you may not fully believe me, but the confidence that I have in my ability to do that should be enough for you to make this decision to move forward with us. Because if I don't get you on board here, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight, because I genuinely think I can help you. And for me to not tell you that and for me to just give up would be an awful thing to do, because I can help you. And when you say that with just unwavering sincerity, that person's going to buy from you. Now, obviously, you have to position it properly in the first place. But my point here is that if someone can clearly see that the reason you're on a call is to actually help them out, then it completely weakens their guard and they're 10 times more likely to buy from you. This is interesting, okay? Let me explain. So sales is about helping people. Let go of any attachment you have to your conversion rates, your commissions, or your paychecks. Put all of your attention and attachment onto genuinely helping people, and all the good stuff will come naturally. So good conversion rates, high commissions, and making money is all just a consequence of genuinely helping people. So if you want to get those things, then you should help people out. I've done this a lot with meditation recently. This is another example. I've got some technology that basically gives me live feedback on my meditation. So it sort of plays music, and the louder the music is, the worse it is, like the meditation is. But how it works is you focus on your breath, and when you focus on your breath for long enough, you start to hear these little birds chirping. And I started to meditate for those birds because they're a good sign that you're doing well. But the problem is that once you start focusing on the birds, you're no longer focusing on your breath. And the focus on the breath is the thing that produces the birds. So by focusing on the outcome or the consequence of focusing on my breath, which was focusing on the birds, I was no longer focusing on my breath. So I stopped producing birds, and then I got angry. And it's the same thing in this situation, and that might have been a weird analogy. I apologize if that doesn't make much sense. But it's the same thing in this situation. If you want to make money, then put all of your attention on adding value to people's lives, and the money will come. Money is a consequence of added value. And if you start a business purely with the intention of making yourself money, you won't do very well. But if you start a business and if you conduct every single sales call with the intention of helping people and helping them make more money, then you in turn will make more money. It's the way the world works. But this it's called hyper-intention in psychology. If you have hyper-intention on a consequence of doing something and you're not doing the thing that produces the consequence, then it's impossible to get it. Okay? It's just the way the world works. And if you're scared of doing sales calls, and if you're intimidated by them, then instead of approaching them as sales calls, just approach them as help calls or something like that. Like, imagine that you're like a helpline for business owners. Seriously, like if I've got a sales call coming up and I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this, I'm kind of nervous about it. I mean, that doesn't really happen anymore, but it used to. I would just remind myself that the sole intention and purpose of this phone call is to see if I can help someone improve the quality of their situation and their life. And then if I can, just telling them I can. That's all it is. And by focusing on conversion rates and commissions and paychecks and money, it becomes apparent to the prospect subconsciously, most of the time, that you don't really want to help them, that you just want their money. So this is how this thing works. Honestly, it's your moral obligation to focus on just helping them. And you'll find that just by helping them, that you'll make loads of money. Far more money than actually focusing on the money. It's kind of weird, like the way this thing works. And your conversion rate is a byproduct of how much you care about the prospect. Let me repeat that. Your sales conversion rate is a byproduct of how much you care about your prospects. Because the more you care about your prospects, the more likely they are to buy from you. Therefore, your conversion rate is improved. It's not a byproduct of how well you convert clients, although it is technically. How well you convert clients is dependent upon how willing you are to help them and how much you care about them. And you should derive all of your sales satisfaction from your ability to help people out and taking responsibility for their situation. If you can do this with genuine sincerity, and if you can let go of your attachment to money and commissions and paychecks and just put all of your attachment onto actually helping people improve the quality of their lives, and you can do that with genuine sincerity and you can actually mean it, you will never lose. And you will make more money than anyone in your niche to ever exist. And it's a difficult thing to do because all humans and all creatures on this planet are driven by self-interest. But as soon as you realize that what is within your best interest is basically in other people's, then you're going to do quite well. It's interesting to observe. And you want to keep this in check, okay? Just because you can help someone doesn't give you an excuse to lay off on this. You must remain ruthless. You must charge a solid price, and you shouldn't waver on your offer or start making exceptions. Okay? So if you talk to someone and you can help them, but they haven't got the money for you to help them, then you can't help them, right? Because they can't afford your help, which means you can't help them. We are selling for the fit. So if the prospect needs our help but doesn't fit our offer or model of doing so, they'll have to find someone else. An example of this with Imperium is people who want done-for-you solutions. We obviously deliver results using a program. And if someone is adamant that they just want someone to do the work for them, then we can't help them. Like, we can help them in the respect that they can do this program and get awesome results, but we can't help them if they're not willing to do the program. So they have to be willing to help themselves, if that makes sense. And the last thing I want anyone to do here is just think that you have to go around offering massive discounts or doing shit for free. Like, no, we are business people and we still need to, keep some intention on money and bottom line. You can't just, otherwise you might as well start a charity, right? There's all sorts of extremes you can take this stuff to. Like, I talk about helping people, but at the same time, you need to be business savvy. Okay, it's the 80-20 principle. You can't forget charging money and having a bottom line, because otherwise you won't be successful in business and you won't be able to help more people. So by charging a good amount of money, you can actually grow your business and scale and help more and more and more people. So charging money actually is a good thing. And also, if you don't charge money for something, people are less likely to take it seriously. They won't be as committed to their decision. So it actually is, believe it or not, within the prospect's best interest for them to pay you for your services. So keep this in check. Don't go to one end, don't go to one extreme. Don't go from putting all of your attention on money and then on helping people, and then go all the way to the other end where you're just helping people and basically running a charity. Like, you want to be somewhere around like the middle. You want to have a huge emphasis on helping people, but you also want to still care about making money, because otherwise, well, there's not much point. And this is the other thing, diagnose before the close. This is another moral obligation you have. When entering a sales call, forget all about the close. Now, this might sound counterintuitive, like why the hell would I forget about the close if it's the end result? But if you put all of your attention onto the close, it's once again, it's hyper intention. Like, it just won't happen. Like, if you put so much intention onto one specific thing and you try so hard to get it, then it's not going to work. Don't think about the close until later. Your first mission for the first part of the call is just to clearly diagnose the prospect to see if you can help them. Never, ever forget this. Okay? It actually makes sales calls so much easier, as the prospect will forget that you're selling to them, and they will realize that you genuinely have their best interests at heart. And I've highlighted this in bold, because really the secret to having people open up to you, and the secret to positioning yourself and to getting to the point where you can actually close people ethically, is just to start off by genuinely having their best interests at heart. Don't view the sales call as a sales call to begin with. View it as an opportunity to diagnose a problem in someone's business and potentially solve it for good. And you can only do that if you actually care about them and have their best interest at heart. So that's moral obligation in sales. Really important stuff. Don't forget it. Let's move on to the next thing. So now let's talk about how we structure our sales calls. Because one of the main issues that I see new agencies mostly, or some agency owners, is just having some damn structure to their call. Like, they just see sales as this chaotic thing where they know they need to have some sort of conversation with the prospect. They know they need to ask some questions. They know they need to close the prospect and pitch them, but there's no tangible discourse or reliable structure to this thing. And they end up just flopping every sales call, and it's not repeatable. Now, in the next video, when we talk about our playbook for conversion, we're going to give you a system, really, because a script is just a system. And we're going to give you the script and the system, and it's just a reliable, predictable way of consistently closing new clients. And it's repeatable. You can use it for pretty much every single client you have and every prospect you have. And it just sort of brings order to just the chaos of not knowing how to sell. And if you don't have a structure, if you don't have a reliable step-by-step process, then you don't have a system. And what that means is you can't outsource it. I see this a lot with agency owners. They get decent at sales in their own special way. They don't have a script, they don't have a system, and then they want to outsource sales, and then they can't because their system is tied up in their brain and they can't really articulate it because they've never taken the time to, and they haven't recorded their calls, so they can't even remember what the past calls have been like. So they don't have a structure, right? So we need some structure in our calls. So we have 5 steps to the call. Really, like, every single deal that you close is pretty much going to happen in a step-by-step process. And you can just observe these steps. Like, all of the sales calls that we've done, all the recordings we have, 90% of them just happen in this sort of step-by-step manner. So step number 1 is what I call a line of questioning. And this is where we ask the prospect a series of questions about their business, their current situation, their problems, and where they want to be and how that would make them feel. And we ask them these questions. It's like a bit of an interrogation, it truly is. Sometimes I break the ice and say, hey John, I'm going to ask you some questions. If it feels like a bit of an interrogation, I apologize, but I just want to be thorough. Okay, and he's like, yeah, that's fine, Charlie, ask me away. But we have this line of questioning, and this can typically take anywhere between 20 to 40 minutes, depending upon how long the prospect talks for. And it's important we start with questions, because it's the only way for us to gauge whether or not we can truly help someone. And I've seen it before where people try and do sales calls and they start asking questions, and then the prospect asks them a question, and then they answer the question, and then before you know it, the prospect's asking you loads of questions, and then you've pitched your product without even meaning to, and then it's chaos. So we start off with a firm, strict line of questioning, and if the prospect tries to stray away from our agenda, then we just say, awesome question, John, I've made a note of it, and I will answer it at the end after I've had a chance to explore your business in a little bit more depth. Is that okay? Yes, awesome. Okay, next question is this. That's the first thing we do. We have a strict line of questioning that we stick to every single time to diagnose the problem to see if we can help. And then, if we actually can help, if we ask our line of questioning and we truly believe that we can actually assist the product, if we believe that our product can truly assist the person we're selling to, then we pitch them. Okay, so we ask them questions, and then we get to the point where we are happy that we can help them, to which point we say, okay, John, I'm pretty sure I can help you out here. Is it okay if I just share a bit about what we do? And then John says, yes, of course. And then you go away with your pitch and you reel it off. And after you've pitched, then what happens is the prospect will start asking you questions. So at this point, the table will sort of turn a little bit. And you'll have this sort of Q&A with the prospect where they'll ask you information about your product, and you'll just be silent and you'll answer their question, and then you'll shut up. And then they'll ask another question, and then you'll be quiet. And then they'll ask another question, and then you'll be quiet. And eventually it will get to the point where they basically close themselves, because you could probably talk about your product. You could pitch your product for about 3 hours with all the intricacies of everything that you offer and all the small details. But really, you want to keep your pitch high level and then just let the prospect pull the information that they need away from it, so they have a perfect understanding of how the product works, and more importantly, how it will work for them. And you do that by letting them ask questions until they exhaust their questions, and then you move forward. And then what you do, one of the questions they have will be around price. You use price, and you use that and you leverage that to close them, and then you have to conquer their objections. So you have to accept that objections are going to be present in pretty much every sales call that you do. Some will be stronger than others. Some will be rooted in more confidence than others. Some are going to seem pretty ugly and difficult to overcome. But it's unavoidable, and we have to learn how to deal with it. So after we answer their questions and basically ask for the close, they're going to have an objection or two that we need to overcome. And we conquer the objections, and then we move back towards the close again. So usually what happens on most calls is we ask them questions, then if we think we can help, we pitch them, then the prospect asks us some questions, and then we try and close them after them asking those questions, and then they have an objection or two, and then we conquer those objections and we move back towards the close. And that's really the process. It's just 5 simple steps, okay? And that's how it works. And these calls typically run for 45 to 60 minutes. And we are aiming for a 1-call close when conducting them. We want to get prospects closed in these 5 steps if we think we can help them. Okay? I call this the 1-call rule. And generally speaking, we want to get the prospect closed on 1 call. I'm not going to explore this topic in too much depth now, because I'm going to explain why we do this in later videos, and also how to do it, of course. It's important you understand how that works. But I just want you to know that it's entirely possible to close high-ticket consulting and marketing retainer deals on 1 call. It's actually quite easy. Once you have the right system and the right framework and confidence, it's entirely possible. You know, like with NorthFlow, we were selling like $6,000 consulting deals on 45-minute phone calls with no previous rapport or anything like that. It was just sort of done and dusted. And it's possible to do. And if you think it's not, and if you doubt that, then just look at that belief and look at why it exists. Because if you haven't done any sales calls before, then you're probably not in a very good position to make judgments and form opinions around what's possible in sales. And I'm not saying that to bash your ego, but it's the truth. People have all these opinions about all sorts of stuff they know nothing about, and the only reason they have those opinions is usually because their brain's trying to avoid the pain of actually doing the thing. You know, it takes a lot of balls, and you have to be a bold person to try and close people on 1 call. And you've got to grow those balls, metaphorically of course, and you've got to sort of be bold. And that's a difficult thing to do to some people, or for some people initially, because it sort of makes you vulnerable. But when you realize that not being bold makes you more vulnerable than being bold, then, well, you're going to be bold. That's the way it works. And no more bullshit proposals. I don't want anyone sending out proposals in this damn training program. I don't want anyone emailing prospects with PDFs around their services and all that crap. No, the only PDF you should be sending a prospect is the contract they're going to sign after you've closed them. You know, it's the same thing with contracts as well. Like, we just get clients on board, we're honest with the way we deliver everything, and then we send them a contract after they've paid. Like, we get their credit card details on the phone, we get them closed, they're on board as a client, they've made the payment to us, it's gone through, and then we send them the contract for them to sign. And most people are fine with that, because what they find in the contract is identical to what we've already told them on the call. And we give them all relevant information they need to make the decision, mostly around the guarantee and the price. And then we just send them a document that confirms what we've already told them. And nobody ever has a problem with that, ever. I don't think we've ever had someone email back and say, I don't agree with this, I've already paid. It's just not how it works. So you don't have to send proposals. You don't have to schedule all these follow-up calls. Unless you're doing organic, it's slightly different, but nonetheless, you want to be as ruthless as possible. Don't use it as an excuse. You should always be going for the one call close. Even if you're doing organic calls, it's still possible to do it. It's just a little bit trickier. So you should just rise to the occasion instead. So now that we've talked about the one call rule, let's talk about some important things to remember. So here's some important things to remember about sales. The first point is that mastery takes a lifetime. You can consume this training module in a few hours, but true mastery will take a lifetime of practice and memorization. Okay? What I'm going to teach you over the course of this module is enough information for you to master sales. I mean that. I'm going to equip you with everything you need to know to get to 7 figures in sales. This module is called 7-Figure Sales Strategies, and the stuff that I teach you in this training video will get you to 7 figures. And I know it will because it's helped me do that, right? So I'm not leaving anything out. Like, you can master sales with the content of this training module, but mastery takes a lifetime. You have to apply time to this equation. You're going to have to constantly revisit this training module and always work your way back through. And I can guarantee that you've probably already forgotten what I said in the first 10 minutes of this training video. So what you want to do is just work through this module and just revisit it every single week for a year. And just think about that. If you revisited this training 50 times and you went through every video 50 times, what I tell you in these videos, the beliefs that we try to convey and the strategies we use would become part of your bloodstream. They would just ingrain themselves into you and you would become the module. I've done this before with previous training programs that Bo and I have done. There's some mindset training that we've done before, and I revisit that mindset training every week. Every single week. No, sorry, not every single week. That's a complete lie. Every single month. Okay, every single month. I revisit it every month. It would take too much of my time if I did it every week, but I revisit it every month, as often as I can, and by doing that, I'm just constantly reminded, because we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. So if I forget because the mindset for me is the most powerful part of everything. Like, I have the strategies, it's just remembering to use them, or having the courage to use them, or having the discipline to use them. And if I can't keep my mindset straight, then everything falls apart. So I don't want to forget the mindset stuff. The same thing with the sales stuff. I don't want to forget the key strategies that I use, and by teaching them to you, I'm reinforcing them deeply. Like, the best way to learn is to teach, really. But mastery takes a lifetime. So you can consume this training in a few hours, but you must continuously, ruthlessly, relentlessly come back and visit it again and try it again and again. And another thing to remember is that my first sales calls were hilariously cringy, right? I've done over 1,000 sales calls at this point, and the only reason I get the results I do is because I stuck it out and didn't stop doing them. So if I went back and listened to my first couple of sales calls, I would cringe to the core of my existence. I'd want to be swallowed up by the earth and never to be seen again. It was terrible. Like, I didn't know what I was doing. It was weird. It was alien to me, and I might as well have been speaking Mandarin. I don't know how Mandarin works. I don't speak Mandarin, but I might as well have been trying to talk to someone in Mandarin. I had no idea what I was doing, no idea how to sell, and the client knew that, and it was just cringy. Even thinking about it now, I'm like, oh God, it makes me uncomfortable. But I sort of realized that it's just like anything. Like, if you just start doing something and you're new to it, then you're probably going to suck at it for a while. Like, take ice skating, for example. I know I have these strange metaphors in here, but if you've never been ice skating before, and then you go ice skating, you're not going to be good at ice skating. It's just not going to work. You're going to get on the ring, your knees are going to be wobbling, you're going to be clinging onto the barrier for dear life, and you're just going to be petrified of skating out into the middle. It's the same thing with sales calls, right? Don't compare where you're at to where I'm at. On the ice rink, I might be that guy that keeps showing off in the middle, doing random twists and turns and backflips, although I'm not sure if it's possible to do a backflip on an ice rink. But you'll get to that point in the middle, but you have to find your feet first. And if you went back and watched a video of you first ice skating, having done 1,000 hours of ice skating, you'd probably cringe. And the same thing applies to sales. So don't be hard on yourself. And it's really important to remember this, because you've got to come to terms with the fact that you might be new to this. And even if you've already done a few hundred sales calls, using our techniques might be slightly different as well. So just remember that. And the next thing is that this module gives you everything. Okay. All you will need to sell like a hero can be found in this module. That's it. After that, all it takes is practice. So when you go through this module, this 7-figure sales strategy training, I can say with just raw conviction that you have everything you need to get to multi 6 or 7 figures in your agency with funnels. With sales, right? In regards to having a sales system. And if you've been through all the other modules, then, well, you have everything you need. But all you need to sell well can be found here. And if you don't get the results, then you're just not doing the work, I'm assuming, because I know this stuff works. I've used it myself. And if you're trying to sell and it's not working for you, then it's probably just because you've given up, or you haven't listened properly. You haven't practiced enough. So my point there is responsibility is absolutely paramount to your success. Like, I want to take as much responsibility as I can for your success, but ultimately the only person that decides whether or not you do well is yourself. So right now, I want you just to mentally commit to just smashing this thing out of the park. In fact, get a pen and a piece of paper right now and just write on it, I am going to master sales. I am going to master sales. And just completely ingrain it into your mind. Because if you're not there now, if you're not a master of sales at the moment, that's fine. But you will be if you follow the training and you keep doing the work. It's kind of impossible for it not to happen if you just stick at it. And if you have enough grit and emotional willpower and discipline to get the damn thing done. And the last point, continue to revisit this training. I still go back to the core sales lessons I've learned once per week. Now, I know I said once per month, but there's some core things that I read again and again and again every single week. In fact, I have affirmations that I read every single morning around sales and objection handling, because I don't want to forget them. But the best students in this program are those who constantly revisit this module and the training it provides. People need to be reminded more than they need to be taught, and you must remember this. And yes, I intended that pun to be there. So let's move on. Okay, important things to remember. Record your calls. To get really good, record your sales calls and listen back to them to optimize and improve your script and process. So I record pretty much every single one of my calls. I don't share the recordings with anyone else. I just, it's just, if it's me and the prospect on the call, I'm the only person that's going to listen back to that call, so it's fine. But your call recordings are like gold dust. They are the most important thing to you being successful, really, because it's just, once you've got a script and a process, the only thing you have to do is optimize it and improve it. And the easiest way to do that is to listen to reliable feedback, and there's nothing more reliable than your existing sales calls. And I don't care if you hate the sound of your own voice. If you want to succeed, then you should do it. Your love for success should outweigh your hatred for your own voice or whatever. Okay, it's important. And the script we've provided in this module is just the result of thousands of calls, testing and improvement. The foundations that we're building on here are tested against thousands and thousands of sales calls. Okay, the people that I've learned from have done thousands and thousands of sales calls. I've taken it and done thousands and thousands of sales calls, and they've stood the test of time. Now, the next one is to pair up with others. So use the Facebook group to find fellow agency owners who you can train with, and partner up with them so you can start doing some role play. This is cool because we've got a cool community in the Facebook group, depending upon when you're coming on board. It should be quite big. And you can get some role play in. Like there's no better sort of practice than the real thing, of course. Like, do not, like I say here, do not use this as an excuse to put off real sales calls. Like there's no better practice for sales calls than doing sales calls. But when I was getting started, I would just do role play with as many people as I could. And we'd have this fun little game we'd play where we'd be like, right, let's do a role play, 45-minute call, select your difficulty. And then you've got like easy, hard, and veteran or whatever. And easy would mean that the prospect would give you like long answers, they'd be more agreeable, their objections wouldn't be as fierce. And then you've got like veteran mode where they're the worst sort of prospect you can ask for. And I like those prospects now. I thoroughly enjoy difficult sales situations. I live for it. But you can sort of play around with this and role play with people and just get comfortable with the script, get comfortable with the objection handling. Really, if you want to role play something specific, just role play objection handling, because objection handling is really where most people mess up, and it's really where most sales calls are lost. Like you can get to the point where you're pitching people, like that's not particularly difficult, but the thing that really trips people up is the objection handling, and that's why we've got a whole 2-part video series dedicated to it in this module. But like I said, don't use role play as an excuse to put off real calls. And the last thing to remember is this. You are malleable. Now, the word malleable means changeable, right? Your personality, your sense of self, who you are is destined to change. The only thing constant is change. If you think you're bad at sales, well, I want you to answer me this. How many sales calls have you done? Like, it's probably not many. Like, if you think, oh, I'm not going to be good at sales, I can't sell, I'm crap at sales, well, tell me how many calls you've done. What, like 5? Well, no wonder you're bad at sales. Of course you're bad at sales. And that's fine, like, because anyone who's done 5 calls will be bad at sales. And the only reason you're bad at sales is because you haven't done any sales calls. And the only reason you haven't done any sales calls is because you think you're bad at sales. Break this belief and sit back and watch the wonderful transformation you will make. So if you think that you're not good at sales, then you're not going to be good at sales. So all you have to do is break that belief down and realize that it's not actually true. Like, it's really just a decision. Like, as to whether or not you're good at something or not is just deciding that you're good at it and then working at it. Like, it doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true. Because if you actually apply yourself and do the work, then what you believe to be true will happen and you will manifest it into existence. That might sound a bit philosophical, but honestly, it's the way the world works. So the main thing that's going to get in the way of you getting what you want is just your belief around sales. And then this transcends itself into outreach as well, because if you think you're bad at sales, then you're going to purposely and perhaps subconsciously mess up your outreach because you don't want sales calls because you think they're painful and difficult to do. So we really got to root these problems out, okay? And really the root cause of most of our problems in our life is because we just have shitty beliefs that hold us back. So realize you're malleable, realize you can change yourself, and realize that if you think you're bad at sales, it's just because you are believing that you are, and you haven't done enough sales calls to really warrant that belief. I'm good at sales. There's other people that are good at sales. Then there's people that are bad at sales. The only thing that separates us is A, the level of calls we've done, the amount of calls we've done, and B, our belief that we're actually quite good. And really, your competence will become your confidence, and vice versa. So that's how it works, okay? So let's get down to business. This video has basically been Sales Bedrock, and I hope I've done a good job in laying foundations. Questionable metaphor here and there, of course, as per usual, but I hope it's been helpful, and I really hope I've opened up your eyes to what's possible with sales and why it's important to understand this stuff. Do not forget this thing here. Let me show you again. Look at this. Take a good look at it, pause the slide, screenshot it, print it off, get a tattoo of it. I don't care. Just remember it however best you can. Because if you forget this, then you're basically forgetting to grow your business. Okay? So once again, you need to be reminded more than you need to be taught. So revisit this video as many times as you can that makes sense and just keep coming back to this stuff. And I promise you, every time you do, you'll probably pick up on something new because your abilities are dynamic and you're going to change and you're going to improve and you'll be able to apply this sort of thing at different levels of existence and reality. So that's everything for this video. We've talked about the founding principle of sales. We've talked about common misconceptions and we've busted some serious myths. We've talked about your moral obligation in sales. We've talked about the structure of our sales calls. We've talked about the one call rule and also some important things to remember. The key one being this. You're malleable, you can change, and it's going to happen if you do the work. And now that you've been through this video, I can confidently say that I've done everything that I can to prepare you for what you're about to learn. So I'm so excited. I'll see you in the next video. Talk to you soon.
Today's hot topic is pricing. How much should you actually charge for your services? What makes sense? What will sell? Today, I'm going to tell you exactly what to charge.
I'm going to tell you what I would charge if I was starting an agency, and I'm really excited. My name's Charlie. I've built and scaled 2 companies, a marketing agency to 7 figures and a coaching business to multi-7 figures. We are well on our way to 8 figures, which is really exciting. This channel is basically to document my journey and what I'm learning along the way, but more importantly, it's to help you guys make client acquisition easy. I believe that client acquisition should be easy for everyone that deserves it to be, and you probably do deserve that. So, without further ado, let's hop into my computer and discuss the wonderful world of pricing. All right, wonderful world of price. So, first of all, we can draw a line here, and this line can denote 2 extremes, right? Here we've got high ticket and here we've got low ticket, right? So high ticket is, if we're talking in terms of like, we're talking in terms of monthly retainers, and we'll also talk in terms of like one-time payments, right? So for me, a high ticket retainer is anything north of 2K a month, and a high ticket sort of course is going to be anything north of 4K. Now, if we're looking at low ticket on the lower end, obviously like a low ticket, retainer is going to be, let's say, anything around $200 a month. Right, that's sort of where low ticket's going to sort of start. Anything below that is just, there's no point unless it's a SaaS, right? But then if we look at low ticket from a course perspective, this could be something like $500. Now, this is subjective to my experience. People are going to disagree with this, and you might think that low ticket is less or more, but I don't really care, right? I don't care. But let's look at it from this perspective. First of all, right, you have to sort of base your price around a couple of things. V and P, right? So V is the value, right, that you actually provide. And P is the prospect and what they can actually afford. Now, funnily enough, it's very rare that you're limited by what the prospect can afford, right? Because I'm here to tell you that, if you're selling something that can truly solve a really painful problem for someone, they will find the money to buy it, right? If I came to you and you had no money right now, and I said to you, look, I'm going to sell you a lottery ticket, it's $100. I don't care, the lottery ticket is $3,000. But if you buy it, in 7 days, you can cash it in for $1 million in cash. And it's verified by the US government and, blah, blah, blah. Like, that person will dance. They will find $3,000 to buy that thing. And it's no different to how you want to look at your offer and your service. If you're solving a problem that truly is painful enough, people will find the fucking money, even if you don't think they have it, right? So that's the first thing. The main thing here really is value, because it usually just comes down to you. And I'm going to sort of explain why in a second here. So, here's how I look at this, because people ask me all the time, Charlie, what do you think of my pricing? Charlie, how much do you think I should charge? Charlie, like, is this enough or am I charging too much? It all comes down to you, right? So a pricing decision is a conversion decision, right? Basically, what I'm trying to say is that if you don't believe that the price you charge represents the value of what you charge, right? If you believe that the price exceeds the value, if there's a discrepancy, right, then you're not going to sell. And this is a really important lesson in critical thinking for anyone starting an agency. So everyone starts out and they think they're going to charge $1,000 a month in retainers, right? However, when you look at them, or when they look at themselves in the mirror, they have a shit service, they have no experience, they have no case studies, they have no confidence. And they go into sales calls petrified out of their mind because they think they need to charge $1,000 a month. If you want to scale an agency and grow an agency and really build something, you need to charge north of $1,000 a month. I'm telling you, you need to charge $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month, $4,000 a month, whatever, right? $1,500 a month. You can only charge what you're comfortable selling. Like, people, this is the key lesson in sales, is that people are only going to buy from you what they have confidence in, and what they have confidence in is directly related to what you have confidence in. So if you're selling a service and you're thinking, I don't know if I can deliver results or not, but you're then asking for $1,000 a month or $2,000 a month, if you fundamentally believe that that is a rip-off and that you'll potentially even feel like you're scamming the person, you will never close. So I see people putting all this pressure on themselves, starting out with no experience. They have no idea what they're doing. They don't know. They hire some dodgy media buyer from bloody Bangladesh. Nothing against Bangladesh, but they hire a dodgy media buyer that has no idea what they're doing. And then the agency owner's like, yeah, so it's like $3,000 a month, if that's all right, maybe, perhaps, somehow. Like, it's a huge problem. So when you're starting, there's nothing wrong with charging less or charging on a performance basis, right, with like a small setup fee, because people will only ever buy what you have conviction in, and your conviction a lot of the time is going to come down to the price. And so the way that I like to price my stuff is I look at the value, right, and what it provides, and then I try to quantify that value in terms of what that actually would mean to someone in financial terms. And then off the back of that quantification, I'm then able to deduce a price. There's no specific tangible framework you can use because it's always going to be case by case. But the main point of this video is to argue the point that you're not going to sell what you don't believe is worthwhile. right? And so if you're wondering yourself here, like, should I be here or should I be here? It's all going to come down to where you feel you should be, right? Because if you feel like you're worth this, then you kind of have no choice but to charge at this point. And I'm telling you, if you want to raise your prices, you have to raise your value first. So there's a lag between value and price. So if you want to charge more, right, you have to give more. But in order to give more, you need to first learn how to give that, give it, and then start charging more once you know that you're actually worthwhile. This is the thing about price. This is the thing that people just miss. Is like they isolate price and they don't look at value. You need to look at these things like a figure of 8. They are deeply interrelated, and there is some sort of business umbilical cord that connects these two things. And if you're on a sales call and you're asking for $2,000 a month, right, but fundamentally you don't believe it's worth that, nobody will buy from you, right? Except from someone who might have a problem with their brain, right? And I'm telling you, you don't want clients with brain problems. They're not very good clients. But it's an important lesson. So if you're starting and you're new and you're wondering what you should charge, I can tell you that you know, if you're feeling all this pressure on sales calls and if you're feeling terrified and you feel like you can't deliver and you feel like, you know, like, oh, $2,000 a month is way too expensive. Like, if you feel like your price is too expensive for what you're selling, then what do you think people you're trying to sell to are going to feel? Like, sales is a transfer of emotion. That's what Jordan Belfort said, for all of his wonderful virtue, right? Lack thereof. But it's true. If you're going into a sales call feeling this horrible sense of emotion and pressure because you feel like you're charging too much, then your prospects will pick that up and naturally feel like you're charging too much. So if you want to know what to charge, you have to look no further than what you believe you're worth. And what this means is that if you want to make more money, ultimately you have to become worth more while. Now, there's an exception to this. If you're a Machiavellian, malevolent person that has no problem charging a lot of money for shit services, which a lot of people do in this day and age, then this video doesn't apply to you. But I'm making this video on the assumption that you've actually, you know, got some character and you're a good person. You want to make sure you're delivering proper value to businesses. And that's how it works. So like when I set prices for my services, I'm looking at the value and I'm asking myself, like, even if I'm charging this, does the value massively exceed the price? And if it does, that's where sales conviction comes from, and that's where conversions come from. And also, if you feel like you're adding way more value than you are charging in price, then you're way more motivated to do outreach, and you're way more motivated to book appointments and to be consistent with that. An example of this is these YouTube videos, right? So I've made 3 YouTube videos basically every week for the last like 18 months. And the reason I've been so consistent, obviously these videos act as a funnel towards my funnel, right? For transparency, I'm a business person, I'm trying to sell something, right? You know, behind all the, you know, crap, you know, me saying, oh, I'm on a mission to do this. Like, ultimately, like, I do want to help people, but also I make these videos to make money because it's what I do, right? For transparency, I'm not going to lie to you, right? But the point is that, like, I'm so consistent with these videos because I know that anyone that buys our product is going to find their experiences significantly better than what they thought it would be, in spite of the price that we charge. And so, like, if you can, you know, get this value to price discrepancy where you've got way more value than price, then you're going to be way more consistent with all of your efforts to attract clients and make more money. So that's the answer. There's no definitive, like, set in stone price, because I could tell you the best price to charge is $2,000, but if you're not worth $2,000, you won't get clients. This is a key lesson in critical thinking. It's so contextualized, it's so dependent, and it's such a non-binary thing that, you know, like, if you feel like you're worth $5,000 a month and you genuinely know that if someone works with you, $5,000 a month is a very fair price and a good price for them to pay, and you firmly believe that and you know it to be true and you really do deep down believe that, then you can charge $5,000 a month. Like I said, it's very, very rare for the market or the prospect to limit what you can charge. The thing that will limit what you can charge is the value you provide, because the less value, the less conviction. And conviction is the thing that determines sales and conversions. So just some food for thought. I wanted to sort of share this video with you because a lot of people struggle with thinking about price. And if you think about it in the right way, you'll recognize that if you want to charge more, you just have to increase your value. It's not about getting better at sales. So people think that when they start increasing their prices, they have to get better at sales. It's not. It's about increasing your conviction. Because if you increase your conviction, you naturally increase your conversions. And you can only increase your conviction by charging less than you feel like you're providing in value. All right? So that's everything for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers.
Okay, so here we are inside of the laptop. Now, if you want this Google Doc, I will make it available to you later on in the video. So if you want to get your hands on it, just watch and I'll explain how to get it later. So the first thing you have to understand about this is I'm going to walk you through the exact script, the pitch, the process that helped me sign over 350 clients. But before I explain this pitch, there are some things I need you to actually understand, okay? And the first thing you need to understand is this thing that we call the gap. Understand, when you get onto a sales call, every single person that you're talking to has two states of mind. They have their current situation and their desired situation. And between these two states is something called the gap. And if you don't understand the gap, you can't sell properly. So let me explain. So with a sales call, you have three priorities, okay? Priority number one is it's not even to close them, right? It's not even to close them or qualify them or any of these fancy terms and, sales jargon words that, these sales gurus use to convince you that what we're talking about, right? What you're doing here at the start is clearly understanding and defining the prospect's current situation. This is priority number one, is throughout your questioning, is understanding where is this person at and really defining a clear-cut state. The second thing is to clearly understand and define their desired situation, okay? So our first two priorities on a sales call are not to close or ABC, always be closing or qualifying or discovery. What we're doing is we're trying to understand where are you right now and where do you want to be? Because once we have these two states, we have pain and pleasure to work with. And what I mean by this is people's current situations are typically quite painful. You're probably aware of this right now. Let's say, for example, that you are struggling to book appointments and get clients. That is your current situation. Your current situation is a couple of clients, but no predictable way of acquiring new ones. It's chaos, it's a mess, it makes you nervous, it keeps you up at night. You get emotional, it's stressful, right? But then you have a desired situation, which could be $10,000 a month, and that's when you've got a consistent amount of appointments coming in without you having to do any work. And there's a massive contrast between these two states. And what you're trying to do as a salesperson is build pain. I'm going to say that again. What you're trying to do as a salesperson is build pain. And what we cannot do is inflict pain on the prospect emotionally. All we can do is amplify pain that already exists. And how do we do that? We do it by fleshing out and clearly helping them and you understand and define where they're currently at. And then we contrast that and mirror it against where they could be if the problem they had in their current situation was solved. This is the art of sales. And this is how true masters will sell. And 1 and 2 serve the purpose of building the gap. Because if someone's going to buy from you, they need to perceive value, and value is created or perceived when pain is alleviated. And so someone buys something because they believe it's going to help them remove pain from their life. And so the more pain you can build on the sales call, the more value you can supposedly release. So I'm going to give you the questions, I'm going to give you the exact script, I'm going to walk you through how I pitch people, I'm going to give you everything. But if you don't understand this premise, you're not going to be able to close people. Priority number 3, once you've established 1 and 2, is then to position your offer, your product, whatever it is you're selling, your service, as a bridge between the two states. So you are selling a bridge, essentially. Okay, it's priority number 3. If you want to become an incredible salesperson, never, ever, 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 ever forget this. Great salespeople do not sell products or services, they sell outcomes. You're selling a future state that is achieved as a result of doing or using the product or service. You don't sell marketing services or Facebook ads. You sell desire, hope, and a dream. You sell pain alleviation. You don't sell products. You sell future states that people want to achieve. It's so imperative that you get this into your brain early on in your sales career. Because this was the initial conditions that I had through my sales training. And I went on to do like 2,500 or 3,000 sales calls with an average 40% conversion rate in my sales tenure. And the reason I was able to have that is because I understood this. Now, I also want to give you an ethical use warning here. Not that I don't trust people, but this video contains the exact words that I used, the exact line of question that I used to conduct 2,500 sales calls and close between 750 to 1,000 clients. In the wrong hands, it can be dangerous and can cause some trouble. Now, I don't want to get all Tony Stark to Spider-Man on you, but genuinely I mean this, with power does come an actual responsibility, okay? This process can be used to sell anything. I implore you use it ethically and honestly. Please only use this process if you genuinely believe you can help someone. I'm going to give you the words. I'm going to give you exactly like what to say, when to say it, and how to say it. And by giving a lot of people that I'm aware that a lot of people are going to do bad with it, so please don't, okay? So let's get into some best practices and a couple of bits and pieces that you need to understand before we go through the script. These are pretty self-explanatory, but the first thing you need is a quiet room. So when you're conducting your sales calls, I do them in a quiet room where you will not be disturbed. No barking dogs, no screaming kids, no beeping, no roadworks, just somewhere you can actually focus and truly listen. Because this is the cornerstone to sales, is truly listening to the person. What are they actually saying through their words, through their tone? Camera off. Turn your camera off. This is contrary to most sales advice. I conducted every single one with a very few exceptions, right? Most of my sales calls without a camera, and all 8 of my sales reps at the moment conduct calls without a camera. When your camera is on, you cannot focus solely on your prospects and their problems. Everyone who does sales these days will tell you to turn the camera on because it builds trust. I turn it off because I believe it builds distraction, and I find it relatively easy to build trust just through my voice. If you have your camera on, you can't really focus because you're seeing yourself, if that makes sense. A lot of people would disagree with me on this, like a lot, but what I can tell you is like my entire sales team goes camera off, I go camera off, and like that's how I learned to sell. I think it works better. Notepad. Have a pen and paper to take some notes. Don't type. It's noisy and distraction for the prospect. Write down everything you feel is important. Pretty simple. No emotion. This is a big one. So before your sales calls, you need to release any emotions you have around like the previous day or the previous week or the previous hour. It's imperative that you treat each call as a new, fresh start. How the previous call went will have no real reflection on how the next call goes unless you carry your emotions over. So you want to be in a calm, tranquil state. I don't know, meditation, whatever makes you calm, right? But don't bring any emotional baggage into that call. Because if you've got a good product and you can truly change lives, you should not be letting your emotions interfere with that. Now, a couple of weapons of mass conversion for you. There's a couple of things that I want you to use. 2 of them, tools that I've used to close $10 to $20 million in like lifetime value. And the first one is silence. Everyone thinks that sales is about talking, and they think that it's about like, you know, bullying the prospect into buying and, you know, being this sort of like, you know, over-articulated, verbose person that just talks and talks and talks and talks until someone buys. That is not the way to do it, at least not professionally, okay? Maybe if you're selling a car, it's different, but silence is by far the most potent weapon you can use. It's very simple, because when you ask your prospect a question, you just need to shut up. Do not talk over people. Do not butt in or interfere with their sentences, regardless of how muddled they are. When you ask a question, just shut up. Let them finish speaking, give them a couple of seconds of silence, and then ask your next question. Most people are incredibly uncomfortable with silence, and when we allow for the prospects silence, when we let them, you know, when we shut up and let them speak, they will talk. And the more they talk, the more leverage we have, okay? The more they talk, the further we understand the current situation, the further we understand the desired situation, and the more leverage we have to bridge this gap with our service or product. You will notice that if you give your prospects a couple of seconds of silence after their answer, they will start filling that silence with more information. If the prospect gives you an unsatisfactory response, just stay quiet until they know more, until they tell you more. You know, let's say, for example, you ask them on a sales call, hey, what marketing are you doing right now? If they say, I don't really know, then what you want to do is you just want to stay silent because they haven't really answered your question. Silence also makes the prospect worry their answer isn't good enough for you. So I could talk about this for like a whole hour, but I'm not going to do that because you're smart and you should be able to get the point. If you say to someone like, how much money are you making right now? And they say, oh, yeah, we're doing all right. Just stay silent. The sales call is about the prospect, and it's about having quality information on them that you can later on use to secure a close. And the more the person talks, the more leverage, the more weaponry, the more you have in your arsenal, so to speak, to actually get the deal done. And not only that, but the more silent you are, the more the person feels listened to, and the more they open up to you. And the more they open up to you, the more information you have. It all comes back to this, like, you know, just building as much information as possible. And it also is a way of, you know, just indicating and displaying professionalism and expertise. Just shut up, basically. So the second thing is to let them sweat. This is another thing about sales calls. Some people are just really don't get it, man. I explained earlier how the main premise for sales is pain alleviation. You want to put the prospect in as much pain as you possibly can through asking the right questions, because people buy to remove pain. Basically the first principle of the human condition is pain avoidance. Okay, it's the simplest idea in psychology that I think it was discovered probably by Freud, but it was probably rooted in Jung. Everything's rooted in Jung. But everything's pain avoidance, okay? So what you want to do is do what I call letting them sweat.
So we're going to be asking the prospects difficult questions about their problems, pains, and desires. When we do this, we naturally dredge up negative emotions and anxiety in the prospect's mind. It is this pain that will motivate them to buy from us. Do not solve this pain, do not coach, and do not, for God's sake, start adding value. We need the prospects to sweat and sit in the weight of the gravity of their situation and their agony. You are not on a call to solve their problem, coach them, or make the pain go away. So here's the prime example of this is imagine you're a doctor. So imagine being a doctor, conducting a consultation with someone with heart disease, and you find out on a consultation, like, shit, you got heart disease. You're not going to tell them to not worry about it, as this will get the patient to calm down and decide to do anything about it. Pain is a motivator, right? And what a lot of people do on these sales calls is they think they need to add value. Don't add value. Don't coach. Don't try to solve the problem. Don't tell them it's going to be okay. Imagine you are a doctor with a patient that has a terminal illness. You might comfort them slightly, but you're not going to start to tell them, oh, don't worry about it. It's going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Like you need, the doctor needs that patient to feel some real terror, because by feeling that real terror, the person's actually going to do something about it. So you have to think like a doctor here in a sense, but also like stop trying to coach people. Ask questions. And that's it. If I say to you, if I'm selling Easy Growth and I say to you, how many appointments are you booking right now? And you say, not really any. I really hate it. Like, yeah, I'm gonna keep some silence, and because obviously you're trying to finish a thought, and then you'd say like, yeah, it's really like I'm really struggling with it. Like I'm just finding it super difficult, and like it really demotivates me. And like I've booked like 3 appointments in the last like month, and like I'm just really worried about it. I'm not going to come in and say, hey man, don't worry, because we're gonna fix this for you. Like you really haven't got to worry about anything. Like this is gonna be fine. No, I'm just gonna say okay, and then move on to the next question. Because you need to feel it, and as soon as you stop feeling it, you strip yourself of the motivation to buy. So pain is a primary reason someone will purchase, so don't try to alleviate it. And for those of you that are thinking, well, this sounds Machiavellian, this sounds like you're manipulating people, it's not really, because if you've genuinely got their best interests at heart and you actually believe you can help them and change their life, then it's perfectly just. Now let's get into the nuts and bolts of the process. I've defined 7 clear stages of a sales call. So if you're new to SMMA, or if you've been doing this for some time but you haven't got a huge amount of clarity on how to conduct sales calls, I want to start by giving you 7 clearly defined stages, so you know, like, how the hell do I actually structure these calls? How long should they take? What are the steps that I need to take someone through to convert them? So let's get into it. So step number 1 is the introduction. This is just very quickly chatting to the prospect before getting straight into the questions. I mean it when I say this should be like 30 seconds long, okay? I am not one to build rapport and ask someone how the weather is and ask them about their favorite football team, so I do not bother with any of that. Once the introduction's done and we're into the the nuts and bolts, I start by asking questions. And I'm going to show you the questions that I ask in a bit. But when you're asking questions, you want to ask the prospect questions that A, demonstrate expertise. You also want to ask ones that determine if they're a fit for your offer, build a problem, build pain and emotion, clarify current and desired situation, and contrast current and desired situation. So all the questions you ask should be a vehicle for one of these points, because one of the easiest ways to demonstrate expertise and build trust with someone is knowing the right questions to ask them. For example, if I'm on a call with an Anytime Fitness franchise, I used to sell marketing to gyms. It used to be like what I did. It was the first agency I had. If I was on a call with an Anytime Fitness franchise from the States or from America, I could ask them the question along the lines of like, so inside of the franchise, are you selling the group training package that's mandated by the franchise, or do you prefer to do your own thing? That question there demonstrates a level of expertise that is very deep, because the person is suddenly like, oh my god, this guy knows. Like, he knows that the franchise is rolling out this mandate for this group training style, but a lot of the time I don't want to do it, so I don't. So some of them will be like, oh yeah, I do, or some will be like, I don't. And then a lot of the time they'll be like, how the hell do you know that? And also, like, for example, if I'm working with a CrossFit gym, I can start talking about the owner of like the CrossFit franchise, because he can be quite tyrannical and some people don't like him. Or I could say like, okay, and so all of the coaches you've got, I'm assuming they're all level 2 trained, right? It isn't even like it's not even really a sales question, but it's just demonstrating expertise and building that perception. Like, this guy knows what the hell he's talking about, because if he wasn't an expert, he wouldn't know these things. He wouldn't know to ask these questions.
And a lot of people will judge you on your approach, and they will judge you on the professionalism and the understanding that you have in your niche. The other second reason we're using our questions is to determine if they're a fit for the offer. This is the main thing. Like, if you come into the call looking to close them, you won't close the deal. But if you come into the call looking to diagnose them, to see if they're a fit, like you're genuinely just there to explore whether or not you can help them, that's where it comes down to it. A lot of people get terrified to make sales calls, and they get really nervous and frightened and stressed. And the reason behind that is because they've got this expectation set on themselves that they need to close this person, right? When in reality, you don't need to close them. You just need to start by exploring the fit. And so the easiest way to remove your fear of sales calls is forget about trying to close people and just try to diagnose them, try to figure out what the hell is going on. And then once you've got the problem, then you can start worrying about closing them. But by that point, you're in the trenches, you're not too concerned. Building a problem. The questions need to be focused around a problem. So what you're trying to do here is current situation, desired situation, establishing these two things. And then obviously we've got the gap between current and desired. But then more importantly, the reason someone cannot bridge this gap is because there's a problem blockading them. There's an obstacle, there's an issue. And that issue is creating pain. And so what we want to do is build this problem and flesh it out as much as we can, this big, ugly, nasty nightmare of an issue. And by building it, we build more pain. And we make it clear. And then at the end, when we pitch, we come along essentially with our product as a bulldozer, and we say to them, we can bulldoze this away. Now, I said earlier that you don't want to tell people it's all going to be okay and remove their pain, but this is the thing, is you say my product will remove your pain. You don't try and get rid of it now, you demonstrate that it will. Building pain and emotion, clarifying current desired situation, and contrasting those two states. Okay, this is the reason we do the questioning. Then we do the pitching. So after the questioning comes the pitch. Okay, this explains how your offer and product works in a way that is concise, is laced with conviction and confidence, vaguely explains how it works, focuses on the outcome, uses specific knowledge from the questioning phase. With the pitching, it's super simple. You very briefly explain what you do at a very high level, and that's it. You don't use a pitch deck. You don't need slides. It doesn't need to be 10 minutes long. It doesn't need to be half an hour long. You're vaguely explaining and briefly getting into how it works. Because what then happens is stage 4, which is answering. So the beauty of this is by having a short, concise, high-level pitch that's laced with conviction, people will become curious and will start asking you questions about how it works. Because here's the problem. You've got a service that you could talk about for like 4 hours, probably, or maybe like an hour. You cannot do that on a sales call, because the issue is that as soon as you start giving information to someone that they don't feel is relevant, the product starts to diminish in value. Because if I tell you something about my product that you don't really care about, and there's going to be a lot of things, you start to feel you're buying something that you don't care about and doesn't add value. And this is why elongated, long, hard-hitting, lengthy pitches do not convert and do not work. Because like if let's say I'm selling your business owner, I'm selling you a Facebook ads retainer. If I start telling you about how we leverage pixels and how we use custom conversions to track them, you don't care. It doesn't mean anything to you. And the problem with this is that if I pitch you pixels and custom conversions and tracking and Hyros, you feel like that's what you're buying, which it kind of is. But if you remember, what we're selling is the outcome. We're selling the future state. We're selling the solution to the problem. And if someone doesn't understand something, they can't see value in it. And if they can't see value in it, they immediately believe it's not valuable. And then they think, well, I'm buying something that isn't valuable. So what we want to do instead is have a short pitch and have it so short that they have to ask specific questions to build a picture around it. And the beautiful thing is now what happens is they ask questions about our product that they feel are relevant to them. And so now the only information they're receiving about our product is information that they need to understand to make a decision. After a short pitch, we let them lead the way. We're asking, what information do you need to know to buy this? Instead of just giving them everything. Because 95% of what you do is they're not gonna care about. Now, they may need to know it when they come on board, and it may matter to the decision maker, it may matter to you in terms of being able to get them results, but they don't care. And if you start telling them things they don't care, they're going to not buy, because they're going to look at the product and be like, this isn't something I need. So I'm going to show you my framework for answering questions later on. I'm also going to give you an exact example as well. So, I'll run you through that later on in the video. After your pitch, you shut up and you allow the prospect to ask questions and then answer them in a way that gratifies the question is concise, loops back to their goal, and shows, not tells. I can't stress enough this point. Do not overpitch people. Keep it clean, keep it lean, keep it concise, and you'll be fine. So, number 5 is explaining payment. Once the prospect understands what you sell, you need to explain the cost in a way that makes a lot of sense to the prospect and has a lot of conviction. So this is number 5. It's a big turning point because once you've pitched someone, here's how it goes. Is you'll pitch someone vaguely, concisely, with a lot of conviction, like a 2-minute pitch on what you do. And then they will ask you a heap of questions. The questioning can go on for 1 minute, can go on for 10 minutes, for 15 minutes sometimes. Once they've asked all the questions they need to understand to actually understand the product and what they're buying, they will then ask the price question. So the price question is an indication of the prospect saying, right, I understand this enough to know how it works for me. And now I'm ready to ask you whether or not I'm able to invest in it. And that's how it works. And so the price question comes at the end of their line of questioning for you. So then we need to handle objections. So once you've explained the price, this is where the objections come in. The questioning stops, the dynamic shifts, and you need to be good at sales. If the prospect doesn't make an immediate decision to move forward, you'll need to handle their objections in a way that doesn't enter their frame, is extremely empathetic, explores and digs for the truth, doesn't trigger the ego, still assumes they're going to buy, is without bias about their financial situation, and is relentless, not giving up. These are the principles of objection handling. When someone says, that's a lot of money, I don't know if I'm there yet, I want to think about it, I need to go and talk to some people, pop it in an email. The first port of call is not entering their frame. So you say, I am so glad you brought that up. I'm actually ecstatic. Thank you very much for bringing this to me, right? Because the thing is you want to sound almost insane. Because when the prospect gives you an objection, what they're basically doing is they're setting a frame for the conversation. If your tone immediately after them having the objection mirrors or matches their tone, you've lost, right? Sales is basically like emotional warfare, okay? And the way the objection handling phase works is you either buy the prospect's doubt or they buy your conviction. It's a binary state. Someone's buying something. You're either buying their BS and their doubt or they're buying your confidence, right? They're not buying your product anymore. They're buying your confidence and your conviction in your product, right? And so if you've ever seen a press conference in MMA before or boxing or anything, MMA is a better example. If you watch Conor McGregor's press conferences, Conor McGregor is a master at framing where he will create this cocky frame and give the other person no choice but to join him, even if they come in with a different game plan. And that's what you're trying to do with your objections. Like, if someone says, I don't know, man, I don't know, I just think, I've done this before, it hasn't worked, I don't want to take the risk. That's a doubtful frame, there's a lot of negative emotion there. If you come in and say, what is there to think about? No, you've stepped into their territory. Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Fight them on unfamiliar territory, for God's sake. If someone gives me that objection, I'm not sure, man, I've tried this, it didn't work, it looks too similar, I'd be like, I knew you were going to say that, and I'm very, very glad you have, because you telling me that gives me so much information. Thank you so much. Let me explain. Can I explain something? Do you mind if I get into this? Do you mind if I explore that? Do you mind if can I try and handle that objection? How would you feel? I'm so happy you brought it up. Notice the difference in the frame, right? I'm not joining them, I refuse. I will set my own frame and stay there no matter what. And I've done this before, even if the objection handling phase is going on for an hour. It can be like 15 minutes, it can be 45 minutes of pure, this pure conviction and joy that I know I need to generate. You also need to have a lot of empathy as well, because if you want to change someone's mind, the first step to changing someone's mind and encouraging them to make the right decision is empathy, because empathy is like a Trojan horse for ideas. If you want to argue with someone or win a debate, the best place to start is I truly, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, want to understand where you're coming from. Tell me more. Help me understand it. I completely hear you. Okay, so this is what you're saying, and that's because of this. Right, I get it, and I'm completely on board with you. I see it eye to eye now. Thank you so much for explaining. Right? Empathy. If people feel understood, they're way more open to suggestion, having their mind change. And there's a few more points with the handling objections that you can see here, but I could talk all day about this, and I want to keep it moving. So closing. Closing is basically asking the big question and taking the payment. Okay, so most of the work with the closing is done in the objection handling stage, but there comes a point where at the end of the objection handling stage or throughout, you need to start asking for the deal when you feel it's appropriate. So what I did is I made this handy little diagram to demonstrate and visualize, if you're a beginner or you haven't done many sales calls, roughly how long each call should take and how long each section should take inside of each call. So the intro, no more than a minute. The questioning should take 20 to 30. This is where you're going to spend most of your time during the questioning. The pitching, 2 to 3 minutes. Answering their questions can be 5 to 15 minutes. Explaining the payment shouldn't take more than a minute. And then handling objections, this can be 5 to 25 minutes depending on like how strong the objections are. You have to understand that objections don't exist in a binary state. If someone has an objection like I want to think about it, the objection operates on a scale of doubt. And some objections are more powerful than others. So, you know, some people will already have some conviction and they'll say they want to think about it, but not really mean it. And others will really want to think about it. So these objections, you can't treat them the same. It's not just an objection. You know, it's how much of an objection is it? So sometimes I can overcome an objection and you get to the truth and root it out, properly empathize with them, and then convince them otherwise in a matter of minutes. But sometimes it can take me like 3 hours. And I've had sales calls before that actually have gone on for like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, because I do not give up. This is the thing. This is a very important lesson in sales. If you're on a sales call with someone and you truly, genuinely, truthfully believe that you are in a position to change the trajectory of their life and take responsibility for their problems and truly change their life for the better and have a massive positive impact on the outcome of their entire existence, you have every moral duty to not take no for an answer. And this is how I used to sell. Is if I knew I could help someone and I knew that my product was genuinely going to help them, I would stop at nothing to get them on board because I truly had their best interests at heart. And I would bombard them, I would club them with conviction, say, dude, listen to me. I know this is stressful for you because I know you've tried something like this before and it hasn't worked and you've been burned and you've lost money. And I completely understand where you're coming from because that was me. But I am goddamn certain that Easy Grow can change your life, right? Insert Easy Grow or NorthFlow or Consulting Accelerator, right? I am goddamn certain that this thing will change your life. You've told me that you're in this position, you're not making enough money, you're stressed, you can't put your daughter through college, you can't even afford to repair the lawnmower, right? And I understand how painful those things are as a man. We all need to mow a lawn, right? You insert a little bit of humor throughout here, right? It works. But what you want is way more important to me. I can give you what you want. I can give you that $10,000 a month income. I can solve the problem. I can remove the obstacle. I can remove the blockade. All I need you to do is overcome this fear of actually having what you want. I am so confident. And I need you to say yes, because if you don't say yes, I'm not going to sleep tonight because I'll be thinking about this call. I know it will work. And I know it'll work so well because I even guarantee it. You cannot lose. I promise. Please come on board. I know it sounds like I'm begging. I know it sounds like I'm just a psychomaniac here. But this is how much conviction I have in this thing, my friend. Here's the thing. Now I'm back in non-sales mode. You cannot fake conviction. Right? Notice how that was real. It was raw. It was genuine. If I'm on a call with someone and I truly believe I can change their life, all you have to do to convince people to buy is feel that emotion, feel it in your chest, and just let it come up. Because you have no problem handling objections. If you've argued with someone before passionately about something that is close to your heart, you've got it in you. So just because it's a sales context doesn't mean it's any different. Well, let's say you've got a political opinion that you believe very firmly about, right? And you're trying to convince someone to believe the same thing as you. A lot of people do this wrong where they just attack and bring their ego into it. But if you start with genuine empathy, genuine understanding, and then if you genuinely believe that your political view is within that person's best interest, and if they adopt it, their life will change and they'll be better off, you'd have no problem convincing them it's the best thing. If you have a specific diet and it's worked incredibly well for you and you truly believe it will work for them, and you love them and you truly care for them, as your parents, for example, you'll stop at nothing to convince them. You'd sit there and you would sing from the rooftops. You say, I know this diet will work for you. It's worked for me. I promise, just give it a go. Just try it. I really want to see you healthier. I know it's going to work because it is just magical. I love you and I want this to work for you. Right? That's the energy you need to have. People think handling objections is about being sneaky and planting seeds and stuff like that. But it really just comes down to feeling this strong, compelling emotion of like, holy mother, I can actually change this person's life. And then letting that emotion come up from your gut, from your heart, that real raw feeling like, oh, I can change this person's life. Oh, can you feel it? Like, and then talking. And just letting the emotion run. Anyway, next point. So closing should take a couple of minutes. You're just taking their payment. And then the total call time will be anywhere between 45 minutes to 90 minutes, 60 minutes on average. So when you're structuring your calendar and taking sales calls, you want to set up a 60-minute meeting. Do not do a 2-call close. I haven't even mentioned this. The 2-call close is absolute, how do I say this without using a swear word? Bonkers, garbage, terrible, awful. The 2-call close is a cope mechanism for people that don't know how to close. It is a waste of time in a high-ticket B2B environment. It is stupid, it is pointless, and do not use it. I have built my company to 8 figures using 1-call closes. I built my first agency to 7 figures using a 1-call close. The 2-call close, this whole the idea that we need to have a 50-minute discovery call and then we'll book another call. First of all, you open up an entire realm of inefficiency because now you've got 2 calls. Now you can't, it's chaos. You should never really judge someone based on 10 minutes of conversation. Third of all, they won't show up to the second call. You're putting another barrier in the way between you and the prospect. And what I'm saying here is that do 1-call closes, and if after 15 to 20 minutes of questioning, you feel they're not a fit, end the call. But if you feel they are a fit, why the hell would you schedule another call and now give them another reason to not show up? It's hard enough to get them to show up for the first call. Why would you give them another one? If after 15 minutes you should just say, and people don't object to this, by the way, there's this belief that like, oh, if I book 50-minute calls, more people will book calls. No, it doesn't make any difference at all. I don't get it. It's just so dumb. Between the call, I want to warm them up, send them some information. Complete waste of time. Do not do them. Just do 1-call closes. Get this entire process done. This process has made me tens of millions of dollars before the age of 25. You do not need 2-call closes. I could rant about this for a long, long time. I hate them. I just think it's such a waste of time. If someone wants to prove me wrong, by all means, please do. Book the 1 call, do the 15 minutes of discovery, and if you feel they're not a fit, end the call. Do not book a 15-minute call and then think they're amazing and think they're a fit, and then book a second call. Do you want to know why? Because in that 15 to 30 minutes of questioning that would be the first call, you're building pain, you're building incentive, you're building awareness, you're building a problem, you're building emotion, you're defining the current state and the desired state. You want to use everything you get in the questioning to then persuade and convince the prospect later on. But emotions are like a warm bath, my friend. They dwindle and they cool down with time, right? And so if you get someone all, lubed up and emotional, I shouldn't really use the word lubed up, it's kind of disgusting, but you get the point, right? If you get someone in that state and all emotional, that's when they're most primed to buy. But if you're an idiot and you allow 24 to 48 hours to elapse between building the emotion and pitching the product, and then you hop on the second call, and then you're like, okay, so here's how the product works and here's the price, they're not going to buy it. Because the only reason they would have bought it in the first place is because of the emotion they currently felt. We want to encourage these impulsive, immediate decisions because otherwise, sure, you can do the 2-call close if you want to, but I just think it's a bit silly. Why would you leave time between asking someone questions that qualifies them and builds problems and pain and then pitching? It's just inefficient and you can't scale it. I've got 8 sales reps right now, right? We tried the 2-call close for a month and it was chaos because all of our sales reps are fully booked all the time. When I started booking these 1 calls, the first calls, they would not have any times to do the proper discovery calls, and then if new people wanted to book, it was just a mess. Very stupid. So I've tried this myself, which is why I have so much conviction it doesn't work. Do not make the same mistake. It cost me a lot of money. Moving on. 60 minutes is how long the call is going to take on average. Introduction is this long, questioning is the longest part, pitching is this long, answering is a relatively long part, explaining payment takes a second, and then handling the objections and the closing. So you can see most of the time spent here will be asking the questions and handling the objections. Pre-call foundations. So before I walk you through the line of questioning, which is here, let's go through some foundations. So bear these in mind before every call. First of all, release bias to the close before the call. Forget about the close. Remove your attachment to making the sale and getting them to buy. In the medical world, prescription before diagnosis is malpractice. Do not attach to the close until you've understood their situation. If they seem like a fit after your line of questioning, then attach to the close. When you're coming into the sales call, forget about their money. Forget about trying to sell them, because if you come into the call with an agenda to close them before you understand their situation, that's wrong. It's Machiavellian. It's not good. It's a bad thing because you don't know them. You don't know you can help them. You don't know if they're a fit or not. You don't know if your product can truly help them. You don't even know if they've got a problem. So why are you assuming you should close someone before you understand them? So first, attach yourself to the diagnosis. So introduce your bias to the diagnosis. Before the call, instead of focusing on the close, focus on accurately diagnosing their problem and situation. Imagine you are a doctor. If a patient comes in, you aren't going to focus on prescribing or solution until you have a solid and genuine understanding of the problem. So look at this from the prospect's perspective. If you walk into a doctor's surgery, let's say you've got a pain in your chest, right, and you're nervous about it. If you walk into a doctor's surgery and they sit down and they say, okay, so what's the problem? And then you say, I've got a pain in my chest. And then they say, okay, take this medicine. You're going to be like, what the hell? This person, they haven't done any tests or scans or, blood tests. They haven't even tested my heart rate. They don't even know what's wrong with me. How are they prescribing something based on there's a smallest slither of information, right? It encourages a loss of confidence. And it's the same premise. So when a doctor sits you down, they're not biased to prescribe a specific thing, although if you're in the United States, maybe that is a problem. But they're biased to diagnose if the incentives are proper and doctors don't get paid based on how many drugs they sell. Story for another day. Then you're biased to diagnose. Okay. So no prejudging. Remove any bias you have about the prospect before the call. Maybe you're afraid because they're older than you, or maybe because they don't you. Maybe you feel they won't have the money to buy. You need to remember, before this call happens, even if the prospect has alluded to certain things, you don't know anything about them. Let's say that you booked the call with the prospect. Even though the call was booked, they sent you a pretty snipey, snarky, nasty email, just a short, blunt email. If you let that blunt email terrify you and think, oh my God, I'm going to talk to a dictator here and I'm nervous, you don't know them. Maybe they were just having a bad day. This is the problem with these qualifying questions. I could go into this, the lead quality thing as well. Lead quality is the biggest mechanism for cope for salespeople. It's very rarely the leads that the problem. The problem's always the closing ability, but this is a story for a whole nother day. You don't want to prejudge them. So if you get a sales call booked, and on the sales call form, you say, have you got the money to invest in a solution? If they put not sure or I don't think so, don't assume they haven't got the money. That question is there for them to feel as though they are being treated properly through the sales process. Even if they say they haven't got any money, you want to treat them as if they've got hundreds of millions of dollars. And the amount of people I've closed that say they haven't got money is insane. But this is the problem with salespeople. It's if they're not closing if they're not closing deals, the first thing they lean on is the lead quality. They're like, oh, the lead quality is just not good. We're talking to people that are unqualified. Qualification is the biggest mechanism for cope. You're not closing because you don't know how. Not because you're talking to people that are unqualified. It's very rare you actually talk to an unqualified prospect because true qualification is denoted by having a painful problem. If someone's actually got the problem, there's no reason for you not to close them. Primary example. A lot of people say, I can't close because the people just don't have the money. This is an easy fix because if I said to you, if I was on a sales call with you and you didn't have any money and I said to you, this is a winning lottery ticket. You can buy it for $10,000. It's backed by the US government. It's guaranteed by the British state. NATO will start a war with China if it doesn't cash out properly. And this lottery ticket is going to give you $1 million if you buy it for 10 grand. You've got 24 hours. Are you going to find the money? Yes, you will, because you've got genuine conviction. If I'm on the Zoom call with Joe Biden and the Prime Minister of the UK and all of these world leaders and they say, yes, I can guarantee my government will back this lottery ticket, right? You're going to find the 10 grand to buy it. Even if you don't have the money right now, you will find the money. And so this is how I treat my products and how I tell my sales reps to treat my products. Imagine you're selling this. People have the money. People can find the money if they truly believe that it's going to work and they truly believe that it can solve the problem for them. So keeping your ego in check. So never make the call about being right, okay? Release all attachment you have to being right. As soon as you trigger someone's ego, the call goes from being a potential purchasing decision to an ego defense decision. People are going to say some wild stuff and a lot of the time they're going to upset you, anger you, etc. Just let go of it all and be professional, right? Never ever involve your ego. Let go of it all, be professional. Never judge the prospect. So I'm not talking about prejudging them here where you think they are a certain thing when they're not. I'm saying never judge them on a sales call. So as mentioned before, the prospect is going to say some wacky and wild stuff, and often they will disagree or be in often you will disagree or be in disbelief about how idiotic they are. It's imperative that you do not judge them and remain neutral, not letting your personal biases and belief systems interfere with the sale. I see this happen all the time. A sales rep will get emotionally, personally involved in someone's opinion because they disagree with them, and they let it kill the deal because then they challenge it, and then the conversation is it's so easy to to let your ego steer a sales call away from the close and towards like defending a point or a belief. So ask yourself what you want more. Do I want to defend this ideology that I have, or do I want to make money? And the answer should be pretty simple. Realize this isn't a game and that you're meeting a human being heart to heart. This is no game. We're not trying to win or find a little trick or cheat code to win the game of sales. We are dealing with people's lives and people's money. That's a big responsibility. Sales is about being human and meeting a human being heart to heart, one human being to another, and having their best interests in heart. In other words, sales is mainly about caring. And with that said, let's get into the script. So if you want this doc and you want this script to download, towards the end of the video, I'll make it available and you'll see how you can find it. So line of questioning. So there's some rules to the line of questioning, and they are as follows. Rule 1 is building a problem. Rule 2 is asking every question. Rule 3 is after each answer, leave 2 to 3 seconds of silence. Rule 4, do not judge whether they can afford the product. Assume the best. 5, just ask the question, don't elongate it. 6, don't bolt anything onto their answers, just say okay and move on. And 7, sound curious and genuinely intrigued, as you should be. So when you ask the question, don't elongate it. If you need to ask them how much money they're making, just ask them how much money they're making. Don't go into this 30-second weird elongation. It's just stupid. And if they give you an answer, just say okay and move on. The whole point of the questioning is to allow the prospect to let their natural, latent pattern or line of thought manifest. Okay? We don't want to bias them in any way. We want to ask them a specific set of questions and let them think. If we start trying to converse with them through the questioning phase, we interfere and bias their thought pattern, which means that the information we're receiving from them is not pure and from source and truthful. And as a result of that, they don't feel like they resonate with it as much. And then when you come to position your product as a vehicle to bridge from their current to desired state to solve this problem, your positioning is much weaker because the current state and the desired state and the problem have been influenced by you, not by them. So, introduction, stage 1. Simple, just, hey John, how's it going? Where are you calling from today? Fantastic, I'm here in Dubai. Listen, I'm sure we could talk about our cities for hours, but we should probably just discuss your business. Should we jump in and get started? Bang. And then at this point, we also say, hey, just before we do you mind if I record the call? And if they say, why do you want to record it? You just say, oh, it's just so I can have a copy that we can refer back to afterwards. And then they should say yes, and then you get recording. If they say, hey, why haven't you got your camera on? You just say, that's a really good question, my friend. My Wi-Fi is just playing up today, and every time I turn it on, my Zoom crashes. I don't know what's going on, but is it all right if I just stick to audio? They'll be like, okay, sure. I don't know, dude, the thing about the camera, sometimes people get genuinely offended if you don't turn your camera on. It's so weird. It's very, very rare. But the odd person will be like, "Whoa, I want to see you. I'm not going to buy from you if I can't see you." And it's like, why? And I don't know. It's weird. I don't get it. But some people get upset. It's very rare that someone actually does get annoyed by it, but you'll find out. 1 in every 100 calls, it'll happen. Next, you're stating the agenda. Okay, so now you want to set the frame for the call, and by setting the agenda, you assume control of this sales call. Okay. You need to make sure that they are aware that you are in the driver's seat and that you are dictating the direction of this call. If you cannot state the agenda properly and get the person to agree to it and take the driver's seat, the call will not close. It will tail off into some wild, mentally draining, chaotic conversation, and you won't close them. So don't bother. Okay, John, so how this call will go is I will start by asking you some questions about yourself and your agency to understand your situation and also just a little bit about yourself. And then based on your answers, if it sounds to me like you're a fit for what we do, I'll go ahead and explain how it works and how we can help. And then towards the end of the call, you can decide if it's the right thing for you. Does that sound good? Then they'll say yes. If they say, no, I want to do this, or if they start asking you questions about what you do, you dodge the questions and you say, that's a great question. We'll hop into that in a second. I'm going to ask you a few first, if that's okay. And if they say, no, I want to ask you questions, you say, well, I completely understand that. And I'm glad that you want to get a clear picture around how it works. But that's not how we run these calls. So I'm going to ask you some questions. And then if they say, no, I don't want to do it, then you just end the call because it won't close. Don't just be their bitch. Doesn't work. Stage 3 is to establish the primary motive. So what we're doing here with our first question, and with the exception of asking if they agree to the agenda, the first question really is a shot across the bow to try and immediately establish the first critical point of their current situation. By the way, you're going to see here that this says understand their agency. This is because this is the line of question that my sales reps use and we sell to agencies. So you can just invert this, and you can use this for any type of business. I use the exact same line of questioning to sell gyms as well. And I know this works because I've taught this process to like 1,000 clients, and that's like 1,000 people in like 100 different niches probably. So it works. They've all closed clients. Establish primary motive. So, okay, John, so first things first, I'd like to know why you're here. So can you tell me what motivated you to book today's call and take the time out of your day to talk to us? What we're trying to do here is find the problem. The first thing we're trying to do, we're not asking them like anything else, like the most important thing we can do throughout this line of questioning is find and flesh out the problem, because the bigger the problem, the bigger the pain, the bigger the stretch between this current and desire, the more value we can basically introduce. Remember, value is created when pain is alleviated. How do we make money? Give value. And I don't mean give value in terms of like, coach someone on the call. I mean giving value to them in regards to the fact that like you can, if you buy this, you will have value, right? That's what I mean by that. So how do we make money? We give value, we add value. How do we add value? Well, value is created when pain is alleviated. What that means is if we want to make more money, we have to add more value. How do we add more value? Well, we introduce more pain. So the first thing we're doing here is finding a problem. So if it's not clear to you what their problem is after asking this question, you want to ask the following questions to flesh out the problem. So is there a specific problem you're hoping I can solve for you? Can you expand on that problem for me? Ask these open-ended questions, like they'll open up. How long has this been a problem for? Okay, it sounds like blank is the problem. Is this something you've been tackling for a while? So just building that problem, building it. So stage 4 is understanding their agency. Or business. Okay, so what do you sell with your business at the moment? Okay, what niche are you in? And the niche thing won't make sense if you're in the gym space, for example, but you get the point. Okay, so what makes an ideal customer for you? Okay, and out of all of your services, what do you want to sell the most? So what you're going to ask them is like, what are you selling? Because if you're selling marketing services or business growth, right, what do you want to sell? And then you ask, well, what do you actually want to sell more of? Because most businesses are chaotic and have multiple products, which is a whole problem in and of itself. And I could talk about that for hours, but I'm not going to. But if you talk to a gym and they say, well, we sell personal training, and then we sell memberships, and then we sell low ticket memberships, and we sell classes, we sell t-shirts, we sell protein. You need to get to the bottom of this, right? Like, well, what do you want to sell the most? Oh, well, I want to sell the memberships. No. I really want to sell the personal training, but I think I want memberships as well. Now you understand what you're working with, right? And then you say, okay, well, so you want to sell memberships, you want to sell personal training, that's the main thing. How are you pricing these two things? You understand the price. Stage 5, understanding current situation. So now we're actually getting to the root of we're understanding, we've built the problem, we've understood it to a degree, and we also understand like a little bit about their business, and we've got enough to build a picture here. So now we're going to dive into the current situation. So, okay, John, so this is talking to agencies. If you were talking to like gyms or something, you'd say something different. I'd say, what are you currently doing to book appointments with potential clients? Then they'll tell you. And then I say, okay, so how many appointments are you booking per day right now? And then they'll tell you. So if you're talking to like gyms, for example, you might not say appointments. You might say like meetings or leads or whatever. Like how many members are you actually getting? How are you getting members at the moment? And how many members are you getting a day? Now, this is a great thing. You say per day because it creates more pain. Because most people can't think in days because they're not getting enough volume of interaction through their outbound conversion mechanisms to think in the day. So if I say to you, like, if I ask you, right, if you're an agency owner, and I say, how many appointments are you booking per day? You're like, per day? I don't even get one a week. By asking them per day, we build more pain. Because now they're like, shit, I should be booking one per day, or I should be thinking in the day, but I can't because I have to batch my appointments into a longer time frame because I haven't got enough to think in a shorter time frame. How many appointments would you like to be booking per day? So we're establishing this current situation. What's your closing rate like on appointments? Just to clarify, and this is the great question here. So once it's become clear they've got this problem and they're not getting enough appointments, we come in with this real sort of killer, this affirmation. Okay, John, so just to clarify and be sure, there's currently no system or process in place to predictably generate appointments with the business, right? Just so I understand this properly, you're screwed. Okay. And would you say you're comfortable with the current rate of growth in the business? Well, obviously the answer is no, but it doesn't matter. Because just by asking that question and them admitting to themselves they're not, the pain meter's going up. Okay, and how much money are you making with this business right now? This question here, I'm going to highlight this. This is a very, 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 very important question. Their current situation needs to be embellished and represented by a number. If it's not, it becomes incredibly difficult for you to pin them down and to clearly define. Because what we've done up until this point is understood their current situation, but now we need to define it. And we want to define it with a number. Because you're going to use this number later on, because this number is attached to all the pain. So if you tell me you're currently making $4,000 a month, and I know that at that point, you're not happy with how many appointments you're booking, you're not comfortable with the business, you're facing this big problem that you've explained to me in detail, and also there's no system or process in place to grow it, I know that $4,000 a month is painful for you. And so now I can summarize your entire situation with one number. And I can bring all your pain and tie it all to a scapegoat, which is this number. So when I'm coming to close you in the objection handling phase, I'm like, look, man, you're making $4,000 a month right now, and you're not happy with that. And I'm not going to let that stand. Because we know at $4,000 a month, you can't do this, and this. So we have to solve this problem. There's nothing to think about. I know it's going to work. All I need you to do is trust me, and I promise if you hold my hand, we'll do it together. So you need to have this number. Now, what I see a lot of people do is they say, would you mind if I asked you how much money you make? This is stupid, because what you're doing is you're asking them a question to ask them a question. You just need to be bold and direct and professional. It's similar to a doctor. If they need to know some information to diagnose your problem, and it's sensitive information, like the whole, are you sexually active question when your parents out there, they don't care. They'll ask the question because they need to know, because this is serious. So they wouldn't say, would you mind if I asked you about your sexual activity? No, they would just say, are you sexually active? And then God hopes you are. Otherwise, it's very embarrassing, right? But it's not. You get the point. I'm being unprofessional. But my point is this. Just ask them the question. And you might be freaking out, I don't want to, they're not going to tell me. They will. It's a very common question in business. Stage 6, understand the desired situation. So now we want to start stretching and future pacing. Then I'd say, okay, John, so what's the goal here? How much money do you want to be making per month with this business, let's say 12 months from now? So what we need to do now is we now need to define their desired situation with a number again. So we can then attribute all of the what do we call it, the acquisition of pleasure. I don't mean in like a in virtuous, like hedonistic sense, right? But I'm talking like we want something we can attribute all of the gain of pleasure, because they're moving away from the pain, they're moving away from the desired situation, but also like a lot of people in human nature, we are moving from pain, but we're also moving towards pleasure. So the whole human brain, it's really a very simple way. Like it's very complicated, of course, but you can reduce it down, and with a reductionist approach, we can understand that humans move away from pain and move towards pleasure. And so if we've got this number that they're moving away from, we need a number that they're moving towards. So what we can do is we can have both forces working to them making a decision. Because if they're moving away from pain, that is enough to get them to buy. But if they also feel they're moving towards pleasure, which is even better because it's contrasted against the pain, you're even more likely to convert them. So we ask them how much money they want to make. So you're making $4,000 a month right now. In 12 months' time, what would be the ideal situation? $40,000 a month. So now we've got the desired situation defined by a number, we start to explore it. Okay, John, and what's your motivation for getting to $40,000 a month? You just shut up and you let them talk. And it doesn't matter how long they have to take to answer, you just let them talk. Okay, John, and so tell me this, how would getting to $40,000 a month have an impact on your life? Shut up, let them talk. And if they're not giving you much to this, if they're not giving you much of an answer, you need to build it out. Because the more information they give you, the deeper your understanding. You need them to dream. We're taking them on an emotional roller coaster here. We've just explored all this pain and they're feeling all this terror and fear and anxiety from the questions about the current situation. And suddenly we've switched gears in their mind, and now we're getting them to think about how amazing things could be. We are creating this extremely sharp contrast of emotion. It's amazing. It works so well. Okay, John, well, that sounds great. So you told me you want to get to $40,000 a month, and the impact that will have is like financial freedom. What exactly do you mean by financial freedom? And with regards to that, what exactly does that look like for you? Would you expand on that for me? This is a brilliant question to ask, by the way. If someone's not giving you enough information, just saying to them, like, would you mind like just fleshing that out a little bit? Could you just explain what you mean by that? Could you expand on that? Oh, man, that sounds amazing. Tell me more. We're letting them, build information. So here you ask questions about their main motives, and it's simple. And then, okay, well, how would you structure your business if it was doing $40,000 a month? What would it look like from a team or a systems perspective? Or if it's a gym, you'd say, okay, so just walk me through this. So if the gym was doing 40 grand a month, what would it look like? Not physically, but like, how would the business change if it was doing that level? You know, and then you're building this desire. Like, oh, well, I'd have this person in place, and I'd have this system and this system, and I'd have a second location, I'd have this, this, and this. And we're building this desired situation, not only from a personal standpoint, but also from the business standpoint. Now, here's an important question, because if the prospect gives a desired situation that doesn't really mean anything, you need to probe, and you need to basically expand it. So if they're making 4 grand a month right now, and they say, oh, I want to make 6 grand a month. To them, it might feel like a lot, but there's not really much emotional leverage there, right? Because their life won't change much by adding 24 grand a year in income. Maybe it will, but you know, it's not big enough for me. You'd say something along the lines of like, I think you might be limiting yourself by aiming for 6 grand. What makes you think you can't go any higher than that? Or, okay, so you want to get to 6 grand. Let's say that, for argument's sake, you can solve this problem of acquisition and you can book as many appointments as you want. And that was the reality. What would the goal then be? If you're not planning your desire in mind, with your problem in mind, what would the goal be? This is an important stage, 7. Gap recognition and releasing control. So now what we're doing, now that we've defined these 2 states and we've stretched them out, what we want to start doing is getting the prospect to recognize the gap, getting them to admit to themselves and to remove this state of delusion that they've been in for the last few years. Okay, John, so you're currently making $4,000 a month and you want to get to $40,000 a month. So obviously between these 2 points, we've got this gap, right? So what do you think is stopping you from bridging this gap and achieving this on your own? So by asking this question, by them answering it, they recognize the gap exists, but more importantly, they recognize they cannot fix it themselves. And so what we need to do is we need to ask this achieving on your own thing, because we need them to release control. Because as soon as they say they can't do it on their own, they admit to themselves they need help. And we're doing this in a way that bypasses their ego, and it's a wonderful question to ask. Part 8. So now we need to wrap the whole thing in even more emotion. Okay? So what we're going to do here is ask some very hard-hitting questions that a lot of you won't want to ask. But you need to ask them. Do not, for God's sake, be a pussy and avoid asking these questions because they make you a bit nervous, or you think that the person might think that you're being Machiavellian or sneaky. Remember, if you have their best interests at heart, everything goes. Okay, John, so you're currently making $4,000 a month. Why not just settle for that and stay where you are? Sounds like a stupid question, but they'll get very passionate. They'll be like, God, settle, dude. Like, I can't even like pay my mortgage properly at this point. And like my wife, I feel like she's going to divorce me because there's so much financial stress on the marriage. And like, I mean, like my kids don't really like look up to me too much as I wanted to. And this just, you are going to get a cycle of emotion, and all these things are going to start coming out. And that's what you're selling, by the way. Right? You're not selling Facebook ads or Google ads or funnels. At that point, if they admit these things to you, you're selling the reconstruction of your marriage. You're selling the respect of your children. You're selling being able to pay off your mortgage. This is what they're buying. Their business is a vehicle for them to get things in their personal life that they want, to satisfy emotional desires and to like fulfill these deep emotional drives. And that is the thing that you sell. Okay? Not Facebook ads. Okay, John. And if you didn't take action to solve this problem, what do you think would happen to your business in the long term? It would fail. We'd stay where we are. I'd stay in this. And that's what you're looking for, by the way, is the thing, well, honestly, not much would happen. I think we just stay where we are. Because we've established that where they are is very painful and it really sucks, right? So, important question. Okay, and what would that mean for you if that were to happen? If you didn't take action to solve this problem, what would happen to your agency? And then they give you the answer. And then you say, well, what would that mean for you? How would that have an impact on your life if you say where you are? Okay, and when are you wanting to fix this? So at this point, now we're looking for them to confirm they want to fix it now. You can power move this question. So you say, okay, John, so when do you want to fix this problem? Right, we're trying to prime them for an immediate decision. So they're going to say now, or dude, yesterday, or immediately, right? But if they say like, oh, in like a month, then what you do is you end the call, or you threaten to end the call. You say, okay, I completely understand. I think what would probably be best in that case is we have a chat in a month. Then they'll be like, whoa. Why? Can't you just explain it to me now? And then you'll say, well, I could, but there wouldn't be much point because you're not ready to receive the information or solve the problem yet. So I'd rather explain it to you when you're actually able to commit to it, because I don't want to waste your time by explaining something that you can't do at the moment. And then they'll say, oh, okay. Okay, I want to do it now. That's the answer you get. We need them to say they want to do it now, because by them saying they want to do it now, we build something called the commitment consistency bias, or the inconsistency avoidance tendency in psychology, as it's known, where like they've said they want to do it now. And so you can lean on that in the objection handling phase and say, look, dude, I completely understand the fear, but you said it yourself. We need to fix this problem now. So let's not go back on the word. Let's just do it. Power, leverage. And then the last question is, okay, John, I think I know the answer to this one, but how committed are you to getting to $40,000 a month and actually making this happen? Oh, I'm hella committed. I'm done. I'm ready. We're building leverage. We're building power again in the objection handling phase. I thought you said you were committed. Right? Simple. So part 9 of the questioning stage is something called selling the fit. So before you can sell them the product in the future, you need to sell them the fit. And so what you're going to do here, right, and this is what I do on my sales calls, this is not a joke, I know it sounds a little bit woo-wah and insane, is close your eyes and imagine, and I mean this is a very, very important turning point in the sales call. Imagine the prospect's life completely changed as a result of the next 15 to 20 minutes of this call. Because now what's going to happen, if you've got a good product and you can truly solve someone's problem, you are now for the next 20 to 30 minutes responsible for their future. And that is a very, very heavy responsibility, my friend. So take it seriously. So what you want to do is ask yourself, can I change this person's life with my product? And if the answer is yes, which it should be because you should be selling something good, then you want to feel the emotion come up from your stomach. Let's say that I was on a call with you and you had a really bad illness and I had a product that could completely remove this illness and I really wanted you to buy it. I would you do this really quickly. You're not going to sit there for 5 minutes and just shut up and just go, and the prospect's going to be like, what the hell is wrong with you, right? You just shut your eyes for a second, you let the silence sit, you feel it, I can't explain how to do this properly, but that's what I've done for every single sales call that I've closed. You just truly feel that like, oh my goodness, I can change this person's life. Whew, okay, this is important. And then you need that emotion to bring this just insane level of conviction through your speech. And it's how you close people. And so what you then do is you sell the fit. So that if I shut my eyes, let me imagine for a second that you, as a result of this next 3 seconds, or this next 30 seconds, your life will be changed. And I'll see if I can demonstrate it, but it's going to be, now my eyes are literally shut and I'm talking to a camera, so this looks really weird, but screw it. I'm sure you're invested enough in this video. So let me just imagine for a second and enter this frame as if I was going to pitch you something. Okay, John, that's all the questions I've got for you. John, I'll be honest. You are bloody perfect for what we do. And I am so happy, and I can tell you that we can definitely help you get to 40 grand a month. Truthfully, the ideal client for us is someone who is struggling to get more appointments. They're making anywhere between $3,000 to $7,000 a month. And what they want to do is they want to go for that beautiful 10x. They want to get from 30 grand, they want to get to 30 grand a month, 40 grand a month, 50 grand a month. And the reason they want to do that is not necessarily to buy a Lamborghini, but just more so they can actually have what they deserve to have in their personal life. And I believe we can help you get there. And that makes me very happy. So do you mind if I explain what I do? I kind of tripped up a little bit here and there, as you always would in camera. But I don't know if you felt that or not, but like to me, like, John, I have this is so perfect. I am so happy to have you here. And I have the utmost level of confidence that we can solve this problem for you. You are such a perfect fit. And I want to thank you for joining me today, because we're in for a pretty wild ride. So it feels like this is the start of the rest of your life. Let me explain. Do you mind if I hop into it? Dude, if you say it like that, you have primed them, because it's real, it's genuine, it's truthful. People are very good lie detectors, right? They're very good at, detecting when you're BSing. So that's a line of questioning. This document, like I said, will be available at the end of the video, so I will show you how to find it. But if you want the line of questioning to print out, you can go to this Google Doc here, and it's all there for you, okay? So yeah, it will be available later. That's the line of questioning. At this point, this is where most of the heavy lifting is done. the better you are at the questioning, the easier it is for you to pitch and close people and handle their objections. But feeling that emotion is the main thing. Feeling that raw, just like at the end of this question, like, oh my goodness, like I can help someone. Eventually, you don't need to have the emotion as much, because sometimes you'll talk to prospects that aren't emotional. And in that case, you just have to have this sort of professional expert feeling about yourself. But for the most part, the emotion is going to work really well for you. The next thing is pitching. So instead of actually making a whole document on the pitch, I actually made a YouTube video on this here. So if you want this YouTube video, once again, this link here, I've made like 500 videos, so you're going to struggle to find it. But this will be available in the document. I'll explain how to get it at the end of the video. With the pitching, there's a lot of important things, but really all of them are already explained in this video, so I felt like it wasn't necessary to drag this one out any longer. Now it's time to get to the answering. So if you remember, we want the pitch to be concise and short, and when you watch this video, which you should do after this video, you'll understand like how to pitch people and what your pitch should look like. And also in this video, I actually give you the entire pitch that I use to close people, right? Like word for word, I actually even explain it and talk it out. So the answering. So you give your pitch at a high, concise level, 2 minutes long. You might be thinking, Charlie, that's not enough time to explain what I do. It doesn't matter. All you need to explain is that you can solve this problem and that you've got this special system and you want to create curiosity. And then by doing that, the prospect's now going to ask you questions to gather information that they need to know to understand it. And every person is different. Every person will have different questions and need a different level of understanding to feel confident in their decision. So we need to let them pull the strings here, really. After pitching the prospect, just shut up. It's now their turn to ask questions. So invite the questions. At the end of the pitch, you say, okay, now I want to know what you want to know. And here's the framework for answering the questions. People don't really teach this. I kind of had to make this one myself. So with the questioning, the first thing we do is gratify. The second thing we do is clarify. Then we answer, and then we justify the role of the answer in the goal achievement. Here's the thing. We start by gratifying because in psychology, there's this idea called positive reinforcement. Maybe you've heard of it. It was largely invented by a guy called B.F. Skinner, who was a bit of he was a very interesting character, actually, but I won't get into the psychology of it. But you want positive reinforcement, which is basically if someone does something you want them to do, you want to reward them for it. It's the simplest method for encouraging behavior is you've done something I want, here's a reward, right? It's kind of like why we eat food, for example. Like imagine if when you ate food, you didn't feel like any sort of dopaminergic response. Like you wouldn't eat the food. It's kind of like why sex is so pleasurable is because if it's not pleasurable, you're not going to do it. And it's kind of imperative to us that like we do it because otherwise the species doesn't really work and function. And so our genetics are designed to make it pleasurable so that we do it more. Now, that's not the case in all the animal kingdom. I don't know why, but I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, I've spiraled here, right? So gratify. When they ask a question, you need to start by saying, that is an amazing question. That is such a good question. Or, I'm so glad you asked that. Or, oh, I never get this question and it's my favorite. Thank you so much for bringing it up, right? You gratify. Then we clarify. Sometimes people will ask you questions and it's important that our answer perfectly matches exactly what they want to hear. And if you don't truly understand the nature of the question, you risk giving them information that they don't need or they don't care about. And then if we start doing that, we break down the perceived value of the product because they think they're not going to need it. Then we answer concisely. So then we actually give the answer that they need to know. We give them the information through our utterance in a way that is short and concise. And then we justify the role of that answer in the goal achievement. Let me give you some examples. So let's say that someone says on the call, so what do the ads look like? If you're doing Facebook ads and this is their question, like what do the ads actually look like? I would say that's such a good question. Would you mind explaining what you mean by it? So we gratify and then clarify, right? And then they'll be like, yeah, so, because here's the thing. What do the ads look like? That's a really vague question. It's not, you could spend 10 minutes answering that and still not actually explain what they need to hear, right? So we don't just jump in and then spend the next 10 minutes talking about how we color code the creatives and like how we spend like all the time on the copy because they don't care, right? So you clarify. And then they'd say like something like, yeah, so like what do people actually see that makes them become a lead? So they're trying to understand like the dynamic of the lead generation. And I'd say, oh yeah, well that's okay, great question. I think I understand. Then the answer is so concise, and it always should be. You say, what we'll do is we'll use simple text and creative ads. And that's the question answered. We're not going to go into a whole lengthy shebang about how the ads work. We're just going to answer the question. Because what will happen is that if this answer isn't enough for them to understand how it works, they will ask another more specific question. Because then they'll ask like, okay, and like, what do you actually say in the text? Which is what they wanted to know all along. But if we haven't clarified properly and been concise, we're not going to get to the bottom of what they actually need to know. And then if they ask like what the text is, then you say, well, how about I show you? And they're like, okay. And you pull up your screen and you find an ad and you say, it's something along the lines of this. It's simple, right? Show, don't tell. So then the main part of this is going to be like this. So, oh yeah, that's a great question. Well, we'll use simple text and creative ads. Now, the good thing is that all the creatives and copy we use have been tested for like 11 other businesses that offer the same thing as you, but obviously in a different area. So we know they work. Which is one of the main reasons I have so much confidence we can get you to that 40 grand a month mark. This is the thing, you have to understand that every question represents an opportunity for you to build further confidence in the prospect. Another example. Okay, so what makes you different from your competition? You'd say like, this is my favorite question to answer, thank you so much for asking it. The way you answer this, by the way, is as follows. Truthfully, Mr. Prospect, John, I don't know. I spend every waking hour focusing on my clients and their problems, and I mean, to be honest, I've never really given much thought to what our competition's up to. I know I'll beat them just by focusing on what actually matters, which is solving the problem we're facing. I guess if you're going to work with a vendor, would you rather work with someone that's focused on you or the competition, right? I think this is probably why I've also got a heap of confidence that we can get you to 40 grand a month. Sometimes the question is going to be super concise. Sometimes it might require a little bit more. But generally speaking, this is the framework. You gratify, great question, amazing. You clarify, what do you mean by that? Could you explain what you mean? Could you explain exactly what you need to know? You answer the question concisely. Hey, Charlie, like, okay, so where do these virtual assistants come from inside of EasyGrow? I'd say it's a great question, really good one. It's simple. We use Upwork, and they usually come from the Philippines. We found that they are the best, and we've got a very specific way of finding them so that you're only getting talented people. By doing that, it makes getting to 10 grand a month way easier. Zip. If they don't have this is the thing, people ask questions because there's a motive. Because if the person before, if someone asks the question of like, where do the VAs come from? Where do the virtual assistants come from in the program, Charlie? If I say like, they come from the Philippines, and someone's hired a VA from the Philippines before, but that VA has done a bad job, now they're going to object. But that's fine, because I can handle that objection. It's not a difficult one to overcome. It's you ask a simple question, like, you know, they're like, well, like I tried like virtual assistants in the Philippines before, it didn't work. I'd be like, well, how many did you try? They'd be like, oh, I hired one, right? And if I just do a quick Google here, right? Yeah, what I would then do is I'd say, well, in the Philippines, there's 114 million people. Do you think it's fair to judge their work ethic and character on one person? Then they'd probably say no, right? Logic, right? So you can defeat, like if someone asks a question, it's usually loaded with like an objection, but a lot of the time that objection can just be destroyed just by saying like, you know, well, dude, I completely understand that. I've hired my fair share of virtual assistants before, so I know exactly what to look out for because I've had some bad ones and I've had some good ones, so I can help you with that. But also, let's not judge an entire population of workers on one person. Think that's fair? They'll be like, do you know what? That does make sense. I'm not that bothered. That's the framework. So understand that every question represents the opportunity for you to build more confidence if handled correctly. So I'm not going to go through explaining payment, handling objections, and closing. I might do that in another video. And I'm painfully aware that people on YouTube have attention spans that struggle beyond 10 minutes. So I'm not going to keep going. And I also didn't design for this video to keep going. What I wanted to do here was mainly give you the questioning and the pitching, because that's where most of the leverage you've done. If you get the question, the pitching, and the answering right, you should be able to explain your payment. The handling objection thing is a whole nother beast. If you want me to make a video on this, if you just put a comment below, I can make like a sort of detailed video on how to handle them and how to close. But the truth is that if you get the questioning and the answering and the pitching right, the objection handling phase is way easier. And most people think that objections sit alone, but they don't. They sit on top of everything else you've done. So as promised, if you want this Google Doc, there will be something on the screen now that allows you to find it, okay? I don't know if it's going to be a QR code or a bit.ly link. There will be something that you can go. My lovely editor, Kian, will put something on the screen for you so that you can access this one, download it, look at go to that video, go to the line of questioning and stuff. I've realized that agency owners are kind of like crows, like those birds, or like those birds that like go out and then they get like a shiny object and they bring it back to the nest. Like this is what I'm realizing. This is like a shiny object, right? In the element that you want to download it and keep it in your Google Drive so it's safe and secure. And yeah, that's just a metaphor for you. I used to be the same. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed making it. I hope it goes a long way to helping you acquire a bunch of clients. Have a wonderful day, and I will look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello friends, and welcome to today's video. Here I'm going to be walking you through the exact pitch that I used to close over 350 SMMA clients. I'm going to walk you through on screen all the words I use, and I'm actually going to present it to you and pitch it to you as if you were a prospect of mine. So you can feel exactly what it's like to be pitched by me. So I'm hoping that that gives you some inverted energy, if you'd like, so that you can have more confidence in your sales calls. I want this video to serve the purpose of you having clarity of thoughts on exactly how to pitch people so that you have that box ticked when it comes to building your company. My name's Charlie Morgan. I've built and scaled 2 companies, NorthFlow Consulting, marketing agency, 100K a month, consulting company called Imperium Acquisition, roughly 8 figures. Let's get into the video. All right, friends. So before I actually give you the pitch, a couple of quick frameworks. First one is concise. Second one is convicted. I don't mean convicted of a crime. I mean believing in what you sell. Okay. Less is more. What you're going to find with the pitch is it's short. It takes me about 1 to 2 minutes to present it, and I'll explain why and give you the reasoning into the psychology of the pitch and how it works. The main thing is the conviction. It doesn't matter how good you are at writing, it only matters how good you are at speaking, because you're not going to convince someone to buy your thing on a sales call with written words. They're spoken. And so the way that you speak them matters way more than what you actually say. So basically, Mr. Prospect, this is a 6-week training program. Okay. Now, the cool thing, the first 2 weeks are designed to make you back your investment and also put some cash in the bank. Now, this is exactly why I asked you how many people you have in your list, as we have created a proprietary strategy that makes it able for you to get anywhere between 3 to 10% of these people to book an appointment with you. So for you, I mean, you're looking at an easy, off the bat, 30 to 100 appointments in the door. And even if your closing rate's like 40%, then you'd still be looking at anywhere between an extra 15 to potentially 40 new members. And that, my friend, is without spending a single dollar on ads. And that's the beginning of the program. So before we've even done anything, you've got an extra 30 to 100 members or appointments for members. Now in week 3, we help you completely transform and also systemize your marketing. So we're going to give you proven ads and proven automated text campaigns so that you're not spending hours and hours following up and trying to book appointments. The appointment process will be completely automated, okay? Now, typical stats, out of 100 leads, 80 are going to show for an appointment, and if you're closing 50%, that's 40 new members, near enough every single month, okay? And the result truly will be that, anywhere between 20 to 50 new members a month using this system, sometimes more, but I'd rather set your expectations and, potentially say you're going to get less. And that's basically all on autopilot, because we show you how to build the machine and it generates the leads and it gets them into the door without you having to lift a finger, okay? And in week 4, we're going to show you how you can actually convert over 80% of all of the appointments that come in using our sales system. So you can share this with your team members and everyone can improve on their sales. And week 5, I love week 5, it's about becoming a better business owner in general. All right, so here we're going to show you how to increase profit, how to increase efficiency, scaling the business properly, and so much more. But most importantly, we're focusing on the problem, which is how to build predictable and sustainable growth into the business. Week 6, 7-figure mindset, we're reprogramming your mind for high performance. But what we can see here is this program is basically designed to help a micro gym, one location, right? We're helping a gym owner who is way overworked and underpaid, right? And what they want is they just want a predictable way to get new people in the door. They don't want a miracle. They don't want to win the lottery. They just want to help more people in their community and introduce more and more people so they can ultimately build a business that sustains themselves, pays for their kids' college tuition, and allows them to go on more than one holiday a year. And that is exactly what we do. And as you can tell, I get a little bit excited pitching it because, dude, if you do this, that is exactly what you will have. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Hit me with them. That's the pitch. Notice the power of fucking conviction. Okay? I'm going to, off the top of my head, let me pitch you Imperium, right? So
if we look at, right, let me just, this is not transparency alert. There is a link in the description you can click to buy my thing. I'm going to use Easy Grow, my product, as another example of how I just off the cuff, there's no script or anything, just how I would pitch a product I believe in, right? You don't have to buy Easy Grow. There's no fucking obligation. There's no webinar or anything. There's no 997 course. It's a high ticket course that is for a very specific type of person. If you've got clients and you're starting, but I don't want this to come across as like a Trojan horse thing. Just, I'm going to explain this program to you in the same way I just did so you have multiple examples to pull from. Mate, right, this, my friend, is Easy Grow. And this is your ticket to financial fucking freedom, my friend. This will change your life forever. And I know I sound like a bit of a madman saying that, but that's because I have personally spent near enough 1,000 hours building this, and I know that it's just amazing. So we start with Acquisition Genesis. What we're going to be doing here is completely transforming the way you think in your mind towards acquisition, but most importantly of all, we're building a solid offer. Now, these ain't just quick 10-minute videos. 3 hours long. It's going to take some work and some doing, but you watch this video, my friend, you will have a sales argument that is so bloody compelling that nobody will be able to say no to you. So we're going to solve that problem, get it sorted, get it dusted. Sales systems. Here we're giving you our entire sales process, right? All of our standard operating procedures, all of the training, all of our scripts, all the objection handling, everything in one so you can convert people reliably, consistently, gets you close to that 10K a month goal. Now, where we get a little bit excited is outbound systems. Here we have 7 different methods for booking appointments. Now, you, my friend, have told me that all you need to get to 10 grand a month is like 1 appointment a day. Well, I've got 7 ways for you to do that. 7. Not just 1, not just 2, not 3, not 4. 7. 7 different methods. Cold outbound, cold emails, cold DMs, cold calling. 2-3 different ways of doing each of those. You can pick whichever one takes your fancy, and this will solve the problem. Dude, if you do this and you follow the instructions laid out in outbound systems, you will never, I swear it on my fucking life, you will never, ever, 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 ever have a problem with appointment booking ever again. If anything, you'll have the opposite problem where you have too many appointments. All right? Trust me, you're going to fucking love it. Once we've done outbound, we build inbound. Once you've got 1 to 2 to 3 appointments a day coming in, we want to start building something for the long term. We need you to have people coming to you. You can build a business to 10, 20, 30K a month with going to people, but you want to get to 7 figures, you need people coming to you. So we help you with YouTube, we help you with social content, we help you with podcasts, everything you could need. Don't worry about this for now because it doesn't apply to you too much, but it is there when you need it. Then we have some ad systems as well, which will help you book more appointments. Honestly, you're not going to, once you've built the outbound stuff, you won't need anything else, but we have it there as a fail safe. But none of our clients fail, and they're all very safe, right? We also have masterclasses, stuff like that. So that's just, guys, back into normal Charlie mode. That's an example of conviction, right? When you're pitching, you need to lose yourself in the confidence, right? It shouldn't be a conscious thing. Now, bear in mind, I myself have done near enough 3,000 sales calls. So if I account for all my cold calling experience, all of my sales calls experience, and then all the time that I've spent building sales systems, doing sales training or sales pitching, I've put my 10,000 hours in. I can confidently say that I'm an expert at sales because I've put my 10,000 hours in, right? 3,000 hours of live calls, probably 1,500 to 2,000 hours of listening back to those calls, right? A couple of hundred, or if not thousands of hours of coaching people on sales, and a couple of hundred hours on coaching my team on sales, and all the cold calling I've ever done. I'm there, right? So for me, the conviction comes naturally. But in order for you to close, you need conciseness, you need conviction. So notice there, dude, I just walked you through basically Easy Grow. There are near enough 300 videos in here. What you'll notice is I'm not going through step by step. What I'm doing is I'm covering the key things that matter to you, and then I'm linking them back to your goal over and over again. The thing with a sales pitch, and listen to this, right? The thing with a sales pitch is you must consistently remind the person of why they should be buying your thing, and that is to solve the problem and achieve the goal they want. So throughout your pitch, you must litter the solution and the desire, because if you don't, they will lose track of why they buy, they will lose track of the value, and you won't be able to close them.
I see people doing 10-minute sales pitches, going into the weeds and nitty-gritty stuff of their detail. Dude, I closed 350 clients with this pitch. It's a joke. It's like, it's one page, for crying out loud. There's no slideshow, there's no deck, nothing. I'm vague, I keep it open, I focus on the incentive and the interest, right? And then what I do at the end is I explain why it's such a good fit for them. I loop it back to their goal. I tell them that the program is exactly what they need to achieve their goal. And then I ask them if they've got any questions. This is where people go wrong with sales. You want to say less during the pitch. And then what the prospect will do is they will start asking you questions about how it works. And what they will do is they will ask you very specific questions that give them the very specific knowledge they need to make a decision. And so what you have to understand is that, let's say there are 100 units of information to your product. The prospect might only need to understand 15% of that to feel comfortable making a decision. You understand the 100 units, but the prospect doesn't need the 100 units, right? Imagine it. You've got 100 units of information. What most people do with their sales pitch is they just give the prospect all 100 units. But what I prefer to do is give the prospect 5 units and then let the prospect pull from me the units they need to make the decision. This is the key thing to sales pitching, is you say less so the prospect asks you for more. And then that way the information you're feeding them is perfectly aligned with the information they need to have to make a decision and feel comfortable doing that. This is the big thing. Don't have a super long sales script, have a vague, high energy, concise 1 to 2 minute pitch, then ask them what they need to know to make a decision. Because then they'll be like, okay, so tell me about the marketing thing. And then you say, well, could you be more specific? What do you need to know about it? We're always looking for specific knowledge. Because if we can align, this is the thing. The prospect comes into the sales call, unconsciously, they don't know this, but they have a set amount of things they need to know and understand and have confidence in to make a decision. And so if you tell them anything that it doesn't tick one of these boxes, you're giving them information which gives them doubt. Because if I tell you about everything in Easy Grow, chances are you don't need 80% of it. And so every time I feed you a piece of information you didn't need to know to make a decision, I sow a seed of doubt. Because then you start feeling like you're buying something that doesn't really matter. Are you with me? Is this making sense? I'm hoping it makes sense, right? Because failure to do this properly results in a confused prospect, results in a lack of conviction, and then before you know it, you're not closing and you're not converting. It's really important you get this right. I don't like slide decks. I don't do sales calls with video on. All I want is the prospect focused on the outcome they want. What's the problem? What's the desire? And that is what I build my entire pitch around. Charlie, why don't you do videos? I don't do video calls. Oh, but don't they help people trust you? No, they help people focus. I don't want the prospect looking at me. I don't want the prospect looking at my face. I want the prospect looking at the future they want to achieve. Because when it comes to a sales call, they're communicating with you as much as they're communicating with the future version of themselves they so desire. I don't want to distract them from that, right? It's important. You pitch them vaguely. You give them just a little bit of information, you tease them. They will then ask you what they need to know. You concisely, this is the thing, when you answer their questions, you need to be concise. Okay? Charlie, so just tell me about how the loom system works. Of course, that is an incredible question. We always gratify the question because it's pretty simple psychology. It's positive reinforcement. Someone does something you want them to do more of, you tell them that they've done a good job, right? Because ultimately we want the prospect to ask as many questions as they need to ask, because then they have more information to make a decision. So Charlie, tell me how the loom system works. That's a really good question, man, and I'm so glad you brought it up because it's one of my favorite systems. Very straightforward and simple. We show you how to automate loom recording, automate loom sending, and we give you all the standard operating procedures to have a virtual assistant run it. We give you all the stuff. You run it. You're going to book probably 1 to 2 appointments a day. It's going to help you get to that 10 grand a month mark much faster. I haven't really fucking answered that question, have I? I could go into a 10-minute tangent on how it works, but it's the same principle. I'm giving them enough information to feel like their question's been answered. And then if they say, oh, okay, well, tell me about the virtual assistants. How do you find them? Right? Then it's starting to become clear what matters to them.
right? Then I'd say that's a really good question. We've got partnerships with virtual assistants that don't require any upfront payment, that are qualified, vetted, and speak English. Also, we've got all the standard operating procedures. So essentially, pretty much every single client uses a VA sourced by our partner. Does that answer your question? Okay, yeah, I think I understand that. And where are they based? Oh, they're based in the Philippines. You just answer directly, just direct answer. The less you say, the more leverage you have. Because the more you say, the less your words mean. This is what people get wrong. And I know I'm ironic about this, fucking me making a 15-minute video that could have been condensed into probably 5 seconds. But with YouTube, it's different. With learning, it's different, right? Because more angles, more perspective, more words, typically it's going to be repeated, it goes in. With sales, directness is the secret, right? So you answer the question concisely. You don't tangent off. You don't tell stories. You don't go off on topic. You answer the specific question and then you shut up. Say, oh yeah, they're based in the Philippines. You're going to love them. Oh, I'm so excited. And just, and then they'll be like, oh, so you said it's a 6-week training program, right? Yeah, 6 weeks. Okay, and so what if I get to week 4 and I've got like too much work and I can't finish it? That's fine, man. We'd extend it for you. Okay, well, so you mentioned in like week 5, you talk about becoming a better business owner. What does that mean exactly? Well, it's really simple, man. We want to help you operate your company. What we realized is we got so good at helping people get members that the problem they had was managing the growth. And so what we're doing in week 5 is teaching you growth management strategies. Truth is, you don't have to worry about that for now. Let's just get you the members, and then you'll have the problem, we can solve it for you. We basically want to help you solve a problem you don't even know you have yet. Zoop. You shut up. Okay, and then they keep asking, they keep asking, they keep asking. And then after what could be 3 questions, what could be 15 questions, they will ask you the question that denotes they are ready to be closed. What's the price? Okay, what's the investment? That is the final. Once someone asks you, if you do this properly, right, they will ask you a series of questions, and then once they have a full enough understanding to make a decision, right, once they actually understand it well enough, and some prospects might have 3 questions, some might have 10, some might have 1, some might have 5. Everybody's different. You remember we talked about the 100 units of information? Some people might need 90 units. Some people might need 5 of them. Some people might need just the pitch, right? It's different. But once they have the units of information they require and need, what happens is they will then say, okay, tell me the price, right? And then what you do is you just say the price. You say, okay, it's this. And you shut up. And then you might be sat in silence for like 5 minutes. And then they will either object or they'll give you a decision. And if they object, well, that's a story for another day. But that's how you get to the point where the prospect is primed and pitched and bitched. All right? It's important. Don't forget this. There's my script. It's out in the open. If I see anyone copy this word for word, I'll be very sad. Because if you've been watching my videos for any period of time, you will understand the level of disappointment. You will understand the level of disappointment that I will feel in you if you just copy and paste and you don't critically think this through. This was for gyms, by the way. I love you. Please subscribe.
So the primary concern that most people have when they start a marketing agency is, how am I going to sign clients if I have no proof or no testimonials? You might be new to this space. You might not have a huge amount of clients yet, or a huge, established brand that you can leverage. And you might be worried. You might be a little bit nervous, like, okay, I'm going to go on these sales calls and tell these business owners that I can do this thing for them, but I've got nothing to back it up. And that frightens me, because when the objection comes, which it probably will, I'm not going to be able to handle it. If that's how you feel and you're slightly stressed out about how you can do the sales thing without any sort of proof, I'm going to walk you through 5 different methods that I used when I started my marketing agency to sign my first 10 clients before I had the social proof that I now have. Okay, the beautiful thing about a business is it gets easier with time, and it's supposed to be really difficult in the first year or 2, because that's what makes a man or a woman out of you. So I'm going to share these 5 ideas. They are in no particular order, although I have left the best one till last, and I'm hoping that these go a long way towards solving this problem for you and helping you. My name's Charlie Morgan. If you're new to the channel, I welcome you. I basically basically built and scaled a marketing agency to 7 figures. It was called NorthFlow Consulting. We signed over 350 clients. I now help people with client acquisition through a company called Imperium Acquisition. We do 500k a month with over 600 clients. But let's get into the video. So I'm going to give you 5 different strategies. We'll start with number 1, which is to befriend a client or become an ally. So what you can do, you pick your niche, right? You define the demographic or the type of business that you want to work with. You go and find someone that you can ally with. So it's like in war, you have an ally essentially. You find someone in your market, a person in your niche, and you offer to work for them either for free or with a very, very generous pay and results offer. You're very transparent with your intentions and you tell them the truth that you're still getting started and you want a case study from them, and you basically ally with them. You start the relationship very honestly. What you do is you say, look, I'm going to do this for you. I will work as hard as I can to make it happen. All I ask in return is that you reciprocate by, letting my clients potentially call you, providing testimonials, maybe doing an interview. And that's the first thing you have to do. Okay. The thing about service delivery is it's not something you can learn from an external body. It's something that you have to sharpen and practice yourself. Okay. When it comes to learning service delivery, it's only something that you can do through enough iterations and experience. And so having that first client, even if it's for free, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Eventually, you don't want to sign people for free because they've got no skin in the game, but that's a story for another day. So that's option number 1, is the ally play. Option number 2 is to lean on the offer more than the social proof. So what you'll learn about client acquisition is it all comes down to confidence. And what I mean by confidence is someone having confidence in you and your ability to do what you say you can do. Okay. Now, confidence is an emotion, right? It's something that we feel that signifies competence to ourselves. Let's say that I was going to the Grand Prix. I might have confidence in Lewis Hamilton's ability to win the Grand Prix because he's a competent person. He displays competence and I'm getting confident signals from everywhere. You need to give your prospect confidence signals. And what that means is you need to give them the confidence they need to buy from you, right? You might be wondering, well, how? Because if I haven't got testimonials or social proof, how are people going to have the confidence to actually invest in me, give me their money? And how do I display competence without social proof? You have to lean on the offer. So what this means is if you imagine that, we've got like a scale. If I just draw this on the back here, right? Imagine you've got a scale from 0 to 100, right? Different people buy at different levels. This is called an action threshold. So maybe someone will buy at 40% confidence. Maybe they have to have 100% confidence to buy. But what you're looking for in those first couple of clients is people that don't need a huge amount of confidence, because what you're ultimately going to do when they come to ask for the testimonials and social proof, what you do is you say, listen, I can't give you the stuff that you need to feel confident. That's why I have such a strong offer. So the confidence is either going to come from 3 things. And this will go into my next point in a second. It's going to come from your clients and your social proof. It's going to come from you, or it's going to come from your offer. Those are really the only 3 points of confidence leverage that you have. So if you get rid of the first one, you have to rely on the second 2. And so what you can do is you can say, Mr. Prospect, I understand that you're not able to see interviews, success stories and everything like that. And the truth, my friend, is that it doesn't really matter because that stuff can be faked. And you've probably been burned before by an agency that had all this social proof, right? Of course, it's happened to you before. That is why I want you to have trust in us, because we have the offer that they didn't have. So I'm willing to put my money on the line. I'm willing to reverse the risk. I'm willing to work on a pay and results basis or whatever it is you're doing, because I know you need to get your confidence to buy this from somewhere. And if you're not going to get it from some of my clients, you need to get it from yourself through this offer, right? So the second play is to lean into the offer. Notice, say, look, I know that I haven't got the stuff that you need. That's why I've developed such a strong offer. Okay. So point 3 is conviction. So the beautiful thing about sales is that if you have so much confidence and you have enough conviction yourself, people won't even think to ask you for testimonials. So let's say that you're going to buy my program, right? Let's say that I'm selling you an Easy Grow, our consulting program that helps people acquire clients. If I'm on a sales call with you, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to dial my conviction up to the point at which you could not possibly say no. Because Mr. Prospect, if you buy this, your life will change forever. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart to the fucking high heavens. And I am so happy and so excited that you're here with me, because I have everything that you could possibly need and more to solve these problems, to make this dream come true. I am the man for the job. That might sound cocky, but I have so much confidence that I can solve this for you. And let's just get started. Let's do it, because I know it's going to work. Can you feel your emotion, right? Sales is the transfer of emotion. What that means is that the state that you are in emotionally is the state the prospect will be in emotionally if you stay convicted in the frame you're in. So if you're pitching to someone and you've got loads of doubt and you're sort of anxious and you're quite timid and quite shy and you're like, yeah, it's like it works really well, you're not going to give the person the confidence they need. And so this comes into point 2, but also point 3, where they're going to get the confidence from the offer from you or the clients that you've got. If you haven't got the clients, then it has to be you and the offer. And so even if you're not feeling super confident, because you might then be like, well, Charlie, how do I feel confident if I'm not able to deliver results, you kind of just have to fake it till you make it. And I know that's not the best piece of advice in most circumstances, but what you need to do is have confidence in your ability to learn what needs to be learned, right? So when I was starting my agency, and the first person that I signed was a guy called Ian, who ran a gym up north in the UK. I was honest with him. I said, you'd be my first client. But the amount of I had such a filthy amount of conviction. I said to him, I said, Ian, if you buy this from me, and if you give me £1,000 of your money, I will go to hell and back to make sure this works for you. I would run 3 marathons consecutively to make sure you get results. I will do anything and everything in my power. I will dedicate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to your business and to solving this problem for you. And I swear solemnly on my life that I will stop at nothing to get you results. It will be all I think about. It will be all I obsess over until it comes, until you get results. That's all I would. If you haven't got confidence in your own ability, have confidence in your ability to establish the ability, because the conviction has to come from somewhere. That's the thing, is sales is conviction. You won't convince someone if you haven't got conviction. If it feels dishonest and disingenuous to have conviction in something that you're not even good at yet, you need to make sure you get it from somewhere. So maybe it's in your ability to find the ability. Okay, so that's number 3. What I'm going to give you next, I've put here, is how to lie, right? And I'm not going to encourage you to lie to prospect. The best way to sell someone is to be honest and transparent and just completely straightforward. But there is a tool in the arsenal that you can use in the event that you want to give someone the impression that they're in a safe pair of hands, even if so if you're certain you can help them, but you haven't got the social proof to back it up, but you know damn well that it's the right thing to do, and you know they join you, you will change their life, but you just haven't got the social proof, then you can use this line. So please don't use this in a Machiavellian way. I've never used this in a Machiavellian way. If I caught any of my sales reps doing it like this, I would skin them alive and then fire them, although rhetorically, I'm not going to skin them alive. Here's how you do it. So someone says, I want to see social proof, and you say, oh, I really appreciate that, but I can't. You have to give a reason. You can't just say I can't, because then they will be like, well, it's because you don't have it. So this is technically going to be a lie, but I'm not encouraging you to use it unless it's the right thing to do, and that is it up to you. You have to use your own prudent morality to decide. You say, Mr. Prospect, unfortunately, I can't give you the stuff that you need, social proof wise, because the problem with digital marketing is it's very emulative, and we want to protect our clients from vultures or copycats. So if you're working with me and then I suddenly share your business with a bunch of other people, perhaps in your area or elsewhere in the industry, your advantage becomes diluted, because now everyone can look at your business, they can see the marketing from a third perspective and basically take what you do. So every single client we have, they come on board on the premise that we do not share them. They are private, they are protected. Because if I go around telling everybody who my clients are, then everybody in the market can go and look at the copy, the funnels, and everything that we're using for them, which ultimately means that our service is reduced and you get less leads. Also, not to mention, my clients pay me to make them money, not the other way around. So that's an angle you can take. Don't know why I Aikido-handed there, but that's an angle you can take. Please do not use that in a Machiavellian, malevolent way. Be trustworthy, be honest, be transparent, but it's something there if you want to use it. So that is number 4. So then that brings us last but not least to number 5, right? Number 5 is probably my favorite, and it's for you to release your expectation of making money. So you start this business to make money for financial freedom, but patience is a virtue in this instance. So if it was me, SMMA is significantly harder to start than it was 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago when I started. People have been burned, people are more wary, it's harder to deliver results, harder to get clients, and I think a lot of people are very cognizant of that. What I would do if I was starting is I would release all attachment to getting paid. Because, if you want to build a multi-six-figure business, it's not going to happen in a couple of months. Although we've had instances in our community where it has, but it's rare, right? Release all attachment to getting paid. Get yourself a stable income with a full-time job or something, and go to businesses and say, I want to start this. I'm going to change your life. I'm going to change my life in the process. I'm going to give you everything that I've got, but you don't have to put any risk on the table. If you cold called 1,000 businesses and said, look, I am an 18-year-old college dropout. I'm going to make it big in this niche, but I need to get a foothold. Would you be willing to take a chance on me if there was no risk involved to you? You say that's for 1,000 people, 10 of them, 20 of them, 30 of them are going to be crazy enough to say yes. Now, I do not advocate for free trials, right? But in the beginning, if we take a non-binary stance, there's nothing wrong with removing the pressure, because if you're thinking to yourself right now, oh, I've got no clients, but I'm going to charge $1,000 a month, or I'm going to charge $2,000 a month. You probably feel all of this intense pressure to do with sales calls because you're not worth that. But if you remove that and you just accept the fact that you might have to get into the trenches and do some work without getting paid for a short while, then you can relax, because you're not selling anything. There's no pressure. You're selling them on the future you. So you say, look, in 3 to 4 months, I'm going to have 25 clients, and I'm going to be so good at this that you're going to want to keep paying me so you can come on board. But you give me 2 months, you give me 3 months, you give me everything I need. Now, There's a caveat to this where maybe you want to ask them for a couple of $100 as a setup fee, software costs, or to cover my media buyers costs or something like that. Use your own intuition and your own judgment wisely. Don't just go out offering free trials to anyone. They need to be a good business, they need to be qualified, they need to have some level of authority in the niche. I wouldn't just go doing it for any random person. Sometimes, if you're worried about how to sign clients without testimonials, the best way is to get the testimonials, which just means you have to delay the gratification of actually making money by 3 or 4 months. And if you've got a stable income and you're willing to work the extra 6 hours, 8 hours a day outside of your current job and put 12 hours a day, 6 days a week in, you will make it happen, you will make it work. So those are the 5 ways in summary. Allying, befriending someone who you work for free for, essentially to build rapport, and they can sort of sell your thing for you. The second thing is, we know that conviction or confidence comes from 3 areas: your offer, you, or your clients. We remove the clients, you're left with your offer, which is option number 2, or conviction in yourself, which is option number 3. If you haven't got the conviction in your abilities, you need to have conviction in your ability to find the ability. Okay. Number 4 is that sort of how you can essentially get away with it, and you can say, look, I can't give you social proof because of this, because of that, because of this. If you give people, in psychology, there's an idea called the reason respecting tendency. If you give people a good why and a strong case for reason, you'll be fine. And the last but not least is the less sexy option. It's less shiny, but it's to reverse the risk. It's to say to people, look, here's me, I'm being honest, I'm being transparent, I'm being straightforward. I'm sure you get pitched by people all the time who don't know what they're doing, but I want to be honest with you, okay? So that's how I would do it. That's not how I had to do it when I started, although the thing that I had to build was the conviction. And my first few clients I signed, I was like, look, man, if you trust me with this money and you give me what I need you to give me to make this work, I will go to hell and back to get you results. And I truly meant that. I said to my second client, was a guy called Neil, who ran a gym sort of in the Midlands in the UK. And I said to him, I was like, dude, if you trust me here, and if you come on board and you let me take you on as a client, I will not sleep until you get results. And I meant it. And dude, like the first like couple of days his campaign went live, he didn't get many leads, and I literally didn't sleep. I was up to like 4 or 5 in the morning just working on his campaign, and I made it work. And he was like, well, you told the truth. Because you can only have genuine conviction if you actually believe what you're saying. So if you're not willing to go above and beyond for your clients and those first few clients, you might as well quit, man, because you're not going to get very far. This is not a 4-hour work week thing. So that's everything from me. I hope you enjoyed it. If you like the video, just like it. It helps me help you. If you can subscribe, that'd be great. I'll see you in the next one.
So in today's video, I'm going to be walking you through a framework that I've developed that is probably the best and single most viable strategy that I've ever found for handling objections on sales calls. Objections are the biggest bottleneck for every salesperson. I don't care what anyone says. Like, anyone can ask questions on a discovery call and pitch a service, but pretty much no one can handle objections to the point where they can actually change someone's mind and get someone to have their paradigm and belief system and confidence levels to align with theirs. And it's a very useful skill to have, and it's one that people seriously lack. And there's a reason for this, right? It's a difficult thing to do. There's a lot of, I mean, in our agency training program, we've literally got like, I think 2 to 3 hour videos on objection handling in every single intricacy. But what I want to do today is to provide you with a framework that I've developed. And I've probably done about, what, like 1,500 discovery calls at this point. You know, like full 45 to 60 minute phone calls with business owners selling high ticket services, retainers and consulting packages. And I probably signed about 500 clients. Got a 30% conversion rate if I average it out over my lifetime. And that's all from cold traffic, right? That's all from, I'm just gonna move my camera over here a minute. That's all from like, from businesses that like had no idea who we were before the call. And it's kind of interesting. Like, how do you do that on like a 1-call close? And so what I want to do in today's video is give you the framework that I've developed to actually make that happen from an objection handling perspective. Now, the first thing to understand about objections is that they are almost never what they seem, right? And that this is the biggest thing that trips people up. So I'm going to hop into Miro on my like whiteboard software in a second and explain like in visual format how we look at this, because it's so fucking helpful. And I'm really excited to share it with you because it's going to completely change the game for you for objection handling. But before I do that, the main principle to understand here is that an objection is never what it seems to be. And objections are smoke screens for a lack of certainty. Pretty much every objection translates to, I don't have the confidence that you can do what you say you can do, or I don't think that what you're charging is conducive to the value which I will receive from what I purchase. Those are the two things that every objection translates into. I don't care if they say they haven't got time or like to do what you're doing. I don't care if they say they need to speak to their wife. I don't care like if they say like, oh, I want to think about it. Any of these things, they will translate to, I don't have the confidence that you can do what you say you can do, right? And that's not a personal attack. It's just the truth. It's just that they're too afraid to say that and articulate it because they don't want to upset you or cause conflict, which is quite a common thing. And all you have to do is get on a sales call with someone who doesn't have a very good service and figure out like, that's exactly what you will do. So I'm in the habit at the moment of accepting discovery calls from people who say they can help my agency get more clients. And like, I'm always open to it. I never judge a salesperson for their grind. So like, I'll be on the call and then they'll go through, they'll do the question, they'll do the process, which I sort of understand, but I'll answer it diligently. And then I'll get to the end of the call and I'll have no confidence that they can deliver what they say they can deliver because they're just, it's sort of apparent. They don't have the confidence. They haven't kept clients for longer than 3 months. Like it's pretty obvious when you know what to look for. And so like, what I notice is I don't want to buy from them because I don't believe in what they're selling. I don't have the confidence it can deliver for me. But what I've noticed after doing like 10 of these calls, just out of curiosity for other people's sales processes, is like, I find it really uncomfortable to say to people, look, Charlie, or look, John, or look, Steve, or look, Sarah, I'm not going to buy from you today. And that's because you haven't demonstrated enough confidence in what you're selling. I don't believe you, and I think you're lying to me, which is basically what I'm saying. But I don't say that because it's a horrible thing to say. It's not horrible. It feels horrible to say. But it's a form of feedback that is quintessential to someone's development. And so perhaps I should say it. But instead it manifests itself as me saying, oh yeah, I'll think about it, or let me talk to my business partner. I know that the answer is no, and I know there's no fucking way on earth that I'm buying this stupid thing that this person's selling. But I struggle to sort of say, oh yeah, I don't want to buy it because I think it sucks, right? And so you'll find this is the case if you hop on a sales call with someone. And I don't care what it is, if you're buying a new car, or if you're going to buy a agency training program, or if you're going to buy anything, right? Do this and you'll notice that a lack of confidence will manifest its way into a lie, basically. It's kind of cool to see. So what I want to do today is introduce you to the framework that I've used to overcome these objections and instill more confidence and certainty into your prospects on these sales calls. It is the most important skill you can have as a salesperson. By a mile. It's the hardest one to learn. It's the most painful one to learn and actually put into practice. But if you can do it, and if you can understand what I'm about to tell you, you will fucking fly. And there's there's no objection on earth that will stop you, right? So the framework is underpinned by a principle that I've taken from Albert Einstein's approach to science, right? You might wonder, what the fuck? How does that have anything to do with this? But it does, trust me. So I think it was Einstein or Newton, one of these scientists, that was recruited as saying 90% or 99% of problem solving is problem definition. Okay? And what they're basically saying, Einstein or Newton, whoever it was, they're basically saying that in order to solve a problem, all you really have to do is define it. Because we probably know the solution to the problem, but we can't see the problem. We're deluded, we're blind, right? We can't actually understand what it is we're trying to fix and achieve. And the same is true for objections. 90%, 99% of objection handling, or conquering as we call it in our program, is just objection definition, figuring out what the fuck the person's actually objecting to. And we know that they're always objecting to a lack of confidence, regardless of what they say or what lie they spin for you. But it's really important that you figure out like what's underpinning this lack of confidence. Because then you can find the thread of the objection and just unravel it and pull it and pull it and pull it. And then it will unravel this little tiny doubt the prospect has that's been completely magnified and blown up in their consciousness that's completely irrelevant to what you're selling and your situation. So it's a really interesting thing to understand. And I'm going to give you the framework to root out these objections, because all we need to do is define what the damn objection is, get really fucking clear on what's holding the person back, and then we can attack it. The problem you have right now is people are saying to you, Charlie, I want to think about it. And your rebuttal is something along the lines of, oh, what do you need to think about? Or, oh, well, listen, we have this incentive-based pricing thing. Or, oh, well, we don't need to think about it, let's just do it. One of these stupid, it's not stupid. It's not stupid. I take that back, because it's the most logical answer, but it's also the wrong answer, because we know that I need to think about it, or I need to speak to my wife, or blah, 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 translates to a lack of confidence. And so what we need to do is drill down to figure out why this need to think about it is coming about. And so, yeah, gonna hop into my computer now, explain this to you. If you're still here watching this, I commend you, because most people have really shitty attention spans when it comes to this stuff. And if you finish this video and you watch it watch like 1,500 times, that's an exaggeration. For some reason, my consciousness has carried through how many discovery calls I've done into that example. It's a really interesting thing the brain does with numbers, but besides the point, complete tangent. If you go through and watch this video, it might not click with you. But if you go through and watch it again, they'll start to click, and then again and again and again. And you want to do what I've done with a lot of videos on YouTube that have been really helpful, is you find something, you find a problem you've got, which could be objection handling, or for me, for example, it was non-binary thinking, which is a topic for another day. And I found this awesome video on it, and I've literally watched it about 100 times. And it's just completely ingrained into my life, and I fixed that problem. And people need to be reminded more than they need to be taught. So I'm giving you this sort of forewarning here with this video. If you find it useful and your objection handling is weak and you're struggling, this is the thing that you need. And I encourage you to watch it over and over and over and over and over and over again until it's ingrained in you and it's basically part of your existence. So I'm gonna hop into my laptop here and get onto Miro and basically explain how to do this. And I couldn't be more excited, because like sales is a fucking art form. I love it, and I want to introduce it to you. So I'll see you in there. All right, people, so we are in the laptop on Loom, and I thought I would pull up the quote, which I totally butchered, but this is the premise of the idea that I have, right, in how I've applied this to objection handling. So it was Einstein. I was accurate with the actual scientist, but he basically says that if I had an hour to solve a problem, I'd spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes thinking about solutions. So what this basically translates to, and what he's saying here, and what I've deduced from this quote, is that if you have an hour to solve a problem, you want to spend the majority of your time defining what the problem actually is and looking at it through different angles and different models and different scopes. And then the last little bit of time you've got is when you have to think about how you solve it. Because if you don't know what you're solving, then you're probably not going to solve it, right? And this is the sort of authority that I wanted to underpin today's video with, because a lot of people will just give you ideas and they haven't really got any logical base or critical thinking to support them. And so let's hop in here, right? So here is the model and the visual cue that I've basically developed. And I've taught this to a lot of our agency clients, and it works really well for them. So here's how I want you to sort of see this thing, right? And I need to click on this. Okay, so objections have layers. Objections are like onions. You can peel them back to get to the middle and the core of the problem. You can use any metaphor here. The metaphor I usually use with clients is that objections are like those Russian dolls you get. You might know what I'm talking about here. If I hop into here, you know these ones, right? You've got 1, 2, 3. And the irony with this is that it truly is the case that this is what objections look like. Because at the beginning, it looks like really big and scary, like something you could never unpack or something you could never open up and figure out what's going on. But then when you figure out what's underneath it, there's another thing. And then you're like, oh, what? This isn't as big, but it's still scary. And it's still these things are fucking terrifying if you ask me. But besides the point, you get into the second doll and it's still big. And you're like, okay, well, what's inside of this doll? And it's still big. And then you get to the bottom of this little cute one on the right when it really isn't scary at all. And it's like, okay, so interesting metaphor for you there, but here's how it works, right? So at the top, we have the objection, okay? So let's just take the objection of, I need to think about it, right? I want to think about it. This is the objection. Now, you'll probably have heard this before in your sales calls, right? And it's a bit of a bitch, because you're going to be like, oh, fuck, okay, you need to think about it. So what you're then going to do is you're basically going to start thinking, how can I get this person so that they don't think about it? So you might basically ask the question, which is quite an interesting one, what do you need to think about, right? And then blah, 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 right? What do you think about question mark? And then they'll basically say, oh, I just need to think about it, or they won't really give you an answer. So what we need to do here is we need to understand that this objection, this line, which is what's standing in the way of you getting the deal, is fundamentally complex, and it's underpinned by things that you cannot see and the things that the prospect doesn't even know they have a problem with yet. And so what we need to do is what I call drilling, right? Objection drilling, basically. And what we want to do is find our way to the bedrock. This is an interesting idea. It's going to unravel. So what we need to do is we need to drill down. And we need to drill down with a question here. So when the prospect has an objection, any objection, I don't care what it is, you need to say to the prospect, Mr. Prospect, when someone says that to me, it's usually because of one of three things. They either lack confidence in me and my company and what we represent. They lack confidence in themselves and their ability to implement what I'm telling them to do. Or, and usually most commonly, there's something to do with the system that we operate and run that you don't understand or that you don't actually have full confidence in. Out of those three things, me, you, and the system, what do you think it is that you're lacking confidence in and that you're not quite certain about yet? And that's what you do. You ask that question, right? It's a really good framework. And what this does is they'll then basically define the problem at a top level. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be the system. Sometimes they'll just say, oh, it's me. Sometimes they'll say, oh, it's you. But it's rare that this is the case if you do calls properly. And so let's just go with the example of system, as that will be most common. But you can apply the same principle here to all these other ones. And so what you want to do now is once they say, oh, I think it's the system, and then they'll sort of give you some sort of vague answer like, I still don't quite understand what it is you do or how it works or something like that, which is a sign that you're being too vague. Like when you're pitching people, you want to find a non-binary dichotomy balance between being too vague and giving enough information so they have an idea as to what they're buying, but not enough of an idea to get paralyzed with the information you're providing them. It's a big, difficult thing to do. But we now know the problem is the system. So they don't need to think about it. They just don't quite understand what they're buying, or they understand it, but they don't have the confidence it's going to work. And so what we need to do now is we need to drill again. Okay? Because if we try and handle the objection with something like, oh, don't worry about our system, it's great at this level, it's still not their objection. It's better to try and attack the objection from this level than this level, but you still won't really get very far because it's not why they're objecting. And so we need to drill down again. And we need to say, okay, Mr. Prospect, so this is where your knowledge of your product comes in, but you can ask an open-ended question or you can ask a multiple choice question at this point. So you've got open or you've got multiple choice, right? So like with open-ended, you can be like, okay, I totally understand, John, and I'm glad we're getting to the bottom of this. So you've said that you lack confidence in our system, you don't quite understand what it is we do. What thing, say things plural because it might be more than one, what specific things are you lacking confidence in or you don't quite understand about what we do? Or if you know your product really well and you know why this objection usually manifests, which you won't until you've done the open-ended question about 100 times, so fucking write that off for now. Or with multiple choice, and what I'm able to do with our businesses, because we've done so many sales calls, is I'll be able to predict that 90% of the time, because of how many open-ended questions I've asked, their objection will be to do with lead quality, lead quantity, or something else like different. And that's usually one lead quality or quantity, and then it's something else that they'll need to explain. And you give them multiple choice, or is it something else? And then you always route back around to open-ended. So when you're using multiple choice questions in this level of your objection handling, you always have like one option is always other, because otherwise you're going to put words into their mouth that they don't think they have, and then they won't think there's a problem, and then there's a problem. So you have like option 1, option 2, option 3, and then other. This is a multiple choice question here, me, you on the system. But we can use this because it's universal, and we need to get specific to drill down to this next point. Okay? So you'll see how this is unraveling. So we asked the multiple choice question or the open-ended question, like, okay, let's get specific, Adrian. So you've talked about lack of confidence in the system. I am totally empathizing with that, and I'm really glad you brought it up because it gives me the opportunity to introduce different models. What you lack in confidence in. And so what will then happen is when we get specific about this, is they will say something along the lines of, it could be like, Charlie, the thing that I'm really uncertain about and that I'm worried about is whether or not the lead quality will be good. Okay, so we've got the problem. Awesome, right? Lead quality. Okay, and so at this point, we can try and handle the objection and be like, okay, cool. here's why it's not a problem. But we still don't stop there. We apply the same fucking model. Again, I know I keep swearing in this video, but it's a point that I must drill home with. I want the language that I'm using to have some sort of imperative measure to it so you actually do the damn thing. We drill down again, once again, with open or closed questions. Sorry, not closed, multiple choice or open. And so like, you're probably going to be using open questions because you won't know what the problem is. But with lead quality in the gym space and all the calls I've done, I know that it comes down to one of two things. Prospects don't show up or prospects don't have the money. Sometimes it's that they don't have the motivation. So what I would then do is if John said to me, Charlie, I'm just lacking confidence in the lead quality you can produce. I say, John, I get that. Awesome. Thank you for that. When someone says that, it's usually because the prospects they've had previously don't have the money, or the prospects don't have the motivation to purchase, or the prospects don't even show up in the first place. Out of those three things, where's your main concern lying? Or it might be all three of them. What is it, John? And then he'll tell you. And then he'll be like, oh, like it's just because like they won't have the money. And now we have hit what I call down here the money. This is objection bedrock. Okay? So important to understand the simple model. So now what we've done here is we just take some time. It takes 5 to 10 minutes of detailed conversation and good questioning. And now what we can realize is that the prospects need to think about it was basically like it's a smoke screen. Because the thing is as well is until we drill down and actually bring some order to chaos and get clear on what the problem is, the prospect won't know what they're lacking confidence in. And so we have to ask this line of questioning to actually get to the bottom of what the hell is going on. And so like they want to think about it because they don't lack confidence in what you do, but they're too afraid to tell you because they don't want to upset you or cause conflict. Simple. Or it's usually actually a mirror of their discomfort of someone making them uncomfortable with their product, but story for another day. And so what we do is we ask them a question, is it you, me, or the system? It's almost always the system. And so now we've established that they lack confidence in the system. Okay? So their objection is no longer I want to think about it. We know it's a problem with the system, they don't have the confidence. And then we drill down and we're like, well, what about the system is it you're having a problem with? We give them choices or we leave it open so they can explain and articulate themselves, which is a powerful thing to have them do. And then they tell us the general problem with the system. It could be lead quality, it could be lead quantity, it could be bad experiences in the past with previous agencies. It could be like a specific testimonial on your website that rubbed them up the wrong way. We don't know until we ask, right? And so after that, we then proceed to say, okay, well, what is it about that testimonial? Or what is it about the lead quality? And then they tell us it's actually just to do with the fact that all the agencies we've used before, we've got leads in the door, we've got leads in lots of quantity, but we never, ever find they have any money. And so the biggest objection I have, the reason I'm not buying from you, Charlie, and they won't say this, but this is basically what they're saying. The reason I'm not buying from you, Charlie, is not because I need to think about it, not because I have a lack of confidence in your system, well it is, but I have that lack of confidence because I don't think the lead quality will be good because I have a bad past experience. Now we have an objection to attack. And now we can think about it. Okay, pun not intended. Now is the time where we actually overcome the objection, and the small amount of time we have to do this in is pretty straightforward. And so let me give you the model that I would use to overcome this, and it's very, very, very straightforward. So the first thing is that, like, when you are building your product and developing your service, you need to sort of develop it with objections in mind because prospects know what the hell's going on. And like, if you haven't got something in your service or offer that directly counters the big objections your prospects will create and curate on the call, then you're fucked, right? But you need to be prepared for these things, okay? So here, I'm not just going to sort of say to the prospect, oh, don't worry about that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of map this out for you, actually. Let's scroll down a bit here. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, I'm going to use a framework. Okay. And so the first thing we're going to do is we are going to, praise. Praise and empathize. Right? So I'm going to say, John, thank you so much for that. I'm really glad you shared this with me. And I empathize with your situation. I know how horrible it is to talk to prospects who are not qualified and waste all your time. It's fucking horrible, isn't it? a resounding yes will come from this statement, right? Yes, it's horrible. I know how difficult it is. That's why I'm objecting to it. Number 2. Okay, not acceptance statement. This is a really powerful thing that I use in sales, and I developed it after like 1,000 calls. It works really well. So then what we do is we say, John, I will simply not have this. I will not let this objection stand in the way of us working together. It's an outcome that I cannot let happen because it doesn't need to stand in the way, because it's not a problem. The reason why, and then that's number 3. Okay, so reason. So we say, John, I simply cannot let this happen. If we don't move forward today because of the problem, of the belief you have that the prospects won't have the money, I have fundamentally done a bad thing. I've done wrong by you by not signing you, because I've got something here that actually solves this problem directly, and we've directly attacked and solved this issue for all of our clients, and it's not a problem. And I want to share with you why it's not a problem. Is that okay with you? Right? And so we go for permission, and we give a reason. Okay? And so what you then do, and this is where it's up to you to sort of have a good product, basically, because all you need to overcome objections is a good product. And so then you sort of just explain like the system that you have to make sure prospects have money. So like, for example, in the gym space, like, we'll talk about qualification, right? Qualification forms. We'll talk about targeting top 1% zip codes, right? So, John, listen, the reason this is not a problem and the reason this is not going to stand in the way today, you don't even enter their frame of entertaining the idea that they're not going to move forward. You assume they're going to move forward, and that all you need to do is introduce them to the reasons that you can provide for them to actually move forward. And it's really simple. And so it's not a problem, John, because we've got so many ways of overcoming this, because it's exactly the thing that stood in the way of so many clients getting results. And so we attacked it until we solved it. And this is exactly why I want to work with you. Because what we're going to do, John, every single lead that you receive from us is going to go through a 5-step qualification form. They're going to receive a call from us to validate they're a real person and they have financial investment to actually buy from you and buy your membership. We're also going to go ahead and only target people that are in certain zip codes of your area, so we know they are of above average and median household income, so that it's impossible for you to receive a lead that doesn't at least make like 100 grand a year. And we're also going to give your sales team the best price objection handling techniques you've ever seen in your life, and it will completely change the game for you, and you'll be able to sign pretty much anyone, anywhere on your membership without the objection of price. Those 3 things we've developed proprietarily for all of our clients, and they work incredibly well. And you won't have to worry about that money thing. Then you shut up. And then they'll be like, okay. And then you sort of round it off. Like, can you see now why this is not a problem? And then they'll say yes, because you've given them reasons. Reason respecting tendency is a cognitive bias in psychology. And if you just say to people, don't worry about this, or it's fine, we've got you, that can work sometimes, but backing it up with like 2 or 3 solid reasons is really fucking helpful. And so to overcome objections, it really is just about how good your product is, right? Conveniently, I've drawn that in like a scaling angle. But like, this is what you need to do for every objection. So this is just one objection. John might have like 4 or 5 of these. And so he'll be like, the problem's money, and then you'll do this, and you'll sort of attack the objection, and you'll tick it off, and you'll beat it, and then he'll be like, okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from. That does make a lot of sense, but I still just think I need a bit of time. And then you just go through the same process over and over again, and you say to them, John, do you need a bit of time because the money problem still exists? And then he'll say, no, because you've overcome that, and you tick that off, right? And then what you do instead is you say, okay, so let's go back through that process because I'm so keen to work with you. Where are we at now? So it was still on the system, right? You're still lacking confidence. There's something to do with the system. Yeah, I still am. Okay, you go exactly back through it. It's all you have to do over and over again. And in the program, we call this objection looping, where like you just want to sort of like loop around. And every time you sort of loop around, you basically just build more and more confidence in the prospects, and all you have to do is just tick off a certain amount of objections, and then you'll close the deal and you'll make more money than you can fucking imagine. It's a difficult thing to do. Actually, no, it's not difficult to do. It's difficult to know to do this naturally without having someone to tell you to do it like I've just done here. Okay? So this is basically my framework for handling objections, And I'm going to label this the Imperium, right, framework. And what we're going to do is we're going to call it the Imperium Bedrock framework. Imperium Objection Bedrock framework. That's what we'll call it. Okay. So that is the Imperium Objection Bedrock framework. Okay. And it's really important you know how to do this, because I don't care how many calls you book. I don't care how many positive replies you get. I don't care how many emails you send, how many LinkedIn connection requests you send. I don't care how good your product is. I don't care how good you are at asking questions on calls. I don't care how good you are at pitching. If you cannot overcome objections and you cannot change people's minds and get them to share your confidence and give them specific, logical, concise reasons to buy from you, you will not win and you will not make any money. And this video could be one of the most useful things, not from a perspective of my narcissism, of my knowledge. I'm just sharing with you what's worked for me and has helped me close over 500 high ticket deals at 6 to 10 grand consulting deals and 1.5 to 3k a month retainer deals repeatedly over and over again without any issue. Works fucking well. Okay, so that is everything for today's video. I hope you found it useful, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Subscribe.
Today I want to talk about a mindset shift you can make for your objection handling on sales calls. If you haven't got enough sales calls right now, when you have enough sales calls, your next problem will become objections. There's two problems agencies tend to face with acquisition. The first is actually booking appointments, and the second is handling their objections, because anyone can ask some questions and have some cool pitching, but then the prospect's like, oh, I don't know, and then you're just like, oh, fine, whatever. In today's video, I'm going to give you just a real quick little mindset shift you can make, and if you make this mindset shift, it'll make the objection handling part a lot easier. So this channel is basically built to help people help grow agencies, because most agencies are really struggling to get clients for multiple reasons, but objection handling is one of them. So let's talk about it. So the premise of this this concept, this idea, basically revolves around the fact that when you're handling objections, you need to help the person get out of their own way. So let me articulate this with an example. So a while ago, we had an agency owner join our program, and he was objecting. He was like, oh, just let me think about it, let me take some time, or I want to do this, I want to do this first. And I said to him, I was like, mate, oh, there's my battery thing. I was like, mate, do you think that this is going to work? Like, if you buy it and you do it, do you believe that you have the confidence that what I'm saying is true and that we can help you? And he was like, yeah, I actually do. Like, I do think that you can genuinely help me. And I was like, okay, well, obviously you want to think about it. I'm assuming that's just because there's a bit of fear, a bit of anxiety. You can feel something in you that's just making you feel a bit uncomfortable, right? And he was like, yeah. And that there is empathy, because when you can actually acknowledge someone's emotional state and tell them how they feel back to themselves, then it creates a lot of trust. And he was like, yeah, like I do want to do it because I've seen the results and I've seen the testimonials and you've got the guarantee and this is all there, blah, blah, blah. By the way, I'm not pitching the program. And I said to him, I was like, all right, mate, well, listen, insert his name here. I'm not going to give anything away. I was like, look, my job here then is basically to help you get out of the way of yourself. Because if logically, from a business perspective, you know it's the right decision to make, but emotionally you're struggling, then we need to work together to overcome these emotions. And I'm not going to sit here and try and handle your objections. Instead, I'm going to sit here and try and help you nurture a mindset that allows you to remove the emotions that you know shouldn't be there to prevent you from making the decision you should be making. And this is a really profound way of handling objections, because if what you have is genuinely the right thing for the person, which is the secret to objection handling, if it's the right fit and you can actually help them, instead of seeing objections as like a one-way street where you're battling them to try and get them on board, you want to work with them to overcome the objection. So you almost want to imagine that you're like, right, join my team and we'll look at this objection together and figure out what we can do to get you past it, because we're in this together and it's a collective and we both know we can, have something good happen here, but there's just something in the way and we need to overcome it. So basically the point here is you want to see objection handling as something you do for them, not against them, if that makes sense. So I can't tell you how many people we've got into the program, we've helped them overcome their objections, and then they buy the agency program we have, the Imperium agency program, and 4 months later they message me just randomly thank you so much for being persistent on that sales call, because I wasn't going to buy, but you made me buy, and now it's the best thing I've ever done. And that's the sort of attitude you need to have when you're going into the objection handling phase, because
you have to create this dynamic where they're like, I'm not sure, and you're like, come on, like, hold my hand, I'm gonna pull you along, and I'm gonna put you on my back, and like carry you to the decision. So you have to basically perceive objection handling as a collective. Instead of seeing it as like us versus them, you want to see it as us and them versus the objection, because two tends to be much better than one. And you can frame this in all sorts of ways. So like a practical example is the one I gave earlier, or you could say something like, so look, John, we've got a brilliant fit. I think we can both recognize that it's a pretty good fit, right? Yeah, cool, okay. So we know it's a fit, and we've got this, you've just laid out that this is the reason that you can't come on board. Do you want to work with me to try and overcome that? Right? And then you just shut up, and then they'll be like, actually, yeah, okay. And then you just got their permission to just completely attack, right, their objection, and they're also on your side. This won't work if they're giving you bullshit. So if someone's like, oh, let me talk to a business partner, but they actually haven't got a business partner, they're just too polite to just say they don't want to do the thing. You can't really do this until you've established what the true objection actually is. So like if someone says, I want to talk to my business partner, I'd be like, oh, I didn't know you had a business partner, because we would have qualified them before. He'd be like, yeah, well, he's actually a silent business partner, and like, he doesn't really, he's not too involved in the business. I was like, well, you haven't mentioned him at all throughout this call, so that indicates to me that you're the main person that would make this decision, but you're just a bit worried to do that on your own. Is that right? And they'd be like, yeah, to be honest, I just want a second opinion. It's like, all right, well, that's exactly what I'm here for, right? You can see how you sort of like transition this into a sort of teamwork, collective style approach. It's a very good way of doing objection handling. And it does just, sometimes you just need to help people get out of the way of themselves. And you need to help them overcome that emotion. Because really, like, the main thing with objection handling is all you have to do is build enough confidence. Like, that's really the key to hold any sort of objection, is just understanding that they're in a position, they're in an emotional state of doubt and perhaps a bit of anxiety and maybe some fear. And your job is basically to say, look, I recognize these emotions. I know they make you feel uncomfortable, and I know that buying will maybe extenuate them for a limited period of time, and that's not pleasant for you. However, in the long term, those emotions will completely fade away, or you might get those emotions, but with a bigger problem that we help you, because solutions create problems, and that could create more pain for you down the line. But for now, like, what's more painful, Mr. Prospect? Making a decision to purchase something that actually helps you solve this problem, which, by the way, is guaranteed to work, or not making a decision and sitting with the problem for a much longer period of time. And you just shut up, and you give them two options. They're like, oh, what must I? So that's just a quick, like, real small little tweak to make. Right, with objection handling, just the mindset, like, tweak I'm thinking about here is just don't see it as you versus them. See it as you and them versus the objection, and try to get them on your side, so that when you are handling the objection, it's almost like, you can do a lot more damage from the inside, if that makes sense. So that's everything for today's video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did enjoy it, you can just like it, because, well, there's literally a button to say you liked it. You can comment any other video suggestions you might have, and also subscribe. Talk to you soon. Have a good day.
If you do what I'm about to explain, sales will become very easy for you. I don't mean easy in the sense that you're going to breeze through every deal, because for full transparency, sales is never going to be a walk in the park. However, if you're struggling to close deals, or you're worried about whether or not you can close deals, this video is for you, and it should help you. So chances are you are an agency owner, a coach or consultant, you got a service, or you're starting, and you know that one of the hurdles you need to overcome is sales. You know you need to convince people to actually buy from you. If you're not able to do that, you're not going to make any money. You might even be procrastinating sales calls by not doing outreach, or trying to do other things like build websites, because fundamentally you're a little bit afraid of sales and you're a bit worried about it. So in this video, I am going to teach you a technique that I've used many times. I think I've conducted probably about 2,500 sales calls. I've closed well over 600, 700 high ticket deals in my time. So I'm going to walk you through one of the main things that I've learned, and it should help you close more deals. So my name's Charlie Morgan. I've built and scaled two companies. The first one is called NorthFlow Consulting. It's a marketing agency. I scaled it to 7 figures and got rid of the clients because it became a bit too messy. Now I run Imperium Acquisition, which is a multi-7-figure, soon to be 8-figure coaching company. And I make these YouTube videos to help people make client acquisition easy. But without further ado, let's hop in. So this technique revolves around something that you're going to be doing outside of actual sales calls, okay? So it's not something that you're going to be doing when you're inside of the trenches in the actual call itself. It's something that you need to get used to doing in your every day-to-day life. And by doing it outside of sales calls, when you come into sales calls, things get easier. So it revolves around one simple premise, and that is basically that we buy as we sell. So what we can actually do, and this is really interesting, is we can hold up a mirror between how we do something and how we expect other people to do things. And you can do this anywhere in life with all sorts of different scenarios and situations. For example, if your tendency was naturally to get aggressive when someone, had a go at you or riled up your ego, then naturally that's what you would think other people would do in that situation. So as humans, we're very narcissistic at our core, and projection is one of the primary means of irrationality, whereby we expect other people to do what we do, and we expect our behavior to be mirrored and emulated in the situations we'd find ourselves in if we looked at other people. So how does this apply to sales, and why is it important? Here's the thing, right? So if you are really indecisive, if you negotiate really fiercely, if you can't say no to people because you're always leaving them in the maybe zone because you don't like the conflict, then what do you think people are going to do to you on sales calls? So here's the thing about the mirror, and here's the thing. The way that you buy things in your everyday life, whether it's a gym membership, a high ticket product, or a lawnmower, whatever you buy, the way that you purchase that thing and the dynamics of the interpersonal dynamics you use to communicate your intentions and obviously negotiate everything, that is how you will naturally expect people to buy from you. And this is a really important lesson. So one thing that a lot of people struggle with is getting prospects that cannot say no to you. They're always leaving you in the maybe zone. It's not like yes or no. It's always like, oh, I'll think about it. Let me sort of think about it. If you are someone in a buying situation who always wants to think about it, and you're really indecisive and you can't give a yes or no answer out of fear for what happens on both sides, then when you start trying to sell your services and close people, what's going to happen is you won't be able to get people to give you a decision, because fundamentally you're unconsciously accepting the fact that people are just indecisive because you're indecisive. So if you're always going out to people and saying, I'll think about it, or I've got to do this first, or it's not a yes, it's not a no, I need to mull it over. If you do that and you put yourself in a sales scenario where someone says they need to do that, then you will have no inclination or awareness to push them or to try and handle that objection, because fundamentally that's what you would do. And so this is like an ego thing. It also refers to a word called praxis, which denotes that we give action to belief. So if you believe that everyone always wants to think about it, then you will naturally tailor your sales calls to go in that direction, which is quite dangerous. So another example of this is being price averse, right? So you're always worried about the price. That's the main thing you're constantly fearful of, is how much something's going to cost. And you'll go through and you'll explore things, and then you're always at the end the price, what's the price going to be? If your relationship as a buyer with price is a negative one, then you're naturally going to emit that energy to your prospects on sales calls, and probably you're going to lead to people thinking that your price is negative in some way or another. The main way that this manifests is with the objection handling phase. However, it also manifests in the questioning phase of the sales call. When you're running a discovery call, your primary objective is to ask questions to diagnose their problem and start dredging up some pain in the prospect. And traditional and what I believe to be good sales advice is to basically start asking painful questions. And what I mean by painful questions is questions that, by the prospect answering them, lead to the prospect feeling a bit uncomfortable. So if I said to you right now, if we were on a sales scenario, you're struggling with sales, if I said to you how many deals have you closed today? And you said, well, I haven't closed any. And then you'd say, well, why do you think that is? And then you'd say, it's because of this, 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 and this. And you said, considering you're not closing any deals, how is this having an impact on your life right now? By you answering that question, the answer is obviously going to be negative, right? It's not going to be a pleasant one to answer. If you're afraid of asking scary or difficult or painful questions on a sales call, then the only reason you're afraid of doing that is because you're afraid of what would happen if someone asked you. So if you're on a sales call and someone asked you one of these questions, you might judge them for it. You might think they're being slimy. You might think they're being all slick and this horrible sales rep trying to manipulate me. So if someone asked you that question and you saw them as some sort of manipulative, nasty piece of work, what you will do is, when you need to ask that question, you snooker yourself, because you think other people will judge you the same way that you judge the people who are asking you. So what we can do very often with specific things like sales is put a mirror up between our thoughts and behaviors and our perception of other people's thoughts and behaviors. It's not
always the case. It's very rarely the case that everyone behaves in the same way you do. If you're the kind of person who's always asking for a discount, how do you think you're going to respond when someone asks you for a discount? Well, because you always ask and you always want that, people are always going to, if someone asks you, you're going to give it to them and probably give them even more. So you need to be really cognizant of this and really careful. When I learned this and when I became aware of this and I started studying like how this mirror effect works, I corrected all of my buying behaviors. So basically, like now, if someone gives me an option to buy something, it's a yes or a no on the call. And this is the thing, right? This is where people go wrong with this, because they think like, oh, but surely if I start saying no to people, that's going to make other people say no to me. That's actually a good thing. We love yeses, we love no's, but we hate maybes. I'm always willing to say no to someone if I genuinely don't want to do it. If they've made their best effort on a sales call, if it's not a fit for me and I don't want to do it, I'll just tell them. I'll say, look, not for me. There's nothing wrong with that at all, because if anything, that you want to attract that energy from prospects on your sales calls, because then you can clear out the people that aren't interested and just cut to the core of the people that are. Don't be afraid to say no to people. Let's say you receive a cold call or someone knocks on your door and they're trying to sell you something. If you tell them to fuck off and you put the phone down and you swear and you judge them, or if the person who knocks on the door, you shut the door and think, oh, what an asshole. What do you think people are going to think about you when you try and do those efforts? So if you're judging every cold caller, every person who's knocking on your door, every cold DM you get, every cold email you get, if you're constantly saying, oh, these people are so fucking annoying, they're irritating, I hate them, when you have to do that behavior to grow your business, you're going to project all of that judgment internally, externally onto the people that you're reaching out to. And that fear will cripple you and it will snook you and prevent you from actually doing tasks and activities you need to do to grow. So it's often the case that like, if you want to grow your business, you just have to clean up your own personal life. As soon as I started saying no to people I wanted to say no to, I stopped negotiating and asking for discounts. I actually answered people's questions without judging them, and I truly listened. Like, this is another one. If you want people to listen to you on sales calls, if you want to have that authority and you want to demand their attention, then you have to give that attention to other people when they're trying to sell you. It's kind of the same with YouTube videos, right? For example, if I click on a YouTube video, I will watch the YouTube video in full. The reason I do that is because if I'm the kind of person who uses YouTube as this sort of like, almost like it's like TikTok, where I'm watching one video for 1 minute and then I've got 5 tabs open and then I'm doing something else over here. And then whenever I'm watching someone's YouTube video, I will give them the courtesy of cancelling all my tabs, turning my phone off and just watching the video and paying attention and watching the whole thing, because that's what I would want someone to do if they were watching my video. And so I'm able to sit here and talk without any fear as to whether or not someone's going to click off. And that might be irrational, because it might be the case that, a lot of people click off this video and don't watch the full thing, but ultimately enables me to make better, clearer content because I'm not worried about something like that. In essence, this is like probably the most important thing that I've learned in sales. I say probably the most important, there's going to be like tons of other little things that I've learned, but this is a big one, because if you're judging people, if you're always sat in the maybe zone with your decisions, if you're always asking for discounts, if you're not listening properly to people like in your personal life, you will carry all of that shit, will manifest as fear and anxiety, and you'll be going into sales calls basically like a scared dog, right? Which is probably not the best animal to be when you're doing sales calls. So yeah, have a good day. Thanks for watching. Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, so if you sign a new client for a social media marketing agency, what do you do? In this video, I'm going to basically explain, or it won't be me, it'll be my business partner, Bo. Bo's going to explain how to basically, when you sign a new client, what is the standard operating procedure for making sure that client is properly well received into your business. Now, last week, I uploaded a video on our onboarding process, the funnel, the guide, and stuff like that, so that might also be useful. But in this video specifically, for our agency, when we had NorthFlow Consulting before we sold our clients, we basically had 64 done for you clients, and we would onboard new clients every single week, like 5-6 clients a week sometimes. And what we did is we devised a very specific standard operating procedure, or SOP for short, and we would roll that out for every new client that came on board. And today I want to share it with you because a lot of people need this stuff, because the initial conditions of most agency owner and client relationships are pretty shaky because there are no procedures. So without further ado, let's get into the video.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Imperium Agency Incubator Service Delivery, the onboarding session. And in today's video, we're going to go over a little SOP, a standard operating procedure I've created for you guys, just so you can start systemizing the way that you sign on clients and the step-by-step approach you take once you've actually signed those clients. As the way to scale any business is by systemizing every little procedure and structure in your business, as that's the only way to scale, right? We can have a lot of freedom and creative spirit when we have a couple of clients, but as soon as you start landing 5 clients a week, 10 clients a week, 20 clients in a month, you're going to need to systemize all these little parts of the business, starting with what you actually do when a client signs on. And the great thing about SOPing this and documenting all of it is that eventually, once you start scaling to really big levels, you'll be able to onboard your team members very easy, and you'll be able to just give them these SOPs so they can take care of it for you, right? And that's what we're going to be doing in this video. So without further ado, let's get into it. So I've created a very good usable SOP for you guys that is obviously available in the download section below as a PDF version. Now, what basically what we're going to start with, I'm getting a couple of messages here on Slack. Some of you will be familiar with that little notification there. So without further ado, so the first of all thing is obviously you get a new client. So woohoo, you've got a new client. That's absolutely brilliant. Now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going over the next steps of the process. So you've signed on a new client. He or she is ready to go ahead. That's absolutely brilliant. Great job on that. You've obviously done the sales process correctly. Now the second thing is the second step is get a payment. So always get some form of payment before any of the work starts. This is rule number 1 to running a agency. This can be a management fee, a one-time payment, a startup fee, a deposit. I don't care if you're doing pay on performance, you're doing management fee with a guarantee, whatever you're doing, get money up front. It doesn't have to be the full payment, it doesn't have to be what you're owed. Just make sure that you get paid up front before any work starts. As I see this so many times happening with starter agencies, is they get a new client, or they at least get a yes, right? They do all this work, they get funnels ready, they write ads without getting any form of payment, and then a week later the client changes his mind, or the client ghosts you, and you've done all of this work without actually getting paid for it. Get commitment from the client, so there's an agreement there, not just from the contract standpoint but also from the monetary standpoint. Getting paid and having a client pay you is a great sort of emotional agreement that you have between the company and the client, where the client is truly convinced and is truly ready to get started. So that's option 2. So the way that we do that is we use pay funnels for our own agency. You can also use PayPal if that isn't available to you. I don't really recommend PayPal. It's just not reliable at all. I've heard so many nasty stories about PayPal holding thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars in accounts for months on end. This has not happened to me personally, but I don't recommend using PayPal, but it is an option you can use. And that's why I've added a never keep money on your PayPal account, as I see so many people using PayPal as like their savings account. And trust me, just use a normal bank account that is, FDA approved or whatever you're using, right? Like, just make sure that you're using a real legit bank account that just insures your money. Just keep it all in a secure place, because PayPal is for sure not to be trusted. So you can use PayFunnels. If you're using something else that does the exact same thing, just keep doing that. If you're still looking for a good way to capture payments, we highly recommend PayFunnels. So this basically means that this is a link to something. So in the PDF, you can click this yourself and you can go to PayFunnels. So this is what PayFunnels is. It's super easy. It's basically made for online businesses and agencies. It makes invoicing super easy. You can create an invoice in like 10 seconds. With all types of like free trials attached to it, monthly recurring revenue, the amount of months people want to be charged. You can also set up one-time payments, all types of currency fees. It's what we use. It works incredibly well. It's what a lot of big companies use as well, and it's super easy to use because it basically just shoots out a simple payment link instead of like this big invoice or whatever, and the client can just use the link if they don't give credit card or something like that. Now what we have done is we've connected our PayFunnels account to our payment provider Stripe, which is where we capture all revenue. This is what a payment would look like, and that's just what we use. There should be a line here between Stripe payment to bank account, but that's kind of, just imagine that basically. That's where where all of our agency revenue goes to, and then after that it gets transferred over to our business account. So that's option 2. Main takeaway from number 2 is always get some form of payment before any of the work starts. Then the third is send over a contract. Get that contract signed very fast. Get the payment and then get the contract signed. Those are the first 2 things before any other work starts. Before you schedule onboarding calls, before you do anything else, get payment and send over the contract and make sure it's signed. So we've obviously, you can use HelloSign, which is a software, you can use DocuSign, which is the one we use, and we can use PandaDoc. Now we've got a little help video for you here. Thought it'd be very useful for you guys if you're using DocuSign or you're thinking of using DocuSign, that you can click on in the PDF version. Now this is basically the video, so I'm just gonna kind of show you how it would work on DocuSign, and just to show you that you can do this SOP in literally 5 minutes. Like, that's how long it takes to get all of these steps done, just to show you how fast you can get to work on this. So here we go. Alright, so that kind of goes to show how easy that is. If you're still choosing between signage contracts or signage softwares, I'd recommend just going with DocuSign, not because PandaDoc or HelloSign isn't better, but simply because we use DocuSign, so we'll be able to offer you the most support on that software. And that would be step 3, and those 2 steps would really be the first 2 things before any work starts, like I said. After that, so if you can use just an onboarding funnel, and this kind of all combines together, and we're going to go over onboarding funnels in different videos and stuff like that. And onboarding funnel is really just where everything already is, so you can just send your client a login or a a funnel, a link, and all of the onboarding stuff will be taken care of. So that's basically just all the options. However, we've also added some extra options if you don't use an onboarding funnel. Send over a welcome email, just letting them know how great of a decision they made working with you and the next steps, right? Then send over an onboarding document or a question form if you have one. Usually this contains just simple business information questions, maybe some logins that you need, like login information, creative that you need, etc., etc. Admin access to the Facebook Business Manager, of course, if they have one. If they don't have one, you're obviously going to need to create one for the client, which is again can be done in the onboarding funnel. And that's step 1. So this can be a funnel you've built out yourself, or it can just be a simple PDF. Step-by-step PDF numbered from, for example, 1 to 10, connected to certain looms, showing how certain parts of the steps need to be done. When it comes to maybe building the business manager, it's good to kind of give visual reference and show clients how that needs to be done, and then how to invite you to that said business manager. So when that is done, the easiest way is by just having an onboarding funnel, so you can just send a login and a link, and you can do that in like 10 seconds. Then after that, schedule the onboarding call. For most of you, for 99%, most agencies do an onboarding call, and I do recommend that, where you kind of just go over, just everything that is necessary to get started. Schedule that in on the calendar as early as possible, preferred. And then number 6 is onboard on your support system. So we're going to go over support systems and the support systems we use, but this can be Slack, this can be email, WhatsApp or any other different type of software, Facebook, just set them up with with the support system, and make sure that you make it clear to the client that any form of communication is going to go through this support system. Keep support nice and central. Will help you in so many ways I cannot even explain once you start scaling to multiple clients. So that is this video. Download this little onboarding doc, and why this is great is not just because you don't know these things, but it's great to build SOPs like this and kind of have that in the file for when you start hiring people for these type of jobs, because the simple thing you can do is really just give them an SOP like this and they'll be able to go at it, plug and play like so. So that was this video. That was the new client SOP. I'll see you guys in the next one. Let's go. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Imperium Agency Incubator Service Delivery, the onboarding section. And in today's video, what we're going to be discussing is the onboarding document / survey. So what we're going to be doing in this video is we're going to go over the survey that we use, the tools that we use, and how we all connect it to each other and automate it basically. As what I see happening a lot with agencies is they have certain information that they need from the client to be able to run campaigns, but they don't have it automated, and they don't have it connected to systems, and it just adds a bunch of complexity and a bunch of steps that shouldn't be there. As with scale, it becomes infinitely more difficult to manage all of this stuff. So we've gotten some pretty good resources. I'm going to go over the template that we basically use. It's not the exact same template, but it's pretty much the exact kind of layout, and you can use for your own agency, copy and paste it, obviously change a bunch of stuff to it, make it suit your business. You might use some different tools, you might use anything else. I'm just going to show you what we do. However, if you're using any different tools to deliver on all of this stuff, of course, just use what you want to use. So without further ado, here's what we're going to cover. So we're going to cover the client onboarding survey, and it's basically just a templated version, because it isn't the one that we use exactly for our agency, but it's more just a really good layout that you can use for your own onboarding, as there's just some important steps and some information that we need to know as an agency before we can actually do the work. And it's really our responsibility to understand the market the client is in before we can start advertising, right? It's very easy to just have a couple of ads and a funnel here and there, but we need to find a true understanding of their market, what they're looking for, their pain points, their problems, not only from the client but also from the client's customer perspective, which obviously the client knows a lot about, as they have been usually in that type of business or in that niche for years now. So they're very good information tellers. This also helps us because as soon as we start scaling, these onboarding surveys are basically our go-to when we're looking to learn more about our market and our market's market, right? So it's very important that we collect all this data and keep very good track of it, etc. Then we're going to show you how to create a Google onboarding survey, which is the tool that we use. It's free, it's super easy, it connects to all the necessary things that we use as an agency. There is probably 30 different softwares out there that offer the exact same thing, but you probably have to pay for them. Now, some of you already are paying for tools like that, and then just use that tool, right? But if you're not and you're still searching, I highly recommend just doing Google, because it's free, it's super easy. We use Google Drive basically for anything, and it does the trick incredibly well. So the first thing is first. Oh yeah, by the way, before I go, you can connect all of this with Zapier and send responses to your email, Slack, CRM. Keep a nice data collection of all of this stuff. Send it to the appropriate team members or VAs, etc. Connect it to all your CRM systems. So there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. So without further ado, let's get into the template. So we've created a very good template for you that basically shows our exact question process when a client signs on. So I've gone over the new client SOP like twice or 3 times now. If you haven't seen that, definitely go back into the videos and watch that first. And there is a onboarding document attached to that SOP. And what that really means is we might have done the onboarding call already, or maybe we haven't, but there's always going to be this part of the process where we need some information from the client, just standard basic questions, but also some deep dive questions where we truly find out some important things, so because it allows us to just run the best marketing campaigns and get the best results. And we call this a client onboarding survey, and this is just fully made on Google. It's connected to our company's Google Drive, and it just makes it super easy. So the first things first is, well, we have the name right here. You can name it whatever you want. doesn't really matter. So please complete this survey so that we can better understand your business and goals. Please take the time to complete this survey as thoroughly as possible. The better you answer these questions and the more information you provide, the better we'll be able to serve you as a client and deliver amazing results, right? And that's just important. Like, this is, the client really needs to understand that they can't kind of fast track this and kind of just get it done. Like, we want this to be as detailed as possible, because the more information we get, the higher our chances of success. So the first things first, we obviously just get an email. That's good for a bunch of different reasons. I'm not going to go too much into that. Most of this information we'll probably already have in some sort of way, but it's good to have one medium or one channel where we just compile all of the information. As soon as you start getting past 10, 20, 30 clients, you don't want to go searching for what the owner's name is or what their email is or their company, right? You just want one spot where all the information is from all your clients, so it's super easy and efficient. So first of all, we ask the owner's first name and last name. Then we ask for the email used for payment, probably usually the same email that they fill in right here, but sometimes it isn't. We ask for the full company name. We ask for the company website, owner phone and mobile. And this is really for emergency. Say something, just shit hits the fan and something crazy happens. Like, we've never actually used this, but it's really good to just have a direct line with the personal phone of the owner. Don't recommend just calling that and using that all the time, but it's really good to have that on file if something crazy happens. Company phone number, again, just pretty standard. All team members, it's a good understanding to really just figure out what sort of the pyramid is of the entire company. Who are the assistants, who are the managers, what are their roles, etc., etc., so we can get a full picture. And the location address is especially important for lead gen, as we're obviously going to be doing locational targeting. So getting a full address, of course, you can find this on the website as well. But again, like I said, you don't want to go searching around for a bunch of different answers to questions that you need from the client. So it's good to just have one point. So again, we re-ask that. Which city should we call out in our marketing? So we do this a lot for gyms, attention London, hey London, calling all ladies London, right? Just what resonates with the location and what type of city would they respond to, or area, right? And there's usually it's just the location, right? It's just the city that they're in, but sometimes it's maybe the county name that's more preferably used, or the state, or whatever, right? And it's just good to kind of know that because that can help us a lot in our ads. And it's very important as we use ad templates for our ads. However, sometimes we still need to fill in what exact sort of what location we're going to be calling out. So which email or emails would you like leads, appointments, reschedules, and cancellation notifications sent to? We do this through high level, and it's just good because it's it's good for the clients who get notified on all different processes and how many leads are being generated, and etc., etc. We do the same with phone numbers. Where would you like those notifications sent to? Pretty basic, pretty standard stuff. And again, once we're setting everything up here, you can basically just have this open, like this form with the answers of the client, and you'll be able to, you'll have everything you need, like the ad setup, the funnel setup, the high level setup, the lead nurturing setup, etc., etc. Are you okay with agency name using a 7 to 10 day free trial in your marketing? So that's what we use for our marketing. We use a 7 to 10 day free trial for gyms, but obviously you would just want to put in your main offer there. Most of the time this will be pre-discussed. And they'll just mark yes, but if it isn't, for whatever reason, maybe franchise rules or whatever, they would type something else in. And this is good to know because we need to make sure that we actually do things that the client is okay with doing. So who's your assigned CSM? That's more of a question for agencies that have CSMs. If you have a big team of CSMs, it's just good to compile this, because once you need some sort of client information, you want to know who to reach out to very fast. You don't want to go sort of to the back-end systems and figure out who the CSM is for which client. Have you conducted your onboarding call? So most of these questions here are going to be a simple yes, but if it's a no, that's a problem, right? So we'll know that maybe the CSM slacked off or didn't show up to a call, or maybe they didn't enroll properly into our support system, etc., etc. So have you conducted your onboarding call? Yes or no. Are you enrolled in our support system? Yes or no. And did you receive your onboarding application / website? We call it a funnel. It's really just a page, right? But again, these are all things that they need to be connected to before we can do anything. And most of the time this will be pre-done already, but sometimes it won't, because a team member, usually due to human error. So it's important to still ask those questions. Anything else we should know about? Maybe some sort of you know, something, just anything the client thinks is important for us to know. We're going to add that. Learn more about our client referral system. So we'd like to push this as much as possible. You'd obviously want to add your own stuff to our clients, because referrals can really be 20-30% of all your client growth once you really start growing. So referrals is going to be a really great way to grow your business. So definitely you want to, you know, display that as much as possible, basically. Then these are basically the standard questions. Highly recommend you add these if you don't have these in your process. Just makes your life a lot easier. And then we go to the next section, which is all market research questions. So these market research questions are extremely important to us in our process. Please take your time and fill these in with as much detail as possible. So I think we have around 30 questions here that just basically answer everything a marketing agency would ever know. Now, will we use a lot of this stuff? Probably not. We probably will use some, but it's really good because as soon as you start scaling to 20 to 50 clients and you need a true understanding of your market to grow and innovate, you're going to be using these answers for your own marketing, for your own outreach, as we're going to be diving a lot into the pain points of the client, the things that they struggle with, you know, their terminology and the buzzwords, and we're going to use that a lot for our own agency as well, for our business basically. So the first question is, how many leads per month do you currently get from your online marketing? Just to kind of figure out what they're doing, how much will our agency help them, and how important will we be? Will we be 80% of all the leads coming in? Will we be 10, 20, right? How many of those leads do you consistently turn into customers? So if it's like 90%, you know, that's good to know, because it's good to set expectations, as usually leads generated from Facebook are not going to be 90% conversion rates. How many leads do you expect in the next month? And have you closed Facebook leads before? This is very good, as a Facebook lead is an entirely different animal as, for instance, a referral. So it's very important to know if a client has actually had experience with this type of lead and process before. How quickly can you respond to customer inquiries? Of course, the faster the better, the more lead responses we're going to get. And of course, if you're in an e-com niche and this doesn't make any sense, you just want to add your own things here, things that make sense for your niche and your market. How many dollars does your average customer spend with you? Very important, kind of gives us just a true understanding of LTV, and also a true understanding of what money we're bringing to the table. Say the client in total spends $3,000 with us, and that is fee and ad spend, so basically just all the money spent with the marketing agency, and that $3,000 in total generates 15 customers in a month. And this answer says that an average customer spends $800, then we know at least that the client's making good ROI and profit, because they basically spent 3K with us combined, and they made or actually not 15 clients I said, right? So, and they made 10K plus from our results. So this is good to understand, because, you know, if we're doing audits and looking at where can we improve, is this client actually making any money, we'll just go to that simple question and see how many customers we've created, or at least how many customer opportunities we've created, and see if it makes sense from an ROI standpoint. This is very good. Otherwise, you know, you're going to be surprised if a client leaves because you don't really know what's going on. So describe your target market, talk in specific. Stereotype is very good for our ad targeting, obviously. How many customers do you need to keep your business growing? Again, you know, this is just a really good baseline to know if what we're doing is actually helping the company survive, or if we need to step up our game. What marketing are you currently doing? What's working? What isn't? Very good. Just gives us a true understanding of maybe things that we shouldn't try for this client. What has been your best performing marketing, and how much are you spending? This is good, because sometimes there's just some really good ideas out there, and this just allows the agency to learn more. Like I can tell you right now, from our client standpoint, like some of our best campaigns and best processes, we've learned from gyms already doing that, and then just learning from that and implementing those systems for other clients. What other marketing agencies and programs have you tried, and what frustrations did you have with them? This is very good, because it kind of allows us as a marketing agency to not do those things, right, and improve as a business. Which products or services are most profitable for you? This is a very good thing, especially if you're e-com or you're selling multiple products. Good to know what you should promote and market. Describe what you normally do for a new customer. You know, do you normally promote classes, trials, tests, challenges? What's winning for you? Leads, ROI, conversions. How many customers would you need to pay a marketing company? Which they're obviously doing right now, so it's good to kind of know what we should hit if they want to continue paying us. Which type of customer do you like working with? Gives us a good client avatar. Who pays the most? Again, gives us a good client avatar for our ads. Who's your most consistent client? Is that more male oriented? Is, you know, are your best clients above 40? Gives us all types of little good information points that we can use for our ads in our service. What are their interests, hobbies, groups, associations, where do they live and what do they do? Again, really good for our marketing. What's your biggest challenge when it comes to programs like this? Like, what do you struggle with most? Is it support, right? Should we, you know, focus on support most with this client? This just tells us a lot, and this all feeds into our retention, right? How would it feel if this problem was gone? This is very good. You know what we're fighting for. What's your goal in regards to this program? This is a good understanding, because if it's like $1 million next week, you know, we're gonna have to kind of break that expectation down a bit. Or bring that expectation down a bit if they expect the craziest results in the shortest amount of time, because that never happens, of course. What's your biggest goal and how would you want to improve over this coming year? Again, probably it's usually going to be growth oriented, but just an important question. How much does the audience trust you? Like, how much confidence does the business owner have in his own business? And we need to hope that it's high. Otherwise, like, especially with lead gen businesses, like, there's only so much we can control. And if the business isn't healthy, the owner isn't confident in himself, in his team, in his overall company, it's going to be very hard for a marketing agency to do anything, because the business owner just doesn't trust in his business. As a marketing agency, we're not a one-fix wonder, right? We're a benefit. You know, we help and we accelerate growth, but we can't fix businesses that are broken. What's the price of your product or service? In dollars, how does it compare with alternatives? Do they have competitive pricing? Is that something that we can use in our ads, right? Stuff like that. How long does it take to explain to someone the way you can help them? Pitch time. You know, what's the sales process? The longer, usually the worse, right? So very important, because it kind of tells us like how much volume we need to bring in for a client to get a customer. How active is your target audience on Facebook? Are they on Facebook a lot? Are they on Instagram a lot? Owners will know this information. How oh, actually, there's a double question here. That's a whoopsie there. So you can just remove one of those. How bad does your ideal customer want your product or service? Right? Is the product that your client is selling a need? Is it necessary to the client's life, or is it really a luxury? It's always going to be easier to promote needs, right? What's your current close rate for cold, warm, and hot traffic? So it's very good if an owner knows this data, right? If they have a lot of experience with marketing agencies and Facebook leads and stuff like that, gives us a good understanding. Say it's, well, we know if we get 100 leads on trials, we're going to close 20%, looking at the data from the last 12 months. That's good. Then we know, and then we just look at the ROI standpoint. Okay, if we get 100 leads, this client's going to get at least 3 times ROI, so let's make that our focus. How long is our validation phase, right? Function of how long sales calls, you know, how much leads are worth, history of online activity for businesses and online activity of customer, etc., etc. Very important. Describe what you normally do for a first-time customer. Like, what is their sales process? Is that something that we can improve on? The more you grow as a marketing agency, the more you'll learn how just your niche works and how businesses in your niche succeed. And if it's something that's just tedious and you know for a fact that it doesn't work, it might be something you need to talk about with the client. Who do you know that would benefit from your product and service? Again, just more market research questions. What do you think the primary advantage of doing business with you or your business is over your competitor? Like, again, like a confidence question. Like, what makes your business good? Why should we work with you? Why should our marketing get people to sign up? Are you even worth? Is your business even worth growing? Right? What do you think the primary advantage of doing business with you or your business is over your competitor? Like I said, it's the same question. Another oopsie there, another double question. After all this goes well, would you prefer a written or verbal testimony? This is kind of good, setting expectations. Like, we're going to get good results and we're going to get a testimonial from you. And what proof of results or testimonials do you have? This is great. Like using case studies and stuff like that. It's going to be great for our marketing usually. And then they have an option to send a copy of the responses and they can submit. And it will be sent over to the business, to the agency, which is you. Now, just looking from a background standpoint, this is basically what it would look like from an admin view. You could edit these questions, etc., etc., etc. You can add a bunch of type of questions. You can add long form questions. You can add options. There's a bunch of cool stuff you can do, and I'd recommend just having a little bit of play around with it. And of course, adding things that you need to know that this survey is missing, or if it doesn't fit your niche, like e-com, right? Just change it around, make sure that it fits your business models. Or your niche, basically. It's going to compile all responses in here, so it's a really, like I said, a really just one good point where all client information is at. And here's a bunch of settings, and I'm going to go show you our settings just so you can copy those. So responses, we collect all email addresses. We send responders a copy of their response if that is what the client wants. Allow response editing, we don't. We just want, you know, the real raw stuff. This also usually makes client responses take longer. Limit to one response, not on. Form defaults, so collect email addresses by default, and question defaults, make questions required by default. We turn that off as we just do that manually. Sometimes there's a question that that the client can choose. We obviously don't make it a quiz because it isn't a quiz, right? So that's what it would look like and how you can edit it. You can, obviously it's super easy. It's Google. They know what they're doing. It's a super easy interface. A baby could use this, but really. Okay, so that's that, and that's our onboarding survey. So there'll be, this example will be in the description below. You can check it out, copy it, change it around, do whatever you want with it. I also missed one thing. You can also customize the theme. You can give it different colors, right? You can have a little bit of fun with it. You can give it a header image, make it look a little bit more professional. You can give it formal font style. I don't really like it because I can't really read it that well, so I just do basic, because honestly the client does not care 1 second what font you use. That's really just one of those things that an agency can spend way too much time on. And there's a bunch of cool stuff you can do. You can have play around with it, and you can send it using this method right here. You can send it over email, you can send it using a link, you can shorten the URL, and you can also embed it to a website. So if you want to make it look a bit more professional, you can add it to one of your website pages and have a little bit more fun with the editing process and stuff like that. So that's that. So the next thing is how to create a Google Drive onboarding survey. So first of all, go to Google Drive, you go to the top left, you do new, you create a Google form, name it client onboarding survey. There's an example which I just showed you right here. You add a description, add the question you need, and then you can connect it to Zapier. And most of you will be familiar with that. All of you really, because we've mentioned it so many times. And you can connect that to your Slack or your team member communication platforms. You can connect it to your emails and to your CRM, right? Anything that connects to Zapier, you can connect it with, as is shown right here, right? Google Forms integrations. Zapier lets you connect Google Forms with thousands of most popular apps, so you can automate your work and have more time for what matters most. No code required. Super easy to do. Everyone will be familiar with this, and you can connect it to basically all the important stuff. So definitely do that, because it just makes everything a little bit more automated and easy to use and processed, right? So there's that. So that was the how to create, that was the onboarding document survey video. Very important, super straight to the point. But if you don't have anything like this, you definitely need this in your agency, because it's going to be a godsend for you, and it's going to save your business and save you hours a week once you start scaling, which all of you will if you're obviously using our attraction methods. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Imperium Agency Incubator Service Delivery, the onboarding section. And today we're going to go over onboarding funnel. And this onboarding funnel really ties everything together, what we've been discussing in this module, and will make your agency so much more efficient, scalable, and overall just more fun by having an onboarding funnel. Instead of sending 7, 10 different things, having 2 different calls, and whatever you need to do, all you really need to do is have a call with the clients, sell them, get payment, sign the contract, and after that, send them the onboarding funnel link, and your work ends there until everything is done. And this really cuts out 80% of your entire sort of onboarding process, and really your work only starts when everything is ready and you only have to do the setup, which, as you guys know, is usually not the thing that takes the most. It's usually connecting your business managers, getting creative, getting the survey filled in, etc., getting onboarding calls scheduled, all that sort of waste. You don't need, as you can simply use an onboarding funnel. So now in today's video, we're going to go over a template that I've built out for you guys that you can really just plug and play. Of course, it really is a template, so you're going to have to fill it with your own stuff. However, it really does give you a really good layout on how an onboarding funnel would work. Now you just have to personalize it and make sure that it fits your agency. You're going to have to record some videos, maybe change some sections if it doesn't really make sense for your niche, or add some sections if if there's just missing gaps. However, the template and the foundations of a good onboarding funnel are going to be discussed in this video. So without further ado, let's get into it. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to go over our onboarding funnel, and I'm going to give you a little walkthrough of it. So as you guys know, we've gone over this, the new client SOP, right? You get a new client, you get the payment, you send over the contract, and then you can do, you know, welcome emails, and I always recommend doing a welcome email, and you can do onboarding documents and question forms. But what you can really do is you can get a new client, get payment, send over contract, and then send a welcome email, and attached to that welcome email is the onboarding funnel link that does all of these stuff for you. So admin access, onboarding documents, setting them up with the support system, a schedule document. Now I'm going to show you a funnel, and this funnel does require some sort of software, high-level ClickFunnels, any type of, you know, landing page builder. However, if you don't have the budget, this funnel can this can be a funnel you've built out yourself, or it can just be a simple step-by-step PDF sheet, right? So for example, let's just say this is the onboarding funnel, and you have a bunch of points here. You, instead of having this fancy thing, which I highly recommend down the road to get, because it just makes it more professional, more efficient. But if you don't have the budget, all you can really do is just create a simple document and have, you know, an onboarding document with 10 steps, and every step has a loom attached to it that walk through how to set up a certain step, right? And that'll make more sense once you see the onboarding funnel. So that's the budget way you can do it. So without further ado, here is the onboarding funnel, and this is built into ClickFunnels, which some of you use, some of you don't. I'll leave a shared link down below in the description, but what I'll also do is I'll leave a link to, so basically this link of these 11 steps in the description as well, so you can use those links. And for high level, if you're a high level user, you know that you can use links to copy and paste pages and basically import pages into your high level account. So I'll leave those links down below there as well. If you're using an entirely different landing page builder, then obviously just, you know, what I would recommend is just getting a 14-day trial on ClickFunnels and using the share link. And then what you can do is just basically, you know, build the, you know, have two screens, build this funnel into your own website builder, and then cancel the 14-day free trial, and you'll be good. So there's a lot of ways you can do it. So without further ado, we're going to go into it. So it's an 11-step funnel. However, for some agencies, this really only needs to be 4 steps. For some, it needs to be 20 steps. Again, this is just a template, a layout, a foundation. You need to have some fun with this, and you need to put in your own stuff. Same goes for the videos, how you want them structured. If you want a video at all, maybe you want it more text form. Have fun with this and build out your own thing. You should know what is necessary to get a client completely onboarded. And what you want to do is very simply just put that into your onboarding funnel and make sure that all the checks are checked, right? If that makes sense, or all the points are crossed off. So we have 11. However, you know, some agency will have 7, some agency will maybe have 2, some agency will have 30. Doesn't really matter. Just make sure that it has your onboarding process in it. So step 1 would obviously be a video just getting started with agency name. And what this funnel really does, it kind of really just funnels through step by step, making it super easy for the client to follow and very easy to manage. So step 1, just getting started with agency name. This can be a quick welcome video. So for our agency, we have obviously the Gym Growth Accelerator account, which is our course training. And if you have something like that, I highly recommend adding that to your step 1. And that would simply just be, you know, log into your Gym Growth Accelerator account right here. For instance, this would be our Gym Growth Accelerator account, which you guys should have access to. So what we do when we sign up a client is we send them their account, right? And then they can basically use this button to log into their account. And this is basically just our training, but this is what we would do, right? I'm not saying you need a training program like this, but if you have a training program like this, then that's the way that you should set it up, basically. And then what I highly recommend for all these videos is having a resources and download section. Now these resources and download section are all kind of managed the way you would basically just attach a link to the text here. So slides could be a share link on your Google Drive to the slides of the video. Transcript, if you're doing that, could be a share link to the Google document with the full transcript in there. You could have worksheets, again, just a share link. And step 1 URL would just be this URL right here. And then link to this text, just so clients can bookmark this, right? Because sometimes they don't have all the time for the entire onboarding funnel step, you know, all the steps. So allowing them to save URLs. Obviously, they can do just themselves by looking at the thing right here, but it just adds some extra, removes less complexity. So that would be step 1, right? Then step 2 for us would be explaining our system and offer, you know, the system we're going to be using. Maybe we'll show like a little SOP, the offer we're going to be using, etc., etc. Kind of just walking through a quick video. And again, these don't need to be 30 to 1 hour long videos. These can be really quick 5 to 10 minute recorded videos. just walking them through. Like, you don't need more than 40 minutes of footage for these 11 steps, because they're really just quick walkthroughs showing them what the client needs to do before they can go to the next step. Then they can go to step 3, and as you can see, all of these are just connected to each other until the last step, but they can always just go, you know, back or forward, whatever they want to do, right? And the great thing about this is, before I move on, when a client onboards and you send them the welcome email, all you really have to do is just send them the link of step 1, and then they can get started. That's it. Like, after that, your work is done, and your work starts when they're done with the funnel, right? Which makes it super easy, and will allow you, this will systemize your agency to massive levels. So I highly recommend doing this. So yeah, step 2, then you would go to step 3, setting the right expectations. So we would add a video like this, just setting the right expectations of what a Facebook lead is, not expecting $1 million by next week, just getting everyone ready. Step 4, the myth of lead quality, kind of going over how there's no lead quality is non-existent. It's how you work the leads and what you do with the leads, and just maybe like a little video on that. Then step 5 would be the onboarding call, and then we would ask them to schedule their onboarding call. That would be part 1. And we would just link it to a Calendly. I think I just linked it to calendly.com, but you can use whatever scheduling software you're using or whatever. But this way you're even automating the whole scheduling part of this, right? By just telling them, like, look, explaining a little video, let's set the onboarding call, this is what we're going to be discussing. You could add like a preparation worksheet to the resources and downloads that they need to finish, or what they need to have ready, etc., etc. Then they would go to step 6, Facebook Business Manager setup. Like, this is going to save you so much time by, instead of hopping on a call with clients and getting their business manager set up, you can show a video on how to build and set up their business manager. And then at the end, once all of that is done in the video, they can simply just link their business manager to your business ID. That's it. And that way you save yourself 30 minutes per client when they sign up, by setting up their business manager if they don't have one, getting all of it ready. You can simply just put that in a video form, and when they're done, they can connect their business manager to your business ID, and you'll be good. Right, it's super simple. So next step, the onboarding survey. Like, we've gone over this, but again, super easy. Instead of, you know, a bunch of back and forth, it'll be just part of your onboarding funnel. Part 1, the onboarding survey, which you guys have gone over. Just a very simple link with the onboarding survey that they need to fill in before they can go to step 8. Super simple. Like, and you know, in the video you can simply explain how it works, what they need to fill in, why it's important. And this does not need to be a 30-minute long seminar or webinar. Like, this can be 2 minutes. Step 8, so support system and client community, if you have one. So part 1 could be connecting to the client support system. So if you're using Slack, it could be like a Slack invite link, or if you're using WhatsApp Business, it could be like a little video showing you what number to message, and then you'll make a group for it, which I've discussed in different videos. If you have a client Facebook group, it could just be a simple link to the client Facebook group, and I think I linked the Imperium group here, as you can see. But basically, super simple. You can walk it over. And then step 9, introducing to high level. If you're a lead gen agency and you use high level, kind of showing them how high level works, what high level is, maybe like a little tutorial on how to schedule how to schedule appointments, how to use the texting system, how to use the calling system, etc., etc. And then step 10, sending your creative. Like, again, a very, you know, a process that can sometimes take so long for a lot of agencies, while in reality you can simply just record a quick 2-3 minute video showing you what showing, you know, the clients what you need, and then showing them how to, you know, upload all their creative to a Google Drive, right? A Google Drive folder, and then showing them how to create a share link for that Google Drive folder. And then at the end of the video, they can email it to whatever email you would want that sent to. So we would have a specific email set up for that onboarding. And it's super simple, because that way you can just explain, look, upload like all your best pictures and videos to this Google Drive folder, or create your own Google Drive folder and then upload all your creative, and then create a share link and send that to this email. Super simple, super easy, and just takes care of so much chaos and clutter. And then the last step would be our reporting system and final words. How are you going to do reporting? When are they going to get reporting, etc., etc. You could add a step 12, maybe like scheduling in your check-in call, you know, 30 days scheduled out or 2 weeks scheduled out, and that could be linked to your CSM, it could be linked to you, whatever, right? You could have bonus videos here, or your bonus videos could be in the training program, right, which we discussed in step 1. Highly recommend having that if you have like certain systems that you want your clients to follow when it comes to like follow-up and stuff like that. highly recommend just building a little training program. And this doesn't have to be some fancy training program like the one you're in right now. It can also just be linked to a Google document linked to which has videos there, right? Video links. Like, it could be that simple. And then in the video, you could explain how important it is you watch that. If you want to get really good results, you need to follow these systems. Otherwise, you know, you're not going to get great results, etc., etc. And these could just have a bunch of bonus videos, but you can also just remove this section if you have a training program or something like that. And then that is it. The onboarding funnel's done. The onboarding call is scheduled in, and you don't have to do anything else. Like, it's that simple. So check it out. You can import this into high level if you're using that. You can just, you know, use the ClickFunnels share link if you're using ClickFunnels, and if you're using something else or you're on a budget, just create a Google document and, you know, create it step by step on a Google Doc and just link it to videos. Or you can use your own web page builder, sign up for ClickFunnels for a 14-day free trial, use this template, and then once you're done, cancel ClickFunnels and you'll be good. So yeah, that was the onboarding funnel. Very short, very just resource-filled video, but incredibly valuable, because this onboarding funnel right here really ties everything together, right? Everything we've discussed, the onboarding calls, the follow-up systems, the surveys, the onboarding funnel ties it all together, makes it efficient and automated. So without further ado, let's move into the next video. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Imperium Agency Incubator Service Delivery Onboarding 7-Figure Support System. Now in this video, what we're going to be discussing and what we're really going to be going over is the support system and the tools and the way that we process our support for our own agency. And I'm going to show you exactly how you can do that basically for your agency. Now in this video, I'm mainly going to discuss the way that we handle our support, and I'm not saying that the way that we do it is the only way to do it. I know so many agencies that use different tools, that use different ways, different methods, etc., etc. So this is really up to you. However, if you are still looking for a good support system and the one you're using right now is really hurting your retention and your overall client satisfaction, then I highly recommend you switch over to what we're using. Not only is it free, but it's also super, honestly, I think support, the way that we handle support with our clients, has been one of the main indicators on, you know, sort of, I've never heard from a client that they didn't enjoy our support, and that the way that we handle our support wasn't honestly one of the best they'd ever seen. Just simply because we make it so easy to use, very informal, and clients love that. So that's the way that we do it. However, there's so many other good ways to handle this, and so many other ways great agencies do this. I'm just going to go over our 7-figure support system. However, just realize that this isn't the only way to do it. There's a lot of ways to do it, but obviously the way that we do it is a way that I know how to explain it. So that's what I'm going to go over, the tools we use, etc. However, there's a lot of other stuff you can do. So without further ado, let's get into it. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to go over our support system SOP, basically just a very simple SOP, step-by-step, that shows exactly how we set up our support system, and especially the tools we use and how we structure that. And other than that, we're also going to discuss maybe some other tools for client support. As I know, for instance, for the e-commerce niche, another tool is very heavily favored, just simply because those businesses usually use that tool. But again, I'm also going to go over some other tools. But again, this is really up to your agency, how you want it structured and what you feel is important, and what you think is going to be best for your business. I'm just going to show you how we do it. So our support system SOP. So you've probably seen this little flow chart already if you've watched any videos prior to this, right? It's our new client SOP, how we manage that, the sort of the steps we use, the softwares we use, etc. So you obviously sign a new client, you get the payment, you send over contract, then you send them over the onboarding funnel, or you just add them to the things that you need, right? Onboarding document, which we've gone over. Maybe you want admin access to the Facebook Business Manager, etc., etc. Then you schedule an onboarding call or a launch call, whatever you'd like to call it, and then you onboard them to our support system. So I've added on to this SOP that you guys are very familiar with, and show you exactly how we structure our support system and how we kind of automate this. Well, not really automate, as there is some manual aspect to it, but how we systemize this. As support is great, and you can basically use anything you want if you have 3 to 5 clients, or maybe even a little more. But as soon as you start scaling to 20, 30, 40, you need a centralized support system system that you can easily automate, that you can duplicate, and that is just easy to use, and that's just one point of reference, right? And what we use, and I know this might seem surprising to some of the agencies watching this right now, agency owners watching this right now, is we use WhatsApp Business. I know, crazy, right? WhatsApp, such a simple messaging app that the whole world uses except for maybe the United States. Really, WhatsApp Business for such a large agency? Yes, we use WhatsApp Business. As we look at it from the client standpoint and not from our own standpoint. Of course, if we were the agency, we'd rather prefer maybe using Slack or any difficult softwares and stuff like that. However, why we chose WhatsApp Business is because we really looked at what would the client want and what type of support system would they want to use. And we always went back to WhatsApp because WhatsApp is so easy to use, it's user-friendly, and basically, you know, it's the most used messaging app in the world, which means that won't be the issue in our agency, right? That clients, when it comes to clients using support, and that's why we use WhatsApp Business. So this will obviously be available in the download section below. I'm just going to go over every single step, explain how we use this and how we do it. So we have WhatsApp Business, and you can download the PDF down below. You can sign up here, which basically links you to WhatsApp Business. It's super easy. It's completely free as well, which is going to be great for a lot of you guys that are definitely not looking to add an extra $50 to $100 a month to your expenses by some sort of fancy support software. And WhatsApp Business is basically it's really just WhatsApp, but just another version of it, which allows us to really segment and centralize our support, but not mix it with our personal dealings, right? Which a lot of you will have if you're using WhatsApp for yourself personally. So that's the first thing you want to do. And the great thing about this as well, you might think, oh, but WhatsApp's like a phone-based app. So yes, it's a phone-based app, but you can also get it on your computer, which is great for uploading files, for being more efficient, etc., etc. And this is also something you want to make clear to the client, that they don't just have to use their phone. They can connect it to their computers as well, which sometimes makes it a little easier to, you know, do some high level stuff like, you know, maybe write up reports or upload documents, etc., etc. So that's the first thing. You can do that here. You can click all these links. So we start with WhatsApp Business, and you can sign up here. And what the main thing what I want to stress when you sign up for WhatsApp Business is don't use your personal phone number. Keep personal and business separate, and we recommend using a Skype phone number, which a lot of you will probably, if you watch the sales training, Charlie kind of shows you how to set all of that up. If you don't know that, just go to the sales training. But basically, you can buy an actual real phone number that receives text and can call anyone in the world. You can buy a US American number. You can buy, you know, your local number if you're not from America, or you can buy a UK number, whatever. And this will act as a real phone number, and we can use this phone number as our business phone number, right? Because we use it for sales calls or whatever, client calls, and we can use this phone number, which clients sometimes are very familiar with, for our WhatsApp Business account. And this is great because it allows us to keep everything separate, right? The last thing you want is to have your personal phone number, where you maybe already have a bunch of WhatsApp messages with friends and, you know, family and stuff like that, mixed with your clients. That's a big no. You want to have WhatsApp Business solely for clients. And a Skype phone number allows us to do that. So that you can definitely do that, and it isn't really that expensive. And this is what that would look like. I have two personally. I have a New York number and a California number. And I think we use the California number for our support. But as you can see, you can send and receive SMS as well, which allows us to set up a WhatsApp Business account, because that's the main thing you need, is you need a number that receives SMS or text, because that's how you set up the account on WhatsApp, which you'll learn in just a second. So that's kind of the left-hand side. You can basically do that. And optional, this is what we do for our agency, but this is honestly not something I'd recommend unless you have 20 clients, more than 20 clients, is you can integrate your WhatsApp Business account with Freshdesk, which is a different type of company, and Freshdesk really allows you to centralize support on a different software, plus it connects to Zapier, which you can use to connect to your other support channels like Slack, email, and just connect with your team members and automate a bunch more. Because the main downside of WhatsApp Business is it doesn't directly connect with Zapier. It uses a form of API, and it doesn't use, you can't really connect WhatsApp to Zapier. So if you want to connect WhatsApp Business to Zapier, you need a middleman basically, and we use Freshdesk for that. And Freshdesk is really just it's kind of like a client support software that has a bunch of different features, and it's really good. But really, this is only for agencies doing minimum 20, 30K per month before you really want to hop into this. Otherwise, just use WhatsApp Business, keep it all free, keep the budget low, and you're going to do just fine. But if you want to go the extra step, then you can get Freshdesk, which, you know, just seamlessly kind of integrates with WhatsApp Business. So you can definitely do that. And as you can see, Freshdesk does integrate with Zapier, but WhatsApp Business doesn't. So there is an important, because if you type in on Zapier WhatsApp, it should appear WhatsApp Messenger. Here, WhatsApp Messenger customers, WhatsApp Messenger has not yet built an integration on Zapier. So there you go. We need a middleman for that, basically. So there is that. You can use all of that. Also, there's a very good video on how to use WhatsApp. It's just from a YouTube video. I've watched it. It's very good. It's just on YouTube from some other channel. I don't really know who this. I don't really know who this is. Oh God, there we go. But basically, it's a good 8 to 9 minute video. It shows you exactly how to set everything up. Highly recommend you just check that out and follow along, basically. You can find that back in the PDF. So once all of that is set up, what we do is we make a group, and we name it the client business name. And this is such a great way. So we don't directly message just one person or the owner or the marketing manager, but what we do is we create one group per client account. And this makes it so great because if you have a team and if your client has a team, you can basically keep all support centralized to one point of reference. Instead of talking to the marketing manager here, talking to the owner there, we can keep all of it nice and clean on one simple group. And there's also a little help sheet that shows you how to invite and how to create and invite a group. And a WhatsApp group allows you up to 256 participants. Now look, I've never actually maxed out on that. I think the max group we've ever had on WhatsApp is like 12 or 13, something like that. So more than enough you're going to need. And what you want to do is you just want to name the group the client's business name, and you want to give it a profile picture of the client's business name. And if you, as soon as you start scaling to 10 to 20, 30 clients per month, you're just going to have 20, 30 groups, and every group is one single client, and that group will be the support channel and the only support channel for those clients. And then what we do is we invite all relevant team members on the client side and on the agency side, allowing us to really make our support not only super fast, because there's always someone usually online, but allows us to make it everything efficient, because everything that's being discussed on the support channel will immediately be known by all the relevant team members. On our side, for instance, the media buyers, the app managers, but also on the client side, so the owners, the marketing managers, sales managers, etc. Right? So you want to invite all relevant team members. So this won't just be, you know, a chat where the owner is at, but this will be a chat where the owner is at, the marketing managers, the sales managers, just everyone that is a part of the process and that is necessary for everything to work will be in this group. And it's super easy, and clients love this because they'll be able to, they won't have to do everything themselves, which is, especially if you're working with big companies, the owner just doesn't want to be bothered with this, and he's usually going to outsource the agency stuff to other team members. So those team members need to be part of the group as well. But obviously the owner wants to stay in the loop and he wants to know what's going on. So that's why he's going to be part of the group. But most of your contacting, if you work with companies like that, is going to be with marketing managers and sales managers, not with the owner directly. But that's why we make a big group where we add everyone. Same goes for the agency team. If you have a CSM, client success manager, if you have media buyers, ads managers, support reps, right? All of that, you want to add all of those people into one group. And the great thing about this is it doesn't just make support super easy, super efficient, because your CSM can kind of handle the day-to-day and media buyers can give reporting and stuff like that, or just a one chat. But it also allows, it makes the client feel like it's more of a partnership than anything, as you're going to have a group of 5 to 10 people, all with one single purpose, growing the business that is named right here on option 1, right? And that's the main thing. You're going to have media buyers coming in. You're going to have sales managers and the client team coming in, like, hey guys, we're having some trouble with the sales team. Do you guys have any tips? Or marketing managers maybe having questions, or owners having questions. And it just allows you to really centralize and make everything very efficient, and clients love this. Like we know this. Like the amount of times I've heard from clients, we absolutely love your support system, is, I think, honestly unparalleled between, or on I'm forgetting the word, but basically we work with a lot of clients that have worked with marketing agencies in the past, and they always say to us, your support system is honestly the best I've ever seen. And this will all feed into your retention, right? So we do that, invite all relevant team members, and then we obviously send a welcome message. So what we try to do is send out, hey, welcome to WhatsApp. This is going to be our main point of communication. You're going to introduce all the team members in the group, simply just so clients and all their team members understand who's in the group and what type of questions they can ask, etc. Walk through on how to use WhatsApp support, so you can create a little SOP, maybe even a little Loom video just showing like how does this work. You can connect it to your PC, you can connect it to your desktop, you can upload files, etc. And the main thing you want to point out is WhatsApp is your only method of communication between the agency and the client. Of course, you can have calls on that, but all communication, all messaging must be done through WhatsApp. And you really want to set this expectation and this rule from the start, because it allows you to really make everything a lot more easy. I see so many agencies, they have one client on texting, they have one client on Facebook Messenger, one on WhatsApp, one on email. Like, that's great when you have 3 to 5 clients and you're doing less than 10K a month. But as soon as you start really scaling into a 7-figure agency, you basically just need one good point where all support is at, and that is WhatsApp Business. And clients love our support system. It's super informal, right? It isn't professional or anything, and a lot of agencies think that you need something very professional and fancy, otherwise clients won't respect you or think you're some sort of chump. It's basically the opposite. Clients love this because you don't want a formal relationship with your client. You want a good relationship with your clients, one that is friendly. And what WhatsApp really does, it kind of because WhatsApp is really where you message your friends and stuff like that, and it allows us to kind of get that sort of relationship with our clients, which really feeds into our retention and rapport building that we do with clients, right? It's informal, it's easy to use, it's available on phone and desktop, fast response time, as obviously we have the entire team in every single group. It's also just easier because most times, especially when it comes to team members, I don't recommend this for yourself, but especially when it comes to team members, the support time on a phone message is a lot faster than email and stuff like that. And it has no learning curve, as even for United States based clients, most of them will be familiar with WhatsApp and probably already have an account, so it's super easy to use. Because that's the main thing I see with support systems so much with agencies, and where they go wrong is they invite clients to all these different softwares, and they simply just don't get used. And that's not because there's no support, they don't want any support for clients. It's just simply because it's very hard to force someone to use something new, right? Use some sort of different software on a daily basis. So integrating your support system in an already existing software or messaging app that your clients already use will make it very easy, because clients will immediately know how to use it and it has no learning curve, right? WhatsApp is the most used messaging app in the world, and it basically means that it's super easy to use and very user-friendly, right? Which some other softwares really aren't. And that's why I always recommend just using something that clients are familiar with, as it's very hard to force someone or force a client to use a software that they aren't familiar with, that they've never used, which means that you're going to get a bunch less support messages. And that isn't a good thing, because I can tell you right now, clients have the support questions, but they're basically going to not do it and blame you for that, right? They're going to have these questions, but they don't really know how to ask them, or they'll ask them less because they aren't familiar with the software you're using, which means that your retention is going to suffer because of it. Because they all have support questions and they all have questions like that, but they don't like the support method you're using, which is going to hurt your retention a bunch. So that's why I always recommend using something clients are familiar with and that is easy to use and user-friendly. So definitely check this out. It basically shows you our entire system, and this is what we use when we were managing 50-60 clients at a time. We basically have 50-60 groups all in one tab, and I checked it basically at the end of the day every day, and my team members were checking it on a daily basis, and if there was anything important from one of the groups, I would be informed on Slack. And it's really nice because it just keeps everything super central. It's free to use, and you can easily scale with this. So if you don't have a good support system, or you can feel like your support system just isn't good enough, I highly recommend you try WhatsApp Business and the way that we do it. All right. Now, I'm going to have some honorable mentions here before I end the video. So other tools for client support is Help Desk. Help Desk is a pretty good one, but I think it integrates, like, again, I'm not really very familiar with these. I think it integrates pretty easily with email, and I know some big agencies that use this. Like I said, WhatsApp or whatever software you use, it's not the only way to do. There's a lot of ways to be successful with client support. Just make sure that it's good and systemized. You have Slack, which is really mostly for e-com agencies, as usually these companies, like, I don't recommend integrating a gym owner or a dentist with Slack. They have no idea how to use this software. It's way too complicated and clients are just going to hate it. But for e-com agencies, I've heard that it's very good because most e-com businesses are already integrated in Slack, but it kind of goes back to the simple rule of it has no learning curve, right? Of course, integrating your clients with Slack is great because Slack is awesome. We use Slack, but it's only great if your clients know how to use it and they use it every day. Otherwise, it's not that great. Like, using Slack for lead gen business is usually not the way because they have no clue how Slack works. They have no incentive to learn it, and they're just gonna hate it in every way. So, wouldn't recommend it. You can use email, right? It's just, if you're going to use email or Facebook Messenger and groups, I highly recommend using WhatsApp Business. Facebook Messenger and groups is great when you're selling like courses and, this type of program because it's, community type. But if you're just doing one-on-ones with clients, I highly recommend just going to WhatsApp Business, as Facebook Messenger and groups kind of forces you to be on Facebook, which will really eat into your productivity. Email as well, it's slow, it's not fun, it's just, I wouldn't recommend it. You also have Zendesk. I don't have any experience with this, but when I was making this video, one of the people I was talking to used this, and he said it's very good. So it's also made for client support. And just check this out and see if this might be the better option for you. So that was our 7-figure support system video. The SOP is down below. You can check it out. And if you have any questions on this, just ask, let us know. And yeah, that was this video. I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
During my time on this planet, I have built over 300 marketing campaigns for my SMMA. With NorthFlow Consulting, my old agency, we signed over 350 clients over a 4 or 5 year time period, and they were done for you clients. So every time we onboarded a client, we had to go through a rigorous process to set their campaigns up. And in this video, I'm going to walk you through how I would visualize campaigns and how I'd build them out so that I knew they would be successful. I'm going to walk you through probably one of the most important things you need to understand if you want to acquire clients and keep them. So this is a service delivery video, and it's going to walk you through how I see campaigns and how I sort of map them out before I launch them. Okay, so we're not going to be diving into business managers or anything because that's technical and that's boring. What I'm going to do is show you how to see. All right, and I'm hoping by doing this that it improves your ability to deliver results for clients. In fact, I know it will because I delivered results for over 300 clients and we kept them all for a very, very, very long period of time using this model. So let's get into it. My name's Charlie Morgan. I've built and scaled 2 companies, an agency called NorthFlow Consulting, 7 figures, Imperium Acquisition, a consulting company, multi 7 figures, do about 500 grand a month. I'm going to walk you through how to build campaigns. Now, this can be for, we only used to do Facebook ads for our clients alongside some other stuff like database reactivation. So this is going to be my model for Facebook ads. It will probably also work for YouTube ads, TikTok ads, God forbid you do LinkedIn ads or something else like that. All right. So the key to understanding ads is to understand biology. I'm not going to go too deep into that, but you need to know how variation works, how natural selection works if you want to understand how to build successful campaigns. So I'm going to briefly touch on that and then I'm going to walk you through the model. So when you're running ads, you want to look at your ads like organisms in an environment, okay? And you want to look at the algorithm of the media buying platform as nature. Okay, so what this means is you have the algorithm, right, which sets the condition for survival. So this is like nature. Imagine, for example, the algorithm is a forest, right? Your ads are these little squares, right, over here. And let's just say that these ads could represent like trees in the forest or fucking woodlouse or something. It's like an organism. What nature does to organisms is it tests them. So nature says these are the conditions for survival, and then it goes and it tests the organisms against those conditions. For example, if you are a mouse in a forest and the ground is brown, and if you're a white mouse, you don't have conditions for survival because you don't blend into the ground, which means birds of prey will kill you. Okay, simple model, right? So the algorithm is going to go and look at your ads. So you need to see this in the same way. Facebook or YouTube sets the conditions for survival. And in order for your ads to be successful, you must meet those conditions. So the market sets them, the algorithm sets them. In order for you to achieve success with your campaigns, you want to create as many organisms as possible. This is, for example, why turtles lay, I don't know how many eggs turtles lay, but I know they lay hundreds. So like a turtle won't just lay one egg. It will lay hundreds of eggs in the hope that one or two of its offspring is able to make it to adulthood so it can reproduce, right? We're looking to do the same thing with our ads. When we produce ads, we don't just want to produce one ad for our client or 2 ads or 3 ads. We want to produce as many as we can that make sense with the budget we've got to play with, so that we can have this big wide net of different variables, so that when the algorithm comes to shuffle through and test these things and the market comes to test these ads, maybe 1 or 2 of them are going to be successful, and then we can use those 1 or 2 successful ones to propagate and duplicate. So that's the model, right? That's the framework. I'm hoping you understand the basic premise, and here is how you build it. So what you want to do is you want to look at this you want to look at your service delivery or your service itself in 3 different levels, okay? You should be familiar with this, but I'm going to explain it. So we have the campaign level up here, okay? So the campaign level is obviously like the shell that contains the ad sets. The ad sets are the shell which contain the ads. So we have the campaign level, then we have the ad set level, and then we have the ad level. So the way this works is it's sort of macro, micro inside of macro, micro inside of micro, which is inside of macro, okay? You usually have one campaign. Now you can have multiple campaigns, and I'm going to explain how in a second, and I'll explain exactly how I map this out. So you have the campaign, then inside of the campaign you can have multiple ad sets, so it could be anywhere between like 2 to 10, for example. And then inside of each ad set, you might have like 3 to 4 ads, right? So I'm going to walk you through this, and you need to bear in mind the one thing that you are constrained by, the one limiting factor of your ability to test variables and to find the ads that work is the budget. So when you're taking on done few clients for ads, I would never ever recommend taking on a client that has less than $1,000 a month to spend. If you can't get $1,000 a month, $750 is fine. 500 can do, but really you want $1,000 a month to play with, because without that, it's hard to shuffle through enough variables to make it work. And if a business can't afford to spend $1,000 a month on ads, they probably shouldn't be spending any money on ads in the first place, right? So just a heads up. So let me walk you through how this works. What I would always do, so I'm going to give you the example of how I model this out for gyms. Now, I know that this model will work for other niches, but since I did it in the gym niche like over 300 times, I'm going to walk you through like how I model it out. If you're in the chiro niche or the dental niche or the real estate niche, the same principle will apply, but you might have different variables, and I'll explain. So for example, with gyms, I would basically have 2 campaigns, right? Or usually I'd have 3 campaigns. I'd have 2 cold and 1 warm. So 1 retargeting, but that's a story for another day. We'll just focus on the cold campaigns for now. So with gyms, I would split my campaigns into M1 and W1. Now, here's the variable. At the campaign level, the variable that I would be splitting between was men and women. If you run ads for real estate agents or dentists or chiropractors, you're probably not going to split your ads by the gender. The reason that it worked well in the gym space to split by gender is because you can call out men and you can call out women differently. Because men have different physical desires and fitness needs and wants to women. So if you try and bundle men and women into the same campaign, women want to lose fat, men want to gain muscle, right? Women want to balance their hormones, men want to increase testosterone. Women want to work out in a community, men want to work out alone. You have to understand your niche well enough to do this, but my point here is that you might not want to split between men and women, because a lot of the time, and what I actually found after a while is I wouldn't even bother going for men, because women did so much better. So this is exactly what I mean by the scientific testing thing. Because over time, I learned that the algorithm, the environment, this big all-seeing, all-encompassing market, basically was able to select for me what was better. Because I found that when I was advertising to women and men, right, the average cost per lead for men, this was in the UK, so I managed to get it really cheap at points, was like £10. But then the average lead for women was like £5. So just by knowing that, just by running ads to women, the efficiency of my campaign was effectively doubled, right? So that's just an example of how powerful this sort of method is. So that's that. So what I eventually did is I figured out that, women were the right, person to advertise to. And so when you're running tests, the very conception of your agency, you have to test the big variables. Like, is it better to run ads to men or better to run ads to women? And this is why with your agency, it's going to take you longer than a year to get to 10 grand a month, because you need to build this service delivery knowledge to become a true expert. And you can't do that without experience and without regular testing. So it takes some time. Eventually, I figured out that women were the best. So what I then would do, right, and let's do this. So let's just say we've got 1 campaign, right? And we call it W1 because we're just running ads to women. That's the primary variable that we're going to set at the ad set level, and that's that. That's how you determine whether or not you should have multiple campaigns. There should be 1 primary variable that you're experimenting with, whether it's the gender of the people, right? The location, or usually if you're doing it on a broader level, it's going to be the interest targeting. However, if you're advertising for local businesses, never ever use interest-based targeting. Never ever use any demographic targeting. Just leave it blank and just draw a ring around the business and let your copy and your message bring the people that you want, okay? Because ultimately you're constrained by the size of the audience. The last thing you want to do is use any sort of hyper targeting, because it doesn't work. Trust me. Let's just take one campaign. So what I would then do is I'd have this campaign, right? And then what I'm going to do is you want to use what we call a branch and node model, okay? So what we're then going to do is we're going to start to visualize this. So I'm going to bring this out here, bring it out here like this. What we're then going to do is we're going to draw these little nodes down like this. Once we've got the campaign level sorted, we need to build the ad sets, right? So what I'm then going to do is I would basically do this by the copy I was using. This is how it would work. So what I've actually done is I've gone into my old ad bank. This is in my somewhere deep into my Google Drive, and I managed to find it to show you what this looks like. So at the ad set level, because I've already defined the gender, the ad set level is determined by the type of copy that I'm using, because that's what I wanted to establish next, is which copy performs the best, right? Because ultimately, when it comes to Facebook ads specifically, I'm talking Facebook ads here, there's 3 primary variables for local businesses that determine the success of the campaign: the copy, the creative, and the targeting. Right? Those are the 3 main things. The targeting for local businesses should always be local, right? And you shouldn't use any sort of demographic targeting. So you're not going to put in any interests or anything like that. The only thing that you'd really be differentiating with, but sometimes, is the age of the people you're targeting. But even that typically doesn't matter too much, right? As long as the age you're targeting is relevant to the offer you're presenting. For example, with gyms, we found that like women between the ages of 25 and like 55 would be good. Anything north of 55, the women couldn't handle the workouts. Anything below that, they were usually already in the gym anyway, right? So that sort of middle-aged sort of spread, for lack of better words. What a horrible word to use, middle-aged spread. But either way, let's look at the ad bank. What I would do is I had code names for different pieces of copy. So this is NFC, right? And you can see my copy here, right? This was helps, right? And this was OLI. I don't know why I named them this. I just did. Here's another example here. So women 1, right? This was for online stuff when COVID happened. This was women 2. You can see this here, right? This is men 1. We've got unisex 1. We've got unisex 2. So a bunch of different variables, basically. So what we then do is I'd come into these nodes, if you like, and I'd name them. So I'd come in here and I'd put like helps. And then I'd come in here and I'd put OLI. And I'd come in here and I'd put NFC. Right, another example I had was FLC. And one other example off the top of my head, what was another code name? CEL, for celebration. So I had these pieces of copy that I'd written, and then I code named them. And then what you do is you name the ad set after these. So this would be helps in brackets W, helps in brackets double, Oli helps W, NFCW, FLCW, and CELW. And then this way, I was able to basically deduce like which one's going to perform best. Now this is where it gets interesting. So what I'm then doing is I've got 5 ad sets, right? And so what the whole plan here is, if I've got a $1,000 a month budget, what it allows me to do is it means each ad set can be dedicated $200 a month in budget. So what I wouldn't do is I never turned on campaign budget optimization. I never had CBO on. I'd always set the budget at the ad set level, because CBO has a bias, which means if the initial conditions of one piece of ad copy are better than the other, then that receives all the budget, but it's not enough of a testing period. So that might have changed because I haven't run ads through Facebook ads for a long time, but that's how I used to do it. So each ad set, as a rule of thumb, needs to have $200 to $300 a month to perform, right? Otherwise it's just not enough. And that's roughly, what is that, like something like $8 a day or something? I'm not quite sure. Where it gets interesting next, the next variable that you test for is the images. This is exactly how I mapped it out. So you've got one campaign, and then we've got 5 pieces of copy here. And then what I would do is I'd have more nodes like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So what this would then mean is I would basically have the client send me 4 pictures, right? So I'd pick 4, usually 4 or 5, right? Depending on the budget, 4 or 5. Because then each ad in this sense now has $50 a month, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it helped, it worked. So you get the client to send you 4 pictures. So for example, women working out in the gym is what I'd ask for. Maybe I select a picture of an older woman, a picture of a younger woman, a picture of a middle-aged woman, and a picture of a group of women all together, right? What I would then do is I would label those pieces of media either 1, 2, 3, or 4. So I would have the pictures labeled. So maybe the old woman would be 1, middle-aged women 2, young women 3, and group of women 4. What I'm then going to do is I'm going to create 4 variants of each ad. So here, right,
I've got 1, I've got 2, I've got 3, I've got 4. So what this now means is I've got 1 campaign and I've got 5 ad sets, but I've now got, what is it? So 4, yes, I've got 20 ads, right? So now I've got 20 ads. What this means is I have 20 opportunities to prove a fit to the algorithm. So we have to look at this in the same way that nature does. We've got the offspring, essentially. And so this gives you so much more power. Trust me, it's horrible to build this out inside of the ads campaign manager. But what I would do, as you can see over here, for example, is I build out the, I'd have my copy ready to go. Without the spelling mistakes, hopefully. I'd build out like all the copy and I'd get all the images and stuff sort of like mapped out and ready. And I'd get it all mapped out and ready, and it was really that simple. And so now, when I run my campaigns, I can observe the cost per lead or the cost per mile, the CPM, or the cost per click or the click-through rate or the funnel conversion rate. I can track everything back to the specific variables. And so what this allows me to do is, first of all, I know women are going to be the best, so I target them anyway. Then I'm asking myself, for this location, for this market, because all local markets are slightly different. You might think that all gyms are the same, and they are to a degree. What works in one city will probably work in another, but you still want a layer of algorithmic protection, right? And you have that through multiple variables, because now I've got a stronger chance of survival. And that's all you're trying to do when you're running ads for clients, is you need to imagine that you are the turtle and you're trying to lay as many eggs as you can to give your offspring the strongest chance of survival. Because let's say that I'm targeting, let's say for example here, we're targeting Colchester, right? Which is a city in Essex in the UK. So let's say this is the market of Colchester, and this specifically was for a specific gym in Colchester. I won't name any names. Now let's say in this market, let's say this like variable of copy doesn't resonate, so it doesn't work. And neither does this variable of copy doesn't resonate, and neither does this one, right? What that now means is we can find 2 that do, and then what we can later on do, and this is what I used to do all the time, was something called propagation, or gene splicing, essentially, which is where you combine what works with something else. So you marry them and you produce offspring. So I'm like, okay, well, the helps W copy seems to work really well, and the celebration copy seems to work really well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the first part of the helps copy and I'm going to times it by the celebration copy at the end to produce maybe HCEL, right? Which once again sounds like some sort of STI, but you get the point, right? Then you have this sort of hybrid, almost, of things that already work. And then from that, you can maybe test more copy, and then you can combine those until you eventually create this mega species that just works everywhere. And that's truly what I managed to do with these campaigns. So let's just come back out here. Now, what it also allowed me to do, so it allowed me to test the variables of the audience, but it also now allows me to test the type of images that work best. Because in this market, maybe it's the case that elderly women, or, I say elderly, women who are over 40, don't be offended if you're a woman over 40, I do apologize sincerely. But now it might be the case that women who are slightly older are a better fit. So what I might start to notice is a pattern where, if let's say number 1 is the picture of the older woman, right? If number 1 keeps getting the lowest cost per lead after like a month or 2, then I can start to optimize for that. Then I'm like, okay, well, I know number 1 works the best because I can see the cost per lead here is $3, where the cost per lead for these ones is 10. So I'm going to go back to my client and say, this picture of this person worked really well. Can you get more pictures of this person or more pictures of this nature? And then over time, this is how you keep clients. Is shit just keeps getting better and better and better. With most people's ad campaigns and most people's service delivery, the client experience reduces and gets worse and worse and worse over time. And that's because people don't build their campaigns out properly just like this. So you want to think in this branch and node model where you give your campaign the strongest chance of survival by people say, like, don't put all your eggs in one basket. It's exactly what turtles do. It's exactly what most organisms do. You want to have as much offspring as possible with as much genetic variation, because now we've got 20 different ads that are all slightly different. And so we have 20 different chances of survival. If you take on a client and you run one ad, you've completely ruined it, right? So if you take an agency that just runs one ad, and then you take an agency that runs 20 ads, which one do you think is more likely to be successful? The one that runs 20 ads. You literally are 20 times more likely to find proof of concept and find something that you can scale and propagate. When you know biology, this stuff makes sense. And this is weird because most people think, oh, I don't want to learn about biology or any of this shit. But if you know how natural selection works, then you know how advertising works with these media buying platforms. The market and the algorithm are natural selection machines, and the DNA that produces the genotypes, which produces the fitness or ability for survival, is determined by 3 things.
You've got the DNA of an ad, essentially, is the copy, the creative, which is the picture or the video, and the audience. If you get those three things right, then you have a healthy string of DNA that can be duplicated and propagated, and eventually you can just naturally select all the way to something successful. That's how it works. That's how I see it. Maybe you don't see it the same way, but ultimately, every single time I take on a client, I would map this out in, like, literally using like a legal pad like this, is I would just map it out and draw it out and think, right, I've got this amount of budget. How many variables do I want to have? What images do I want to test? And what am I going to label them? Which types of copy do I want to test? Do I want to have multiple campaigns? Because then if I've got $2,000 a month, then maybe what I'm going to do over here is call this campaign Women 18 to 35, in brackets, 1. And then I'm going to have another campaign with everything else identical, but the only difference is that I'm going for women who are 35 to 55, in brackets, 1. So I'm going to do that if I haven't got this constraint of budget. Maybe I've got $2,000 a month, so I'm going to have 2 campaigns, right? Then I've got 40 ads. Like, they're all very similar, but there's these micro variations which make all the difference in the long term. All right? I will see you again in the future. I love you so much. Thanks for watching. Take care.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Imperium Agency Incubator Service Delivery, the 7-figure agency, our 7-figure agency, database reactivation. Now in this video what we're going to be discussing is database reactivation, what it is, how we use it. If you're already familiar with this, it'll probably make a little bit more sense. If you're not, just follow along with this video, and really how we've used database reactivation to scale our agency to 7 figures. As honestly, I think without it, we wouldn't have gotten very far. Database reactivation allows us to basically guarantee money in the pocket for every single client that we sign up without using a single dollar spent on ads. And this strategy immediately differentiates us from our competition. Having an agency and being able to run an agency that knows how to get your clients results, really good results, sometimes even groundbreaking, life-changing money results for your clients by simply using a free strategy, which is what a database reactivation is, has truly been the key to the success of our agency. We've been able to improve our offers. We've been able to improve our marketing. Our sales processes was now basically turned into, giving, I'm losing my train of thought. It basically allowed us to really scale our agency in every single level, because of this strategy. And today in this video, I'm going to discuss what it is, how we use it, the results we've gotten for clients, the SOP attached to it for our agency, and how you can set it up yourself in High Level, which is the tool we use for database reactivation. Now, without further ado, let's get into it. So here's what we're going to cover. What is a database reactivation? How does it work? What does it really mean? And it really is super simple. It sounds maybe very complicated or something that you aren't familiar with, and that's fine. But it's incredibly easy. And guys, I can tell you right now, if you add a database reactivation to your agency and to the service that you're selling to your clients, you'll be able to make your offer better, you'll be able to charge more, and you'll actually get your clients literally twice the result that you're currently getting from probably just utilizing paid ads. And the best part about all of this, it's 100% free. It's literally a organic strategy that does better than thousands of dollars worth of ad spend. And I know that might sound crazy, but it's truly what a database reactivation does. I'm going to give you some example text and email messages we've used and you can use for your agency, results we've gotten for clients, why this is so easy to sell and use for your agency's growth, which I've already kind of gotten into a bit, our database reactivation SOP, and how to set up a DR or database reactivation in High Level. Now, this is one video and there's going to be missing parts. This isn't a tutorial program. This is all about where we talk about strategy, and then it's going to be your responsibility to build it for your agency. Now, the entire setup that we use for gym owners and that we show gym owners on how to set up done for you and done with you program is available in the bonus Gym Growth Accelerator program that you've also gotten as part of your package. And that'll be in module 1, building your appointment booking machine, and in module 2, the alchemy of free appointments, which is what a database reactivation does. It gets you free appointments. Now, without further ado, what is a database reactivation? Simple, it's a bulk outbound text or email campaign to your client's marketing list or database. I can't tell you how many businesses, especially local businesses, have 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, sometimes even 10,000 or 20,000 phone numbers and leads just in the database, just in the vault, right? Email, think about email marketing lists, think about, old customers and leads from other campaigns. And this isn't just a campaign that you can use for local businesses. You can easily use this strategy for e-com as well and add that to your service, right? The amount of data a lot of these businesses have lying around from old marketing campaigns, especially if they're old businesses, 10 years plus, is absolutely insane. And the best part about this and why this service works so well and this strategy works so well is because clients rarely utilize those lists, meaning there's so much money to be made by simply using a database activation, because it really is just a bulk outbound text or email, preferably text. Text just works 10 times better than email. Sending one little simple message to that list with an offer attached to it and getting people to sign up for that. This can be leads, this can be old customers, just any data that clients have lying around that isn't currently a customer. So for gyms, it would obviously, we're not going to send this to members, but if it's for e-com or for a business that has repeat buying, right? So for instance, dentist industry, the dentist might have a lot of clients that show up once every 6 months. However, getting them in for a teeth whitening or something else, that is fine as well. So just use common sense with this. It's 100% free. This is the best part about a database activation campaign, because no client's going to say no to this, because it doesn't actually require any money from them. So it's literally a 100% free campaign that makes our clients a boatload of money. And the minimum that we usually make our clients with the database activation, the absolute minimum, is usually around $1,000, $1,000 in monthly recurring revenue. And yes, $1,000 isn't going to be a life changer. It isn't going to change the game. However, that's $1,000 per month for the client in their pockets before we even spent $1 on ads. Now you can charge more than $1,000, right? But it gives your clients such a big confidence boost when you make them this that money for free off the bat very fast. Gives them a massive confidence boost and trust in you, knowing that their ad campaigns where they are going to spend money are going to be spent wisely. It also gives them extra funds to play with, like ad spend. So an example client would be a list of 3,000 phone numbers, names, and emails, just leads, old customers, etc., just what they have lying around, just an actual database. And what we would do is we would send one simple text or email with an offer and an autoresponder triggered on that message, asking leads if they're interested in the offer. We simply send one text, hey, this is business. Do you want to sign up for this offer? The better the offer, the more results you're going to get. If they respond with a certain phrase, which we add into onto the message, they immediately get added to our golden follow-up system for clients. That's it. That's what a database activation is. It's so simple, but honestly, there's no strategy out there that is free, that is more instant result, that is faster to set up, and that is easier to use. An example average results would be 3% of this list signs up for the offer and books an appointment. Now, 3,000 phone numbers, names, and emails is very common for a lot of businesses, and 3% is a very big average. Like, the results get a lot higher than this. That's 90 appointments for free. 90 appointments. Now just look at your stats and think how much you would have to spend on Facebook ads or Google ads to get 90 appointments for your clients. A database reactivation allows you to do that for free for your clients. And this is why adding a database reactivation will build your 7-figure agency. It'll do all of the work for you. It is really that good. And why this works so well on top of your paid ad service is because it's, first of all, 100% free. So there's no objection to this. It's guaranteed results. Like I said, say you have a list of 3,000. Your client's going to get at least one customer from that. At least, I can tell you that right now. So it's guaranteed. It's free and it's guaranteed results. Some are better, some are lower. But even if the your list has your client has 3,000, a list of 3,000, and they only get 5 appointments out of it, that's still fine. That's still 5 appointments, probably 1 or 2 customers, and it's free. Remember that. And it gets results and money in the bank for your client in the first week of starting. And this will give your client all of the confidence they need to stick with you for the long term and to be able to trust in your ad process. It will decrease support. It will decrease, flaky clients that are, just always panicking and freaking out, when no leads are coming in from Facebook ads. Doing this will build such a strong bond with your clients because your clients will pay you money and you will make them money immediately without spending an extra cent, right? It's just a transaction. Like, they pay you money. This could be a setup fee for a database reactivation and Facebook ads. You start the DR, you get them 50 appointments, they close 10 to 20 clients, they add $2,000-$3,000 in their bank, and you know how hard that is. It's so hard to get instant return for clients when you're using ads. It's usually a very slow, long-term process, which adds a lot of challenges to the agency to keeping those clients for the long term so they can actually reap the benefits of the ad spend. But a DR cuts away all of that process and simply just makes your clients money off the bat. And the main thing that will get you amazing DR results is a really strong offer. Really, like I said, it's all businesses, like you've heard this a million times, like it's because people need to be reminded more than they need to be taught, basically, right? An offer is basically everything, and the best DRs are usually just utilized because of a really strong offer. Like, this will work very well for you if your clients are using strong offers. So, example text and email messages. Like, what does this actually look like in the market, right? Like, we've discussed this, and that's all great. But what does this actually look like, right? This simple outbound text that we send to the client's list to get results for them and appointments and customers. Like, what does it look like? Very simple. 5 examples here. Hi, name. It's Olivia at company. Are you currently stuck at home but still want to stay healthy? Then I have good news. Today we're giving out a few 21-day challenge special offers to our new online training program. If you want one, just reply yes online. And that yes online, if that phrase is texted back, they immediately get added to our follow-up campaigns because we have a autoresponder trigger to that, which is possible in high level. The other one. Hi, John, it's Olivia at Imperium Agency. Today we're giving out a few free 10-day passes. If you want one, just reply one word, 10-day. Or another one. John, it's Olivia at Imperium Agency. Today we're giving out a few 6-week transformation packages. A few free 6-week transformation packages. If you want one, just reply one word, 6 challenge. John, it's Olivia at Imperium Agency. Today we're giving out a few free 14-day passes and a complimentary one-on-one personal training session. If you want one, just reply one word, 14-day. And another one. Hi, John, it's Olivia at Imperium Agency. Today we're giving out a few free 10-day passes as a Black Friday special. If you want one, just reply one word, Black Friday. This is it. I know it may look way too simple for this to work, but guys, utilizing this in your agency will change the game for you in every way possible. It will allow you to offer better, which will allow you to get more meetings. The selling process is going to be so much easier because it's a lot easier to say, look, spend $1,000 with us, then spend another $1,000 and hope to get your money back, then spend $1,000 with us. We're going to immediately make that money back for free, and then we're going to start ads. Right? Like, just think about how much easier it would be to sell if you have a strategy like this for free that gets your clients 90 appointments, right, off the bat in the first week. This will allow you to also charge more, and the best thing, your clients are going to get better results, which allows you to get more case studies, which will get you more referrals. Like this, the DR can literally be the starting point of your 7-figure agency and your success because it basically feeds into everything we need. It helps with our service. It helps with our selling process. It helps with our offer building and building an irresistible offer. It helps with our marketing. Right? What we did for NorthFlow was we advertised 100 appointments, 100 plus appointments guaranteed for free in your gym in the first 90 days. That's it. And we could only guarantee that 100 appointments if they had a certain list size. However, if they had a smaller list size, we just guaranteed them 50 or guaranteed them 30. But the amount of responses we got from that and the amount of clients that were ready to sign up for that was insane. Because the best thing about it was, and this was just an added benefit, 100 appointments for free, guaranteed in the first 90 days without spending a single dollar on ads. Like, just think about how good of an offer that is. If you would get an email with an offer like that, hey, I can help you get your agency 100 appointments for free in the first 90 days. Without spending a penny on ads, you're going to sign up for that. And the ways you can structure this in your offer is you can do pay per appointment for just a simple DR. You can get paid massive amounts of money, 3-4 grand for just running the DR, and after that running ads, right? You can just get paid a management fee, and your DRs are an added benefit to your service. There's so many ways you can squeeze so much value out of running a database reactivation that you must be mad if you don't add this to your agency service this month. Okay? Because it really is this simple. It isn't complicated at all. It's an outbound text campaign to the client's list using simple 2-sentence texts like these, with introducing, just calling out the person we're texting, introducing the company, highlighting our very strong offer, and then telling them how they can get it by giving us, one word. And then the autoresponders will do the rest. It's completely automated as well. It's so easy to do this. So, results we've gotten for clients. You've seen this slide before if you've watched certain type of videos, but this is the results we've gotten. So, client A, 240 clients in 10 months. All of the clients we start off with is through DRs. And you can see like 10 months, 14 months, 36 months, 16 months. The only way we were able to retain clients for that long is because we were able to get them absolutely crazy results in the first month, which allowed us to build trust with them, but it also allowed the client to spend money with us because they made money from us off the bat without spending a cent on ads. 532 clients in 14 months. I think the most successful client in our history using a DR and ads. 46 clients in 1 month with a DR. Now just think about the LTV from your niche. All right, 46 clients. I'm just going to use the gym niche for example. So our average client charges $100 per month, and their average retention is 10 months. So every customer for our clients is worth $1,000 when you look at it from a lifetime value perspective. Now we ran a DR for client C, and he got 46 clients in 1 month for free, zero penny on ads. I don't know how much he invested with us. I think like 6 grand. Now that is $4,600 in the bank, right? Cash, but from the lifetime value point of it, that is I think 5 grand spent and $46,000 in lifetime value earned without any ads. Just think of how well you could do using this strategy. Another one, client D, 90 confirmed appointments in 2 days. Client E, 60 new clients in 1 month, a DR. 60 new clients. Again, we can use the same example. The amount of you can charge by getting results like these with a DR is crazy, guys. 25 new clients in 1 month. Also a DR. And using a DR as well, I just want to add, as a starter agency is going to make it so much easier for you to scale, because you'll be able to offer really great things. You'll be able to offer 50 appointment guarantees, 100 appointment guarantees, simple pay on performance structures where you get $50 to $100 per appointment. Say you do the 90 appointment, you use client D as an example. You get paid per appointment, let's just say $100, $50. You use a DR, which is completely free, super easy to set up. You get your client 90 confirmed appointments. If you're charging $100 per appointment or $50 per appointment, you've got $4,500 in the bank in 2 days with one client. And guys, they're going to make that money back very easily. Another one, client G, 96K. Wow. Monthly recurring revenue in 16 months. We used ads and DR. 65 clients, 25K profit in 7 weeks, DR and ads. And this client, actually, remember, I think we spent like around $2,000 on ads, mainly like call traffic ads, but most of it came from the DR. 7.4K in MRR in month 1, just the DR. Now, let's just say you're charging 2 grand per month, 3 grand per month. You run the DR, you get them a 7.4K monthly recurring revenue in month 1 without spending a penny on ads. Another one, client J, 1.7 million annual revenue in 36 months, one of our long-term clients, DR and ads. Client K, 120 new clients in 6 months, DR and ads. Now these are obviously very crazy results, but this is honestly not even that far from what the average is, which allows you to do very well with the DR. So why is this so easy to sell and use for your agencies? Now, I'm kind of going to skip this slide because I think I've already kind of touched on that point. Like I said, you'll be able to get your clients results for free. You'll be able to make their money back in the first 30 days. You'll be able to build rapport and trust with the client because you get them results very fast. You'll be able to offer better because you can basically get your clients really great results and make them a lot of money for free. You can make your marketing better. You can make your selling so much easier. It's a hard sell, you know, saying to your client, spend $1,000 with us, spend another $2,000 on Facebook ads, $3,000 in the hall, right? And then hope for your money back. Otherwise you're screwed. Or spend $1,000 with us. We're going to make you 1 to 10K in the first month for free, and we're going to use that money that we've made for free and then reinvest it back into ads so we can keep on scaling. Like, just think of what you would probably, you know, be more comfortable with selling and what would be easier. Well, obviously option 2, right? So our database reactivation SOP, it's a super simple SOP, but it really kind of explains everything. Obviously all available in the description. So our database reactivation SOP. So first of all, we run a DR to our clients list every 4 months with a new offer. This will allow us, because there's going to be a lot of non-responses, right? Like if we get a 3 to 10 response rate or 2 to 10 response rate, that means there's still 90% that still, you know, can still apply. Which means that we can just keep refeeding our offer and new offers like Black Friday specials, Christmas specials, new offers to the same list and keep making money for our clients for free. Like the amount of growth you can put through to your clients by just using the strategy is crazy. Another great thing is you're going to be running ads, right? And a lot of those ads are not going to, a lot of those leads are not going to show up that you've gotten from the ads, right? You're going to feed those back into the DR, meaning you can squeeze even more results out of leads. So let's just use an example, just so you can kind of see how crazy this could be. Okay, so client database, usually 1 to 10K. Some have a very large, some have a little less. The standard is usually around 3,000. The larger the list, the more weeks it will take before the client is finished signing up all the leads. So be prepared for that. Be prepared that you might sign on a client and not run actual ads for them for the next 30 to 60 days. And that's fine. Gives you time to prepare. It means you have to hire less because you have more time for clients and onboarding. Just all types of pluses. So you're going to upload this client database to high level. There'll be a video on that shortly. And we're going to use high level for all of this stuff. So let's just say the client example. I'm just going to put down a box here and I'll delete it later in a second. So let's just use client example that we sign on has a list of 5K leads. All right, perfect. Now we upload that to high level. Let me just give it a little nice background, or which one was it? This one. There we go. Client example, list 5K. All right, perfect. Now we're going to upload that list to high level, right? Upload that list to high level. Great. Done. Easy. Now we're obviously going to select a strong offer. I'm just going to use an example of a 10-day free trial for gyms. The stronger the offer, the more results you get your clients, which is just plus for everyone. Now, what we're going to be doing is we're over the next month, or depending on how much calendar space they have and how much volume they can handle, we're going to be sending bulk text message campaigns. Now, we trigger these messages with an autoresponder, meaning if the prospect responds back with a certain line or phrase, they automatically get added to our lead nurturing campaigns. Now, these campaigns you see right here, you'll see these reply with one word yes online, reply with one word 10 day, reply with one word 6 challenge, reply with one word 14 day, reply with one word Black Friday. So these are autoresponder triggers. So whenever a customer replies back with these full one-word messages, and it doesn't have to be capitalized, by the way, but we make it capitalized just so it's easier to, so it stands out, they immediately get added to our golden follow-up system for clients, right? And you guys have gone through this already, but it's basically this system. So this is, DR is basically just another way of getting leads, and after that, it's the exact same process we would use for getting leads to show up and book appointments and stuff like that. A DR just gets a lot of leads back into the pipeline, and then immediately we add them to our golden follow-up system for clients and squeezing as much value out of those leads we've generated through DR. All a DR is really is running ads for free. That's really it. Like, that's the example you can use. It's just running ads for free. Instead of spending $1,000 to get 100 leads, you spend nothing and you get 100 leads or 200 leads. And then you get the same result out of this system. That's it. Okay. So the average text response rate is 2 to 10%. So let's just use, again, just an average. List 5K, 30 days to send, 30 days to send. Response rate is, let's just use the example of 3% again, on the low side. Can definitely be higher, let's keep it on the low side. Right? Okay. Perfect. Now, we send them through our automatically golden follow-up system, and our clients obviously make a boatload of money without spending $1 on ads, and then we start our paid traffic campaigns. Now, let's just do the math here. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Let's just do the math here. All right, 5K, response rate. Response rate, 3% of 5K is 150. So, responses, 150. Now, with our golden follow-up system, responses 150. Now with our golden follow-up system, that'll turn into 120 appointments. I'm just going to remove this line because there's no need for it actually, because I'm going to delete this section anyway. It's just for the video. Now with our golden follow-up system, those 100 appointments are going to turn into 70 show-ups, probably more. Let's just use 70 show-ups. Your clients is going to get 70 people into the business. Now, conversion rate, just their sales ratio is 50%. Result, 35 clients. Now, LTV of a client, let's just say, let's keep it on the low side, why not? 750, right? So, your client, for free, made 35 times 750. Now, I'm not a math genius, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to type it in. 35 times 750. 26 grand. And some change. I hope I'm getting... this is getting clear on why you should get a user ID up. Okay? A list that your clients were barely using in 30 days or 60 days even, doesn't really matter, in 30 days. Let's just say client pays you, client example, client pays 3K upfront for 3K upfront for startup, 3 to 5K, doesn't really matter. List 5K, 60 days to send, response rate of 3%, 150 responses, 120 appointments, 70 show-ups, conversion ratio of 50%, and these are all pretty low numbers. Except for the conversion ratio, that's 50% is pretty good, but the others are pretty low, so it'll probably turn out to the same number. Result, 35 clients. Let's just say lifetime value is $750. LTV result, the total the client's going to make on these clients, 26 grand. And cash, probably, I don't know how much a client is, depending on the business, but let's just use $50, right? 35 times 50, that is 1750 if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to type it in, 1750. So yes, they didn't make their money back, right, with what they invested with us in month 1, right? They made 1750 cash, but this is already a hell of a lot better than what most marketing agencies do. And clients will know if they sign up 35 clients, they will know that you made them 26 grand because they know their numbers just as well as you do. So they know 1750 in the pocket. Right, we have 35 clients. Well, if we just deliver the same service we have been delivering for years now, we're going to make 26 grand out of these clients. And this can be done with e-com, with dentists, with teeth whitening. It doesn't really matter because the strategy always stays the same. It's a bulk text to an already existing list with a strong offer. Now for e-com, like, it can be like a new order, like it can be like a free plus shipping offer. Like it can be that simple. And, you might get 300 orders, free plus shipping. But those 300 orders might turn into an average order value of 5 grand, 6 grand. And you'll have 300 customers that will rebuy, and you'll have other systems in place. So just think about it, right? Like even for e-com, this is a strat you want to use. But this is really like, this is what it looks like. And we haven't even started the ads, right? We haven't even started the ads. Like this money, this 26 grand, half of that can immediately be reinvested into ads, meaning you can 10x the results, meaning you can charge more and keep them for longer. That's the SOP. That's the system. And this works like a charm. The database reactivation is one of the biggest things that is connected to our agency success. Like truly. Having something like this, you're going to do very well. You'll be able to offer great things, and you'll be able to get your clients kick-ass results. Because, again, I'm just going to say it, like all these numbers are really great, but you need to remind yourself of one thing. These are free results. Actually, I'm lying. It's not free. This, sending 5,000 texts on Twilio, probably going to cost you 20 bucks. Right? Alright, so 20 bucks. That's the cost. It's kind of like having just very cheap CPM, basically. So, that's kind of the SOP. I hope this is getting through to you. And I hope you're just as excited as I am. And I hope you're immediately already building a plan for adding this to your agency, as this is truly going to be the game changer for you. Like, truly. Alright. Now, how to set up a DR on high level. Now, this one is recorded by the high level guys. It's also available on, I think, the high level support site. It shows you how to, all the basics of how to set up the DR in high level. However, there's one thing that they don't show you. You can always reach out to us if you want to know how to set that up. Is they use the positive intent feature on high level for getting leads, like just people saying like, yes, I want this. Oh yeah, great. Send it over, etc., etc. And we use the auto response feature, where a client has to type in a specific word, and then they get added to our follow-up systems, like our follow-up campaigns, which is this right here, right? And that's simply just set up by a trigger. Okay, so most of you will know what that means if you're familiar with high level. If you're not familiar with high level, get familiar with high level first. I'm not even going to touch on that. There's literally a billion videos out there that give you hour-long tutorials, and you'll be a high-level expert literally within a day. And then you can come back to this video and start working on your database reactivation. The main thing I'm going to stress on in this whole thing, these are all technical things, right? The main thing that matters with the DR is just having really good offers. That's it. Because these texts are all very simple. 2-sentence texts, a baby can write this. The main thing that matters out of these texts is the offers that you're using to send, to get them, that get people to sign up. That's the main thing. Like, don't focus on the fancy stuff. Don't focus on any automations. Just figure out a really good offer that you can use for your DR first. Because the higher the offer, the higher the response rate, right? Meaning the more eventual lifetime value result your client will get. So, very important. Now, I'm going to give the reins to the high-level guys to show you how to set up a DR on high level, the technical side of it. And without further ado, I'm going to go into that video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. But this should be very exciting. Honestly, please just get on this. Like, it's going to be a game changer for you. All right, I'll see you guys in the next video. Goodbye.
All right, so let's talk about what we are going to learn in our lesson. We are going to learn how to build a database reactivation campaign for a fictitious client, Dr. Bob, who's a dentist who is interested in offering a free teeth whitening if you book a cleaning. Database reactivation campaigns are awesome, great ways to land new clients because you can show what you can do without them having to spend money on ads. So let's say you're like, all right, Dr. Bob, give me your database. I'm going to shoot out a text blast. And so our campaign is going to start with a text blast that's going to go out to his database saying, hey, I've got 10 free teeth whitening vouchers here on my desk. Would you be interested in one? Now, we're going to then leverage artificial intelligence to filter the replies. So anybody who replies back positively that says, yes, yeah, sure, awesome, sounds good, will automatically be added into the follow-up campaign that says, great, I've got a voucher with your name on it. The next step is to just go ahead and click here to book your cleaning in order to redeem your teeth whitening. And then we could extend that. We'll talk about how you could extend that nurture campaign out over the course of a couple of days. But the next cool thing that we're going to build is a little filter bot that can understand certain replies that may come back to your nurture campaign. So we're going to talk about, here are 3 common ones. Maybe somebody would ask about pricing, maybe someone would ask about location, maybe somebody would ask about hours. We're going to build the location one. And so once you understand how to build one, you can build as many as you like. So we're going to build one that will understand if somebody asks back, hey, where are you located, what's your address, etc. And it would automatically send a reply back answering the question and then saying, and once again, here's the link to book your cleaning when you're ready. Then we're just going to, so we're going to have a booking widget somebody fills out to book their appointment. And once they do, we're going to push them into an appointment reminders campaign. We're going to do all that by following the steps that I've outlined down here. And so we're going to go through each step inside of high level. We're going to build this whole thing out on the high level platform. So you do need a high level account in order to follow along. But the great news is that we offer a free 14-day trial. So you can just head on over to gohighlevel.com, sign up for a trial, and you'll be able to follow along with our lesson. All right, so in order to get started, the very first thing that I have to do is just create a new sub account in high level for Dr. Bob. So I'm going to breeze through this really quickly. We have all these different industry snapshots. I'm just going to start with a blank, and I could search for a real business here, but because Dr. Bob's Dentistry is not a real one, I'm just going to make one up. Dr. Bob the Dentist, Bob at dentist.com. And this is Dr. Bob's, 1, 2, 3, Dentist Street in Philadelphia, United States, PA, and 215-555-5555. Cool. So let's create that sub account. Awesome. And now I can hop down into Dr. Bob's, and now we're ready to get started. Okay, so first off, we can see that I don't have a Twilio number yet for Dr. Bob, which is going to be a problem because we want to send text messages on his behalf, right? So I'm going to click resolve and quickly just grab a number. Let's just throw in an area code here. All right, great. That number looks good. Perfect. So now I have a Twilio number set up, a phone number that I can use. Perfect. So now we are ready to get started. We're going to go sort of backwards here. So the first thing that we're going to do is create a calendar for Dr. Bob, our cleaning and free whitening calendar. So let's hop over here and we're going to go, we're already in our settings area. We would just go settings and then we would click calendars. I'm going to add a new one. I'm going to give it a name of cleaning plus free whitening. We have lots of options in here. I'm not going to go into all these, availability, all this kind of stuff, link it to Google Calendars, etc. But we are going to just leave it all blank for today and hit save. Okay, great. So now we have our calendar taken care of. We can come over here and just keep track of our progress by, oops, I guess I'll just turn it a different color here. So done. All right. Next up, campaigns. We're going to build 4 campaigns for our demo today. The first one is going to be our offer blast campaign. So let's go over here and we're going to go left-hand column to marketing campaigns. And we're going to create a new one. We're going to give it a name of offer blast. So I would probably do DR, like for database reactivation, to keep it all straight. And now we're in Campaign Builder. So this offer blast is just going to have one message in it, and it's going to be an SMS. So here we're going to say hi, and then I would grab a custom value of the person's first name and say, this is your favorite dentist, Dr. Bob. I've got a few free teeth whitening vouchers here on my desk. Would you be interested in one? and I'm going to hit save. Okay, so now that I have my one text message in my campaign here, I can come up here and publish it. All right, great. So there is campaign one. Whoops, looks like I can't do one at a time. So let's change that back, and we'll just have to remember that we took care of that. I'll just do a dash. All right, next up, our positive reply nurture campaign. So this is when somebody comes back and replies to that text positively, we're going to put them in this campaign that says, great, go ahead and click here to book. So we're going to go back to campaigns. We're going to, we want to add a new campaign here, and we're going to call this positive reply and nurture. So here again, we're just going to do an SMS that says, great, I've got a voucher. Let's reiterate our offer. Free teeth whitening voucher with your name on it. Or we could say, like, in order to redeem your whitening, the next step is to book cleaning. You can grab a day time that works for you by clicking here. And now we need the link to our booking calendar. So I'm going to save this and let's go get that link. So we're going to go back to settings, calendars, and over here we can see we can get a link straight to our booking calendar. Now, we're not going to go into it today, but I would actually go into Funnel Builder and build a landing page for this so I could put, Dr. Bob's logo on there and dress the page up. But for our demo today, linking directly to the calendar will work. So we're going to come over and we're going to go back to that campaign and we're going to put our link in here. Okay. And that's obviously a pretty long and not attractive link, but when I would make my real landing page, I would have a nice URL, right? So let's hit save. Okay, great. Now, this is going to be a nurture campaign, right? So we want to get right back to them. So after 0 minutes, they're going to get this reply of when they get added into this campaign. But we would also want to continually remind them, right? So like, I'd probably want to send another text tomorrow. So like, hi Chase, just a friendly reminder from Dr. Bob that we've got a free, teeth whitening voucher waiting for you. Don't forget to book your cleaning by clicking here. And again, we would throw the link to the calendar, right? And so we might want to say we want this one to go out 1 day later. And then maybe we continue that, right? So maybe after we send this one, we also want to send a voicemail. So here I could upload a voicemail saying, hey, it's Dr. Bob. I'm just following up. Wanted to make sure, we get you booked so that you can get your cleaning and your free teeth whitening, right? So maybe that one would go out like, I don't know, an hour after we sent the text message. And so I could continue just building on this, right? I'm just going to leave it like this for now. And again, change this from draft to published. Okay, so there's our second campaign. Now, next up, we have our location campaign. So this is going to be the one if someone were in the nurture campaign and they were to ask a question about our Dr. Bob's location. This is the campaign that the bot would push them into. So let's call this, let's go back. And so instead of creating a new one, what I'm going to do is actually just duplicate our nurture campaign. So I'm going to click into it and copy it. And we're going to change this one to be asks about location plus a nurture campaign. And we're going to put that in Dr. Bob's sub account. So when we go back to campaigns, here it is. We're going to click into it, and we're just going to change this first message because we know that they just asked about our location. So I'm going to change everything up until our booking widget. So we're going to say we're located at 123 Main Street, right across from the Starbucks. Here's booking link again for when you're ready to book your cleaning and receive your cleaning plus a free teeth whitening, something like that. And then the rest of the nurture is the same, right? I want them to get the rest of whatever I had, so I'm going to leave all that in there, and I'm going to scroll up and publish that. All right, so again, we're just building this one possibility that the bot would answer with if people ask about location, but you could build multiple campaigns, right? Maybe you want one campaign that answers questions about insurance, or one campaign like we talked about that answered question about pricing or hours. Again, you would just repeat the steps that we just did for that location campaign that we just completed. All right, so the last campaign that we're going to build is an appointment reminder campaign. So let's just copy this name real quick here, and we will hop back to campaigns, and we're going to create a campaign called, oops, I can just paste it, appointment reminder campaign. Now with appointment reminders, what's cool is that high level knows if somebody goes into a campaign and they're carrying a pending appointment that they booked via a booking widget. So what that enables us to do is things like this. So we can write a text message and say, hi, Chase, just a friendly reminder. Actually, the very first one that we want to do is a confirmation, right? So we're going to say, hi, Chase, your cleaning plus a free teeth whitening. Man, I'm having trouble typing today. A free teeth whitening appointment for, and then we grab the appointment start date and time, and then we can throw in the time zone just so there's no confusion. Is confirmed. We look forward to seeing you then. And then maybe you just throw in like, Dr. Bob, or you could just come down here to the account and throw in the account name by default, whatever you want to do, and hit save. So we want this one to go out right away, which is good. And then we want to build our reminders, right? So again, we could do this with SMS and email and Facebook message and all sorts of stuff. We're just going to do SMS today. So hi, Chase, just a friendly reminder of your cleaning and free whitening appointment tomorrow at, and then again I would reiterate this to be at the start date and time with the time zone. And maybe you want to throw in things like, please reply to confirm that you're going to still come, or whatever that might be. So let's say this one we could set to go out before one day, and let's just do one more. Chase, oops, we would use the dynamic variable here. Just a reminder of your, and again, I'm not going to type it all out, but your appointments in 1 hour. We look forward to seeing you. And again, it's all fully customizable. You can make it say whatever you want, but I would do before 1 hour. Okay, so we've got our appointment reminder campaign all ready to go. We'll take it out of draft, publish it, and now we have finished with all the campaigns that we need for our lesson today. All right, so next up, we're going to start building some triggers, which is where the fun really begins. So the first one is our positive intent trigger. So let's hop over to the left-hand column and head down to triggers. We're going to make a new one, and we're going to call this database reactivation positive reply. Okay, so on the left-hand side, we have to set our condition. So we're going to choose customer replied, and then we need to define this a little bit. So we want to say they replied to a campaign that was our offer blast, right? We're going to push out that offer saying, hey, we've got these free vouchers. Would you be interested in one? And then we're going to choose the intent type of their reply is positive. Okay, so if somebody replies positively, the action that we want to take is to add them to the next campaign, which is the positive reply and nurture. Okay, so that's all our first trigger needs to do. Anybody who replies to our blast positively is going to get pushed into our positive reply and nurture campaign. So we just scroll up to the top, hit save, take it out of draft and activate it, and we will be ready to knock out our next trigger. Our next trigger is actually going to be a little folder of triggers all related to people asking about a location. So let's go back to triggers, and I'm just going to make a folder to keep these all neat and tidy. So we're going to say database reactivation, ask about location, and we'll make a trigger, and we'll say, okay, so this one is going to be located, and we'll put it in that folder that we just created. So now we are going to say, okay, if somebody replies and they replied to our campaign, which was the positive reply and nurture campaign, that's the one that we just put them in with the previous trigger, and their reply contains located, we want to add them to the asked about location plus nurture campaign. Okay, so any reply that says located, it will push them into here. We're going to hit save, publish it. Now we're going to click back to triggers, and we're going to duplicate that one. And this one's going to be the same thing, but with a question mark, because we have to differentiate. If somebody says located and it happens to be at the end of the sentence with a question mark, we need to have that as an option so it gets recognized. So let's replicate this in Dr. Bob's. Okay, here it is. Let's move it real quick to our folder, and let's go edit it. And here we're going to put located with a question mark. Okay, save, active. Okay, and let's go do that one more time just to illustrate this point. So let's duplicate this one, and this one would be address. So same thing, Dr. Bob's. Okay, move that into our folder. Oops. And let's edit it. And so this one would be address, because maybe they might say, what's your address, instead of where are you located. So we're creating all the different possibilities of things that we know people might say that indicate to us, hey, they're asking about a location, so that our bot that we're building right now can go ahead and push them into the right campaign to answer that question. So let's hit save, active. Okay, and so that's all we're going to do for this one, but you could see how you could keep building out different variations based on what they might ask under the topic of location. All right, and now last up, we just need our trigger that's going to push people who make a booking into our appointment reminders campaign. So let's go back to triggers. We're going to add a trigger, and we're going to dr new booking. Okay. So on our left-hand side, our condition is going to be when a customer books an appointment in our calendar, that is our cleaning and our free whitening calendar that we created in the very beginning, we want to go ahead and add them into our appointment reminder campaign. Now, you might want to add a bunch of other actions over here too, like maybe create, send an email to Dr. Bob saying, hey, we generated a new booking for you. Maybe you want to add them to a pipeline, create an opportunity. There's tons of things you can do in here. We're not going to do anything for our lesson today. We're just going to keep it simple like this, and we're going to hit save and activate. All right, so the last step is for us to create our bulk request to push everyone into our offer blast. Now, before we would do that, we would need contacts in the system to bulk request into our blast. So let's do a couple of things. The way that we identify contacts is through tags. So I'm just going to go to settings, tags, and create a tag really quickly. And we're going to call this database reactivation, group 1 or something like that. Okay, so now let's talk about how we would upload contacts. So we would get them from Dr. Bob's system, whatever that system may be, and we would come into Contact Smart Lists and we would import them. So this is going to ask us for a CSV file, and I actually don't have one here on my desktop, but you would go through the normal steps. You'd upload the CSV, it would ask you to map the fields, it'll ask you what you want to do if it encounters a duplicate contact, and then at the end it would ask you if you want to tag the people that you are importing. And we would just enter that tag that we just created, DB group 1. So let's pretend that I'd updated a list, and so I'm just going to add myself in here as if I were on that list. Okay. And there I am. Now let's just go give me that tag. So again, we're pretending I came through in that upload, and now I'm here in the database with a tag. Okay, let's do a refresh here so we can see my tag. Oh, I forgot to save when I applied that tag, so let me just do that again real quick. Tags, group 1, save. There we go. And now we'll see me with my group 1 tag. Perfect. So now we can go create our bulk request by going to marketing, bulk request. We're going to add a new one. We're going to give it a name. So let's call it database reactivation group 1. We're going to select the campaign that we want to push everyone into, which is our offer blast. We're going to select when we want it to happen. So we want to do it now. We're going to choose all contact types, and here's where we're going to choose the tag. So this is saying, okay, only the people that have this tag do I want to push into that blast campaign. If I left this with no tags, it would push everybody in the database into that campaign. So here we're just going to do people with our tag. We're going to hit add, and then the last step that we need to do is just push play to set this bulk request into motion, and then we can test out what we built. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play. Okay, so that's going to run in a second. In the meantime, I'm going to open up my soft phone, which is going to be, actually I don't have it loaded on this computer, so I'll just open up my phone and we'll go run a test. So we can hop over to campaigns, and we're going to see this 0 change to 1 as soon as that bulk request runs. So we can see here it's going to run at 5:10, which is 1 minute from now. So I'm just going to pause until that happens. Okay, so there it went. And now if we come back to campaigns, we're going to see that there's one person in that campaign. If I clicked that, it would show me who is in here. So we can see that the one step in it has been completed. And so if we pop over to the conversations tab, we're going to see that the system sent out our database reactivation blast, right? Hi Chase, see it put my name in there. This is your favorite dentist, Dr. Bob. I've got a few free teeth whitening vouchers here on my desk. Would you be interested? So now it's waiting for a reply. And remember, we built that positive intent trigger that's going to know If I come back and say yes, yeah, sure, awesome. So let's test out. I've got my phone open here, and I'm going to say sounds good. Okay, so boom, sounds good. The AI knew that sounds good is positive, right? I didn't have to say yes, and it added me into our follow-up, our nurture campaign. So it said, great, I've got a free teeth whitening voucher with your name on it. In order to redeem your whitening, the next step is to book a cleaning. And remember, we linked to our booking calendar. Now, let's pretend that I wasn't quite ready to book because I have a question, right? And remember, we built a bot that understands if a question is about a location. So let's say I type back, where are you located? Okay, boom, there's my reply. And remember, boom, our bot kicked in. We're located at 123 Main Street, right? Oh, and I made a typo. Across from the Starbucks. Here's the booking link again to go ahead and book a free whitening. So, okay, great. My question has been answered. I'm satisfied. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to choose a day and time, and I'm going to put in my details. And if I had turned on sticky contacts, it would have already put in my phone number because it already knows my phone number. But I'm just going to fill in my details here. Okay, great. I can skip that, and now I can add that booking to my calendar. So because I made a booking, our last trigger that we set up is going to fire. And then, oh, there we could see it already did. Hi, your cleaning has been and again, it threw in my day and time, has been confirmed. We look forward to seeing you then. And now remember, I'm going to get those other messages that we added leading up to my appointment. And I'm just curious as to why it didn't say my name, and so it's probably because I made an error somewhere. So if I go campaigns, appointment, reminder campaign, sure enough, I chose user first name when it should have been contact first name. And that would have fixed the issue. All right, so that's it for our lesson. To recap, we were able to run a database reactivation campaign for a potential client, Dr. Bob. He didn't have to spend any money on advertising. We were able to take his existing database and drum up new interest and get people to automatically book onto his calendar using some cool little AI and some cool little bots that we created that can answer some questions. Thanks a lot for hanging out and taking our lesson.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this video. In today's video, which is called Long-Term Clients Mastery, my business partner Bo is actually going to explain how we kept clients for years on end for our marketing agency when we were running NorthFlow Consulting. At our peak, we had 64 done for you clients, and we had processes, strategies, and procedures to improve our service delivery and, more importantly, improve our relationship with our clients. So in this video, Bo's going to explain exactly how we did that, the process, etc. Let's get into the video.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Imperium Agency Incubator Service Delivery, the Service Delivery Vault, and welcome to the Long-Term Clients Mastery video. Now, what we're going to be discussing in this video is really how to keep and retain clients for the long term, all the insider secrets that we've learned over the years, and really just everything laid out step by step on how to keep clients retained. As we see that this is such a massive problem for agencies. They sign on 10 clients in 1 month and they lose them 3 months later. And you're basically in this constant sort of feedback loop and constant cycle of adding clients and losing clients. While in reality, the best agencies and the way your agency should work is you can sign on 10 to 20 clients in the first 2 months, and those 10 to 20 clients should really be sticking around for the next 6 to 12 months minimum. That's how you build a great monthly recurring revenue, and that's how you build a sustainable and stable business. Otherwise, you're always going to be back to basically the starting point after a certain amount of time, while in reality, your clients should stick around long enough for you to actually build a business and actually build consistent income, a really good monthly recurring revenue. And the way we do that is by retaining clients, as the reality simply is that retaining clients is always going to be easier than adding on new clients. Now, I'm not saying don't work on adding on new clients. That should be your main focus at all times. That's how you grow a business, is by just getting more customers. However, by implementing what I'm going to teach you into this video today into your agency, you'll be able to pretty much double or 2x or 3x your lifetime value per client, meaning you will make 2 or 3 times more by just doing the same things you're doing right now, but just keeping your clients longer. So without further ado, here's what we're going to cover in this video. We're going to be revisiting the only 4 things you need to scale an agency to 7 figures. The things attached to those 4 points, and what we need to, and what we'll be talking about in this video attached to those 4 things. It's very important to revisit this, as truly sometimes growing an agency gets overcomplicated to such a massive extent, while in reality it's actually pretty easy when you simplify it, which is what we're going to do. We're also going to talk about what you can work on to increase retention. So really just all the points you can work on to increase retention, and I can guarantee right now 50% of what I'm going to state on this list is something that you're not implementing or perfecting or improving on in your agency right now. So after this video, you can immediately start implementing and working on building systems for that. As yes, retention has a lot of personal and manual play to it. However, anything in this agency game, especially online marketing agencies, etc., can be systemized and SOP'd, you know, if that's even a word. And we're going to be talking about it in that video. We're also going to be talking about the golden retention strategy. So what's really the golden retention strategy that you can plug and play into your business today to get your clients to show to stick around for one month, for longer, basically. And what I want this video to do is for everyone, if you follow and actually implement what I'm teaching in this video, you'll at least keep all your clients for 1 month extra. And the amount of revenue and the amount of a game changer that can be for your agency is instrumental. So this is such an important video. I'm also going to be discussing the importance of month 1. Month 1, things need to happen fast. Why is month 1 so important in the agency space, and how can we make month 1 kick ass? We're going to go over our month 1 support SOP. So what is really the system we follow on month 1 to keep clients happy, keep them confident in month 1, as it's such an important aspect of this. How to keep clients interested and excited. This is something that you see a lot. Even if you're getting really good results, clients will eventually just leave because we're always prone to new things. It's kind of like shiny object syndrome. The same works with the agency space and your clients. So how do we keep clients interested? How do we keep getting revenue, generating revenue out of our existing clients, which is always easier than getting new clients? How do we keep them exciting, and how do we keep them for the long term? We're going to discuss rewards and gifts, how to use them, what you can give your clients on the certain timeframes that they've been with you. Very good. If you implement that into your agency, your clients are going to love you. And really just summarizing it all on the last point is building a retention game plan. Is 10 points on how to summarize really the 10 steps and the 10 things you need to focus on when you want to increase your retention, which all of you should want, I hope. We're really going to summarize that in the last point. So we're revisiting the only 4 things you need to scale an agency to 7 figures. So the first is booking appointments, right? This is just such a crucial part. Without any appointments, you don't have a lifeline to the business, and your business isn't actually proactively going towards the growth goal, right? Which is, it all comes down to booking appointments, right? The way we do that is by using ads, cold email, cold messenger, cold calling, and building inbound systems. If you are doing these things, you're going to get a lot of appointments. You're going to get at least 30 to 100 appointments a month, especially if you use the systems laid out in this program, because they're the best appointment booking systems out there right now. And I can say that with a very hard guarantee. Like, we've really gone above and beyond showing you how to book a incredible amount of appointments with your clients, and our stuff really works. So if you got that honed down with using ads, cold email, cold messenger, cold calling, and building inbound systems, appointments will be flowing in. The next thing is obviously closing appointments, right? Use 7-figure sales strategies. It's probably the best sales training for the agencies in the world right now. And again, I can say that with extreme confidence. It's literally one of the best trainings you can ever do when it comes to sales in this space. And if you haven't watched it because you're either, you don't think it's important, or you just haven't had time, I highly recommend watch the module. Even if you think you're already really good at sales, you can always improve with sales. Sales is not something you can perfect. And then hiring sales reps. You can do that, use it building your team module, and then just put your sales reps on the 7-figure sales training strategies. Send us a message if you want us to make them an account, etc. But definitely send your sales reps to 7-figure sales strategy. Even if they're already proven salespeople, send them through that training and they'll learn so much more. So the main 2 things we're really going to be discussing is the last 2 points on on building a 7-figure agency, which is delivering your clients kick-ass results and scaling and systemizing. So delivering your client kick-ass results is honestly pretty simplified. You know, the most simplified way to put this is really just proven ads, proven funnels, lead nurturing systems for texting, email, and outbound calls, and just having a really good support system, because support is always going to feed into your retention, into your clients' results, as a lot of clients just aren't really that great business owners. So we need to work on that. But that's it. That's delivering your clients kick-ass results. Proven ads, proven funnels, lead nurturing systems, and support. And proven ads, I'm also going to put in there, I'm going to put in there organic strategies, which we use for our agency, and you're going to do really well if you have that as well. And then scaling and systemizing is obviously just hiring certain people, you know, client success manager, sales reps, ads managers, etc. Automated onboarding, which we discussed in another module. High level, using the high level software to automate your lead nurturing, and, you know, just really keeping everything together. Really great software. And proven SOPs for everything. As soon as you start getting to 7 figures, you're going to have systems that just work, and you want to SOP everything in your business, from the booking appointments to the closing appointments to the delivering your clients kick-ass results to the scaling and systemizing. Everything needs to be SOP'd and laid out in a step-by-step way. That way, you'll never actually, you'll never lack in a part of the system, because it's always SOP'd, and you'll be able to outsource very easily because you can just hand your team members proven SOPs. So that's that. Very important. You want to stick with this. If you focus on these 4 things for the next 5 years, you're going to build a massive business, a really successful business with high profit margins, and you're going to do very well. You're going to do very well. It's going to be a lot of fun. So whenever you're just not sure on what to do next or what you should work on, always revisit these 4 points. So what you can work on to increase retention. So the first is just results. It's simple if you aren't getting your, it's simple, right? If you aren't getting your client's the result they are looking for, this can be appointments, sales, increased conversions, etc. Your clients won't stick around for very long. We can do a bunch of check-in calls, give away free trainings, offer 10 plus different things. If your agency isn't getting consistent results, you won't keep clients. Like, I'm not going to go too much into that because there's other modules that show you how to improve your results. But this is common sense. You need to be able to get your clients good results. Appointments, sales, increased conversions, etc., etc. What we're going to be discussing in this video is how you can improve retention when your results part is already good, or, you know, at least semi-decent. Because, you know, results, it's just common sense. The second one is rapport and relationships, right? You need to build systems and SOPs for building rapport with clients. Working on building a good relationship with clients, where you can call your clients quote-unquote friends almost, will go a long way and will feed massively into your retention. You have to realize, when clients are leaving, you have to, you know, just look at your own friend group. Say your friend, you were paying your friends to be friends with you, or for some sort of service, right? They're your friends. So just think about how hard it would be to say, to cancel on those friends and say no to those friends and basically tell those friends that they aren't good enough. Pretty tough, right? That's going to be a challenge, right? Disappoint your friends is a challenge. So having clients be quote unquote friends can go a very long way, as it's simply just very hard for clients to actually cancel on you or whatever it is that they're doing to no longer pay you, right? When they're friends, it just gets very tough. And that's what we want, as results are always up and down in the agency space, and especially for clients. And if you're friends with your clients, if you've got good rapport and good relationships, clients will a lot of the time give you an extra chance, give you an extra month, or give you an extra 2 months, which allows you more time to, of course, improve the results, and of course make more money from your clients, as they simply just give you another chance. Another one is month 1, which I'm going to dive into further in a second, right? Month 1. The result you get on month 1 will be the stepping stone to good retention. Make your clients a bunch of money on month 1, and they will never want to leave you, ever. The way to guarantee this with our agency is we utilize a database reactivation, which gets our clients 50 to 500 free appointments in 30 days, plus our Google review campaign, which gets our clients 30 to 100 plus free Google review campaigns in 30 days. We don't even touch ads in the first 30 days. We just do a database reactivation and a Google review campaign that costs the client absolutely zero to do, and all the work comes from us, and it immediately makes our clients a boatload of cash and gets them a really good brand recognition using the Google review campaign. And right there, we've got confidence, we've got trust, we've got rapport, we're already working on the relationship, we've already got kick-ass results, and that month 1, building that foundation on month 1 feeds into our retention in a massive way. Like being able to crush it as an agency on month 1 will do literally almost all the work for you. Right? Expectations. This is another massive one. You need to set the right expectations, clients. They need to understand that advertising and taking a business and growing a business, actually. Let me just change that. And growing a business. Growing a business takes time and doesn't happen overnight. They need to understand that the Facebook lead is different than the referral. They also need to know that they are going to have to do a lot of work themselves. We're trying to grow businesses here from clients, and no business is grown by laziness, by complacency, by doing nothing, just paying someone to take care of the entire growth part of the business. Never works. A client needs to understand that, and a client needs to understand that they're going to be pushed and they're going to be challenged, and they need to do a lot of work themselves. They also need to understand that a Facebook lead, like say you pitch, we're going to give you 100 leads. They're looking at it from the mind like, 100 leads, the only leads I'm getting is referrals, so it must be the same quality. It isn't. I'm not saying Facebook leads are bad, but Facebook leads is definitely a different animal than a walk-in referral. You need to set the expectations off the bat. Otherwise, they're going to be expecting the moon, and they're going to end up with nothing, and they're going to blame you for that. Another one is think different / be different. Most clients have been with agencies before. You need to try and differentiate yourself. Otherwise, clients will feel like they made a mistake very fast. Increase your support touchpoints. Get results fast. Don't just do Facebook ads and funnels. We have to differentiate ourselves from our competitors. We have to be different. We shouldn't even be compared with our competition. We should be so good at what we're doing. We should be so different. We should be such a different animal that when you compare your agency to your competition, it's like comparing apples with oranges. It just doesn't work. Because we aren't an agency, we are a results monster. The only thing you do is make your clients money. And yes, you could summarize it or categorize it as a agency, but we aren't an agency. We are the driving tool, the driving motor that gets our clients to the next level. That's what we are. We are problem solvers. We are not marketers. Another one is education. Most clients aren't very good business owners. It's just a fact. It is our responsibility to not only help clients with their marketing, but also with all the other aspects of their business. Sales, automation, operations, mindset, very important one, etc., etc. Yes, a marketing agency, Facebook ads are fancy and they're flashy, and most people think that's the only thing you need to do, and clients will do the rest, etc., etc. I'm not saying that there's not a hint of truth in that. However, it is our responsibility to improve a business. It's not to deliver leads. It is our responsibility to improve a business, improve its product, improve its owner, improve its team, so that business can grow. Okay? That's the job. Because people pay us to grow businesses. People don't pay us for leads. People pay us to grow businesses. Support, another one. The more frequent and human your support / communication is, the more clients will appreciate your agency. Clients don't want to be left in the dark. They need to be able to reach you. Send frequent check-in messages. Do a bi-weekly or monthly check-in call. Ask if they need help as much times as you can. Make your support easy to use and keep response times low. This all feeds massively into your retention. Support needs to be A1. Innovation, right? Actually try and improve your retention systems. Come out with new things. Don't just stay dormant for 12 months. Try to actually improve. Try to be better. Use different systems, new strategies, new offers. I don't care, right? Clients will appreciate this because it all feeds back into the other things I've already discussed, but you need to be proactive. Because clients will stick around with a proactive company, because if you're being proactive, that means you're being proactive on the client's business, and that is what clients want. And that is how they will stick around for the long term. Any agency can get a client a result for a month or two, and they'll stick around for a month or two, your clients. But if you can innovate and constantly improve and get your clients results for the next 24 months, guess what they're going to do? They're going to stick around for 24 months. And it's such a massive difference if your retention is 3 months or 24 months or 12 months. We're talking about, say you're charging $1,000 here. We're talking about literally a $9,000 to $21,000 difference by just adding an extra 9 to 24 months to your retention, or 21 months, right? which is, you know, with your current retention could be 5 extra clients, 6 extra clients. So tell me, what is easier, keeping one client for 6 to 9 months longer, or adding 5 new clients? Of course, just keeping that one client, but the financial result for you is the same. That's why I want to stress how important this stuff is. Another one is speed, right? The faster you can get things done, the higher your retention rate. Quick results, quick onboarding, quick support, etc., etc. It all adds up, as we are all very instant gratification. We're humans that basically get massive dopamine spikes from instant gratification, and if we can make our systems as instant as they humanly can be, like a database reactivation, like good support, like quick onboarding using an onboarding funnel, the higher our support will be. It all adds up. Another one is the golden retention strategy, right? The number one thing that will help your retention is by adding coaching and training to your agency. Most agencies think they need to do everything, and there's a small bit of truth in that statement. We need to give the clients the right foundations. We need to take care of a lot of the systems. But it also requires work from the clients, a lot of it, and a lot from the team. The best agencies, the best 7-figure agencies, push their clients to be better. They challenge them to improve and expect it from the clients. You need to expect nothing but pure bloody excellence from your clients, because you have to realize that you might think, oh, but clients don't want to hear that, you know, they just want to be lazy and, you know, to have me take care of everything, etc., etc. Big businesses aren't built like that, and pushing our clients, challenging them, and really forcing them to improve is all in the best interest of the client. Right? And agencies and clients need to work as a partnership that is working towards one goal, the growth of the business. That is not just your responsibility, it is also that of the client. And by simply doing everything for the client and expecting nothing in return, your clients won't actually improve themselves, which is why they don't get results. And in turn, they will blame you for that. So that's why we need a sort of a 50-50 split on responsibility, and we need to push and expect this from our clients. And the way to structure this is by adding coaching and training on top of your done-for-you systems. And this shouldn't just be a nice benefit, a value add for your clients. This should be mandatory. It shouldn't just be mandatory to watch the videos. It should be mandatory to implement what is discussed in the coaching and in the training. And that should be in the contract as well. And we need to get clients out of their comfort zone, as when you do that, amazing things happen. Like I said, and I'm going to say it again, whatever message your brain is telling you right now why you shouldn't or couldn't do this, realize that it's all in the best interest of the client, because if we do this, your clients are going to do very well, which is what they want, which is why they paid you. And the way our done for you / done with you agency is structured is, we take care of the ads, we take care of the database reactivation, we take care of the Google reviews, we take care of the funnels, tracking, automated text, emails, and we iterate. However, what we expect from clients is to watch and implement the sales training. The client should do all outbound calling and follow our exact system from step 1 to step bloody 30. I don't care, but they need to follow that every single time per lead, our golden follow-up system, which is discussed in other videos. And that should be in the contract, and that should be bloody expected from them. A lot of bloody say, but still. Retention training, we give that as well. And mandatory coaching sessions. That's the way we do it. And we don't just, put this in our ads and put this in our sales pitch to make them buy and make our product seem more expensive. No, we need and expect this from our clients. We don't just want them to watch all of this stuff and learn, because you can't, knowledge is nothing without the action applied to it, right? Without using the knowledge into actual action. So we expect that. It's mandatory. And the tools you can use is, for instance, you can hire a coach or a trainer that helps your clients improve their business. Think of already successful clients, or think of your clients' team members that can record training videos for you, that can record entire modules that you can hire on as a coach, etc. Right? Don't go looking out for people that don't know what they're talking about, because you usually already have the perfect coach or trainer in your client portfolio. Another one is a client success manager, right? A CSM, to be accountable, to support them, to push them, to answer questions, to do check-in calls, etc. Sales training, this can be through a course or through calls, right? Most clients are sucky at sales, and by just simply increasing our clients' sales conversion rate by 10 to 20%, our clients' businesses will grow with the leads they have right now. One-on-one support, right? Added attention to detail and to clients will go a long way. Group coaching calls on Zoom, the same structure we do in this program. Client Facebook community, the same structure we do in this program. This all feeds into each other, as people will be, clients will be way more motivated when they see other clients absolutely crushing it, and they are not the ones crushing it. They're going to get that extra push to do the work, which is what it all comes down to, is just do the work, right? Online course, right? Use an example, Gym Growth Accelerator, which you get in this program as well, as a nice added bonus, right? That online course has done massive, has helped us in a massive way for our agency. Follow-up SOPs, right? Action steps, calling scripts, voicemail scripts, texting scripts, email scripts. When I said most agencies expect to do everything for the client, and when I said there's a hint of truth to that, the hint of truth is that we do need to send our clients into the right direction. However, clients are eventually going to actually have to do the work, which is 90% of the job. Another one is strict expectations / guidelines in your contract. The only way to really guarantee that clients are going to do this stuff is by literally having them sign for it. If you want your clients to call a lead 20 times over a month, every single lead generated, they need to sign for it in the contract. And if they don't sign for it in the contract, they don't get the guarantee, they aren't available, they aren't applicable for a refund, whatever the hell it is. But it needs to be in writing, and the client needs to sign for it, because it's not only good for you, protection-wise, but it's also kind of sets like an emotional rule for your clients. Like, they read the expectations, they signed for it, now they're going to do it. Another one is business improvement resource, right? Training, scripts, templates. We can make our clients' life a lot easier by taking care of a lot of things and basically kind of like literally feeding them the right stuff. However, eventually the action is going to have to come from the client. And like I said before, these things shouldn't just be nice benefits, they should be mandatory. Otherwise, clients will simply just not use them. Clients won't do it. They're lazy. Then they paid you and now they expect $1 million, etc., etc. If you don't make this mandatory, meaning it's literally the rule book of working with your agency, and if you don't do it, you're not going to work with those clients, and if they don't want to do it, you're just not going to work with them. Otherwise, clients just will not use them, even if they are very disciplined, etc., etc. If you don't tell them and don't expect it from them, they won't do it. Now, another one is the importance of month one, which I've kind of already touched. The results you get on month one and how your agency performs is the most important aspect of retention. It really is. On month one, clients are scared, not confident, they don't trust you, etc., etc. It's basically just the worst scenario. Clients expect the most, and usually the results on month one are the lowest, which is a pretty tough scenario to be in for a lot of agencies, as you know, it's kind of like they want the most positive thing, while on month one, usually the most negative thing happens. And you will never be judged more than on month one. Everything you do will be put into question. Anything, the support questions, the how long it takes, if you take an extra 24 hours, everything will be under a massive microscope on month one. And this is exactly why our magic should happen on month one. Our magic, I mean the results. So what should we do on month one as an agency? Well, first of all, set golden expectations. For example, if you're just running ads or you're doing SEO, which is, slower, clients need to know that month one's going to hurt, and that instant gratification won't be part of the deal on month one. If you can't get clients results fast, make sure they are expecting that to happen on day one. That's the only way to go around it. If you can't get your clients results fast on month one, they need to know this. Another one, which in my opinion is way more fun, way easier as well, our agency always gets the job done on month one. We truly overwhelm our clients with mind-blowing results as soon as possible. And how do we do that? We simply can't be that fast with ads. It's hard, not predictable, and costs money, and clients usually already spend money with us, and then forcing them to spend even more money is never fun, and always it's just not something the client wants to hear. So what we do, and I advise you do the exact same, is utilize database reactivation and Google review campaigns. These are golden strategies for getting our clients fast results without spending a penny on ads. Like, we make our client basically break even and profit on month one without spending a single penny. Like, I know, it's the best you can basically do as an agency. And everything is discussed in this program. A Google review campaign and database reactivation, all discussed in this program, how to set it up, what it is exactly. So if you're not using it in your agency, that's on you. And if your clients are not sticking around for long enough and you're not utilizing these things, that's on you, no one else. If you are just running ads and have no organic strategies in your agency, you are doing yourself and your clients a massive disservice. Marketing does not mean just Facebook ads. Marketing is everything. Marketing is any action committed towards marketing the business and growing the business and making more sales, etc., etc. That's what marketing is. Don't just think, oh, I'm running a marketing agency, that must mean only Facebook ads or Google ads. No, marketing means any way, anything that we can do to market the business. And organic, like database reactivation, Google review campaigns, email marketing are massively overlooked simply because agencies don't want to do them. They don't think it's part of the game. They feel like they're above that. It's too hard to set up, etc., etc. Fine, like I don't care. Do what you want, but don't come to us. Don't blame us when your retention is low, and especially don't blame your clients if you don't have organic strategies that brings in a boatload of results on month one. Because I'm telling you right now, why your clients are not sticking around is because you don't get them good results on month one. And if you can find a way to get really good results on month one, make them a boatload of money, break even plus ads, plus profit with ads, by all means, do that. But if you don't, which for most of you, you don't, month one is usually the testing phase, your next step is to utilize database reactivation and Google review campaigns. Even if you're watching this in an e-com agency, database reactivation and Google review campaigns work just as well for an e-com agency as they do for a lead gen agency. There is no excuse. So, the importance of month one, right? Month one support as well. Month one is the most important time to really utilize your support systems. You want to go super heavy on the calls, coaching, check-in messages, response time, etc. Like you need to kind of do 5 times what is necessary when it comes to support on month 6. Like you need to really go heavy on this. As on month 1 is where it matters the most, right? A 24-month client doesn't care if you take 2 to 3 days to respond to a support message. They already trust you and they are confident in your ability to get the job done. Now I can say this from experience. We have clients that have stuck around with us for 24 plus months, and I don't even speak with those clients anymore. And our team doesn't speak with those clients anymore. Like we have some clients that we haven't talked to in 3 months, like not a word. We just do the job, we get the job done, we get them results, they know what to do to get to nurture the leads, etc. They get sales, everyone's happy, they keep paying us, etc., etc. Because they're a 24-month client, the trust is already there, the relationship is already there, they're already our friends. Like I really like those long-term clients. But a month 1 client, on the other hand, they don't trust you, they aren't confident in your ability to get the job done. So that's why we need to go extremely heavy on making sure your clients feel supported and heard. And the month 1 support SOP is very simple. We do this every single time with a month 1. And if you do this, I know it seems extreme, but that's because it is. But this is something you definitely want to attach to your month 1, because it's just very important, right? So on day 1, right, the first thing we do is set the right expectations on day 1 and include them in our onboarding and contract. So we repeat this 3 times. We set the right expectations on the call, we set the right expectations on the onboarding funnel using a video, and we set the right expectation on the contract and make clients sign for it. And if they don't sign for it, and if they don't do the things that we expect from them, they aren't applicable for whatever guarantee or refund guarantee we're using. Another one is send them immediate welcome email, right? Like immediately welcome them to the family, set them up straight. New client gift, right? This can be a free swag, we call it, t-shirts, coffee mugs, books, gift cards, etc. Clients will immediately enjoy that. Like a free t-shirt or like a free sweater, or like a couple of free t-shirts is going to cost you like $50 to $100 per client, but it pays massive dividends into the client retention. After that, onboarding call immediately, onboarding process, then we do client launch approval. This can be for ads, database reactivation, review campaign, just whatever we're starting, client approval launch. And then 2 to 3 days after whatever we're launching, immediate check-in text. Hey, how are you guys doing? Are you guys progressing well? Are you already getting some results? Is there anything we can help with? Then 7 days after launch, we do a 15-minute check-in call. You want all of this scheduled beforehand. So just a quick 15-minute check-in call, because this is where that sort of like that, if results aren't like already like incredibly good, This is where like clients are going to wonder if this was the right decision. They're going to be scared. They're going to be not confident. They might like just want to just change everything because they feel like they made a mistake and everything's happening too fast, etc., etc. So that's why we do a 15-minute check-in call, 7 days, which is obviously like absolutely no time. The chances of getting really good results over those 7 days are very low, but that's exactly why we do the 15-minute check-in call on after 7 days. Then 14 days after launch, we do another 15 to 30-minute check-in call, so basically just a week after. Then 21 days after launch, now you can do another check-in call. That's going to go a massive way, but you can also do text, again, just like checking in. Then 28 days after launch, another 15-minute check-in call, and then 30 days after launch, a Loom report saying what you guys have done, what you've delivered so far, and how you're going to improve. This is the month 1 support SOP, and I highly recommend you implement and plug and play this into your business today, because this works extremely well. So, how to keep clients interested and excited, right? Clients are always going to, we are always, we're shiny object syndrome people. That's just the way humans work in general. And even if you're making your clients $1 million profit a month, sometimes they just leave for no reason because there's just this new thing, like a new agency that's offering some sort of new software or a new coaching program, and they think, oh, like let's just start changing a bunch of stuff. I know that sounds crazy, but when you've been in this game long enough, and some of you can attest to this does happen. Okay, so the way that we keep them interested, even if we're already getting them good results, is pitch new stuff, right? So different offers, new marketing campaigns, holiday ads, different platforms, another DR, etc., etc., right? New stuff works great as an upsell strategy as well. Like you can literally generate more revenue than you're expecting from one client by just upselling them Google ads or holiday campaigns, right? Like just like, hey, we just built a year-long holiday campaign where we show you our Black Friday ad, where we'll be implementing our Black Friday ads, our Christmas ads, our Easter ads. You can sell that for $1,000, $1,500 easy, or you can just give it away for free. Keeps clients excited, keeps them interested because there's just new things around the corner. Look at Apple, all right? Look at basically any successful company. As the time of recording this video, there's already an iPhone 13, and it's not that different from the iPhone 12. I think only the camera's different, but Apple has understood that even if it's not necessary, and even if the all iPhone does the trick just fine, we need to keep our clients interested and excited, and that's why they constantly release new products. Of course, there's a money, but like I said, same with upsells. Of course, there's a money reason attached to it, right? It just allows them to make more money. However, they keep updating and keep giving their clients new stuff, even when it's totally not necessary. Even when the iPhone 12 was already good, they still put out the iPhone 13 because they understand this rule. Same applies for agencies. And for example, say you're doing Facebook ads right now, after 3 to 4 months, offer Google ads as well. Charge double, charge 30% more, charge 50% more, don't charge anything. I don't care, whatever you want to do, that's your responsibility and how you want to structure that, but this will feed into your retention. And stay in touch and keep moving forward, right? Month 1 is important, yes, but stay in contact with your clients. And I kind of contradicting myself here when I gave you the example for the 24-month client. However, after 24 months, there's really nothing else more to talk about. We have a really good relationship, but for the first 3 to 12 months, this rule definitely stands. Right? Keep talking to them and keep building that relationship with them. What we recommend after 3 months is a minimum of 1 check-in call per month and 2 bi-weekly check-in messages to keep the conversation going. And once you start scaling, you can just have your CSM do this. But this is honestly not that much work for the money you're making from a client. Say you're making $2,000 per month for a client, and after 3 months, 1 check-in call and 2 bi-weekly messages, that's not really that much. So, highly recommend doing that because it will allow you to keep your clients longer. Another one is send gifts, wish them a happy birthday, create a client community. All of these things are massive and help so much when your client retention. Send them a monthly gift, a new book, a personal note, a bottle of wine, wish them a happy birthday. Like, it's so simple. In the sales process, once they've closed, you just ask them, hey, when's your birthday? We usually in our agency have really great gifts, and a really, we give out amazing gifts to our clients when their birthday's there. That's massive. Like, a $50 birthday gift can literally give you an extra 2-3 months in retainer fees from your clients because of simply doing that. A client community as well. It's so nice to just have clients talking all about the same thing, and just communities just do very well. There's a reason why there's a community for this program. Without it, we wouldn't be growing as fast as we are, and we wouldn't be doing as well as we are. And all of this, right, like the details of it, all of this comes down to one thing, is just care about your clients. They are not dollar signs, they are humans, and humans want to be heard and listened to. So take and go the extra mile. This is why in our agency, we don't automate retention. I know some agencies do, but it sucks and clients don't appreciate it. Right? The whole point of retention is human touch and building relationships, and you can't build relationships when you Zapier everything, right? So that's why we don't do that in our agency, even when we're at 7 figures, because it's just not necessary. And we know the reason why we scaled to 7 figures is because we kept the retention part of the game manual. Yes, it's a little extra work. Yes, it costs a little extra money, but it's all an investment into the long term, and it all feeds into our retention, which again feeds into our total revenue. It's also the reason why the biggest agencies in the world have literal people where their only job is to just work on client relationships. Like if you've seen Mad Men, it's not a show that I'd recommend watching. It's not like something you'll actually learn a lot from, but a lot of you will have seen it because it's a very popular show. Right? Account managers. These are people that still exist to this day where their literal only job, that's their only job, is just to keep the client happy. Right? Dinners, gifts, you know, feeling heard, listening to them, talking to them. That's their only job. And we obviously call that CSMs, Client Success Managers, but it's basically the same thing. Their only goal is to just keep the clients happy. That's it. So rewards and gifts, here are some examples, right? So you can give clothing, and honestly, I'm going to give you a little list here, but have a little bit of fun with this and just add your own personal touch to this. Like, I know everyone wants templates and automation, and everyone wants everything kind of just like hand-fed to them, but some things, you know, just use a little bit of creativity to this. So for month 1 to 3, you can give away sweaters, t-shirts, etc. Same goes for office supplies, right? A coffee mug with the agency logo on it, pens, etc. Then after 3 to 6 months, you can give them a personalized gift, something that is special to the client and the client alone, a handwritten note, a book that maybe, you know, adds to that. Dinner coupons, you know, really works really well. Like, hey, here's a $100 give a dinner coupon to Nando's. I don't know. It's just, you know, have a little bit of fun with this. Like I said, alcohol, right? Alcohol is kind of just the standard basic gift, but it always does a trick, and people always appreciate it, right? Wines, champagne, whiskey, and that you could do that in month 6 to 9. Free services, you know, just like saying like, hey, you know, because you've been with us for such a long time, we're going to set up your retargeting campaigns, or we're going to take care of your lead calling for 1 month for free, just because we appreciate you so much. That right there will immediately add an extra 2 to 3 months to your retention, which in turn is like it might seem like you're giving things away for free, but you're actually charging for it. And you can do that month 9 to 12. In-person meetups and dinners, seminars, right? Month 12 to 24. Like, this is going the extra mile. And clients love this, and they will stick with you forever when you do things like this. Go the extra mile. And building a retention game plan is kind of summarizing everything I've discussed in this video into 10 simple points. 1 is focus on results, get your clients good results, build good client relationships, go big or go home on month 1, not only in the results part, but also in the support part. Set the right expectations on day 1, tell this to the client and also put it into your contract. Be different and innovate. Right? Don't even try to compare yourself to your competition. Just be a totally different animal. You're not an agency, right? You are a problem solver. You give results. You get results. Educate and coach your clients. Support, right? Be human and reach out. Don't try to automate everything in the world. There's no point because it doesn't work. 8, efficiency and speed. Try to be as efficient and fast with anything you can. This will feed massively into your retention. 9, push and challenge your clients. It's going to be hard. It's going to be challenging for you and for your clients, but it's all with the client's goals in mind, and it's eventually will help them so much. And 10 is just care. Like I could have like skipped this entire 40-minute video and just told you care about your clients, and the rest will follow. And that is really the reality. Care about your clients, care about who they are, see them as human beings and not just monthly retainers and dollar signs, and you'll do very well in this space, and your retention will be very good. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next video. Goodbye.
Hello Hello my friends and welcome back to another video. Today I'm going to be sharing with you something that I used to get my clients better results when I was running a done for you marketing agency in the gym space. This will work for pretty much any lead gen niche. I don't think it's going to work for e-com, although the model will, but you'll have to sort of change some stuff around. I'm going to be giving you a spreadsheet. It's a very shiny spreadsheet. I use this for basically every single client I had. At our peak with NorthFlow Consulting, we had 64 done for you clients. We were running a 7-figure run rate and we basically had one of these sheets pretty much for everyone. It allowed us to keep clients for anywhere between 6 to 12 months longer than the average agency. And in this video, I'm going to basically explain how we use this sheet and how it can basically save your entire life from a service delivery perspective. And I'm really hoping this goes a long way to helping you on your journey so you can become more successful and everything like that. There's no paywall here. I'm not going to ask for your email. You don't have to join a Facebook group or anything. This is just free. All I ask in return is that you do not quit. Okay, that's really what I want from you here. You'll find the link in the description below, and you know, it would help me if you subscribed and shared some love to the channel. So yeah, other than that, I'm going to hop into the video now. I don't have a 997 course. I'm not going to pitch you anything throughout this video until the very end, at which point you are welcome to leave if you so wish, darling. All right, talk to you later. Have a good day. All right, so when I was doing done for you marketing for gyms, I had very good client retention. You know, 6 to 12 months typically is how long clients would stay, and a lot of that was in large part due to what you're looking at on the screen here. This client results tracker that I basically built. It's very simple, but I'm going to walk you through how to use it, and more importantly, how you need to think about service delivery. So if you want your service delivery to be successful, if you want clients to be happy, you need to build a system, right? And if you don't understand what a system is, you might think you do, but you probably don't. So what you need to do is you need to reframe your perspective of your service and reframe the perspective of your systems. So I'm going to show you how to look at it, right? So what I want to do is walk you through, like, what does a service delivery system actually look like? Because if you don't understand that and I show you this, you're not going to understand what the point of the spreadsheet is, right? So what you need to do is you need to imagine that your service delivery is something like a pipe, right? So let's just zoom in here and we will draw two of those. Your service delivery is a pipe, okay? And what this basically means is the system to service delivery has something called throughput, right? So throughput basically denotes value flowing through a system. And if you're not familiar with it, I'm going to sort of explain what it looks like, right? What is service delivery for a marketing agency? Well, it's delivering customers to the business you're working for, right? So what you've got to do is you have to ask yourself the stages of conversion at which someone goes from stranger to business customer, okay? Once you understand those stages of conversion, what you can do is you can build processes or subsystems that achieve the conversion, okay? So what we need to do for service delivery is put together a mechanism of conversion at small stages to take people through the stages of conversion, right? So what this basically looks like, and let's sort of, let's just draw this here, right? We're not going to play noughts and crosses, but here we have stage 1, right? Here we have stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4, okay? At stage 1, we basically need to, this is the first stage of conversion, right? And this is where we need to take someone from a stranger, a complete stranger, to someone who has some level of interest, right? But the first stage of conversion for service delivery is going from stranger to interest. We've got their attention, we've said something that spikes their interest, and now they actually might take some action towards, you know, talking to us, right? So stage 2, right, is the next stage of conversion where they go from interest, right? So they go from interested, forgive the writing, right? They go from interested, right, to a lead, right? And what this means is that their interest and curiosity has peaked, so they're actually giving information that, you know, in exchange for information. So that's really what this stage of conversion represents. You've got my interest, I like the offer, I like the sound of it. I'm happy to part with my personal information so you can contact me to tell me more about how this works. That is the point of stage 2. So the point of stage 1 is taking people who have no idea who you are and putting a stimulus in front of them, putting some words in front of them, or a picture in front of them, or a video in front of them, that by them coming into contact with it, they start to think, okay, this might be for me, I'm quite interested. We convert them from stranger to interested person. Stage 2 is from interested to lead. So stage 3 is basically lead to appointment. Now, this might seem pretty obvious, this stuff, but trust me, it'll help you understand from a paradigm perspective. So stage 3 is lead to appointment. So the third step of conversion for service delivery, this is specifically for lead generation, by the way. Probably might be the similar thing for ecom, but I've never done ecom, so I can't teach it. But the third thing is lead to appointment, right? So what that means is I've given you my information and you've reached out to me and I want to book an appointment, right? So they schedule, they verbally or digitally commit to a specific time. That is what an appointment is. It is a verbal or digital commitment to a discussion. That is if we take the first principle of appointment, that's what we're trying to do here. So when we say we're trying to book appointments, what we're really trying to do is we're not trying to book an appointment, we're trying to get a verbal or digital confirmation of discussion, right? That's essentially what we're trying to do, right? And then stage 4 is obviously pretty straightforward from here, right? We have the appointment, the actual appointment itself to the show. Now, you could add a stage 5 here, right? Which is obviously going to be the show to the close. However, if you're doing marketing for businesses and you're doing a done for you marketing service, you probably don't have much control over stage 5 because ultimately it's their responsibility to close the deals, right? The truly successful agencies do have things in place to coach clients on sales, but we're going to keep it simple, right? So we have these 4 stages of conversion, right? Now, here's the thing, right? This thing operates on a level of what we call throughput in systems thinking, right? Throughput is the flow of value through a system. How do we define value when it comes to service delivery? Well, value is created by this system when someone flows through to the next stage. So value flows when someone converts from stage 1 to stage 2, right? And then value once again flows when someone converts from stage 2 to stage 3. And value once again flows when someone converts from stage 3 to stage 4, right? If value does not flow, throughput is not flowing, right? And what that means is there is a bottleneck. So let's say that, we get people to go from stranger to interest and from interest to lead, but then lead to appointment, people don't convert. This is where the bottleneck basically becomes. So if you imagine, if we take, this is going to be awful, but if we take a bottle, right, let's just say this is a bottle, definitely not a bottle, but you get the point, forgive me, right? If you imagine that, this is the system right now, there's throughput flowing, there's no constraint on the system, we've got 100 units are flowing through here, right? And then what happens is we hit this bottleneck, right? The end of the bottle, whereby maybe only 20 units can flow. And so we start to build up this big sort of like backlog of value, which is basically becoming waste. So when value cannot flow, waste is created. And when waste is created, systems break and destroy themselves because there's no longer enough input to create the output at which value would be perceived by the client, right? So besides my awful bottle drawing, I'm hoping this is starting to make sense. You need to think in systems, in throughput, in value, in order for you to have a good service delivery process, because a lot of people think it's just about creating the right copy and having the right funnel and then calling someone up. Yes, it is. But you need to understand the mechanisms of conversion that create value for your clients in order for you to create them, okay? So how does a spreadsheet come into this and why is it important? So service delivery is all about defining bottlenecks, right? It's all about building out, in theory, a system or a collection of processes that allows value to flow through these by basically converting people from one stage to the next, right? So that's what we're trying to do with this, right? Is create value by flowing people through these conversion stages. So what we need to do is we need to be able to, at every moment, every day, define where the potential bottleneck is. Because you can have a system that functions fine, but in the future it might not function fine. You need to know what's going on, right? So what we do is we use this bad boy, this spreadsheet. Okay, let me zoom in a little. What we're basically looking to do here is track data every single day. So what I would do for my clients is, you can see I was doing this in 3-4 years ago, 2022. And what I do for my clients, I had this spreadsheet, right? And what I would do every day in blue is I would track yesterday's data, right? So if I'm running Facebook ads, I would come in, I would track the ad spend, how many impressions we made yesterday, how many clicks we got yesterday, right? Specifically clicks to the funnel, right? So we're looking for people who clicked on the link to express their interest. We're not looking for clicks like likes and comments and stuff. If you're taking people through to a funnel, you want to use an external bit.ly link so you can track the conversions, because Facebook's tracking is fucked these days. Form starts and leads. So this is going to tell you like how many people started the form to actually become a lead. And if you're using Typeform, you should have access to this information. If you don't, then you won't be able to track this. It doesn't really matter. The main thing we're looking for is the actual leads. Then schedules, right? So these are the things that you can track. So ad spend, impressions, clicks, form starts, leads, maybe not form starts if you're not using Typeform, but leads and schedules. Now, what your client's going to do every single day is track what's in pink. So they're going to track how many calls they conducted, how many sales they made, and how much money they made, right? So this is a two-way, it takes two to tango with metrics in this instance, right? What you're looking to do here is assess the overall health of the entire system. This gives you the view of the entire bottle, right? So imagine that your service delivery system is a glass bottle, right? It's wide or whatever, and basically what you can do with these metrics and these conversion rates and stuff and these cost per conversion is you can start to define if any bottlenecks are starting to show, so you can go in and open them up. So most of problem solving is problem defining, right? And so if your service delivery system isn't working and you don't know why, it's because you haven't got the data. So a lot of people say this where they're like, oh, like, yeah, my service delivery is like really bad, or like I can't seem to get results for clients, or every time I take someone on, it doesn't work. And then you say, why? And they say, I don't know, maybe I need to change the copy, or yeah, I'm thinking about changing the go high level snapshot. It's like, well, why are you doing that? Oh, I don't know, I'm just guessing. You cannot afford to guess when it comes to systems. You need data to provide you with a accurate, reliable, predictable way of defining what is preventing value from flowing, so you can open that bottleneck and allow value to flow, which is why clients will keep paying you, right? Because value to a client is qualified people walking through their doors, right? If that stops happening, then it's not going to work anymore. But here's the thing, right? You might be looking at, your system. If you don't know your metrics, you're kind of screwed, because if the thing isn't working, you've got no way of defining why it's not working. It's kind of like, imagine that your service delivery system is like a vehicle that you take to a car garage, right? Garage, whatever, to get it fixed. If your car won't start, there's a reason, right? But trying to fix a service delivery system without knowing the data is like trying to fix a car without popping the hood, right? It's like, oh, my car won't start. Oh, maybe I need to change the oil. Or, oh no, I know what it is. If I just change the spark plug, it'll be fine. Like, you don't know. And what's going to happen is you're going to end up fixing things that don't need to be fixed and probably ruining the car. And the same thing is true to the service delivery system, right? Having these metrics allows you to pop the hood and see exactly what's going on, and you can do a diagnosis. It's the same thing with a doctor's surgery. If you feel sick, or if you're unwell, or you've got a problem, the doctor will go in and they will ask you a bunch of questions, and they will diagnose you after the questioning. It's the same principle here. If you're not well, if your system isn't well and it's not contributing value to your clients, then you need to be able to diagnose the problem and hone in specifically on what problem you've got, and then you can solve it, right? So in essence, what we're going to be doing here is keeping a daily log of the data, and we track yesterday's data, right? So it's important that you're not logging at the end of the day, because obviously the day hasn't finished yet. We want to only report on what happened more than 24 hours ago and let a full day elapse before we actually log something, right? So if you come in to log your ad spend at 8 p.m, Facebook has still got 4 hours to spend it before the day is finished, right? So we log on yesterday's data. Impressions. So you're going to come in here and put in how many impressions you made, which Facebook will tell you, right? Or YouTube, whatever you're doing. Now, it's going to give you CPM, which is your cost per mile, or, essentially cost per 1,000 impressions. And this is the first sign of health, right? So in order for us to go through stage 1, right, which is strangers of interest, we essentially need to, we need to make impressions, right? We need to actually find strangers and give them our stimulus, right? And so that's a good indication here. If your stimulus isn't getting people interested, you'll have a really high CPM. And this is the thing, like, if you've got a really high CPM, it might just be the case, if your whole service delivery system isn't working, it might not be because of anything but the fact that you've just got the wrong audience, right? So this allows you to define the problem. So then we have clicks, which is how many people click to the funnel, and this will give us our click-through rate, right? So this is our first conversion rate that measures the overall health of our system. Is if I show 100 people my ad, how many people, or my ads in total, like how many people are going to click through? That is the first denotion of conversion, or the first denotion of interest is click-through rate, right? So then we have CPC, which is our cost per click. Then we have form starts and leads. You probably won't be tracking form starts, so you can just remove this. But leads. So once we've got leads, it allows us to calculate our FCR and our LPC, right? FCR is form conversion rate. So you probably won't need to be tracking this, because like I said, you're probably not going to be using Typeform. It's what I used, so you don't have to. But LPC is landing page conversions, right? So essentially what this means is if someone lands on your page, what are the chances they become a lead, right? In this case, you can see it's 33%. Now, if I had a whole month of data here, it would actually give me the averages of all of these things at the bottom, which gives me an overall, monthly average of all my metrics. Then I have CPL, so cost per lead, tells me exactly how much it's costing for me to generate a lead. Then I have schedules, what is the likelihood someone will schedule, and that is then calculated by the appointment booking rate. Then I have the CPB, which is the cost per booking. Then it's where it gets to the client section. They're going to be putting in the calls. It gives you the show rate, the cost per conducted call, the sales conversion rate is calculated here, and also the CPA, which is the cost per acquisition of a new customer, essentially. Profit loss will tell them the profit loss on the ad spend, and then ROI will give them the percentage ROI on the ad spend you spent, and ROIMA stands for ROI moving average, so it will show you the moving average of the ROI as you progress, right? If you want to make more of these sheets, you can just duplicate them. I'd recommend you have one for each month of the year for each client, and trust me, this gives you an uncanny level of clarity, right? So if you're not getting results for a client, there's a reason why. It's not magic, right? It's not like there's some sort of person against you or anything, and typically it's not because of a massive problem. So if you've been with a client for 2 months and then suddenly they're not getting any sales or appointments, and you start wondering why, it helps to have this data, because you can then ask yourself, okay, well, is the show rate in KPI? Yes, the show rate's in KPI, and you work your way backwards here. So the show rate's not the problem. Is the appointment booking rate not the problem? No, because we've got a stable appointment booking rate. And then you go and you say, is the LPC the problem? You think, oh, the LPC is only 10% when before it was 33%. And then you go in and you look at everything that affects the LPC, right, the landing page conversion, and you figure out that for some reason the form, maybe your subscription to Typeform has ended, or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Or even if your LPC is fine and you dig down and you find that the click-through rate is really bad, and then you think, oh, well, why is the click-through rate really bad? And then you find out that you've basically got your frequency is spiked on your ads, so you just need to refresh the creative or refresh the audience. When you have like these upstream problems where, oh my God, my clients are getting no results, my clients are getting no problems, it's usually just because of one or two small things that aren't functioning properly. It's like if your entire car engine won't start, it's not always going to be because you're going to have to change the gears or like the gearbox or anything. Maybe there's just one cog that fell off and a safety mechanism kicked in, and there was just one bolt that wasn't bolted on completely tightly. It's like if you're not a good mechanic or you don't have a good mechanic, you might replace the entire gearbox without realizing that you just needed to tighten a little screw. That's basically the point I'm trying to make here. This is an insanely valuable thing to have. I would suggest you use it for all of your clients, and this is one of the reasons we got such good results for our clients, because we always had the data. If there was a problem or if clients stopped getting results, we could see exactly where the bottleneck was immediately. And we could look at the glass bottle that is this spreadsheet, we could point and we could say there is the problem. And if you drag and drop, you can calculate like a weekly average or a bi-weekly average or a monthly average, and you let regression to the mean do the thing. So what you don't want to do is make the mistake of checking this like religiously every day. You want to do it every day, but you only want to act on at least 5 days of data, right? So say for example you have 1 day or 2 days in a row, maybe even 3 days in a row where your results are awful and you see a bottleneck form. It doesn't mean a bottleneck has formed, it just means that the data is maybe regressing to the mean, right? So regression to the mean is where averages do not represent themselves in small data sets, right? So let's say, for example, like, you have 3 days in a row where your cost per click randomly goes up. It doubles to what it usually is. That might panic you, but then if you just relax and cut and just breathe, you might find the next day you get triple the amount of clicks that you ever would have got in a normal day before. So averages present themselves in large data sets. You must learn to think scientifically and be rational when it comes to data. But I wanted to share this sheet with you because it helped me make, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even millions with my agency before, in terms of the additional recurring revenue value we got as a result of being able to jump on problems and solve them for clients. And trust me, when you send a client this, they're going to be like, holy shit, they actually know what they're doing. Like there's someone who really knows like what's good and what you need to do and everything like that. So that's basically how it works. I could walk you through some more details, but I think it's pretty simple and you should understand, at a base level what I'm trying to help you understand here. If you need any further help with this sort of stuff, you can always maybe add a comment or drop any of the video suggestions you've got down below. By the way, if you might find that you're pretty decent at service delivery. If the bottleneck you've got is actually acquiring clients, the same thing applies here. And we teach acquisition in more depth in Easy Grow, which is our program. If you want to explore Easy Grow, you can go and check it out. There's a link in the description. I don't care if you explore it or not. For full transparency, there's a sales funnel that's designed to get you to book a call with a member of my team to talk about buying our program. It's partly why I make these YouTube videos. You don't need to click it, there's no stress, but if you want to check it out, by all means, please do. Like the video if you liked it, comment anything, subscribe, it would honestly make my day. I know this is quite a direct and pragmatic video. I haven't really, made too many jokes here and there. I've just wanted to sit down and get it done. So I hope you found this useful, and I will look forward to seeing you in the next video. Thank you so much.